Recently reborn in the year 2012, Guo Hao's mind is filled with thoughts of youth and wealth, leading him to adopt a laid-back attitude. However, a voice resonates within his mind, declaring, the system is officially activated. It has detected that the host currently lacks the normal knowledge level of peers on this planet. Thus, a golden level reward mission is now issued. Golden mission. Achieve an overall score of over 85% in the college entrance examination held in 103 days. Task rewards. Brain enhancement Ya 1. Random lottery chances Ya 3. Astonishing. It is the system. Guo Hao, freshly reborn, is illuminated with excitement as he is propelled into an abyss of fervent learning. As he is tormented by the rigors of study to the brink of despair, the technology of Longguo, and indeed the entire world, embarks on a rapid advancement. Provide me with a panel, and I can shift the very axis of the earth. Guo Hao exclaims with pride. Chapter 1. The rebirth struck by basketball. Bang! A basketball hurtles towards Guo Hao, striking him squarely in the face. In an instant, stars dance before his eyes, and his body involuntarily topples backward. Hey, Guo Hao! A companion instinctively supports him as he reels from the impact. Guo Hao's mind is clouded, filled with a buzzing sound that overwhelms his senses. The concerned voices around him seem to fade in and out, becoming somewhat ethereal. After a while, Guo Hao opens his eyes once more to find numerous pairs of eyes filled with worry, their faces youthful and familiar. Guo Hao, are you all right? Guo Hao gazes at the face before him, a visage buried deep within the recesses of his memory. Wang Shi? I'm fine, he instinctively replies. Phew. Upon hearing Guo Hao speak, those around him breathe a collective sigh of relief. All right, Guo Hao is fine. You all can continue playing ball. Wang Shi addresses the onlookers. The young men clad in basketball attire visibly relax. Sorry, bro. That was an errant pass. I hit you by mistake. They apologize in unison before dispersing, leaving Guo Hao's mind still in a fog. These familiar scenes and youthful faces. Could it be that he has been reborn? Hey, your head isn't really damaged, is it? Should I take you to the infirmary? Wang Shi inquires, observing Guo Hao's dazed expression. And no, Guo Hao replies, his voice somewhat hesitant. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rings. Oh no, it's math class. Let's hurry. Hearing the bell, Wang Shi's expression shifts dramatically as he urges Guo Hao to get up. With his mind still somewhat muddled, Guo Hao hastily follows him back to the classroom. Phew. Thankfully, the math teacher hasn't arrived yet. Wang Shi observes the somewhat chaotic classroom, exhaling in relief. Guo Hao, taking in the scene that feels like a dream, finds the familiarity tinged with strangeness. Quickly return to your seats. If that menopausal witch catches us, we'll be in trouble again. Last time, we were 10 minutes late, and she had our parents summoned to school. Wang Shi warns, shrinking his neck as he speaks to Guo Hao in haste. Guo Hao's mind remains clouded, yet he instinctively returns to his seat. Soon, the math teacher enters the classroom. Bang! Ms. Wang slams a stack of exam papers onto the podium, her expression grim. This time, your class's math exam results are dismal. 53 students, and only 20 passed. Wake up. The college entrance exam is only 3 months away. What on earth are you all thinking? Now, I'll call out names. Come up to collect your papers. Zhao Ming, 87 points. Wang Zheng, 99 points. As Ms. Wang calls out each student's name, matching it with their youthful faces, memories long buried in Guo Hao's mind surge forth like a tidal wave. Indeed, he has truly been reborn. Guo Hao's gaze reflects the weight of experience as he observes his surroundings. Before his rebirth, he was the owner of a small company, having navigated the trials of society for over a decade. To find himself back at this pivotal moment before the college entrance examination, what a twist of fate. Guo Hao harbors no regrets. Returning to this time before the exam, leveraging his years of experience in the world, amassing wealth should be a trivial pursuit. It is now 2012. With the advanced knowledge he possesses, making money will be a mere trifle. Whether it be through Bitcoin, gambling, or real estate, countless opportunities await him. Although many of Guo Hao's memories are somewhat hazy, his astute understanding of the broader landscape assures him that acquiring wealth will not pose a challenge. However, returning to the past is not merely about money. It is about mending the lost youth and past regrets that truly matters. With this thought, Guo Hao surveys the familiar youthful faces around him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Guo Hao, 37 points. The voice from the podium jolts Guo Hao from his reverie. After a brief moment of shock, he promptly rises and walks slowly to the front. The eyes of his classmates are fixed on him, and Ms. Wang's gaze is particularly disapproving. Guo Hao, are you here to study or to waste time? 37 points. I could probably score that just by stepping on the answer sheet. If you don't want to study, don't waste our time here. School is a place for learning, not for lounging about. Ms. Wang expresses her disappointment towards Guo Hao. I'm sorry, Ms. Wang. I will study hard from now on. Guo Hao replies earnestly. Upon hearing his words, the classmates turn to look at him in surprise. Ms. Wang momentarily pauses. As in her experience, even the most unruly students typically wait for her reprimand to end before quietly returning to their seats. Let alone Guo Hao, who is usually a quiet student. The sudden boldness of his response catches her off guard. All right, I shall see if you truly commit to studying. You may return to your seat. With Guo Hao's earnest promise, Ms. Wang refrains from further admonition, allowing him to sit down. As soon as he settles back into his seat, his desk mate pokes him with a pen. Guo Hao turns to glance at her. You are quite brave, his female desk mate whispers to him. Guo Hao smiles, unfazed. Indeed, Ms. Wang is somewhat fierce, and most students fear her. Nonetheless, she is a dedicated teacher. Many students face her wrath due to their poor attitudes. However, once they correct their demeanor, she tends to be quite forgiving. Chapter 1. This chapter is rather easy to comprehend. Soon, Guo Hao finished reading the first chapter and diligently completed the subsequent exercises. Just as he completed the problems related to sets, he received a notification indicating he had gained 5 experience points in mathematics. Upon noticing the panel, Guo Hao's expression subtly shifted. He instinctively glanced around, realizing that those nearby seemed oblivious to this interface. Was this a system? Although the notion of reincarnation was already fantastical, he had not anticipated that it would come with a system as well. Nevertheless, having been reborn was astonishing enough, and Guo Hao quickly acclimated to this new reality. A flicker of intrigue stirred within him as a pale blue screen materialized before his eyes, displaying a series of numbers. User, Guo Hao, Intelligence, 122, Stamina, 8, Strength, 7, Speed, 7, Mathematics, LV0, 5100. Among the 4 attributes, the average IQ of a normal individual ranges from 90 to 109, while a score below 69 indicates cognitive impairment. For a normal adult, the standard values for other attributes are set at 10. Chapter 2, Golden Level Quest. Gazing at the luminous screen, Guo Hao remained silent for quite some time. He had not only been reborn, but had also acquired a system. In truth, even without a system, achieving a successful life post-rebirth would not pose an insurmountable challenge. With the system now activated, it recognized that the host currently lacked the knowledge level typical of peers on this planet, thus issuing a Golden Level Quest. Golden Quest. Achieve a score exceeding 85 in the college entrance examination in 103 days. Quest reward: 1 brain enhancement and 3 random lottery draws. The sudden notification from the system momentarily stunned Guo Hao. Indeed, it was a system. The prospect of rewards ignited a spark of excitement within him. Brain enhancement. Regardless of the era, the brain remains the most crucial organ, and if he could enhance it, even the wealthiest individuals would spare no expense. Investing billions for such an opportunity, although he was uncertain what the random lottery entailed, it was reasonable to assume that the rewards would be worthwhile. However, a flicker of doubt crept into Guo Hao's gaze. To attain a score exceeding 85 in just 100 days? A brief calculation revealed that he would need to achieve a score of at least 637. 5 to complete this task. Given his abysmal academic performance in his previous life, and having long forgotten the exam questions from this year, Guo Hao found himself with a knowledge base inferior to that of a middle school student. Expecting to secure a score of 640 in such a short time frame? Wasn't that a mere fantasy? Resigned, Guo Hao decided to take things one step at a time. After all, he had been reborn and possessed a system. He should not place all his hopes on the next 100 days for wealth. The pursuit of prosperity could wait until university. In this era, possessing a degree from a reputable university would significantly ease many endeavors. With this thought, Guo Hao took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He shifted his focus back to his mathematics textbook. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to settle down and prioritize his studies. With the system in place, he could track the experience points he gained from studying mathematics and monitor his progress, an undeniable advantage. Guo Hao reviewed the chapter on common sets, specifically the set of all non-negative integers or natural numbers. This chapter primarily discussed sets, a concept of paramount importance in first-year high school mathematics. Though the difficulty of sets was relatively low, revolving mainly around conceptual understanding, the breadth of the subject could be overwhelming. Given that these concepts were foundational, Guo Hao, despite having been away from them for over a decade, quickly reacquainted himself with the material. As Teacher Wang lectured on the exam papers, Guo Hao studied at his own pace. His earnestness, combined with the simplicity of the initial content, made the learning process quite manageable. Before long, an entire class period had elapsed, yielding him 15 experience points in mathematics. Ding! The host is engaged in deep learning for the first time for 30 minutes. earning a substantial amount of mathematics experience. 50. The system's notification momentarily astonished Guo Hao. In such a brief span, he had amassed enough experience to nearly advance to the next level in mathematics. This was intriguing. He pondered what transformations would accompany an elevation to level 1. As he mused, the class finally came to a close when Teacher Wang finished explaining the last question and turned to leave, having already consumed 5 minutes of the break time. This was typical for high school teachers, who rarely adhered to the schedule. With Teacher Wang gone, the surrounding students exhaled in relief, and those needing to use the restroom hurried off. Hey, Wang Shi approached Guo Hao, playfully punching him on the arm. Take it easy, Guo Hao retorted, slightly annoyed. Wang Shi, beaming with excitement, pulled a chair beside Guo Hao. You dared to contradict that old witch. Impressive. Scoring 37 points, and yet lacking any shame. When did you become so audacious? Wang Shi inquired curiously. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi's comments. You're the one without shame. Who said I was boasting? Wang Shi looked at him with a bemused expression. Guo Hao, are you genuinely planning to buckle down and study hard? You can fool the teachers, but don't pull me into your scheme. Guo Hao gazed earnestly at Wang Shi. In 3 months, the college entrance examination will be upon us. Have you thought about what you want to do after it's over? A fleeting look of confusion crossed Wang Shi's face. And what of it? He shrugged, glancing at Guo Hao with mild irritation. You got 37 in math while I scored 68. We're basically in the same boat. With only 3 months left, it's likely we'll end up in a vocational college. What else can we do? Do you really think we can turn things around in the final 3 months and get into a university? Why not? Guo Hao replied earnestly. Wait, are you serious? Wang Shi looked incredulously at Guo Hao. If you genuinely intend to study hard, why not start now? Have you bumped your head during basketball practice? Wang Shi reached out to poke Guo Hao's forehead, then touched his own, feigning concern. Not running a fever, are you? Get out of here. Guo Hao swatted Wang Shi's hand away. He then looked at Wang Shi with determination. Wang Shi, I'm serious. Although we're at the bottom of the class, we still have 100 days left. This is our final chance. Let us put in the effort. Just 100 days. After a moment of silence, Wang Shi recognized the sincerity in Guo Hao's voice. Fine. I'll see how long you can keep this up. Wang Shi gave Guo Hao a long, assessing look before returning to his seat. Guo Hao resumed his studies. He approached his work with earnestness. For having endured numerous hardships in society, his mindset had matured. After years of engaging in small business ventures, he had encountered all manner of challenges. While studying might be arduous, it was not something Guo Hao found particularly difficult to embrace. After all, the rigors of education, no matter how daunting, merely required focus and diligence. However, society encompasses far more than this. To establish oneself within it, one must wear a mask of congeniality, willing to humble oneself, even to the extent of presenting the other half of one's face when struck. Earning a living is arduous, and one must swallow bitter pills. Naturally, all of this presupposes the existence of a system. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for Guo Hao to dedicate himself to his studies. The ability to endure hardships does not necessarily equate to a heightened capacity for concentration. Without a system, it is indeed tormenting to focus on endeavors that yield no immediate results or progress. Chapter 3. I love learning, and learning loves me. If it weren't for the system, who in their right mind would choose to study? Finding ways to earn money surely surpasses the merit of poring over textbooks. In this day and age, money holds paramount importance. Regardless of how well one performs in school, it ultimately leads to a life of servitude. Most of what people do is merely to earn a living. Yet, with the system in place, perhaps I can tread a different, more meaningful path, one that is also lucrative. After all, in the society of Tianlong, mere wealth may render one a fat sheep destined for slaughter. Guo Hao gazed intently at the textbook before him. Although he had forgotten much of the knowledge contained within, it lay buried deep in his mind. As he re-engaged with his studies, his pace quickened significantly. Whether it be formulas or diagrams, his learning became a process of recollection. As he diligently revisited the textbook, fragments of knowledge began to resurface. Before long, class commenced. The students hurriedly returned to their seats. It was a Chinese language class. Guo Hao chose not to attend to the lesson at this moment. Listening to Chinese held no meaning, considering it is a subject that relies heavily on accumulation and exposure. Simply attending the class would yield little improvement in his Chinese grades. Instead, Guo Hao focused primarily on reinforcing his mathematics skills. With the interface at his disposal, Guo Hao was not only able to observe his growing mathematical prowess, but could also clearly see his completion rate for each chapter of the mathematics textbook. This proved to be immensely helpful. Often, the reason people shy away from hard work is that they fail to perceive the rewards of their efforts. When one labors without witnessing tangible results, it is all too easy to succumb to despair and ultimately abandon their endeavors. The same holds true for romantic pursuits. If most people were provided with a progress bar indicating their efforts, they would likely be more inclined to exert themselves. Guo Hao was no exception. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the classroom. The student, Guo Hao, who had previously ranked among the lowest, began to apply himself diligently to his studies. However, few took note of Guo Hao. After all, he consistently occupied the bottom tier of class rankings and had a rather introverted demeanor, leaving only a handful of classmates to pay him any mind. Guo Hao exhaled deeply. Having spent over an hour diligently working through problems and meticulously reviewing the concepts of sets and functions. In his eyes, the chapter on sets and functions finally reached a completion rate of 100%. Ding! The host has successfully completed Chapter 1 on sets and mathematics, earning 50 mathematics experience points. The notification that rang in his ears filled Guo Hao with excitement. Indeed, as he had surmised, completing the study of sets would yield a commendable reward from a system. The host's mathematics experience points are now full, successfully elevating to level 1 and granting a permanent increase of 1 to intelligence. At that moment, Guo Hao felt a slight buzzing in his mind. With the elevation of his mathematical level, it was not merely an increase in intelligence. When he glanced at the mathematics textbook beside him, concepts that previously appeared daunting now seemed remarkably straightforward. What had once been vexing problems now exuded a sense of familiarity. Of course, Guo Hao understood that this was merely an illusion. The elevation of his mathematical level had significantly enhanced his capacity to grasp mathematical knowledge. Having grasped the concepts and operational methods of sets, Guo Hao turned to Chapter 2, Basic Elementary Functions. The functions encountered in the first semester of high school were not particularly challenging, as they comprised foundational concepts. Guo Hao adopted a grounded mindset, steadily reinforcing his understanding from the most basic elements. With the implicit assistance of the system, Guo Hao engaged earnestly and studied with great diligence. He was able to monitor his learning progress for each chapter and assess his comprehension of the material. As for the teacher lecturing at the podium, Guo Hao paid little attention. He was utterly unable to keep pace with the high school teacher's curriculum. The bell rang. Upon the sound of the dismissal bell, the teacher announced their departure from the classroom. At that moment, the classroom erupted with the sounds of shifting desks and chairs as many students began to move about, some rushing to the restroom while others engaged in conversation. Guo Hao remained absorbed in his study of basic elementary functions. Wow, are you serious, Guo Hao? Wang Shi approached Guo Hao, but his expression quickly shifted to one of incredulity upon noticing the content Guo Hao was engrossed in. Bro, please don't tell me you're still studying basic elementary functions? Do you realize that the college entrance examination is just around the corner? You've been at it for over an hour. This is a bit much, don't you think? What's the problem? Guo Hao shrugged. No problem at all. Wang Shi stifled a laugh. At this rate, in 100 days, I doubt you'll even finish the math textbook, let alone tackle your English or the sciences. Step by step, I'll learn as much as I can. It's certainly better than wandering aimlessly every day, Guo Hao replied earnestly as he looked at Wang Shi. Exactly, remarked his female classmate, casting an admiring glance at Guo Hao before turning to Wang Shi with a hint of annoyance. Look at Guo Hao. Although he awakened a bit late, it's never too late to start learning. Guo Hao's female desk mate, Wang Lijuan, was a diligent student, ranking in the top 10 of the class. She was quite serious about her studies, had an acceptable appearance, and was generally a quiet girl. Guo Hao recalled that she had performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination, scoring over 550 points and ranking 8th in the class, ultimately gaining admission to a reputable university. Wang Shi scoffed. I have no interest in such thankless endeavors. With only 100 days left, I just want to have some fun. After the college entrance examination, I'll just find a job or enroll in a vocational school and continue to coast through life. Wang Shi shrugged. His grades were not far from Guo Hao's. If Guo Hao was among the bottom 3, Wang Shi was likely in the bottom 10. In his view, Guo Hao had likely been struck silly by a basketball, suddenly deciding to study earnestly just 100 days before the examination. Even if he tried hard, there was little chance of gaining admission to a university. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, prompting Wang Shi to return to his seat. Guo Hao continued his study of functions. In high school mathematics, functions are woven throughout the curriculum. They hold significant importance. Of course, the functions introduced in the second chapter of the first compulsory textbook primarily focus on basic recognition of functions and simple applications in daily life. Chapter 4, A Warm Home. Nevertheless, even so, after an extended period of study, Guo Hao began to feel lightheaded. It had been quite some time since he experienced such a sensation. After 4 consecutive classes of study, Guo Hao finally paused, and his progress to the chapter on functions had reached 80%. The results were commendable. Time for a brief respite. He gazed at his learning progress. The results have been quite satisfactory, yet he has unmistakably discerned that while set theory poses no significant challenge, the realm of functions, even the simplest ones, presents him with a modicum of difficulty. Perhaps it is time for him to seek the guidance of a dedicated tutor. Ideally one who can commence from the most fundamental concepts. Although the school teachers are eager to address questions, inquiring about rudimentary topics often elicits not sympathy, but rather the likelihood of a harsh reprimand. As for his desk mate, imposing on their time would be inappropriate. He would feel guilty if it adversely affected their exam performance. These contemplations flitted through Guo Hao's mind. After a brief respite, he resumed his studies on functions, delving into the basic concepts, quadratic functions, and elementary power functions. He memorized formulas and diligently practiced corresponding problems to firmly grasp the concepts. Before the conclusion of the evening's self-study session, he finally received a notification, ding, successfully completed the study of Chapter 2, Functions in the Mandatory High School Curriculum, earning 80 experience points in mathematics. Upon reaching level 1 in mathematics, the experience required for leveling up transformed into a daunting 1,000 points, making progress considerably more arduous. The bell rang, signaling the end of the self-study period. Ding! The user has successfully completed a day of dedicated study for the first time, earning a reward, 10 energy potions. At the moment the chime resonated, a system prompt echoed in his ears. Indeed, true to the system's nature, a day's earnest study warranted some rewards. Guo Hao examined the description of the energy potion. Energy potion restores 100 memory and concentration for 2 hours. After the effect subsides, the user will fall into a state of confusion, with learning efficiency reduced by 50, which concludes after adequate rest. The description bore resemblance to that of a stimulant. Just as Guo Hao was perusing the system's explanation of the energy potion, Wang Shi approached him, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Hey, tomorrow's the weekend. Any plans? Shall we hit the skywalk? The League has some events going on, and they might be giving away skins and runes. Are we going or not? Let us go in the morning, and then game all night. Wang Shi enthused. No, I want to study, Guo Hao replied, causing Wang Shi's expression to fall. What? Have you really been knocked silly by basketball? That's League of Legends. Your favorite game. Do you remember how many all-nighters we pulled playing it? You're so close to reaching gold rank. Aren't you going to put in a little more effort? Wang Shi's words awakened distant memories for Guo Hao. Indeed, in his previous life, he had become infatuated with League of Legends upon its release, spending nearly all of his senior year engrossed in it. Wang Shi, as his good brother and fellow enthusiast, shared those moments. Yet, League could always be played, whereas the college entrance examination, in many ways, dictated their future paths. Guo Hao earnestly conveyed this to Wang Shi. Geez, how boring. You're starting to sound like a teacher, Wang Shi retorted, rolling his eyes. Guo Hao smiled slightly. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us head home. He gathered his belongings and spoke to Wang Shi. As they chatted, they descended the stairs and found their bicycles. Drawing upon the social experiences he had accumulated over his previous life, Guo Hao managed to extract a wealth of knowledge from Wang Shi with just a few inquiries, prompting a cascade of reminiscences about their past experiences. See you. Upon arriving at Guo Hao's doorstep, Wang Shi called out before riding away. Watching Wang Shi's departing figure, Guo Hao hesitated for a moment before turning back. As he entered the community, gazing at the familiar building, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Past and present began to converge. In a trance, he parked his bicycle in the shed below. Walking through the dimly lit corridor, everything around him felt familiar. The closer he approached home, the more he sensed an inexplicable trepidation. In his previous life, due to his rebelliousness, his parents had sacrificed so much. When he faced bankruptcy in his business and accrued substantial debts, they had exhausted their retirement savings and even sold their remaining house to help him settle his obligations. The memory of his parents, now aged and weary, assisting him in those dire times filled him with guilt. Before long, Guo Hao reached the 3rd floor. The motion-activated lights in the corridor illuminated as he arrived. Standing before the familiar door, he inhaled deeply, seeking the key from his pocket. Home again? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you. His mother greeted him warmly as he stepped inside. Upon witnessing her youthful visage, a wave of emotion washed over Guo Hao, and he struggled to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. Mom, he called out to her. Hey, Guomein, why are you standing at the door? Let me cook you a bowl of noodles. His mother smiled, urging him in. Gradually, Guo Hao tempered the surging emotions within him, reminiscent of his past self, changing into slippers as he entered the home. In the living room, his father was diligently engaged in writing. In his memories, his father had always been busy. He was a minor leader at the state grid and a technical engineer. He often left home earlier than Guo Hao, and upon returning from evening study sessions, Guo Hao would find his father still engrossed in various documents, perpetually occupied. His mother also worked for a state-owned enterprise. Due to their demanding jobs, they had often overlooked Guo Hao's upbringing, allowing him to indulge freely and become a young internet addict. Frequently loitering in internet cafes from a young age. Sitting beside his father, Guo Hao's father, having just completed a document, turned to him. The college entrance examination is just over 3 months away. Have you thought about what you want to do afterward? His father had long since given up on Guo Hao's academic performance, yet he harbored a sense of guilt, having been largely absent from his son's life due to his relentless work commitments. Not yet. Guo Hao shook his head. Think it over carefully, his father replied, preparing to return to his paperwork. At that moment, Guo Hao suddenly spoke up. Dad, I want to study diligently. Chapter 5. I want to study diligently. Upon hearing Guo Hao's declaration, his father froze momentarily, instinctively turning to gaze at him. His mother, who had just brought over the noodles, also caught wind of Guo Hao's words. Surprise illuminated her face as she hurried to his side, placing the bowl on the coffee table. How you've grown up. A pang of emotion surged through Guo Hao. After enduring the trials of his past life, he finally grasped the immense pressure his parents had faced over the years. They felt indebted to him, which had restrained them from imposing expectations on his studies. Yet, like all parents, they naturally hoped for their child to gain admission to a prestigious school and university. All right, since you want to study diligently, let's do it together. Even if this college entrance examination doesn't go well, we can always retry next year. His father's face beamed with delight. His son had finally matured, bringing joy to both parents. Observing the genuine smiles on their faces filled Guo Hao with happiness. This was the true significance of his rebirth, wasn't it? As he began to eat, Guo Hao broached the subject of finding a tutor with his parents. Mom, can I directly approach a teacher from our school? We could arrange for them to come to our home on weekends for lessons, and I can pay them for tutoring. Is that feasible? His mother inquired. Not really, Guo Hao replied, shaking his head. After all, my foundational knowledge is rather lacking. It would be impractical to hire a separate tutor for each subject from the school. I believe it would be most beneficial to enlist the assistance of a peer, preferably one who excels academically in high school and can provide guidance across various subjects. Hao's suggestion is quite reasonable. His father nodded in agreement from his side. ISNT, they're a tutoring service set up near the Xinhua bookstore on Dongmen Street. I happen to have a day off tomorrow. I shall go and take a look. Very well. Then our family of 3 will all head over there together. His mother decisively concluded. Their family was financially stable, so the expense of hiring a tutor was negligible. After conversing with his parents for a while, Guo Hao finished his noodles. Mom and Dad, I'm heading back to my room now. Go ahead. Make sure to get to bed early. Guo's mother said with a smile, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction as she watched her son awaken to the desire for improvement. Guo's father felt similarly, observing Guo Hao's retreating figure. It was only after Guo Hao's door had closed that they exchanged a glance filled with mutual contentment. Upon returning to his room, Guo Hao eagerly extracted an energy potion from his system. Almost instantaneously upon clicking to retrieve it, a vial appeared in his hand. What is this? Some form of spatial transfer technology? Guo Hao pondered for a moment, but soon dismissed the thought. After all, having experienced reincarnation, it seemed futile to dwell on the system's intricacies. He set his books in order, took a deep breath, and downed the energy potion in one go. Instantly, he felt invigorated. His gaze shifted to the textbooks beside him. Chapter 3 of the first-year mandatory curriculum concerning exponential and logarithmic functions. Previously, the mere sight of functions had left him feeling dazed. He had spent an entire day grappling with the chapter on functions, and even the most basic of them posed considerable challenges. Unlike sets, which revolved around relatively straightforward symbolic concepts, functions introduced a plethora of notions and algorithms, leaving Guo Hao feeling overwhelmed. However, with the aid of the energy potion, he began to regain his previous pace of learning. As he absorbed the concepts, he simultaneously sought out corresponding exercises for practice. He could clearly see that his comprehension of Chapter 3 was advancing at nearly double the speed compared to before. Throughout the day, he devoted himself entirely to studying functions. By the time evening self-study concluded, he had barely reached a full understanding. Yet now, after just an hour of concentrated study, he had pushed his comprehension to 15%. It is worth noting that the more advanced the material, the greater the difficulty. The effects of the energy potion exceeded his expectations. His focus was remarkably intense. 2 hours swiftly passed, and he managed to grasp just 24% of the chapter on exponential and logarithmic functions. As he delved deeper, The complexity of the material escalated. Moments later, Guo Hao felt a sharp pang in his head. The words on the page began to blur, his once clear mind suddenly descending into chaos. I can't go on. I need to rest. Guo Hao exhaled gently. After closing his book, he turned off his desk lamp, shed his clothes, and lay down on his bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. The next morning, upon awakening, Guo Hao felt remarkably refreshed. Deep sleep. Although this potion is labeled as an energy booster, its efficacy as a sleep aid might be even more pronounced. A faint smile graced Guo Hao's face. Using it 2 hours before bed not only optimally utilized his time, but also facilitated a swift entry into deep sleep, maximizing his rest. Perfect. Guo Hao stretched languidly dressed and exited his room. Awake, are you? Guo's mother remarked, having just finished preparing breakfast. Upon seeing Guo Hao, she smiled warmly. Yes, I'm up, Guo Hao nodded. Quickly wash up. After breakfast, we'll head to Dongmen Street. All right. After washing up, the family enjoyed their meal together before setting off for Dongmen Street. Dongmen Street is the most bustling thoroughfare in Gansheng, featuring an array of shops. How? It's been a while since we've gone out together. If there is anything you wish to buy, just let us know, Guo's mother said with a smile directed at Guo Hao. Sure, Mom, he replied, feeling lighthearted as he strolled with his parents. In his past life, he felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to them, an obligation that seemed almost insurmountable. Even though he later earned some money, by then, his parents had grown old and their health had deteriorated. Such moments of togetherness had become exceedingly rare. After some time, the family of 3 soon arrived at a small alley beside the Xinhua bookstore. There were about 4 or 5 individuals there, setting up as tutors. Both males and females were present, each displaying a sign with their resumes and fees. Excuse me, do you require a tutor? I graduated from the teacher training program at South China University, and my rates are reasonable, 50 yuan per hour. A young man with black-rimmed glasses called out to Guo Hao and his family. Guo's father, curious, inquired, what brings a graduate of South China University's teacher training program to set up here? The young man smiled shyly. I'm from Gansheng. I graduated last year. I'm hoping to pass the exams for teaching positions at several high schools here, but in the meantime, I thought I'd take on tutoring to earn some living expenses. Rest assured, if you choose me, I can provide my teaching qualifications and diploma. My credentials can also be verified online. How does this sound? Guo's father asked Guo Hao. However, he soon noticed that Guo Hao's attention was entirely elsewhere. With a hint of confusion, he called out, Hao. At that moment, Guo Hao was captivated by a girl in the corner, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a loose school uniform. Her thick black hair cascading down around her. Her sign merely stated tutor. Compared to the experienced tutors surrounding her, her presentation seemed quite modest. Yet, Guo Hao hardly noticed this. The crucial point was the girl herself. Her name was Shen Luoyan, a prodigious talent from the first high school. Renowned as the first student in Gansheng's history to achieve the highest score in the provincial examinations, and also regarded as the most beautiful among all students in Gansheng. While students from first and second high schools acknowledged her beauty, they were unaware of the extent of it, as she consistently concealed herself beneath her oversized uniform, thick glasses, and long hair, which shrouded her allure. It wasn't until after graduation, during the first high school graduation ceremony, that she simply tied her hair back, removed her hefty glasses, and donned a plain outfit, stunning the entire audience at Gansheng's first high school. In her high school years, Shen Luoyan was most famed not for her beauty, but for her exceptional academic performance, her family background, and her distinct personality. Orphaned at a young age, she lived with her grandparents, enduring well-known hardships. Furthermore, she was notorious for her cold demeanor, having no friends at either first or second high school. Although she excelled academically, her lack of companionship and understated attire kept her relatively obscure. It wasn't until the college entrance examination results were released that Shen Luoyan ascended to the pinnacle of Jiangxi province with a remarkable score of 721. Coupled with her high school graduation ceremony, Shen Luoyan removed her school uniform, took off her black glasses, and tied her luscious, raven black hair into a bun. She appeared at the graduation ceremony of the first high school dressed in an elegant, pure white gown and was photographed, her image circulating online. Thus, she captivated the entire Gan city. These thoughts flickered through Guo Hao's mind. To his astonishment, upon being reborn, he encountered Shen Luoyan at this moment in time. It was reasonable. After all, during this period, Shen Luoyan was still quite impoverished, seeking tutoring work, which made perfect sense. Guo Hao. Guo's mother noticed the peculiarity in her son's gaze and called out to him with a hint of curiosity. What is the matter? Mom, that girl is the top student in the elite class of the first high school. Her academic performance is exceptional, and I've heard her family is somewhat poor. Perhaps Guo Hao hesitated slightly before speaking to his mother. He genuinely wished to assist Shen Luoyan. She seemed rather pitiful, though, truthfully, it was also to benefit himself. After all, Shen Luoyan was a top scholar, a prodigy with a remarkable score of 721 in the college entrance examination, indicating her profound understanding of the high school curriculum, far surpassing that of anyone else present. It could be said that if he wished to study diligently, Shen Luoyan would undoubtedly be his most excellent tutor. The top student of the elite class? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Guo's mother was instantly intrigued. Guo's father, too, perked up at the mention. The first high school was the most prestigious institution in Gan City, and there was only one elite class. But she is just a young girl. Wouldn't it be awkward for her to come to our home for tutoring? Would she even agree? Oh, what is the big deal? Guo Hao only needs tutoring on weekends, and I'll be home, so it's not a problem, Guo's mother replied with a smile. Besides, we should ask the young lady for her thoughts on this matter. Discussing it here is rather pointless. True, Guo's father nodded in agreement. The three of them approached Shen Luoyan's booth. Upon seeing them, Shen Luoyan instinctively shrank back. Young lady, are you looking for tutoring work? Guo's mother kindly inquired. Igirigajis. Shen Luoyan replied hesitantly, her eyes hidden behind her large black-framed glasses, scrutinizing the family before her. This is my son. He is in his final year, and his grades are quite poor, but he wishes to improve. We came to find him a tutor, and I heard you are the top student in the elite class. Would you consider tutoring him? His foundation is weak, so it might be quite challenging for you. And we are willing to offer a rate slightly above the market price. With a smile on her face, Guo's mother addressed Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan scrutinized Guo Hao extensively, her expression revealing a tinge of uncertainty. In need of money, she sought tutoring work. Guo Hao's somewhat delicate demeanor made her feel relatively secure. All right, let us set the price at market rate, Shen Luoyan responded after a brief hesitation, turning to Guo's father. However, I must clarify that I want to be alone with him. Even if I tutor at home, it must be in the living room, and I want to enter his room. That is perfectly fine. We'll adhere to your conditions. Guo's father nodded affirmatively. Then let us sign a contract, Shen Luoyan proposed. Taking the initiative. Very well, Guo's father agreed. They left the booth and proceeded to a nearby print shop, where they printed 2 copies of the tutoring contract. After Shen Luoyan confirmed the terms and made a few minor adjustments, both parties signed the agreement. The hourly rate was set at 25 yuan. Although Guo's father had initially intended to pay her 40 yuan per hour, Shen Luoyan, citing her lack of tutoring experience, voluntarily lowered it to 25. They agreed on 1 tutoring session per week, as there was only 1 weekend day available for Guo Hao, totaling 10 hours of tutoring a month, which amounted to 1,000 yuan. Let us commence the tutoring today, as the college entrance examination is fast approaching, Shen Luoyan suggested proactively. Certainly, Guo Hao nodded, mindful of the significant task he had ahead of him, the enhancement of his cognitive abilities. Such an opportunity was exceptionally rare on Earth, and he had never encountered any technology that could facilitate brain enhancement, at least not in his previous life. Wait, I need to purchase some materials first. At that moment, Shen Luoyan interjected, just a moment. She then stepped into a bookstore to acquire some middle school materials. After completing her purchases, the 4 of them made their way to Guo Hao's home. Chapter 7. How did you get into the first high school? Once settled in the living room, Shen Luoyan requested to assess Guo Hao's knowledge level. After posing several questions and having him solve a few problems, she adjusted her black-framed glasses. Her gaze filled with skepticism and scrutiny as she regarded Guo Hao. How did you manage to get into the first high school? Guo Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, he had been reborn, and much of the knowledge from middle school had nearly faded from his memory. The concepts he was most familiar with were merely the topics of sets and functions that he had just begun studying yesterday, events from 3 years prior. What were you doing during those 3 years of high school? Shen Luoyan pressed directly. Guo Hao's embarrassment deepened. At that moment, Guo's mother, who was bringing snacks, overheard Shen Luoyan's inquiry and chuckled. This boy spent all his high school years playing around, constantly out with his friends, indulging in online games. His father and I were preoccupied with work and had little time to oversee him. She sighed, recalling the past. Initially, we had little hope for him, but unexpectedly, just yesterday, he declared his intention to study diligently, which brought us immense joy. With a pause, Guo's mother turned her earnest gaze toward Shen Luoyan. Luoyan, you must teach him well. Whatever he can grasp, please help him. Rest assured, Annie, since I have accepted the payment and signed the contract, I will certainly teach him diligently. Shen Luoyan responded with sincerity. Thank you so much. Guo's mother beamed as she set down the freshly washed fruit and left the room. At that moment, Shen Luoyan turned her attention to Guo Hao. What we need to do now is not to blindly review the material, as your foundation is too weak. I need to devise a tutoring plan for you. All right, Guo Hao nodded, realizing that seeking help from a professional was indeed the right decision. Shun Luoyan dedicated some time to assess Guo Hao's fundamentals. She found his mathematics skills to be equivalent to that of the first half of the 8th grade. His Chinese proficiency to be average, albeit with some forgetfulness regarding key poems, which could be overlooked. As for English, he was relatively competent, having learned a considerable amount of business-related vocabulary during his past life, though his grammar was lacking. However, when it came to the sciences, Guo Hao's foundation was almost non-existent. Other than some general knowledge, he knew virtually nothing. It seems your weakest areas are mathematics and the sciences. My focus for your tutoring will be on these 4 subjects. I will create an outline and start with middle school material. Adjustments will be made according to your learning pace, Shun Luoyan said earnestly, adjusting her black-framed glasses once more. Understood, Guo Hao nodded. Let us begin with positive and negative numbers from the first year. Shun Luoyan delivered her lessons with remarkable speed, navigating through sections of minimal difficulty with ease, allowing Guo Hao to grasp the concepts effortlessly. Before long, she had comprehensively covered the key points and challenges of the entire first-year syllabus. Subsequently, she assigned Guo Hao a test paper of equivalent difficulty. In merely half an hour, Guo Hao completed the paper, scoring around 120 points with only 2 or 3 errors. Shun Luoyan briefly reviewed the knowledge points related to those few mistakes before Guo Hao attempted another paper, this time achieving a perfect score without any surprises. Ding! The host has gained 60 points of mathematical experience. It is hardly surprising that the mathematical knowledge of the first year only merits 60 points of experience, as the difficulty level is relatively low, and Guo Hao possesses commendable comprehension skills in this area. Well, your capacity for understanding is commendable. Let us commence with the knowledge of the second year, she stated. The morning progressed swiftly, with 1 teaching and 1 learning, as Guo Hao's diligence and aptitude, coupled with Shun Luoyan's superior expertise, facilitated a rapid pace. Furthermore, the relative simplicity of middle school knowledge, combined with Guo Hao's long-dormant memories of these concepts, propelled their progress. However, as they transitioned into second-year material, the complexity of the subject matter increased significantly, presenting Guo Hao with some challenges based on his foundational knowledge. At 11:30, Shun Luoyan announced, "That's enough for now. I shall return home for lunch, and we will continue in the afternoon." Guo Hao nodded in agreement. Just as Shun Luoyan stood to leave, Guo Hao's mother, who had been busy in the kitchen, noticed her. "Luoyan, where are you off to?" "Auntie, I'm going home for lunch," Shun Luoyan replied. "Oh no, why not stay for lunch here?" Guo Hao's mother urged. "I can't, Auntie. I haven't informed my grandparents about my tutoring job yet. If I return late, they will worry," Shun Luoyan quickly explained. "Very well, but please be careful on your way home. Come back early this afternoon," Guo Hao's mother said with a hint of reluctance. Throughout the morning, Guo Hao's mother had observed her son many times, witnessing him engage in study with an intensity she had never seen before. This earnestness filled her with immense pride and even brought her to the brink of tears. An ambitious and diligent son, she felt that as long as he was willing to strive and commit, it was never too late to succeed. After leaving the Guo household, Shun Luoyan descended the stairs and mounted her somewhat worn bicycle, departing from the residential complex. As she traversed bustling streets, she gradually entered less populated areas where houses became predominantly self-built structures and the roadsides transitioned to rice fields. Eventually, she arrived at her modest, low-roofed home. At the entrance, her grandfather was leisurely smoking a pipe, occasionally tapping the end against a nearby stone. "Grandpa," Shun Luoyan called out upon seeing him. "What time did you return?" Her grandfather inquired at a relaxed pace. After stabilizing her bicycle, Shun Luoyan exclaimed, "I found a tutoring job. They pay me 25 yuan an hour." Her excitement was palpable. 25 yuan an hour? That's quite a sum. Her grandfather replied, surprised. "You must express your gratitude. Be diligent in your tutoring," he advised. "Come, your grandmother must have prepared lunch. Let us eat," he said as he led Shun Luoyan inside. Upon entering, they found that her grandmother had already set the table with seasonal vegetables and a soup made from preserved vegetables. A modest meal to merely satisfy their hunger. Shun Luoyan shared her good news with her grandmother, who was equally delighted. "Make sure to work well. You only need to work 1 day a week. And in a month, that's 4 days, earning you 1,000 yuan. That's even more than what some laborers make in a month." Her grandmother reminded her. "Don't worry, Grandma. I understand," Shun Luoyan assured her. Both grandparents were elderly, and her grandmother's health had always been frail. The family's livelihood depended solely on the 1 mu and 6/10 of land her grandfather cultivated and his occasional odd jobs in the city, barely sustaining them. After serving her grandparents their meals, the 3 of them dined together. Once they finished, Shun Luoyan prepared to clear the table. No need, I can handle it. You should hurry to your tutoring session. Now that you've eaten, it's important to be diligent in your work, her grandmother said. All right, Grandma, Shun Luoyan responded, nodding. After tidying up a bit, she shouldered her bag and rode her bicycle towards Guo Hao's home. In March, the chill of Jiangxi's spring breeze still lingered. Against the wind, Shun Luoyan tightened her oversized school uniform. After several minutes, she secured her bicycle in the shed beside Guo Hao's house and ascended to his apartment. Luoyan, you're here. Guo Hao's mother greeted her warmly as she opened the door. Thank you, Auntie, Shun Luoyan replied politely. Upon entering, she found Guo Hao immersed in solving problems. Shun Luoyan nodded to herself. Despite Guo Hao's weak foundation, he was indeed earnest, hardworking, and intelligent. She felt confident that she could assist him in improving his grades, which would affirm the worthiness of her earnings. Approaching Guo Hao, she handed him her notes from her middle school years. Thank you, he said gratefully. All right, this afternoon we will begin with triangles. This topic is crucial in middle school mathematics and even connects to geometry in high school, so you must study it diligently. She instructed him earnestly. Okay, Guo Hao nodded in agreement. The hours flew by as one taught and the other learned. Shun Luoyan's expertise shone brightly as she elucidated middle school mathematics with clarity and depth. Even though Guo Hao possessed only a level 1 understanding of mathematics, he grasped the material quickly, realizing that he had already covered over 50% of the first volume of second-year mathematics in just one day. Much of this was due to the inherent simplicity of the content and the fact that many concepts were already nestled in his memory, making this learning experience also a process of recollection. That's enough mathematics for today. I will assign you some practice papers, and remember to review the important concepts. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Shun Luoyan advised Guo Hao. Got it. She soon compiled a list of review outlines and essential readings for him. All right, we will conclude here for today. At 5 o'clock, noticing the dimming light outside, she informed Guo Hao, complete these 2 practice papers tonight, and I will walk you home. Otherwise, Guo Hao, having noticed the darkening sky, realized that Shun Luoyan lived outside of Gan City, likely in a nearby village. The thought of a girl cycling home alone at night seemed rather unsafe. No need. You focus on your practice, Shun Luoyan replied, rising to leave. Luoyan, stay for dinner tonight. I'm about to start cooking. Guo Hao's mother called out. Upon hearing the news, Mother Gu hurriedly arrived and promptly addressed Shun Luoyan. There's no need, Auntie. I can manage with a meal at home. Shun Luoyan quickly responded. Before Mother Gu could insist further, Shun Luoyan fled the Gu household like a frightened rabbit. A look of helplessness crossed Mother Gu's face. This child. At that moment, Father Gu smiled faintly. This girl is quite admirable. Her spirit is not diminished by her circumstances. Just look at her. When she came to our home, she didn't touch a single piece of fruit or snack you offered, only sipping a few mouthfuls of water. She has integrity, Father Gu remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Mother Gu glanced at him, realizing the truth in his words, and fell into a contemplative silence. Guo Hao listened to his parents' conversation without interjecting. Shun Luoyan was notorious for her aloofness at school. Many discussed her, noting that although she excelled academically, she had no friends and often wandered alone. This was largely due to her refusal to accept anything offered by others, nor did she share anything with them. Even when approached for help with problems, she would completely disregard them. She was a person who drew clear boundaries. It was unthinkable for her to stay at someone else's home for a meal or snacks. Guo Hao was indifferent to this. As long as Shun Luoyan was dedicated to tutoring him, he was not concerned with her character. His focus was on the rewards of that golden task, brain enhancement. He was deeply curious and eager about what level of intelligence he could attain if he successfully enhanced his brain. With this thought, Guo Hao reined in his wandering mind and redirected his attention to the review outline Shun Luoyan had prepared for him. The outline was meticulously crafted and methodically structured. After a brief study, Guo Hao felt a surge of appreciation. Hiring this tutor was indeed a bargain. Without her guidance, trying to self-study would have left him directionless. And quickly recalling and supplementing middle school knowledge would have been an exceedingly cumbersome task. After dinner, Guo Hao retreated to his room. His speed at solving problems was impressive. He completed the 2 worksheets Shun Luoyan had left him in just over an hour, and upon checking his answers, his accuracy reached an impressive 90%. He was quite satisfied with both his speed and precision. He organized the mistakes he had made and continued to practice. As he worked through the problems, he followed the review outline provided by Shun Luoyan to study the mathematics from the second year of middle school. By nearly 10 o'clock, Guo Hao had completed his study of the first semester of second-year mathematics to perfection. Ding! User's mathematics level has increased, earning 80 mathematics experience points. Just as Guo Hao had anticipated, completing the first semester indeed granted him mathematics experience. However, he realized that elevating his mathematics level to LV2 would require a significant amount of time. Chapter 9. Linguistics LV1. With this in mind, Guo Hao let out a small sigh. This was quite a troublesome matter. The system did not seem inclined to directly impart knowledge to him. Learning would have to rely on his gradual, self-driven progress, which posed a considerable challenge. Guo Hao was uncertain about his ability to complete the golden task. Given his current level of knowledge, achieving a score of over 650 points in just 100 days seemed daunting. He gently shook his head, sighed, and retrieved a bottle of energy potion from the system. He downed in one go. Feeling utterly alert, Guo Hao resumed his problem-solving, familiarizing himself with the knowledge points. A desk lamp illuminated the solitary figure in the room. It was eerily quiet, save for the sound of his pen scratching against the paper. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Guo Hao rose energetically. The side effects of the energy potion had vanished after a deep sleep, and he felt remarkably refreshed. Following the steps etched in his memory, he swiftly dressed, washed up, and exited his room. Mother Guo had already prepared breakfast, multigrain porridge and boiled corn. After finishing his meal, Guo Hao went downstairs. "Hey, I'm off." Wang Shi happened to be riding his bicycle outside Guo Hao's house. Guo Hao mounted his bike and followed Wang Shi as they departed. On the way, Guo Hao noticed Wang Shi, who was sporting dark circles under his eyes and yawning frequently. "Did you really stay up all night?" Guo Hao couldn't help but ask. "Absolutely." Wang Shi perked up at the mention of his late-night endeavors. "You have no idea. I ranked up several tiers last night. I'm almost at gold rank. Impressive, right? I told you to join, but you didn't listen. You have no idea how powerful the AP Sword Saint is. I cut my way from the fountain to their fountain." Wang Shi excitedly recounted. Guo Hao felt a tinge of helplessness. He wished to advise his younger brother, but he was at a loss for words. After all, Wang Shi wasn't in the same position as he was, reborn with a system. Encouraging him to study hard might not yield any results. Perhaps, at that moment, a thought sparked in Guo Hao's mind, and he looked at Wang Shi. "Have you heard of Bitcoin?" "Bitcoin? That virtual currency from America? I've heard of it. I even heard people can use it to buy things offline." Wang Shi replied, chuckling at Guo Hao. "What a joke. A virtual currency being used for actual purchases. You should consider buying some Bitcoin. Get as much as you can. If you face financial pressure by the end of the year, you can sell some. Keep the rest for the long haul," Guo Hao calmly suggested to Wang Shi. Wang Shi paused, his eyes filled with confusion as he regarded Guo Hao, unsure why his younger brother had suddenly brought up Bitcoin. Wasn't it just a virtual currency? Even if it held some value, wasn't it merely a game of passing the buck? However, Guo Hao did not elaborate further. Bitcoin was indeed an excellent means of consolidating funds. In his past life, when Bitcoin surged in popularity, Guo Hao had researched it extensively. The buzz around it began this very year. Currently, Bitcoin was valued at a few dollars, but after April, its price would escalate rapidly, exceeding $100 by year-end. The following year would be pivotal for Bitcoin, as its price was projected to surpass $1,000 each. Guo Hao would also purchase some Bitcoin, but he wouldn't hold on to it for long. His focus lay elsewhere. He had numerous avenues to earn money, such as the stock market, where indices surged by over 100% between 2014 and 2015. For instance, investing in MiHoYo before the launch of Genshin Impact or in BYD before 2018, where investments casually doubled or even multiplied tenfold. Bitcoin was relatively safe initially, but as large capital entered the market and the mainland of Longguo banned virtual currency trading, it would become less appealing, even though it would continue to soar later, reaching a peak of $70,000 per coin. Of course, by that time, Bitcoin would be under the scrutiny of countless investors. For Guo Hao, it was clear that he could not hold onto a significant amount of Bitcoin. He would only retain a small portion for a short time, selling most after it peaked next year, while keeping a fraction for long-term security. With this thought in mind, Guo Hao and Wang Shi arrived at school. The campus buzzed with activity. Such was the routine of high school students in these times. Although the morning bell had yet to ring, the classroom was already filled with students, each beginning to peruse their textbooks in preparation for the day's lessons. With only 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination, both diligent and less diligent students alike could sense an intangible psychological pressure weighing upon them. Upon entering the classroom, Wang Shi and Guo Hao exchanged no further words and retreated to their respective seats. Guo Hao settled into his seat and greeted his deskmate before opening his English textbook. He reviewed some simple vocabulary and recited a few more challenging words. His vocabulary was quite commendable, having previously engaged in foreign trade in his former life. Yet, he still needed to familiarize himself with the high school English lexicon. Guo Hao had meticulously allocated his morning study time, the first half dedicated to memorizing and familiarizing himself with English words. while the latter half was reserved for reciting classical poetry and ancient texts. By the end of the morning self-study session, a new entry finally appeared on Guo Hao's system panel, Linguistics. It appeared that both Chinese and English fell under this classification. Linguistics, LV1 5901000. Perhaps due to his commendable English skills and his native proficiency in Chinese, the linguistics entry emerged at level 1, nearing level 2 with just 400 experience points remaining. Based on prior experience, attaining level 2 in linguistics might also enhance his intelligence. Perhaps he could even reap additional rewards. Without these system incentives, Guo Hao would have lacked the confidence to achieve a score exceeding 640 on the college entrance exam. As the self-study session concluded, Guo Hao stood up and followed Wang Shi to the restroom. After a swift visit, he returned to the classroom. Upon arrival, Guo Hao retrieved his second-year textbook. Seriously? A second-year textbook? Wang Shi exclaimed, astonished by Guo Hao's actions. What? Do I strike you as someone who enjoys jesting? Guo Hao replied calmly, casting a glance at Wang Shi. Chapter 10, Gossip. Wow you. Wang Shi gazed at Guo Hao in shock. It seemed that his companion was genuinely serious. Just the day before, Wang Shi had observed Guo Hao diligently studying throughout the day. When he had called him out to the internet cafe, Guo Hao had declined, likely absorbed in his studies. Wang Shi had initially thought that as the new week commenced, Guo Hao would begin to slack off, but to his surprise, he appeared even more earnest. Either you study hard with me, or, as I suggested, delve into Bitcoin research. Just don't disturb my studies. Guo Hao said tersely to Wang Shi. All right, Wang Shi replied, a hint of resignation on his face, pondering whether Guo Hao had suffered a concussion from that basketball incident or perhaps taken the wrong medication. Contemplating these thoughts, Wang Shi returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Guo Hao resumed his problem-solving and knowledge exploration. The primary focus of the second-year mathematics curriculum lay in real numbers and linear equations, alongside inequalities and systems of inequalities, all of which were vital content. Parallel and intersecting lines also constituted significant topics. The difficulty was not particularly high, but Guo Hao was only about 30% familiar with the material. As he delved into the content, the classroom bell chimed, signaling the beginning of chemistry class. Guo Hao temporarily set aside his mathematics book. He believed that self-studying the comprehensive sciences was not as effective as listening to the teacher's lecture while concurrently reviewing his materials. Upon entering, the chemistry teacher promptly instructed the class representative to distribute the previous month's exam papers. Guo Hao glanced at the paper in his hands, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. A mere 41 points. With a total of 100, he was far from passing. This time, your performance was dismal, and I won't waste words. With only 3 months until the college entrance exam, you should have a clear understanding of your situation. I've repeated the simple concepts of oxidation-reduction reactions countless times. How many times must I reiterate this? Yet you still don't grasp it. The chemistry teacher, a tall, slender, middle-aged man wearing dark glasses, was named Hu. Typically composed and refined, he seemed unusually irate this time, likely due to the abysmal exam results and the impending exam date. All right, pull out your papers. I will explain them again. As teacher who began to review the exam, Guo Hao found it challenging to concentrate. After all, these were memories from over a decade ago, and to make matters worse, he had not performed well in those subjects back then. After a short while, Guo Hao abandoned listening to the lecture. He began to peruse his chemistry book, correlating the topics discussed by the teacher, which ultimately helped him understand much more. The troublesome element periodic table, however, was entirely forgotten. He could only memorize it. Guo Hao silently recited the periodic table in his mind, grateful that in his past life he had committed it to memory. Reciting while recalling, the difficulty was not as daunting as he had imagined. After all, the periodic table required memorization of merely a couple of dozen elements, not the entirety. Class dismissed. The bell rang, prompting teacher Hu to cease his lecture, casting a stern look at the students. Ding. The host has diligently studied chemistry for 1 class period and gained 30 chemistry experience points. Guo Hao sighed inwardly. There was an overwhelming amount of material he needed to catch up on. When he had reincarnated, although he had contemplated studying diligently to enhance his academic standing, had it not been for the awakening of the system and the issuance of the golden task, he would have long since given up. After all, wasn't it more appealing to relax? His desire for financial freedom seemed exceedingly simple. However, the brain enhancement reward was simply too alluring. Some things could not be substituted for mere wealth. The crux lay in this system. If it could enhance his brain, could it not similarly strengthen his heart, bones, muscles, and internal organs? The system might very well be capable of achieving this. Such enhancements were beyond the reach of any amount of money. The second class was Chinese literature. Guo Hao continued to study the second-year mathematics curriculum. There was no alternative. His foundation was too weak, and mathematics was a crucial subject. So he had temporarily dedicated all his focus to it. After completing the second morning class, it was time for the long break, typically designated for physical exercises. The rain that day had led to the cancellation of such activities. Guo Hao stood up and stretched after over 3 hours of continuous study. Even he felt a bit restless and needed a break to refresh his mind. "Shigo, let us go to the restroom." Guo Hao called out to Wang Shi, who was still engrossed in his novel. "You go ahead. I don't need to," Wang Shi replied, too absorbed in the climax of his story to rise. Guo Hao chuckled and stood up. The high school building had a restroom on each floor. Upon arriving at the restroom on his level, Guo Hao found it crowded and merely shook his head before ascending to the upper floor, where the top students occupied the restrooms less frequently. As he reached the upper floor, a vacant stall was available. Just as he finished his business and prepared to descend, he overheard a group of girls gossiping. That arrogant girl, always acting so aloof. If one didn't know better, they might think she is some lofty saint. Just because she excels academically and has the school's backing, she really thinks she is something special. She is so unattractive and still tries to play the aloof card. It's laughable that any boy would find her appealing. Guo Hao paused, his brow furrowing slightly as he directed his gaze toward the adjacent girls' restroom, where a group of girls was gathered, engaged in idle chatter. Shen Luoyan walked past the group of girls with a stoic expression, completely indifferent to the topic they were discussing, even though they were deliberately speaking within earshot of her. Chapter 11. All trash. Observing this scene, Guo Hao pondered thoughtfully. The jealousy among girls was far more intense than he had anticipated. The reason Shen Luoyan had not experienced physical bullying was likely due to the school's protection. However, the psychological torment had probably never ceased. The more the school shielded her, the better her grades became, making the bullying increasingly conspicuous and unabashed. Unfortunately, psychological bullying was even more insidious, and even if the teachers wished to intervene, they might find themselves powerless. Moreover, Shen Luoyan had no friends at school, which meant she was essentially devoid of any protection. She was perpetually exposed to the intense jealousy of certain female classmates. At this thought, Guo Hao slightly furrowed his brow. Shen Luoyan's assistance would be invaluable to him, and he admired her resilient character. He could not simply turn a blind eye to her plight. Of course, a significant reason was that Guo Hao had his own trump card. His father's sworn brother was the captain of the security team, so he truly feared nothing in such situations. Otherwise, even as a reincarnator, he would be somewhat apprehensive when facing those local ruffians. In this era, those young troublemakers were not gentle. Without such a background, who would dare to intervene? You worthless wretches, aside from gossiping behind others' backs, what else can you do? With your meager abilities, you can only harbor jealousy and secrecy, pathetic fools. Guo Hao spoke with a hint of disdain. Who? The nearby girls were startled, turning their heads to see Guo Hao not far away. Who are you? The leading girl furrowed her brow slightly, finding Guo Hao unfamiliar. Does it matter who I am? I simply cannot tolerate your group of wastrels engaging in psychological bullying behind someone's back. Whether out of jealousy or disdain, if you have something to say, then say it openly, Guo Hao replied coldly, fixing his gaze on the leading girl. What does it matter to you whom we speak of, or what we say? Who the hell are you? If you have the guts, state your name, and don't rush off after school. The leading girl, Zhao Ying, was quite attractive and academically accomplished, but more importantly, she possessed exceptional social skills, being a well-known socialite at the school. Not only did the teachers at the school favor her, but she also had many admirers, both within and outside the school. Thus, Zhao Ying was akin to a queen bee among her peers, enjoying considerable influence. Guo Hao remembered Zhao Ying because, in his previous life, she had instigated a fight between two ruffians, resulting in one of them being killed. Consequently, she became the first student from their class to be incarcerated. A significant news story at the time, leaving a deep impression on Guo Hao. Zhao Ying, is it? Guo Hao recalled the girl before him, his expression unwavering. It is indeed me. Zhao Ying gazed coldly at Guo Hao. What? Are you scared? If you kneel before me now and bow 3 times, I might let you off this time. As she spoke, her friends erupted into laughter. Guo Hao's gaze toward Zhao Ying grew increasingly frigid. She truly was malicious. Just as Guo Hao was preparing to retaliate verbally, Shen Luoyan emerged from the restroom, her icy demeanor directed at Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying, if you dare to do anything, I will inform the principal. I shall have you expelled. Zhao Ying chuckled lightly, not bothering to elaborate, but casting a lingering glance at Guo Hao. Let us go. She instructed her friends, and the group of high school girls departed from the restroom. Observing their retreating figures, Shen Luoyan furrowed her brow as she approached Guo Hao. What are you doing here? The restroom downstairs was overflowing, so I came up, Guo Hao shrugged. You shouldn't have provoked them. Shen Luoyan sighed. Looking intently at Guo Hao, Zhao Ying has many ruffians backing her. It's true within the school and outside as well. So, you simply allow them to insult you? Guo Hao inquired, his gaze fixed on Shen Luoyan. What other choice do I have? Shen Luoyan's expression remained unchanged. They are deterred by the school as threats. Ultimately, they dare only to verbally abuse me, not to take any real action. Gazing at Shen Luoyan, Guo Hao felt a slight pang in his heart. This young girl truly had a difficult time at school, facing such adversity alone. Why don't you report their insults to the teachers? As soon as Guo Hao uttered this question, he regretted it, for he quickly grasped the reasoning behind her silence. The school's deterrent against them was merely expulsion. However, the threats they posed to him were far more severe. Moreover, even if he reported their insults, he lacked evidence, and the school would find it challenging to intervene. They couldn't constantly threaten expulsion, so it was better to maintain the status quo. Additionally, he feared that Zhao Ying might send ruffians to harass his grandparents. Shen Luoyan's expression remained unchanged. Guo Hao nodded in understanding. I see. Well then, you should head back. Don't involve yourself in this matter any further. Go home early this afternoon, and don't linger outside for too long. Shen Luoyan advised Guo Hao. Guo Hao nodded, his mind racing with thoughts of potential solutions. Additionally, at that moment, Shen Luoyan hesitated, looking earnestly at Guo Hao. Thank you. Huh? What? Guo Hao, lost in thought, was momentarily taken aback by Shen Luoyan's sudden gratitude. When he turned to look at her, she had already turned to leave. Watching her departing figure, Guo Hao sighed inwardly. Human hearts are inherently tender. Zhao Ying and her group relentlessly mocked and ridiculed Shen Luoyan, and no matter how resilient she appeared, she could not remain completely unaffected. At such times, no one dared to stand up for her, and this life of hers continued day after day. Guo Hao's appearance had indeed touched Shen Luoyan's heart. Reflecting on this, Guo Hao sighed softly as he turned to descend the stairs. Upon returning to the classroom, the lesson had yet to begin. Meanwhile, Wang Shi had already finished the climax of her novel and was seated at Guo Hao's desk. What are you doing sitting there? Guo Hao looked at Wang Shi with confusion. I was just searching your desk for something interesting to read. I finished my book. Wang Shi replied casually. What about you? Why did you take so long in the restroom? Were you doing number 2? Wang Shi asked curiously. No. Guo Hao shrugged. What were you doing? Wang Shi inquired. Puzzled. I saw Zhao Ying and her gang bullying Shen Luoyan and spoke up a bit. What? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Wang Shi immediately jumped up from Guo Hao's desk, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Guo Hao. Dude, when did you become so bold? You actually dared to offend Zhao Ying and her crew? Chapter 12. I have an uncle. So what if I did? Guo Hao replied nonchalantly. Hearing Guo Hao's words, Wang Shi looked him up and down with a peculiar expression. You know, I feel like you've changed. Guo Hao's heart skipped a beat. How so? Guo Hao asked, maintaining an impassive expression. Since that fateful day when a basketball struck you, you have transformed into a completely different person. In the past, you would play video games with me daily. Your demeanor was rather ordinary and somewhat sullen. Now, however, you have embarked on a fervent quest for knowledge. And you even dare to provoke someone like Zhao Ying? Wang Shi scrutinized Guo Hao with curiosity. What on earth is going on with you? Have you truly been transported from a web novel? What are you thinking? You should read fewer novels. Every day, you're just engrossed in those tales of time travel and cultivation. Guo Hao looked at Wang Shi with a face full of disbelief. Then share a memory that only the two of us know to prove your innocence. You really have some nerve, don't you? All right, Fine. Let us recall that time in our first year of high school when you almost soiled yourself. That's enough. Just as Guo Hao was about to reveal an embarrassing story about Wang Shi hurriedly covered Guo Hao's mouth. You passed the test. Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao with a hint of embarrassment. He was entirely oblivious to the depths of nostalgia and sorrow that flickered in Guo Hao's eyes. Silly boy. I haven't time traveled. I have been reborn. Then what accounts for your recent transformation? Wang Shi regarded Guo Hao with a puzzled expression. Surely you are aware of who Zhao Ying is? Of course I am. Guo Hao replied nonchalantly. Then why would you dare to provoke her? What if she sends her gang of brothers to ambush you outside of school and give you a thorough beating? Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao, a trace of concern evident in his gaze. After all, they were good friends. Teasing was one thing, but when it came to serious matters, Wang Shi would always stand by his buddy. I'll just handle it. Guo Hao shrugged. If they want to ambush me, it won't be so easy for them. Well, fine. Regardless, we are brothers. You and I have been through enough together over the years. Wang Shi declared to Guo Hao. Oh, please. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi, retorting, if I were to be stopped by some petty thugs and they told you to scram, you would probably run off in a hurry, leaving me to take the beating alone, wouldn't you? Guo Hao scoffed at Wang Shi. fully aware of his friend's character. Hee hee. Wang Shi scratched his head, a bit embarrassed as he replied to Guo Hao. How are we going to call the police to handle these thugs? Guo Hao rolled his eyes. Enough with the jokes. Let us be serious for a moment. Zhao Ying is truly a formidable character. She knows many people both inside and outside our school, and we should definitely be cautious after antagonizing her. How about I talk to my brother about the situation? He is also involved in the street scene and has some influence. After all, it's said that one can't always be a thief. One must also be prepared against thieves. No need for that. Guo Hao shook his head. They're just a bunch of petty thugs. My father has a brother who is the captain of the security team. If those little rascals dare to bully me, I would actually welcome it. Guo Hao smiled faintly. Without that background, Guo Hao would indeed feel some trepidation about provoking Zhao Ying, especially considering the risks involved with those reckless girls and thugs. If he were to inadvertently come to harm, that would truly be a significant loss. Holy cow! Wang Shi exclaimed in shock at Guo Hao. How have you kept this hidden so well? You actually have an uncle who is the captain of the security team? Impressive, wow. You never asked, did you? Guo Hao smiled faintly. Besides, when we were so low-key, playing games every day, I had no need to involve my uncle. True enough. Wang Shi nodded. You really do have connections. Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao with envy. Your parents are both employed by state-owned enterprises, and your father is even a leader. You certainly know many people. Wang Shi gazed at Guo Hao with eyes full of admiration. Guo Hao shrugged. Just then the bell rang. All right, class is starting. You should head back. Wang Shi nodded and turned to return to his seat. Guo Hao opened his book, continuing to work on exercises and familiarize himself with the material. At present, every moment was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, in the special class classroom, today was self-study, as the teacher had stepped out for some business. Shen Luoyan continued to work through her exercises. Zhao Ying approached and swapped seats with Shen Luoyan. Luoyan, not bad at all. You've even learned how to flirt with boys. Zhao Ying said with a smile, glancing at Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan remained motionless in her seat, engrossed in her study, completely ignoring Zhao Ying's presence. Zhao Ying's expression stiffened slightly. In the entire school, very few dared to disregard her like this. Shen Luoyan was a rather unique exception. Yet, Zhao Ying dared not act out against Shen Luoyan, not even raising her voice, for they were still in class. Any slightly excessive actions or words would surely be reported to the school authorities. She had already been warned once regarding her previous incident with Shen Luoyan. If it happened again, even if she weren't expelled, she might not be able to remain in the special class. Zhao Ying's grades were not particularly stellar. She had only managed to enter the special class due to her mother's connections at the school. At school, everyone feared her and afforded her respect. Only Shen Luoyan consistently treated her with indifference, and, ironically, her grades were far superior. What was more, she was exceptionally beautiful. Others might not notice, as Shen Luoyan always wore oversized uniforms, thick black frame glasses, and let her hair down, concealing her stunning features. However, Zhao Ying could discern from Shen Luoyan's fair and flawless skin, as well as her facial contours, that she was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty. Her academic performance surpassed Zhao Ying's by leaps and bounds. And more importantly, she remained utterly oblivious to Zhao Ying's attempts at friendship. As a woman who greatly valued her sense of presence, Zhao Ying's jealousy burned fiercely within her. Thus, she found herself creating unnecessary trouble. Hee hee, that boy's name is Guo Hao, right? Zhao Ying's lips curled into a slight smirk. He can't possibly be your relative, can he? If I were to incite others against him, would you still be able to report me to the school? Zhao Ying leaned in close to Shen Luoyan to whisper this. At that moment, Shen Luoyan finally reacted, her pen pausing ever so slightly. Chapter 13, Provocation. Zhao Ying slowly shifted closer, her gaze gleaming with triumph as she provocatively regarded Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan furrowed her brow, tilting her head slightly to look at Zhao Ying. What exactly do you want? What do I want? I don't wish for anything at all. Seeing that Shen Luoyan finally acknowledged her, Zhao Ying's smile grew even brighter. This Ice Queen has finally deigned to respond to me. This is victory. More importantly, Zhao Ying realized that Shen Luoyan seemed to care about that boy named Guo Hao. Having leverage is advantageous. What she feared was that Shen Luoyan would not have any matters or individuals of concern. This Shen Luoyan, at school, has no friends. Even if Zhao Ying wanted to threaten her, she would find it impossible. Any aggressive action against her would surely provoke a frenzy at the school. After all, Shen Luoyan was the top student in the school and the entire Gan City, destined for prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida. Such students are fiercely protected by the school. Zhao Ying would not dare to do anything out of line. Thus, she had always thought that Shen Luoyan was exceedingly difficult to deal with. But now things had changed. Now, she had someone to care about and something to concern herself with. If she were to take action against Guo Hao, an inconspicuous figure, surely Shen Luoyan would be unable to stop her. Would the school truly protect an unremarkable character like Guo Hao? As Zhao Ying contemplated this, a sense of contentment enveloped her. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as she gazed at Shen Luoyan. What I wish to do depends entirely on you. Join me for lunch at noon, she declared with a sense of ease before returning to her seat, swapping places once more. Shen Luoyan furrowed her brows tightly. Previously, she had regarded Zhao Ying as a mere nuisance, dismissing her snide remarks as if they were of no consequence. After all, no matter how antagonistic Zhao Ying became, she would never dare to lay a hand on her, which sufficed for Shen Luoyan. Moreover, without any friends at school, Zhao Ying had no means to manipulate those around her. However, the situation had shifted. Guo Hao, why did this fellow have to step in on her behalf? Couldn't he simply pretend not to know her? Shen Luoyan felt a flicker of irritation within her. Yet, it was too late to voice her grievances. Regardless of the circumstances, Guo Hao had come to her aid, whether by standing up for her or by offering to tutor her to improve her living conditions with her grandparents. She could not simply stand by and watch as Guo Hao faced bullying. But what was she to do? Shen Luoyan's brows knitted together in thought. Despite her intelligence, the current predicament left her feeling somewhat at a loss. The morning slipped away quietly. At noon, students at the first high school all dined on campus, as the cost of meals was included in their tuition fees, and each student was issued a meal card by the school. Shen Luoyan, as per her usual routine, queued up for her meal and was about to find a quiet corner to sit when she noticed Zhao Ying waving at her from the side. After a moment's hesitation, she carried her tray over to Zhao Ying's side. Were you all just standing around for? Make way for our school's top scholar, Zhao Ying said with a smile towards her group of friends. The other girls, grinning, glanced at Shen Luoyan and moved aside, granting her a seat. Shen Luoyan settled down before Zhao Ying and placed her tray on the table. What will it take for you to leave Guo Hao alone? Shen Luoyan asked pointedly. That depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, naturally, I would prefer to avoid any violence, Zhao Ying replied, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Shen Luoyan. I never imagined that this icy facade of yours would melt for a boy. How intriguing. If this news were to spread, the reactions would certainly be amusing. The reactions of others are of no concern to you. A harlot is a harlot. Your true nature is utterly repugnant. Just then, a voice interrupted from nearby. Both Zhao Ying and Shen Luoyan turned to see Guo Hao standing by the table with his tray. Move aside, Guo Hao coldly instructed one of Zhao Ying's sycophants. You. The girl glared at Guo Hao, but as her gaze met his indifferent expression and frigid eyes, a sense of unease washed over her. Being a student, she hesitated and ultimately relinquished her seat. Guo Hao boldly took her place at the table. Zhao Ying, I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, send someone to confront me. A pack of maggots dares to threaten me? How amusing. Guo Hao jeered, his eyes betraying a profound disdain. Such women had always irked him, both in this life and the last. You, Zhao Ying, incensed by Guo Hao's words, fixed him with a furious stare. After a moment, she forced a laugh through her rage. All right. I hope your body is as tough as your tongue. Let us go. She commanded her entourage, and with that, they departed. You shouldn't have crossed her, Shen Luoyan remarked after watching Zhao Ying's retreating figure in silence for a moment. Every moment is precious for you now. Your focus should be on studying. Your foundation is fragile, and entangling yourself with such people will not benefit your education. Rest assured, I'm well aware of what I'm doing, Guo Hao replied with a smile, mildly surprised by Shen Luoyan's concern. This girl was famously aloof throughout the school, having no friends and rarely engaging in anything beyond academics, devoid of any excess emotions. He had not expected her to voice such thoughts. I am merely concerned for your studies, as I am your tutor. I promised your mother to teach you well, and I am being compensated for it, Shen Luoyan stated calmly, fixing her gaze on Guo Hao. Fine, I understand, Guo Hao said, his expression shifting slightly as he regarded Shen Luoyan. You need not worry about Zhao Ying. My uncle is the captain of the security team, and I will discuss this matter with him. A mere group of delinquents is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Shen Luoyan remained silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement, observing the icy beauty before him. Guo Hao smiled and chose not to speak further. The two finished their meals in a contemplative silence before departing. As Guo Hao proceeded to wash his tray, he was playfully punched by Wang Shi. Hey, when did you manage to befriend Shen Luoyan? I heard from the girls in our class that she's an absolute stunner. It's a shame she is a bit too cold. I never expected you to quietly hit it off with her. Shut up, Guo Hao retorted irritably. It's about this morning. Zhao Ying was threatening Shen Luoyan. I merely told her not to worry. You idiot. What kind of twisted thoughts do you have? Wang Shi replied with an exaggerated understanding. Guo Hao, uninterested in the banter, headed straight to the sink to wash his dishes. Afterward, the two returned to their classroom. Hand me your phone. You're not planning to use it here, are you? Guo Hao asked. Wang Shi instinctively glanced around, ensuring no teachers were present before heaved a sigh of relief. What are you afraid of? The lunch bell hasn't rung yet. The teachers want tea come here. Relax. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi's antics. This guy was so timid, yet insisted on bringing his phone to school. All right, hurry up. And don't let the teacher catch you. Wang Shi carefully retrieved a basic mobile phone from the corner of his drawer and handed it to Guo Hao. Guo Hao looked at Wang Shi's cautious actions with exasperation. After receiving the phone, Guo Hao first called his father, explaining the situation before easily obtaining his uncle's number. After a brief conversation with his uncle, Guo Hao clarified the reason for his call. With his uncle's swift agreement, Guo Hao felt a sense of relief. There was no need for the captain of the security team to personally intervene with these petty delinquents. A mere word from him would suffice. If those troublemakers dared to act, they would be courting disaster. All right, it's done. Guo Hao tossed the phone back to Wang Shi, who caught in a hurry. You're impressive. Most people would be flustered in this situation. Having connections is beneficial, Wang Shi remarked enviously as he put the phone away. What's there to envy? Now, I need to study. Don't disturb me, Guo Hao said directly to Wang Shi. Damn it, you. Wang Shi glared at Guo Hao. But Guo Hao remained unfazed as he pulled out a book from his drawer and resumed studying. After a morning of learning, Guo Hao had already grasped 60% of the material for the second semester of his second year. At present, Guo Hao found his learning pace considerably slower than before. He was eager to determine whether he could master the entirety of the second semester's knowledge points for the 8th grade before the day concluded. Guo Hao was determined to complete his junior high studies swiftly, as he was acutely aware that a plethora of knowledge awaited him in the future. Yet his time was dwindling. He opened a section on parallel lines and intersecting lines and resumed working through practice problems. Ding! The notification chimed in Guo Hao's ears, indicating that he had diligently studied for over 50 hours, earning 120 points of mathematics experience. As he continued his studies until 3 in the afternoon, the system's alert resonated in his ears. Does the system truly implement such achievements? What I need right now are some side missions. Guo Hao grumbled internally. Just then, another mechanical voice from the system pierced through his thoughts, acknowledging his serious study state. It triggered a limited-time reward task to achieve a 100 completion rate of 9th grade mathematics within 1 week. The reward was 1 entry for a beginner's lottery and 1,000 points of mathematics experience. The system's notification instantly sparked a glimmer of excitement in Guo Hao's eyes. His inner complaints had evidently borne fruit. The system had indeed issued him a new task, and the rewards were quite generous. Achieving a 100 completion rate in junior high mathematics within 1 week was somewhat challenging, but for Guo Hao, it was not an insurmountable task. He resumed his studies. Having already reviewed all the knowledge points for the 8th grade, Guo Hao's grasp of the material was still not particularly strong. He relied on practicing problems to address his weak points. Of course, compared to the average student, he seemed to possess an advantage akin to having a cheat code, as he was able to track his textbook completion progress, while others could only practice endlessly, remaining unaware of their mastery. Guo Hao had the ability to observe his advancement. This alone felt like a significant advantage. By the end of the afternoon, Guo Hao had pushed his learning progress for the second semester to 80. His efficiency was commendable. At this rate, he might not require a full week, perhaps just 3 days to complete his 9th grade mathematics studies. At 5 o'clock, the final self-study session concluded, and they had an hour and a half before their evening class commenced at 6:30. Generally, except for the boarding students, day students would opt to return home for a meal or dine outside during this interval. Let us go, Wang Shi said to Guo Hao. All right. Guo Hao closed his practice book, glancing at the densely filled exercise book. Wang Shi cast a sidelong glance, but quickly realized it was merely the 8th grade workbook. By the way, Howsy, if you're going to study seriously, you should start from the first year of high school. You've been grinding through junior high math for days. What's the point? We aren't even taking junior high math anymore. By the time you reach high school, won't we all be preparing for college entrance exams? I really don't understand the purpose of all this, Wang Shi expressed, somewhat exasperated. What do you know? A building's foundation must be solid. Otherwise, it will inevitably collapse when constructed. What I'm doing now is laying that foundation, Guo Hao retorted. But we are preparing for college entrance exams. Wang Shi shot back, rolling his eyes. It's not like we're building a skyscraper. Guo Hao shrugged. Let us go home. The two bantered as they left the classroom. Guo Hao relished this camaraderie. This was the essence of youth. They playfully made their way to the bike shed, riding their bicycles amidst the throng of students as they departed from the school. As they approached a narrow alley, a crowd of people suddenly appeared ahead of Guo Hao and Wang Shi, prompting them to slow their bicycles to a halt. "Look, trouble's brewing," Wang Shi remarked, a hint of resignation in his gaze as he looked at Guo Hao. "Don't worry, it'll clear up soon. Just wait a moment," Guo Hao replied with a slight smile. "Are you Guo Hao?" At that moment, a young man clad in a black jacket adorned with sequins swaggered forward, a cigarette dangling from his lips and a metal rod in hand, flanked by his entourage. "Yes, that's me. What seems to be the issue, my friend?" Guo Hao replied calmly, betraying little emotion as he faced the brash individual. "Zhao Ying asked me to send her regards. Step over here," the young man boasted arrogantly, nostrils flaring as he shouted at Guo Hao. Just as Guo Hao was about to respond, a commotion erupted nearby. "Drop your weapons." Several officers in caps approached, sternly addressing the group of unruly youths. The leader of the gang immediately panicked. "What's going on? How did the police arrive so quickly?" "Hands on your heads. All of you squat down," commanded the lead officer. Although the ruffians contemplated fleeing, the authority of the police left them no choice but to obediently discard their metal rods and squat down with their hands on their heads. The gang leader, too, dared not utter another word, following suit. As a few officers drew closer, Guo Hao called out, "Uncle Li, look at you. It's been over half a month since we last met, and you seem to have lost weight. Make sure to eat more." Captain Li Xing chuckled as he addressed Guo Hao. "Thank you for your assistance, Uncle Li," Guo Hao replied with a smile. "This is hardly a trouble. It's my duty, especially since high school students are our primary focus for protection." Li Xing remarca jubiedi. The gang members stared in shock at Guo Hao, who was conversing so amicably with Captain Li Xing. They were all too familiar with the precinct captain, as he was a regular presence on the streets. While they might not recognize many people, they certainly recognized the captain. After all, they encountered him daily. Knowing him was essential to avoid spending time in a detention center, a fate they all dreaded. Never did they expect that this seemingly inconspicuous individual they sought to confront was well acquainted with the precinct captain, and their relationship appeared to be quite cordial. "Zhao Ying, oh Zhao Ying, you've truly put me in a bind. Zan xin inwali lamente." Offending the precinct captain could lead to dire consequences. With this thought, Zhang Exine mustered his courage, slightly lifting his head as he addressed Li Xing and Guo Hao. "Brother Guo, Captain Li, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't come here to trouble Brother Guo today. Is it not a trouble if you come with so many people and armed with iron rods?" Li Xing raturta kulli. "Captain, I swear this is a misunderstanding," Zhang Exine stammered, attempting to placate the officer. Observing Zhang Exine, Guo Hao couldn't help but smirk. An idea formed in his mind as he slowly approached Zhang Exine and crouched down. "So, Zhao Ying, that wretched girl, sent you to stir up trouble for me, didn't she?" Guo Hao smiled at Zhang Exine. Zhang Exine's expression stiffened momentarily as he hesitated before nodding slightly, a glimmer of pleading in his eyes. "Brother Guo, we have no enmity between us. If you let me go this time, I promise never to trouble you again. Moreover, if you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out." Zhang Xin whisper outset the. Guo Hao's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a faint smile. "No need to rush. I primarily want to discuss something with you. As for what happens next, you can decide for yourself. Please go on." Zhang Exine's tone had undergone a noticeable transformation. "You see, that wretched Zhao Ying has entangled herself with numerous students at school, hasn't she? To my knowledge, several top scholars from our school are her clandestine lovers. Moreover, outside of school, if I recall correctly, she's been flirting with Chun Yi from Dongsheng, aside from you. As for any other connections, I'm not entirely sure. However, despite Zhao Ying's less-than-privileged background, she spends lavishly. How much have you given her? Do you suppose she has other sources of income?" Guo Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. He observed with clarity that with each word he uttered, Zhang Exine's expression grew increasingly grim, the shadows in his gaze deepening. "Enough, my brother Zhang Exine, I've said all that needs to be said. I can only tell you that Zhao Ying is quite adept at concealing her true self. Working for a woman like her, she might offer you a taste of sweetness, but she could just as easily extend the same indulgence to others. The question remains whether you can tolerate that." Guo Hao cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Exine. "Let's be off now, Uncle Li." Li Xing had been watching the entire exchange, his gaze toward Guo Hao filled with admiration. "So, are you not going to pursue those little ruffians?" Li Xing deliberately inquired of Guo Hao. "Uncle, those young men did not lay a finger on me. They merely strayed onto the wrong path. Let us give them a pass this time. If they dare to act against me again, you could detain them then. Let us consider this matter resolved for now. Shall we?" "Very well." Li Xing feigned a look of hesitation, furrowing his brow. "Since it's you, Haozi, who is interceding, we shall let it be for today. You all may leave. Thank you, officer. The small gang of ruffians, upon hearing they would not be dealt with, immediately displayed expressions of relief. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards my nephew, for he is the one advocating for your release. Otherwise, I would have ensured you spent 7 days in confinement. Li Xing glutted. Yes, yes. Thank you, Brother Guo Hao. As they hurried to leave, Zhang Xian. Suddenly, Li Xing spoke up. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively halted. Captain, do you have further instructions? Zhang Xian asked, somewhat apprehensively. I do not wish for anyone within the confines of Gancheng to bully Guo Hao. He is my nephew. Do you understand? Li Xing looked deeply into Zhang Xian's eyes. Yes, yes. Understand. Zhang Xin not det vigo du xin. Good, now be gone. With that, Zhang Xian hurriedly led his gang away, scurrying from the alley. At this moment, Li Xing turned to Guo Hao, his face adorned with a smile. This evening, I'll treat you and your classmate to a meal. Call your parents. All right, uncle. Guo Hao nodded with a smile, as his father had a good rapport with Li Xing, and in a sense, they were family friends. This uncle would almost every year come to the Guo household for New Year's festivities. After making a phone call to his parents to explain the situation, Li Xing took Guo Hao and Wang Shi to a nearby hotel, ordering several dishes. Once the food arrived at the table, How have you been? Have you been studying well lately? Li Xing asked with a smile, casually inquiring. Yes, uncle. Oh. Li Xing looked at Guo Hao with keen interest. Have you not been visiting the internet cafe recently? Chapter 16. Shameless. Wretched woman. Li Xing was well aware that Guo Hao frequented the internet cafe daily. He had previously tried to catch him, but unfortunately, Guo Hao always managed to evade him, even switching cafes and arguing with Li Xing and his father on a couple of occasions. Eventually, Guo's father had advised Li Xing to cease his investigations, leading to a significant relaxation in the management of Guo Hao. Hearing the teasing tone in Li Xing's voice, Guo Hao's face flushed slightly. I was rather immature back then, but I assure you, I'm truly focused on my studies now. Haha, your father mentioned it. Li Xing smiled, looking at Guo Hao with a sense of nostalgia. At last, you've matured. Guo Hao's face grew a shade warmer. Have I matured? Perhaps that can be the case. If it weren't for my rebirth, I would still be the same as before, lost in the world of online games, living in a haze. Regardless, it's good to know you've grown up. Li Xing chocolat. Just then, the dishes arrived. Come, let us eat. Since you've matured, focus on your studies. If you don't pass the college entrance exam this year, it's no matter. We can always try again next year, after all. We have a means to do so. Li Xing spoke to Guo Hao with a smile. Guo Hao nodded earnestly. As they chatted and dined, Wang Shi remained silent, merely focusing on his meal. After finishing their meal, Li Xing had official matters to attend to and left first. Phew! Watching Li Xing's retreating figure, Wang Shi exhaled deeply, casting a disgruntled glance at Guo Hao. Damn, that scared the life out of me. What are you afraid of? Guo Hao looked at Wang Shi curiously. Wang Shi rolled his eyes at Guo Hao. Have you completely forgotten? We were once caught by him while online together. I initially thought he was just a police relative of yours, but it turns out he is the captain of the security team. Goodness. Did you not notice how he looked at me just now? I was so frightened I couldn't utter a word. Oh, indeed. Guo Hao chuckled sheepishly. He patted Wang Shi on the shoulder. All right, he has gone now. You managed to snag a free meal. Let's head back to school. Wang Shi shot Guo Hao a look. The two left the restaurant, riding their bicycles back to school. Meanwhile, at the school, Shen Luoyan, I knew you would be here. Zhao Ying gazed at Shen Luoyan, who was munching on a cold steamed bun in the classroom, her face adorned with a mocking smile. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your beloved is getting beaten outside, yet here you are, calmly munching on a bun. Truly, a person of cold disposition. Zhao Ying's lips curled slightly as she stood before Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan's expression remained unchanged as she continued to chew on her bun, engrossed in her book. Observing Shen Luoyan's composure, a flicker of anger flashed in Zhao Ying's eyes. Heh, you seem rather unflappable. Soon, you may find yourself in need of my assistance. With that, Zhao Ying turned and exited the classroom. It was only as Zhao Ying turned away that Shen Luoyan lifted her head, watching Zhao Ying's retreating figure, a hint of concern flickering in her gaze. Is that Guo Hao truly all right? Although he mentioned having an uncle in the police force if he gets stopped, wouldn't he still be beaten? Shen Luoyan's heart was heavy with worry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Ying received a call from Zhang Xian and excitedly left the school. In an alley outside the school, a group of unruly youths lounged about, while Zhang Xian stood nearby. Zhao Ying approached him with a smile. Brother Xian, how did it go? Were you able to capture the scene of Guo Hao getting beaten? Zhao Ying asked with barely concealed excitement. At that moment, Zhang Xian turned to face her, his expression devoid of emotion. Noticing something amiss in Zhang Xian's demeanor, Zhao Ying felt a pang of unease and cautiously asked, "Brother Exan, is something wrong?" Zhang Xian stared at Zhao Ying with an inscrutable expression, fixing his gaze on her face as he calmly stated, "Zhao Ying, come spend the night with me." Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Zhao Ying felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She forced a smile and replied, "Brother Xian, didn't I tell you? My parents are home, and if I stay out overnight, they'll all have my head. Please bear with me for now. Once my parents go on a business trip or during a holiday, you can do whatever you wish." Zhao Ying said, her cheeks flushed. Observing Zhao Ying's demeanor, Zhang Xian's eyes turned cold. Why is it impossible with me, yet possible with Chun-Yi? Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Zhao Ying's heart jolted with surprise. What was going on? Did Zhang Xian uncover something? How much did he know about her affair with Chun-Yi? Xian Ge, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhao Ying forced a smile, trying to mask her discomfort as she looked at Zhang Xian before her. At that moment, Zhang Xian had already stepped closer, his gaze icy. He delivered a sharp slap to Zhao Ying's face. "You wretched creature, don't think for a second that your escapades with Chun-Yi are hidden from me. You shameless harlot, flitting about with men, and when trouble arises, you expect me to clean up your mess. You hesitate to move out with me, yet you're so eager to seek my help. Damn it, you bitch." Zhang Xian glared coldly at Zhao Ying. "Let us go." He refrained from mentioning Guo Hao to Zhao Ying. After leaving Guo Hao, Zhang Xian had sought information about Zhao Ying, and the more he learned, the angrier he became. Realizing he had been a fool all along, this woman was utterly devoid of shame, flirting with countless men, and he had no idea how many she had been involved with. Zhang Xian's anger morphed into a deep-seated resentment toward Zhao Ying. In this situation, how could he possibly warn her about Guo Hao's formidable background? In fact, he wished for Zhao Ying to provoke Guo Hao further, hoping she would be crushed under his heel. "Let us go," Zhang Xian shouted to his gang of miscreants. They all exited the alley, leaving Zhao Ying alone. Hatred simmered in her eyes as she watched Zhang Xian's retreating figure, one hand pressed against her cheek. "Bah!" Zhao Ying spat. "You stupid fool. How dare you strike me? I will make you regret this, absolutely." With those words, she left the alley, her gaze still filled with animosity. Back in class, Zhao Ying's spirits were low, and she did not respond to Shun Luoyan's inquiries. "What's wrong? Ying, you look unwell." "Yes, Ying, what's the matter? Your face seems a bit flushed. Did something happen? Aren't you supposed to confront Zhang Xian about Guo Hao?" As soon as Zhao Ying sat down, her friends surrounded her, bombarding her with questions. "Get away. Just leave me alone." Zhao Ying, in a foul mood, dismissed her friends. The surrounding girls, sensing Zhao Ying's distress, hesitated and quietly departed. Chapter 17. The astonished English teacher, while Zhao Ying fumed, plotting her revenge against Guo Hao and Zhang Xian, Guo Hao was diligently studying. He had a time-sensitive task at hand, to achieve 100% completion of the junior high mathematics curriculum within a week. Accomplishing this would elevate his math proficiency to level 2, thereby enhancing his intellectual capabilities. If he succeeded in this endeavor, he would have a stronger foundation for his golden tasks. His current progress was commendable, primarily because junior high material was relatively straightforward, and some of the knowledge was already nestled in the recesses of his mind. The learning process was interwoven with fragmented memories. However, studying remained an arduous task. Despite Guo Hao being able to track his progress, he was compelled to continuously solve problems to improve his understanding. He was fervently engaged in this repetitive exercise. With a targeted approach to problem solving, his advantage lay in having a clear direction, as he could see his grasp of the material. Yet, upon reaching the final 10% of his progress, he encountered the same bottlenecks as any ordinary student. Subsequent improvements would become increasingly sluggish, and he could only solidify and expand his knowledge through relentless practice. Guo Hao was currently entrenched in this cycle. In fact, he was so engrossed in his work that he failed to notice the English teacher at the podium discussing the recent monthly exam paper. Guo Hao was utterly absorbed in his studies, having completed 95% of the second-year mathematics curriculum. His goal was to achieve full completion before evening self-study, after which he intended to delve into the third-year mathematics material. According to Shun Luoyan's notes, the difficulty of third-year material escalated significantly compared to second-year. Mastering third-year mathematics would facilitate a seamless transition into high school mathematics, making it much more manageable. After all, third-year students began to learn basic geometry, circles, functions, and quadratic functions, all of which directly correlated with high school mathematics. Thus, many students found the first-year material relatively easy, the second year slightly more challenging, but by third year, the difficulty surged dramatically. Understanding triangles was less challenging than circles. Guo Hao needed to allocate ample time for third-year mathematics. However, his intense focus set him apart among the other students in the classroom. The English teacher, Wang Yi, noticed Guo Hao's behavior clearly. Guo Hao. Wang Yi suddenly halted her lecture, calling out to him. Guo Hao, deeply engrossed in his work, did not hear and continued solving problems. His classmates turned their gazes toward him, while his deskmate, Wang Lijuan, nudged him. The English teacher is calling you, she whispered urgently. Startled, Guo Hao quickly stood up. Did you call for me, teacher? He asked, slightly bewildered as he looked at Wang Yi. She approached him slowly. Were you so busy with it you can't even listen to the lecture? There are less than 100 days until the college entrance examination. Do you think your score of 73 in English is sufficient to skip class and learning? Wang Yi's expression was stern as she reached Guo Hao's desk, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. Transformational junior high mathematics must solve problems? Wang Yi picked up the problem set in front of Guo Hao, her tone laced with mockery. What is this? Instead of practicing high school mathematics, you're busy with junior high exercises? Planning to repeat junior high and take the high school entrance exam again? Sorry, you might be too old for that. Laughter erupted from the surrounding students at Wang Yi's sarcastic remarks, feeling the barrage of ambiguous glances and laughter from all sides. Guo Hao remained unfazed. Such ridicule held little weight for someone who had been in business for many years. Teacher Wang, I'm working on junior high problems because I feel my foundation is lacking, so I plan to reinforce it from the basics. After all, a shaky foundation can lead to disastrous outcomes. If I'm not mistaken, you've said something similar before, Guo Hao calmly retorted. Wang Yi's expression shifted. Is this your reason for solving junior high math problems during English class? Because I believe your English is acceptable, but your math is too weak. So you thought of starting with that? Guo Hao replied evenly. Acceptable? 73 is acceptable? Wang Yi scoffed. Fine, let us assume you're doing well. I'll test you. Dare to speak English with me? Without any warning, Wang Yi addressed Guo Hao in English. No problem. In his previous life, Guo Hao had studied business English extensively and had excelled at it. How could he possibly fear the oral assessments conducted by his English teacher? The two engaged in rapid exchanges in English, their conversation accelerating with each passing moment, peppered with an array of advanced vocabulary and sophisticated grammar. After a while, Teacher Wang gazed at Guo Hao with evident astonishment. He had seldom paid attention to this student who not only had poor grades, but also maintained a low profile, seemingly devoid of presence. To his surprise, Guo Hao was capable of conversing with him in English at such a remarkable level. Where had he acquired such advanced vocabulary and grammar? Moreover, his speed and fluency, as well as his listening comprehension, not only met but exceeded the requirements for the CET-4 exam. So why had he only scored 73 points in the last monthly assessment? There had been no prior indication of his proficiency in English. Teacher Wang was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the other students were left in awe as they witnessed the exchange between Wang and Guo Hao, especially as Guo Hao spoke confidently in English, his fluency completely upending the classmates' perception of him. Enough, Teacher Wang announced in Chinese, signaling the end of the English conversation. His gaze towards Guo Hao had transformed entirely. From our recent dialogue, I discern that your spoken English and vocabulary are quite impressive, and your listening skills are commendable. Yet, why did you only score 73 points in the last exam? How did you arrive at those incorrect answers? Chapter 18 felt somewhat surreal. Teacher Wang pointed to the errors on Guo Hao's exam paper, his eyes filled with curiosity as he turned to Guo Hao. Guo Hao glanced at the mistakes, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Indeed, several of the errors were quite elementary. At that time, he had been disinterested in studying and had answered the exam haphazardly. However, he was now committed to diligent study. Guo Hao spoke earnestly to Teacher Wang. Very well. Teacher Wang nodded. In my class, as long as you remain silent, you may do as you please. However, if you fail to achieve 120 points in the next monthly exam, you shall be obliged to attend my lessons. Understood, teacher, Guo Hao replied as he took his seat. Teacher Wang cast a deep, contemplative glance at Guo Hao. Never before had a high school student left such a profound impression on him. Guo Hao's English was exceedingly fluent, with advanced vocabulary effortlessly surfacing in their conversation, giving Teacher Wang the sensation of communicating with a business elite. Coupled with Guo Hao's youthful visage, it evoked an indescribable feeling within him. The classmates, observing the back-and-forth exchange of English between Teacher Wang and Guo Hao, were utterly mesmerized. Was this truly the Guo Hao they knew? His English was astonishingly proficient. The scene resembled something out of a television drama. All right, let's return to the exam paper. Teacher Wang had now reached the podium, his words snapping the students back to reality. Still, a few couldn't help but sneak glances at Guo Hao. Guo Hao resumed his practice. Wang Lijuan nudged Guo Hao, prompting him to turn. With admiration written across her face, she exclaimed, "You're amazing. Just average." Guo Hao replied with a modest smile. "Pay attention in class. I need to continue my practice." After a brief exchange with Wang Lijuan, he returned to his work. For Guo Hao, this was merely a minor interlude. Initially, he had been quite keen to relish his youth. But the emergence of the system and the golden tasks had compelled him to forego that option. Youth was intriguing, yet not the most captivating pursuit. The enhancement of his intellect, however, imagine a version of himself several times more intelligent, was a tantalizing prospect. Guo Hao was filled with curiosity. In order to fulfill the golden task, his mind was solely focused on practicing questions and memorizing key concepts. During a break in the evening self-study session, many classmates couldn't resist casting their gazes towards Guo Hao. Wang Shi approached him, exclaiming, "Wow, how can you be so handsome? When did your English become so good?" Wang Shi's eyes were wide with astonishment as he addressed Guo Hao. Guo Hao paused, giving Wang Shi an annoyed glare. "Why the sudden excitement? It's just English. You've never shown any interest in whether I'm good at it before." With that, Guo Hao rolled his eyes. Wang Shi chuckled sheepishly. "But you barely passed your last English exam. Anyone would be shocked to see such a sudden display of proficiency. Did you not notice Teacher Wang's expression? He was truly impressed. You're incredible," Wang Shi said excitedly. "All right, is there anything else? If not, return to your studies. I need to continue practicing." Guo Hao felt a sense of calm within himself. Such occurrences hardly stirred any waves in his heart, considering he had endured considerable trials in his past life. This was merely a trivial matter. After a brief conversation, the class bell rang, and Wang Shi returned to his seat. Guo Hao resumed his practice. Enduring the monotonous process required immense willpower, yet he persevered. Each time he felt on the verge of giving up, he would recall the enticing rewards promised by the system, which served as his greatest motivation. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully achieved a 100 completion rate in the second year of mathematics. You have earned a vitality potion and 100 mathematics experience points. With half a class period remaining before the evening study session concluded, Guo Hao had finally advanced his learning progress in the 2 second-year mathematics books to 100. He sighed with relief as he looked at the nearly completed problems before him. In truth, he had only worked through about 60% of the exercises in the second-year mathematics guidebook. Nevertheless, the system indicated that his learning progress had reached 100. For others, it would have been impossible to accurately gauge their own learning progress. Even if they felt they had studied sufficiently, they would remain uncertain. Most would at least complete all the exercises in the guide, possibly even tackling an additional book. Guo Hao was able to save that portion of time entirely. With half a class period still available, he did not rush to begin studying third-year mathematics. Although time was tight, Guo Hao felt no urgency regarding this half period. He casually picked up the English book beside him. To be honest, since his rebirth, he had yet to examine a high school mathematics book. His previous focus had been on business English, and he was somewhat curious about the differences between business English and high school English. Would he be able to score above 120 points in the next monthly exam? As he opened the English book, it began with simple vocabulary and sentences, followed by basic grammar. Guo Hao swiftly skimmed through these sections, finding them relatively easy, but as he progressed towards the latter parts, he encountered more challenging grammar. Yet, even these posed no difficulty for him. After finishing one volume of the English book, Guo Hao opened a practice paper. His reading speed in English far surpassed that of the average high school student. Before the evening study session concluded, he had completed an English practice paper, excluding the listening and composition sections. If the monthly exam paper resembled this one, achieving a score of 120 should not be too challenging. Guo Hao set down his pen, feeling a slight sense of relief. It seemed that his rebirth had not been entirely disadvantageous. There are still advantageous subjects. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang. Guo Hao casually tidied up his desk and left the school alongside Wang Shi. Upon returning home, after finishing his late-night snack, Guo Hao immediately retreated to his room. After consuming an energy potion, he opened his third-year mathematics textbook. Meanwhile, in the living room, Guo's mother gazed at the spotless bowls and chopsticks before her, her eyes reflecting a tinge of anxiety. "Oh, Lao Guo, do you think something has spurred how to take his studies seriously? I still find it hard to believe. His transformation over the past few days has been truly remarkable." Chapter 19. Invest in Bitcoin. The more the merrier. Upon hearing Guo's mother's words, Guo's father, who had been handling documents nearby, paused and turned to her with a smile. "Your son has matured. He's begun to study diligently. Why then should you be so apprehensive? It would be acceptable if Hao were gradually starting to put in effort, but his change has been so drastic, a complete 180-degree turn. The difference from before is astounding," Guo's mother lamented, a flicker of concern in her gaze. We really have no idea what he experienced prior. Don't worry. Guo's father reassured her with a smile. He growing up, it's entirely normal for him to have his own thoughts. You needn't fret. He becoming an adult. Guo's father reflected. Last night, I spoke with Li Xing, and he had nothing but praise for Hao Hao. He said that Hao Hao now handles matters with the maturity of an adult. With just a few pointers, he deftly maneuvers through challenges, displaying remarkable skill. By the way, I forgot to ask, what happened with Hao Hao encountering those thugs in the afternoon? Guo's mother inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Hao Hao mentioned that a girl from their school was bullying Shen Luoyan, so he stepped in to intervene. However, that girl seems to have connections with many thugs both inside and outside of school, threatening Hao Hao and Shen Luoyan. Consequently, Hao Hao called us. Oh, how is Luoyan faring? Guo's mother asked anxiously, looking at Guo's father. Rest assured, after all, Shen Luoyan is a top student from the first high school. No one would dare harm her. That girl typically resorts to verbal bullying, so Shen Luoyan is fine. It was only Hao Hao who was cornered by those thugs right after leaving school, but Li Xing and his crew arrived promptly. I see, Guo's mother nodded. What makes Li Xing hold Hao Hao in such high regard? Guo's father smiled as he responded. It seems Hao Hao not only adeptly leveraged Li Xing's influence, but also subtly stirred the relationship between that thug and the girl from school. He executed it quite well. I see, Guo's mother nodded again, her eyes reflecting a sense of wonder. It appears that Hao Hao has indeed changed significantly over these past 2 years. Unbeknownst to Guo Hao, who was diligently focused on his studies, his parents were engaged in this conversation. The mathematics of third year was considerably more challenging. However, with Shen Luoyan's notes at his disposal, it proved to be a great help. Even so, Guo Hao's pace of learning had noticeably slowed. Despite the effects of the energy potion, his comprehension was still markedly diminished compared to his previous studies in second-year mathematics. After 2 hours, he had managed to cover only about 8% of the material. At this rate, completing the entire curriculum within a week would still pose a significant challenge. Feeling a sharp pang in his head, Guo Hao realized the effects of the energy potion had worn off. Rubbing his face, he carelessly packed away his books, turned off the desk lamp, and lay down on his bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. The next day unfolded like any other, with him rising, washing up, and exiting his room with his backpack. After breakfast, Guo Hao left home and swiftly arrived at school with Wang Shi. By the way, how's he? Wang Shi began. The Bitcoin you mentioned the other day, I took the time to research it. ISNT is just a string of network code. It's selling for quite a high price. It currently goes for $3. Just a mere string of code is worth more than 20 bucks. It's utterly absurd. As they walked toward their classroom, Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao with confusion. Are you sure you want me to invest in this? Absolutely. And I recommend you buy through legitimate channels. Acquire as much as you can, Guo Hao replied calmly. More is better? Wang Shi asked, his expression increasingly bewildered. Indeed, the more, the merrier, Guo Hao affirmed. By the end of the year, you'll understand why I say this. No, more accurately, by June, you'll realize my reasoning. Is that so? Wang Shi pondered. Do you really have such faith in Bitcoin? Trust me, just buy it, sell half by the end of the year, and keep the rest close, Guo Hao said with a slight smile. Wang Shi's eyes reflected a hint of hesitation. At that moment, Guo Hao had already taken long strides toward the classroom. Hey! Wang Shi, deep in thought, quickly followed Guo Hao's retreating figure. The two soon returned to their classroom. After placing their belongings, Guo Hao retrieved the periodic table of elements and classical Chinese poetry from his desk, having realized that he could likely maintain his English vocabulary for the college entrance examination. Guo Hao focused his early morning studies primarily on the periodic table and poetry. These two subjects required diligent memorization as he had yet to fully master them. After completing his early studies, Guo Hao resumed his third-year mathematics. His pace had noticeably slackened compared to before, while Guo Hao immersed himself in his studies. In the elite class, Zhaoing remained discontent. Although she had met with Chun the previous night and confirmed that they would encircle Guo Hao in the afternoon to teach him a lesson, Zhaoing would also be present. She was perplexed by Zhang Xian's knowledge of her dealings with Chen Yi. What was going on with him? How did he find out? And what about those school bullies? Zhaoing felt an unsettling premonition due to her confusion. Consequently, she shared her concerns with several school bullies. However, instigating a fight at their school was not an easy task. She hoped that Chun Yi would deliver a thorough beating to Guo Hao. At this point, confronting Guo Hao was no longer merely about dealing with Shen Luoyan. It had become an obsession for Zhaoing, a crucial matter in preserving her authority as the top girl in the school. If she couldn't handle even someone like Guo Hao, her reputation would be in tatters. So, who exactly was Guo Hao? Did he inform Zhang Xian about her situation with Chun Yi? But how could Guo Hao have known? Was there a traitor among them? Zhao Ying glanced suspiciously at her entourage, her heart filled with doubt. As the morning passed quietly, Guo Hao had managed to elevate his progress in third-year mathematics to about 15%. At lunchtime, Guo Hao boldly sat directly across from Shan Luoyan. She stole a glance at Guo Hao, but continued to eat with her head down. That Zhao Ying hasn't bullied you, has she? Chapter 20. Flirting with Trouble. Guo Hao smiled slightly as he addressed Shan Luoyan. No, she replied, her tone still brisk and imbued with an icy indifference. Don't be so distant. After all, I am your student, Guo Hao said with a grin. Shan Luoyan remained silent. At this moment, Guo Hao's smile slightly faded as he pondered for a moment, fixing his gaze on the figure of Shan Luoyan before him. I concluded my studies on the mathematics of the second year of middle school last night and have commenced with the third year. However, I find the difficulty of the third-year mathematics to be considerably more challenging than before. Do you have any valuable suggestions, Teacher Shin? Guo Hao earnestly inquired. This was, in fact, the primary reason for his visit to Shan Luoyan. He had little interest in jesting with her. The current Shan Luoyan resembled a stone, cold and unyielding, and unless one possessed a penchant for masochism, who would willingly tease her at this juncture, even if she were a stunning beauty. Moreover, for Guo Hao, the matter of gender was secondary. What truly mattered was accomplishing the golden task assigned by the system. This crucial college entrance examination, scoring above 640 points. The time-sensitive task at hand was to advance the middle school mathematics curriculum to 100% completion, which would elevate his mathematics level to level 2. This would greatly facilitate his studies in high school mathematics. Indeed, an increase in his mathematics level would enhance his intellect, benefiting nearly all subjects. Thus, Guo Hao had sought out Shan Luoyan during lunch. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Shan Luoyan finally reacted. She adjusted her black-framed glasses. The relative difficulty of third-year mathematics primarily arises from the sheer volume of formulas and theorems, compounded by the necessity for a degree of abstract thinking in geometry. Many of the problems encountered in third-year mathematics are variations on the fundamental formulas and theorems, requiring a comprehensive understanding of the derivation process. Furthermore, one must possess adequate skills in drawing auxiliary lines for geometry. I will provide you with a few problems shortly. Take them home and contemplate them thoroughly. Remember my earlier words. Do not hesitate to employ auxiliary lines in geometry, and instead of forcing yourself to memorize formulas and theorems, strive to understand them, even to the extent of being able to derive them independently. Shan Luoyan shared with Guo Hao several challenges commonly faced in third-year mathematics, along with some study methods that could not be captured in notes. After listening to her, Guo Hao felt he had gained a wealth of knowledge. After all, rote memorization of formulas and theorems proved to be of little utility. His progress in learning had not improved at all, as he had experimentally confirmed the previous day. Despite how familiar one might be with the formulas when it came time to apply them, the questioners would not present the problems in a manner that obviously allowed for straightforward application. In those moments, one might not even recognize where and which formulas could be utilized. Thus, it could be said that rote memorization was rather foolish. The ability to derive formulas was of far greater importance. Thank you, Teacher Shen, Guo Hao said, a smile gracing his features. Shan Luoyan nodded. After the lunch break, I will give you the test questions in the advanced class. All right, Guo Hao replied, nodding in agreement. During their conversation, numerous gazes from the cafeteria were directed towards them. After all, Shan Luoyan was a well-known figure at the school, a famed ice queen of academia, who also happened to be quite attractive. Yet, her demeanor was such that no one, not even the boys, dared approach her. Some boys harbored secret affections for her, leaving snacks and love letters at her desk, all of which Shan Luoyan discarded without a second thought, reporting them all to the teacher. This indicated an exceedingly cold personality, as no one had ever formed a close relationship with her. However, it was surprising that a boy seemed to be engaging in pleasant conversation with her. This was indeed big news. When had Shan Luoyan ever shown such amiability toward a boy? Many were curious and cast their inquisitive glances in their direction. Yet after finishing his inquiries, Guo Hao quickly concluded his meal, rose from his seat, and cleared his dishes. What do you want to say today? It wouldn't happen to be about Zhao Ying again, would it? Wang Shi remarked with a lecherous grin. Come clean. How did you manage to connect with this ice queen? Did you seek her out as a tutor to get closer to her? Wang Shi said, leering at Guo Hao. Guo Hao shot Wang Shi a disdainful glance and retorted, What nonsense. I'm busy studying every day. Unlike you, who seems to occupy your mind with all sorts of unwholesome thoughts. I approached Shan Luoyan solely to ask questions. What's wrong with your thinking? Who asked questions during lunch? Wang Shi scoffed, unconvinced. So tell me, when should I ask? Should I charge into the advanced class after class? Or find a secluded spot after school to inquire? Guo Hao shot Wang Shi another glance. Wang Shi paused for a moment, as if pondering. That seems somewhat reasonable. After all, in high school, the only places for students to interact appear to be the cafeteria or the classroom, and other venues are rather limited. Fine. Eventually, Wang Shi seemed to accept Guo Hao's explanation. Well, let down. I thought there was some grand news. Wang Shi's enthusiasm waned. While Guo Hao was indifferent to the thoughts swirling in Wang Shi's mind, his focus was entirely on formula derivations and the use of auxiliary lines, leaving him disinterested in Wang Shi's musings. Upon returning to the classroom, Guo Hao promptly began deriving formulas. He delved deeply into the derivation processes of the numerous theorems and formulas for middle school mathematics. Indeed, this approach proved remarkably effective. The auxiliary lines, whether concerning circles or triangles, yielded significant results. As Guo Hao continued his research, he discovered that his progress in mastering middle school mathematics was actually advancing. Guo Hao felt exhilarated. It appeared that completing his middle school mathematics studies within a week was not as formidable a challenge as he had initially anticipated. He dedicated the entirety of his lunch period to deriving formulas and solving relevant problems without taking a break. After the lunch break, Guo Hao approached the advanced class to collect a set of problems from Shen Luoyan. His arrival stirred a commotion among the students in the advanced class, many of whom recognized him as the boy who had been sitting across from Shen Luoyan during lunch. They were all curious about the nature of their relationship. Chapter 21. Where did you hear this news? Naturally, curiosity aside, Shen Luoyan's demeanor was notoriously cold. She had no friends at school, and no one dared to approach her. Meanwhile, Guo Hao was quite inconspicuous, and few in the school knew him. Thus, this situation was destined to remain a mere curiosity for them. Upon returning to the classroom, Guo Hao found his deskmate, Wang Lijuan, still absent, and Wang Shi had taken her place. What is up? Do you need something else? Guo Hao shot a sideways glance at Wang Shi, irked. Not really. You asked me to buy Bitcoin, and now you're questioning what I want? Wang Shi shot back, glaring at Guo Hao. Guo Hao contemplated for a moment. Indeed, he was likely the only one aware of the future trends and pivotal moments that would lead to Bitcoin's price surge. Wang Shi's skepticism was entirely understandable. Guo Hao realized he should share more information with Wang Shi. However, articulating this effectively was a challenge. After all, while Guo Hao knew Bitcoin would rise dramatically in the future, conveying the nuances of such fluctuations from the present perspective proved to be quite a convoluted task. After all, one cannot quite articulate the intricacies of insider knowledge, nor can one claim to have witnessed the subsequent surge in value. It would be absurd to assert that one hails from the future, capable of foreseeing events yet to unfold. After a brief moment of contemplation, Guo Hao turned to Wang Shi and spoke. During my exploration of the dark web, I unearthed a significant piece of news. Substantial capital is set to enter the realm of Bitcoin, specifically from the United States. Consequently, I foresee a meteoric rise in Bitcoin's value beginning this year. According to my predictive model, it is highly probable that Bitcoin will experience a considerable surge over the next 2 years. This will be followed by a period of decline, only to rebound once more, ultimately reaching a price point that may baffle many. After a moment of silence, Guo Hao shared his conjectures with Wang Shi, attributing his information source to the dark web. After all, apart from that, the understanding of Bitcoin within the domestic sphere is woefully inadequate. The dark web? Wang Shi inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion as he regarded Guo Hao. You can access the dark web? I had never heard of that before. If I were to venture there, it would certainly be from my home computer, not from an internet cafe. Guo Hao replied tersely, well, of course. Wang Shi nodded, harboring no doubts regarding Guo Hao's assertions. After all, they had been close friends for many years. Wang Shi had always placed his trust in Guo Hao. So, how much do you think I should invest? Wang Shi asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Naturally, invest as much as you can. But the real question hinges on how much you can extract from your parents. Wang Shi hesitated slightly. I'm aware of my parents' banking secrets. Acquiring some funds isn't particularly challenging. However, if I withdraw too much, it may raise suspicions. If I incur losses, it could spell disaster for me. Rest assured, you won't incur losses. However, you must sell only when I instruct you to do so. At all other times, it is best that your parents remain oblivious to this money. Should they discover it? Guo Hao paused, eyeing Wang Shi thoughtfully. That would be certain doom. If my parents found out, I would be in for a real thrashing. Then, let's allocate some money that your parents wouldn't notice, perhaps around 50,000. Then let's aim for 50,000. Guo Hao declared decisively. Excellent. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. Regarding purchasing platforms, I recommend using Bitstamp or Mt. Gox. You should familiarize yourself with them, but regardless of the platform, I only advise investing in Bitcoin. Understood. Wang Shi affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he gazed at Guo Hao with curiosity. So, how's he? How much are you planning to buy? That depends on how much my parents are willing to provide. Guo Hao shrugged, offering a faint smile. I will be straightforward with my parents about this. I envy you. Wang Shi admitted, casting a longing glance at Guo Hao. I could never disclose such matters to my parents. If they found out, they would undoubtedly refuse. And I would be lucky to escape unscathed. Guo Hao merely shrugged, offering no reply. He had a general sense of Wang Shi's family situation, but recognized that every family has its own challenges. Not every parent is as understanding and supportive as his own. All right, that settles it. Lunch break is about to begin. You should return to your seat. Okay. Wang Shi nodded, and as he departed, Guo Hao resumed his study of the third-year mathematics curriculum. According to Shun Luoyin's earlier remarks, there's an overwhelming number of mathematical formulas at the junior high level. Simply memorizing formulas and theorems holds little value. One must comprehend these formulas and integrate them into problem solving, truly grasping the essence of junior high mathematics. This principle holds true in high school mathematics as well. After all, formulas and theorems are static. Memorization alone is futile. It merely signifies awareness. Yet when faced with a diverse array of problems, rigid application of formulas is ineffective. One must possess a profound understanding of the formulas and be able to navigate their various transformations. Only through deep comprehension and extensive practice can one achieve mastery. As Guo Hao derived formulas, he diligently worked through practice problems, albeit at a rather slow pace. During the lunch break, Teacher Wang, the mathematics instructor, entered the classroom. Pausing briefly by Guo Hao's side before continuing on. Guo Hao paid little heed to this. Once the break concluded, Guo Hao ascended to the advanced class. Shun Luoyin, he called out as he entered the classroom. In the wake of the lunch break, many students were still asleep or in a state of drowsiness. Guo Hao's voice roused several of them, and many heads turned toward the entrance in unison. Who is it? Someone is looking for Shun Luoyin? Students in the advanced class regarded Guo Hao with a mix of surprise and curiosity. And it's a boy? Several girls exhibited a gossip-like curiosity as they observed Guo Hao, their eyes sparkling with intrigue, leading to hushed discussions. Shun Luoyin, however, remained unfazed. She had not napped during lunch and held a small booklet that she had prepared earlier. Approaching Guo Hao, she said earnestly, "Here are 30 problems I have crafted for you, ranging from easy to difficult. They will aid you in deriving formulas and theorems. Furthermore, these problems exhibit considerable variation. I encourage you to engage with them thoughtfully and submit your work for review once completed." "Thank you." Guo Hao nodded appreciatively. Accepting the notebook from her, Shun Luoyin said nothing further and returned to her seat. Casting a glance at the multitude of eyes in the advanced classroom, Guo Hao smiled faintly before departing and returning to his own classroom. Upon his return, Guo Hao began to delve into the 30 problems assigned by Shun Luoyin. These challenges proved to be more complex than those found in the supplementary textbooks he had procured, primarily due to their flexibility and the subtlety of the formulas and theorems involved. After an entire afternoon, Guo Hao managed to solve only 5 problems, uncertain of his accuracy. Nevertheless, he had progressed to 22% in his mastery of third-year material. At this rate, if all went smoothly, he anticipated reaching full comprehension within 4 days. Guo Hao lifted his head, stretched his neck, and scanned his surroundings with a slightly dazed expression. Just then, Teacher Wang approached him. "Is everything all right? Have you encountered a challenging problem?" The normally fiery-tempered Teacher Wang spoke with unexpected gentleness, a faint smile gracing her face as she regarded Guo Hao. "It's manageable," Guo Hao replied, momentarily taken aback by her demeanor. Teacher Wang's gaze shifted to his desk, where she recognized the problems he was working on. "These must be the questions Shun Luoyin assigned you," she noted, having easily identified her handwriting. After all, Shun Luoyin was the school's most renowned student, and Teacher Wang had graded her examinations. "These are excellent introductory problems," Teacher Wang commended. "Your approach to solving these problems is commendable, although there are some issues regarding the auxiliary lines in geometry." She proceeded to provide insights on Guo Hao's work, helping him analyze his thought process and imparting valuable lessons. Despite their apprehension towards Teacher Wang, the surrounding students couldn't help but glance over, eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding interaction. It is well known that the mathematics teacher, Ms. Wang, had acquired a rather notorious reputation in class, often likened to a wicked witch. Her demeanor lacked any semblance of gentleness. Each day she appeared as a quintessential menopausal woman, exhibiting an exceedingly unpleasant attitude. At this moment, however, this side of her was unfamiliar to the students, who were left in utter astonishment. After a brief session where Ms. Wang provided Guo Hao with guidance on some problems and concepts, she declared, All right, focus on your studies. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to approach me during break. Understood, teacher, Guo Hao replied. Ms. Wang nodded, lifted her head, her expression reverting to a mask of indifference as she surveyed the classroom before turning and departing. As soon as she exited, the students engrossed in self-study erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. What did I just witness? The old which displayed such tenderness. Is this a figment of my imagination? Incredible. Who would have thought that the menopausal Ms. Wang could be so gentle? This is absurd. The classroom, once quiet, now buzzed with animated chatter as everyone speculated about the unexpectedly gentle side of their teacher. A rarity indeed. Guo Hao furrowed his brow, choosing not to engage in the discussions swirling around him as he continued to solve problems. Silence. Silence, commanded Li Ming, the class monitor, who stood up to restore order amidst the clamor. However, before he could maintain the tranquility for long, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, strode into the classroom. From afar, I could hear our class in uproar. What is this? Do you not wish to study and prefer a celebration instead? Mr. Huang, his face darkened, addressed the students with irritation. The class fell silent, no one daring to utter a sound, for Mr. Huang commanded considerable respect among them. Li Ming, what is happening? Why is everyone so noisy? Mr. Huang inquired, glancing at the class monitor. Hesitation flickered in Li Ming's eyes. It's Ms. Wang. She just came in and, rather gently, offered some pointers to Guo Hao. It was quite an unusual scene, hence the discussions that ensued after her departure. Is that all? Mr. Huang scrutinized Li Ming before casting his gaze over the other students. Do you all understand why Ms. Wang took the time to come to class and offer her gentle guidance to Guo Hao? Including Li Ming, many students shook their heads, their expressions revealing confusion. It is because Guo Hao has been diligently applying himself to his mathematics studies. He has recognized his weak foundation and has begun reviewing material for middle school mathematics. Having already progressed to the third-year level, Mr. Huang continued. In your English class, many of you mocked Guo Hao, yet he remains undeterred by your ridicule. He is aware of his shortcomings and has persevered under pressure, opting to start from the basics rather than skip ahead to high school mathematics. This mindset, this spirit, is greatly admired by Ms. Wang. More importantly, Guo Hao is exceptionally earnest in his studies and maintains a commendable attitude. Such dedication is something each of you should aspire to emulate. It is never too late to learn, provided you are willing to put in the effort. Mr. Huang's earnest address left many students feeling a pang of guilt, while others were stirred with motivation. Guo Hao observed his classmates' varied reactions, his expression remaining largely unchanged. In truth, the enthusiasm being stirred had little impact. Those who were inclined to study would continue regardless, while those unwilling to engage would soon revert to their avoidance. Such is the reality of the final year of high school. Chapter 23. Intermittent ambition, persistent apathy. The final year of high school is undeniably harsh, particularly for those who are academically inclined or positioned in the middle to upper tiers. For them, the prospect of securing admission to a university remains a hopeful aspiration, fueling their fervent commitment to studying and competing. For these students, the phrase "the moment you open your eyes, you commence competition" is not merely a cliché, but a vivid reality. Especially for students in the upper middle tier, the opportunity to attend prestigious schools is tangible. However, should they fail to exert effort, they risk being overshadowed by those trailing behind, necessitating a relentless pursuit to maintain their fragile advantage while striving for greater heights. In stark contrast are the lower-performing students, some of whom barely manage to keep pace. For them, the dream of attending university has become a distant luxury, as their 3 years of high school have been marred by negligence, leading to significant gaps in their foundational knowledge. They have grown accustomed to lethargy. In such circumstances, even if they experience a fleeting impulse to study earnestly, they often cannot sustain it for more than a day. The realization of their inadequate foundations strikes them swiftly, and the mere 100 days left seem insufficient to remedy their shortcomings. Thus, they swiftly resign themselves to defeat, oscillating between fleeting ambitions and a persistent state of complacency. Guo Hao is acutely aware of this reality, having lived it himself in a previous life. Consequently, he remains indifferent to Mr. Huang's motivational speech, his focus steadfastly on the problems before him. Having just received clarification from Ms. Wang on these very questions, he found his thoughts invigorated. As Mr. Huang delivered his motivational talk, Guo Hao successfully solved another problem, noting with satisfaction that his progress in middle school mathematics had increased to 23%. Witnessing his knowledge level rise was a gratifying experience. Just then, the final self-study session of the afternoon concluded. "All right, class dismissed," Mr. Huang announced. The students gathered their belongings and filed out of the classroom. As Guo Hao exited with the throng, he found a group of students loitering in front of his bicycle. Upon noticing Guo Hao's approach, they rose and advanced toward him. "You are Guo Hao?" they asked, their eyes glinting with mockery. "I am. What do you want?" Guo Hao replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he glanced at Wang Shi, who quickly understood his intent and stepped aside to blend in with other students. "Our leader wishes to see you. Come with us," they insisted, reaching out to grab Guo Hao's shirt. "Please refrain from pulling. I will accompany you," Guo Hao said, his expression tightening. Perhaps due to the academic setting, a few lackadaisical students momentarily ceased their activities. "Come with us." Guo Hao was escorted out of the school by a group of ruffian-like students. As they distanced themselves from the throng of departing students, these ruffians surrounded Guo Hao, ensuring he could not make a sudden escape. Observing this scene, Guo Hao quickly surmised the situation. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Zhao Ying. It seemed Zhang Xian had not been truthful with her. He likely intended to use Guo Hao as a pawn against Zhao Ying and Chun Yi, deliberately concealing certain truths. Very well. One can only hope Zhao Ying is present as well. If that is the case, it will certainly be entertaining. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Guo Hao's lips. "You wish to challenge me? You shall not escape unscathed." Soon enough, the group of ruffians led Guo Hao to a secluded alley adjacent to the school. In this dimly lit spot, over 20 thugs loitered. Zhao Ying stood prominently among them, smoking a cigarette. The ruffian leader, a crew-cut blonde, leaned against the wall with Zhao Ying, puffing away, filling the alley with a thick haze. Upon seeing Guo Hao being brought forth, the blonde turned to Zhao Ying and inquired, "Is this him?" "Indeed," Zhao Ying replied, her voice tinged with irritation. "Brother Yi, this scoundrel, Guo Hao, has been bullying me at school with others." Zhao Ying pouted as she directed her grievances toward Chun Yi. "Boy, do you not realize she is my woman?" Chun Yi said, his tone indifferent as he enveloped Zhao Ying with his arm, exhaling smoke while casting a cold glance at Guo Hao. "I do not know," Guo Hao replied, his expression unperturbed. "Very well. Then kneel and bow 3 times to my woman. Swear to serve her as a lackey at school, and I shall let you off today." "Chen Yi kindly commanded Guo Hao. What if I refuse?" Guo Hao chuckled, gazing at Chun Yi. "Refuse?" Chun Yi's indifferent gaze sharpened slightly as he scrutinized Guo Hao's face. "You would do well to observe your surroundings and weigh your options carefully. In this school, there is no room for defiance. I trust you are a wise individual." As he spoke, the surrounding ruffians began to rise from their seats, slowly advancing toward Guo Hao, their fists clenched and mocking glints in their eyes. The sheer number of them exuded an air of intimidation. Were this a typical high school student, they would likely have crumbled under the pressure, begging for mercy. However, Guo Hao was no ordinary student. Years spent in business had fortified his mental resilience. He was far from breaking down. "Bisi de Changyi." Zhao Ying glanced at Guo Hao and, with a smile, said, "Guo Hao, I harbor no personal vendetta against you, nor do I require you to plead for mercy. Simply serve me as a dog, assisting me in dealing with Shen Luoyan, and I shall spare you. Is that too much to ask?" Zhao Ying feigned an air of magnanimity as she addressed Guo Hao. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Guo Hao regarded Zhao Ying. Though he had aspired to focus solely on his studies since his rebirth and fulfill the golden mission presented by the system, the harsh reality of life in this world often proved otherwise. In school, there would invariably be miscreants like Zhao Ying, endlessly tormenting others. It was imperative to make them feel the sting of retribution, instilling a fear of crossing him. Only then might he study in peace, unbothered by harassment. "Uncle Ali, if you do not come out soon, I shall truly be on the receiving end of a beating," Guo Hao suddenly shouted toward the approaching ruffians. Chapter 24. Terrified to the core. "What are you shouting about? No one is coming to save you here," Zhao Ying retorted sharply. The surrounding thugs exchanged uncertain glances. At that moment, Chun Yi's brows furrowed slightly. "Li Xing, isn't that the name of the head of the security team?" As street thugs, they might not recognize everyone, but the personnel from the security team were well known, for they were their direct overseers. Just as Chun Yi was about to inquire about Guo Hao's connection with Li Xing, a sudden voice rang out from a nearby alley. "You little rascal, when did you notice my arrival?" A group of officers in caps emerged from the adjacent alley. Halting all actions, Li Xing, with a smile on his face, looked at Guo Hao. "I noticed you the moment you arrived. Unlike these thugs, I have been vigilant of my surroundings." Guo Hao sighed, glancing at Li Xing with a hint of resignation. "Well done. You truly remain composed under pressure. I must admit, I underestimated you based on your father's praises." Chun Yi, watching the exchange between Guo Hao and Li Xing, felt his expression darken significantly. He had not anticipated that the high school student he had casually cornered would have such a close relationship with the head of the security team. "What now?" Chunyi's face was ashen, his expression grim. Zhao Ying, nestled in his arms, was now too frightened to speak, her complexion pale. Although Zhao Ying claimed to be a big sister figure, her bravado only extended so far, especially in front of true authorities. Upon encountering genuine police officers, she was no different from an ordinary high school student, perhaps even more fearful. Uncle, I still need to return home for dinner, and then I must study. Guo Hao sighed, looking at Li Xing. Ha, it is Uncle's fault. I shall treat you to a meal afterward. All right then, Uncle, I shall take my leave. Guo Hao replied, glancing at Li Xing very well. With that, Guo Hao paid no further heed to Chun Yi and Zhao Ying, confident that Li Xing would handle the situation adeptly, sparing him the need for concern. After Guo Hao departed, Li Xing's previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of sternness almost instantly. He fixed a cold gaze on Chun Yi. Take them all back to the station. Li Xing commanded his officers. Understood, Captain. Everyone, kneel down and turn away. The thugs were apprehended and taken back to the police station. Throughout the journey, Chun Yi remained silent. Zhao Ying's face was pale. She wished to speak, but the lead officer clearly had a good relationship with Guo Hao, and her earlier remarks had not gone unnoticed. What could she possibly say? Upon returning to the police station in the interrogation room, Leaving adresistet Chang Yi Citerni. I have told you before, haven't I? I have caught you more than once. I warned you not to bully others. You ought to find something worthwhile to do. Instead, you choose to bully students. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Chun Yi remained silent. Handle me as you see fit, but please spare Zhao Ying. This matter has nothing to do with her. Chun Yi pressed his lips together, looking at Li Xing. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Li Xing glared at Chun Yi coldly. No, I merely wish to clarify that this incident has no connection to Zhao Ying. I heard she was being bullied by Guo Hao, which is why I led a group to confront him. This has nothing to do with Zhao Ying. Chun Yi continued to explain to Li Xing. Li Xing chuckled softly. You need not concern yourself with this matter. As for Zhao Ying, I will contact the school regarding how to proceed. What I say is not the final word. I beg you. Chun Yi's eyes were filled with desperation as he looked at Li Xing. You still have time to worry about others. You should focus on your own predicament. With that, Li Xing began recording Chun Yi's statement, while the surrounding thugs were similarly interrogated. Zhao Ying sat in the interrogation room, her face devoid of color, her lips pale, and her countenance filled with terror. She never anticipated that she would find herself in a police station. The seemingly unremarkable Guo Hao turned out to have an uncle who was a captain at the Public Security Bureau, and she had foolishly contemplated dealing with him. As this realization washed over her, Zhao Ying was filled with regret. After all, she was merely a high school girl, despite having many friends. She felt intimidated by the stern tone of the police as she recounted all the matters concerning Guo Hao. Guo Hao, on the other hand, was unaware of the police affairs but could make educated guesses. At that moment, he was dining at home. His father was relatively free lately and was also home for dinner. Guo Hao briefly shared the earlier events with his parents. Guo father remained largely expressionless, while Guo mother appeared hesitant as she gazed at her son and remarked, How can that girl, Zhao, be so cruel? We must have Li Xing have a serious talk with her parents. What if one day those ruffians corner you in an alley and beat you up, or even threaten you with a knife? That would be far too dangerous. I must speak with Li Xing. Guo mother's face was etched with concern. Oh, Guo father gently interjected, smiling at Guo mother as he reassured her, Do not worry. Li Xing knows what he is doing. We need not interfere. Really? Guo mother remained somewhat skeptical. Have faith. I know Li Xing better than you do. Very well, Guo mother conceded with a nod. Meanwhile, Guo Hao listened quietly to his parents' discussion, silently eating his meal. He felt a warmth in his heart, grateful to have such caring parents. Dad, Mom, I finished. I'm headed back to school now, Guo Hao said with a slight smile to his parents. Be careful on your way, Guo mother replied, a hint of worry in her voice. Okay. Just as Guo Hao was about to leave, Guo father suddenly spoke up. Guo Hao paused in surprise. Guo father walked into his room and soon emerged, handing Guo Hao a small phone. This is an old phone of mine, with your Uncle Li Xing's number and ours. If anything happens, you can call us. Thanks, Dad. Guo Hao took the phone and tucked it into his pocket. Upon leaving home, Wang Shi was already waiting at the entrance of the community. Thank goodness. How's he? I'm relieved to see you're all right, Wang Shi exclaimed, visibly easing up at the sight of Guo Hao unharmed. Guo Hao shot him a sidelong glance. Why didn't you come with my uncle to rescue me? I did. Otherwise, how would the police have located you? But I was too afraid to get too close. Those thugs had surrounded you. I could only wait outside until Captain Li and his team arrived. Then I had to leave quickly. I was worried those ruffians would recognize me and retaliate. Wang Shi explained with an awkward smile. All right, I'll reluctantly accept your explanation. Let us go. The two swiftly returned to school. With more than 10 minutes remaining before evening study session, The classroom was not overly crowded. A few diligent students were engrossed in their studies. As Guo Hao and Wang Shi entered, many eyes turned toward them. In recent days, Guo Hao had stolen the spotlight in Class 7 of the third year. The teachers held him in high regard, and rumors of his conversations with Shen Luoyan had spread throughout the school. Guo Hao had undoubtedly become a prominent figure. While some regarded him with disdain, many others admired him. Despite the gazes directed at him, Guo Hao remained unfazed. He returned to his seat and resumed solving problems. He had only managed to tackle 7 out of the 30 questions assigned by Shen Luoyan after an entire afternoon. Yet he noted significant progress in his understanding of the material. His completion rate for junior high studies had already reached 23%. I hope to achieve 30% today, he mused. Studying was indeed a slow and painful process, and even with a system, the journey could not be expedited. During evening study, Guo Hao diligently recited the periodic table of elements and classical poetry. As the study session progressed, both the physics and chemistry teachers distributed a test paper. Guo Hao spent only a few minutes jotting down answers to the questions he could tackle before returning to mathematics. For now, he felt it prudent to prioritize mathematics while temporarily sacrificing physics and chemistry. By the end of the evening, Guo Hao had completed 8 more questions. The more problems he solved, the deeper his understanding of junior high knowledge became, even if he was uncertain of his accuracy. Nevertheless, he observed his learning pace steadily increasing. Throughout the 4 evening study sessions, he submitted empty test papers for both chemistry and physics while achieving a 30% completion rate in junior high mathematics. Quite commendable. He thought that by returning home and studying in the morning, he would likely manage to solve the remaining questions by then. Regardless of correctness, he planned to have Shen Luoyan review them. After packing his belongings, he left school with Wang Shi and headed home. Upon returning, Guo Hao took his time with a late-night snack. Mom, Dad, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Hearing his words, Guo's father, who had been handling documents, paused. Go on, he said, his and Guo mother's eyes turning toward their son, curiosity glimmering in their gaze. It concerns an investment opportunity. I am very interested in an internet product, and I believe it is poised for a meteoric rise in the next year or two. I would like to purchase some now and hope for your support. Guo Hao did not fabricate excuses to deceive his parents for money, as there was no need. His parents were open-minded, and deception would serve no purpose. An internet product? Investment? Guo's father and Guo's mother exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Guo Hao meant. Please, follow me. Guo Hao smiled and led them into his room. Opening his computer, he briefly showed them news about Bitcoin, including its current price. I predict that Bitcoin is likely to experience a significant price surge this year. Now is the best time to invest. $32 per coin? That's quite expensive. Equivalent to over 20 yuan each. Guo's mother exclaimed, slightly shocked as she calculated the figures. This isn't just virtual currency. It's worth more than real money. Indeed, Guo Hao nodded. Moreover, since last year, Bitcoin's commercial value has increasingly come to the forefront. According to my estimates, it will enter a period of explosive growth in the next 2 years. If we seize this opportunity, we could attain financial freedom. Guo Hao looked earnestly at his parents. Guo's mother displayed a hint of hesitation, while Guo's father remained silent for a moment. Well, we're not very knowledgeable about this. How much do you need? 200,000. I need 200,000 to purchase 10,000 bitcoins. Guo Hao was not overly greedy. If the value of 10,000 bitcoins rose to $1,000 each, it would be worth $10 million, allowing him to liquidate 90% of it. Clutching $9 million in cash, alongside 1,000 bitcoins for long-term holding, it was more than sufficient. In this day and age, $9 million could be regarded as an extraordinary fortune. Very well, I'll give you 200,000. After a moment of silence, Father Guo nodded and directly addressed Guo Hao. A flicker of hesitation crossed Mother Guo's face. Although their family was well off, 200,000 was still a substantial sum, nearly consuming over 80% of their savings. Should they allow their child to proceed with such a transaction? Mother Guo opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. After all, her husband had already voiced his opinion. Despite her desire to express her thoughts, she held her tongue. In front of his parents, Guo Hao opened the Bitstamp platform, a low-profile virtual currency trading platform established in 2011, noted for its relative safety. After linking to his father's bank card and executing a series of operations, Guo Hao successfully placed a significant order to purchase 10,000 bitcoins. In his previous life, Guo Hao had engaged in Bitcoin trading and had even placed orders, but unfortunately, by that time, the trading price had soared too high, and constant fluctuations quickly washed him out of the market. All done. Guo Hao unplugged the USB drive from the computer and smiled at his parents. Is that it? 200,000 just for a USB drive? Mother Gu gazed at Guo Hao with a dazed expression. The USB itself is not the crux. It is the contents within. Guo Hao chuckled, looking at his mother. All right, you're old enough now. You can make your own decisions regarding this. Father Gu regarded Guo Hao with a deep gaze and slowly remarked, we'll go rest now. You should also turn in early. Okay, Dad. Once his parents left the room, Guo Hao downed a bottle of energy potion and continued working on his problems. Throughout the night, Guo Hao managed to complete approximately 6 problems, advancing his third-year mathematics progress to 35%. Chapter 26. An apology? Is it not quite enough? As for Bitcoin, Guo Hao was not overly concerned. He intended to buy and hold it. Given the low purchase price, merely holding it would yield substantial returns, almost effortlessly. What else could he do? For Guo Hao, nothing currently held greater importance than his studies. Opportunities to earn money would present themselves in due course. The next day, Guo Hao arrived at school with Wang Shiru as usual. Everything unfolded just like any other day. After completing the morning reading session, Guo Hao continued tackling problems. The 30 problems set aside by Shen Luoyan had dwindled to about 10 by the end of the day. Guo Hao aimed to finish them all in the morning and submit them for correction to Shen Luoyan at noon. During the 2 morning classes, Guo Hao solved 5 problems. During the morning exercise break, the school unexpectedly required the senior students to participate alongside the first and second-year students, a departure from the usual practice of exempting seniors. Guo Hao had to pause his thoughts. After the exercises, the principal did not dismiss the students, but instead stood on the platform. Students, yesterday, our school was embroiled in a shocking scandal. Principal Fong surveyed the assembly of high school classes, his expression extraordinarily grave. Our student Zhao colluded with outside ruffians to bully a male student from our school. This incident is exceedingly vile and tarnishes the reputation of our esteemed institution. It introduces a detrimental atmosphere into our school. Such behavior is nothing short of disgraceful for our institution. If similar incidents occur again, expulsion will certainly follow. We will not show leniency. Principal Fong proclaimed loudly to the gathered students. Zhao, A wave of murmurs rippled through the students below the platform. She was the notorious queen bee of their school. Her influence was significant, and many troublemakers in various classes heeded her word. It was unimaginable that she could be involved in such a matter. Shen Luoyan felt a stir of intrigue in her heart as her gaze drifted toward Class 7. This was undoubtedly the doing of Guo Hao. Zhao, come forward to make your self-criticism and publicly apologize to Guo Hao. Principal Fong instructed. Zhao stepped forward, her face streaked with tears. This incident had already been reported to the school and her parents by the police the previous night, and the school had originally intended to expel her. However, after her parents' desperate pleas and assurances, as they held some clout, they managed to secure her position. Nonetheless, Zhao bore a significant mark against her. Should any similar incidents arise, expulsion would be inevitable. Under numerous guarantees, Zhao was afforded the opportunity to stand before everyone and make her self-criticism. I acknowledge my mistakes. Lastly, I sincerely apologize to Guo Hao, she said. What do you mean by apologizing to me? Your apology is insufficient. You should be apologizing to Shen Luoyan instead. Zhao had not yet finished her apology when Guo Hao, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself and spoke loudly to her. Rarely did anyone dare to speak in such a setting, and the assembled classes all began to stir, straining to locate the source of the voice. The homeroom teacher, Lao Huang, glanced at Guo Hao. You step forward. After a slight hesitation, Lao Huang directed his words at Guo Hao. Guo Hao smiled faintly and confidently strode out from the student assembly, addressing the platform. Your apology to me means little. I couldn't care less. The crux of the matter is that you should apologize to Shen Luoyan. Don't you remember the conflict between us, Zhao? Guo Hao spoke with an air of calmness. The majority of the students' gazes shifted toward Guo Hao. Zhao on the platform appeared somewhat flustered, unprepared for such a confrontation. A few days ago, when I went to the restroom upstairs, I witnessed you and your friends making veiled insults at Shen Luoyan by the restroom door. I couldn't stand by and let it happen, which is why I confronted you. Since then, you have harbored a grudge against me. Haven't you? Why is it that none of this was mentioned in your apology letter or self-criticism? Guo Hao calmly addressed Zhao. Upon hearing his words, the principal's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that the incident would involve the top student Shen Luoyan. She was crucial to the school's reputation. Absolutely no trouble could arise. The school needed her to uphold their results for the upcoming college entrance examination. Realizing this, Principal Fong cast a disapproving glance at Zhao. Zhao's expression grew increasingly anxious, her eyes betraying her uncertainty, hesitant to speak further. Apologize, Guo Hao called out directly. I'm so sorry, Zhao Ying sobbed, deeply bowing to shun Luoyan. It's all my fault. I promise I won't do it again. All right, let's leave it at that. Guo Hao decided to seize the moment and did not wish to linger further. He had achieved the apology he sought. As for whether she would genuinely refrain from such behavior in the future, Guo Hao was indifferent, for he had his methods. He turned and returned to the ranks. All the classmates regarded Guo Hao with peculiar expressions. They had never realized that he possessed such a strong charisma. Just moments ago, when Guo Hao stood before everyone, refuting Zhao Ying and loudly declaring her misdeeds, his calm, yet resolute demeanor left a lasting impression on many. Some girls gazed at Guo Hao with starry eyes. Shun Luoyan too looked at Guo Hao with a complex expression. She had not anticipated that he would go to such lengths for her. Meanwhile, Guo Hao's expression remained unchanged as he rejoined the crowd, taking his place in front of Wang Shi. Wang Shi patted Guo Hao on the shoulder, and Guo Hao turned, slightly puzzled. Well done. Wang Shi raised his thumb towards Guo Hao, gazing at him with admiration. What does this even mean? Guo Hao shrugged nonchalantly. All right, that's enough. Dismissed. At that moment, the principal stepped forward, addressing the students below the podium. The students began to disperse in pairs and small groups. As Guo Hao and Wang Shi exited, many students started to point and whisper about Guo Hao, with some girls exchanging glances and giggling upon seeing him. The world of students is, in many ways, far more innocent than that of adults. If such a scene were to unfold in the adult realm, opinions would vary greatly, and those who held a favorable view of Guo Hao would be considerably fewer. However, within the school, students tend to judge matters with a more singular perspective. Guo Hao, unfazed by their chatter, continued on his way back to the classroom. Meanwhile, on the podium, the principal and others remained, with Zhao Ying still present. At this moment, Principal Fong cast an irritated glance at Zhao Ying. What on earth is going on here? Chapter 27, A Stand Against Injustice. Perhaps sensing Principal Fong's anger, Zhao Ying timidly kept her head down, tears streaming silently down her face. Later, you will apologize to Shun Luoyan privately and promise never to bully her again, whether physically or verbally. If I hear of anything similar in the future, I will expel you. Principal Fong glared fiercely at Zhao Ying. How dare this girl? Shun Luoyan is the prized jewel of the entire First High School, someone they have always held in high regard. Based on her test scores, it would be no challenge for her to become the top student in the city, and even the province is within her reach. She is the benchmark for the entire Gan City First High. The thought that such a standard bearer could be bullied is appalling, especially considering that this verbal abuse had been ongoing for quite some time without the school's knowledge. If this incident were to spread, prospective top students might hesitate to enroll at Gan City First High, leading to immeasurable consequences for the institution. This was a significant reason why the school leadership's expressions darkened when Guo Hao spoke up earlier. They were astonished to learn of such circumstances, completely unaware until now. According to Guo Hao, many students within the school were likely privy to these events. How could they mitigate the fallout? The school leaders felt a mounting headache. Ideally, they would expel Zhao Ying to alleviate some of the fallout, but out of a sense of obligation, they couldn't do so. They felt trapped in a predicament. While the school leadership was preoccupied, Guo Hao had his own troubles. The 30 problems assigned by Shun Luoyan loomed over him, with only 4 remaining. Yet, these last 4 posed a far greater challenge. Furrowing his brow, Guo Hao stared at the problems before him, his mind racing through the intricacies of inverse functions and the calculation of areas of irregular shapes. The difficulty of these questions proved quite taxing, a reflection of his insufficient foundation. During the remaining 2 classes of the morning, Guo Hao struggled with these problems, finally managing to complete them just as the bell rang for the last class. However, he could not guarantee their correctness, as their complexity was notably more formidable than those he had previously faced. The bell for the final class of the morning sounded. Class dismissed. The teacher announced to the students. They promptly vacated the classroom. Given that meals in the school cafeteria required queuing, no one wished to waste time in line. Guo Hao and Wang Shi exited the classroom, and by the time they reached the cafeteria, it was bustling with activity. After choosing a random window and getting their meals, Guo Hao settled into the corner of the cafeteria where Shun Luoyan often sat, taking a seat across from her. I've completed the 30 problems you assigned me. Well then, bring them all to me later. I will help you correct them. All right. Guo Hao nodded. After saying this, he didn't linger. Ultimately, his willingness to assist Shun Luoyan stemmed primarily from her role as his teacher, who had supported him immensely. Though Shun Luoyan was undeniably beautiful, Guo Hao was not particularly interested in pursuing someone who seemed indifferent. His mindset was that of an adult, and it was challenging to develop feelings for a girl in the throes of adolescence who appeared aloof. As Guo Hao stood with his tray, preparing to leave, Shen Luoyin suddenly spoke. "Thank you." Her unexpected gratitude caught him off guard. He could clearly discern the sincerity in her tone. A faint smile crept onto Guo Hao's face as he nodded at her before turning to depart. He joined Wang Shi's table, and after finishing their meal, the two left. As the lunch break approached its midpoint, Guo Hao handed his completed problems to Shen Luoyin. "Come find me after the break to collect them," she instructed. Guo Hao nodded and returned to his classroom. Once back, he continued studying the mathematics review material for the upcoming high school entrance exam. Presently, Guo Hao had completed over half of the curriculum for the third year, having achieved full comprehension of the first and second years. The problems had become notably easier than before. During the lunch break, Guo Hao was called out of the classroom by his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang. "Guo, we would like to ask you a few questions." In the hallway, the principal and the dean stood on either side. Principal Fong regarded Guo Hao with a warm smile. "Is there something you need, Principal?" Guo Hao inquired calmly. "We just spoke with Shen Luoyin and consulted several students, and we have confirmed that what you reported this morning is indeed true. This is our oversight." Principal Fong expressed with a hint of regret. Who would have thought that Shen Luoyin had been enduring such mental torment all along, while we remained oblivious? "Thankfully, you brought it to our attention today. It's nothing. It's only right to stand up against injustice." Guo Hao shrugged and replied casually. "You truly possess a noble spirit, Guo." Principal Fong and the dean exchanged amused glances. After a moment of hesitation, Principal Fong turned to Guo Hao and asked, "By the way, what is your relationship with Shen Luoyin?" It appeared the principal was probing into the nature of their connection, perhaps suspecting a romantic involvement. "We are teacher and student," Guo Hao chuckled, meeting Principal Fong's gaze. "My parents hired her as a tutor, so she's my instructor." "I see." Principal Fong and the dean exchanged relieved looks. They had heard rumors among students that Shen Luoyin was unusually close to a boy, which had never occurred in the past. Many wondered if she and Guo Hao were dating. However, learning the truth from Guo Hao assuaged their concerns. Over the years, they had witnessed how student romances could negatively impact academic performance. Shen Luoyin was the hope of Gan City First High, and if early romance were to cause her grades to decline, they would deeply regret it. "Very well," Principal Fong smiled gently, offering Guo Hao some words of encouragement before allowing him to return to class. Watching Guo Hao's retreating figure, Principal Fong's expression shifted to one of mild admiration. This student, named Guo Hao, seemed both courageous and astute, diligently committed to his studies. Why did it seem he had never heard of him before? Curiosity piqued. Principal Fong turned to Mr. Huang, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, and inquired. Mr. Huang chuckled softly. The student named Guo Hao, who was once a rather taciturn child with dismal academic performance, frequently indulged in online distractions. However, he has recently undergone a remarkable transformation. Chapter 28, Monthly Examination. "Oh." Principal Fong gazed with keen interest at the class teacher, Mr. Huang, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he inquired, "What is the story? What exactly has transpired?" "To be honest, I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but according to the classmates, it seems that Guo Hao began to devote himself to his studies fervently since last week. He has been diligently engaging in every lesson, demonstrating an extraordinary commitment, even starting to remediate his foundational knowledge in middle school mathematics." Mr. Huang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Although his foundation is weak, he possesses decent aptitude and, more importantly, a strong work ethic. Teacher Wang Shui mentioned that even if Guo Hao does not achieve a satisfactory score in the upcoming college entrance examination, she would certainly encourage him to take another year to prepare. If he can maintain this level of dedication, securing a place in a prestigious university should pose no significant challenge. Indeed. Upon hearing Mr. Huang's remarks, Principal Fong's eyes reflected genuine intrigue. But that is not all. Mr. Huang continued. "What more is there?" Principal Fong, surprised, gazed at Mr. Huang. "I heard from teacher Wang Xing, who teaches English, that on a particular day, he assessed Guo Hao and discovered that his English proficiency is considerably better than he typically displays. It is certainly not at the level of merely scoring in the tens, but rather in the realm of 100 or more. Impressive," exclaimed Principal Fong, astonished as he turned to Mr. Huang. "It appears that we must pay special attention to this student, Guo Hao." "Yes, I have indeed been keeping a close eye on him lately," Mr. Huang replied with a smile. Unbeknownst to Guo Hao, he remained oblivious to the conversation between his class teacher and Principal Fong. as he was fully engrossed in utilizing every moment to diligently study the mathematics curriculum for the third year of middle school. After the afternoon break, Guo Hao proceeded directly to the elite classroom. This time, his arrival did not incite any commotion, yet many curious gazes were directed towards him, each filled with a range of emotions. Zhaoing also spotted Guo Hao, and her expression became noticeably awkward. Unable to maintain her gaze on him, she resorted to resting her head on her desk, feigning sleep. Shun Luoyan escorted Guo Hao to the corridor. You managed to solve approximately 60% of the 30 problems, getting 20 correct. The remaining 10 had various issues, which I have annotated for you. I have also outlined the problem-solving approaches and various formulas and theorems for your reference. Additionally, here are 50 new problems. Once you complete these, I will gradually introduce you to high school mathematics. Shun Luoyan handed Guo Hao several booklets. Thank you. Guo Hao replied, not at all. Shun Luoyan's expression remained serene as she departed the elite classroom. However, she hesitated for a moment, gazing at Guo Hao's retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. Guo Hao's potential was indeed impressive, surpassing Shun Luoyan's initial expectations, and most crucially, he exhibited an admirable diligence. During their previous tutoring sessions, she had roughly gauged Guo Hao's knowledge level, which could only be described as marginally above the initial stages of the second year of middle school. Yet, astonishingly, less than a week had passed, and Guo Hao managed to complete 60% of the 30 challenging problems assigned for the third year. Remarkably, he accomplished this in just one day. Had he realized this potential earlier, he might have had a chance in this year's college entrance examination. As it stands, he would likely have to wait for another opportunity. With this thought, Shun Luoyan let out a slight sigh and turned back toward the classroom. Guo Hao returned to the classroom and opened his practice book, where red ink elegantly detailed numerous annotations, explaining the reasons for his mistakes, the flaws in his reasoning, and the formulas that were misapplied. After a brief review, Guo Hao experienced a moment of clarity. So that's it. Many of the problems were merely a thin veil away from his understanding. If he could pierce through that veil, a multitude of problems would reveal themselves to be far simpler than he had imagined. After analyzing his incorrect answers, Guo Hao eagerly resumed his problem-solving endeavors. In the realm of mathematics, particularly at the middle and high school levels, the most effective and essential practice is to tackle numerous problems. Through this process, one deepens their understanding of various formulaic transformations and enhances their grasp of theorems, simultaneously engaging in the derivation of formulas. Thus, solving problems is indeed the optimal method for mastering mathematics at these educational stages. In the afternoon, as Guo Hao delved into his problem sets, Mr. Huang, the class teacher, entered to announce an important matter. Tomorrow will be the monthly examination. Guo Hao felt a slight twinge of resignation. In the third year of high school, one cannot escape the relentless cycle of examinations. Small tests every 3 days and larger assessments every 5 days, which is no exaggeration, but rather a reflection of reality. The morning would consist of Chinese, followed by English in the afternoon. Guo Hao was quite proficient in both. He found Chinese manageable, as he could easily fabricate responses for reading comprehension. He recalled portions of classical poetry, blending remembered lines with those forgotten. As for classical literature, Guo Hao excelled, having read numerous literary works in his past life. The difficulty was not overwhelming. When it came to essay writing, he found it even simpler. With his rich life experiences, he had composed various pieces, demonstrating commendable writing skills, compounded by a wealth of experiences that enriched his perspective. Crafting an argumentative essay was thus a breeze. The afternoon English examination would be even easier, as Guo Hao possessed a commendable vocabulary. A rough estimate indicated he could score at least 130 points. During the evening study session, Guo Hao continued to practice problems. The monthly examination would undoubtedly consume a significant portion of his time. The following day, mathematics was scheduled for the morning, followed by comprehensive sciences in the afternoon. Guo Hao managed to complete a small portion of the fundamental questions. However, he submitted blank answers for the remaining questions and exited the examination room to continue solving problems. At this point, Guo Hao was almost in a trance from his relentless practice. He had been closely monitoring his progress in completing the middle school mathematics curriculum. Unfortunately, studying such foundational material seemed to yield minimal growth in mathematical experience. The system task was of utmost importance. Within a week, he needed to elevate his proficiency in middle school mathematics to 100%. Currently, he had only reached 60%. According to past experiences, progress would inevitably slow down as he advanced. You have misunderstood the approach to this problem. Outside the examination room, Shen Luoyin and Guo Hao sat on a stone bench. How would you draw the auxiliary line like this? It is clearly incorrect. As Guo Hao worked through the problems, Shen Luoyin provided guidance. With dedicated instruction, Guo Hao could easily identify his mistakes, and his learning pace accelerated significantly. After the monthly examination concluded, the next day the results were released, and each subject teacher distributed the test papers. This time, I wish to particularly commend one individual. Teacher Yang, standing at the podium, addressed the multitude of students below, a smile gracing his face. That individual is none other than our Guo Hao. Previously, Guo Hao's scores in Chinese hovered around 80 to 90 points. However, this time, he achieved an impressive 113 points. Furthermore, according to the unanimous assessment of our Chinese teaching research group, Guo Hao's essay has reached the level of a perfect score. Chapter 29, Time Task Completed. Rewards Earned. Upon hearing Teacher Yang's words, the classroom's attention shifted to the back where Guo Hao sat. He paused his problem-solving, perplexed by the gazes directed at him. What was happening? Guo Hao, could you share with your classmates how you conceived and composed this essay discussing the duality of human nature? Teacher Yang inquired, his smile encouraging Guo Hao to respond. Guo Hao momentarily stood in stunned silence. Is that all? Without much hesitation, Guo Hao recounted some of his past experiences as examples. After all, in his previous life as a businessman, he had encountered an overwhelming array of virtues and vices. Good and evil are two sides of the same coin, perpetually transforming into one another. Excellent. Quite commendable. Teacher Yang regarded Guo Hao with admiration. Guo Hao, you may take your seat now. After Guo Hao sat down, Teacher Yang wore a smile as he surveyed the surrounding students. What Guo Hao has shared is indeed remarkable. Good and evil are intertwined. It is absolutely true. The coexistence of virtue and vice, along with the illustrative examples, is exceptionally authentic. Therefore, everyone should be attentive to gathering similar examples, frequently inquiring from those around them for unique instances to incorporate into their essays, thus enhancing the credibility and vibrancy of their compositions. The language teacher then embarked on an extensive discourse. Guo Hao, however, was disinterested. His focus remained steadfastly on mathematics. Until he saw improvement in that subject, he was reluctant to divert his energy elsewhere, as it seemed of little significance. In a language class, Guo Hao had indeed shone brightly. Yet in the subsequent chemistry lesson, he found himself devoid of such opportunities. Guo Hao, the chemistry teacher, slammed the test paper onto the podium. Out of more than 50 students, you alone submitted a blank paper. What is the meaning of this? You were capable of scoring in the 40s or 50s before, and now you choose to forego answering entirely? Do you have a grievance with me? The chemistry teacher's icy gaze fixed on Guo Hao. The expressions of his classmates varied, their faces reflecting a mix of amusement. Having just witnessed Guo Hao's commendation from the language teacher, they were now confronted with the sight of him being chastised by the chemistry teacher. This dichotomy left them momentarily bewildered. Stand up. The chemistry teacher shouted at Guo Hao. With a slight sense of helplessness, Guo Hao rose from his seat. Why did you submit a blank paper? As the teacher approached him, he expressed his disappointment in Guo Hao. I have told you before, if you cannot answer, then so be it. But did I ever say that you should submit a blank paper, even if you could not do the problems? Instead, you chose to turn in nothing. The chemistry teacher was visibly angered. Guo Hao felt a wave of resignation wash over him. He had anticipated the teacher's ire when he decided to submit a blank exam. However, what could he do? He had only recently traversed into this world. His recollections of chemistry and physics were nearly non-existent, and if pressed to write an exam, he would be utterly at a loss. It was better to forego writing altogether than to scribble aimlessly, as he would be unable to produce anything coherent. Observing Guo Hao's silence, the teacher pressed, Why are you not speaking? You are correct. It is indeed my fault, and I have no excuse, Guo Hao replied calmly. You. The chemistry teacher was momentarily taken aback, glaring at Guo Hao. Mind yourself. With that, the chemistry teacher began discussing the exam paper at the podium, neglecting to allow Guo Hao to return to his seat. Guo Hao felt a touch of helplessness. Such occurrences severely disrupted his study plan. Standing in contemplation was hardly conducive to learning. Class dismissed. Finally, the chemistry teacher announced loudly to the entire class. After a brief pause, Guo Hao stepped out from his seat, attracting curious glances from several classmates. However, he paid little heed to their stares. He swiftly made his way to the teacher's office, where the homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, was busy sorting through paperwork. Guo Hao, what brings you here? Mr. Huang inquired, looking up with curiosity as Guo Hao approached. Mr. Huang, I would like to create a tailored review plan. Currently, my review schedule places science subjects at the end, which is why I did not attempt the questions. I hope you can communicate this to the science teachers regarding my blank submissions, so they can understand my situation. After all, my focus is limited. I wish to tackle the key areas first before gradually expanding my knowledge. I hope the teachers will not overreact regarding this matter. Guo Hao stated directly to Mr. Huang. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Mr. Huang appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered. So, it was your chemistry teacher who was upset with you earlier, right? Mr. Huang smiled as he regarded Guo Hao. Guo Hao's expression remained calm, neither confirming nor denying Mr. Huang's interpretation. Very well. I will contact the three of them and clarify your situation. Thank you, Mr. Huang. I shall not disturb you further. With that, Guo Hao turned to leave. Watching Guo Hao's retreating figure, Mr. Huang felt a tinge of regret. To him, it seemed Guo Hao had awakened rather late. During this period, Mr. Huang had been keenly aware of Guo Hao's performance. There was no escaping the diligent demeanor Guo Hao exhibited when Mr. Huang observed the class. Had he been this earnest earlier, Guo Hao would surely have ranked among the top students, perhaps even qualifying for a prestigious university. Yet now, it appeared that they would have to wait until next year. A repeat year may still offer him chance. Old Huang, is that student Guo Hao from your class? Quite audacious. Standing up the other day, he displayed a fair bit of responsibility, remarked a nearby teacher with a smile. Homeroom, teacher Mr. Huang shook his head with a smile. He is indeed a very honest and intelligent student, but unfortunately, he was previously engrossed in the online world. Only recently has he awakened and begun to study diligently. He possesses great determination. However, there is little time left before the college entrance examination. Indeed, such a pity. Back in class, Guo Hao was not disturbed further. He focused intently on his studies, practicing problems diligently, and conversing with Shun Luoyan during lunch to seek guidance. This continued until Saturday, just before the holiday. Guo Hao finally achieved 100% mastery of the knowledge from the third year of junior high. Congratulations! You have completed the time-limited reward task, achieving 100% mastery of third-year mathematics knowledge within 1 week. You have received task reward, 1 chance at a basic lottery, 1,000 mathematics experience points. Ding! Your mathematics experience is now full, successfully advancing to level 2. Ding! Your mathematics level has increased, granting you an additional 3 intelligence points. Chapter 30, The First Lottery. Mastery of Hacking. The system notification reverberated in Guo Hao's ears, revealing the excitement in his eyes. He had finally completed this task. The time-limited task of 1 week was accomplished in approximately 5 days, which was quite fortunate. Thankfully, no one had interrupted his studies during the last 3 days of the week. Moreover, with Shun Luoyan's assistance, he had received ample guidance. Otherwise, achieving 100% mastery of the third-year curriculum would have been quite challenging. Yet, all that was worth it. Not only did he gain 1,000 mathematics experience points, propelling his mathematics level to level 2, but he also experienced an increase in intelligence. Furthermore, he received a chance for a basic lottery. What would he possibly obtain from the basic lottery? Guo Hao was indeed quite curious. This was his first experience with a system lottery, and acquiring some skills would be immensely beneficial, or perhaps he might receive something akin to energy potions, items that could enhance his learning speed. Guo Hao was eagerly anticipating this. The final class of the afternoon was scheduled to conclude around 3 o'clock, leaving him with over 20 minutes, just enough time to try his luck. Draw. Guo Hao silently urged the system within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the mastery level hacking skill. The system notification that echoed in his ears left Guo Hao both shocked and elated. Hacking skills. He had obtained hacking skills. Before Guo Hao could contemplate further, he suddenly felt an overwhelming torrent of information surging into his mind. The overwhelming torrent of information rendered Guo Hao unable to divert his attention. He was inundated with a vast array of knowledge: programming languages, operating systems, networking, databases, encryption and decryption, sniffing techniques, exploitation of vulnerabilities, malware creation, and password attacks. Each skill and the immense knowledge contained within surged into Guo Hao's mind. He passively absorbed the knowledge transmitted by the system, of which only a minuscule portion was already familiar to him. The remainder comprised concepts that were exceedingly foreign, of which he had scant understanding. Yet this unfamiliar knowledge, once transmitted to Guo Hao's brain, effectively served to enhance his cognitive capacity. Gradually, the deluge of information subsided. After more than 10 minutes, the transmission ceased. Guo Hao rubbed his aching forehead. The sheer volume of information received was overwhelming, making him feel as though his mind might burst. Although he had attained the status of a proficient hacker, the system had merely inundated him with relevant knowledge, stimulating his brain without ensuring mastery. To wield this knowledge with finesse, Guo Hao required time, perhaps a few hours, or even a couple of days, since this method of knowledge acquisition differed significantly from conventional study. Class dismissed. The teacher's voice filtered through to Guo Hao, who shook his head to dispel the daze. What are you doing just sitting there? Time to go home. Wang Shi patted Guo Hao on the shoulder, urging him. All right. Guo Hao, still somewhat disoriented, rose from his seat. Let us go, he said to Wang Shi. Wang Shi regarded Guo Hao with a puzzled expression, his gaze tinged with concern. How's he? What's wrong? You seem a bit off. Have you been studying too hard lately? Perhaps. Guo Hao took a deep breath, making an effort to conceal his fatigue. Let us head home. Indeed. How's he? While it's commendable that you're dedicated to your studies, let me remind you, education is undeniably important, but your health is paramount. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. If you wear yourself out, no matter how well you perform academically, it will all be for naught. Wang Shi admonished him earnestly. Don't worry. I understand. Guo Hao replied with a smile. That's good to hear. Wang Shi refrained from further commentary. The two friends departed the classroom, retrieved their bicycles, and prepared to leave. Guo Hao, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Both Guo Hao and Wang Shi halted and turned to see Zhao Ying, who had appeared unexpectedly. What's the matter? Is there something else? Wang Shi regarded Zhao Ying with a scowl, while Guo Hao remained impassive, choosing not to speak immediately. Zhao Ying appeared somewhat flustered as she faced Guo Hao. Guo Hao, em truly sorry. It was all my fault. Please forgive me. She stammered. Have you finished? Huh? Zhao Ying looked up in a flurry, meeting Guo Hao's gaze. Yes, I'm done. Then let us go. Guo Hao, uninterested in further engagement with Zhao Ying, turned to Wang Shi. Without another word, Wang Shi followed Guo Hao as they rode their bicycles away from school. Watching their retreating figures, Zhao Ying bit her lip, her heart brimming with feelings of grievance, resentment, and regret. She had not anticipated that such an inconspicuous individual within the school would possess such character and background. Why? Why did everyone seem to favor Shen Luoyan? Zhao Ying was filled with bitter discontent. Are you still planning to pull an all-nighter at the internet cafe this week? Guo Hao casually inquired of Wang Shi as they cycled home. Of course. I'm on the verge of reaching Gold Eye. I must go. Who knows? I might even have a chance at Diamond. Wang Shi's enthusiasm surged at the mention of the game. Guo Hao shook his head at his friend's zeal. By the way, I've purchased the Bitcoin you asked me to buy. I managed to secretly transfer 30,000 from my parents' account and bought over 1,000 coins. Can this really make money? Wang Shi asked, his expression tinged with apprehension. Rest assured, if you can't profit this year, just sell them all to me, and I'll buy your Bitcoin at double the price. Guo Hao replied, exasperated. That sounds great. Wang Shi chuckled. I want to hold back from this wealthy friend of mine. Guo Hao rolled his eyes. This guy was truly exasperating. All right, I've arrived home. Take care of the USB drive containing the Bitcoin. You must ensure it doesn't get damaged. Don't worry. There's over 30,000 in there. If I lose it, my parents will skin me alive. I wouldn't dare. Guo Hao shook his head as he parted ways with Wang Shi and returned to his apartment complex. After parking his bicycle and ascending to his room, Guo Hao found that his father had not yet returned from work. His mother was busy in the kitchen. Mom, I'm back. Guo Hao called out. How? You're back. His mother responded cheerfully. I'm making dumplings. We'll have dumplings for dinner. Great. Guo Hao nodded in agreement. Chapter 31. Guo Hao's ambitions alone in his room. Guo Hao opened his computer. Sitting before the screen, he felt an influx of knowledge related to computers flooding his mind. His body instinctively accessed the back-end management interface, modifying his computer's registry, and then adjusted the firewall, coding a small program to serve as the primary defense against external threats. These actions were the instinctive maneuvers of a seasoned hacker. Observing the rapid transformation of his computer, a faint smile crept onto Guo Hao's lips. The system had indeed bestowed significant advantages upon him. As he had surmised, even the most mundane and straightforward rewards were far more valuable than mere monetary gain. Knowledge, in a certain light, was priceless, especially for someone like him, who had insight into future trajectories. Whether it was the losses incurred from purchasing RNG in 2018 or the acquisition of a mask factory in 2019, operations that required little conscious recollection, he recalled the bull market of 2014 and 2015. Even an uninformed individual, by simply identifying the most promising automotive or tech companies and investing blindly in their stocks, could easily achieve profits tenfold. While earning money was one thing, retaining it and living an entirely different life demanded an emphasis on knowledge. For instance, with his newfound mastery as a proficient hacker, the future appeared infinitely more promising. Guo Hao's smile widened. The years from 2012 to 2018 could unequivocally be hailed as the golden age for programmers. As long as one possessed the requisite skills, even without an impressive educational background, one could effortlessly secure a job with an annual salary in the hundreds of thousands. With his foresight into future trends, combined with his elite hacking skills, the simplest route to wealth would be to develop video games or even establish a gaming company. A myriad of lucrative avenues flashed through his mind. Guo Hao felt a sense of wonder. For a reincarnator, making money seemed almost effortless, like picking up coins off the ground. The system could impart vast knowledge while simultaneously enhancing his intellect. If that were the case, then developing his physical prowess should be a trivial matter for the system. Perhaps it could even assist him in uncovering the secrets of longevity. As he contemplated this, Guo Hao's eyes gleamed with ambition. With a formidable system at his disposal, perhaps he could alter the lagging technological landscape of Longguo, or even transform the trajectory of human civilization itself. Or perhaps he could leverage the system to enhance himself or even attain immortality. For someone like him, a reborn individual equipped with a system, the pursuit of wealth should not be the primary objective. He ought to aspire to grander ambitions. This system evidently aimed to mold him into an exemplary scholar. Thus, he would tread the path laid out by the system. Perhaps everything he desired for the future could be within his grasp. Guo Hao's gaze narrowed slightly. Fixated on the computer screen before him, he began to write some programs. Once he completed his work, he temporarily shut down the computer. Exhaling softly, he opened the system panel. User, Guo Hao, Intelligence, 128, Stamina, 8, Strength, 7, Speed, 7, Mathematics. LV2361500, Language Studies, LV1590100, Informatics, LV242885000, among the four-dimensional attributes. A typical person's IQ ranges from 90 to 109, with scores below 69 indicating intellectual disability. The standard values for other attributes in normal adults are set at 10. At this moment, Guo Hao's system panel had undergone significant changes. As for language studies, it was needless to say that he had hardly studied it, so his experience in that field had not increased at all. The mathematics he had diligently labored over had, in the face of the system's imparted expertise in hacking, been utterly overshadowed. What had once been his highest-scoring subject, mathematics, had now been relegated to second place. The newly emerged field of informatics was tantalizingly close to reaching LV3. Moreover, his intelligence had surged by 6 points compared to when he first traversed into this world. It is known that, according to current scientific research, it is exceedingly challenging to enhance one's intelligence through external means. Although it is possible to improve intelligence through learning, it is a daunting task, particularly after adulthood, when the majority of individuals' cognitive abilities become fixed as their brain neurons stabilize. Subsequent enhancements become increasingly arduous. Yet, in a mere few days, he had managed to increase his intelligence by 6 points, akin to a second maturation. A faint smile graced Guo Hao's lips. He was particularly eager for the golden task rewards bestowed by the system. Merely advancing in academic disciplines had led to a remarkable reawakening of his intellect. What further enhancements could brain fortification bring? Guo Hao was filled with anticipation. He rummaged through his belongings and retrieved his first-year high school mathematics textbook. Continuing his studies with set theory, before long, he had caught up to where he had left off upon his rebirth, simple functions. With a foundation in middle school mathematics, he experienced an unprecedented ease as he reached this point. Initially, while set theory was manageable, the moment functions were introduced, Guo Hao had felt overwhelmed. Now, however, the difficulty seemed significantly diminished. For over 2 hours, Guo Hao diligently practiced problems related to functions. He approached his studies with utmost seriousness. Perhaps it was due to having a clear goal, or perhaps his heightened intelligence, or simply the strong sense of achievement he felt. Guo Hao could easily track his progress through the chapters he was studying. Engrossed in his studies, he was called by his mother for dinner. After finishing his dumplings, he resumed his studies. 2 hours before bed, he consumed a bottle of energy elixir and continued his learning. The next day, how can you learn so quickly? Shen Luoyan questioned with a hint of skepticism as she flipped through the high school compulsory textbook before her. Her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked at Guo Hao. He had astonishingly reached the 3rd chapter on the fundamental properties of functions, specifically section 33 on power functions. It was worth noting that before the holiday, Guo Hao had still been grappling with the final chapters of middle school. Shen Luoyan had anticipated that today she would merely cover the main points of the first 3 chapters of the compulsory curriculum with Guo Hao and then have him practice problems. To her surprise, he had nearly completed the first 3 chapters on his own. His learning speed was remarkable. I had a bit of foundation before, and I picked it back up last night, which is why I'm progressing quickly. Guo Hao replied with a faint smile. All right. Then I'll assign you some problems based on your progress through the first 3 chapters. Chapter 32. Optional side quest activated. Without further inquiry, Shen Luoyin promptly retrieved some problems she had prepared the previous day, initially intending to present them after teaching Guo Hao. Now that he claimed to have reached the 3rd chapter of the compulsory curriculum, she simply brought out the questions. Good. Guo Hao nodded, seated at the table in the living room as he began to tackle the problems. Shen Luoyin glanced at him and resumed her lesson preparations. With Guo Hao already delving into high school content, it became easier for her, as she was more familiar with high school knowledge and understood better how to approach the learning process. The learning process is often tedious and monotonous. After about an hour, Shen Luoyin raised her head, somewhat astonished as she observed Guo Hao. For most individuals, the tedium of studying is difficult to endure. Typically, people require a brief distraction after a period of focused study. Even though Shen Luoyin had grown accustomed to hard work since childhood, she rarely studied continuously, generally. After about an hour of dedicated study, she needed a slight diversion to refresh her mind. This was the first time she had witnessed someone studying with greater diligence and effort than herself. Had he maintained such an attitude towards learning earlier, perhaps his academic performance would not lag far behind hers. With this thought, Shen Luoyin regarded Guo Hao with a somewhat complex expression. Come, dear, have some grapes. At that moment, Guo Hao's mother approached with a plate of washed grapes, a warm smile adorning her face as she spoke to Shen Luoyin. Thank you, Annie. Shen Luoyin's expression was difficult to read, but it likely mirrored her usual cool demeanor. Guo Hao's mother smiled, yet inwardly she sighed. This child is polite, academically proficient, and has a pleasing appearance, but it is unfortunate that she comes across as somewhat aloof. Moreover, from Guo Hao's mother's observations, it seemed that Shen Luoyin's demeanor was not merely cold, but also exhibited an overly clear sense of boundaries. She had scarcely touched anything in their home. Not even the fruit. Guo Hao had washed herself. She even brought her own water in her bag. In their own home, she had not even sipped the water provided. This girl's upbringing is perhaps excessively refined. Or rather, it might not even be a matter of upbringing, but rather a form of inherent distance or perhaps even insecurity. Guo Hao's mother pondered this, and, despite feeling a twinge of sympathy for Shen Luoyin, recognized that a person's character is not formed overnight, and, as an outsider, it would be nearly impossible for her to effect any change. With this thought in mind, Guo Hao's mother sighed and returned to the kitchen. Done. Take a look. After spending over an hour completing the 60 carefully selected problems that Shen Luoyin had assigned, Guo Hao handed the workbook to her. Shen Luoyin accepted the workbook from Guo Hao and began to grade it. The further she progressed through the corrections, the more astonished she became. Unable to suppress the urge to glance at Guo Hao. Is there a problem, Teacher Shen? Guo Hao asked with a slight smile. Nothing at all. Shen Luoyin shook her head, using a red pen to annotate Guo Hao's workbook. After a considerable time had passed, with a remarkable accuracy rate of 90%. Having only erred on 6 questions, all of which pertained to power functions and their applications. Content he had only recently begun to study. Guo Hao's performance, excluding this portion, was flawless. As he spoke these words, Shen Luoyin regarded him with a gaze imbued with complexity. Guo Hao nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the system's assertion of 100% learning progress was a fixed value, perhaps even defying the human forgetting curve. Quite impressive indeed. Guo Hao had not expected his accuracy rate to reach such heights. How did you manage that? Shen Luoyin could not help but inquire, her curiosity piqued. What? Guo Hao momentarily froze, looking at her with confusion. You previously mentioned that your academic performance was consistently poor, indicating that even if you possessed a slight foundation, it was insignificant, given the brevity of your study time. How is it possible for you to achieve a perfect accuracy rate? Shen Luoyin regarded him with a puzzled expression. As an exceptional student herself, it was no surprise that she could accomplish such feats. However, based on her perception of Guo Hao, his intelligence and learning ability ranked among the better students. Nonetheless, his current pace of learning and the stability of his understanding seemed excessively rapid. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm simply gifted, Guo Hao replied with a slight smile. The system could indeed be considered his talent. Shen Luoyin regarded him intently. Since your learning speed is swift, I will accelerate my teaching pace as well. I hope you can keep up. Just as Guo Hao was about to respond, a notification sound from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Detecting an enhancement in user's mathematical proficiency, a new time-limited task has been issued within 1 week. Elevate the completion rate of first-year high school mathematics to 100%. Task rewards, 2,000 mathematics experience points, 2 beginner random draws. Ding. Optional side tasks have commenced. Task 1. Challenge the library. The user possesses a system, yet their knowledge is rather limited. It is hoped that the user can broaden their horizons. Within 1 month, spend over 200 hours reading diligently in the library. Task rewards, 5,000 free experience points. 1 beginner draw, 1 silver task card. Task 2. The body is the foundation of revolution. As a future researcher, physical health is of utmost importance. Complete a running distance of 150 kilometers within 1 month. Task rewards, 3 constitution, 3 strength. 1 beginner draw. Task 3. After rebirth, learning is fundamental. Within 1 month, elevate the completion rate of all subjects in first-year high school to 100%. Task rewards, 6,000 free experience points. 1 beginner draw. 1 silver task card. Guo Hao paused for a moment, surprised to discover an optional side task had appeared. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. What's wrong? Shen Luoyan, noticing Guo Hao's dazed expression, asked with curiosity. Nothing, Teacher Shun. I just need to use the restroom, Guo Hao replied, suppressing his exhilaration as he smiled at her. Shen Luoyan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the restroom, Guo Hao began to deliberate over the 3 tasks. He promptly dismissed the second optional task, as its rewards were the least appealing. While it aimed to enhance physical strength, it was of little importance to him at present and lacked a silver task card. Both the first and third tasks offered silver task cards, which Guo Hao surmised held significant value. The 33rd chapter, featuring a cautious Shun Luoyan, likely indicated that attaining a silver-level task would yield substantial rewards. Thus, Guo Hao quickly eliminated the second optional task. Between Task 1 and Task 3, he hesitated briefly before ultimately choosing Task 3. Although Task 1 appeared to be the least challenging, requiring merely 200 hours of library study within a month. Averaging 10 hours per day over 20 days, Task 3 aligned closely with his primary objective. His aim was to score over 640 points on the college entrance examination, and achieving a 100% completion rate across all first-year subjects within a month was a necessary undertaking. Having only 3 months to prepare, Guo Hao selected Task 3. Within 1 month, elevate the completion rate of all first-year science subjects to 100%. Selection confirmed. Taking a deep breath, he splashed cold water on his face and exited the restroom. Approaching the living room table, he found Shun Luoyan glancing at him. Based on your previous learning pace, I have slightly adjusted the content I intended to cover today. Time is of the essence, so let us begin without further ado, Shun Luoyan stated, diving straight into the lesson. All right, Guo Hao nodded in agreement. Let us commence with power functions. With that, Shun Luoyan began her lecture, and as one spoke and the other listened, Guo Hao's enhanced intelligence and mathematical aptitude allowed him to grasp concepts with greater clarity, even enabling him to apply knowledge in new contexts. Shen Luoyan noticed his keen insight into mathematics, prompting her to accelerate the teaching pace. Guo Hao kept up seamlessly. By midday, they had covered the entirety of the first compulsory mathematics module. That will suffice for this morning, Shen Luoyan remarked, glancing at the clock and noting it was nearly 11:50. All right, Guo Hao nodded. As Shun Luoyan began to pack her belongings, she was interrupted by Guo's mother, who had just emerged from the kitchen. Hey, Luoyan, why not stay for lunch? After all, it's quite a hassle for you to travel back and forth. No, auntie. I can return quickly and will be back shortly, Shen Luoyan replied, managing a strained smile. Very well, Guo's mother conceded, but she hesitated, noticing her son give her a discreet signal, prompting her to refrain from further conversation. Shen Luoyan turned to leave. Watching her depart, Guo's mother hesitated before addressing Guo Hao. Hao, what do you think of Luoyan? She has her own thoughts, Mom. We should respect her wishes, Guo Hao replied. All right, Guo's mother sighed softly. By the way, I'm stepping out for a bit. Guo Hao quickly left the house. Hey, Guo's mother wanted to say something more, but Guo Hao had already opened the door and departed. This child, she sighed, returning to her cooking. As Guo Hao descended the stairs, he soon spotted Shun Luoyan in the distance. She had not ridden her bike out of the community, but was seated in a pavilion within the complex, taking out some cold buns from her bag. Teacher Shun, why not join us for lunch at my home? Guo Hao approached her, observing her startled reaction as she instinctively attempted to hide the buns. No need, I can manage on my own, Shun Luoyan replied, her gaze resolute. Perhaps her grandmother had instilled in her the importance of maintaining one's dignity. Guo Hao sighed softly, having anticipated such a response. Most families provide meals for their tutoring teachers, and our contract does not stipulate otherwise. Shen Luoyan gazed intently at Guo Hao before him. Guo Hao's expression momentarily faltered. How about this? You can dine at my home for 10 yuan per meal, which I shall directly deduct from your tutoring fees. What do you think? I decline. Shen Luoyan replied coolly. Why not? Guo Hao looked at her in confusion. Too expensive, she stated succinctly. Then let us do this. After the meal, you can give me an additional half-hour of tutoring as compensation for the meal. After all, under normal circumstances, we would still be dining together. And you wouldn't want to come in. This way, we can reclaim some lost time. You can consider it a deduction for the meal. How's that sound? Guo Hao suggested, somewhat helplessly. It was evident that this proposal piqued Shen Luoyan's interest. Observing the subtle shift in her gaze, Guo Hao hurriedly added, "This is a fair exchange, and we're even benefiting you. I will have 30 more minutes of learning, which is advantageous for my studies." Agreed, but this must be documented in a contract. We need to draft a new one. Perhaps it was Guo Hao's remark about the benefits to her education that swayed Shen Luoyan, or perhaps the notion of a legitimate transaction eased her guarded demeanor. She nodded thoughtfully and addressed Guo Hao earnestly. All right. Guo Hao felt a twinge of exasperation. This girl was undeniably stubborn, with a form of pride that was difficult to articulate. Let us go. Shen Luoyan followed Guo Hao back to his home. Hey, daughter, you're back? Guo's mother glanced at Shen Luoyan in surprise, then couldn't help but cast a curious look at Guo Hao. She was perplexed as to how her son had managed to persuade Shen Luoyan to return. After all, as an employee of a state-owned enterprise, she had encountered many individuals and was well aware of Shen Luoyan's character. She had initially believed that Shen Luoyan would never set foot in their home again. Guo Hao briefly explained the situation to his mother, who then seemed to understand, her gaze softening with empathy for Shen Luoyan. Then let us amend the contract. She sighed. But first let us eat. Before long, Guo's father returned home, and upon seeing Shen Luoyan, his eyes reflected a hint of surprise, though he refrained from commenting further. During the meal, Shen Luoyan was exceedingly cautious, hardly daring to eat much, while his mother continuously served her dishes. After dining, under Shen Luoyan's strong insistence, they signed a revised contract. Chapter 34, Study in High School. Once the contract was finalized, Shen Luoyan felt reassured and resumed tutoring Guo Hao. By around 3 in the afternoon, she had completed the first volume of compulsory mathematics. The first chapter of the second volume covered planar vectors. Planar vectors themselves were not particularly challenging. The difficulty lay in understanding and computation. Shen Luoyan diligently explained the intricacies of planar vectors to Guo Hao, highlighting critical points that required attention. She noted that the questions could be quite flexible and could integrate with other concepts, making the difficulty level considerably high. As she taught, Shen Luoyan occasionally assigned targeted exercises to Guo Hao. He could perceptibly see his learning progress accelerating. For each chapter, aside from the initial one achieving a full score, the later chapters had progressed by approximately 30 to 40%. Remarkably, even though they had just begun the second volume, his learning progress had already reached about 40 to 50%. There were only 2 compulsory textbooks for the first year of high school. Thus, if he could elevate the learning progress of these 2 books to 100%, his mathematics for the first year would be concluded. The thought ignited a flicker of excitement within Guo Hao. However, that exhilaration was short-lived as he encountered the exercises assigned by Shen Luoyan, which became increasingly tedious. Are you certain these problems are within the syllabus? Guo Hao couldn't help but inquire. Absolutely not, Shen Luoyan replied, gazing earnestly at him. Your comprehension of individual chapters or isolated knowledge points is satisfactory, yet your ability to adapt to the transformation of these concepts is somewhat lacking. Guo Hao felt a twinge of helplessness upon hearing her words. She was correct, after all. The assessment of his chapter learning largely hinged on his grasp of the core content, but the amalgamation and transformation of knowledge were an entirely different matter that encompassed the entire grade's curriculum. For instance, during his middle school studies, Guo Hao had diligently worked through numerous complex problems to master the final bits of knowledge from the 3rd year. Otherwise, he would still be struggling now. In high school, the transformation and integration of knowledge had become even more prevalent and intricate. Nevertheless, one must adapt to this reality. Most high school questions would not merely assess a single knowledge point, but would be viewed comprehensively. I understand, Guo Hao nodded. Shen Luoyan began to guide Guo Hao in understanding the problems, emphasizing reading, comprehension, and then practicing. After roughly covering the 2 compulsory textbooks for the first year, Guo Hao discovered that his progress in mathematics had barely reached 30%. Although he had long anticipated a significant difference between middle school and high school studies, he had not expected it to be such a stark contrast. Understanding fundamental knowledge points was one thing. Practicing problems was of paramount importance. Moreover, the interconnections of knowledge points were equally crucial. In high school, simple and straightforward problems had nearly vanished, leaving only comprehensive questions. Shen Luoyan continued to tutor Guo Hao until 6:30 in the evening. All right, I must take my leave. These problems are ones I've highlighted from your 5-year exam and 3-year simulations, suitable for your current level. Please bring them to me for review tomorrow at noon. Shen Luoyan instructed Guo Hao. Okay, he nodded in response. With that, Shen Luoyan departed from the Guo household. Not long after Shen Luoyan left, Guo Hao returned to his room and attempted to solve some problems before stopping. He felt exhausted. After all, he was just an ordinary person. He opened his computer and tinkered with programming for a while. With elite-level hacking skills, programming had become exceedingly simple and even enjoyable for him. After playing on the computer for a bit, Guo Hao sighed softly and resumed his problem-solving. There's no other choice. Studying brings me joy. I love learning. He consoled himself internally. The next day, during morning self-study, Guo Hao continued his routine of memorizing the periodic table of elements. After confirming he could recite over 30 elements, he realized that memorizing the subsequent ones was unnecessary. Next, he focused on reciting classical literature and poetry. Do you not see the yellow river's waters coming from the sky? The setting sun and solitary wild goose fly together. The autumn waters blend with the long sky in one hue. In the bustling classroom, the air was filled with the sounds of students reading, a lively hubbub as most were diligently memorizing English and Chinese. Recitation was a relatively easy way for many to earn points. Mediocrity was the default for most individuals. In the elite classroom, Zhao Ying sat at the back surrounded by several friends. Ying, you've really taken a big tumble this time. Now, you can't even satisfy your cravings for that guy. How outrageous! One of her friends remarked, gesturing, though not explicitly naming anyone. The surrounding girls understood she was referring to Shen Luoyan. Zhao Ying furrowed her brow slightly. Remaining silent, she indeed felt a sense of trepidation towards Guo Hao. However, when it came to Shen Luoyan, it was difficult for her to articulate fear. At most, it could be said that her apprehension stemmed from Guo Hao's protection of Shen Luoyan, which rendered her hesitant to confront Shen Luoyan directly. The remarks made by her surrounding companions caused Zhao Ying to furrow her brows. All right, let us refrain from further discussion. This matter shall rest here. Zhao Ying spoke with a calm demeanor. Why? Are you truly going to do nothing? One of her friends inquired, her eyes wide with surprise. This is so unlike your character. You are unaware that Guo Hao's uncle is the captain of the public security team. To offend him could lead one behind bars. What more do you wish of me? Zhao Ying replied, a hint of annoyance evident in her tone as she addressed her friends. Upon hearing her words, a look of astonishment flickered across the faces of her companions. Ah, now makes sense. No wonder the situation has unfolded this way. Ying, in that case, it would indeed be unwise to confront him directly. However, we could approach it more subtly. Several friends exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with mischief as they spoke to Zhao Ying. Subtly? Zhao Ying questioned, perplexed as she gazed at her friends. At that moment, one of her companions leaned in and whispered something into her ear. Zhao Ying's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated that her friend could conceive such a nefarious plan. Isn't this method rather effective? It requires no bloodshed and doesn't necessitate our direct involvement. How splendid! Her friend smiled gently at Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying fell into silence, perhaps grappling with conflicting thoughts. Noon arrived. I have completed the exercises, Guo Hao stated as he handed the workbook to Shen Luoyan. Come retrieve it after the lunch break. Upon hearing Shen Luoyan's words, Guo Hao nodded. At that moment, he noticed Zhao Ying staring at him in a daze. What on earth is wrong with her? Guo Hao mused, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. Chapter 35, a brand new system interface. However, Guo Hao did not dwell on it further. Zhao Ying had always exhibited somewhat erratic behavior. What rational person would associate with so many delinquents during high school, especially when most connections were dubious, all while maintaining commendable academic performance and a stable family background? What would she possibly seek? Guo Hao found these thoughts perplexing. Setting aside the jumble of thoughts, Guo Hao returned to the classroom. The 5-year examination simulations were submitted. He had lost interest in studying mathematics over lunch and instead opened his chemistry textbook. As a high school student, self-directed learning should be an essential quality possessed by most. Unlike mathematics, high school chemistry bears little correlation to its middle school counterpart. Chemistry was only studied for 1 year in the final grade of middle school, focusing primarily on relatively simple concepts. If one excelled in middle school chemistry, it could indeed save some effort in high school chemistry. The first chapter of the compulsory high school chemistry course dealt with matter and its transformations. In chemistry, memory is of utmost importance. One must remember the properties and weights of molecules and the reactions they undergo. Whether different substances can react depends primarily on their fundamental properties, all of which necessitate exceptional memory. When Guo Hao was initially reborn, his memory was slightly lacking, making self-studying chemistry somewhat challenging. However, that was no longer the case. His intelligence had increased by 6 points, primarily activating the memory module in his brain, leading to a significant enhancement in his memory. Guo Hao diligently perused the textbook, maintaining a steady pace. Throughout the lunch hour, he remained engrossed in chemistry. Ding. User has diligently studied chemistry for over an hour, earning 50 chemistry experience points. As the lunch break bell rang, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Could this be akin to an achievement system? After all, Guo Hao was skeptical that the system would regard his current level of knowledge with any significance. This cumulative learning time seemed to be a specialized mechanism designed to assist him. With this thought, Guo Hao felt a flicker of excitement. If studying chemistry could yield rewards based on cumulative learning time, what about other subjects? For instance, physics or language arts. As this idea struck him, Guo Hao felt a surge of enthusiasm. Although he was eager to begin studying immediately, he remembered that he still had tasks to attend to after the lunch break. Exiting the classroom, he quickly made his way to the advanced class. Shun Luoyan stood in the corridor outside the classroom. You answered 45 out of 100 questions correctly, she remarked, her brow furrowing at the figure. That is significantly lower than before. The previous questions were straightforward assessments of specific knowledge. Guo Hao shrugged. None of the questions you assigned me examined individual knowledge points. They all contained misleading elements. Very well, Shun Luoyan nodded. The more misleading the questions, the more you must practice. Problem-solving requires a solid understanding of mathematical formulas and theorems, but merely knowing them is insufficient to tackle high school problems. I have marked all the questions you answered incorrectly and provided some hints on solving them. Additionally, I have selected another 100 questions for you. Once completed, bring them back to me. Understood, Teacher Shun, Guo Hao replied with a slight smile, his gaze warm as he spoke to her. Shun Lian's expression remained tranquil as she turned back to the classroom. Guo Hao watched her retreating figure for a moment before smiling and departing. He was oblivious to the fact that Zhao Ying, from the classroom, was observing the exchange through the window, her eyes betraying a hint of inscrutable emotion. Upon returning to the classroom, Guo Hao did not immediately open the 5-year examination simulations. Instead, he eagerly flipped open his biology book and began to study. The system's criteria for determining serious study were stringent. It seemed to only count effective learning time, meaning that if no substantial knowledge was absorbed during study hours, it would not be regarded as diligent study. Thus, Guo Hao could not afford to be distracted. From 2 to 3 o'clock, he dedicated an hour to earnest study. Ding! User has accumulated over an hour of serious biology study, earning 50 biology experience points. The system's prompt chimed in his ears once more. Guo Hao gradually ceased his studies, rubbing his forehead as a smile crept across his face. Excellent. Just as I suspected, the cumulative learning time indeed has a defined criterion. Yet, he pondered why his mathematics study time had not accumulated. Guo Hao felt a twinge of confusion. No, there were instances. He recalled that when he had just been reborn, acquiring mathematics experience had been relatively easy. Even dedicating half an hour to serious study had earned him 50 experience points. However, as his level increased, the acquisition of mathematics experience had become more challenging. Perhaps it was due to his current low level in mathematics. The system's sensitivity seemed rather peculiar. Guo Hao contemplated deeply. By the time he completed his biology studies, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He took out his physics book. As expected, at 5 o'clock, ding. User has accumulated over an hour of serious physics study, earning 50 physics experience points. Guo Hao opened his attribute panel. User, Guo Hao, intelligence, 128, physical strength, 8, power, 7 speed, 7 mathematics. LV2361500 linguistics. LV1590100 informatics. LV242885000 chemistry. LV080100 physics. LV050100 biology. LV050100. Within the realm of 4-dimensional attributes, the IQ of an average individual ranges between 90 and 109, with scores below 69 indicating intellectual deficiency. The standard value for other attributes in normal adults is 10. During the high school phase, all subjects have already appeared on the system panel. However, in the realm of comprehensive sciences, there remain certain subjects that have yet to reach level 1, thus offering no enhancement to my current self. It would be wise to find an opportunity to elevate these subjects to level 1. Perhaps my IQ might benefit from some augmentation. Ding ding ding. The bell signaling the end of the last self-study session rang. As usual, Wangxi approached Guo Hao's desk. Weren't you engrossed in your math book before? What brings you to physics today? And high school physics at that? Has the sun risen in the west? I thought you were going to start with middle school physics again. Wang Shi chuckled as he addressed Guo Hao. Chapter 36. Guo Hao, I have feelings for you. They're all subjects one must study. Middle school physics and high school physics aren't strongly correlated, Guo Hao replied nonchalantly. I've already reviewed middle school mathematics and have commenced my studies in high school mathematics. Impressive, very impressive, Wang Shi exclaimed, giving Guo Hao a thumbs up. All right, let's head back for a meal. Guo Hao nodded in agreement. As the two exited the classroom, the corridor was nearly deserted, with most students having departed at the sound of the bell. Upon reaching the staircase, Zhao Ying was spotted standing at the top. Wang Shi glanced at Zhao Ying in surprise, then looked at Guo Hao with a slightly peculiar expression. Noticing Guo Hao's silence, Wang Shi also chose to remain quiet. Just as they were about to descend the stairs, Zhao Ying called out, Guo Hao, wait a moment. After a moment of hesitation, she had finally gathered her courage to speak. Wang Shi's expression grew odd as he halted alongside Guo Hao. Guo Hao furrowed his brow and looked toward Zhao Ying. Is there something you need, Zhao Ying? While Guo Hao was not particularly inclined to engage with Zhao Ying, he recognized her as someone of significance. He felt no fear, yet he was wary that she might disregard all else and bully Shen Luoyan. Disrupting his academic progress would indeed pose a dilemma. Zhao Ying hesitated slightly, glancing at Wang Shi. I'll be waiting for you at the bike shed below. Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement as Wang Shi departed. Watching Wang Shi's retreating figure, Zhao Ying seemed to finally muster her courage and said to Guo Hao, I like you. Would you be my boyfriend? Guo Hao. His brow furrowed deeply as he regarded Zhao Ying. Such a turn of events? At that moment, Zhao Ying's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. I apologize. I do not comprehend what it is about me that attracts you, Guo Hao replied, bewildered by Zhao Ying's affections. He truly did not understand how he had captivated her. Had he, perhaps, become more alluring since his rebirth? Guo Hao pondered in confusion. That day, in front of Chun Yi and his group, you displayed not a hint of fear. Most individuals would have been terrified, Zhao Ying said, her cheeks reddening as she gazed at Guo Hao. I am drawn to audacious boys, and you perfectly embody the qualities I seek. Especially the way you stood before the crowd to criticize me that morning. It made me feel as if I were on a pedestal. As she spoke, Zhao Ying's face grew crimson, appearing quite bashful. So, it turns out she is a masochist. Guo Hao found himself at a loss for words. I'm afraid I do not share your interest, Guo Hao stated flatly. With that, he prepared to walk away. Why? What do I lack compared to Shen Luoyan? Am I not pretty enough? Is my figure not appealing? If I were with you, you could have your way with me. I expect nothing from you. A thoughtful woman like me is surely better than that ice queen Shen Luoyan, right? Zhao Ying said, somewhat angrily. Guo Hao remained indifferent as he regarded Zhao Ying's agitated demeanor. It has nothing to do with Shen Luoyan. Then what does it pertain to? I do not consume the leftovers of others, especially not those that have been passed around by countless mouths. With that, Guo Hao lost interest in lingering and turned to leave. Zhao Ying stood frozen, staring blankly at Guo Hao's retreating figure. At that moment, her complexion paled with fury, her chest rising and falling rapidly. You will regret this, Zhao Ying shouted after him. Guo Hao continued his descent without a moment's pause. A few girls happened to pass by, glancing at Zhao Ying's distressed expression and hastily departing in trepidation. Zhao Ying's eyes brimmed with hatred. Guo Hao reached the bike shed, where Wang Shi awaited him. Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao with a teasing smile. Why does that Zhao Ying seek you out every day? Has she taken a liking to you? Indeed, Guo Hao replied, somewhat helplessly. Really? Wang Shi's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Guo Hao. That Zhao Ying truly has feelings for you? Observing Wang Shi's incredulity, Guo Hao could only smile wryly and shake his head. I had no idea that woman was a masochist. Masochist? What do you mean? Wang Shi inquired, bewildered. Guo Hao shot Wang Shi an exasperated glance. He was certain Wang Shi was aware of the concept. During their late-night gaming sessions at the internet cafe, Wang Shi had undoubtedly indulged in some adult films and understood the terminology well. Wow, that's impressive, Wang Shi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Guo Hao, did you accept her proposal? Of course not, Guo Hao replied, discerning Wang Shi's thoughts from his expression. What a pity, Wang Shi said, looking regretful. If you had taken her in, I might have had a chance to share in the spoils as well. Just imagine the excitement. Clearly, this was the sole concern on Wang Shi's mind. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at him. I have a cleanliness obsession. If you want to indulge, go ahead. All right. She probably wouldn't fancy me anyway. Never mind. Wang Shi shrugged. The two continued their conversation as they left the school. Zhao Ying returned to the elite class with a frozen expression, her face dark as she glanced at Shen Luoyan, who sat at the front of the classroom, munching on a steam bun while reviewing her notes. A flicker of hatred crossed her gaze. Upon reaching the back of the classroom, Zhao Ying's close friend was engaged in reading. Step outside for a moment. Zhao Ying instructed her friend. What is up? Are you prepared? The friend, Lu Shi, looked up and smiled at Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying merely nodded, her demeanor still cold. The two exited the classroom and found a secluded corner in the restroom. So, you confessed to Guo Hao and failed? Lu Shi asked, a smile on her face as she addressed Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying's expression remained icy as she nodded silently. I truly do not understand what you see in Guo Hao. While he did appear somewhat dashing when he stood up to the school leaders, I still cannot grasp why you suddenly developed feelings for him. Lu Shi said, her curiosity piqued as she observed Zhao Ying. Enough with the small talk. Just tell me the plan. Zhao Ying's gaze was frigid as she fixed it on Lu Shi. All right. Lu Shi chuckled in response. She pondered for a moment, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips as she turned to Zhao Ying and said, in truth, the solution I propose is remarkably simple. In fact, if executed proficiently, you wouldn't need to expend much effort at all to render this fellow's existence utterly miserable. As she spoke, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Shi's eyes. Chapter 37. The Outburst of Public Opinion. The method I shared with you earlier had some flaws, but after refinement, is now nearly flawless. Lu Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. What? Zhao Ying looked at Lu Shi with a hint of confusion. It's quite straightforward. We can easily disseminate this information at an internet cafe. Messages posted in such venues are notoriously difficult to trace back to us. Our aim is to tarnish the reputations of Guo Hao and that vixen, Shen Luoyan. So what if Uncle Guo Hao is the captain of the police force? Lu Shi's lips curled slightly as she gazed at Zhao Ying. Just tell me exactly how we should proceed. Will there really be people who pay attention to our online posts? Besides, the internet's influence is rather limited, isn't it? Zhao Ying expressed her doubts. Rest assured. Lu Shi smiled gently. My sister is a reporter at the Gong City TV station. She often laments the lack of newsworthy topics. If our posts spark substantial discussion online, I can directly inform her about it. As soon as it's reported on the television, can you imagine the impact it would have? Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Zhao Ying appeared contemplative. Now the question is, how do we fabricate a narrative about Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan to generate a certain level of buzz? Precisely. Lu Shi beamed at Zhao Ying. So what should we do? Zhao Ying asked, still puzzled. Let me show you some intriguing photographs. A sly smile played on Lu Shi's lips as she retrieved her smartphone, a model that, despite being 2 years old, remained quite expensive. On her screen, Zhao Ying was astonished to see numerous photos, all featuring Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan in seemingly intimate poses, both at school and in their neighborhood. What on earth is this? Zhao Ying exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she glanced at Lu Shi. Quite simple. I managed to capture these moments. Although I did employ a touch of Photoshop, Lu Shi replied with a smirk. They appear to be engaged in close conversation outside the classroom, seemingly in a tutoring session. I happened to spot Shen Luoyan one day while walking down the street and decided to follow her, only to discover she went directly to Guo Hao's home. Here are the photos I took. Lu Shi's face radiated with exhilaration. Without these images, Lu Shi would not have proposed her scheme to Zhao Ying that morning. Zhao Ying quickly scanned the photographs, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. We simply need to tweak these images slightly with Photoshop. Then compose a lengthy post to publish anonymously on our local Gong City forums, as well as on campus walls. We can also rally a few people to amplify the buzz. Given Shen Luoyan's reputation, it's only natural for this to gain traction. Once it starts to simmer, I will casually mention it to my cousin. Lu Shi's smile widened as she regarded Zhao Ying, her enthusiasm palpable. Zhao Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that point, Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan will have no way to remain inconspicuous. I can't wait to see Shen Luoyan's helpless expression when she is caught off guard. Lu Shi's proposal thoroughly delighted Zhao Ying. Moreover, with Guo Hao ensnared in this controversy, it would be fascinating to see how he would navigate the ensuing storm. Would his uncle in the police department be able to extricate him from his predicament? A glint of malice flickered in Lu Shi's eyes. She harbored feelings for Chen, a fact known to very few. Chen had been incarcerated due to Guo Hao's machinations, and Lu Shi was determined to make Guo Hao pay for it. The two girls began to discuss the finer details of their plan, unbeknownst to Guo Hao, who was entirely oblivious to the schemes unfolding against him. Even if he were aware, his character would likely lead him to dismiss it without concern, having endured the cutthroat nature of business in his past life. He was no stranger to both overt and covert attacks. The petty schemes of high school students were hardly worth his attention. During evening study hall, Guo Hao was engrossed in solving problems assigned by Shen Luoyan earlier that afternoon. Meanwhile, in the elite class, most students were occupied with their studies, save for the 2 empty seats at the back of the classroom. Zhao Ying and Liu she had feigned illness during dinner and were now ensconced in a dimly lit internet cafe. They began to draft their lengthy post, complete with images, and disseminated it across various forums throughout Gone City. They also shared it on the campus confession wall and reposted it on QQ Space using their own accounts. Their connections were commendable, especially considering the juicy gossip surrounding Shen Luoyan. News about her was bound to spread. After all, it wasn't just a rumor. Even Gone City knew. Tu High School had heard whispers about her. Shen Luoyan was strikingly beautiful, though her attire concealed much of her allure. Coupled with her stellar academic performance and her frosty demeanor, she was already well known among the student body. Shen Luoyan had once been the top scorer in the middle school entrance examination, achieving nearly perfect marks and causing quite a stir in Gone City. The competition between Gone City No. 1 and No. 2 high schools to recruit her had ignited a fierce battle, with both sides revealing their trump cards, eventually drawing the attention of the prestigious Bailu Middle School. Ultimately, however, Gone City No. 1 high school secured her enrollment. Her academic prowess alone had granted Shen Luoyan a measure of fame. Yet, it was her notoriously frigid personality that truly distinguished her. Cold, unbearably aloof. She treated everyone with the same indifference, never engaging in conversation with any classmates, whether male or female. She was known to have no friends at school, an extraordinary phenomenon. Now, images circulating on forums and QQ Space depicted Shen Luoyan in remarkably close proximity to a certain boy. Naturally, this ignited a frenzy across major platforms in Gone City. The forums for both No. 1 and No. 2 high schools were the first to erupt. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? Shen Luoyan? How could you be so close to a boy? Wow, who is this guy? It looks a bit familiar. I knew it. That bespectacled guy. Shen Luoyan wears those thick black glasses. She must have some hidden depths. She even went to that boy's house. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. ISNT that the same guy who stood up to the school leaders and Zhaoing a few days ago. I remember he did it to defend Shen Luoyan. This is unbelievable. 6,666. It seems highly likely that this is true. Chapter 38. An invisible weapon of destruction. The forums were ablaze with activity. Meanwhile, QQ Space was still brewing, as the number of students at No. 1 high school with smartphones was not yet substantial, with many unable to afford them or barred from bringing them to school. The online fervor was merely in its nascent stages of dissemination. Primarily, it was the forums that buzzed with excitement, as many local toughs were familiar with Shen Luoyan. Particularly, some of Zhang Xian and Chun Yi subordinates are acquainted with Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan. This incident could potentially embroil Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan in trouble, prompting them to spontaneously stir up chaos online, as if fearing the world would not be in turmoil. Unbeknownst to them, Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan remain blissfully ignorant of the situation unfolding on the internet. They are both immersed in their studies within their respective classrooms, completely unaware of the current online commotion. Guo Hao diligently worked through problems for an entire evening, during which he achieved a notable milestone. Ding! The system notification chimed, announcing that the user had accumulated over 100 hours of focused mathematics study, earning 200 math experience points. The sound caught Guo Hao slightly off guard. Over 100 hours, you say? A contemplative glint flickered in his eyes. Technically speaking, his time spent studying mathematics should exceed 100 hours. Despite having only reincarnated less than 10 days ago, approximately 8 or 9 days to be precise. However, apart from the time spent sleeping and eating, he had dedicated the vast majority of his time to studying mathematics. Yet, whether this study was genuinely earnest still required the system's validation. After all, aside from when he consumed energy potions, Guo Hao could confidently assert he was studying diligently. During other times, after prolonged periods of learning, his thoughts tended to wander, making it difficult to claim he was truly focused. Nonetheless, even so, he had indeed studied mathematics for 100 hours. A sense of disorientation washed over Guo Hao. This equated to a full 4 days of study. Just then, the class bell rang, and he exited the classroom alongside Wang Shi. As they made their way to the bicycle shed, Guo Hao keenly sensed numerous pairs of eyes fixated on him. A hint of confusion crossed his mind. The gazes were markedly different from before. What is going on? How's he? Wang Shi, walking ahead of him, noticed Guo Hao's unease and inquired with curiosity. It's nothing, Guo Hao replied, albeit with lingering perplexity. He chose not to divulge his concerns to Wang Shi. The two engaged in light conversation as they rode their bicycles away from the school. Upon returning home and finishing the late-night snack prepared by his mother, Guo Hao retreated to his room, consumed an energy potion, and resumed his problem-solving. However, the rumor concerning Shen Luoyan the top scorer of the high school entrance examination. Secretly dating a boy and visiting his home began to escalate wildly online after evening study sessions. It spread like wildfire on QQ Space, with everyone sharing the news. Guo Hao had barely studied for half an hour when his phone rang. Frowning, he recognized it was his father calling, an uncommon occurrence, as few knew his number. Since he was at home, it could only be that foolish Wang Shi. What could prompt him to call out of the blue? Guo Hao's mind was filled with questions as he answered the call. Sure enough, it was Wang Shi. He shook his head and picked up the phone. Get to the point. I still need to study. Guo Hao impatiently remarked. Still studying? How is he? You need to check QQ Space and the forums. Something big has happened. Wang Shi's tone was laced with urgency. It's about you and Shen Luoyan. Hurry and take a look. Guo Hao's brow furrowed slightly. He quickly powered on his computer and logged into QQ. In no time, dozens of unread messages flooded his inbox. A sense of foreboding gripped him. He swiftly opened QQ Space. On the front page, he was met with a short essay and photographs. Intimate images of himself with Shen Luoyan, including one where they seemed to be entering his home together. These pictures appeared convincingly authentic, yet Guo Hao, having experienced life in the modern world, could discern the slight traces of photo editing. Of course, it would have been obvious even without that experience. As the subject, he knew they had been manipulated. After all, he and Shen Luoyan had never been that close. Their interactions typically unfolded at a respectful distance. To his astonishment, someone had captured these moments and meticulously edited them. This was a setup. In an instant, Guo Hao's mind raced with thoughts. Zhaoing. He quickly deduced that it must be that scheming girl. He had no enemies at school, and while Shen Luoyan had a somewhat aloof demeanor, she too lacked adversaries, save for Zhao Ying. Thus, this incident was undoubtedly connected to her. Only she harbored animosity towards both him and Shen Luoyan, providing ample motive for such a scheme. Furthermore, she had uncharacteristically sought him out for a confession earlier that afternoon. Guo Hao's brow creased further. What he initially thought was merely a typical student rivalry had escalated to this level. It was still merely 2012, a time when the internet was just beginning to take off. Who would have thought that a high school girl from a small town would wield public opinion as a weapon to eliminate rivals? Truly remarkable. Could this be a form of talent? Guo Hao pondered briefly, letting out a soft sigh as he set aside these wild thoughts. Just as he was gearing up to devise a solid plan, Wang Shi's anxious voice echoed from the other end of the line. How's he? Say something. What do we do? Hearing the urgency in Wang Shi's voice warmed Guo Hao's heart. It must be said that regardless of the past life, or this one, Shigu had always been a good friend. In their previous life, they were inseparable companions, and despite geographical separations, they would always gather during the new year, maintaining their camaraderie. It was comforting to have such a friend. Don't worry, Guo Hao replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Guo Hao's laughter, Wang Shi retorted, "What are you laughing about at a time like this? Do you have any idea how big this is? It's not just spreading in our school, QQ Space. It's reached the second school and even the other student groups in the city. Discussions are rampant on the forums. It's exploded. This will definitely reach the school." Wang Shi's tone was frantic. Relax, Shi Yi. This isn't even real. Even if it does reach the school, so what? Truth cannot be disguised, and lies cannot be made real. Everything will be fine, Guo Hao chuckled lightly. You're being foolish. Of course, it's no big deal for you. When a school questions you, you can just tell the truth and no one will hold it against you. Just as you said, it's all fabricated. But think about Shen Luoyan. Rumors can be lethal. If this reaches the local news and her village hears about it, what will happen to her grandparents? Guo Hao fell silent for a moment, contemplating Wang Shi's words. He spoke earnestly into the phone. Shigu, don't worry. I will definitely resolve this matter satisfactorily. I will ensure that Shen Luoyan suffers no harm. Trust me. After a brief silence, Wang Shi responded, I believe in you. Go for it. With that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 39. The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. At that moment, Guo Hao's gaze narrowed slightly. Zhao Ying dared to scheme against him so deviously. The online chaos was likely not their ultimate goal. It had to be about broadcasting on local television. After all, this was a story of considerable significance. An exceptional student, potentially a future college entrance examination champion, allegedly dating before the exams and even sneaking off to the boys' home. In a local context, this would undoubtedly be sensational news. They aimed to use this notoriety to shame Shen Luoyan's family within their village. After all, if the public opinion merely reached Shen Luoyan, given her disposition, she would hardly pay any attention to these individuals, rendering their intentions futile. The most probable outcome would be Shen Luoyan completely disregarding the gossip. However, if the matter were to directly reach her village, inciting the villagers to attack or cast disdainful glances at her grandparents. It would significantly wound Shen Luoyan, leaving her no choice but to confront the situation. What a wicked scheme. Guo Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He indeed needed to devise a plan. His mind raced as he contemplated how to resolve the issue flawlessly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Guo Hao began to write a web crawler, deploying it on the forum to swiftly gather data. Before long, he had pinpointed 2 accounts utilizing the crawler software. Nearly all photos concerning Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan had been disseminated from these 2 accounts, prompting him to trace their IP addresses. However, he soon discovered they were public IPs. A cyber cafe, perhaps? Guo Hao squinted slightly, impressed by the cunning. Did they think they could evade detection through such means? He began typing rapidly on his computer. The 2 forum accounts were newly created. Yet since registering a forum account necessitated linking to a mobile number or QQ email, Guo Hao quickly identified the QQ accounts associated with these 2 profiles. He then commenced the process of hacking into their QQ accounts. By examining the historical chat records and some photos within, Guo Hao swiftly located the source. Indeed, it was Zhao Ying and another girl named Lu Shi. They had initiated the dissemination of the article at 7:30 in the evening. How amusing. Guo Hao sneered to himself, meticulously archiving all the information. He then quietly exited the 2 girls' QQ accounts, ensuring they would remain oblivious to any unauthorized access. After safeguarding the evidence, he hesitated momentarily before stepping out of his room. In the living room, his father was still occupied with paperwork he and tea finished earlier in the day. How, is something matter? His father inquired, lifting his gaze with a hint of curiosity. Dad, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Guo Hao replied, looking at his father. The elder Guo paused for a brief moment, a smile gracing his face as he set down his pen. Of course, what is on your mind? Come, let us talk. Great. Guo Hao nodded, moving closer to his father, and briefly recounted the online incident. The elder Guo's expression remained relatively unchanged. So, how do you plan to handle the situation? He asked, a slight smile playing on his lips as he regarded Guo Hao. I intend to enlist Uncle Li's assistance. Guo Hao stated decisively. What they've done has reached the level of defamation. I believe Uncle Li can intervene. And how do you envision Uncle Li's involvement? Guo's father asked, intrigued as he observed his son. He was curious about how his seemingly mature son would navigate this matter. Guo Hao outlined his plan to his father. After listening intently, Guo's father fell into a thoughtful silence, ultimately fixing his gaze on Guo Hao with a profound understanding. Son, you've matured. I will speak with Li Xing. He will certainly lend you his full support. Rest assured. Thank you, Dad. Guo Hao exhaled with relief. With his father and Uncle Li's backing, he felt he had nearly 100% confidence in resolving the issue. No need for thanks. You've been studying hard all day. Make sure to get some rest. Guo Hao nodded, rising to return to his room. Watching his son's retreating figure, Guo's father felt a swell of pride. His child had grown up. The following day, as Guo Hao made his way back to school, many students cast curious glances in his direction, whispering and pointing with a variety of expressions. It gave Guo Hao a fleeting sense of celebrity. Have you thought of a solution? Wang Shi asked, a hint of anxiety in her tone. By the way, this is my issue. Why are you so eager? Do you perhaps have feelings for Shen Luoyan? Guo Hao teased. Wang Shi rolled her eyes at him. You jerk. I'm just worried about you. And you're joking around. Relax. Guo Hao chuckled, reassuring her. If I were as glum as you, your worry would be justified. Since I'm smiling, it indicates I have a plan. What is there to fret about? All right then, Wang Shi replied, somewhat skeptical. Since you say so, what else can I say? As they approached the school, the crowd of students grew, and the number of those pointing at Guo Hao increased. Guo Hao, someone called out as they reached the school gate. Guo Hao and Wang Shi paused in confusion and turned around. Their classmate, Wang Zheng, hurried over to them. Wang Zheng, what do you want? Wang Shi asked, puzzled by his sudden approach. This guy was also from their senior class, known for his mediocre yet above-average academic performance. And he had never interacted much with Wang Shi or Guo Hao. Yet here he was, stopping them. Is it true about the incident online? Are you and Shen Luoyan dating? Wang Zheng pushed up his glasses, looking at Guo Hao intently. False, Guo Hao responded curtly. Oh. Wang Zheng seemed poised to inquire further when suddenly, a commotion erupted among the students at the school gate. Everyone turned to see the second protagonist of the incident, Shen Luoyan, arriving at the entrance. The surrounding students began to murmur, their expressions varying as all eyes shifted between Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao. Shen Luoyan sensed the unusual attention, furrowing her brow. Upon spotting Guo Hao, she nodded at him and briskly wheeled her bicycle into the school. Unbeknownst to her, she was oblivious to the online gossip. After all, she did not possess a mobile phone, nor did her home have a computer. She was entirely unaware of the events unfolding online. Guo Hao glanced at Shen Luoyan, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Let us go. Ignoring Wang Zheng and the throng of students around them, Guo Hao turned to Wang Shi. Wang Shi nodded in agreement, and they walked into the school together. Outside the school gate, the students erupted in fervent discussion, eagerly speculating about the relationship between Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan. Many had spent the previous evening engrossed in the gossip. It was inevitable, as Shen Luoyan was exceedingly well known. After all, she had ranked among the top 3 in last year's provincial mock exams, a strong contender for the top scorer in the upcoming provincial college entrance examination. Furthermore, she was renowned as an ice queen, her frigid demeanor having earned her considerable notoriety across all schools in Gan City. The revelation of her being in a relationship naturally sparked a frenzy of speculation and debate, with many pondering how the situation would ultimately unfold, whether the school would step in to protect Shen Luoyan, and if Guo Hao might be transferred to a different school. Such matters were bound to ignite a significant discussion. Chapter 40. The crux of the matter. Countless students engaged in animated discussions, and for them, this was an extraordinary piece of gossip. Life in senior year was both tense and oppressive, characterized by relentless studying, which served as a mental strain. While a few students might genuinely enjoy learning, they were undoubtedly the minority. This bout of gossip provided an outlet for the pent-up pressure experienced by these senior students, explaining the rapid escalation of the situation, as most found themselves in a state of eager curiosity. Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan, are they truly in a romantic relationship? Who would have thought that this icy beauty, Shen Luoyan, would also indulge in love? The idea that such an academic prodigy could be involved in a romance has stirred various sentiments among the masses. Some are elated, while others are perplexed and skeptical. As Guo Hao returned to the classroom, he was met with the collective gaze of his classmates, all eyes brimming with curiosity. However, Guo Hao remained oblivious to their stares. He promptly settled into his seat and retrieved his textbook. At that moment, his female classmate Wang Lijuan prodded him with her pen. Turning to face her, he found her eyes laden with inquisitiveness as she inquired, "Is it true that you are dating Shen Luoyan?" "No, please stop asking." Guo Hao replied with an air of resignation. "I could even tell you who started this rumor. But what about those photos circulating online?" Wang Lijuan questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. "And Shen Luoyan has been to your house," she added. "Some of those photos are genuine, while others are fabricated. I will clarify everything later," Guo Hao assured her with a smile. Wang Lijuan nodded thoughtfully. Guo Hao then resumed his reading, the morning study session unfolding as it usually did, primarily centered around classical poetry and prose, supplemented by chemical reaction equations. It must be noted that the memorization required in chemistry is quite extensive, whereas calculations are relatively few. In some respects, geography appears to be more akin to the sciences than chemistry. This pattern continued until the morning break. "Guo Hao, step outside for a moment." The homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, called out sternly. Following Mr. Huang out of the classroom, a wave of chatter erupted among the students, speculating that it was likely related to the events of the previous night. Could it be true that Guo Hao was indeed involved with Shen Luoyan? Curiosity enveloped the room. As he walked down the corridor with Mr. Huang, Guo Hao sensed numerous eyes upon him, yet his expression remained unchanged. Soon enough, Mr. Huang led him to the principal's office, announcing, "Principal, I have brought Guo Hao." Inside the office, several school officials were present, and Shen Luoyan sat there, expressionless, having been summoned without prior notice. "Guo Hao, did you not previously assert that you were not dating Shen Luoyan? What is going on?" The principal's voice was laced with anger. "Photos of you and Shen Luoyan have spread like wildfire online. This morning, the local television station even reported on the matter." "Explain yourself." Seated beside them, Shen Luoyan appeared bewildered, entirely unaware of the circumstances surrounding the situation. Her expression was filled with confusion. "Dating? What on earth is happening?" "It is evident that Shen Luoyan and I have been set up." Guo Hao shrugged nonchalantly, addressing the school officials. "Set up? Then what about these texts, and especially the photos?" "Explain." One of the officials retorted, visibly agitated. If Guo Hao failed to provide a plausible explanation, it was feared that the officials might confront him with hostility. There was no way around it. Shen Luoyan was a prized student of the school, the key to their hopes of achieving provincial accolades. Should she succeed in this endeavor, it would undoubtedly reflect positively on their administration. They had gone to great lengths to retain her at Gancheng No. 1 High School, ensuring she was not poached by other elite institutions. Now, as the college entrance examinations loomed, and with Shen Luoyan poised to achieve high scores, the emergence of such a scandal was detrimental to her mental state. The officials were incensed. These photos have clearly been digitally altered. If you scrutinize them closely, you will sense their unnaturalness. I have always been clear regarding my relationship with Shen Luoyan. We maintain a student-teacher relationship. She is my tutor, and I am her student. This relationship is legally protected. We have a contract. She tutors me in the living room with my mother present, never entering my bedroom. I fail to comprehend why the esteemed leaders are so agitated. Guo Hao chuckled lightly. Upon hearing his words, the officials' tempers somewhat abated. Yet, the question lingered. What now? The story had already circulated widely. Not just online, but also on television. While they could issue a denial, the damage was already done. What if this affected Shen Luoyan's grandparents, destabilizing her mental state? The principal glared at Guo Hao, his frustration palpable. He never imagined the situation would escalate to this extent. Shen Luoyan was of utmost importance. Any disruption to her performance could lead to repercussions from the Education Bureau. I understand the situation now. To mitigate the repercussions, I will need the cooperation of all of you, Guo Hao said with a subtle smile, addressing the officials. The officials exchanged glances, taken aback by his confidence, then turned their attention back to him. Guo Hao proceeded to share his strategy and the preparations he had made the previous night. After reviewing his plan and evidence, the principal furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of hesitation. However, he pondered whether this could lead to further complications. I cannot guarantee the outcome, Guo Hao shrugged, casting a calm gaze at the principal. If you prioritize the opinions of those who harmed us over Shen Luoyan's, then I shall devise another approach. Hearing this, Vice Principal Feng finally resolved to proceed with Guo Hao's plan. Let be as you suggest. With that, Guo Hao returned to the classroom. During the third period, the principal convened an all-school meeting, inviting the head of the local police's security division, Li Xing, and the deputy director of Gancheng Television, Su Shi. Students gathered in the auditorium, with television crew members present. The principal, with a grave expression, surveyed the assembly. Last night, concerning photos of our students, Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan surfaced on various social media platforms and were even reported by Gancheng Television. The school administration is taking this matter very seriously. This morning, we interviewed both Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan. This claim is utterly baseless. As soon as Vice Principal Feng's words were uttered, murmurs rippled through the audience. Students exchanged excited whispers, astonished that the school had swiftly addressed the issue. Indeed, Shen Luoyan, the only student capable of consistently scoring above 700 points, had garnered significant attention from the administration. Were they really issuing a denial? Many students adopted a spectator's perspective, feeling detached from the matter while still intrigued by the unfolding drama. They wondered how the school would handle the situation, speculating that finding concrete evidence would prove challenging. Zhao Ying and Lu Shi both felt a slight sense of trepidation as they clasped each other's hands tightly, exchanging a reassuring glance. They consoled themselves with the thought that they were using newly registered accounts on the forum, and that the information they disseminated had originated from the same source. Surely, no one could trace anything back to them. At that moment, Principal Feng surveyed the multitude of students gathered below. Regarding the photos, it was evident that most had been altered using editing software, and we had consulted specialists on this matter. As for why classmate Shen Luoyan visited classmate Guo Hao's home, it was because Shen Luoyan had taken on the role of a tutor for him. After deciding to buckle down and study seriously since last week, Guo Hao sought assistance from his parents to find a tutor, and they discovered Shen Luoyan, who was offering tutoring services nearby Xinhua bookstore. Upon hearing Principal Feng's words, many students around them displayed looks of realization. Indeed, Shen Luoyan had been tutoring on Dongmen Street. I have seen her there before. This all makes sense now. I wondered how Shen Luoyan, who had always kept to herself, suddenly acquired a boyfriend. It seemed rather peculiar. However, one could not dismiss the possibility that, even if Shen Luoyan had become Guo Hao's tutor, it was entirely natural for feelings to develop between a solitary male and female. Whispers began to circulate among the students. It seemed that Principal Feng had anticipated their murmurs. He produced a document from his possession. This is Shen Luoyan's employment contract, which explicitly states that she is not to be alone with students. Moreover, Guo Hao has been spending his weekends at home, studying under the watchful eye of his mother. The contract also detailed the commencement date of her employment. Upon hearing Principal Feng's words, the surrounding students exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Guo Hao's mother was home? Then there was nothing amiss. No fool would engage in a romantic endeavor under their mother's watchful gaze. At this point, the rumors regarding Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan's early romance had been largely dispelled. As the principal hesitated, he initially believed that the matter could conclude here. However, Guo Hao discerned the principal's indecision and stepped forward from the ranks of his classmates, addressing the assembly. Everyone, the principal is kind-hearted and may not wish to address certain matters too harshly. nor disclose everything he knows. However, as a party directly involved in the situation, I must speak for the sake of my and Shen Luoyin's reputation. This is not only a matter of personal responsibility, but also for Shen Luoyin's dignity and the reputation of Gan Cheng High School. Guo Hao proclaimed loudly to the throng of students on the playground. Upon hearing his words, confusion swept through the crowd. Was there perhaps more to this than met the eye? Principal Fong sighed softly at Guo Hao's declaration. His intent was not to shield Zhao Ying and Lu Shi, but rather to resolve the matter discreetly, as public allegations with concrete evidence could severely impact the girls. He worried whether Zhao Ying and Lu Shi could endure the pressure without succumbing to despair. If either girl were to take drastic measures, the principal would bear the weight of that consequence. Yet, the involvement of Shen Luoyin made it impossible to remain silent. Initially, Principal Fong had intended to let the matter lie, but Guo Hao's intervention forced him to continue. This incident concerns 2 of our female students. Guo Hao has gathered evidence that suggests this was a scheme orchestrated by both girls. Through data retrieval related to those images, traces of manipulation have indeed been found, as confirmed by Captain Li Xing of the Public Security Bureau Security Division, who brought the images to the Criminal Investigation Department this morning and provided professional testimony. Such actions have crossed into the realm of criminal behavior. Principal Fong stated, his resolve faltering. At that moment, Li Xing also rose from the platform, casting a serious gaze over the students. You are all students, yet you are on the brink of adulthood and must learn to take responsibility for your actions. Spreading rumors and fabricating evidence against others is a serious offense, and exceeding a certain level of dissemination could lead to criminal liability. I will not name anyone, but I urge those responsible to voluntarily report themselves to the authorities. Upon hearing Li Xing's words, the students' faces turned pale with apprehension. While they were not the culprits, Li Xing's piercing gaze instilled a sense of dread among these inexperienced youths. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd, followed by gasps of alarm. The students turned in unison to witness the unfolding scene. "Everyone stay calm," shouted Principal Fong, fearing the chaos could lead to a stampede. "Teachers, ensure your students remain orderly." With that, Principal Fong hurriedly descended from the platform. Guo Hao glanced towards the elite class, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Such weak mental fortitude? They dare to challenge him? Were it not for Shen Luoyin's involvement, Guo Hao would have been disinclined to resort to any tactics. However, this was merely the beginning. The tide of public opinion was to be met with more public opinion. In truth, the so-called evidence Guo Hao possessed was merely a bluff. Though he had traced the 2 forum accounts back to Lu Shi and Zhao Ying's QQ numbers, he lacked direct evidence linking them to the incident. Just because Guo Hao could hack an account did not mean others could not do the same. If Zhao Ying and Lu Shi were to deny any connection, the investigation could become quite cumbersome. The IP address traced to the internet cafe was a notorious establishment. Whether they would cooperate was one matter, but obtaining direct evidence was an entirely different issue. Furthermore, any investigation would require considerable time, during which it would be challenging to clarify the relationship between Guo Hao and Shen Luoyin, as their energies would be consumed by the unseen puppeteer. Proving one's innocence is always the most arduous task. Thus, Guo Hao resolved to reverse the situation, compelling Zhao Ying and Lu Shi to clear their names. He emphasized the importance of the security division captain's stern explanation and made it clear that he held the pertinent intelligence. How could a mere high school student withstand such pressure? Even a genuine criminal would likely struggle under such scrutiny. Unsurprisingly, after Guo Hao's recent declarations, both Zhao Ying and Lu Shi appear to have fainted. All eyes turned toward the 2 girls, including those watching on television, wondering what fate awaited them for their alleged role as rumormongers. The focus shifted to whether they would face punishment, as everyone had tacitly accepted Zhao Ying and Lu Shi as the perpetrators. In the midst of Guo Hao's contemplation, the narrative unfolded further. On the other side, Principal Fong had already arrived at the line of the elite class. He carried Zhao Ying on his back, while another teacher next to him had Lu Shi on theirs. The teachers from various classes instructed the students to exit the playground in an orderly manner and return to their classrooms for lessons. After hurriedly exchanging words with the adjacent teacher, Principal Fong, along with them, dashed away with the 2 girls. The students on the playground gazed after them, watching Lu Shi and Zhao Ying depart. I knew it. Indeed, they were those 2 mischievous friends. I had long suspected a significant rift between Zhao Ying and Shen Luoyin, which now made perfect sense. How shameless. They're classmates. Yet Zhao Ying would actually do this? Isn't she the so-called queen bee of the first high school? She was nothing but a delinquent. Such behavior was entirely to be expected from her. Absolutely. The sentiment among the student body underwent an immediate and dramatic shift, with scarcely anyone continuing to discuss the romance between Shen Luoyin and Guo Hao. Most believe this was undoubtedly a deliberate scheme orchestrated by Zhao Ying and her cohorts. When a tempest arises, the best tactic is to overshadow it with an even greater one. Justifying oneself is the most foolish of pursuits. This was a lesson Guo Hao had gleaned from his previous life in the cutthroat realm of business. Applying such rudimentary strategies to these young minds was rather amusing. He gradually moved along with the student crowd. Upon returning to the classroom, his peers were still fervently speculating about the fates of Zhao Ying and Lu Shi, and how they had managed to pull off such a stunt. Some cast admiring glances at Guo Hao, for after all, it was not something an ordinary student could do, standing before everyone and questioning the principal. Yet, Guo Hao remained remarkably composed. In comparison to the tumultuous experiences of his past life, this was but a trifling matter. He had never lost sight of his primary objective. He took out his 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation book. Of the 100 questions Shen Luoyin had circled for him yesterday, he had only completed a little over 30 so far. Engaging in such trivialities was a sheer waste of energy, squandering his potential on frivolous matters. Guo Hao shook his head in resignation. He resumed his practice. The 5-3 is a classic high school supplementary text. Many of the problems it contains are highly targeted and of moderate difficulty. For most, the challenge level of 5-3 closely mirrors that of the actual college entrance examination. At least 80% of the questions are foundational, while the remaining 20% are deemed difficult by most. Guo Hao naturally avoided the challenging questions, as those circled by Shen Luoyin were tailored to his current level of knowledge, many being fundamental in nature. They assessed the grasp of first-year high school concepts and the integration of knowledge. In high school, the formulas and theorems of mathematics are already the most basic elements. Mastery of these alone is insufficient for solving problems. Guo Hao was merely a novice. Despite appearing as a third-year student, he was, in reality, a newcomer just embarking on his third-year studies. While the other students excitedly chatted, Guo Hao remained tranquil, diligently working through his problems. Wang Lijuan, sitting beside him, had intended to inquire about Guo Hao's feelings during the recent events, but upon seeing him calmly engrossed in his 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation, a flicker of admiration crossed her gaze. Guo Hao's composed demeanor, unaffected by praise or blame, was hard not to respect. Thus, Wang Lijuan quietly took out her own 5-3, steadied her emotions, and joined him in reviewing problems. Before long, their homeroom teacher, Old Huang, entered the classroom. The previously animated students fell silent, quickly pulling out their books to study. Old Huang surveyed the room and declared, "This class will be self-study. I'll be keeping an eye on you." Time swiftly passed during the 2 periods of class. Guo Hao diligently worked through the exercises, completing over 20 problems, with approximately 40 remaining. During lunch in the cafeteria, as Guo Hao entered, the surrounding students turned to look at him in unison. The former Guo Hao had been utterly unrecognizable compared to the fame he now possessed. "Brother Hao, it's time I called you that. You've made quite a name for yourself." Wang Shi chuckled, giving Guo Hao a friendly pat on the shoulder. "When are you planning to debut?" Wang Shi grinned mischievously at Guo Hao. "Get lost." Guo Hao waved off Wang Shi's hand, responding irritably. "But really, Brother Hao, you've truly become famous." Wang Shi remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "You used to be so quiet, with only a few knowing you. Now, not just in our school, but I bet every middle and elementary school in Gan City recognizes you." Hearing Wang Shi's words, Guo Hao shrugged. He calmly replied, "All of it is superficial. Such fame is only something the young might care about a little. As you grow older, these high school happenings will merely be amusing anecdotes." Wang Shi regarded Guo Hao with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. "Brother Hao, how come I never noticed you had such high insight before? Planning to become a monk or something?" Guo Hao shot Wang Shi a glare. "Get lost, it's time to grab food." After they finished their meals, they squeezed through the crowd. "Look, your teacher Shen Luoyin is over there." Wang Shi teased Guo Hao. "You can find somewhere else to eat." With that, Guo Hao turned and walked away, tray in hand. "Hey!" Wang Shi wanted to say something else, but upon seeing Guo Hao heading towards Shen Luoyin, he rolled his eyes. What a beast who forgets his friends for a pretty face. Afterward, Wang Shi shook his head and casually found a familiar face to sit with. Guo Hao took a seat across from Shen Luoyin. She merely glanced at him before continuing to eat. "Thank you." After a moment of silence, Shen Luoyin spoke to Guo Hao. As an academic prodigy, Shen Luoyin's intellect far surpassed that of the average person. Upon gaining a clearer understanding of the situation, she quickly grasped the role Guo Hao had played in this matter. Moreover, Guo Hao's actions had all been for her sake. The notion of romance posed no threat to him. It could only be said that had it not been for Guo Hao's intervention today, the news would have spread through the village, placing immense pressure on her grandparents. Thus, having come to this realization, Shun Luoyin expressed her gratitude to Guo Hao. You actually said thank you. Guo Hao looked at Shun Luoyin, astonished. Shun Luoyin merely raised her head, expressionless as she regarded him. I'm sorry, just a joke. Guo Hao chuckled awkwardly. I owe you a favor for this. Shun Luoyin looked earnestly at Guo Hao. Must you be so serious? Guo Hao couldn't help but ask. Absolutely. Shun Luoyin asserted firmly. Fine then. Guo Hao regarded Shun Luoyin, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. She truly was a strong girl. How have you fared with the questions I circled for you? After a few bites of her meal, Shun Luoyin inquired. At this moment, Guo Hao's other thoughts momentarily settled as he recounted some of the questions he had encountered while practicing, such as the transformation of formulas and theorems. Upon hearing Guo Hao's concerns, Shun Luoyin understood quickly and adeptly recognized his doubts. Your issue lies in the fact that you easily fall into a dead end. We can simply modify this equation from this angle. No need for scratch paper, nor to see the original problem. In just a few words, she clarified Guo Hao's confusion. Guo Hao's face lit up with realization. So that is how it is. He posed several more questions, and Shun Luoyin accurately identified the pitfalls he had encountered in solving the problems. The two engaged in a lively exchange of questions and answers. In the cafeteria, some students observed Guo Hao and Shun Luoyin seated together, engaged in conversation. A curious onlooker stealthily approached, eager to eavesdrop on their discussion. Initially anticipating some juicy gossip, the listener quickly lost interest upon realizing the duo was merely discussing exam papers. Really, had these two become so mundane? Engaging in academic discourse in the cafeteria. The news spread rapidly. Truly, Shun Luoyin was remarkable. Indeed, but I'm quite curious. I've heard that Guo Hao's grades were abysmal. What prompted this sudden dedication to his studies? I'm not sure, but a friend from class 7 mentioned that Guo Hao had indeed struggled academically, yet starting last week, he resolved to study diligently and has been doing so for quite some time now. For the past fortnight, he has been immersed in intense study sessions. Among students, gossip travels swiftly, especially given the events of the morning. The protagonists and the occurrences were disseminated far and wide in no time at all. After finishing his meal, Guo Hao stood up contentedly. I'll take my leave now. Shun Luoyin nodded in acknowledgement. Before the evening study session concludes, please hand in the completed exercises, all right? Certainly. Guo Hao replied with a nod. By the way, Teacher Shun, I'm planning to start studying integrated science as well. Do you have any recommendations? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Shun Luoyin paused briefly in contemplation. This Wednesday, I'll adjust your study plan. Great, thank you. With that, Guo Hao made his way to the sink to wash his tray. Upon returning to the classroom, he found Wang Shi occupying his seat. You, talking to a girl in the cafeteria, and you're even discussing problem solving. How absurd, Wang Shi remarked with irritation. You used to be more reserved than I was. What happened after you got hit in the face with a basketball that suddenly made you so studious? Did someone cast a spell on you? Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao in confusion. In your second year, during chemistry class, you stopped. Enough. Guo Hao interjected. You're my bro, no doubt about it. Wang Shi dramatically shifted his demeanor. All right, go back to your own seat and don't distract me from my studies, Guo Hao retorted sharply. Fine. Wang Shi shrugged and returned to his seat. Throughout the afternoon, Guo Hao diligently practiced problems. Unlike his previous middle school studies, he occasionally gained some mathematical experience while earnestly solving math problems, albeit in small increments. For instance, after an entire afternoon spent on math exercises, he accumulated a mere 5 points of mathematical experience. This was a stark contrast to the dozens he had acquired shortly after arriving in this realm. Guo Hao speculated that within the system, there existed a specialized evaluation framework that assessed knowledge levels. This judgment relied on the user's current academic proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the more challenging it became to gain experience, necessitating the study of material beyond one's current level for easier experience acquisition. During the last period of the afternoon, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, called Guo Hao out of the classroom. Is there something you need, Mr. Huang? Guo Hao inquired. Looking at him, can we put an end to this matter? Mr. Huang hesitated slightly before asking Guo Hao. In it? Absolutely not. Mr. Huang, I must admit, I find your suggestion rather unclear. Could you elucidate your thoughts? Guo Hao maintained a faint smile while observing Mr. Huang. For some reason, despite being his student and Mr. Huang knowing his character well, the smile on Guo Hao's face made Mr. Huang feel an unsettling tingle at the back of his neck. The sensation was difficult to articulate, akin to a facade of politeness masking underlying tension. Steeling himself, Mr. Huang forced a smile and said, This afternoon, Gansheng television station aired the morning news, clarifying the rumors surrounding Yu and Shun Luoyan. The incidents involving Zhao Ying and Lu Shi fainting were also recorded, and the public outcry has subsided. What I mean, in the school's stance, is that we should let this matter rest. Everyone should focus on their studies, since we are all classmates. Upon hearing Mr. Huang's words, Guo Hao's smile gradually faded. He regarded Mr. Huang expressionlessly. Is this your personal opinion, or is it the school's stance? Both, Mr. Huang replied, sensing beads of sweat forming on his back. How had he never noticed the overwhelming assertiveness of this student before? In that case, I have no further thoughts on the matter. However, since this incident involved Shun Luoyan, I can refrain from pursuing it, but you will need to communicate with her. If Shun Luoyan is also indifferent, then we may consider the matter concluded. Guo Hao stated calmly. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Mr. Huang felt slightly embarrassed. Guo Hao, regarding Shun, the school has already addressed the matter with her. She stated that this incident was purely a result of your protection. Without you, she would not have evaded the attack. Thus, she has entrusted you with full authority over the situation. Is that so? Guo Hao elongated his tone, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang, you are aware, aren't you, that without my intervention, Shun Luoyan would not have escaped this attack? I once heard someone say something that I wonder if you've heard as well. What? At this point, Mr. Huang was internally lamenting, overwhelmed by Guo Hao's intensity. It said that those who always encourage others to be more magnanimous are the very individuals you should keep at a distance, because when lightning strikes them, it may very well strike you too. As he spoke, Guo Hao cast a meaningful glance at Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang appeared helpless as he looked at Guo Hao. So, Guo Hao, what are you planning to do? Are you really going to take action against Zhao Ying and Lu Shi? They're still classmates, and they are girls. Do you truly wish to escalate matters? And what of it? Do girls not need to be accountable for their actions? Besides, what do you mean by escalating matters? Isn't that just a baseless accusation? Zhao Ying had previously troubled me and Shun Luoyan. How did she promise to make amends? Was that merely a facade? These were commitments made in front of the school administration. Guo Hao scrutinized Mr. Huang coolly. Mr. Huang remained silent for a considerable time, clearly recognizing the weight of the situation. His tone shifted slightly as he contemplated. You have a point. I support you, but what do you intend to do? Are you truly preparing to take legal action against them? Mr. Huang regarded Guo Hao with a hint of confusion. Not necessarily. Since Zhao Ying's public apology before the entire school and even the administration proved ineffective, let us not involve the school. I'll handle it myself. Guo Hao replied with a slight smile. All right, very well, Mr. Huang conceded, feeling somewhat resigned. It was challenging to argue that the school bore no responsibility. Just because Guo Hao insisted on handling it independently did not absolve the institution of its duty. Yet, given Guo Hao's determination, Mr. Huang nodded. I will communicate your intentions to Principal Fong. I stand by you. A smile graced Guo Hao's face. Thank you, Mr. Huang. You. Mr. Huang sighed, studying Guo Hao intently, as if he were just now coming to truly know his student. The way Guo Hao had argued with such composure and reason was enough to elevate Mr. Huang's regard for him significantly. This student was no ordinary individual. A thought stirred within Mr. Huang. Return to your self-study. All right, teacher. Guo Hao returned to the classroom, taking a moment to calm his emotions before diving back into his problem-solving exercises. Perhaps inspired by the problem-solving techniques shared by Shun Luoyan during lunch, Guo Hao found his thought process remarkably fluid in the afternoon, managing to solve 80 problems thus far. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher, Lao Huang, had returned to the principal's office, where he briefly conveyed Guo Hao's thoughts and demands to Principal Fong. Upon hearing Lao Huang's account, Principal Fong furrowed his brow slightly. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, what Guo Hao said is indeed correct. Zhao Ying apologized in front of us and made promises. Yet, right after making those promises, she plots against Guo Hao and Shun Luoyan. Such behavior is simply unacceptable. The principal's implication was clear, to relay Guo Hao's claims directly to Zhao Ying and Lu Shi's parents. The troubles they caused should be addressed by them, seeking Guo Hao's forgiveness while the school would merely act as an intermediary. After a moment of contemplation, Principal Fong affirmed Lao Huang's course of action. Very well. Lao Huang nodded in agreement. As the final bell for self-study rang, Guo Hao closed his book and capped his pen. The students filed out of the classroom. Wang Shi hurried over to Guo Hao's desk. So, what did Lao Huang want to talk to you about? Is it about Zhao Ying and the others? Wang Shi asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Let us discuss it on the way, Guo Hao replied, glancing around at several classmates who were casting curious glances their way. Oh, all right. Wang Shi nodded. The two left the classroom and made their way to the bike shed downstairs. Once outside the school, Guo Hao recounted his conversation with Lao Huang to Wang Shi. After listening to Guo Hao, Wang Shi pondered for a moment, then curiously asked, "Bro, how do you plan to handle this? Are you really considering suing Zhao Ying and Lu Shi?" "Suing? Absolutely not," Guo Hao chuckled. "That would be absurd. To sue two underage high school girls, especially in this day and age, while they are indeed involved in unlawful actions, the courts are unlikely to convict them. What I said was merely to intimidate Zhao Ying and Lu Shi. After all, according to the law, they did break the rules." "What do you plan to do then?" Wang Shi asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Chapter 45, Stay Calm. "I haven't figured it out yet," Guo Hao smiled. Wang Shi was momentarily taken aback. As they rode side by side on their bicycles, Guo Hao calmly remarked, "It's not me who committed a crime. There's no need for me to panic. The ones who should be anxious are Zhao Ying and Lu Shi, along with their parents. If they are truly worried, they will come to me and offer sincere terms." A slight smirk played on Guo Hao's lips. Such tactics are commonplace in business negotiations. "Stay calm. I see." Wang Shi considered this. "What you said makes a lot of sense. It's not your issue, so you shouldn't be the one worried. The ones who should be anxious are definitely Zhao Ying and her friends." "You're brilliant, bro." Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao with admiration. "Stop boasting, just head home." "I've arrived," Guo Hao replied with a hint of irritation. "Okay." With that, Wang Shi departed, and Guo Hao rode his bicycle into the community. As soon as he arrived home, his mother greeted him, "You're back. I saw the news today. It really had me on edge. But thankfully I saw the news debunking it this afternoon. Has the matter been resolved?" "Well, sir," Guo Hao smiled. "Our issue is resolved. And now we just need to see what kind of compensation those two girls will offer." He then recounted the situation to his mother, including his conversation with Lao Huang. Guo Hao's mother listened intently, her gaze softening as she looked at him. "How you grown up?" She was exceedingly pleased with Guo Hao's ability to handle matters. Guo Hao smiled back, feeling a warmth in his heart. He was grateful for the second chance life had given him, allowing him to witness the pride on his parents' faces. Pride derived from him. For Guo Hao, this was undoubtedly one of the greatest rewards since his rebirth. "All right, it's time for dinner." Guo Hao's mother suddenly remembered something. "Where's Dad?" At that moment, Guo Hao recalled, what else could he be doing? "Working overtime? You go ahead and eat. I'll save him some food." Just then, the door swung open. How, you're back?" His father entered, briefcase in hand, changing in his slippers at the door. "That." Guo Hao greeted him with a smile. "I just spoke with Uncle Li and inquired about your situation." His father entered the house. His eyes filled with pride and admiration as he regarded Guo Hao. "Uncle Li really appreciates you. He said your future is limitless." Guo Hao smiled slightly. Uncle Li is being overly complimentary. Today's outcome was largely thanks to his assistance. Otherwise, the situation might not have been so smooth. Humility is a virtue, but excessive modesty can be detrimental, his father remarked, admiration evident in his gaze. Guo Hao smiled faintly. "You handled this matter exceedingly well. It could be said to be near perfection. Even if I were to tackle it, I could only achieve something similar at best. Everything followed the proper procedures, and there were no tricks or risks involved. Very commendable. However, I still have a question. How do you intend to deal with Zhao Ying and Lu Shi?" His father asked, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "I haven't decided yet. It depends on Zhao Ying and Lu Shi's response, as well as their parents' reactions. I never considered suing them. That was merely an intimidation tactic." "Good." Hearing Guo Hao's response, his father nodded in satisfaction. "Actually pursuing legal action against them isn't advisable. Uncle Li suggested I convey this to you as well. After all, you're all minors, and they're just two young girls. If they cannot bear the burden of a trial's outcome and resort to desperate measures, that is something the judge must consider. Therefore, it is highly unlikely they will be found guilty." His father spoke earnestly. Guo Hao felt a slight mockery within himself, as his thoughts aligned perfectly with his father's. "I understand, which is why from the very beginning, it was merely a means to intimidate them. I still prefer to wait for them to approach me for reconciliation. And as for the terms, I will wait for them to propose." Guo Hao smiled at his father. "Yes, in such matters, we certainly shouldn't rush. The ones who should be anxious are indeed them." His father nodded, not pressing Guo Hao further. Due to the repeated provocations from Zhao Ying and Lu Shi, Guo Hao's father felt quite irritated. If it weren't for his son's maturity and ability to handle the situation, the harm inflicted on Guo Hao would have been intolerable. Not to mention the significant impact on his tutoring teacher, Shun Luoyan. This was something Guo Hao's father found hard to tolerate. As the family chatted, Guo Hao quickly finished his meal. "Mom, Dad, I'm full. I'm heading out," he said with a smile. "Go ahead and study hard," they replied as Guo Hao turned to leave the house. Watching Guo Hao's retreating figure, both parents exchanged looks of contentment. "The child is grown," his mother remarked with a smile. "Indeed, the child is grown. His father nodded, and they shared a smile. Guo Hao and Wang Shi had just returned to school. A peculiar sight unfolded before them, as two middle-aged men stood outside the classroom of Class 7 in the third year, capturing the attention of numerous students nearby. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, speculating about the identities of the two men. However, Guo Hao harbored a suspicion. As Wang Shi and Guo Hao approached the classroom door, one of the men suddenly spoke. "You must be Guo Hao, correct? May we have a word?" Wang Shi momentarily froze, instinctively glancing at Guo Hao. "Wang Shi, you should head back to class." "Oh, right," Wang Shi responded, casting a glance at the two men, who now piqued their curiosity as well. Upon entering the classroom, the gaze of both men zeroed in on Guo Hao. He offered a slight smile. "Gentlemen, what brings you to me?" "Guo Hao, would it be convenient for us to speak privately?" One of the men, observing the bustling students around them, hesitated before addressing Guo Hao. "Of course, it is quite convenient." With that, the trio moved to a more secluded corner. The two men intended to escort Guo Hao outside the school for a discussion, but Guo Hao, citing his desire to focus on his studies, refused to leave. Thus, they were compelled to abandon that plan. "Just get to the point. I still have class to attend," Guo Hao remarked with a smile, looking at the two middle-aged men. Chapter 46. Apology and compensation. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, the two men exchanged glances, a hint of uncertainty flickering in their eyes. "Guo Hao, I am Lu Shi's father, and I am Zhao Ying's father." The two men introduced themselves. Guo Hao's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this. "I had already surmised that. Please, proceed with your intentions. I wish to return to my studies." The men looked slightly awkward at his directness. Guo Hao, this situation stems from issues involving our daughters, and we sincerely apologize on their behalf," they said in unison. "Apologies are unnecessary. If anyone should apologize, it is your daughters to both me and Shun Luoyan. Your apologies hold little significance for me. Let us discuss the compensation instead. My time is precious, and I cannot afford to linger here," Guo Hao stated calmly. "Very well, let us be straightforward. Guo Hao, name your price for compensation, and we shall ensure your satisfaction, provided you refrain from pursuing legal action," Zhao Ying's father hastily offered. Guo Hao detected a tone of affluence in his words. "I am indifferent. As a boy, such rumors do not harm me significantly. However, they have inflicted considerable damage on classmate Shun Luoyan. Therefore, I propose that both families contribute 10,000 yuan as compensation for her dignity. Surely, this sum is reasonable?" Upon hearing Guo Hao's demand, both fathers sighed in relief. "Not too much at all. Agreed, then. I must return to class. Oh, and remember to have Zhao Ying and Lu Shi publicly apologize to Shun Luoyan in class." "I shall overlook it." "Certainly. Absolutely." The two fathers readily acquiesced, relieved that Guo Hao had chosen not to pursue legal action, which was of utmost importance to them. Guo Hao's request was not only modest, but also entirely reasonable, leaving them no grounds for dissent. "That settles it, then. I shall take my leave." With that, Guo Hao turned away, unconcerned with the sentiments of the two fathers as he walked off. As they watched Guo Hao's retreating figure, the two fathers exchanged complex glances. This boy was far more mature than they had anticipated. Initially, they had braced themselves for a far more exorbitant demand from Guo Hao. They had considered that a sum of tens of thousands could resolve the matter. However, they were taken aback when Guo Hao asked for only 10,000 for Shun Luoyan, demonstrating an astute awareness of the situation. Truly impressive. Was this a mere high school student? This boy was no ordinary individual. Upon returning to the classroom, Wang Shi eagerly inquired, "Were those two the fathers of Zhao Ying and Lu Shi?" "Indeed," Guo Hao replied. "What happened? What conditions did you propose?" Wang Shi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, ready to pounce on the juicy details. "I did not ask for money for myself." "What?" she questioned, perplexed. "I saw compensation for Shun Luoyan instead. The money holds little value to me, and I was not personally harmed in this matter, so why would I seek their money? Shun Luoyan is the true victim, and it is only just that she receives compensation." Guo Hao shrugged. "Wow, what incredible opportunity. You've truly transformed," Wang Shi exclaimed, almost bouncing from her seat, her disbelief evident. "Enough. Get back to your studies and refrain from interrupting my problem-solving," Guo Hao retorted with irritation. "Fine." Wang Shi, initially eager for more gossip, reluctantly stood up from Guo Hao's desk. Guo Hao returned to his seat and resumed his studies. He had only a few more problems left from the assignments Shun Luoyan had given him, aiming to complete them by the end of the first evening class. Time was of the essence. It must be noted that high school knowledge was significantly more complex than that of middle school. In middle school, one only needed to grasp formulas and theorems and practice extensively, ensuring rapid improvement in completion rates, particularly during the second year, where the challenges were not particularly convoluted. primarily revolving around calculation difficulties. Ultimately, there are not many truly challenging topics. However, in high school, knowing the formulas and theorems was merely one aspect. The integration of knowledge represented another. The questions in high school often contained intricate twists and turns, especially in the third year when assessing first-year knowledge, with a strong emphasis on composite question types. Even straightforward computational problems could be deceptively complex. Consequently, Guo Hao's learning pace had notably slowed. Despite his extensive practice, Guo Hao had only completed about 40% of the material. High school questions were rife with traps, and even seemingly straightforward problems often concealed subtle details. During evening study sessions, he continued to memorize classical poetry and chemical equations, gradually delving into the necessary biological content as well. After all, he aimed to achieve a complete grasp of first-year knowledge within a month. Currently, he had barely managed to advance his math understanding to 40%, and he had not even begun the integrated science subjects. After the evening study ended, he continued solving problems during the next session. Finally, Guo Hao completed the 100 questions assigned by Shen Luoyan. After class, he took the 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation book to the elite class. As soon as Shen Luoyan spotted Guo Hao, she interjected, "You asked for money on my behalf? I refused to take it." Her gaze was defiant. "This money is for you as compensation, a reimbursement for your emotional distress. The world is fair. If you refuse this compensation, they will assume you intend to pursue the matter further, and I will be forced to take legal action against them. Do you truly want them to suffer no consequences for their actions?" Guo Hao smiled gently, looking at Shen Luoyan. "This is such a simplistic notion. I trust you will understand." But Shen Luoyan hesitated, still uncertain. "Take the money, or let your grandmother hold it, claiming it is compensation from the rumor mongers. I'm being quite generous." Guo Hao's expression turned cold. "However, this money should not solely be mine." After a prolonged silence, it seemed that Shen Luoyan had come to a resolution. She looked earnestly at Guo Hao and said, "Let it be. My reputation has not suffered any significant damage, so I see no need to demand compensation from them. If I had been harmed, I would simply ask them for an additional 10,000. Guo Hao smiled and gazed back at Shen Luoyan. She nodded in silence. "All right, let us not dwell on that anymore. I have completed the problems." As she spoke, Guo Hao handed over the workbook for the 5-year college entrance examination simulations to Shen Luoyan. Chapter 47. Getting into the zone. The true joy of learning. "Come find me for the next class," Shen Luoyan instructed as she turned to Guo Hao. "Sure," he nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the classroom, Guo Hao began to study chemistry independently. In fact, he found the difficulty of self-studying chemistry to be somewhat less daunting than he had anticipated. The key lay in understanding the various concepts within chemistry, gaining a profound and clear comprehension of the elements, as well as the relationships between different elemental compounds. He pondered how reactions between various elements would unfold and what types of displacement reactions could occur between atomic groups. As Guo Hao perused the text, he supplemented his learning with relevant exercises. Surprisingly, his study pace was not as sluggish as he had feared, which astonished him momentarily. However, it did not take long for him to regain his composure. Reflecting on his progress, he recognized that it was quite normal. Learning chemistry fundamentally revolves around grasping the elements. And even the calculations for chemical displacement reaction equations were significantly easier than he had imagined. Guo Hao had begun to familiarize himself with some chemical principles and was able to perform simple displacement of chemical equations. Initially, the array of knowledge and concepts had posed considerable challenges. After one lesson in chemistry, Guo Hao had astonishingly achieved a 3% advancement in his freshman chemistry studies. This revelation left him slightly astonished. Ding! User has gained 15 chemistry experience points. The amount of chemistry experience acquired in a single class exceeded Guo Hao's expectations, prompting him to contemplate. It appeared that the system was far more intelligent than he had surmised. It was capable of discerning the depth of his learning and research. Consequently, it provided a thorough assessment of his learning state, meaning that the experience he earned was not merely arbitrary. For instance, having engaged in a comprehensive study of chemistry during this class resulted in a relative increase in his chemistry experience points. With this thought in mind, the class concluded. Guo Hao proceeded to the special class. "This time, you did well. Out of the 100 problems I assigned, you got 63 correct." Shen Luoyan adjusted her glasses, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes as she regarded Guo Hao. Initially, she had anticipated that he would manage to solve at most 50 problems, but she was taken aback by the rapidity of his progress. "I have organized your thought processes for the incorrect answers and noted the mistakes for your review. Additionally, among the new 100 problems I've assigned, several pertain to sophomore material. You can take the opportunity to study those as well. Starting tomorrow, I will provide you with a study schedule to commence your comprehensive studies. As for your Chinese and English, Shen Luoyan was about to articulate her thoughts. There is no need for Chinese at the moment. I can manage to score 130 in English. Guo Hao replied with a faint smile, looking at Shen Luoyan. Taken aback by his declaration, Shen Luoyan gazed at him in surprise, not having anticipated his proficiency in English. In that case, you can decide how to approach your studies for English and Chinese on your own. I shall leave it to you. All right. After that, Shen Luoyan turned and returned to the classroom. Guo Hao also made his way back downstairs. Reflecting on his insights from the previous chemistry lesson, Guo Hao discerned that the more immersed and engaged he became in his studies, the more readily the system rewarded him with additional experience. With this in mind, he resolved to delve into mathematics during this class, aiming to see if he could achieve a deeper understanding through problem solving. To fulfill this objective, he began to tackle problems he found particularly challenging at a much slower pace. As he slowed his pace, Guo Hao concentrated on uncovering the traps hidden within the problems, meticulously working through each one. Gradually, he began to find his rhythm. Some problems that had initially seemed daunting to him became clearer as he honed in on where he had erred, identifying areas of confusion and recognizing concepts he had superficially grasped but lacked a deep understanding of. With each problem he solved, Guo Hao's eyes sparkled with realization. So that is how it is. He became engrossed in solving problems, completely oblivious to the world around him, whereas he had previously engaged in learning and problem-solving merely to fulfill a task. He was now beginning to experience the joy of uncovering new knowledge and the exhilaration of reaching greater heights. This was the first time he truly savored the delight of learning. As he immersed himself in his studies, Guo Hao no longer concerned himself with his progress or mathematics experience. Consequently, he failed to notice that while he was absorbed in learning, his pace and advancement had significantly accelerated compared to before. The class bell eventually pulled Guo Hao from a state of deep concentration. Phew! He exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. This immersive learning experience, though mentally taxing, was undeniably exhilarating, even if it left him slightly fatigued. Glancing at the system page, he was mildly astonished to discover that his completion rate for freshman mathematics had surged to 53%. Earlier that afternoon, he had only achieved a 46% completion rate. This meant that he had accomplished a remarkable 7% advancement in just 2 classes. Furthermore, his system panel displayed a new string of mathematics experience points. Ding! Mathematics experience 16. Ding! Mathematics experience 21. A cascade of experience points, totaling 79, was an impressive feat. This was undoubtedly the largest sum of experience he had ever earned through his own efforts, apart from system rewards or bonuses. Guo Hao felt a surge of excitement. What are you still sitting there for? Just as Guo Hao reveled in his triumph, Wang Shi's voice cut through the moment. Everyone else has left. Wang Shi said with a hint of annoyance as he looked at Guo Hao. Let us go. Guo Hao was in high spirits, having entered a rewarding state of study and discovered the genuine joy of learning. He had no desire to engage in further conversation with Wang Shi, who lacked insight. You're insane. I saw you solving problems just now, and you were actually smiling. It's downright terrifying. Wang Shi regarded Guo Hao with an odd expression. Are you turning into a weirdo? You're the weirdo. Guo Hao rolled his eyes. Let us go. He couldn't be bothered to explain anything to Wang Shi. That guy was beyond help. If he were to discuss the joys of learning, Wang Shi would surely be even more bewildered. Chapter 48. Learning can also be addictive. After leaving the school with Wang Shi, Guo Hao quickly returned home. As he enjoyed the late-night snack prepared by his mother, his father inquired, how did things go? Guo Hao recounted his conversations with the 2 men and his exchanges with Shen Luoyan to his father. Not bad, mister. Guo gazed at Guo Hao with a look of approval. You have handled these matters exceptionally well. You have truly grown up. Guo Hao smiled faintly. It's all thanks to your guidance, father. Enough of that flattery. You must realize that your current capabilities are primarily a result of your own efforts, Mr. Guo remarked, somewhat contemplatively. I cannot agree entirely. Your influence on me has been significant throughout my upbringing. Guo Hao retorted. All right then, let us not indulge in excessive praise, mister. Guo chided playfully. Well then, father, may I return to my studies? Guo Hao inquired. Go ahead, Mr. Guo replied, his satisfaction evident as he watched Guo Hao, who then turned and returned to his room. As soon as he entered his chamber, Guo Hao eagerly retrieved a vial of energy potion from the system. Glancing at the remaining quantity displayed on the panel, he felt a twinge of regret. He had initially acquired 20 vials, but after some time, only 11 remained. Such a pity. I have no idea where I can replenish these. Once consumed, they're gone for good. This is truly a remarkable item. Not only does it enhance my study efficiency, but its sedative effects post-usage are unparalleled. Once its effects wear off, I can fall asleep within 5 minutes and plunge directly into deep slumber. Awakening the next morning, I feel utterly rejuvenated. This is an essential item for daily life. Casting a reluctant glance at the potion in his hand, Guo Hao hesitated momentarily before downing it in one swift motion. He then opened his textbook. Another 100 problems awaited him. Guo Hao felt his mind clarity reach unprecedented heights, and his previous impatience had significantly subsided. In the past, his approach to learning had been rather superficial. He was not genuinely passionate about studying, but rather compelled to do so for a specific purpose, often forcing himself into it. However, things had changed. Guo Hao had begun to grasp some methods of learning, experiencing the joy of acquiring new knowledge. Crucially, this new approach not only allowed him to absorb more information, but also sparked a newfound enthusiasm for learning. Transitioning from a state of self-imposed obligation to one of voluntary engagement was a meaningful transformation. While proactive behavior in learning is indeed valuable, merely acting without genuine intent can severely diminish efficiency. Completing a learning task and nurturing a true love for learning represent two wholly different mindsets. For instance, although Guo Hao had once been an eager learner, his motivation was primarily driven by system tasks, achieving a score of 637 in the college entrance examination to unlock substantial rewards. For someone like him, who possessed the soul of a person seasoned by over a decade of societal experience, reconciling the desire to learn with a genuine commitment posed a formidable challenge. Although Guo Hao believed he had matured, many of his assumptions were misguided. He had never truly immersed himself in his studies. Instead, he had been overly focused on academic performance and progress. This utilitarian and goal-oriented learning approach yielded decent results with simpler material, but faltered with more complex topics. The slower pace of learning often led to impatience, making him eager to resolve challenges without delving into the underlying difficulties. He had not contemplated how to thoroughly understand the roots of challenging problems, explaining why his progress had markedly slowed upon encountering the complexities of the third-year curriculum. Now, however, a transformation had taken place. Guo Hao concentrated on tackling the problems presented by Shen Luoyan. His pace had noticeably slowed as he approached each challenge with care, methodically dissecting the questions to deepen his understanding of the knowledge at hand. Rather than merely practicing problems, he was genuinely exploring their essence. Although this approach slowed him down, it enriched his comprehension significantly. After 2 hours of study that evening, Guo Hao had completed only about 10 problems, yet his mathematical insight had grown considerably. More importantly, he began to perceive a pathway of enlightenment stretching before him, with knowledge radiating its alluring charm. The following day, Guo Hao approached Ganqing No. 1 High School, feeling invigorated as usual. "Hey, I feel like there's something different about you today," Wang Shi remarked as they rode their bicycles to school together. "Is that so?" Guo Hao replied with a subtle smile. "Yes, you seem notably different," Wang Shi insisted, his curiosity piqued as he observed Guo Hao. For some reason, he felt that Guo Hao exuded a newfound confidence and an air of composure in his demeanor. "Perhaps I've simply matured. After all, father, another year has passed. It's only natural to grow." Guo Hao feigned an elderly demeanor, ruffling Wang Shi's hair playfully. "Oh, stop it," Wang Shi protested, swatting Guo Hao's hand away. The two continued their playful banter as they returned to school. Upon locking their bicycles and entering the classroom, many students turned their attention to Guo Hao. If he had previously been nearly invisible at school, he had now become a prominent figure, drawing the gaze of nearly everyone around him. Ignoring the attention, Guo Hao settled into his seat and resumed his studies. Chapter 49. Time task completed. Lottery unlocked. Learning can indeed become addictive, provided one has truly embarked on the journey. Most students, despite years of education, remain novices in the realm of learning. Many do not even entertain the notion of genuine study. A select few recognize the importance of learning, but perceive it as a torturous endeavor, struggling to climb higher on this arduous path. For these students, while their grades may be satisfactory, they still lack true engagement. Their success stems from persistence and relentless rote memorization, cultivating a reflexive response to problem solving. Such an approach cannot be considered a genuine entry into the realm of learning. In a sense, they exist in a state of profound ignorance concerning the essence of true education. Their so-called learning is merely mechanical indoctrination, yielding results that are often disproportionate to the effort expended. Only when one enters a state of genuine curiosity and exploration of the unknown can true learning occur. Presently, Guo Hao stood on the cusp of this newfound understanding. The true journey of learning has commenced, and for the majority, this experience is both wondrous and immensely gratifying. The act of learning itself can release a surge of dopamine. Guo Hao continues to tackle practice problems. As he gradually becomes more adept, his speed in solving these problems also increases. While he still encounters difficulties with more challenging questions, his pace has significantly improved for the relatively simpler ones. During lunch, Guo Hao unexpectedly crossed paths with Lu Shi and Zhao Ying. Upon noticing him, the two girls hastily lowered their heads and sidestepped to avoid him. To them, Guo Hao has transformed into the most formidable figure in the school. They are perplexed, unable to fathom how he discovered that it was they who disseminated those messages and how he unraveled the entire situation. Nevertheless, to them, Guo Hao resembles a devil who can peer into the depths of one's heart, instilling a sense of trepidation whenever they lay eyes upon him. They dare not provoke him. Even Zhao Ying, who once exuded arrogance within the school, has become markedly subdued following her recent confrontation with Guo Hao. Guo Hao merely cast a glance at the two girls, offering a faint smile, and chose to ignore them. For him, as long as they do not seek trouble, he has no inclination to pursue them. After all, his studies hold far greater significance than their antics. Post-lunch, Guo Hao resumed his practice. By the conclusion of the third period in the afternoon, he hurriedly completed the 100 problems assigned by Shen Luoyan the previous night and submitted them to her. Completed? Shen Luoyan gazed at the stack of papers, astonished. The problems she had assigned were somewhat challenging, and she had not anticipated that Guo Hao would finish them so swiftly. Indeed, Guo Hao nodded. Shen Luoyan's brow furrowed slightly. Do not sacrifice accuracy for speed. When solving problems, it is imperative to gain insights. Otherwise, no amount of practice holds value. Rest assured, Guo Hao replied with a smile. Shen Luoyan nodded, falling into a contemplative silence as she handed him several notebooks. Here is a rough outline of the curriculum I have prepared for you, along with my notes from the past few years of comprehensive science study. I've also organized them a bit. Should you encounter any unfamiliar concepts, feel free to ask me or consult your teachers. All right, Teacher Shun. Guo Hao responded with a slight smile. Returning to the classroom, Guo Hao opened her notebooks and felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Engaging Shen Luoyan as a tutor was indeed a fortuitous decision. The meticulous notes, with key points clearly highlighted, were exceptionally well prepared. It would be challenging to find another instructor capable of providing such clarity in their notes. For this alone, the investment in Shen Luoyan was well worth it. As Guo Hao immersed himself in chemistry, Shen Luoyan, in the elite class, was grading his problems. The more she reviewed, the more her astonishment grew. 100 problems. Some even touched upon knowledge from the second year of high school. Yet his accuracy rate reached an astonishing 80%. The difficulty had escalated. Yet both his accuracy and speed had improved. Could it be that Guo Hao is truly a prodigy? Shen Luoyan found herself somewhat at a loss. After the afternoon study session, Shen Luoyan unexpectedly approached Guo Hao. Given your current pace and progress, I believe you may not need to repeat a year. However, you require a more rigorous and demanding study plan. If you agree, I can assist you in crafting one, she stated earnestly as she regarded him. Of course, Guo Hao beamed with enthusiasm. He had been anticipating this very proposition. He had never considered repeating a year. The system's tasks were not intended for that. However, he acknowledged that his prior pace had been somewhat sluggish, especially with the impending examinations looming ever closer. Time was of the essence. Very well, for the next 2 months, I will provide you with intensive training. Ultimately, the responsibility lies with you. I can only guide you and supervise your studies. The bulk of the effort will be on your part. You must be resolute, Shen Luoyan advised him. Absolutely, Guo Hao affirmed without hesitation. In the ensuing month, Guo Hao would rise half an hour early each day and arrive at school, where Shen Luoyan would conduct a brief 30-minute lesson in the hallway, assigning him daily study tasks and objectives. Additionally, during the afternoon study period, with the approval of Teacher Huang and the elite class instructor, he would receive another lesson from Shen Luoyan, who would help assess his daily progress. Typically, the evenings concluded with a comprehensive science exam, followed by a mathematics test. Finally, with approximately 3 days remaining before the deadline for Guo Hao's time-sensitive task, the notification chimed, indicating that he had successfully completed the mission. After rebirth, learning is paramount. Within 1 month, achieve a completion rate of 100% for all first-year subjects. He was rewarded with 6,000 experience points, 1 chance for a beginner-esque draw, and 1 silver task card. As the system notification resonated in his ears, Guo Hao was in the midst of solving physics problems. He felt a fleeting moment of disorientation. This month of frenzied study had left him somewhat dazed. His supply of energy potions had long been exhausted. Without them, He had relied solely on sheer willpower to rise at 5 each morning. Guo Hao silently willed. Chapter 50. Subject Levels, Rapid Advancement. Ding. Successfully drawn. Energy Potion X50. The system notification invigorated him. A commendable prize. It was essential to note that during the past fortnight, Guo Hao had gone without energy potions, studying until midnight without deep sleep, feeling utterly fatigued. There were times when he could only manage a brief 20-minute nap to alleviate his weariness. Such measures were unavoidable, for extreme fatigue rendered study impossible. For Guo Hao, the mere prospect of the energy potion facilitating deep sleep was sufficient to elicit joy. Regrettably, the system often provided too few tasks, typically presenting only one or two at a time. A subsequent task would only appear after the completion of the previous one. As for rewards, how could one receive them without fulfilling the tasks? Though this draw did not yield any skills, Guo Hao remained content. In addition, he received 6,000 experience points, which could be allocated at his discretion. After a moment of contemplation, he accessed his panel. User, Guo Hao, Intelligence, 130, Stamina, 8, Strength, 7, Speed, 7, Mathematics. LV243615000, Linguistics. LV1790100, Informatics. LV242885000, Chemistry. LV1280100, Physics. LV1350100, Biology. LV1150100. Among these four-dimensional attributes, a normal intelligence quotient ranges from 90 to 109. Below 69 indicates cognitive impairment. The standard values for other attributes in adults are set at 10. After a month of intense studying, complemented by Shan Liyin's unwavering guidance, Guo Hao had made remarkable strides. Guo Hao's current attributes have undergone a remarkable transformation. His intelligence has surged by 2 points, as his proficiency in the 3 core subjects has ascended to level 1. Consequently, his intellect has experienced a notable shift. Mathematics, in particular, has flourished due to Guo Hao's fervent dedication to study, coupled with his genuine grasp of the subject. Over the course of this month, his experience in mathematics has skyrocketed, nearing level 3. Without a moment's hesitation, Guo Hao allocated 639 points of free experience to mathematics. Ding! User's mathematics experience is now full. Mathematics has successfully upgraded to level 3. Ding! Host intelligence has increased by 2. The system's notification echoed in his ears, leaving Guo Hao in a daze. He felt as though his mental acuity was elevating, an indescribable sensation permeating his mind. His gaze drifted to the unfinished mathematics problems on the desk beside him. Merely glancing at them ignited a peculiar feeling within Guo Hao's heart. The answers inexplicably materialized in his mind. Was this mathematical intuition? He calculated briefly and confirmed the accuracy of the answers swirling in his consciousness. A look of contemplation crossing his face. It seemed that this enhancement in academic levels could indeed facilitate the development of a heightened sensitivity towards certain subjects, allowing him to extract crucial points from mathematics with remarkable acuity, akin to an intuition. How delightful! Guo Hao had initially believed that the primary benefit of elevating these academic levels was to enhance his intelligence. However, it now appeared that the heightened sensitivity to subject knowledge was perhaps equally, if not more, beneficial than mere intellectual augmentation. Guo Hao was thoroughly satisfied. With approximately 5,000 points of free experience remaining, he pondered how best to allocate them. After some contemplation, he resolved to elevate all 3 core subjects to level 2 first, as he had less than 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination. This upcoming exam could significantly influence his future development. Thus, it was imperative to prioritize it above all else. He promptly distributed 2,220 points of free experience across the 3 core subjects. Ding! User's chemistry level has been upgraded to level 2, 05000. Ding! User's physics level has been upgraded to level 2, 05000. Ding! User's biology level has been upgraded to level 2, 05000. Ding! Host gains 3 intelligence points. A cascade of system notifications resonated in his ears. Guo Hao felt a profound transformation occurring within his mind. The simultaneous elevation of his 3 subjects to level 2 had a monumental impact on him. In that instant, his mind felt slightly hazy, gradually awakening to an extraordinary clarity, akin to having consumed a breath of mint. The world around him became significantly more perceptible. After a while, this sensation slowly faded. Excitement glimmered in Guo Hao's eyes. The feeling was truly exhilarating, and he could sense that the knowledge within his mind had deepened. He glanced at the remaining 3,000 free experience points. Without hesitation, he allocated over 700 points to informatics. Ding! User's informatics experience is now full. Successfully upgraded to level 3. Ding! User gains 1 intelligence point. The notifications rang out once more. Guo Hao felt a profound sense of contentment. Indeed, the elevation of academic levels inherently aided in the evolution of his brain, albeit at a gradual pace. However, an increase in intelligence was certainly to be expected upon reaching a certain threshold or a higher academic level. Naturally, Guo Hao speculated that this enhancement was also correlated with his inherent intelligence. The higher the intelligence, the more challenging it became for lower-level subjects to stimulate further intellectual growth. This thought flashed through Guo Hao's mind. After a moment's reflection, he allocated several hundred points to linguistics, raising it to level 2. As anticipated, this enhancement did not yield an additional boost to his intelligence. With the remaining experience points, Guo Hao did not hesitate to funnel all of them into mathematics. After all, mathematics held considerable importance. Moreover, based on Guo Hao's analysis, the advancement in subjects like mathematics proved exceptionally effective for intellectual development. In contrast, subjects such as linguistics offered minimal benefits for deep cognitive growth or further development. Physics, chemistry, and biology also positively influenced intelligence development, yet in Guo Hao's perception, their efficacy paled in comparison to that of mathematics. Each advancement in his mathematics level almost invariably resulted in an increase in intelligence, a phenomenon not necessarily mirrored in other subjects. Chapter 51, Silver Level Reward Quest. All free experience points have been allocated. Guo Hao, feeling quite gratified, reopened his attribute panel. User, Guo Hao. Intelligence, 136. Stamina, 8. Strength, 7. Speed, 7. Mathematics, LV3221910000. Linguistics, LV205000. Informatics, LV30100000. Chemistry, LV205000. Physics, LV205000. Biology, LV205000. In terms of four-dimensional attributes, the IQ of an average individual ranges from 90 to 109, with a score below 69 indicating cognitive impairment. The standard values for other attributes in a normal adult are set at 10. His academic panels had experienced a seismic shift. Aside from mathematics, all other subjects' experiences had reset to 0, yet they had all been elevated to level 2 and above. Now, accomplishing the ultimate goal of the Golden Level Reward Quest became a far simpler endeavor. Guo Hao felt elated, his heart relieved. In just 1 month, he had propelled himself from a complete novice to achieving 100% progress in the first year of high school. This was an impressive feat. Although the first-year stage was merely a starting point, he had secured an exceptionally promising beginning, especially with all his academic levels elevated. Subsequent learning would undoubtedly become much more manageable. With a sense of relaxation, Guo Hao began to examine another task reward, the Silver Task Card. He clicked on the description of the Silver Task Card within the system. Silver Task Card. Upon use, 3 selectable silver-level reward tasks will be presented. Completing the tasks will yield substantial rewards. Indeed, it was precisely as he had anticipated. Silver-level tasks should offer generous rewards, as his current efforts were directed solely towards a golden-level reward task. While silver-level rewards might be somewhat lesser, they should still be quite substantial. Guo Hao's curiosity prompted him to open the Silver Task Card. Selectable Task 1. As a high school student of the new era, how could one be without accolades? Achieve a provincial-level competition award. Reward: 0 free experience, 2 intermediate lottery chances. Selectable Task 2. Love is a miracle unique to humanity, born for procreation. Explore the mystery of love by engaging in a romantic relationship lasting over 3 months. Reward: 0 free experience, 1 golden task card. Selectable Task 3. In today's scientific research realm, factions exist. Score at least a 211 level university in the upcoming college entrance examination in less than 2 months. Reward: 0 free experience, 1 random blueprint, 1 random lottery chance. As Guo Hao surveyed these 3 selectable tasks, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. These 3 tasks fall into the category of optional rewards, and the experience points within are contingent upon the degree of task completion. Guo Hao noted the annotations behind them. However, he found himself somewhat at a loss for words regarding these 3 tasks, particularly the second one. Engaging in a romantic relationship? Surely, that is the simplest endeavor. Given Guo Hao's recent prominence at school, coupled with his reasonably handsome visage, he had garnered the admiration of numerous female students. Of course, he had no leisure to delve into such matters. All this information came from Wang Shi, that fellow. Wang Shi truly seemed to have too much time on his hands, incessantly prying into these affairs. He even accepted bribes from some junior female students to deliver love letters to Guo Hao, leaving him utterly speechless. Thus, to say finding a girlfriend was easy would be an understatement. Once a partner was secured, it merely required time to cultivate the relationship. According to the task description, the experience points will be calculated based on time, seemingly capped at 1 year, or perhaps even necessitating marriage. Yet, Guo Hao felt a twinge of irritation. He had no desire to casually enter a relationship with a woman, particularly not for the sake of fulfilling a task. It left him feeling akin to a specimen under observation, which was exceedingly unpleasant. Although he yearned for a golden task card, he quickly dismissed this option after a moment's contemplation. As for the first option, it was quite appealing. Unfortunately, participation in provincial competitions was not feasible in the near future. Not only within 3 months, but even within a year, such opportunities were scant. Ultimately, it seemed that only the third task aligned well with his current situation. After all, his golden level task required him to achieve a score exceeding 637 points. Attaining such a score would certainly grant him access to a 211 university. If he were not choosy about his major, based on previous year scores, he might even brush against the C9 league. Thus, without hesitation, Guo Hao chose the optional task 3. Once he had successfully selected it, he fully absorbed the task's rewards. Exhaling softly, he felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. The closer the deadline of the time-limited task loomed, the more fervently Guo Hao studied, particularly over the past 3 days. His frenzied dedication startled not only Shen Luoyan, but also his parents, who began to worry if he was encountering any difficulties. When Guo Hao reassured them that he faced no such issues, his parents could only comfort him, emphasizing that health took precedence over study. At last, this intense phase of learning was drawing to a close. Just then, the school bell rang. Guo Hao relaxed slightly in his seat as he heard the sound of chairs being moved nearby. "Hey, come look at what I found," came a voice filled with astonishment. Guo Hao turned toward the source of the sound. "What is it?" He replied with irritation directed at Wang Shi. "Bro, is the sun rising in the west today?" Wang Shi shuffled his chair closer to Guo Hao, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "You taking a break? Your recent study frenzy has genuinely terrified me." Wang Shi regarded Guo Hao as though he were a rare specimen. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at him. "I am a human, not a machine. Of course. I need a rest. By the way, does all this intense studying even help? The second mock exam is tomorrow. Are you feeling confident?" Wang Shi teased Guo Hao. "It's hard to say. Let's see if I could just pass the first tier line." Guo Hao pondered briefly before responding. "That's already quite something." "What do you mean by just passing?" Wang Shi exclaimed, astonished at Guo Hao's words. Chapter 52. The upcoming second mock college entrance examination. What's wrong? Guo Hao looked at Wang Shi, puzzled. Wang Shi remained in a state of disbelief for a moment before he could no longer contain himself, and asked, "Bro, are you sure you meant the first-tier universities, not just any undergraduate program?" Wang Shi's expression was one of incredulity as he gazed at Guo Hao. Achieving a first-tier score, based on previous year's benchmarks, would require a minimum of over 500 points. Yet, Guo Hao had only previously managed around 300 points, consistently ranking among the bottom 3 in their class. Could he really be serious about reaching the first-tier threshold? Wang Shi was utterly intrigued. "Of course, it's the first tier," Guo Hao replied nonchalantly. "After all, I can easily score above 130 in English and over 90 in Chinese. As for math, I've achieved full marks in the first year, and I've started tackling some material from the second year. I'm confident in handling basic problems well enough to score around 90. Considering that the college entrance examination contains many foundational questions, a 100 completion rate in first-year material is impressive in itself. Then there's the science subjects. Although I'm not overly confident in scoring exceptionally high, my studies over the past month, practicing problems with Shan Lian's guidance, have ensured that I can pass all 3 subjects. Given that I've also completed 100 of the first-year science curriculum, scoring 60 should not be too challenging. Based on my calculations, 500 points is a given. However, my goal is to achieve at least 530 points, marking a satisfactory conclusion to this month of intense study." Guo Hao placed immense importance on this upcoming provincial second mock exam. It served as a critical assessment of his learning progress during this period. "Wow." Wang Shi stared at Guo Hao in disbelief. "How did I never notice how much you love to boast? First tier, 500 points. Are you really claiming that you've improved by 200 points in just a month? What? You don't believe me? Want to place a bet on it?" Guo Hao smiled slightly, looking at Wang Shi. After a long moment of silence, Wang, she rolled his eyes at Guo Hao. Forget it. I've come to realize that you've indeed changed significantly. You now seem to enjoy pulling pranks. Go ahead and aim for 500 points. Wang Shi's gaze still held a hint of skepticism. Guo Hao was unperturbed. All right then, class is starting. Hurry back. Wang Shi glanced at Guo Hao, said nothing further, and returned to his seat. Now, it was the final self-study session of the afternoon. The class bell had just rung when their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, briskly entered the classroom. Everyone, please put down your pens for a moment, Mr. Huang announced from the podium, addressing the numerous students before him. The class halted their writing and looked up at Mr. Huang, Guo Hao included. With the pressure of a time-limited task lifted, Guo Hao felt less urgency now, allowing him a modicum of relaxation compared to before when he dared not waste a moment. Tomorrow marks our province's second mock examination. A crucial event, as it is one of the last 2 mock tests before the college entrance examination. This is a significant assessment of your academic progress over this period. Not only for you, but also a momentous test for our school, Ganqing No. 1 High School. The next 2 days will be filled with mock examinations. So let us all give our best effort. Mr. Huang's expression bore a hint of tension. Such exams held profound significance for teachers like him. I want to ramble on. The college entrance examination is fast approaching, and I'm sure you all understand the importance of this upcoming test. Treat it as a rehearsal for the actual examination. Old Huang took a deep breath. All right, I shan't say much more. This afternoon, everyone should organize their books and find a suitable place to store them. Now, class monitor. Here, Zhao Ming promptly stood up. This is the list of names and seating arrangements we need to post in our classroom. Old Huang handed a stack of notes to the class monitor. After receiving the notes, Zhao Ming continued, and this is the examination venue for each of you. When the time comes, simply head to your designated testing room. When I call your name, please come up to collect your examination permit. With that, Old Huang began to read out the names. The provincial mock examination is not merely an ordinary test. Typically, students in their final year will undergo 3 mock exams, all designed to mirror the format of the college entrance examination. The purpose of this meticulous imitation is to acclimatize students to the examination setting, ensuring that they are less anxious when they eventually confront the actual college entrance examination. Following the test, students will gain a general understanding of their academic standing. Moreover, as mock exams will also yield provincial rankings, students will attain insight into their performance relative to their peers across the province. After all, the admissions process for colleges often hinges not solely on scores, but significantly on one's ranking within the province. Schools select candidates based on merit, beginning with the highest scores, rather than adhering strictly to numerical scores. Even the delineation of the undergraduate threshold is closely tied to the rankings of that year's college entrance examination candidates. Thus, comprehending one's position within the province carries substantial significance. One by one, the students approached to collect their examination permits, which indicated their assigned seats and testing locations. Old Huang reminded everyone to keep their permits safe, as the invigilators from external schools would be monitoring the exams, and losing the permit could lead to complications. Furthermore, there will be no evening study session today. After you tidy up your belongings, you may return home, he announced. Wow! Before Old Huang could finish his sentence, the classroom erupted in cheers. With only 1 day off each week and evening study sessions nearly every day, these third-year students were, after all, human. They too yearned for rest. Little did they expect that the examination would inadvertently grant them some much-needed respite. All right, everyone settle down. Old Huang, smiling, observed his students, fully aware of the reason behind their jubilation after years as their homeroom teacher. Gradually, the students quieted, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they turned their attention to Old Huang. Although the evening study sessions are canceled for the next 2 days, do not become too relaxed at home. Ensure you retire early tonight to recharge your spirits. Only then can you achieve commendable results on the upcoming exam. The school has arranged enticing prizes for this second mock exam, and there will even be special monetary rewards for outstanding performances. I hope everyone takes this seriously. Chapter 53. How good should I sell my Bitcoin? Old Huang chuckled, surveying the eager students around him. All right, teacher. Understood. The students from Class 7 responded enthusiastically. Hearing Old Huang's words, Guo Hao smiled faintly. Prizes? I suspect they're intended for Shen Luoyan, given her excellent grades and modest background. Those rewards are likely meant to motivate her to excel. Speaking of money, after Guo Hao successfully secured 1,000 yuan in compensation for Shen Luoyan, her demeanor towards him had noticeably softened. At least she was no longer as cold as before. It seemed that Shen Luoyan was not entirely oblivious to the nuances of human relationships. Perhaps her family's financial struggles, coupled with her striking appearance, had led her grandmother to instill in her the importance of concealing her beauty. The emphasis was always on studying hard, for if her looks were ever revealed, it could invite an insurmountable amount of trouble. Thus, it was best for Shen Luoyan to maintain a distance from her classmates. For years, she had been solitary, and Guo Hao's arrival disrupted her solitude, as he genuinely wished to assist her without any ulterior motives. That 1,000 yuan was something Guo Hao could have easily overlooked. Yet he crafted numerous excuses solely to offer Shen Luoyan a helping hand. It was as though he simply wished to support her as a teacher. However, Guo Hao surmised that the reason for Shen Luoyan's newfound warmth towards him was likely due to his lack of any apparent romantic interest. Had he even hinted at the slightest inclination towards her, she would have undoubtedly retreated into an icy facade, 100 times colder than before. With this thought, Guo Hao smiled. In the brief moment he had been lost in contemplation, old Huang had already outlined the important matters for the upcoming days. All right, I won't elaborate further. Class dismissed. Everyone tidy your desks, and the class monitor and a few other students should affix the name tags on the corners of the desks. Ensure your desks are free of any belongings. Otherwise, it could lead to inconvenience if anything goes missing. Class dismissed. As old Huang's words concluded, the students began to eagerly gather their things. Guo Hao blended in with the crowd, organizing his disheveled books. It must be said, high school, especially in the final year, is inundated with various textbooks and examination papers. Not only do they fill the desks, but they also overflow into the drawers and even stack up at his feet. After considerable effort, he finally managed to find a suitable place for them. How go, since you have some free time today? How about joining me at the internet cafe tonight? At that moment, Wang Shi squeezed over, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he spoke to Guo Hao. Just as Guo Hao was about to decline, Wang Shi lowered his voice, glancing around at their classmates. Actually, I wanted to ask your opinion on the recent volatility of Bitcoin. All right then, Guo Hao relented, realizing that he had initially brought up the topic of buying Bitcoin. It wouldn't be right to dismiss it now. Very well. Wang Shi's face lit up with excitement. Let's grab a bite first, and then head to the internet cafe. Sound good? Wang Shi's enthusiasm was palpable. After both had stowed away their books, they exited the school. Guo Hao called his mother, and soon they arrived at a nearby restaurant. While dining, Wang Shi eagerly turned to Guo Hao. Oh yeah. It's been ages since we last went to the internet cafe together. We absolutely must duo queue tonight. I'll play jungle, and we'll definitely carry you. Let's aim for a rank boost. Who knows? We might even reach diamond. Just a heads up, let's limit it to 2 hours, Guo Hao replied. Of course. It won't interfere with your studies. Wang Shi smiled slightly, though secretly, he contemplated that if he could pique Guo Hao's interest, it was quite likely that he would end up playing for 3 or 4 hours, perhaps even pulling an all-nighter. After their meal, the two made their way to Tianxing Internet Cafe, a familiar ground that had served as their base countless times before. Gazing at the simultaneously strange, yet familiar, surroundings, Guo Hao felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia. In his past life, he had visited this place innumerable times. Come on, why are you standing there lost in thought? Wang Shi asked, puzzled. Nothing, just reminiscing about some things, Guo Hao replied, shaking off his daze. Just as they were about to step into the internet cafe, a sudden voice called out to Guo Hao. Guo Hao, my brother. As Guo Hao raised his gaze, he was taken aback to find none other than Zhang Exin. The ruffian. Guo Hao harbored a distinctly unfavorable impression of this scoundrel. The miscreant named Chun, he must surely have been a trap set by Zhang Exin, who was acutely aware that Guo Hao's uncle held the position of captain in the public security team. However, it appeared that he had deliberately chosen not to disseminate this information, perhaps intending to employ others as pawns. Consequently, Guo Hao felt no affection whatsoever for the little thug known as Zhang Exin. With a mere nod of acknowledgement, Guo Hao greeted Zhang Exin, whose demeanor remained oblivious to the tension, as he continued to beam at Guo Hao. If it weren't for your prior warning, Brother Guo Hao, I would have almost been duped by that vixen Zhaoying. Thanks to you. Are you planning to play in this internet cafe? Allow me to treat you. No. Thank you. We are leaving. Guo Hao shook his head and addressed Wang Shi beside him. As the two turned to depart, Zhang Exin attempted to say something further, but upon observing Guo Hao's retreating figure, he could only let out a resigned sigh. Boss, why are you being so courteous to him? A younger subordinate queried Zhang Exin. Perplexed, Zhang Exin, somewhat irritated, gave the young man a light smack on the head. He is the nephew of the captain of the public security team. Should we not curry favor, or would you prefer to offend him? All right then. Wang Shi understood Guo Hao's reluctance to give Zhang Exin any face, having experienced similar situations himself, and opted not to inquire further. After finding a spot to occupy 2 computers, Guo Hao initiated the conversation. Now tell me, what aspects of Bitcoin do you find perplexing? Guo Hao did not rush into gaming. He recalled Zhang Xi's earlier question. At that moment, Zhang Xi, poised to engage in the game, hesitated. Brother Hao, you advised me to refrain from monitoring the Bitcoin market for a while. Yet I failed to heed your counsel and checked it a few days ago. As you predicted, Bitcoin has surged rapidly. Just 2 days ago, it reached $12 per coin. It has nearly quadrupled. As he spoke, Wang Xi's excitement was palpable, though he managed to temper it. Do you think I should sell a quarter of it to pay back the money in my parents' bank account? Chapter 54. Brother Hao, why are you so inept? Observing the hesitation on Wang Xi's face, Guo Hao refrained from hastily countering. Instead, he fell into a thoughtful silence before posing a question. Is the situation with your parents' bank account urgent? Will they discover it? Not to that extent, Wang Xi chuckled. I simply thought, since I've already made a significant profit, if I sell a portion and deposit it into the bank, the remainder would still be mine, right? This way, I wouldn't feel so pressured. After a moment of contemplation, Guo Hao replied, I won't dissuade you, but I can inform you that given the current market conditions for Bitcoin, its value is likely to continue rising. If you hold on to it until the end of the year, a further increase of 7 to 8 times should not be out of the question. If that is the case, do you still wish to reduce your holdings? Ah, I see. Wang Xi appeared slightly troubled. Such matters were indeed mentally taxing. All right, take your time to think it over. Now let's play some games. Guo Hao chose not to dwell further on this issue. Regarding the possibility of Bitcoin soaring to hundreds or even thousands of dollars in the coming year, Guo Hao knew he could not share this projection with anyone. The notion that Bitcoin would rise was merely an investment suggestion. There were many individuals and investment firms in the U.S. who shared this belief, which accounted for Bitcoin's phenomenal surge within a year. It was in essence a consensus. However, to assert with certainty that the Bitcoin, currently valued at over $10 per coin, would escalate to hundreds or even thousands within a year was tantamount to making a prophecy. From where would such information originate? If it indeed rose to that level, how would others perceive him? Guo Hao was unwilling to shoulder such risks. All right. Wang Xi was oblivious to the multitude of questions that Guo Hao had contemplated during that brief exchange. He promptly set aside the decision of whether to sell Bitcoin and launched into League of Legends. As the two entered the game, it was worth noting that Guo Hao had not played League of Legends for over a decade. After graduating from high school, he attended a vocational college, and upon entering society, he had scarcely touched the game since. Whoa, Brother Hao, did you just blow your flash? No way. Brother Hao, how can your Garen be suppressed by Kled? Brother Hao, can you refrain from wasting your skills? How did you even miss that cue? After 2 hours and 5 matches, Wang Xi had relentlessly critiqued Guo Hao. The banter continued as they exited the internet cafe. All right, it's just a few games. Guo Hao replied, somewhat exasperated. Just a few games? Brother Hao, do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to reach gold I? Wang Xi glared at Guo Hao with indignation. Brother Hao, you're also at gold level. How have you fallen so drastically? It's probably due to the month of diligent studying. My skills have become rusty, Guo Hao admitted, feeling a touch embarrassed. He had thought that after playing for a while, his gaming dexterity would return. Yet, he had somewhat overestimated his own abilities. His reflexes were decent. But when it came to hero mechanics, Guo Hao was utterly blank, having forgotten nearly everything. Thus, while playing, he had to reacquaint himself with the mechanics of the heroes, resulting in a rather poor performance. All right, enough of this. Let us head home. We have an exam tomorrow. Guo Hao was eager to change the subject. Under Wang Xi's disappointed gaze, he mounted his bicycle and sped away, feeling a twinge of guilt for having dragged his friend down in several matches. Upon returning home before 8 o'clock, Guo Hao's mother inquired while tidying up his belongings, "What were you doing this afternoon?" "I was playing some games with Wang Xi." Guo Hao replied casually to his mother, "I need to relax a bit before the mock exam tomorrow." "Is that so?" Guo's mother nodded, not probing further. "You really should take a break. You've been studying so hard this past month that it's quite alarming." Her expression softened as she gazed at Guo Hao. Only Shun Luoyin knew a fraction of how diligently he had been working. Guo Hao's mother was perhaps the most aware of his efforts. Each night, she noticed that Guo Hao's room light remained on until at least midnight, yet he would rise promptly at 5 the next morning. While she felt pride in her son's dedication, she also harbored concern for his well-being, knowing that such a regimen could be profoundly taxing on his health. "Mom, I'm going to review some study materials for the mock exam," Guo Hao informed her. "All right, then make sure to get to bed early tonight," his mother advised with concern. Nodding in acknowledgement, Guo Hao retreated to his room, where he first opened a mathematics practice paper to warm up his mind. After a month of study, he had just about managed to complete the high school sophomore mathematics formulas and theorems. In terms of this aspect of his studies, he had effectively finished. Of course, the pace of his studies had not been as rapid as one might hope. The formulas and theorems were not particularly challenging. They merely required memorization and recitation. However, solving problems could not be accomplished solely through formulas and theorems. It necessitated an integration of knowledge. Questions solvable through mere formulas accounted for less than 5% of those on the college entrance examination, primarily confined to the first few multiple-choice questions. Having finished the textbook, Guo Hao now needed to focus on incessantly practicing problems, solving problems, and solving more problems. By the time he completed a practice exam, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Guo Hao consumed a bottle of energy supplement, which had become less scarce after numerous lottery draws. After finishing the mathematics paper, he opened his chemistry textbook. In the span of a month, Guo Hao had merely skimmed through the textbooks related to comprehensive science, yet his understanding remained superficial. According to Shen Luoyan, a gradual approach to learning was not suitable for Guo Hao at this juncture, as time was of the essence. Therefore, during this month, Shen Luoyan instructed Guo Hao to familiarize himself with the entire array of comprehensive science textbooks in several sessions. Subsequently, she devoted 2 weekends to deliver a rapid overview of the textbooks, after which Guo Hao was tasked with solving problems. For the knowledge points he found challenging or misinterpreted, she provided more in-depth explanations. This method balanced speed with a focus on the cohesiveness of knowledge. As Guo Hao opened the textbooks, he primarily sought to review the concepts and key points marked by Shen Luoyan that he had yet to grasp fully. With his chemistry level having ascended to level 2, Guo Hao felt an unexpected affinity towards the chemistry concepts before him, reminiscent of his previous breakthrough in mathematics. Indeed, while an elevation in subject level does not directly enhance one's knowledge, it significantly reduces the difficulty of learning and understanding related concepts. After the completion of the second mock examination, Guo Hao began to study diligently. He briefly reviewed the 3 subjects of comprehensive science to reinforce his memory. Ordinarily, such an approach might seem futile, given the limited capacity of human memory. One can only retain so much information in a short period. However, Guo Hao was different. In the afternoon, his intellect surged by several points, and not only that, all his subject levels improved significantly. At that moment, he was at the pinnacle of his memory capacity, with an exceptional affinity for comprehensive science, further enhanced by an energy elixir. Consequently, studying the 3 subjects felt remarkably effortless, far surpassing his usual pace. Within 2 hours, Guo Hao's mind was rapidly filled with a plethora of concepts and knowledge points, most of which he had encountered before but had not retained firmly or comprehended fully. Now, he finally grasped some of these concepts. He fervently committed them to memory until the effects of the energy elixir began to wane. With a sigh, he closed the book, disregarding everything else, and promptly collapsed onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to sleep. For Guo Hao, the only thing he could do at that moment was to sleep. The following day, Guo Hao awoke at 5:30 in the morning, instinctively rising to wash up. After refreshing himself, he felt invigorated. The after-effects of the energy elixir left his brain unusually fatigued, yet this conveniently facilitated a smooth transition into deep sleep. For Guo Hao, this so-called after-effect had transformed into a crucial aspect of his routine. Wasn't the exam scheduled for 9 o'clock that morning? Why not indulge in a bit more sleep? Guo's mother looked at her early rising son with surprise. Having grown accustomed to waking at this hour, Guo Hao smiled and replied to his mother, "I'll prepare breakfast for you." His mother promptly agreed. With an early start, Guo Hao was in no rush to head to school. With the exam commencing at 9, there was no point in going to school too early. Instead, he decided to continue his studies, taking advantage of the morning's sharp memory. Guo Hao retrieved his books, knowing that mornings were optimal for memorization. He focused on biology and chemistry, 2 subjects that, while not overtly stated, contained a plethora of material requiring memorization. For instance, the periodic table of elements and the properties of elements in chemistry, and even more in biology, which consisted of numerous facts to memorize. After studying for 3 additional hours, Guo Hao had breakfast, and around 8:30, Wang Shi called for him from downstairs. Guo Hao then made his way down. The 2 friends headed to school, parting ways to find their respective examination rooms. The first exam of the day was Chinese. Guo Hao had not conducted extensive revision for this subject, aside from reviewing some key points and tackling a couple of practice papers. However, Chinese primarily assesses reading and comprehension abilities, both of which posed little challenge for Guo Hao. He easily navigated the classical Chinese reading questions until he reached the final section, the essay. The essay question carried significant weight, accounting for a substantial 60 out of 150 points. The prompt required him to write an argumentative essay on the topic of social responsibility, with the title left to his discretion. Upon reading the topic, Guo Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Social responsibility, an intriguing subject indeed, ripe for discussion. After a brief contemplation, he recalled the Pengyu case and the recent Xiao Yeye incident. Soon, an essay title came to mind, On the Collapse of Social Responsibility. Guo Hao's essay was audacious, commencing with real events, discussing the Pengyu case, then delving into the erosion of media authority and legal credibility. Ultimately, he circled back to the profound topic of social responsibility. In conclusion, he asserted that social responsibility is a weighty and far-reaching subject. Each of us is a part of society. However, as entities wielding greater influence, legal and media organizations significantly affect every ordinary individual. When the integrity of these organizations conflicts with the simple moral values of the populace, ordinary individuals find themselves powerless to alter the media or the law. In such moments, the societal consensus shaped by social responsibility begins to fracture and ultimately collapses. Having articulated his thoughts, the examination concluded. The announcement signaling the end echoed through the classroom. Guo Hao set down his pen as the invigilator began to collect the papers. Upon exiting the classroom, Guo Hao and Wang Shi opted not to remain in school for lunch, returning home instead. After studying for a while at home, he prepared for the afternoon exam, which was scheduled for 2:30, focusing on English. Guo Hao breezed through the English paper, even submitting it half an hour early. That evening, he resumed studying comprehensive science. The next day, he faced his mathematics exam in the morning, followed by the comprehensive science exam in the afternoon. After finishing, the invigilator collected the papers, and Guo Hao stepped out of the examination room. How'd it go? Any chance of getting into a top-tier school? Wang Shi asked, approaching Guo Hao with a grin. Resting a hand on his shoulder, Guo Hao sighed, it's just an exam. I didn't let your exaggerated claims get to me. Wang Shi comforted him, no, I'm just contemplating how to choose between 985 and 211. It's such a tough decision. What should I do? With a playful shove, Wang Shi rolled his eyes at Guo Hao, and the two engaged in light-hearted banter. At that moment, a voice interrupted them. They paused their playful antics as Shen Luoyan approached, ignoring Wang Shi's presence. How did the exam go? She inquired. I feel it went well. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Once the papers are distributed, please show me the questions you got wrong. Sure, Teacher Shen, she responded, turning to leave without further comment. TSK, 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 my good fellow, it seems you truly have a devoted tutor by your side. Wang Shi gazed at Guo Hao with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Guo Hao instantly perceived the tantalizing thoughts swirling in Wang Shi's mind, reminiscent of certain Japanese narratives, and shot him a disapproving glare. Mind your manners, young man. Shen Luoyan is not one to be trifled with. All right, I understand. Wang Shi slightly recoiled, fully aware of his transgression, choosing not to argue any further. Very well. Let us return and tidy up the desks. Chapter 56. A perfect score on the essay? Upon returning to the classroom, they found it in disarray, with students hurriedly restoring their desks and beginning to shuffle books. Guo Hao and Wang Shi quickly joined in the efforts. Before long, the classroom was restored to its former order, and everyone resumed their seats. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, strode in with purpose. Standing at the podium, he wore a smile as he addressed the students of Class 7. You all seem quite efficient. How swiftly you have organized your desks. So, how did you find the recent examination? As soon as Mr. Huang finished speaking, a chorus of discontent erupted. It was exceedingly difficult. Teacher, is this really the level of difficulty we should expect for the college entrance examination? How can it be so challenging? Goodness, if the actual exam is this tough, I fear I won't even qualify for a second-tier university. It's just too hard. The classroom was soon filled with grievances, nearly every student lamenting the excessive difficulty. Mr. Huang wore a mysterious smile as he regarded his students, responding with a chuckle. Difficulty is to be expected. It has always been similar in previous years. The practice exam will indeed have a slightly elevated level of challenge compared to the actual college entrance examination. This is entirely normal. Therefore, when estimating your scores, you may reasonably expect your college entrance exam results to be somewhat higher than your current performance. However, at this juncture, Mr. Huang's expression grew somewhat serious. He surveyed his students with a grave demeanor. Although the practice exam may be more challenging, rest assured, the challenge is shared by all. You are not alone in this struggle. Your ultimate ranking within the province will likely reflect your performance on the college entrance examination. Just by improving your scores in the coming weeks, you could outpace thousands. This opens the door to superior universities and more prestigious programs. Therefore, you must redouble your efforts. The practice exam is now behind you. You are surely aware of the challenging questions it contained. Focus on mastering the relevant knowledge and practice extensively. Aim to tackle every problem with ease and confidence. Mr. Huang commenced his annual motivational speech, igniting fervor among the students. Observing this scene, Guo Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. It seems students are rather easily swayed. To be precise, they are more easily influenced than those who have been seasoned by the trials of the world. If someone more worldly were present, Mr. Huang's tactics would seem rather cliched. Yet, witnessing the students' enthusiasm stirred a sense of warmth within Guo Hao. This era still possesses a certain innocence, untouched by the influences of modern social media platforms that have tainted the youth of today. All right, everyone, it's time for self-study. Shortly, your mathematics and English teachers will distribute 2 test papers. Mr. Huang, satisfied with the excitement he had instilled in his students, nodded approvingly. His words had effectively stirred their enthusiasm. After all, isn't that the duty of a homeroom teacher? With that, Mr. Huang settled down at his desk, and the classroom fell into a serene silence, broken only by the sound of pens scratching against paper. Guo Hao set aside any distractions and resumed his studies, diligently working through the 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulated tests. Since last week, after completing the key points of the second-year syllabus, Shen Luoyan had encouraged Guo Hao to dive into the rigorous practice material directly. With 2 thick volumes to tackle, he was expected to self-correct his work, seeking Shen Luoyan's guidance only when he encountered persistent difficulties. This approach was efficient, as Guo Hao was inherently disciplined and did not require oversight like many of his peers. Engaging in practice would undoubtedly be a lengthy endeavor. However, Guo Hao remained unhurried. Having discovered a path to academic success, his mindset had grown increasingly stable. The once tedious process of solving math problems had transformed into a rewarding pursuit. That evening, during English and math classes, both teachers addressed various problem-solving strategies. The next day, as Guo Hao and his classmates attended lessons in the provincial capital of Gan, a distinguished group of gold medal teachers was diligently grading the practice exams. Given the significance of these provincial college entrance exam simulations, the stakes were high. Among them was Teacher Qian, a renowned language instructor. As he reviewed a particular essay, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. This essay discussed societal consensus and the sense of social responsibility, revealing cracks in key events. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The true essence lay in its audacious scope. The essay was a critique rooted in social realities, and most strikingly, the candidate's tone was incisive without resorting to vitriol, disemboweling the media with precision. It sharply pointed out that media outlets everywhere were frantically chasing trends, and this obsession was, in fact, undermining the very foundations of society. The language was remarkably pointed and aggressive, leaving Teacher Qian both shocked and apprehensive. The prose was mature, the arguments astute, supported by real-world examples, and the writing was commendable. Yet, Teacher Qian felt a twinge of helplessness as a bittersweet expression crossed his face. According to the grading criteria, submissions must align with the core values of society and promote positivity. By that standard, this essay would be deemed off-topic, meriting at most 30 points. If deemed too far afield, it could even receive a 0. However, Teacher Qian picked up the essay once more for a closer inspection. Frankly, it was exceptional, rich in content, and thoroughly backed by factual evidence. More importantly, it did not merely express opinions, but offered insightful analyses based on facts. The critique of contemporary media practices was sharp and difficult to refute. Although it strayed from the prescribed societal values, Teacher Qian paused in contemplation, ultimately marking it with a perfect score before submitting it to the head of the grading committee. Group Leader Wu, take a look at this essay, Teacher Qian said, gesturing to his colleague. Oh, Group Leader Wu raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Generally, teachers grade their own papers, only seeking a second opinion when uncertain. A perfect score? As he received the essay from Teacher Qian, Group Leader Wu immediately noted the title and the accompanying perfect score. His surprise was evident as he looked up at Teacher Qian. Chapter 57. I disagree. Indeed, Group Leader Wu, I firmly believe this essay deserves a perfect score. Teacher Qian stated solemnly, locking eyes with him. Group Leader Wu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the essay before him. Minutes later, he finished reading and passed the paper to another teacher in the grading committee. Please circulate this, and let us discuss later whether this composition deserves a perfect score. Group Leader Wu addressed the surrounding teachers without haste. Curiosity flickered in the hearts of the nearby educators. What kind of essay could possibly leave seasoned language arts instructors like Group Leader Wu and Teacher Qian in deliberation over awarding full marks? One by one, the teachers passed around the composition. The language arts grading group consisted of 13 educators tasked with evaluating the papers. As each teacher finished reading, they fell into a contemplative silence. Soon, all the members of the grading team had perused the essay. Have you all finished? Please share your thoughts. Group leader Wu prompted the teachers. They exchanged glances, their expressions revealing uncertainty. Clearly, this essay had left them somewhat ambivalent. After years of experience, each of them, being at least exemplary teachers, could quickly ascertain the quality of composition. Yet, the correlation between the quality of writing and the potential for high scores was not always straightforward. This essay is nonsensical. It is rife with inaccuracies. How could it possibly merit a high score? I propose we assign it a score of 0. Teacher Kai interjected vehemently, addressing group leader Wu. Most teachers remained hesitant, unable to reach a consensus. After all, while the essay was well written, whether it aligned with societal core values was an entirely different matter. How should one interpret this? How could it be deemed nonsensical? The composition was undeniably articulate, presenting sound reasoning supported by factual evidence. The author did not overtly express their views, but cautiously articulated a portion of their perspective based on substantial facts. I find such restraint commendable. After all, the existence of society's darker facets is a shared acknowledgement. We cannot simply ignore them and pretend they do not exist. The reason we discourage students from writing negatively inclined essays is primarily that most students tend to be overly vague and merely generalize. However, this student is clearly not among them. Teacher Qian rebutted passionately to Teacher Kai. With a sardonic smile, Teacher Kai retorted, "So, Teacher Qian believes that the criticisms levied against our media by this student are justified?" His words seemed to tighten around Teacher Qian's throat, instilling a flicker of doubt in his eyes. This was a delicate matter. Media professionals are notoriously vindictive. Should they catch wind of such remarks, they could easily tarnish one's reputation with a few scathing articles. In light of such concerns, hesitation was palpable among the group. This is an internal discussion. It should have no bearing on the evaluation of the essay. Teacher Kai exclaimed. Group leader Wu, overhearing Teacher Kai's comment, cast an irritated glance in his direction. Teacher Kai chuckled softly, but chose not to elaborate further. Teacher Qian's expression shifted. At that moment, Group leader Wu addressed the grading team directly. All right, I shall refrain from further commentary. This essay undoubtedly presents some controversy. I will not influence your judgment. Let us proceed to a vote. The teachers exchanged hesitant glances. Those in favor of awarding this essay a perfect score, please raise your hands. Upon hearing Group leader Wu's words, Teacher Qian raised his hand without hesitation. The other evaluators hesitated, but soon, a few more hands gradually lifted. After a moment's pause, Group leader Wu raised his hand as well. 8-5. The majority agrees to award this essay full marks, so let it be so. Group leader Wu declared, surveying the group. Teacher Kai's demeanor darkened as he shot a cold glance at Teacher Qian. Typically esteemed within the school, he found it surprising to be contradicted by his peers today. Yet, as a distinguished educator, he felt compelled to maintain composure despite the embarrassment. Once the decision for full marks was confirmed, Group leader Wu began documenting the scores. All right, let's continue our work. He instructed the grading team. The teachers resumed their evaluations. After casting a frosty glance at Teacher Qian, Teacher Kai resumed his grading. The grading process spanned 2 days. On the third day following the examination, all results for the third-year students in Gan Province were released, complete with rankings. Mr. Huang, the head teacher of Class 7, entered the classroom with a brisk step, a broad smile illuminating his face. Attention, everyone. The scores for the second mock exam are out. Our class performed exceptionally well, he announced, beaming at his students. The students exchanged glances, excitement flickering in many of their eyes. I would particularly like to commend Guo Hao, Mr. Huang proclaimed loudly. The class's gaze shifted to the back, where Guo Hao, engrossed in his studies, slowly lifted his head to meet their stares. With visible delight, Mr. Huang continued, Guo Hao, during the previous mock exam, you scored only 312 points. However, in this second mock exam, you achieved an impressive 538 points. That's an astonishing improvement of 226 points, placing you 5th in our class. This score exceeds the historical benchmark for first-tier universities, and you accomplished this in just over a month. Mr. Huang was overwhelmed with emotion, although he anticipated Guo Hao would surprise him. Given his diligent efforts over the past month, the magnitude of his achievement was beyond what he had envisioned. Chapter 58. The astonishment of classmates upon hearing Mr. Huang's words. The eyes of the surrounding students turned to Guo Hao, disbelief etched on their faces. 538 points? That surely guarantees admission to a top-tier university. How could someone who was once at the bottom of the class show such remarkable progress in just a month? This was seemingly impossible. Despite witnessing Guo Hao's dedicated study habits over the past month, the rapidity of his improvement was hard to accept. Could progress truly be this swift? Curiosity washed over their expressions. Moreover, Mr. Huang was still beaming with joy. Guo Hao's essay also received the only perfect score at our entire Ganshengno. One high school. Let's give him a round of applause. As Mr. Huang's words echoed, applause erupted like thunder. Envy sparkled in the eyes of his classmates as they regarded Guo Hao. Incredible, truly remarkable. Despite having witnessed Guo Hao's hard work firsthand, they remained in awe of his achievements. Guo Hao himself, however, felt little of the excitement surrounding him. To him, this achievement was entirely anticipated. Given the support of the system, the enhancements from the system interface, and the guidance from the top tutor at Gansheng, alongside his own fervent dedication to studying, it would indeed be a cause for concern if he were unable to attain even such results. Guo Hao began to question his own capabilities, feeling somewhat inadequate. Fortunately, the results of this examination aligned precisely with his predictions, although he was taken aback by the perfect score he received for his essay, which diverged from his expectations. A perfect score? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Guo Hao's eyes. He had initially thought that writing an argumentative essay centered around social issues with negative connotations would likely result in a low grade. He had hoped for the best outcome to be a score in the 30s, which he would consider consolation. He was indifferent about it, after all. It was merely a mock examination. The essay regarding social responsibility was genuinely inspired by his personal reflections, crafted with sincerity. He had never envisioned achieving high score, simply because the odds seemed slim, although there were no explicit regulations. He had always been told by teachers throughout his educational journey that essays should focus on positive and uplifting themes. Compositions addressing negative societal issues were typically dismissed as off-topic, regardless of their quality. In essence, any essay that tackled negative news was often treated as irrelevant, with scores usually plummeting below 30. And the likelihood of receiving a 0 was not insignificant. Thus, Guo Hao had not held high hopes for his essay this time. To his astonishment, he had received a perfect score. Consequently, Guo Hao would also be recognized as a star of progress, reported to the school, which generously rewarded students demonstrating significant improvement. It was encouraged that everyone learned from Guo Hao. As their high school journey dwindled to just over 50 days before the pivotal college entrance examination, a test that would dictate their destinies. As for the latter part of Mr. Huang's speech, Guo Hao tactically tuned it out, as it consisted mainly of familiar slogans about perseverance and the futility of senior year struggles, phrases he had grown weary of in his previous life and wished to avoid repeating in this one. He shook his head and resumed his practice problems. Nearby, the class monitor began distributing the score reports. The rankings from this mock exam would be posted in the school's public bulletin board, and those interested could take a look. Finally, the bell rang. Guo Hao set down his pen, ready to rub his slightly sore eyes. At that moment, a few girls' soft voices suddenly reached him. Guo Hao, how did you manage to score full marks on your essay? We would like to ask you how you studied and improved during this time. The three girls hesitated briefly before addressing him. It's simple. Just put in the effort, Guo Hao replied after a moment of contemplation. If your grades haven't improved, it means your efforts are still insufficient. Sorry, but I have to step out for a moment. I need to use the restroom. With that, Guo Hao stood up decisively and exited the classroom, leaving the girls exchanging glances. Outside the classroom, Wang Shi observed Guo Hao's noticeably hastened pace and burst into laughter. Look at you, Guo. You're having a day like this too? I can't believe you're facing a situation you can't handle. Guo Hao shot him a glare. Cut the chatter. The two of them left the classroom together, heading towards the restroom. By the way, Guo, you actually scored full marks on your essay. How did you manage that? Wang Shi inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he glanced at Guo Hao. I heard the grading standard for this round were even stricter than those for the college entrance exam, which means your perfect score could very well translate to the actual exam too. A full score on an essay is rarer than achieving full marks in math or English. I honestly don't know, Guo Hao shrugged. For this essay, I wrote a critique of social realities, and I never expected to receive a high score. I was merely hoping not to get a 0. What? Wang Shi stared at Guo Hao in disbelief. Guo, your dad must be the one grading the papers. Critiquing reality in an essay is practically spreading negative values, isn't it? Such an essay shouldn't exceed 30 points at best, and you get a perfect score? That is why I said I don't know, Guo Hao replied, shrugging once more. Wang Shi appeared to ponder this. Guo, I have a feeling you might be in for some trouble. Why should I care? Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi. What I write is my business as a student. If there is any trouble, it's the graders who will face it, not me. Can they really target just one student? Hearing Guo Hao's words, Wang Shi paused for a moment. It seemed to make sense. What fault could there be in the student's writing? After all, it was the graders who might find themselves in a bind. Wang Shi felt a tinge of reflection. That said, the teacher who insisted on giving your essay full marks is quite remarkable. They likely recognized the quality of your work and chose to reward it without considering their own safety or potential repercussions. It's a pity that such principled educators are becoming increasingly rare. Chapter 59. He has connections. You think. Upon hearing Wang Shi's remarks, Guo Hao felt a subtle stirring within. Indeed, in this society, such teachers and individuals were becoming increasingly scarce. Perhaps he should find a way to support this teacher. Meanwhile, elsewhere, old Kai, what brings you here today? Inquired Liu, the editor-in-chief of Chongqing Daily, warmly welcoming the head of the teaching staff from Chongqing No. 1 High School. Teacher Kai, a distinguished educator with a notable standing in the education sector of Gongqing. Old Liu, I have a matter to discuss with you, Teacher Kai replied, the gravity of his demeanor evident. Oh, Liu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Come in, let us talk. He ushered Teacher Kai inside. Once seated, Liu's wife brought in tea. Teacher Kai took a sip of the tea and began, a few days ago, while I was grading the papers for the provincial mock exams, I encountered a situation. There's a special grade teacher in our team named Qian Cheng from Liang High School, who actually nominated an essay depicting negative social news as a perfect composition. Moreover, this essay specifically targeted and vilified individuals in your line of work, Liu. You understand as well as I do that such an essay holds no value, right? Even if it isn't marked as a 0. It should definitely score below 30 points. Wouldn't you agree? Liu listened attentively to Teacher Kai's account, refraining from rushing to offer his perspective. Isn't that the case? Teacher Kai prompted Liu. You're far more experienced in grading than I am, so I want to delve into your expertise. However, I do recall that high school essays are generally expected to reflect positive social values. Historically, those addressing negative issues rarely receive high marks. Liu responded with a slight smile. You truly are the expert. Teacher Kai smacked his thigh and turned to editor Liu beside him, exclaiming, that is precisely what I said. However, that Qian Cheng, I know not what sorcery he employed, but he managed to persuade others to side with him, thus transforming that essay into a perfect score composition. Upon hearing Teacher Kai's words, editor Liu discerned the underlying sentiment. So, old Kai, are you here today to discuss this matter? As for the student who wrote the essay, we need not be overly harsh. After all, they are merely students, still naive and inexperienced. It is quite normal for them to exhibit ignorance at this age. My initial intention was merely to handle that essay as off-topic, awarding it a score of 20 or 30 to signify our research group's stance. Yet, alas, someone has meddled in the matter. Old Liu, I believe that you journalists should take some action at this juncture. Otherwise, if we grant a perfect score, are we not encouraging these students to write about the darker sides of society? What sort of precedent would that set? What do these students truly understand? They spend their days confined to the school, untouched by the world, and thus should not presume to comment on it, especially regarding the media. Don't you agree? Editor Liu? Teacher Kai smiled slightly, gazing at Editor Liu. Editor Liu gently tapped the table. I understand now. Did you bring that essay with you? Indeed, here it is. Teacher Kai responded, producing the essay he had meticulously prepared. Although he would ordinarily have no access to such examination papers, they must be archived post-exam, with some scanned directly onto the computer. What he presented was a photocopy. Editor Liu glanced over the essay. The prose is indeed commendable, and the style is quite straightforward. Though the perspective is somewhat naive, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia. However, as you mentioned, there is an excessive focus on society's darker aspects. Yet the understanding is rather juvenile and superficial. This child possesses talent. If this experience of receiving a perfect score inflates his confidence in writing such pieces, I comprehend your good intentions, Teacher Kai. Upon hearing editor Liu's words, Teacher Kai's face lit up with satisfaction, resembling a mentor who sees potential in his protege. Shall we proceed then? Yes, I know what to do. Editor Liu replied with a smile directed at Teacher Kai. Very well, I shall take my leave. Stay for a meal, Teacher Kai. No, I have matters to attend to. Time is of the essence. Teacher Kai responded with a smile as he addressed Editor Liu. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Editor Liu escorted Teacher Kai to the door. It was only after Teacher Kai's figure had disappeared from view that Editor Liu's smile faded. At that moment, his wife approached, looking perplexed. Old Liu, isn't Kai Cheng just a high school Chinese teacher? Why do you always tread so carefully around him whenever he visits? Others come to our home bearing gifts, seeking our assistance. Yet he simply opens his mouth and expects you to act. She expressed her dissatisfaction, scrutinizing Editor Liu. With a weary expression, Editor Liu turned to his wife, slightly irritable. Do you think I want this? On the surface, Kai Cheng appears to be just an ordinary Chinese teacher, but in reality, he possesses a formidable background. He is the brother-in-law of the esteemed Wang from the Education Department, a fact known to very few. Please refrain from spreading this around. Upon hearing this, his wife's eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Yiren from the Education Department? Indeed, Editor Liu sighed. Moreover, this Kai Cheng, while somewhat arrogant, believes he has solely relied on his abilities to become a Chinese teacher at Chongqing No. 1 High School, even achieving the status of a special grade teacher. Thus, he seldom mentions his connections, yet many are aware of his background. They simply do not speak of it in his presence. More critically, this fellow bears grudges and is known for his vengefulness. Who would dare to offend him? You see, he has come to me this time to address those who have crossed him. He disdains those who seek his favor, specifically targeting me. This reveals much about his character. Indeed, one should not offend him. His wife responded, relieved that she had behaved appropriately during Kai Cheng's visit. Otherwise, if we had truly irked him, it would have been a tremendous hassle. Enough, be mindful in the future. I must return to my writing. Editor Liu sighed softly. In truth, such petty matters were the bane of his existence. What could he do? The brother-in-law of a leader had personally arrived. What choice did he have but to navigate the situation? Chapter 60, A Shift in Tone. After a moment of contemplation, Editor Liu swiftly crafted a news article. Upon completion, he sent the article directly to his subordinates at the editorial center. Please prepare this article for layout by tomorrow, he instructed. The following day, Editor Liu's article was published on the prime page of the Chongqing Daily. The title read, Is awarding a perfect score for an essay on societal negativity to a sheltered high school student a sign of arrogance from a special grade Chinese teacher? The title brimmed with malice, directly implicating the special grade teacher Qian Cheng. The article primarily critiqued Qian Cheng, using Guo Hao's essay as a foundation. It began by praising Guo Hao's writing style and expressed admiration for the student. Then, it pivoted to question Qian Cheng on what basis he deemed the facts presented in the essay as authentic. The article methodically refuted various claims within Guo Hao's composition. In the conclusion, Editor Liu lauded Guo Hao's eloquence and sharp insights, asserting that he would make an exceptional media professional, especially once he personally comprehended certain truths. For he would undoubtedly become a fearless journalist. Yet, as he praised Guo Hao, Liu swiftly transitioned, stating, however, while students may be ignorant, how can a special grade teacher like Qian Cheng, an expert in the grading panel, exhibit such naivety as a mere student? Where is the professionalism required in grading? As educators, where is the vigilance needed? It is our duty to guide these sheltered students to recognize the beauty and truth of the world. This is the truest manifestation of social responsibility. If even the flowers in the greenhouse perceive the world as filthy and ugly, passing judgment without understanding the truth, is this the value system and orientation that society and schools wish to promote? I believe this is not what anyone desires to see. The article, sprawling over thousands of words, though devoid of any foul language, was essentially an emphatic denunciation directed at Qian Cheng. Conversely, it showered Guo Hao with accolades and praise. The publication of this article stirred significant waves in Chongqing and across the entire Gan province. Qian Cheng stared at the Chongqing Daily before him, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. How could this happen? In essence, grading an essay is a trivial affair, insignificant enough to not warrant dedicated discussion over tea. However, once this matter was elevated to the newspaper, particularly within the esteemed Chongqing Daily, its impact transformed entirely. Some matters, when not weighed, seem light as a feather. Yet once they are, they can weigh a ton. Qian Cheng was drenched in cold sweat as he scrutinized the article before him. More critically, the editorial was exceptionally professional and wholly targeted at him. This piece was unequivocally aimed at him. He was in deep trouble. Qian Cheng pondered for a considerable while, and suddenly a name surfaced in his mind. Could it be him? The thought of Kai Cheng crossed his mind. After a brief reflection, Qian Cheng quickly confirmed it. It was undoubtedly him. The individual who had argued most fiercely with him was indeed Kai Cheng, and he had even slapped him at that time. Initially, Qian Cheng believed that the matter would simply fade away, as Kai Cheng had not pursued the issue further. Little did he expect that he was waiting for him here. Qian Cheng's expression was exceedingly complex. In this light, Kai Cheng background was even more formidable than he had imagined. Such a trivial matter had escalated to this extent. What should he do now? Just as Qian Cheng was deep in thought, he was interrupted. Mr. Qian, the principal is calling for you. It's time. Qian Cheng let out a faint sigh. What was destined to come had indeed arrived. He cast a final glance at the news article on his desk, then rose and turned towards the principal's office. The news was time-sensitive. By 2012, traditional print media had already reached a crossroads of decline. Although print media retained considerable influence during this era, it was beginning to feel the tremendous impact of the smartphone age. Guo Hao did not have a habit of reading the news, so he was naturally unaware of these developments. Ganqing No. 1 High School had just held an awards ceremony. Guo Hao, as the best progress star, ascended the podium. As the best progress star of the entire Ganqing No. 1 High School, he received a scholarship of 500 yuan along with a certificate. For Guo Hao, 500 yuan was not a significant amount. However, that certificate could be presented to his parents, allowing them to boast a little. As for Shun Luoyan, she had once again performed exceptionally well in this mock exam, scoring 709 points. This score placed her in the top 5 of Gan province without any question. The school directly awarded her a scholarship of 3,000 yuan, which could be considered quite generous. As she descended the stage, she sat beside Wang Shi. Wang Shi's eyes were filled with envy as he took Guo Hao's certificate and examined it closely for quite some time. The envy in his gaze was nearly overflowing. So, how does it feel? Jealous, right? Guo Hao smiled and remarked to Wang Shi. Wang Shi nodded vigorously in response. But to no avail. Guo Hao snatched the certificate from Wang Shi's hands and chided him. Back then, when I urged you to study diligently with me, how did you respond? You claimed that studying was pointless and made all sorts of excuses for your laziness. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi. Wang Shi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, fell silent. So, do you think it's useful for me to study hard now? In theory, yes, it's never too late to put in the effort. However, with just over 50 days left until the college entrance examination, if you truly want to study, you'll have to wait for a retake. There's no way you can catch up for this year's exam. Guo Hao shrugged. He wouldn't disclose that he had a system, but theoretically, if Wang Shi had started putting in the effort alongside him, given his solid foundation, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to achieve a significant improvement. After all, many students experience rapid progress as the exam approaches. Unfortunately, Wang Shi had not made the effort back then. Now, we might as well think about the next year's exam. Wang Shi sighed. The awards ceremony soon concluded, and the students quickly returned to their classrooms to resume their studies. Meanwhile, Qian Cheng stood in the principal's office, awaiting the formidable trial that awaited him. Chapter 61. It's getting heated. What's going on? Principal Li of Liang High School glowered at Qian Cheng. Qian Cheng wore an expression of helplessness. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recounted the events that had transpired within the grading group. And he also showed Principal Li the original text of Guo Hao's essay. Although there was some excerpt from Guo Hao's essay in the news article, they were rather limited. After reading Guo Hao's essay and listening to Qian Cheng's account, Principal Li's expression did not change significantly, but the shift in his gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. I need to investigate this matter further. Principal Li did not rush to speak. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Qian Cheng. After all, you are the finest Chinese teacher at Liang High School, one of the national-level distinguished teachers. No matter what, I cannot afford to lose you. Principal Li's first thought was to ascertain Kai Qinggong's background. What kind of influence allowed him to have an article published in the Chongqing Daily? Kai Qinggong's connections were certainly not ordinary. Thus, Principal Li swiftly contacted several friends at Chongqing No. 1 High School, and even a few at the Gan Province Education Department. Soon, Principal Li clarified Kai Qinggong's background, and his brow furrowed tightly. What's wrong, Principal? Qian Cheng inquired, observing the principal's expression with a hint of uncertainty. Kai Qinggong has quite a powerful background. Principal Li siga legally. Qian Cheng felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Although he had anticipated this, hearing it from Principal Li still left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He never imagined that he had inadvertently offended someone with such significant connections. So, Principal, what should we do now? Perhaps I should resign to avoid dragging you and Liang High School down with me. After a moment of silence, Qian Cheng suggested to the principal. What is the rush? Principal Li shot a glare at Qian Cheng, slightly irritated. I'm currently devising a solution. Qian Cheng managed a sheepish smile and remained silent. After a considerable pause, Principal Li regarded Qian Cheng and said, at this point, there is only one course of action left. What? Qian Cheng blinked in confusion, looking at Principal Li. In terms of background, we cannot compete with Kai Qinggong. However, I have read that essay, and it is indeed a remarkable piece. It could even be deemed exceptional, deserving a place among the top-scoring essays in past college entrance examinations. Indeed, Principal, otherwise I wouldn't have awarded it full marks. Qian Cheng responded with a hint of resignation. Therefore, your turning point lies in this essay. Principal Li smiled as he looked at Qian Cheng. Qian Cheng was momentarily taken aback and looked at Principal Li in confusion. Are you suggesting we find a media outlet to publish an article and release the full text of this essay? Media? Do you really think anyone in Gan province would dare to take your article now? Principal Li shot Qian Cheng a disapproving glance. Then what do you mean? Qian Cheng was even more bewildered. There's no chance with traditional media, given Kai Chenggong's background. If you dare to publish anything, it would surely backfire. However, in this day and age, aside from traditional media, we have online media. Principal Li smiled gently, looking at Qian Cheng. Unlike traditional media, online platforms are more agile. And once something trends online, its impact can far surpass that of local media like the Chongqing Daily. It could even attract coverage from higher-tier media outlets. Qian Cheng contemplated this for a moment, acknowledging that he was aware of the rapid development of online media in recent years. However, the issue remained, how could they generate buzz online? Other essays might not suffice, but this particular one is perfectly aligned with current online trends. Principal Li smilat. With some strategic maneuvers on our part, the popularity of this essay will far exceed your expectations. Principal, please directly instruct me on what to do. I shall listen attentively. Principal Li smiled and briefly explained to Qian Cheng how to proceed with the matter. Thus commenced the counteroffensive of Liang High School. The following day, an essay gradually began circulating online, titled Ganqing Ma College Entrance Examination Full Score Essay, pertaining to the Xiaoyu incident. Not reading it would be a loss. Under the auspices of this enticing headline, the essay swiftly gained traction on the internet. It was indeed a remarkable composition. It articulated how societal trust and a sense of social responsibility have been gradually eroding, exacerbated by a series of societal incidents. Indeed, furthermore, the media personnel, whose actions have had detrimental effects, and that saying, if you hit someone, why not help them? These elements have significantly undermined the public's sense of social responsibility. Absolutely. It is high time to rectify the current media landscape, especially considering how today's media often resorts to sensationalism for the sake of trending topics. Truly despicable. Numerous comments flooded the internet. Under the deliberate encouragement of certain individuals, this essay became increasingly linked to the Xiaoyu incident that had transpired the previous year, which amplified its popularity. After a day of fermentation, it ascended to the trending topics on Weibo that very night. After all, the shadow of the Xiaoyu incident lingered. And with the assistance of certain individuals, coupled with the inherent quality of the essay, it quickly transcended its original boundaries and gained immense popularity. As this essay flourished, the editorial from Chongqing Daily that had been published that morning also found its way online, inciting a wave of outrage from netizens. What the heck? What is the name of the author of this article? Lucy, was it? How shameless. Indeed, it was quite shameless. While ostensibly praising the essay's author and seemingly defending high school students, the article was fundamentally dismissive, implying that high school students know nothing and should refrain from commenting on societal issues. High school students are unworthy of writing about societal negativity. It was utterly hilarious. If high school students don't write, does that mean societal responsibility 1T collapse? Furthermore, I find this essay to be excellently written. Clearly, the essay is well-reasoned, while these so-called media figures exhibit sheer arrogance. Yes, it seems this essay has struck a nerve with these pretentious media individuals. How amusing. Guo Hao, having enjoyed a midnight snack prepared by his mother, sat beside his computer, as was his custom. After glancing at the current market value of Bitcoin, he casually opened Weibo News. Oh, Guo Hao spotted the trending topics on Weibo. Clicking to take a closer look, astonishment filled his eyes. Chapter 62, Guo Hao's Choice. Initially, Guo Hao had received a perfect score on his own essay. He had not thought much of it. Perhaps the examiner simply appreciated his work and assigned a full score. Such occurrences were not particularly surprising. However, he had not anticipated that so many events would unfold from it. Intrigued, Guo Hao opened the Chongqing Daily to peruse the editorial. Soon, his expression turned serious. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began to piece together the unfolding situation. Essentially, it was this examiner named Qian Cheng who had held his essay in high regard and had thus awarded it a perfect score. The editorial was likely a result of Qian Cheng's admiration for Guo Hao's essay, which inadvertently offended other members of the grading committee. Consequently, a silent battle of wits ensued. However, it appeared that Qian Cheng was not a teacher of notable standing. Otherwise, he would not resort to utilizing the internet as a tool. After a moment of reflection, Guo Hao began to swiftly tap away at his keyboard, crafting a web scraper to extract data. Before long, he identified the original accounts that had disseminated the articles, as well as several accounts that had helped in promoting them. With just a little effort, Guo Hao found a few personal accounts, including that of the teacher named Qian Cheng, who had registered with his own phone number. After a series of operations, Guo Hao successfully located Qian Cheng's account and added him as a friend. "Who are you?" Qian Cheng stared at the sudden friend request on his account, momentarily taken aback as he pondered his next course of action. He felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he was one of the online promoters in recent days. Although there was nothing inherently wrong with this, Qian Cheng couldn't shake the feeling of being a thief. "Teacher Qian Cheng, I would like to inquire how this situation escalated. Why would the media publish such an article?" Upon receiving this message, Qian Cheng was momentarily stunned, then felt a flicker of joy. Could it be that certain media outlets had learned some inside information and were specifically reaching out to him? Suppressing his excitement, Qian Cheng hesitated for a moment before composing a lengthy message in response to Guo Hao. This is roughly how things transpired. Guo Hao skimmed through the text that Qian Cheng had sent, understanding the general course of events. "Gai Jiangong, this teacher is quite intriguing, so petty-minded. Over such a trivial matter, he escalated it to the news. Although he had the sense not to mention his own name, the article practically screamed, 'This young lad is unworthy of commenting on us media professionals.' On the surface, he encourages the younger generation, but in reality, he is belittling them, implying that a rash young man penned an essay with decent prose yet muddled content." As this realization struck him, a cold smirk flickered in Guo Hao's eyes. How fascinating. These media individuals are indeed self-righteous and arrogant. He was eager to discover whether this Lu editor was similarly pretentious. Guo Hao began to utilize his web scraper to swiftly gather every bit of information regarding Lu, the editor of Chongqing Daily, as well as details about Kai Qinggong. Unfortunately, the current state of the internet was not particularly favorable. Individuals from the older generation, particularly teachers and traditional media figures, left minimal traces online. Guo Hao was unable to uncover much of value and ultimately had to abandon his search. He merely contributed to the trending topic on Weibo, adding a bit more heat to the discussions before shutting down his computer. At present, it seemed he was unable to effectuate much change. Judging by Kai Qinggong's professional situation, there appeared to be some trace of impropriety. Moreover, Lu, the editor, likely had his own share of questionable dealings. However, in this era, the internet was far from omnipotent. The use of social media was not widespread, especially among the older generation. If these individuals were utilizing WeChat, Guo Hao could have easily infiltrated their accounts and potentially unearthed some explosive content. Alas, sighing, Guo Hao pushed these concerns aside. While he felt some sympathy for Qian Cheng, after all, this teacher had the integrity to award him a perfect score. He recognized that this matter did not significantly involve him. Guo Hao saw no reason to expend excessive energy on it. At most, out of a sense of duty, he might see if there was any way to assist, but he would not devote himself entirely to this issue. After all, he still had his studies to attend to. With that thought in mind, Guo Hao shook his head, dismissing the matter from his mind. After consuming an energy drink, he opened his physics textbook for the 5-year college entrance examination and began to tackle some problems. In this recent mock examination, Guo Hao's mathematics score exceeded his expectations, achieving a commendable 110 points. After all, as an elite hacker, his mathematical intuition remains quite sharp. And among the ranks of elite hackers, there exists a modicum of mathematical knowledge. However, the overlap between that knowledge and the mathematics taught in high school is rather minimal. This disparity explains why Guo Hao managed to score 538 points overall. Conversely, his comprehensive science score fell significantly short of his expectations, landing just above 140 points. There was no alternative. He had to bolster his comprehensive science knowledge. A low score in this subject would render his aspiration of achieving 640 points in the college entrance examination nearly unattainable. In stark contrast, should he manage to score above 240 in comprehensive science, essentially adding 100 points to his current total, he would directly fulfill the system's requirements. Thus, Guo Hao has gradually shifted his focus from mathematics to comprehensive science. On this point, Shen Luoyan wholeheartedly concurred with Guo Hao. After all, addressing one's weaknesses is paramount in the college entrance examination. If one can secure all the foundational points, the gates to a 211 university would swing wide open. Once a certain score is attained, further advancements become increasingly challenging, rendering the effort scarcely worth the reward. Naturally, Guo Hao has not entirely forsaken his mathematics studies. Rather, the time allocated to it has diminished considerably. Physics, being the discipline most closely intertwined with mathematics among the sciences, inevitably involves numerous calculations, whether in mechanics or other branches. Indeed, many physics problems are essentially computation-based, merely cloaked in physical concepts. Yet, the concepts themselves are sufficiently challenging, at least in Guo Hao's view. They surpass the complexities of chemistry and biology. Chapter 63. The heat continues to ferment. Guo Hao dedicates himself to his studies. The online fervor is still simmering. Gradually, various revelations emerge. It remains unclear who disclosed that Guo Hao was the author of the essay. Furthermore, editor Liu of Chongqing Daily has found himself embroiled in scrutiny. Some have even begun to unearth the earlier debate between Cai Chengong and Qian Cheng, along with the hand-raising votes within the grading committee at that time. More and more revelations surface. By the following day, the intrigue reached its zenith, with discussions proliferating. Wow, why does this story seem to grow more explosive the more we dig into it? Indeed, the decision by the grading committee to unanimously award full marks to the essay raises questions about why editor Liu has directed all his ire towards a single individual. Has teacher Qian offended someone? Surely it must be Cai Chengong, whom teacher Qian had confronted. But how could a mere language teacher persuade a newspaper editor to publish such an article? Something seems awry. Indeed, I sense something amiss. What is so suspicious about it? I've looked into it. Cai Chengong has a sister named Cai Yu, who is married to a bigwig in the education department. Wouldn't it be a simple matter for him to have the editor write a piece? Incredible. If true, this could be quite the scandal. Does this not implicate official misconduct and the misuse of public resources? How thrilling. By the way, are any of you paying attention to the essay's author, Guo Hao? Yes, just a high school student. What is so noteworthy about him? Exactly. I feel the real excitement lies with Cai Chengong. If he truly orchestrated editor Liu's article, that would be fascinating. The online uproar escalates. The deeper one digs, the more captivating the narrative becomes. As the events continue to unfold, revealing more individuals and intricate details, this frenzy has electrified netizens, who feel they've stumbled upon a major scoop. Many share this sentiment. However, unlike the excitement of the netizens, editor Liu finds himself in a state of utter disarray. He never anticipated that this matter would spiral into an online sensation. This poses a significant dilemma for them. After a moment's hesitation, editor Liu composed a lengthy post on his personal Weibo account. He elaborated on the origins of the article published in Chongqing Daily, urging netizens against spreading rumors. Regarding the essay by student Guo Hao, he had encountered online and was deeply impacted by the Xiao Yeye incident, which prompted him to pen the editorial. He emphasized that this piece was solely his own initiative, unrelated to anyone else. The lengthy post meticulously dissected Guo Hao's essay, articulating his reasons for believing it merited no full marks. The exposition was thorough and well-reasoned, clarifying that it was not a personal critique against Guo Hao, but rather an indication of the latter's lack of understanding of certain matters. Once posted on Weibo, editor Liu's clarification quickly gained traction within the trending topics. The platform kindly tagged his article as that of a concerned party. Support for Liu's stance emerged, asserting that students should remain shielded from the darker aspects of society. Indeed, backing editor Liu is prudent. Students, after all, are primarily in school, with limited exposure to information, much of which is often incomplete. Awarding high marks for negative news could undermine established norms and prove detrimental to the student's mental and emotional well-being. Exactly. How amusing that those commenting below seem to have vested interests. The crux of Guo Hao's essay isn't merely that he is a high school student, is it? A pack of self-serving critics. The real issue lies in the veracity of what Guo Hao articulated in his essay. Precisely. From what I gathered, Guo Hao's assertions were rather restrained. They hardly qualify as a revelatory expose of society's ills. If anything, they might even be seen as sanitizing the narrative. Indeed, those mendacious media figures who undermine our social responsibility play a crucial role in this debacle. It's laughable. I wholeheartedly support this sentiment. Despite editor Liu's attempts to clarify online, the fervor did not wane. Rather, it surged dramatically. The focus of online discussions began to shift towards the essay itself. Some voiced skepticism regarding the insights of a high school student, questioning the origins of the examples cited within the essay, asserting that the relevant parties should not endorse such portrayals of negative news. Conversely, many believed that the editor was merely trying to exploit the situation, as the content of the essay posed no issues whatsoever. Yet, editor Liu chose to eschew a discussion on the essay's content, opting instead to critique its author's identity and the worldview of a high school student. A paternalistic tone seemed to permeate his approach. The online clamor grew ever louder. This uproar naturally reverberated within the Chongqing Daily. Editor Liu found himself increasingly beleaguered. Old Liu, what on earth is happening? The newspaper's director Wang furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at editor Liu. Today, numerous longtime subscribers have called, questioning whether there is a problem with our newspaper, given our apparent targeting of a high school student's essay. They're asking if our values are sound. Old Lu, you need to explain what is going on. Upon hearing Director Wang's words, Editor Lu hesitated momentarily. Director, you cannot blame me for this. Editor Lu looked at Director Wang with a hint of helplessness. This editorial was not my intention to write. Then whose was it? President Wang furrowed his brows slightly as he gazed at Editor Lu before him. Gai Jiangong, Gai Jiangong. President Wang paused momentarily, but soon regained his composure. Is it him? President Wang's expression darkened, revealing his dissatisfaction. He had been relying on his little uncle to act with impunity. Now, was he even targeting high school students' compositions? In truth, it was not the students, but rather Kai Qinggong who sought to confront the teacher named Qian Sheng, as it was rumored that they had clashed over an essay. Originally, he intended to use public opinion against Qian Sheng, but he never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Editor Lu's face was filled with helplessness. What had begun as a minor issue had grown so heated that it was beyond the control of a mere newspaper editor. Chapter 64. A shallow essay illuminates a gloomy life. Oh, President Wang's gaze sharpened. Relate to me the entire sequence of events and developments, from the beginning to the end. Editor Lu hastily recounted the words Kai Qinggong had spoken when he sought him out, detailing how he had written his piece and how the situation inexplicably escalated. He conveyed everything without omitting a single detail. After listening to Editor Lu's account, President Wang leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his pen on the table. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. It appears that there are indeed remarkable individuals at Liang High School. What? Editor Lu was momentarily taken aback, looking at President Wang with confusion. With a grave expression, President Wang addressed Editor Lu. Lao Lu, have you not pondered why this sudden surge of attention has erupted online? What do you mean? Editor Lu's expression grew increasingly serious. Public opinion requires guidance. President Wang cast a penetrating glance at Editor Lu. Lao Lu, you possess a master's degree in journalism. You should comprehend this matter better than I. Understood, Editor Lu nodded. It seems, then, that this incident is likely orchestrated by Qian Sheng of Liang High School. Editor Lu's countenance darkened. Are you suggesting that in the first year of middle school, one is not permitted to compete with a 15-year-old? President Wang shot a sideways glance at Editor Lu, who appeared momentarily taken aback. Enough with the futile grievances. Focus on redirecting the attention. And remember to call Kai Qinggong to clarify matters. After all, his uncle holds a significant position, and it is best not to offend him. President Wang spoke calmly to Editor Lu. Understood. Editor Lu nodded affirmatively. Now go devise a solution. President Wang felt a headache brewing. This situation was indeed quite troublesome. The internet, as a burgeoning medium, wielded far greater influence than their traditional local newspaper, despite the latter's higher authority. Yet, they were utterly powerless to intervene in matters circulating online. Moreover, as the situation had escalated to this level, it had already attracted the attention of higher authorities. What was to be done? President Wang sighed softly, his gaze reflecting his helplessness. As the president, his administrative rank was woefully low, often drawing in a myriad of messy, trivial issues. What could he do? He had to find a way to suppress the fallout from the higher-ups. Otherwise, his tenure as president would be at an end. Meanwhile, Editor Lu returned to his office, pondering for a moment before dialing Kai Qinggong's number. Hello. Once the call connected, Editor Lu briefly recounted the online developments and President Wang's suspicions to Kai Qinggong, subtly hinting that now would be a good time for his uncle to intervene. If this matter was not resolved promptly, it was likely that Kai Qinggong would also be dragged down by the ensuing turmoil. After listening to Editor Lu's words, Kai Qinggong remained silent for a long while. I understand. Without making any particularly drastic moves, he merely responded coolly. Editor Lu was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Kai Qinggong to reprimand him, but was surprised that he had let him off so easily. At that moment, Editor Lu was cautiously contemplating whether to say anything further when Kai Qinggong had already hung up. The sound of the call disconnecting left Editor Lu feeling somewhat irked, yet also relieved. Serving such individuals was inherently a tedious affair. If he chose not to engage with him, was that not a fortuitous turn of events for Editor Lu? The pressing concern now was how to mitigate the impact. Feeling somewhat flustered, Editor Lu opened his computer and logged onto Weibo. His account, which had previously garnered only a few hundred followers, had now surged to several thousand. However, the number of private messages cursing him had also reached 99. Editor Lu hesitated to open his Weibo to check the messages, fearing an emotional breakdown. The vitriol from those netizens was unrestrained, often dragging in family members. He found it unbearable. How vicious! Editor Lu lamented, reflecting on Qian Shang's retaliatory tactics, which were both decisive and incisive, without a hint of restraint. Impressive, truly impressive. However, at that moment, editor Liu suddenly realized something. Would such methods of online attack become widespread in the future? The mere thought of it sent a chill down his spine. Kai Qinggong's expression darkened. In truth, he had been monitoring this situation even without editor Liu's call. Moreover, he had been mentioned numerous times in the versions circulating online. There was no escaping it. After contacting his brother-in-law, he learned that his brother-in-law had investigated the matter thoroughly. The incident had indeed gained traction due to external forces. However, that force remained elusive. Even his brother-in-law had been unable to uncover the identities of those behind it, although it was clear that Qian Shang was one of the primary instigators. Furthermore, according to his brother-in-law, the trending topic online would be difficult to retract. If they attempted to remove it, it might provoke a backlash of traffic. The best course of action was to reduce the heat and handle it calmly. Yet, Kai Qinggong found it hard to swallow this indignity. Qian Shang, this fellow, dared to challenge him. No, he must devise a way to retaliate against Qian Shang. The optimal strategy would be to utterly discredit that essay. If the essay were rendered completely worthless, then the one who awarded it full marks, Qian Shang, would naturally become the greatest fool. But how could he render that essay devoid of merit? He should seek out a prominent figure to publicly denounce it. By analyzing the essay's flaws, he could leverage the influence of this figure to obliterate that despicable individual. Having resolved this in his mind, Kai Qinggong's expression became somewhat sinister. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kai Qinggong dialed the number of a well-known influencer who was quite prominent online and a local from Jiangxi province, but had made a name for himself in Shanghai over the past few years. It was said that he had amassed over 1 million followers on Weibo and had previously worked as an editor for a television station. After discussing his needs and concerns with the influencer, Kai Qinggong received an enthusiastic agreement. Of course, monetary compensation was also a necessity. After all, one must eat. Soon, the influencer published a piece titled "A Shallow Essay Reflects a Gloomy Life." In a lengthy article, Liu Xiaoxu recounted how, upon encountering the essay that received full marks online, he approached it with curiosity and anticipation, only to find it filled with hollow words, devoid of substance and meaning. Was this truly the epitome of a perfect essay from Jiangxi province? In this extensive analysis, Liu Xiaoxu delved deeply into Guo Hao's composition. Chapter 65, A Direct Confrontation. Then, all the examples cited in the essay were thoroughly rebutted. In conclusion, relying on rumors to compose an essay, no matter how eloquently penned, constitutes nothing more than a fantastical castle built upon sand, despite the assertions being assertively stated. The reality is akin to a moon reflected in water or flowers seen in a mirror. Such an essay lacks depth, is tainted with darkness, and perpetuates falsehoods. The fact that an essay of such low caliber could receive full marks compels me to question the judgment of the grading committee. What were you thinking? Do you truly believe that such a piece warrants a perfect score? The final paragraph, succinctly summarizing, pointed directly towards Qian Shang, akin to a precise acupuncture point. This lengthy discourse appears neutral, merely analyzing the essay, yet in truth, it is a direct assault aimed at financial motives. Moreover, it wholly disparages Guo Hao, almost outright labeling him a charlatan devoid of any skill, a complete failure. Public opinion online erupted once more. At this moment, the discourse became tumultuous and unpredictable. Qian Shang sat before his computer, his brow furrowed, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Meanwhile, the winds of Weibo had finally reached Ganxing No. 1 High School. Many there had become aware of the incident, with numerous discussions revolving around Guo Hao. Who would have thought that Guo Hao's perfect essay was such an affair? It must have been the grading teacher's patronage. Could it be that the teacher named Qian Shang has some special connection with Guo Hao? Perhaps they are relatives. If that were the case, Guo Hao should not have received the award for the Star of Progress. Something feels amiss. How go? What is going on? Wang Shi inquired, his eyes reflecting doubt as he turned to Guo Hao. Is what that person online said true? Listening to him, I feel as though your essay is utterly worthless. How could it possibly receive full marks? Do you believe him, or do you believe me? Guo Hao shot Wang Shi a glare, responding irritably. Of course I believe you, but now many people at school are discussing your matter, and I'm a bit. Just trust me. Guo Hao replied coolly. Let them be. The bright moon shines over the mountain ridge. Such small-minded individuals dare to bark online. All right, Wang Shi nodded. Just then, Guo Hao stepped outside. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, entered the classroom, calling for Guo Hao. All the students turned their heads in unison, their expressions akin to spectators at a show. Watching Guo Hao exit the classroom, the two walked to a corner of the corridor. You should be aware of the situation online, Guo Hao, Mr. Huang said, hesitating slightly before speaking. Yes, I know, Guo Hao replied calmly. Good. Mr. Huang nodded. You needn't worry too much about those matters. Regarding your essay, both I and the Chinese teachers at our school have reviewed it. There is nothing wrong with it. Although it addresses negative social issues, it is absolutely acceptable. As for the score they gave you, we have no control over that, so rest assured. Teacher, I am not that fragile. Guo Hao discerned Mr. Huang's hesitation. He smiled and reassured him. That is good to hear. Mr. Huang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Guo Hao's words. Then the teacher can rest easy. Stay out of the online fray. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed. Focus on your studies during this time and strive for excellent results in the college entrance examination. However, during the exam, avoid writing such controversial essays. Mr. Huang smiled slightly, addressing Guo Hao. Understood. Guo Hao did not divulge much to Mr. Huang, for they were still unaware of numerous underlying matters. They only knew the surface of the situation online. Yet, Guo Hao was fully aware that this so-called influencer was likely just a pawn sent by that Kai Qinggong, entangled in this mess. Now, they even went so far as to make him target. Contemplating this, Guo Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. Then you should return to your studies. Mr. Huang believed he had successfully persuaded Guo Hao, his face brightening with a smile as he said, those online rumors and controversies are trivial matters. Right now, the college entrance examination is what truly matters. Guo Hao's performance in the last mock exam had already demonstrated that he was a gifted student. If he continued to strive, achieving a place in a top-tier university would be well within his grasp. Perhaps he could even excel further. In a specialized class, his scores might seem average. But in their class 7, he was among the elite. Mr. Huang did not want such a promising student to suffer any emotional setbacks. Thus, upon learning of the incident that morning, he promptly approached the principal to prevent students from discussing the matter at school. Afterward, Mr. Huang returned to the classroom to speak with Guo Hao, providing him with psychological support. Once he confirmed that Guo Hao was indeed unperturbed, Mr. Huang felt relieved. As for the essay that had sparked the online debate, truth be told, it had little to do with Guo Hao himself. He was not the one grading it. Moreover, the writing itself was widely acknowledged, with only the content being somewhat contentious. This is a perfectly normal occurrence. After all, it is typical for written works to incite controversy. Yet, the grading is beyond the student's control, and theoretically, the resulting uproar should not fall upon the student's shoulders. Mr. Huang was concerned that Guo Hao might develop negative sentiments, which could adversely impact his studies, a disastrous outcome. Guo Hao returned to the classroom, considering himself not particularly magnanimous. Articles like the one from the newspaper, which were clearly not aimed at him, were of little concern. However, the lengthy piece written by the so-called influencer was a blatant critique of him. Since they had fired the first shot, he could not be blamed for retaliating. Guo Hao smiled. Initially, he had intended to focus on his studies, fulfill his system tasks, and diligently engage in research. Yet, with others trampling on his dignity, remaining silent would only invite perceptions of guilt and weakness. Thus, he needed to devise a plan. Guo Hao walked calmly back in the classroom, taking his seat to continue solving physics problems. His primary focus was on comprehensive science. After a day of serene study, upon returning home in the afternoon, Guo Hao greeted his mother before swiftly retreating to his room, where he promptly registered a new account. After completing the real name verification, he published a brief essay, directly tagging that influencer. A direct confrontation. Chapter 66. Trouble awaits. The barking of dogs signifies mere pretense. The quality of my essay will be judged by the public. And how can such a supposedly pristine corner of the internet consistently harbor these so-called million-up dogs? In my essay, Guo Hao meticulously detailed all his sources, providing links to various media platforms. You claim my writing is fabricated, that I concocted facts? To that I say, go to hell. How utterly shameless. Accepting money from certain individuals only to emerge as a whitewasher. People like you, who fancy themselves literati, are truly laughable. In his article, Guo Hao systematically exposed Liu Xiaoxiu, revealing every detail. Furthermore, he candidly and accurately stated that the financial backer behind Liu Xiaoxiu was none other than Kai Qinggong. And behind Kai Qinggong loomed a certain high-ranking official. Guo Hao exhibited no restraint in his brief essay, audaciously laying bare the sordid dealings of Kai Qinggong and Xiancheng. He also shared a myriad of intriguing finds he unearthed online, disseminating them widely. This piece was published shortly after 5 in the afternoon. Due to the endorsement of those directly involved, it was swiftly shared thousands of times within mere minutes. Astonishing. Such a fierce rebuttal. He lambasted Lu Xiaoxiu without resorting to profanity, practically condemning his entire family. Hilarious. I have long harbored disdain for that eunuch Lu Xiaoxiu. This article resonated deeply with my sentiments. I never anticipated that one of the main figures in this incident, the essay's author, a mere high school student, would emerge to defend himself. What a thrill. I adore this directness, presenting evidence so unequivocally. Indeed, Guo Hao's essay stands uncontested. Who would have thought this high schooler would display such audacity? Impressive. It turns out the situation unfolds with such logic. I have been curious about how it spiraled into chaos. If this is genuine, then Kai Qinggong must be rather foolish. To mobilize the media over a mere essay? Absurd. This is not merely a matter of an essay. It concerns the dignity of bureaucratic relatives. With Guo Hao's essay, the entire affair reached its zenith. The hype soared, even surpassing certain entertainment news, catapulting it to the top of Weibo's trending list. What initially seemed a trivial matter became increasingly complex, compounded by the involvement of 1 million followers and the potential implication of a high official, igniting vast interest and curiosity among netizens. The fervor multiplied several times over, soaring from the top 10 straight to first place. Guo Hao, however, remained oblivious to the trending situation. After posting his essay, he left home. Downstairs, Wang Shi was already waiting for him. What took you so long? Wang Shi complained as Guo Hao descended. Nothing much, Guo Hao replied with a smile. You'll find out soon enough. Huh? Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao puzzled. All right, back to school, Guo Hao said, offering no further explanation, as such matters could be quite convoluted. You better tell me, Wang Shi insisted, pursuing Guo Hao as they rode their bicycle side by side. Pressured, Guo Hao briefly recounted his actions on the way. What the heck? Wang Shi stared at Guo Hao in shock. You're so bold? Why not? Guo Hao shrugged. If I don't retaliate after he insults my essay, it would seem as if I'm easy to bully. Well, that's true. You're not one to suffer in silence. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. As they conversed, the two arrived back at school. Lu Xiaoxiu powered on his computer, eager to peruse the comments, anticipating a bountiful harvest of joy. However, his expression soon darkened. He quickly discovered that the high school author of the essay he had judged had penned a response, thoroughly debunking his original piece. Moreover, it had further escalated the incident's notoriety. Crucially, the high school student had even clarified the individuals backing him. This was a significant predicament. Lu Xiaoxiu's face fell. He opened the trending list, navigating to Guo Hao's newly created account. The lengthy article revealed that Lu Xiaoxiu had toiled to read through it. Upon finishing, his expression soured further. This was a serious dilemma. Lu Xiaoxiu was astute. Guo Hao's article instantly illuminated the fact that, although he was a high school student, he was far from easy to handle. The essay was meticulously detailed, directly countering Lu Xiaoxiu's claims, complete with links. All the evidence was presented. Now, he would appear a fool. How could this happen? Wasn't he just a high school student? Why would he take such a stand? And no one had informed him of the student's formidable prowess. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxiu dialed Kai Qinggong's number. Old Kai, have you seen the trending topic on Weibo? What's going on? Didn't you tell me that Guo Hao was just an ordinary high school student, writing casually? How could this happen? If this situation isn't resolved, my account with 1 million followers could be ruined. Lu Xiaoxiu's tone was decidedly unfriendly. This was a matter of his livelihood. His account with 1 million followers generated considerable income for him each year. If it collapsed, Lu Xiaoxiu's reputation would likely follow suit, making future earnings exceedingly difficult. He had every reason to panic. I understand, I'll handle this. Don't worry, Kai Qinggong replied, his expression grim. Lu Xiaoxiu wanted to say more, but Kai Qinggong had already hung up. Afterward, Kai Qinggong called his brother-in-law. Understood. Shortly thereafter, a call was received from Weibo. In no time, the trending topic was removed. Even many related discussions vanished. This action inadvertently heightened the incident's visibility across the entire internet. On other platforms, such as forums, scattered discussions began to gain traction. Of course, Guo Hao, engrossed in his studies, was unaware of any of this. He never imagined that in this day and age, such matters could be handled so clumsily, resorting to the crude tactic of simply removing trending topics. Had this occurred in a later era, there would have been far more nuanced methods to manage similar situations. Nevertheless, even if he had known, Guo Hao would not have been overly concerned. It was of little consequence. He had myriad ways to navigate this. As long as the topic gained momentum, everything would be manageable. Chapter 67. Removing the trend? What a splendid idea. That evening, while Guo Hao was engrossed in his studies, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, summoned him outside. Guo Hao, what on earth is happening online? You promised me you wouldn't get involved in online matters, remember? Mr. Huang looked at Guo Hao with a mixture of helplessness. He had expected Guo Hao to act more discreetly, yet he had directly uploaded a lengthy article during his brief respite at home for dinner. Given the article's length and the time taken for his return, it was evident that this had been premeditated. Mr. Huang had also read the lengthy piece, which mentioned the authorities Guo Hao speculated about. This left Mr. Huang feeling even more helpless. What should be done? Guo Hao was a student. No matter how irate the Education Bureau's officials were, they couldn't take it out on him. But he was different. He was Guo Hao's homeroom teacher. Contemplating this, Mr. Huang's expression grew even more complex as he gazed with mixed emotions at Guo Hao. Rest assured, Teacher Huang, I will handle these matters myself, Guo Hao said with a smile, looking at Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang opened his mouth, wanting to say something. He truly wished to express that Guo Hao's actions could implicate him. Yet, as a teacher, he found it difficult to voice this concern. Merely observing Guo Hao with a complex expression, remaining silent. Trust me, Teacher Huang, I will resolve this matter thoroughly. You won't be affected, Guo Hao assured with a smile. Mr. Huang regarded Guo Hao with a complicated expression, opened his mouth, and finally conceded, Fine, you handle this as you see fit. But I must tell you, don't waste too much time on such matters. Right now, your priority should be to improve your science and mathematics scores. Take a look at your performance in the last mock exam. Your comprehensive science scores were quite disappointing. Old Huang regarded Guo Hao with a serious expression. If only your science scores were a bit better, I wouldn't dare say it, but a place in a 985 university wouldn't be out of reach for you. And even a 211 university should be manageable. For you, education is paramount. Everything else can take a back seat. I understand, teacher, Guo Hao replied, his smile slightly fading as he nodded at Old Huang. At that moment, a thought crossed Old Huang's mind. By the way, I called you here for another matter. Go ahead, Guo Hao urged. The article you posted this afternoon seems to have been retracted, and the trending topic surrounding it has also been taken down. To be honest, it might be for the best. At this juncture, it's advisable for you to not be distracted by such matters. Perhaps it's best to let this go. Old Huang observed Guo Hao intently. Guo Hao chuckled softly. Teacher, don't worry. I know how to handle things. Noticing Guo Hao's expression, Old Huang's eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness. He realized that convincing Guo Hao was an impossible feat. All right then, I want to interfere. It's good that you have your own thoughts, but you must understand that your foremost priority now is your studies. Understood? Very well, then return to your studies. Old Huang said with a sigh of resignation. Guo Hao turned to leave, and as he walked away, Old Huang's gaze reflected a shade of helplessness. Such a student required no persuasion, yet was also beyond his control. A child so disciplined and opinionated that no amount of discussion would prove fruitful. With a sigh, Old Huang pondered the situation. Back in the classroom, Guo Hao settled into his seat, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in his eyes. How fascinating! If public opinion could be quelled simply by retracting trending topics, there wouldn't be so many fallen stars in later generations. Another wave should attract the attention of justice. A subtle smile graced Guo Hao's lips. Setting aside such thoughts for the moment, he resumed solving physics problems, attending classes as usual. Later that evening, upon returning home, he found his father waiting. Come here, Hao. I have something to ask you, his father beckoned. Beside him, his mother sat on the couch, her eyes betraying a hint of concern as she regarded Guo Hao. He approached his parents and took a seat. What is going on with the situation online? Guo's father inquired, his expression slightly stern. Guo Hao wasn't surprised. After all, the uproar online had likely reached his parents' workplace, making it natural for them to discuss it. He took a moment to gather his thoughts and recounted the events surrounding the incident. After listening, Guo's mother gazed at him with worry, yet she remained silent. Guo's father smiled slightly and asked, what are your thoughts on this matter? I've heard that the people behind Kai Qinggong have used administrative orders to retract your article and the associated trending topic. Striking the snake without killing it only leads to harm, Guo Hao replied calmly. But what will you do? The forces behind Kai Qinggong are formidable. Given his connections with the provincial education department, Guo's father pondered. Retracting trending topics is always the most foolish course of action, since they've taken this route. It makes my task all the simpler. Guo Hao smiled at his father. Very well, I want to interfere. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out to me or Uncle Li, Guo's father said earnestly. Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Guo's mother, who had been silent, looked at her son with concern. Hao, perhaps it will be best to let this matter rest. After all, you're still a student in such issues. Mom, don't worry. I won't waste time on this. Guo Hao chuckled. These are trivial matters, easily resolved. But, all right, Mom, rest assured. I can handle this. Guo Hao reassured her. Besides, I'm just a high school student. What can they do, even if they wanted to target me? Trust me. In truth, Guo Hao harbored an unvoiced concern. Given the nature of someone like Kai Qinggong, expecting him not to harbor resentment was nearly impossible. He would undoubtedly seek revenge. Having engaged in this debacle, if he did not decisively deal with Kai Qinggong and his allies, it would be a significant failure on his part. Once Kai Qinggong regained his composure and the incident faded, he would certainly retaliate against Guo Hao's parents. Rather than wait for Kai Qinggong to strike first, it was better to eliminate him now. Guo's mother remained apprehensive, observing her son. A mother's worry for her child knows no bounds, especially in matters like this. Chapter 68, Public Outcry. Guo Hao reassured his parents once more before indulging in the midnight snack his mother had prepared. Afterward, he retreated to his room. Inside, Guo Hao powered on his computer, opening a programming interface and swiftly writing lines of code. Before long, he had created a unique little program, a web scraper unlike any other. It resembled a virus, capable of shielding itself from back-end deletions, akin to a powerful parasite. After dedicating over half an hour to this project, Guo Hao composed a lengthy article, embedding the virus within. He then began to penetrate the underlying code of Weibo and other social media platforms. Upon uncovering vulnerabilities, he established numerous accounts and disseminated the article. With the virus-infused article published, it would not be a simple task for the platform to retract it. Even diminishing its visibility would be nearly impossible. Once the article was submitted, Guo Hao smirked, unconcerned by the instant surge in its popularity. He proceeded to his next step, investigating Kai Qinggong. This individual was likely a mere figurehead, yet attaining the status of a national-level teacher would have required some form of assistance, most likely from his brother-in-law. What kind of aid could that be? While direct evidence might be elusive online, there should be some clues to uncover. To dismantle a high-ranking official in the education department, mere public opinion would not suffice. One needed concrete violations to present to the disciplinary committee. Only then could one truly bring him down. Having crossed paths with this adversary, Guo Hao resolved to do everything in his power to neutralize him. He quickly scoured the internet for information about Kai Qinggong. Finding details about Kai Qinggong's brother-in-law would likely prove challenging, as information about such officials is often scarce online. Most details remain concealed, shrouded in secrecy. However, Kai Qinggong himself was different. Despite his connections, he was not untouchable, and uncovering his background would not be too difficult. As anticipated, upon narrowing his search, Guo Hao soon stumbled upon some intriguing information about Kai Qinggong. A hint of a smile graced Guo Hao's lips as a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Perhaps the ultimate answer was closer than he thought. Meanwhile, Guo Hao's article, which he had posted online, began to wreak havoc as intended. Guo Hao, in that brief essay, thoroughly elucidated the current state of collusion between officials and businessmen, rapidly ascending to the top of trending topics without any violations, only to have his trending status abruptly revoked. Undoubtedly, this must have been the directive of some high-ranking officials. This article swiftly stirred a tempest of reactions. Truly remarkable. It is astonishing how dark the reality is. With a mere word from an official, one's own issues can be obscured, it seems. Shouldn't the disciplinary inspection department conduct an investigation? Such a heated issue cannot simply be dismissed by the words of a few individuals. The trending topic on Weibo exploded. Previously, the trending topics had leaned towards entertainment. But the significant damage from this sudden removal of the trending status ignited a profound sense of rebellion among netizens, or perhaps even animosity. Many began to inundate official media with messages and even resorted to frantically calling certain relevant departments. This matter exploded across nearly all social media platforms. Guo Hao successfully crafted the image of a persecuted high school student. What initially seemed like a trivial issue began to swell uncontrollably, all due to the immense repercussions of the trending status revocation. After Guo Hao unearthed certain information and glanced at Weibo, witnessing the fervent responses beneath his comment, a slight smile graced his lips. This is precisely what Guo Hao referred to as the side effects of the trending status withdrawal. There was no need for explicit explanations. Such a sudden retraction only leads the public to perceive guilt. Otherwise, why the need for concealment? Is it not merely a trivial matter, unworthy of a dedicated effort to have it retracted from trending? This method does not resolve the matter. It merely inflates the controversy. This fact would be continually validated in the decade to come. When confronted with public opinion hotspots, the most prudent approach is to maintain silence and allow the fervor to gradually dissipate. Unless absolutely necessary for minor controversies, the optimal strategy is to simply ignore them. Guo Hao chuckled softly. Surely, tomorrow, it would attract the attention of certain concerned departments. At that time, he would deliver another wave of sensational information. However, such sensational material would not be suitable for dissemination through his own account. With this thought, Guo Hao shut down his computer. It was already 11 o'clock. After wasting an hour, he decided not to squander any more energy today. He would read for a while longer, then wash up and retire for the night. Guo Hao read until midnight, then proceeded to wash up, enjoying a restful sleep. At present, Guo Hao was able to sleep soundly, but certain individuals were not so fortunate. Kai Chenggong sat on the sofa, his expression contorted with distress. His wife dared not disturb him. Just moments ago, Kai Chenggong's brother-in-law had called, berating him for causing trouble. He declared that he would no longer involve himself in this matter. Kai Chenggong was seething with anger, yet felt utterly helpless. Nearly all his connections relied on his brother-in-law. The direct consequence of his brother-in-law's disregard was his own powerlessness. The online backlash surged, aimed squarely at Kai Chenggong. What to do? Kai Chenggong felt bewildered. Just then, his phone rang again, and he quickly answered. Kai Chenggong, you've ruined my account. The unfollows are piling up, and my comment section is filled with insults directed at me. You bear full responsibility for this. I expect you to compensate me for all my financial losses. Lu Xiaoxiu shouted furiously on the other end. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with Kai Chenggong's background. When it came to his own interests, even the highest authority would not deter his wrath. Otherwise, I'll publicly expose your connections online, stating that your brother-in-law coerced me into posting on Weibo. You better think carefully. Lu Xiaoxiu was beyond caring at this point. He was genuinely furious. He had never anticipated that a single business deal would lead to such disastrous consequences. How much do you want to keep quiet? Kai Chenggong remained silent for a moment before responding to Lu Xiaoxiu. He understood that the more revelations emerged at this juncture, the greater the pressure on his brother-in-law would be. Chapter 69. The Evidence You Desire. I have it. Although Kai Chenggong believed Lu Xiaoxiu would not dare to expose his brother-in-law, he could not afford to take that risk. If his brother-in-law faced issues, he too would undoubtedly be unable to maintain his position as a teacher. At that point, Kai Chenggong could barely fathom the ramifications for himself. I want 500,000. This will settle the matter. All right, give me time to raise the funds. Kai Chenggong replied after a brief silence. Hurry, I will wait a maximum of 2 days. Don't think you can wait until this heat dies down to deceive me. Lu Xiaoxiu, still somewhat wary of Kai Chenggong's brother-in-law, did not dare to demand an exorbitant sum for compensation. Rest assured, Kai Chenggong nodded, then hung up. He rubbed his aching forehead, casting his phone aside. His eyes filled with exhaustion. Frankly, he had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Initially, he believed that with editor Lu's article published, the individual who had offended him, Qian Cheng, would humbly resign and depart, thereby paying a sufficient price for his transgressions. To his astonishment, this individual showed no intention of surrendering. Instead, he began to carve out another avenue online. What had once seemed insignificant transformed into a major issue. He had engaged a major influencer, intending to obliterate Qian Cheng. Confident in his success, he had not anticipated that the essay's author, the high school student, would step forward and pen a brief essay to refute the accusations. Consequently, the heat only intensified. Even after the trending status was revoked, another inexplicable trending topic emerged. With such high online visibility, even his brother-in-law began to feel apprehensive. This thought weighed heavily on Kai Chenggong's mind. How would this situation resolve itself? He had no idea. While he was in a state of panic, elsewhere, Wang Su sat at his desk, his authoritative visage marred by irritation. His wife cautiously approached, carrying a bowl of noodles. You should eat something. You didn't have dinner. She spoke gently to Wang Su. Wang Su fat. His eyes blazing with anger as he glared at his wife. Why didn't I have dinner tonight? His wife, too frightened to breathe, stood silently beside him, holding the noodles. I already told your brother to keep a low profile, to live a quiet life. Yet, he insists on stirring up trouble everywhere. I've warned him repeatedly. If he walks too far down the dark path, he'll eventually encounter a ghost. Why can't he be a bit more congenial? It's not as if everything is a matter of competing for benefits. Had he even listened? Over such trivial matters, if someone merely offends him slightly, he seeks to annihilate them. They are not puppets. How could they simply allow him to strike at will? Does he truly believe he can wield absolute power in the province? With that, Wang Su slammed his fist on the table, producing a deafening noise. His wife remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Tell Kai Chenggong. At this moment, Wang Su's gaze turned icy as he glanced at his wife. If he dares to use my name for such antics again, Don't expect me to acknowledge him as my brother-in-law. Wan Su spoke Li. I will definitely convey that message. His wife quickly assured him. Wan Su spoke. Is this matter causing quite a stir? His wife couldn't help but inquire. Given the current fervor online, it is certain that the disciplinary committee will pay a visit tomorrow. My friend has already alerted me. Wan Su spoke Li. My political adversaries will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. And just recently, my former superior called to berate me. One must ponder the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Wang Su's words, his wife stood nearby, rendered speechless. As the wife of a high-ranking official, she was acutely aware of what this series of events signified in the realm of politics. Enough! Do not linger before me. You are an eyesore. Wang Su snapped at his wife, who, unable to utter a word, retreated from his presence. The following day, as Wang Su made his way to work, he was intercepted by several individuals from the disciplinary committee. Minister Wang, we have received numerous reports and kindly request that you accompany us for an inquiry. Very well. Wang Su maintained a calm demeanor, as it is the most fundamental quality expected of an official. He returned with the committee members, discussing the highly publicized matter online, and was only released around noon. Although his expression remained composed, his heart was shrouded in darkness. Indeed, this matter is exceedingly troublesome. The sheer volume of reports. Could this be the power of the internet? Upon returning to his office, Wang Su began to strategize. As a high-ranking official, he naturally possessed his own network of connections. He intended to make some concessions in hopes of swiftly quelling the situation. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition gnawed at him. He sensed a conspiracy lurking in the shadows. It was inconceivable that mere teachers and a principal from a school could orchestrate such a predicament. The night prior, he had inquired with the Weibo staff, who informed him that the article recently published by Guo Hao could not be deleted, as it seemed to contain a virus linked to the platform. Any attempt to forcibly remove the article or engage in similar actions could potentially crash the entire platform. Naturally, Weibo would not compromise itself for Wang Su. This did not surprise him. The crux of the matter lay in identifying the mastermind behind that high school student, who was pulling the strings. How could an ordinary high school student possess such exceptional programming skills that even the Weibo staff could not rectify? Moreover, the article had gone viral across nearly all social media platforms. Wang Su could hardly believe that no force was propelling this situation forward. Who could it be? His eyes narrowed slightly. Director, there are important documents. Please come in. At that moment, Guo Hao, the individual whom Wang Su suspected, sat in class. In our last lesson, we discussed the direction of force, which must always be perpendicular to the surface. Yet in this exam, so many have made errors. The college entrance examination is fast approaching. The physics teacher was lecturing at the podium. Guo Hao diligently took notes, fully engaged in his studies. Suddenly, his phone began to vibrate. Since he was in school, Guo Hao had set his phone to silent mode, causing him to frown slightly. Whoever was calling him at this moment was certainly not an acquaintance. The call ended quickly. As the physics teacher concluded the lecture, Guo Hao retrieved his phone. It was indeed an unfamiliar number. Initially intending to ignore the call, Guo Hao hesitated. He swiftly exited the classroom and moved to a secluded corner to return the call. You finally call me back. Who are you? Guo Hao's brow furrowed slightly. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I possess the evidence you desire most. Do you want it? Chapter 70, The Hacker Organization. Oh, pray tell. What evidence might I need? Guo Hao's eyes narrowed, a glint of danger flashing within. Evidence of Wang Su's corruption at the education department, am I correct? The voice on the other end bore a hint of amusement. Wang Su, who is that to me? Guo Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Maintaining his composure, he retorted, Wang Su, the director of the provincial education department, the very man behind Kai Qinggong. Surely, you have already uncovered this, my dear brother Guo Hao. Oh, this is the first I'm hearing of it. Guo Hao feigned ignorance. Faced with an unknown stranger, he knew how to navigate the conversation. Brother Guo Hao, you are quite cautious. Naturally, with your hacking prowess, caution is paramount. It seems you are well informed about yourself. Guo Hao's expression grew serious. What exactly do you wish to convey? Do not rush. I am your peer in this field. Today, I sought you out to foster a friendship and propose a transaction. Young man, your skills are commendable. However, your handling of IP submasks leaves much to be desired, as you have left numerous traces online, particularly with the snippets of code you wrote. While undeniably impressive, it appears you lack experience in such matters. I was able to trace you through the remnants you left behind, and I was quite taken aback to discover such a young top-tier hacker. You are truly gifted. Guo Hao felt a shiver of unease. He chose not to engage with the remainder of the stranger's remarks. I do not comprehend your intentions. If you do not clarify, I shall hang up. Just then, the mysterious caller divulged a series of numbers. This is my dark web ID. Reach out online. With that, the enigmatic figure ended the call. Furrowing his brow, Guo Hao set his phone down, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. He had inadvertently attracted the attention of a hacker. After some contemplation, he noted that this hacker exhibited no malice, even kindly pointing out some of the traces he had left online. Perhaps this was not such a dire situation after all. Yet, he remained curious about the evidence the stranger had mentioned. Was there genuinely incriminating evidence against Wang Su? If such undeniable proof existed, he could directly send it to the disciplinary committee's email and subsequently make it public online. Even if Wang Su held some influence and connections, it would be the end for him. Previously, Guo Hao had sought evidence, but found the information regarding Wang Su to be scarce and elusive. Setting aside these thoughts for the time being, Guo Hao returned to the classroom. Upon his return, Wang Shi cast a glance at Guo Hao, her eyes inquiring. Guo Hao shook his head in response. Though Wang Shi was curious, she refrained from pressing further. Guo Hao resumed his seat, continuing to study and solve problems. In the comprehensive science curriculum, biology and chemistry proved to be more manageable than he had anticipated. These subjects required substantial memorization, and Guo Hao had experienced significant intellectual growth recently, particularly in his memory capacity. His efficiency in studying these subjects, as well as in memorizing classical poetry and ancient literature, had notably improved. Physics, however, remained a more challenging endeavor, given Guo Hao's lack of foundational knowledge. His study of physics was akin to starting from scratch, rendering the process considerably cumbersome. Nevertheless, Guo Hao now possessed greater patience and an ability to concentrate, allowing him to study with a speed far superior to that of the average student. Presently, Guo Hao's studies felt substantially easier than before. Ultimately, he only needed to raise his comprehensive science score. Once that was accomplished, he would smoothly fulfill the requirements of both the silver and gold reward tasks he had chosen. In essence, these two tasks were one and the same. After all, the gold level task required a score of 640, achieving that would grant him admission to a 211 university, or even a C9 institution, with relative ease. Guo Hao felt a serene determination as he diligently worked through his exercises. Upon returning home in the evening, he greeted his parents before retreating to his room. He powered on his computer and swiftly accessed the dark web, where he entered a series of enigmatic codes provided by a mysterious figure, leading him into a clandestine chat room. Greetings, Guo Hao. The mysterious individual sent a message. Before revealing others' true names, would you kindly introduce yourself? It would be rather impolite otherwise. Guo Hao promptly typed a response. Haha, indeed. I'm Guo Hao. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You can call me Vulture. What is your real name? Guo Hao was eager to uncover the identity of this vulture. In this realm, no one would dare to reveal their true name, would they? Perhaps you could share your alias with me as well. An alias, you say? Guo Hao paused briefly before replying. You may call me Child. All right, Child. I possess comprehensive information regarding Wang Su, irrefutable evidence that I can share with you. What are your terms? Guo Hao hesitated before inquiring. The conditions are simple. You must join our organization. Is it an illegal organization? A slight unease settled in Guo Hao's heart. Certainly not. We are one of the most covert red hacker organizations in the country. Each member is free. Our sole activity is to periodically orchestrate cyber incursions into foreign networks, as well as to assist in countering foreign cyber intrusions during international cyber warfare. Upon reading Vulture's words, surprise flickered in Guo Hao's eyes. Is that all? He couldn't help but ask. Indeed, aside from these two missions, you are free to disregard any other commands I may issue. Does that sound acceptable? That poses no issue. Guo Hao felt an unwavering sense of duty to assist the Dragon Nation. Joining this organization would not alter his commitment. Thus the condition seemed almost negligible to him. Very well. I shall transmit the evidence to you now. Shortly thereafter, Vulture sent an encrypted file. After receiving the package and acquiring the password, Guo Hao quickly opened the document. Done. The transaction is complete. This chat room will self-destruct, and I will add you as a friend. I shall notify you of any future tasks. With that, without waiting for Guo Hao to pose any questions, the deep chat room obliterated itself. Guo Hao opened the folder, and after perusing its contents for a moment, his gaze narrowed slightly. Indeed, it contained evidence of Wang Su's corruption, complete with meticulous financial records. This information was essentially Wang Su's lifeline. How could it possibly be in someone else's possession? Who exactly was this vulture? Chapter 71. A surge of interest. Guo Hao's mind was rife with confusion. Such material should not have surfaced online. Had it done so, Wang Su would have met his demise long ago. After flipping through the documents and confirming their authenticity, Guo Hao resolved not to transmit the evidence over his home network. Until the issue with the network subnet mask was resolved, he was unwilling to utilize his family's internet for such matters. Bidding his parents farewell, Guo Hao departed for a nearby cyber cafe. Upon logging into a computer, he swiftly opened a browser, employing false information to conceal the subnet mask and IP address, before disseminating all the materials en masse. Regardless of whether it was social media or the inboxes of various disciplinary agencies, he sent it all out. Surely, this would ensure Wang Su's downfall. Guo Hao chuckled. Having accomplished this, his thoughts drifted back to Vulture. A red hacker organization? Guo Hao contemplated. Shutting down the computer, he decided not to dwell further on the matter. Overthinking would serve no purpose. What was meant to happen would inevitably unfold. After consuming an energy drink, Guo Hao resumed his studies. Meanwhile, the materials he had sent out rapidly spread across the internet, igniting a frenzy of discussion in numerous chat groups and social media platforms. Wow, incredible. Corruption evidence against such a high-ranking official. Impressive. 6,666. The news was being shared widely, and many were fervently discussing the situation. Despite the late hour, the public was captivated by the scandal involving high-ranking officials. Online chatter swelled, particularly as this incident tied into the recent hot topic surrounding Cai Qinggong, the exposed Wang Su. It turned out was Cai Qinggong's brother-in-law. This added an intriguing twist to the narrative. Ha ha ha. A corrupt official indeed. Weibo is so cowardly. A single word from a corrupt official, and they retract the trending topic. Indeed, I said the people behind this must have something to hide. They haven't even directly exposed the individuals behind Cai Qinggong, yet they jumped out themselves. Ha ha ha. Truly remarkable. Who is this great deity that revealed this? Simply astounding. Absolutely. It's incredible. But why did this emerge just now? It seems the mastermind behind it all is leveraging this wave of online fervor to release this information. Otherwise, with Wang Su's stature, he might have been able to suppress it. True, with the current online heat, even if someone wanted to protect Wang Su, it would be quite the challenge. Ha ha ha, what a twist. I came merely to spectate, but ended up witnessing such a revelation. Truly amazing. Corrupt officials deserve their fate. When Cai Qinggong encountered the online posts, he felt as though the world had collapsed around him, staring blankly at the documents circulating on major platforms. His eyes were filled with panic. He had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. The evidence of his brother-in-law's corruption was laid bare, complete with detailed accounts. Much of the information was unfamiliar to Cai Qinggong, but he recognized a portion as having passed through his hands. Cai Qinggong understood the gravity of the situation. It was indeed real. It was precisely this realization that caused him to break out in a cold sweat. He sensed a vast web of conspiracy enveloping both himself and his brother-in-law, with the origin of this web stemming from his own actions, stirring the online frenzy, inciting public sentiment, and releasing the corruption evidence just after he had removed the trending topic. At the peak of public outrage, was a maneuver that left even the mightiest untouchable. An investigation was inevitable. Even if his brother-in-law, Wang Su, was the head of the education department, and even with an extensive network of connections, what did it matter? This matter could not be suppressed. With such overwhelming evidence, an exhaustive investigation was unavoidable. But what about him? Panic filled Cai Qinggong's eyes. What was he to do? With his backing crumbling, could he still remain unscathed? Was there any chance of preserving his own integrity? Cai Qinggong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, and he was gripped by fear for the future. At that moment, he finally began to regret his previous actions. Why had he involved himself in such a trivial matter? How did his language exam SAS potential for a perfect score concern him? Why had he sought to silence Qian Cheng, the editor of Chongqing Daily? Everything was interlinked. Had he only displayed a bit more magnanimity, he and his brother-in-law would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Filled with remorse, Cai Qinggong pondered his next steps. He sat on his bed, lost in thought throughout the night. The following day, as Wang Su was escorted away by disciplinary officials on his way to work, Cai Qinggong was not spared either. Upon arriving at school, in front of all the students, a member of the disciplinary department approached him, displaying identification. Mr. Cai, we require your assistance with an investigation. Cai Qinggong parted his lips, intending to articulate further thoughts. The curious, inquisitive, and even disdainful gazes from the surrounding students pierced him like a multitude of sharp arrows. Overwhelmed with shame, he dared not defend himself, allowing the officials from the discipline committee to handcuff him before he hurriedly fled from the school gates. Behind him, students of Chongqing No. 1 High School commenced fervent discussions. Given the event's sensational rise online, some were aware, while others were not. Nevertheless, the rampant dissemination ensured that nearly all students were now informed. Investigations necessitate time. For Guo Hao, this absurd incident simply unfolded as expected. The sheer ridiculousness of it could be likened to a tragedy sparked by a mere bun. The online vitriol directed at him held little significance. At that moment, he was attending class. Unlike before, when he had frantically crammed for mathematics and neglected other subjects. He now approached all classes, save for Chinese and English, with utmost diligence, particularly excelling in the comprehensive sciences. The physics, chemistry, and biology teachers regarded Guo Hao with heightened attention. For during the last mock exams, his exceptional scores in Chinese, mathematics, and English had starkly contrasted with his lackluster performance in the sciences. Such students naturally garnered more scrutiny from their educators. Earlier in the day, the incident involving Wang Su and Kai Qinggong being taken away by the discipline committee made headlines, inciting a considerable uproar online. Guo Hao learned of this during the recess from his homeroom teacher, Lao Huang. Upon hearing the news, Guo Hao smiled, his eyes serene. He had anticipated such an outcome. With the matter resolved, he was eager to focus on his studies, as he held high expectations for himself. Lao Huang dibat. And just as Guo Hao was about to leave the corridor, he was halted by Shen Luoyan, who was descending the stairs. Chapter 72. The matter concluded. Guo Hao paused momentarily. Shen Luoyan approached him, extending a notebook. This is a compilation I have prepared, specifically addressing the weaknesses you've displayed in the comprehensive sciences lately. Please take it home and review it thoroughly. Guo Hao accepted the notebook, and noticing her furrowed brow, he sensed her concern. What has been troubling you these past few days? You haven't sought my assistance as you usually do, and your progress seems to have stagnated. Have you encountered any difficulties? Shen Luoyan regarded him with curiosity. Guo Hao nearly chuckled at the thought of asking her if she had seen the news online. But he hesitated, suddenly recalling that Shen Luoyan had not even registered for QQ and had no friends at school, remaining aloof from gossip. It was quite probable that she was entirely unaware of the events unfolding online. I've had a few matters to attend to, but they are resolved now, he replied. Shen Luoyan nodded. With approximately 40 days remaining until the college entrance examination, there remains substantial room for improvement in your current performance. If you can elevate your scores in the comprehensive sciences, there will be no need for you to repeat the year. She regarded him earnestly. Thank you. I understand. Guo Hao affirmed, nodding in appreciation. Shen Luoyan acknowledged him with a nod before turning and ascending the stairs. In that moment, Guo Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had anticipated this outcome, receiving the news from Lao Huang brought him genuine joy. After all, predicting an outcome is one thing. Witnessing it come to fruition is entirely another. There was no way around it. He had been directly attacked. While retreating into obscurity might preserve his safety, it would also become part of his tarnished history. Having been granted a second chance, Guo Hao was determined not to shrink away. It became evident that he had made the right gamble. Such abuse of power among officials often concealed numerous dark histories. Although obtaining them might be challenging, the difficulty diminishes significantly once the scandal gains traction. Consider the majority of officials who hide themselves, striving to avoid media attention and shunning controversial topics. Why is that? Resolving the issues surrounding Kai Qinggong and his backers had provided him with a sense of relief and mitigated potential risks associated with his online statements. Upon returning to the classroom, Guo Hao opened the notebook Shen Luoyan had entrusted to him. It was a pristine notebook, filled with neatly written text that appeared fresh, yet meticulous and elegant. As he flipped through it, he discovered it was nearly filled with densely packed, orderly handwriting. It was evident that Shen Luoyan had dedicated considerable time to compiling these notes for him over the past few days. A warmth spread through Guo Hao's heart. This meticulous compilation reflected her genuine concern for his progress. She had devoted a significant portion of her precious study time to create such a detailed study guide, surpassing the expectations of a typical tutor. He sighed softly, pondering whether this encroachment upon her academic time might impact her studies. She must feel grateful for the opportunity to assist him, as her grandparents lacked the means to contribute financially at home. Although Shen Luoyan had not explicitly stated it, Guo Hao sensed the importance of this tutoring position to her. He resolved to remind her to prioritize her own academic pursuits in the future. With that thought, Guo Hao began earnestly reviewing the notes she had given him. The content was largely composed of concepts with which he was unfamiliar, accompanied by detailed explanations and illustrative diagrams. After only a brief period of study, Guo Hao felt he had gained substantial insights. Indeed, these top-performing students, who routinely scored above 700, had thoroughly mastered the entirety of their high school curriculum, often surpassing the knowledge of many high school teachers. Their explanations of these concepts were remarkably clear and insightful. After some time spent with the notes, Guo Hao resumed working through practice problems. He had already completed a significant portion of the required exercises from the 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation for Physics 2. He was determined to finish them as swiftly as possible. Guo Hao felt invigorated. With the issues resolved, he could once again engage in his studies with enthusiasm and focus. At lunchtime in the school cafeteria, the news of Kai Chunggong and Wang Su being placed under investigation was broadcasted. "Wow, hu ye!" exclaimed Wang Shi, suddenly turning to look at Guo Hao. Not just him, but several classmates around Guo Hao cast their astonished gazes in his direction. Their expressions were filled with shock. Many had heard of or read Guo Hao's article online, where he had described how that Lu Xiaoxiu was merely a pawn of Kai Chunggong, intent on attacking him, and had predicted that behind Kai Chunggong, there was undoubtedly a larger entity. The impact of that article was profound. It was astonishing that just days after its publication, Kai Chunggong and that Wang Su had indeed been placed under investigation. Of course, not everyone was taken aback. Some had stayed up late the previous night and were already aware of the evidence. Guo Hao maintained a calm demeanor, continuing to enjoy his lunch. "Enough. Eat your meal. What does this have to do with you?" he retorted to Wang Shi, slightly exasperated. Observing Guo Hao's nonchalance, Wang Shi was filled with confusion. "Wait, how good? Aren't you excited at all? What is there to be excited about? I already expected this outcome. Why would I feel elated?" Guo Hao shrugged. As he finished his meal, he announced, "I'm off." Wang Shi attempted to engage him further, but Guo Hao had no desire to discuss the matter any longer. After finishing the dishes, Guo Hao returned to the classroom alone, resuming his arduous task of solving problems. The process of learning is inherently tedious. While tackling problems can be somewhat engaging, the necessity of repetitive study to ensure accurate application during examinations renders it rather monotonous. Regardless of how beautifully one may articulate this sentiment, the reality remains that this repetitive endeavor is ultimately dull. Even though Guo Hao had settled into a focused study routine, the distractions outside faded into oblivion for him. With the passage of time, the chaos gradually subsided, and everything returned to its normal course. It was the weekend. The boats on the turbulent river navigated upstream, and during this journey, if a breeze wafted from downstream, how many forces acted upon the vessels? From how many directions did the forces originate, and what were their magnitudes in newtons? Shun Luoyan furrowed her brow as she observed Guo Hao, promptly beginning to draft a diagram on the exam paper. Soon, she had delineated a clear force analysis diagram. "You have evidently overlooked the impact of the water surface waves on the vessels," she pointed out. Chapter 73, Diligent Study, Preparing for the College Entrance Examination. Given the known wind speed, aside from the forces exerted by the vessels themselves, there are also the forces imparted by the wind on the vessels and the forces generated by water waves under the influence of the wind. Shun Luoyan meticulously analyzed each force for Guo Hao before proceeding with the calculations. Guo Hao listened attentively. When working on problems like these, you must pay close attention. You are intelligent and learn quickly, but this aspect is not solely dependent on your intelligence. It hinges on attention to detail, especially in comprehensive science, where minutiae are crucial. Shun Luoyan advised. "I understand." Guo Hao nodded affirmatively. After elucidating the problem, Shun Luoyan continued to guide him through the textbook. Since Guo Hao had already reviewed much of the material, Shun Luoyan's pace was brisk. Typically, after summarizing the key points of a chapter, she would swiftly assign Guo Hao a set of problems. Their tutor-student dynamic made time fly by. After lunch, they resumed their studies until 6:30 in the evening. "I have marked 100 physics problems for you in the workbook, focusing primarily on your relatively weaker knowledge areas. You must diligently work through them. Once you finish, show me, and I will explain the mistakes you made," Shun Luoyan instructed Guo Hao. "Understood," he replied with a nod. Afterward, he called out to the housekeeper, "Annie, I'm leaving now. Are you not staying for dinner?" Shun Luoyan asked with a smile. "I can't," she replied, then proceeded to the door, changing her shoes before departing from Guo Hao's home. Watching her retreating figure was mother's side, saying to Guo Hao, "You really ought to express your gratitude. Your academic improvement during this period is largely due to Shun Luoyan's assistance." Indeed, Guo Hao nodded in agreement. He smiled at his mother and added, "However, I believe Shun Luoyan might not readily accept our gratitude. She probably feels it is her duty, having been compensated for her work." "What a wonderful girl," Guo's mother remarked with admiration. Guo Hao chuckled. There will be plenty of opportunities to repay her in the future. Why fixate on the present? He resumed his problem solving. Currently, he had gained considerable confidence in tackling most foundational problems. Throughout the day, Shun Luoyan dedicated herself to helping him with comprehensive science. As a result, Guo Hao's proficiency had reached 30% of the second-year high school curriculum. Unfortunately, Guo Hao had begun with a very weak foundation in comprehensive science, almost at zero. After his rebirth, he had primarily focused on mathematics, studying incessantly day and night. It was only recently that he began to delve into comprehensive science. Thus, his performance in this subject had been dismal. Prior to the second mock exam, he had spent less than a week studying comprehensive science. In the ensuing period, his study time was characterized by tranquility, devoid of any significant upheavals. After more than 10 days had passed, he had accumulated hundreds of experience points across all subjects in comprehensive science. Although his mathematics experience had only increased by a few dozen points, Guo Hao felt that his mathematical skills had markedly improved over these 10 days. His accuracy in solving math papers had surged, and many previously challenging problems now posed little difficulty. With just 1 month remaining before the college entrance examination, the final mock exam, the third mock, commenced. The process was nearly indistinguishable from the second mock. Guo Hao had been reborn in a high school for over 2 months now and had fully acclimatized to the fast-paced lifestyle. After the third mock exam concluded, results were released within a couple of days. Guo Hao scored an impressive 607 points, earning the title of Progress Star at Ganqing One High School, and he was ranked first in Class 7 of the senior year. Teacher Huang beamed with joy as he stood before the class, unable to contain his happiness. Guo Hao, a student who was once among the lowest in his class, has undergone such a remarkable transformation in just half his senior year. 600 points. How many students in Ganqing One High School have scored above 600? Not just here, but how many in all of Ganqing? Just a little over 100 days ago, Guo Hao was merely a student scoring in the 300 to 400 range. While this achievement was fundamentally a result of Guo Hao's own diligence, it would also undoubtedly reflect positively on Teacher Huang's guidance. With this thought, Teacher Huang's smile widened even further. The efforts of Guo Hao these past few days have not gone unnoticed by the entire class. He has proven to us all that with determination, nothing is insurmountable. Only 20 days remain until the college entrance examination. Teacher Huang rallied. Many may think that with just over 20 days left, it's time to ease up. But let me tell you, this period could be the decisive 20 days that set you apart from others. Just 1 point can make the difference for thousands. Guo Hao managed to improve by 300 points in 60 days. How much do you think you can improve in 20 days? With fervor, Teacher Huang inspired his class. Guo Hao sat in his seat, his expression unchanged. He had long since built immunity to such motivational speeches. At that moment, he was immersed in pondering a physics conundrum. Physics, despite its considerable difficulty, intrigued him with its myriad concepts and phenomena, even as it posed challenges in calculations. While Guo Hao was lost in thought, his deskmate, Wang Lijuan, gently prodded him with her pen. He turned to her, and she gestured for him to look towards the podium. Instinctively, he raised his head to the front. Guo Hao, please come up and share some of your study experiences with the class. Teacher Huang smiled, addressing him. Reluctantly, Guo Hao stood up, scanning the faces of his peers. We're all classmates here, so I won't say anything lofty. I'll just say this. As long as you're willing to put in the effort, even with just 20 days left, there is still a chance for transformation, from not qualifying for university to being able to gain admission, from being able to enter a second-tier institution to qualifying for a first-tier one, as long as you're willing to strive. Having concluded his remarks, Guo Hao took a seat. Lao Huang momentarily stood in stunned silence before leading the applause for Guo Hao. Soon, the classroom resonated with applause. Indeed, Guo Hao had spoken with great insight. As long as one is willing to strive, even until the final second, there remains a chance to transform our lives. Just 20 days of hard work. Choose the university of our dreams. With Lao Huang's invigorating proclamation, the classroom erupted into fervent shouts from the students. An indescribable wave of emotion and gratitude washed over Guo Hao. Perhaps this is what youth truly embodies? They genuinely believe that their efforts would yield a splendid future. Such confidence is truly admirable. Chapter 74. The eve of the college entrance examination. Following the third mock exam, perhaps inspired by Guo Hao's motivation, or perhaps the students genuinely felt the impending approach of the college entrance examination, their attitudes towards studying underwent a dramatic transformation. The number of students idly chatting in class diminished significantly, with most engrossed in their textbooks. The sounds of diligent study during morning and evening self-study sessions grew noticeably louder. Those who had previously struggled academically were now far more serious, while those who were already on the cusp of scoring above the college admission line became ravenous for knowledge, their hearts filled with a sense of urgency. During breaks, the usual noise of students in the corridors vanished. The once boisterous classroom had transformed into a haven of tranquility, the atmosphere thick with tension. This is the essence of the college entrance examination. Even students like Wang Shi, who had previously struggled, found themselves compelled, partly by pressure, partly by inspiration, to pick up their books in these final 20 days. However, the consequence was that Wang Shi spent the entire journey home lamenting to Guo Hao. Dude, I read today, and it nearly made me sick. I feel like the content is in an alien language. Why must textbooks be written in such convoluted terms? I can't comprehend a thing. What is the point of this learning? Guo Hao rolled his eyes. You had your chance to study diligently before. Now you're just complaining. If you want to sleep instead of studying, then do it. Wasn't that how you've always handled things? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Wang Shi scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Hey, it's just that the atmosphere in class is so focused on studying. That kid Sun Yu, who ranks third from the bottom in class, is even hitting the book seriously. So how can I fall behind him? Guo Hao rolled his eyes again. So this fool is merely following the trend. Besides, hasn't it been said? Without hardship and toil, one's senior year is in vain. Without striving and fighting, one's senior year is wasted. If we continue to sleep now, we'll have nothing to discuss about our senior year later. Wang Shi sheepishly scratched his head. Guo Hao shot him another eye roll. No wonder this idiot has suddenly taken up his studies. So, he can have something to talk about with others later? Alright, I'm home. Bye. As Guo Hao glanced at the community ahead, he was too disinterested to listen to this fool's nonsense any longer. Hey, wait. Wang Shi wanted to say more, but Guo Hao had already sped away on his bicycle. This guy. Wang Shi was utterly perplexed as to why his childhood companion seemed to have turned on him so suddenly. Was there something he said that was amiss? With confusion etched on his face, he pedaled homeward. In the ensuing 20 days, Guo Hao's zeal for studying intensified beyond previous bounds. Shen Luoyan's tutoring sessions became increasingly frequent. As the college entrance examination drew near, she could hardly contain her desire to impart every possible problem-solving technique and key knowledge from high school to Guo Hao. The same could be said for the other subject teachers. By the second semester of senior year, all the essential knowledge had already been covered. Yet, for those with weak foundations but a desire to learn, the teachers found themselves compelled to revisit and reiterate previously covered material. Amidst this fervent study, the college entrance examination quietly approached. 3 days before the examination, the school announced its closure. Today was June 3rd. Excluding today, only 3 days remained until the examination. With a deep breath, Lao Huang surveyed the students before him. In the afternoon, everyone was permitted to take their belongings home. In these 3 days, they were advised not to burden themselves with overly demanding study tasks, nor to become too lax and avoid studying altogether. Instead, they should strive to maintain a relaxed mindset and achieve a state of calm. He believed that everyone would be able to present their best selves for the college entrance examination. The expressions on the students' faces were a blend of tension and excitement, with most, including Guo Hao, feeling a flutter of anxiety within. It was unavoidable. The college entrance examination. For Guo Hao, this was the true defining moment of his future. If he faltered in this examination, it would jeopardize 2 critical system tasks, both of which promised substantial rewards. He could not guarantee that, should he fail this time, the system would grant him another chance. Thus, this examination was a make-or-break situation. Victory was the only option. Completing the golden task and receiving the system reward for cognitive enhancement was paramount. The class monitor began distributing the examination permits. The monitor rose from his seat and collected the permits from Lao Huang, proceeding to hand them out one by one. Remember, the examination permit is crucial. Do not misplace it. If you lose it, you won't even be able to enter the examination room. Furthermore, your examination venue may not even be at this school, so be sure to check your assigned location. Lao Huang droned on about the essential points to consider for the examination. As the monitor distributed the permits, Lao Huang shared a wealth of advice, not only about the examination, but also about life. Finally, as the last class bell rang, he concluded, after all that has been said, I sincerely wish you all the best in the examination hall. May you excel in all you attempt and achieve full marks. Thank you, teacher. The students chorused back to Lao Huang. Very well then. Lao Huang yinan deeply. Class dismissed. He cast a lingering glance at the students before him. Although he bid farewell to a graduating class each year, he poured genuine emotion into every cohort. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. The class monitor suddenly spoke up, prompting the other students to echo their gratitude. Lao Huang felt a slight moisture welling in the corners of his eyes. Everyone, best of luck in the examination. With that, he hastily exited the classroom, fearing he might succumb to tears at any moment. It must be said, Lao Huang is a remarkable teacher. Guo Hao watched Lao Huang's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of sentiment. As Lao Huang departed, the students began to gather their books and belongings. However, the raucous cheers emanating from the adjacent classroom soon had everyone rushing into the corridor, clutching their completed test papers and unused books. "We're taking the college entrance examination." The senior students erupted in a chorus of shouts, tearing their papers and textbooks apart. The fragments of paper floated down like snowflakes. The pent-up pressure of the past days of preparation seemed to find release in that moment. "Let us go, Rat. Tear up those books." Wang Shi eagerly urged Guo Hao. "You go ahead. I still have 2 questions left to solve," Guo Hao replied, shaking his head. Chapter 75, The Frenzy Before the College Entrance Examination. "Don't. We're supposed to tear up our books before the examination. Why are you being such a buzzkill?" Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao in confusion. Guo Hao merely cast him a flat glance. Fine. Wang Shi conceded with a hint of resignation. In a moment, he eagerly picked up his books and ventured into the corridor. The senior students, in a frenzy, howled passionately, tearing apart the textbooks they had toiled over for 3 years, releasing the pent-up tension that had accumulated during their preparation for the college entrance examination. After completing their exercises, Guo Hao gazed into the corridor where students were shouting, expressing their fears about the uncertain future. Shreds of paper fell like delicate snowflakes, symbolizing the youth of countless scholars. Following this cathartic outburst, the floor below was blanketed in a thick layer of confetti. The senior students exchanged farewells, carrying their belongings as they departed the school. "Come on, hurry up," Guo Hao called out to Wang Shi as he finished organizing his books. "Could you help me carry these?" What do you mean?" Wang Shi replied, his eyes filled with confusion. "If I help you with your books, what will you do?" "Of course I'll assist Shun Luoyan. How do you expect her, being a girl, to carry all those books home?" Guo Hao retorted with a hint of annoyance. "You rascal." Wang Shi wanted to tease Guo Hao further, but found that he had already left the classroom. "Make sure to take them home for me. My mom is waiting." He tossed over his shoulder before exiting. "Ugh." Wang Shi rolled his eyes in exasperation. This guy prioritizes girls over friends. A sense of helplessness washed over him. "Let us go. What else can we do?" He lugged down the heavy stack of books that Guo Hao had organized. Fortunately, Wang Shi had already discarded all his own books, and as for other items, he and T even brought anything to school. As Guo Hao ascended the stairs, he found Shun Luoyan still packing her books. "Let me help you," he offered, reaching out. "There's no need for your assistance," Shun Luoyan replied, her tone somewhat cold. "But as your student, it is my duty to assist you. Do you wish for me to become an ungrateful person?" Guo Hao smiled gently at her. Shun Luoyan furrowed her brow, hesitating momentarily, yet she did not stop his actions. "What about your books?" she inquired. "I had that rascal Wang Shi take them back. Given that he has already torn his own to shreds, he might as well help me carry mine." Guo Hao chuckled as he spoke to Shun Luoyan. Several students from the elite class watched Guo Hao help Shun Luoyan pack her books, but they were no longer surprised. After all, his visits to seek her guidance had become increasingly frequent, making such assistance seem quite normal. Only Zhao Ying cast envious glances at Shun Luoyan from the sidelines. Despite her jealousy, Zhao Ying had become much more subdued than before. Once the queen bee of the first school, she had learned to keep a low profile after Guo Hao had taught her a lesson on several occasions. She had distanced herself from unsavory characters outside of school and was now focused solely on her studies, which had led to significant academic improvement. In light of the current situation, it seemed that Guo Hao had saved her from herself. After all, in a previous life, her involvement in a brawl had led to a tragic incident and her subsequent imprisonment. As the saying goes, misfortune often conceals fortune, and vice versa. Zhao Ying observed Guo Hao assisting Shun Luoyan for a while, and soon her jealousy began to dissipate, replaced by a profound sense of melancholy. Guo Hao, oblivious to Zhao Ying's emotional turmoil, had finished packing Shun Luoyan's books. Thankfully, she had already brought half of them back. While the remaining books were plentiful, Guo Hao managed to organize them with some effort. "All right, let us go." He hoisted a large box of books and addressed Shun Luoyan. Shun Luoyan frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. "I should carry them myself," she insisted. "Come on, Shun teacher. Helping you out is no burden at all." Guo Hao smiled. With no other option, Shun Luoyan acquiesced, allowing him to carry her books as they descended the stairs together. After some back and forth, Guo Hao secured the box to the back of his bicycle. "Let us go. I'll help you take these home, Shun teacher," he said cheerfully. Unable to resist Guo Hao's insistence, Shun Luoyan rode her bicycle behind his as they traversed the town and countryside. After approximately 20 minutes of cycling, they finally arrived at Shun Luoyan's home. "Your house is so far. What time do you wake up every morning?" Guo Hao asked incredulously as he gazed at the old brick house not far away. 50 a.m., Shun Luoyan replied calmly. Guo Hao was taken aback. The last class for seniors ended around 10 in the evening, meaning Shen Luoyan likely returned home by 10:30. Even if she didn't tease study upon returning, merely tidying up and preparing for bed would push her sleep time to after 11. This implied that Shen Luoyan slept no more than 6 hours a night, and often less than 5. With a sigh, Guo Hao thought to himself, "Let us get your books settled, and then I must return." They arrived at the entrance of her home, where her grandparents emerged, looking bewildered as they observed Guo Hao carrying the books. "Grandpa, Grandma, Guo Hao, a classmate and student of Shen Luoyan. I came to help her move some books, as she has taught me so much, and it is only right for a student to assist their teacher." Guo Hao smiled at the elderly couple. He then carried the books inside. The interior was quite humble, with a few pieces of furniture in a state of disrepair. Guo Hao felt a pang of sympathy, but maintained his composure. "I'll leave the books here. Shen teacher. Grandpa, Grandma, I'll be on my way," Guo Hao said with a smile as he addressed Shen Luoyan's grandparents. "Stay for a meal before you go," her grandmother urged. "Thank you, Grandma, but my mother has prepared dinner for me at home. If I don't return, she will be worried." With that, Guo Hao waved goodbye and left. As he rode away on his bicycle, Shen Luoyan's grandparents turned their attention to her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she quickly regained her composure. "He is just a student of my tutor," she explained. "This young man seems quite polite," the elderly man remarked with a smile. "If they could end up together one day." "Grandma," Shen Luoyan interrupted her grandmother's unfinished thought. "I've told you, I'm not considering such things." Chapter 76. The college entrance examination in progress. Guo Hao remained unaware of the conversation between Shen Luoyan and her grandmother. His heart was filled with emotion. Although he had known about Shen Luoyan's humble background, this was the first time he had witnessed the reality of her circumstances. They were even worse than he had imagined. For someone from such an environment to achieve this level of academic success should be a source of shame for many. Shaking his head, he attempted to dismiss these chaotic thoughts for the time being. After cycling for more than 20 minutes, he finally returned home. "Hey you, why are you still here?" Guo Hao exclaimed upon seeing Wang Shi sitting on the sofa, being warmly entertained by his mother. Wang Shi chuckled awkwardly. "What's with that tone? I'm a guest." "Don't be so rude," Guo Hao's mother retorted playfully at him. Guo Hao shrugged as he settled down next to Wang Shi. "Well, I'll be off then," Wang Shi said to Guo Hao. "All right, take care." Guo Hao nodded in response. Wang Shi then stood up to leave. "Aunt, shall I take my leave now?" "Don't go. Stay for dinner." Mrs. Guo hurriedly directed her words towards Wang Shi. "Not this time. My mother is waiting for me at home." Wang Shi responded with a smile to Mrs. Guo. With that, he departed from the Guo residence. As Wang Shi closed the door behind him, Mrs. Guo's gaze shifted towards her son. "Guo Hao, you, my child, how could you speak like that?" Mrs. Guo chided Guo Hao. "Haha, I was just joking with him. It's no big deal." Guo Hao chuckled lightly. At this moment, Mrs. Guo gazed at Guo Hao with a hint of curiosity. "Did you visit Shen Luoyan's house? What was it like?" "Honestly, it's even poorer than we imagined," Guo Hao replied after a brief pause, looking at his mother. Upon hearing her son's words, a trace of sorrow flickered in Mrs. Guo's eyes. "That poor girl, one can't help but feel pity for her." Guo Hao shrugged. "Such is life. There's nothing to be done." For the next 3 days, Guo Hao remained diligent, while Shen Luoyan continued to tutor him daily. The final 3 days were crucial. Leading up to the Gaokao, on June 7th, the weather was overcast, heavy with moisture in the air. Mrs. Guo rode her electric bicycle, escorting Guo Hao to the examination venue. His testing location was at the first high school, which saved him quite a bit of time. Outside the examination hall, numerous students had already gathered. The venue would open its doors half an hour early, with the first exam starting at 9 o'clock for the Chinese language. This meant that students could enter no earlier than 8:30. Yet, it was only 8 o'clock, and the school gate was already a sea of eager faces, students and their anxious parents alike, all waiting outside the first high school. Security personnel, both police and school guards, were present to maintain order. The annual Gaokao was undoubtedly one of the most significant events in the region, thus receiving utmost attention. The weather remained dreary, with many canopies set up outside the school to shield against the rain. "Just focus on your exam. Don't let anything distract you. You hear me?" Mrs. Guo appeared even more anxious than Guo Hao himself. "I understand, Mom," Guo Hao replied, slightly exasperated. He wasn't particularly nervous. After all, he had weathered many storms in both his past and present lives. Even if there was a hint of anxiety, it was merely a concern about fulfilling the system's tasks, not about the Gaokao itself. Mrs. Guo continued to chatter nervously until the school gates finally opened. "Mom, you don't have to wait here at the gate. Just come pick me up when the exam is nearly over. If you can't make it, I can go home alone. It's no big deal." "Absolutely not." Mrs. Guo immediately dismissed Guo Hao's suggestion with irritation. All the other parents are waiting outside. I can't let you be here without supervision. If other kids have their parents, you should too. Fine. It seems my words are futile, Guo Hao thought to himself, feeling somewhat helpless as his mother was resolute in her decision. All right then, do as you wish. He acquiesced, following the throngs of students into the school. Upon reaching the examination room, he found his designated seat and sat down. The Guo Hao. Who would have thought he would experience it again after his rebirth? Guo Hao took a deep breath, calming the tumult of emotions within him. After checking that he had all his materials, he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, awaiting the start of the exam. 15 minutes before the exam began, the proctor entered the examination hall, preparing to distribute the test papers. As the white speaker in front of the classroom crackled to life, the proctor unsealed the papers and began handing them out. Guo Hao received his paper and filled in all the necessary information. With that, the exam officially commenced. Soon, the only sounds filling the room were the rustling of paper and the scratching of pens against it. Guo Hao tackled the questions with ease. Despite having not specifically studied Chinese since his rebirth, he possessed a keen understanding of the world, which was inherently a form of knowledge. The essence of the Chinese language is, after all, a course in reading comprehension. As someone who had navigated the business world for quite some time, deciphering reading materials posed little challenge. A mere grasp of the context sufficed. Guo Hao had practiced with several past papers, thus adapting well to high school Chinese, leading to commendable results. This year, the essay topic for Jiangxi province was "What do you possess?" This prompt resonated with Guo Hao, as he had amassed a wealth of experiences and possessions from both his past and present. Inspiration flowed abundantly, and soon he had composed an essay. The exam proceeded smoothly, even more so than Guo Hao had anticipated. Approximately 10 minutes after he finished his essay, the time was 11:30, the exam concluded, and he handed in his paper before exiting the hall. Upon stepping outside, he immediately spotted his mother. By this time, a light drizzle had begun to fall. Guo Hao sat on the back of his mother's electric bike, clad in a raincoat. Throughout their ride home, Mrs. Guo refrained from mentioning the exam. Instead, she discussed potential plans for outings after the exam. "See, isn't this everything you possess?" Guo Hao smiled faintly. In the afternoon, he tackled mathematics with ease. The next morning brought the science exam, followed by English in the afternoon. The Guo Hao concluded exceptionally well. As he exited the hall after the English exam, Guo Hao let out a slight sigh of relief. This examination had proven to be even smoother than he had imagined, at least easier than the mock exams, and significantly less challenging than his usual practice questions. "Forget about the exams now. Let us go. Mom has prepared something delicious for you." Mrs. Guo, standing at the school gate, mistakenly assumed Guo Hao was still pondering over the exam details and cheerfully called out to him. Guo Hao chose not to correct her. "All right, let us go," he replied, climbing onto his mother's electric bike. Upon returning home, Chapter 77, Golden Task, completed. Guo Hao sat in his bedroom, his mind slightly adrift. It was over. The urgency that had weighed heavily on him for so long had suddenly lifted, leaving him with an inexplicable sensation. The urgency he felt now was utterly different from the one he experienced during his business ventures. Back then, his anxiety stemmed from survival, a pressure that could never dissipate, as the distance to financial freedom loomed vast. However, his current tension was solely related to the short-term goal of the Guo Hao. With that goal now behind him, Guo Hao found himself momentarily disoriented. Sitting in his chair, he found himself instinctively reaching for a book. Learning had, in certain circumstances, become a habit for Guo Hao. There was nothing wrong with that, was there? He smiled slightly as he casually opened his physics textbook. With the Guo Hao no longer looming over him, his reading was free from utilitarian motives or problem-solving pressures. He simply browsed through the physics book, occasionally picking out a few intriguing problems to engage in a mental exercise. Guo Hao. At that moment, the door swung open. Mrs. Guo entered the room, pausing momentarily upon seeing her son, still immersed in reading. "I called for you several times, and you didn't respond. Aren't you done with the Guo Hao? Why are you still studying?" Mrs. Guo regarded him with a hint of confusion. "Well, what else would I be doing if I'm not studying?" Guo Hao replied with a smile. Go on. You've completed your Guo Hao, and yet you're still reading. You need to give yourself some space and time to relax. Don't push yourself too hard." Mrs. Guo admonished him playfully. Guo Hao felt a twinge of helplessness. Many parents in Dragon Country exhibit this behavior. When their children neglect their studies, they perceive them as unambitious and lacking diligence. Conversely, when the children become overly studious, the parents begin to fret about their health. "All right," Guo Hao nodded. "Come on, I've prepared dumplings. Let's eat." He exited the room to enjoy the dumplings. After the college entrance examination concluded, students across various groups busily circulated answers, with many beginning to estimate their scores. Guo Hao, however, was not particularly curious about his results. After all, the official scores would be released in about 20 days. For Guo Hao, there was only one option: to surpass 640 points. Only then would the examination hold any significance for him. Otherwise, it would be deemed a failure. Amidst this bustling atmosphere, Guo Hao felt somewhat out of place. It was Wang Shi who lamented, "Ah, this time it's definitely over." In the internet cafe, Wang Shi's eyes were filled with resignation as he glanced at Guo Hao. What's wrong? Guo Hao, engrossed in a game, had just been ushered out of his house by his mother. After finishing his exams, he had been spending every day gaming at home, and his mother was concerned he might fall ill from being cooped up. Thus, she had insisted he go out and socialize more. What else could it be? I checked the answers, and I feel like I might not even score 350 points. It's over. Wang Shi's face was a picture of despair. Guo Hao paused his gaming, turning to give Wang Shi an exasperated look. Come on, with your usual level of effort, 350 points would be a decent score. What more do you want? But if that score comes out, I'm finished at home. If I score over 400, I can at least deceive my parents into believing I'm merely underperformed. But 350? Who would believe that essay setback? Wang Shi gazed at Guo Hao with a bitter expression. Guo Hao remained silent, merely gesturing dismissively. You think about luck every day without putting in the effort. You really have high aspirations. Isn't that just wishful thinking? Wang Shi chuckled awkwardly. Let us just play. Guo Hao, disinterested, resumed his gaming. Gradually, he adapted to the current era's gaming environment, especially since this was the early stage of the league. Given Guo Hao's current learning ability and reflexes, he found it quite easy to pick up. After playing for 3 or 4 hours, Wang Shi exclaimed, I knew it. If we team up, we could dominate. Just a few matches, and we're almost at gold too. Next time, we'll definitely reach diamond. After exiting the internet cafe, Wang Shi excitedly spoke to Guo Hao. Yet, Guo Hao felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Since discovering the joy of studying, the thrill of gaming had significantly diminished. The two walked out of the cafe, pushing their bicycles home. Hey, ISNT, that Shen Luoyan? Wang Shi suddenly remarked. Guo Hao followed Wang Shi's gaze and indeed spotted Shen Luoyan squatting in a corner of a small, spontaneously formed farmer's market, with vegetables and sweet potatoes laid out before her. Guo Hao approached her. Selling vegetables? He asked with a smile. Shen Luoyan looked up, met his gaze, and nodded silently. I haven't bought vegetables yet. I'll grab some for my mom. No need for you to spend money. I'll give some to your mother, she replied. That won't do. That would mean I'm taking advantage of you. If you won't take advantage of me, how could I take advantage of your family? Shen Luoyan fell silent, not adept at navigating such social exchanges. Guo Hao chuckled, engaging in a normal haggling process to buy some greens. Just as he completed his purchase, Shen Luoyan unexpectedly asked, How'd you do on the exam? Not bad. I should thank you for helping me with my studies these past few months, Guo Hao responded. It was nothing. I receive my payment from your family each month. I merely did what I was supposed to do, she replied, her expression remaining cool. This was typical of Shen Luoyan. Her demeanor was often so. Perhaps only when it came to academics could her emotions fluctuate significantly. Guo Hao was not perturbed. He smiled at her. All right, I'll take my leave now. With that, he and Wang Shi departed from Shen Luoyan's stall. Wait, Hao, what's up? Aren't you quite familiar with Shen Luoyan? Why does it still seem so awkward between you two? Wang Shi questioned, puzzled. It's been 2 or 3 months, and you were her tutor. Shouldn't you at least be friends by now? Do you not understand Shen Luoyan's personality? Guo Hao shot Wang Shi a glance, slightly irked. Her even acknowledging me is already a significant achievement. What does time have to do with it? True, Wang Shi nodded. Upon returning home, Guo Hao resumed studying, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his exam results. This continued until June 23rd, the day the scores were released. It coincided with the Dragon Boat Festival, and the family gathered at home to check the scores online. After several instances of website crashes and under the anxious gazes of his parents, finally, Guo Hao's score refreshed, 668 points, ranked 192nd in the province. Upon seeing this score, his parents' eyes immediately lit up with intense joy. At that very moment, Guo Hao's mind also echoed with the system notification sound. Chapter 78, Brain Enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the golden task of scoring above 85 in the college entrance examination after 103 days. You scored 668 points, exceeding 85 of the total score. You have successfully earned 1 brain enhancement opportunity and 3 random lottery chances. Ding. Would you like to use the brain enhancement now? Not yet, Guo Hao silently thought. After all, his parents were still nearby, and no one knew what reactions the brain enhancement might trigger. The system's voice fell silent. The reward for the silver task would likely be settled only after Guo Hao submitted his college applications. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the better the college he applied to, the higher the level, and the more free experience he would gain upon acceptance. These thoughts flickered through Guo Hao's mind. Meanwhile, his parents were completely oblivious to his peculiarities, having plunged into a sea of delight. Their eyes even glistened with unshed tears. They could not help but feel elated. Initially, they had considered relinquishing their efforts in Guo Hao's education, thinking it might be better to let him live a carefree life as an ordinary person. Thus, they had adopted a rather relaxed approach towards him. Yet, what parent does not wish for their child to succeed? What parent does not desire to see their child diligently studying to gain admission to a prestigious university and secure a bright future? In essence, Guo Hao's parents were merely at their wits' end before. They had been in a state of near despair regarding Guo Hao. Who would have thought that? With just 100 days left before the college entrance examination, their child would suddenly begin to apply himself? And it was not a mere facade of diligence. He was genuinely earnest and industrious, truly dedicated to his studies. At that moment, Guo Hao's parents were filled with immense joy. For them, the key was not merely the score. It was that he genuinely wanted to learn and was willing to exert effort. If he was truly inclined to study and strive, Guo Hao's parents would go to great lengths to support him. They had initially prepared for the possibility of Guo Hao repeating the year. They would have been satisfied if he managed to secure a spot in a first-tier university, and they would have been even happier and more fulfilled. However, what they did not anticipate was that their son would embark on a fervent quest to elevate his academic performance with less than 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination. During the second mock exam, Guo Hao achieved a remarkable score of over 530 points, which left his parents utterly astonished. Was this truly their son, who typically scored no more than 300 points, languishing at the bottom of his class? To their amazement, Guo Hao soon delivered an even greater surprise. In the third mock exam, he soared past the 600 mark. The couple was overwhelmed with joy, caught in a whirlwind of excitement and disbelief. Yet, a flicker of concern crept into their minds. Could their son have resorted to cheating? Naturally, they dared not voice such suspicions. Instead, they chose to trust in their son while silently praying for his integrity. And then came the day of reckoning. College entrance exam results. A staggering score of 668 left them nearly in tears of joy. Their son, whom they felt immense pride for, had truly excelled. Tonight, I will treat you to a lavish dinner. You can have whatever you desire, Guo's father proclaimed with exuberance. His heart swelled with happiness. His son had achieved something remarkable. In that moment, he felt like the happiest man in the world. While the Guo family reveled in their joy, on the other side, Shen Luoyan was dialing to check her own results. Your score is 712 points, Chinese 129, Mathematics 150, English 148, Physics ranking. First in Jiangxi province. A mechanical voice announced. How wonderful! Shen Luoyan's grandparents beamed with anticipation as they turned their eyes toward her. A total score of 712, ranking first in Jiangxi. Shen Luoyan bit her lip. This was extraordinary. Although her grandmother had limited education, she understood the significance of 712 points and being first in the province. Such a score in ancient times would have made her a top scholar. Her grandmother's eyes sparkled with delight. First, that's the honor of a top scholar. I cannot believe our Shen family has produced such a talent. Her grandfather's expression mirrored her joy. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose at the door. Is this the home of Shen Luoyan? A group of reporters had arrived. I am Shen Luoyan, she announced. The interview commenced. That day, news of Shen Luoyan being the top scorer in Jiangxi province spread like wildfire across the internet, and rumors about her proliferated everywhere. The media quickly began to sensationalize her achievement. This was the treatment bestowed upon every year's top scorer. Meanwhile, Guo Hao, despite his impressive rank of 192, did not receive such recognition. Although this was a commendable position, it was insufficient for admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida, which typically accepted only the top 50 or even 40 students from Jiangxi province. Guo Hao's chances of being admitted to these institutions seemed bleak, yet he felt confident about applying to other universities below that tier. As for which university to choose, he had yet to form any definitive plans. Seated in a hot pot restaurant, Guo Hao engaged in lively discussions about the future with his parents. That evening, his father indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, and his mother did as well. Their joy was overwhelming. They had seldom experienced such happiness in years. Guo Hao gazed affectionately at his parents, feeling a profound warmth in his heart. As long as he could bring them joy, his rebirth would not be in vain. After dinner, Guo Hao assisted his inebriated father back home, while his mother exhibited a slight blush, having also consumed some wine. Let us get to bed early. She smiled at Guo Hao. Sure. He nodded in agreement. Once in his room, Guo Hao wore a smile, relishing the delightful feeling of making his parents proud. Now it was time to utilize his rewards. Sitting on his bed, he eagerly activated the brain enhancement provided by the system. Initiating enhancement, he silently urged. In an instant, Guo Hao felt as though his entire being had been meticulously scanned, leaving him invigorated. Before he could fully comprehend the sensation, a refreshing aura surged within his mind. He sensed this cool presence was profoundly powerful, sharpening his awareness with remarkable clarity, as if he could perceive the very essence of the world itself. Soon, the scene before him transformed into a deep blue vortex, which swiftly morphed into a pitch-black void with countless stars swirling within. An indescribable sensation enveloped him, and an intense dizziness consumed him. Yet, amidst this disorientation, he found himself becoming increasingly lucid. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until all perceptions faded away. Guo Hao sat on his bed, awakening as from a deep slumber, staring blankly ahead until he regained his composure. In that instant, the world around him appeared astonishingly vivid, as if a century-old glass had been cleansed of dust with a powerful cleaner. The feeling was beyond words. System brain enhancement complete. Chime 2 notification sounds in his ears. Guo Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Excellent. This brain enhancement has boosted my IQ by nearly 100 points. Such a staggering increase was truly remarkable. He could feel his brain's processing speed had nearly doubled. His reaction time and problem-solving abilities had significantly improved. Moreover, he sensed that his perception of the world was much clearer than before. This feeling was exquisite. After reveling in the benefits of his brain enhancement, Guo Hao smiled softly, reflecting on the past 3 months of relentless study. The rewards exceeded his expectations. He rose, took a shower, and intended to rest. Yet, he felt invigorated, though slightly hungry. After finding a snack, he settled back into his seat. Now, with a mind so clear, sleep eluded him. He casually picked up a physics book, flipping through its pages. The knowledge within was rapidly absorbed. What once posed a challenge now felt as simple as elementary arithmetic. The clarity of mastering each step was exhilarating. Taking a deep breath, Guo Hao reached for another physics book. At that moment, he was like a sponge, thoroughly wrung out and ready to soak up the ocean of knowledge. His learning speed was astonishing. Although his intelligence had not doubled, the enhancement resulted in a geometric increase in overall efficiency, far beyond mere doubling. As he skimmed through high school material, problems that once required deep contemplation were now instantly comprehensible. Swiftly, an answer was reached. Having rapidly completed the reading of physics book, Guo Hao closed his eyes and delved into a meditative thought, the contents seemingly vivid before him, as if he were leafing through the pages within his mind. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of joy sparkled in his gaze. The enhancement of his cognitive abilities was comprehensive. His memory had significantly improved as well. Truly, the system was remarkable. Guo Hao felt an extraordinary vitality coursing through his brain, and his excitement rendered him almost restless. Without hesitation, he resumed his reading, for idleness was not an option. At that moment, his pursuit of knowledge was to enrich his intellect. That night, Guo Hao nearly stayed up all night immersed in his studies, only feeling the weight of fatigue wash over him around 4 in the morning. It was time to rest. Guo Hao lay on his bed and soon succumbed to deep slumber. The following day, Guo's mother endeavored to awaken him for breakfast. However, after several attempts to rouse him, she was thwarted by Guo's father. With a smile, Guo's father remarked to Guo's mother, Hao must have discovered his exam results yesterday. He must have been quite exhilarated and likely stayed up late. Let him enjoy this rare opportunity for a leisurely sleep. All right, Guo's mother nodded in agreement. Guo Hao did not awaken until after 10 in the morning. Upon stirring, he felt refreshed. Rising from his bed and attending to his morning routine, Guo Hao stepped out of his room. Awake? Are you hungry? I'll prepare some noodles for you, Guo's mother cheerfully called out. Sure, Guo Hao nodded in response. At that moment, Guo's father, seated on the sofa, exclaimed, Hey, Hao, come quickly. Is that your tutor on the television? Guo's father, astonished by a scene on the screen, beckoned Guo Hao over. Guo Hao paused momentarily before approaching his father and gazing at the television. Indeed, the news broadcast featured an interview with Shun Luoyan. The headline read, A talented student from a humble background, the top scorer of the Gansu Province College entrance examination achieves an impressive score of 712. It's her. Guo Hao nodded. The top scorer, a raw score of 712. Truly impressive, Guo's father exclaimed, filled with admiration. This young lady has brought great honor to Argon City. We are indeed fortunate to have secured a provincial champion as your tutor. Guo's father smiled at Guo Hao. Indeed, Guo Hao nodded, gazing at his father. If it weren't for Shen Lian's dedicated guidance, my exam score would likely not have been so high. Breaking 500 would have been an achievement. This kindness must be remembered and repaid. Guo's father spoke earnestly. Although Shen Luoyan may perceive this as merely her duty as a tutor, we must not view it so lightly. This is a genuine favor. Yes, I understand. Guo Hao nodded. At that moment, Guo's mother approached with a bowl of noodles. That girl has a strong sense of pride. If you wish to show your gratitude, be subtle about it. Guo's mother advised with a smile. I understand, Mom. Guo Hao replied with a grin. Now eat while it's hot. Guo's mother served the noodles. As Guo Hao relished his meal on the other side, Shen Luoyan faced a significant decision in her life. Just moments ago, the admissions offices of both Shuimu University and Yanjing University had called, extending excellent offers to her. However, Shen Luoyan had no desire to attend either of the prestigious institutions. Earlier that morning, her homeroom teacher had also contacted her, subtly suggesting she consider Shuimu University, likely due to some promised quotas from Shuimu University to Gan City No. 1 High School. Yet, in all honesty, Shen Luoyan was not inclined towards these two universities. Although they boasted great reputations, her true aspiration lay with Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. This institution, while not highly ranked nationally, excelled in aerospace research, standing among the best in the country. Since childhood, Shen Luoyan had harbored a dream of journeying through space. Chapter 80. The Dilemma. However, since her early years, her grandparents had placed great expectations upon her, wishing for her to attend the finest university in the Dragon Country. The only universities they were familiar with were Shuimu University and Yanjing University. Reflecting on this, Shen Luoyan felt a twinge of hesitation. Noticing her reluctance, her grandfather smiled and inquired, What troubles you, my dear? Shen Luoyan hesitated a moment before nodding. Is it related to us old folks? Her grandfather asked, chuckling. Grandpa, how did you know? Shen Luoyan's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at her grandfather. Ha ha ha. My dear, I've watched you grow up. You've always had your own opinions. I seldom see you with this expression unless it concerns us. Otherwise, you would typically resolve matters effortlessly. Speak up. Let me hear what dilemma has our new provincial champion so troubled. Her grandfather observed Shen Luoyan with a warm smile. Shen Luoyan hesitated briefly before sharing her concerns. I was wondering what the issue might be. Her grandfather continued to smile at her. Is it about the universities? Shen Luoyan fell silent. Her grandfather then addressed her with a gentle tone. My expectations for you stem from a desire for you to study diligently. It is not to seek empty accolades, hoping you would attend Shuimu University or Yanjing University merely to boast. Besides, everyone already knows you're the top scorer in Gansu province. We, your grandparents, are already proud enough. My dear, you should also consider your own future. Her grandfather gazed at her with kind eyes. The path before you is one that your grandparents have never walked. We can no longer provide you with sound advice. We have become marginalized in this society. The journey ahead is yours to navigate. But Grandpa, you still. Shen Luoyan began to protest. Enough, my dear. Sweet words won't sway me. You must choose your own path for the future. Her grandfather reassured her gently. As Shen Luoyan grappled with her aspirations, Guo Hao's family was also deliberating his future. Ranked 192, that's quite commendable, especially with a score of 668. He has opportunities at nearly all universities except for Tsinghua and Peking, Guo's father remarked with a smile. Thus, it ultimately comes down to where Hao wishes to go, which school he desires to attend, and what place he wishes to study in. I'm not particularly picky about the city, Guo Hao mused for a moment. I primarily wish to engage in research focused on foundational fields, alongside a keen interest in intelligence and automation. After a moment of contemplation, Guo Hao shared his thoughts with his father. That's an excellent mindset. Guo's father regarded him with approval. The future trajectory will undoubtedly lean towards automation and intelligence, and foundational disciplines serve as the bridge and bedrock for everything. Your idea is commendable. Guo Hao smiled faintly. Having been reborn from a future life, he was well aware of the impending advancements. In the future, AI would experience a significant surge in a decade. Once he graduated, he could establish a related company, aligning with a major trend for the next 20 years. That sounds wonderful. Do you have any particular universities in mind? Guo's father inquired. Guo Hao shook his head. In the realm of automation and intelligence, Yanqing University of Science and Technology, Yanqing Aerospace, and Jilin Aerospace are all commendable institutions. At present, I find myself inclined to choose between the first two. Upon reviewing my scores, I believe they should suffice. Yanqing Aerospace appears to be the more favorable option. However, the choice ultimately rests in your hands. Forefather will not make the decision for you. Guo's father remarked with a smile directed at Guo Hao. Guo Hao nodded in agreement, jotting down a few schools and several majors in the notebook before him. There's still about a week left for the application submissions, so I can take my time to conduct thorough research. Guo Hao chuckled, turning to his father. Indeed, Guo's father nodded approvingly at Guo Hao. This is indeed a prudent approach. There's no need to rush. Your grades are commendable, and as long as you aren't aiming for the likes of Tsinghua or Peking University, other institutions will undoubtedly welcome your presence. Thus, we can afford to take our time in our exploration. Guo Hao nodded in agreement. Deep down, he favored the universities in Yanqing, for it is a central hub rich in resources, whether he pursues research or business in the future. Other regions would offer significantly fewer resources, which is unnecessary. More importantly, his scores are indeed adequate. There is no viable alternative of attending a better university elsewhere. However, another university piqued Guo Hao's interest, Longguo University of Science and Technology, where he wished to apply for a major in fundamental physics. Yet, the location of this university is rather remote, situated in Huizhou province. After a brief contemplation, Guo Hao added this institution to his list of options, although his preference still leaned towards the universities in Yanqing. On the third day, following the release of examination scores, the class teacher announced in the group that the graduating students should return to school for a graduation ceremony. Guo Hao pondered for a moment, then tidied himself before heading out. Upon reaching downstairs, he found Wang Shi waiting for him. "Oh yeah, let's go," Wang Shi called out excitedly to Guo Hao. Guo Hao looked at Wang Shi with a hint of helplessness. Just yesterday, Wang Shi had called him, lamenting about his poor performance and the severe reprimand from his parents, leaving him in a gloomy mood. Yet now, it seemed all was well. The two rode their bicycles to school. With the first and second-year students just having started their break, the school was bustling with third-year students. Many schools do not hold graduation ceremonies. However, Gan, Chengno, one high school hosts one almost every year, typically within 2 to 3 days after the examination results are announced. Naturally, not everyone attends. Some students, having performed poorly in the exams, are disheartened, while others contemplate repeating the year and thus tend to stay away. Most of the other students, however, come to partake in the festivities, where the school provides refreshments and snacks, along with a celebration and award ceremony. It's quite a lively occasion, and post-ceremony, many students will discuss their application choices with their teachers. Upon their arrival at school, Guo Hao and Wang Shi observed the throngs of students at the school gate, many wearing expressions of excitement, though some appeared indifferent. From their expressions, one could glean their respective exam experiences. Generally, high achievers have already boasted about their scores on social media, while those aware of their lower scores often have no aspirations for undergraduate studies and are nonetheless content. Much like Wang Shi, who, alongside others, was simply there to enjoy the moment, as this marked the twilight of their youth. As Guo Hao entered the school, numerous students recognized him, for he had become quite the sensation during the final 100 days leading up to the examinations. His remarkable transformation from a score in the low threes to surpassing 600 in the third mock exam left a lasting impression on many. Curiosity about Guo Hao's exam results circulated among the students, yet due to unfamiliarity, few dared to inquire directly. Just as Guo Hao and his companions stepped into the school, a commotion erupted among the crowd at the gate. "Who is that? Is it Shen Luoyan? Wow, I always thought she must be beautiful, but I never expected her to look this stunning in casual attire. If only I had known she was this beautiful, I would have pursued her." The crowd buzzed with excitement. Following their gazes, Guo Hao spotted Shen Luoyan entering the school, pushing her bicycle. She donned a flowing pale dress. Her long hair, elegantly tied up, the thick black-rimmed glasses she usually wore had been replaced by slender silver-framed ones, and though her expression remained as cool as ever, there was an alluring intellectual charm about her. The surrounding students were entranced. Guo Hao gazed at Shen Luoyan, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, in his previous life, she had made a similarly stunning entrance to school, igniting discussions among the students, and he had been among those captivated by her presence. "She is truly beautiful," Wang Shi remarked in awe to Guo Hao. "Indeed, she is," Guo Hao concurred, nodding. "You rascal." Wang Shi gazed enviously at Guo Hao. "Did you always know Shen Luoyan was this beautiful?" Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi. "Only you would harbor such impure thoughts. Don't project your own notions onto others. Having Shen Luoyan as my tutor is a stroke of fortune. Isn't it? The province's top scorer. Without her guidance, could I have achieved a score of 668? True," Wang Shi acknowledged, nodding. Despite his mischievous nature, he had to concede that the former Guo Hao was exclusively focused on his studies, never contemplating such matters. Meanwhile, Shen Luoyan, noticing the multitude of gazes fixated upon her, furrowed her brow slightly. This attention was somewhat anticipated. She had initially intended to wear her oversized school uniform, with her hair down and black-rimmed glasses. But her grandmother insisted that this was a situation she would inevitably face. Reluctantly, Shen Luoyin tidied her hair and made a few simple adjustments to her appearance. Maintaining her aloof demeanor, she walked straight through the crowd, which instinctively parted to allow her passage. As she departed, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes following her retreating figure. Once Shen Luoyin vanished from view, the crowd erupted once more. She is truly stunning. Although we suspected Shen Luoyin was beautiful, this is our first glimpse of her true allure. So lovely. The crowd buzzed with excitement and chatter as they made their way to the playground. The class teachers had also arrived, and everyone gathered on the playground, taking their seats according to their respective classes, reminiscing with their teachers. Mr. Huang, beaming with delight, observed as most of the students from Class 7 assembled, prompting him to speak up. Do you all know what the highest score in our class was this time? The students shook their heads, looking at Mr. Huang with curiosity. Mr. Huang, how many did they score? Yes, Mr. Huang. Please don't keep us in suspense. Who was it? What was the score? Was it Li Xian? Well, Teacher Huang, please just tell us. Who is it? What score did they achieve? Only a handful of students in the class excel academically. Aside from Guo Hao, only 2 others scored above 600 on the 3rd mock exam. Class 7 is the best performing class in the school, excluding the elite class. Most people did not consider Guo Hao. Their thoughts were predominantly on the top student, Li Chuan. But no, this time, the highest score from our class is Guo Hao, who achieved an impressive 668 points. Teacher Huang beamed with pride as he addressed the students of Class 7. How much? The classroom fell into a stunned silence, with many eyes turning in unison to Guo Hao. Although Ganqing No. 1 High School is considered a reputable institution in previous years, only elite class students managed to score over 650 points. Regular class students typically topped out at just over 600, which is already an astounding achievement. After all, the starting points differ significantly. Elite class students are among the best in Ganqing, and their training is much more rigorous. In contrast, the regular class is less demanding, so scoring over 600 is rare. Typically, a score of 560 or 570 would suffice to top the class. A score of 668 in the elite class, that would surely rank among the top scores. Everyone was aware of Guo Hao's performance 100 days prior and could hardly believe the transformation in such a short time. Many gazed at Guo Hao with a mix of admiration and disbelief. Teacher Huang, however, could hardly contain his excitement. This was a remarkable achievement for him. A student from a regular class had undergone such a metamorphosis to score 668 points on the college entrance examination. This would place him among the top 10 in the entire school. Absolutely incredible. Guo Hao, would you like to say a few words? Teacher Huang smiled encouragingly at Guo Hao. Guo Hao chuckled lightly. There is not much to say. Just 4 words. Hard work pays off. Well said. Teacher Huang beamed at him. Those 4 words resonate profoundly. Hard work pays off. I hope everyone keeps this in mind, whether in university or in your future careers. These words will always hold true. At that moment, Teacher Huang wished to say more. Hey everyone, please settle down in your seats. Let us maintain some decorum as we welcome our school's top student, Shen Luoyin, to deliver the graduation address. Let us give her a round of applause. Chapter 82, Graduation Ceremony. Initially, Guo Hao held little interest in Shen Luoyin's graduation speech. After all, he had no recollection of this moment. Perhaps because he had not paid attention back then, or maybe the speech had been too mundane to leave an impression. However, after listening for a while, he completely overturned his previous assumptions. The seemingly aloof Shen Luoyin, with minimal social interaction and seemingly lacking emotional intelligence, delivered a powerful speech. The quality of her address was astonishing. Guo Hao was taken aback. It appeared that her lack of social grace was merely superficial. In reality, Shen Luoyin possessed a remarkable understanding of interpersonal dynamics, displaying a depth of insight beyond her years. Guo Hao reflected on this. Furthermore, through her speech, he could sense her determination and unwavering confidence, as well as her aspirations. She was a young woman of strong opinions and immense potential. Her conviction was palpable, leaving Guo Hao in contemplation. After all, it is improbable for someone with such self-discipline to lack sufficient conviction. Once the speech concluded, the school awarded Shen Luoyin a scholarship of 100,000 yuan in recognition of her achievement as the top scorer in the province. This was an unprecedented scholarship. Had it not been for Shen Luoyin's extraordinary accomplishment in securing the provincial top score for Ganqing No. 1 High School, such a generous award would not have been possible. Although her peers envied her, They understood the true significance of being the provincial top scorer. The graduation ceremony then proceeded with the principal delivering some encouraging words. After the ceremony, students gathered around their homeroom teacher, while others began to mingle and converse. Many students sought their teacher's guidance regarding their future aspirations. Guo Hao stood on the periphery, not inclined to discuss his ambitions with the teacher or engage with his classmates, as the teacher was already surrounded by students inquiring about their future plans. To be honest, Guo Hao had always been a rather reserved student, with few friends at school aside from Wang Shi. Following his rebirth, his already limited social connections had become even more tenuous, and he had almost forgotten everyone except for Wang Shi. Naturally, he had no inclination to socialize with classmates. However, some students approached Guo Hao, either requesting his contact information or asking him to write postcards, as this might be their last chance to see him outside of school gatherings. Guo Hao did not hesitate to share his contact details with those who approached him. Meanwhile, teacher Huang, while discussing college applications with other students, noticed Guo Hao standing nearby. Guo Hao, come here for a moment. Teacher Huang called out with a smile. Guo Hao stepped forward. What is up, Teacher Huang? He inquired. What school do you plan to attend? What major are you interested in? You can tell me, and I'll provide some advice. Teacher Huang said cheerfully. After all, a score of 668 points opens up almost every school and major, except for a few prestigious programs at certain universities. After a moment's contemplation, Guo Hao replied, I don't have a specific major in mind, but I'm quite keen on attending Yanjing, as it is the capital and offers better prospects for development. Excellent. Teacher Huang nodded approvingly. This is a commendable thought. When selecting a school, you should prioritize the city first. The importance of the city is greater than you might realize, as you're likely to develop your career in a city where you have lived and are familiar with. Additionally, during your internship in your 4th year, if you're in a big city, there will be numerous opportunities available along with better platforms, and crucially, you can often stay in dormitories, which will save you a considerable amount of expenses. Teacher Huang smiled as he addressed the students. Many students around him nodded thoughtfully. Given your score, Guo Hao, you have several options in Yanjing, such as Renmin University of China, Beijing Normal University, Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Beijing University of Technology, and Beijing University of Science and Technology. Except for Qingbei, you can consider any other university. If you're thinking about becoming a teacher, Beijing Normal University is worth considering, as it is a teacher training institution. However, Renmin University may not be the best fit, as it primarily focuses on liberal arts. Therefore, I personally recommend considering either the Aeronautics and Astronautics or the University of Technology. Teacher Huang had a deep understanding of the universities. Understood, teacher. I am indeed mainly deciding between those two schools. Upon hearing this, Teacher Huang smiled. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not say much more. He then continued to assist other students with their application plans. On the playground, most students from other classes had already departed, many having begun their farewell dinners. After all, 3 years of high school had fostered deep bonds among classmates. Once the Gaokao concluded, everyone would go their separate ways. Class 7. Tonight, we are heading to Binjiang Feast. The teacher has reserved 3 tables there. Old Huang cheerfully announced to the surrounding students. The crowd erupted in cheers, yet in their eyes lingered a hint of reluctance. They exchanged glances, recognizing the familiarity of those who had shared 3 years together. The students clustered around Old Huang, making their way outside the school, filled with laughter and chatter. As they left, Guo Hao caught sight of Shen Luoyin riding her bicycle alone. He sighed softly. Perhaps she truly felt out of place in such gatherings, or perhaps she had no friends at this school, and attending such festivities would only dampen the atmosphere. All right then. Class 7 students gathered in pairs and trios. How? Suddenly, a voice called out from the side. Uncle? Guo Hao was taken aback. He saw Uncle Li Xing, clad in police uniform, accompanied by 2 officers. Teacher, you all go ahead. I want to have a quick chat with my uncle, Guo Hao said, turning to Old Huang. Old Huang nodded, casting a glance at Li Xing before continuing onward with the students. Li Xing, smiling, not bad. You've made progress. Just the other day, your father called me to say you did exceptionally well. 668 points. Impressive. Chapter 83. The Thoughts of a Young Girl. Li Xing looked at Guo Hao with satisfaction. Guo Hao smiled faintly and replied, not too shabby. I suppose my efforts have paid off. Indeed. Li Xing nodded. Make sure to study hard in university. Strive to learn as much as you can. Ideally, become a scientist and make your uncle proud, Li Xing said with a smile. Gazing at Guo Hao. Sure thing, uncle. Guo Hao replied. All right, I need to get back to my patrol. Go enjoy dinner with your classmates. Li Xing smiled at Guo Hao. Nodding, Guo Hao soon arrived at Binjiang Feast. The classmates exchanged stories about their shared high school experiences, gossiping about various personal matters. with even old Huang joining in. The atmosphere was lively, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Occasionally, they spoke of their future aspirations. Old Huang also shared tales of past graduate journeys. Guo Hao sat beside Wang Shi, who appeared somewhat melancholic. "Hey, how go we graduated? What's wrong? You were so happy before." Guo Hao observed, puzzled by Wang Shi's sadness. "Yes, that was earlier. Hearing them reminisce about high school made me realize that opportunities to see each other will become increasingly rare. It fills me with an inexplicable sorrow." Wang Shi looked at Guo Hao with a mournful expression. Guo Hao rolled his eyes. "Come on, you know where I live. You can always come visit. But you'll be studying in Yanjing. You won't be home much." Wang Shi persisted, still looking forlorn. Guo Hao paused, taken aback. "That's true, right? You'll probably find yourself further away from Ganqing." Indeed, Guo Hao felt a twinge of nostalgia, but he remained composed. Having spent his previous life in business, he was accustomed to farewells. It mattered little. Gatherings and separations are all part of destiny. Guo Hao's expression remained calm. This final gathering of high school was markedly different. Joy intertwined with melancholy. Many began to let loose. They sought out partners for drinking games. Wang Shi wandered off to reconnect with a female classmate, leaving Guo Hao alone at his table, contemplating his future. "Guo Hao!" A voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Guo Hao turned instinctively. "Wang Lijuan, what's up?" It was his female classmate from senior year, Wang Lijuan. She approached him, holding 2 bottles of beer. "I'd like to share a drink with you." Her face was flushed, whether from the alcohol or shyness. It was unclear. "Sure." Guo Hao accepted, as they had built a rapport over time. He clinked bottles with Wang Lijuan. "I'll down mine. You take your time," Guo Hao said, and without hesitation. He finished a whole bottle. As in his past life, one had to be adept at drinking in business. Wang Lijuan managed to gulp down half a bottle, her cheeks reddening further. "Guo Hao, she stammered, attempting to express herself but struggling to find the words. Suddenly, she dashed out, retching into a nearby trash can. Watching her retreating figure, Guo Hao smiled faintly. He sensed the girl's affections, recognizing the beauty of youthful emotions. He cherished this fleeting moment of adolescence, though his feelings were not romantically inclined. The final meal of high school was vibrant. Everyone had imbibed some alcohol, reminiscing about their shared experiences and toasting to their homeroom teacher. Yet, as time passed, the food and drink began to dwindle. Gradually, the lively atmosphere faded, replaced by a growing sense of sorrow. The melancholy of parting began to pervade the gathering. Perhaps the primary tone of this feast was destined to be one of farewell, rather than exuberance. Under the current circumstances, the students started to feel the weight of this sadness. Ultimately, it was time for the curtain to fall. All students felt the pangs of separation, yet despite their reluctance, parting was inevitable. During the farewells, some students were utterly inebriated, while others were in tears. Certain parents had come to collect their children. Guo Hao and Wang Shi, having remained sober, did not summon their parents. After exchanging farewells with old Huang, the two departed. Observing the scene of parting, even the usually carefree Wang Shi had reddened eyes. Only Guo Hao maintained his usual calm demeanor. In truth, Guo Hao envied those high school students who could invest themselves wholeheartedly, for that was the essence of youth. His own youthful days had long since slipped away. Even if he were to return to the past, he would still possess the soul of a man in his 30s, unable to reclaim the innocence of youth. "Let us go," Guo Hao said to Wang Shi, who nodded silently. The two rode off on their bicycles, marking the end of their final high school gathering. Upon returning home, Guo Hao continued to ponder his future. He was keen on both Yanjing University of Technology and Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. After some reflection, Guo Hao chose to pursue a major in materials science and engineering, a flagship program at Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, recognized as an A-level discipline. For Guo Hao, this was a commendable choice. Indeed, in his understanding, material science is foundational. It is paramount to the advancement of human civilization. To progress and break through, humanity must develop exceptional materials. Otherwise, civilization might stagnate on Earth. In truth, many significant scientific and technological advancements stem from progress in material science. Guo Hao, now possessing an intellect that has reached an astonishing 230, exudes confidence in his abilities. On the evening of filling out his college applications, he placed Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, majoring in materials science and engineering, as his top choice. The subsequent options were filled with casual selections of institutions like Shanghai Jiaotong University. Meanwhile, Shen Luoyan sat in the school as computer lab, surrounded by several teachers who were earnestly trying to dissuade her. "Shen Luoyan, your academic performance is more than sufficient for Tsinghua or Peking University, and you can choose any major you desire. Why opt for Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics? The teachers exchanged bewildered glances as they observed her. Isn't the aerospace propulsion engineering program at Tsinghua University exceptional? Shen Luoyan regarded the teachers with unwavering seriousness. The teachers paused, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. However, attending Tsinghua or Peking University would ensure better job opportunities. One of them began. I do not believe I need to rely on the prestige of an institution to secure employment. Shen Luoyan replied calmly. Chapter 84. Random Drawl, Micro-Robots. Yet, the teachers were reluctant to concede, as historically, the top scores of the college entrance examination often chose Tsinghua or Peking University, with only a few opting for Shanghai, Jiaotong University, or similar elite institutions. Although Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics is indeed prestigious, it does not belong to the C9 League, thus creating a discernible gap compared to the nation's most elite universities. In the minds of the teachers, it was a rare opportunity for Gansheng No. 1 High School to produce a top scorer, someone who could easily select from the offerings of Tsinghua or Peking University. Furthermore, both institutions had promised that if Shen Luoyan attended their schools, they would expand collaborative projects with Gansheng No. 1 High School, such as the Strong Foundation Program. This was the true motivation behind the teacher's insistence on her choosing Tsinghua or Peking University. However, Shen Luoyan remained resolute. Thank you, esteemed teachers. I understand that you have my best interests at heart. Perhaps Tsinghua or Peking University is indeed the optimal choice, but ultimately, this is my life and my decision. You cannot bear the responsibility for my choices, can you? You cannot guarantee that attending Tsinghua or Peking University will lead me to the life I desire, can you? Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from interfering with my decision. I wish to choose for myself, for I am the primary steward of my own destiny. Having articulated her stance so firmly, the teachers exchanged glances of resignation. What more could they say at this juncture? Very well, since you have expressed your views so clearly, we can no longer contest your decision. You are right. The path you choose must be yours alone. We can merely offer you a relatively better option. One of the teachers sighed, addressing Shen Luoyan. She nodded in agreement, resolutely selecting the Aerospace Propulsion Engineering Program at Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics on her application. Observing her determination, the teachers felt a sense of helplessness. This was indeed Shen Luoyan's choice, and no one could intervene. After completing her application, Shen Luoyan departed from the school. Soon, news of the top scorer from Gan Province opting not to attend Tsinghua or Peking University, or even any C9 universities, began to circulate. Numerous media outlets reported on the story, with some reporters even visiting Shen Luoyan's home to inquire about her decision to attend Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics instead. In swift succession, Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics welcomed Shen Luoyan via Weibo, proclaiming that the Aerospace Propulsion Engineering Program was ranked first nationally and inviting other students interested in aerospace to apply. This news sparked considerable discussion. Some regarded Shen Luoyan's choice as commendable, while others contended that a top scorer should at least aim for a C9 university. Although Yanjing University is indeed a prestigious institution, it is perceived as somewhat lesser in both reputation and caliber compared to the apex of universities. Nonetheless, given that Shen Luoyan was pursuing a major in aerospace propulsion engineering, where Yanjing University excels, it softened the controversy surrounding her choice, preventing it from escalating into a major uproar. Meanwhile, the Guo family took note of this news. Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics? I didn't expect Shen Luoyan to select that institution, was mother remarked, astonished as she watched the television report. It seems like a great school. Shen Luoyan wishes to study aircraft. This choice is indeed commendable. I had anticipated she would choose Tsinghua or Peking University. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Guo Hao's eyes. Suddenly, he recalled why Yanjing University felt familiar. It was indeed the institution Shen Luoyan had chosen, stirring quite a buzz at the time. This connection made him ponder whether his own decision to attend this university was subconsciously influenced by her choice. Guo Hao found himself lost in thought, realizing that perhaps, in some way, he did wish to attend the same university as Shen Luoyan. Since you will be attending the same university as Shen Luoyan, you must take good care of her, for university life is quite different from that in Gansheng. Guo's father admonished him earnestly. I understand, Dad. Guo Hao nodded vigorously. His father proceeded to impart more wisdom, to which Guo Hao responded affirmatively, promising to adhere to his father's guidance. After concluding his conversation with his parents, Guo Hao retreated to his room, where a calculus textbook, the Tongji edition, lay on his desk, a recent borrowing from the city library, as it was unavailable at the Xinhua bookstore. He had also borrowed several math books, including one on Fourier transforms, along with undergraduate chemistry and physics texts. As he was soon to embark on his studies in materials engineering, it was imperative for him to engage in diligent study, given that his intellect of 230 was among the highest globally. Neglecting to utilize his exceptional mind would be a waste. However, Guo Hao did not retreat to his room solely for academic pursuits. After the college entrance examination results were released, he had employed his cognitive enhancement abilities. Yet he still had 3 random draws remaining. Since they were random, he felt no inclination to postpone them. Perhaps today was his lucky day. With this thought in mind, Guo Hao silently intoned. A virtual spinning wheel materialized in midair, whirling rapidly. Ding! The user has successfully drawn a reward. Micro Robot X10. Micro Robots? Guo Hao blinked in surprise. Instinctively, he opened the system panel and navigated to the rewards section to examine the details of this nanotechnology. Microscopic robots. Ultramicroscopic robots. Measuring less than 1 millimeter in size, possess a plethora of functionalities, operating through the reception of their owner's brainwaves, with a maximum signal transmission distance of 100 meters. These are indeed remarkable technological marvels. Chapter 85. A second draw. Guo Hao gazed in astonishment. 1 millimeter. Such an exceedingly diminutive unit. 1 centimeter equates to 10 millimeters. This means a 1 millimeter robot is akin to the size of a mere speck of dust. Astonishingly, it is capable of receiving brainwave activity. How impressive! Guo Hao never anticipated that he would suddenly acquire such a cutting-edge technological product. Intriguing. However, he refrained from hastily retrieving it from the system, as he still had 2 chances to draw randomly. Suppressing his curiosity, Guo Hao continued with the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, user, you have successfully drawn the skill of masterful oratory. Upon hearing the system's notification, Guo Hao momentarily froze, soon revealing a hint of resignation in his expression. Masterful oratory? This skill seems rather mundane. Is it even useful to me? It feels like yet another trivial acquisition. Nevertheless, it is still a skill. Perhaps it will prove beneficial in the future. Continuing with the lottery. Ding! The user has successfully drawn a thesis, a unique type of polymer compound. Upon hearing the system's notification, Guo Hao was slightly taken aback. A unique polymer compound? All 3 draws had been exhausted. Eagerly, Guo Hao extracted the thesis. It resided within a pure black USB drive. This USB was utterly devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, its obsidian hue absorbing all surrounding light, resembling a black hole that rendered its presence nearly undetectable. Curiously glancing at the USB in his hand, Guo Hao sensed that its material was undoubtedly extraordinary, clearly crafted from some special substance. Unfortunately, he lacked access to a laboratory. Securing access to a lab was no simple task, especially for someone like him. It was utterly improbable, and he could never allow this item to be studied by others. Reflecting on this, Guo Hao felt a tinge of regret. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that there would be ample opportunities to investigate this matter in the future. Guo Hao approached his computer with a USB in hand. Inserting it into the device, a file swiftly transferred to his computer. Just as he prepared to remove the USB, it disintegrated into a flurry of black granules, vanishing completely with the slightest breeze. Such a sci-fi spectacle left Guo Hao wide-eyed. What on earth is happening? Is this extraterrestrial technology? His gaze brimmed with astonishment. Temporarily setting his thoughts aside, Guo Hao turned his attention to the thesis displayed on his computer. A brief glance left him bewildered. It was laden with technical jargon, although he could infer some meaning with his current intellect. He was woefully lacking in the foundational knowledge required to fully comprehend it. Faced with this realization, Guo Hao's expression turned to one of helplessness. Without studying the relevant material, he lacked even the ability to gauge the significance of the thesis. With a slight sigh, he carefully concealed the document, resigning himself to the fact that he would have to wait until he had acquired a wealth of related knowledge before revisiting it. If he could not master the thesis thoroughly and possess a solid understanding of the pertinent concepts, it would be utterly impossible to publish it. Otherwise, he could never explain how he authored such a paper. To succeed, one must first fortify oneself. Only then can any paper be published without inviting doubt or scrutiny. With this thought, Guo Hao sighed once more. After sealing the thesis with numerous layers of encryption, he finally turned to examine the microscopic robot he had initially acquired. That contraption was truly an extraordinary creation, unquestionably remarkable. Extracting the robot from the system, Guo Hao beheld 10 minuscule robots, resembling grains of sand. Upon closer inspection, he noted that, despite their diminutive size, each possessed all necessary components. They seemed capable of various modes of movement. Curiously observing the 10 tiny robots before him, Guo Hao pondered the extent of their potential capabilities. In truth, with humanity's current technological prowess, it is indeed feasible to create exceedingly tiny robots, as chips can be manufactured at the nanometer scale. Coupled with nanoscale metals, the miniaturization of robots is certainly within reach. There is even the concept of nanobots, which, when considered, is quite daunting. However, while creating such diminutive robots is possible, their functionality is severely limited by material constraints and size. Regardless of how advanced the integration, one must still consider Moore's law and quantum tunneling. Such tiny robots, no matter how highly integrated, cannot perform complex tasks. Yet, it appeared that the microscopic robots before him were different. The very fact that they could be controlled via brainwaves was already an impressive feat. Brainwave technology is not entirely novel. Researchers have long sought to manipulate objects using brainwaves. However, the devices that stimulate brainwaves are typically colossal and intricately designed. To find such a minuscule robot that can be operated through brainwaves is astonishing. What, then, is its energy source? How do these tiny robots incorporate such substantial brainwave reception devices? What unique functions might they possess? To be honest, Guo Hao was genuinely intrigued. This level of technology bordered on the magical. Following a series of system operations, Guo Hao's brainwaves quickly connected with the microscopic robots. An extraordinary sensation enveloped him, as his perspective underwent a radical transformation. It was a peculiar viewpoint, one that seemed to embody the robot's perspective. Everything around him appeared magnified hundreds, even thousands of times. Soon, Guo Hao retracted from the robot's view. A stream of information flooded into his mind. The operational manual for the microscopic robots. According to the redacted Imperial Decree No. 36, prior to the operational manual, a verbal directive must be stated. The name of this robot, Civilian Multi-Purpose Micro-Robot. This robot adheres to Alliance law and must not be utilized for any criminal purposes as specified by the laws therein, including redacted stipulations against invading others' privacy. And the micro-robot is prohibited from entering private spaces, otherwise it would constitute. A lengthy array of text materialized in Guo Hao's mind, detailing various prohibitions. It constituted a considerable document, rife with references to what appeared to be taboos, many of which were redacted. Chapter 86. Powerful Computational Capability. This so-called empire, its name seems to be a taboo. It remains unclear whether it was the name of the empire that was redacted within the robot, or if the system itself had obscured it. However, as a reward bestowed by the system, this purported empire should be closely intertwined with the system itself, perhaps even the very technological empire that created it. Such a possibility is not entirely out of the question. Guo Hao pondered thoughtfully. For the time being, Guo Hao set aside his thoughts and focused on the functionalities of the robot. Beneath the precautions and relevant legal information lay the myriad capabilities of this miniature robot. Indeed, it boasted a plethora of features, projection capabilities, a camera, and remarkable mobility, even enabling silent flight. Most astonishingly, it had the functionality of a computer. Guo Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a diminutive robot possess computer capabilities? Truly impressive. It was no wonder it was a relic from a certain interstellar empire. He immediately delved into a thorough examination of this feature. Soon, however, his initial excitement began to wane as he discovered the simplicity behind it. Each of these miniature robots was equipped with quantum chips, and the so-called computer functionality was fundamentally based on these chips. Yet, due to their minuscule size and the integration of numerous functions, the quantum chips lacked significant computational power to allocate. However, these miniature robots had another core functionality, clustering. They could link with other robots of the same model to concentrate their computational power, thereby achieving the computational capacity of an ordinary quantum computer. Yet, this would require tens of thousands of these tiny robots, while he only possessed 10. Guo Hao's excitement dissipated. He had hoped to experience the computing power of that grand empire, which might have granted him immense computational capabilities. Alas, it appeared that such a delight would remain elusive. With a slight sigh, Guo Hao resolved to investigate how this clustering function operated. Following the instructions, he began to attempt controlling the 10 robots with his brainwaves. Before long, he succeeded in linking them together and initiating projection. Adhering to his usual operational habits, he quickly projected a model resembling a computer from Earth. The alien operating system was rather peculiar, seemingly a self-compiling system that could be tailored to one's programming preferences. Fascinating. Guo Hao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he observed the projected computer. The projected keyboard was fully operational, and as he tapped on it, He was indeed able to manipulate the projected computer. He swiftly acclimated to this device. The self-compiling system was remarkably user-friendly, as it was a personal computer that did not necessitate considerations of compatibility or other issues. In no time, Guo Hao crafted a simple system that conformed to his usage habits. He was unconcerned with commercial considerations, copyrights, or compatibility issues, allowing him to directly extract code from x86. Creating such a rudimentary system was exceedingly effortless. After completing the basic personal system, he proceeded to test its computational power. His eyes soon reflected intense astonishment. In terms of both smoothness and computational speed, it far exceeded his own computer. In just 10 seconds, his home computer calculated the digits of pi to only over 100,000 places, while this makeshift device had already computed millions of digits. Its computational prowess was several dozen times greater. Although his home computer was neither the latest model nor equipped with high-end specifications, the disparity was still quite staggering. This computer's computational capacity likely rivaled that of civilian computers a decade hence. Moreover, it would require a 14,900K processor to achieve such feats within 10 seconds. Truly impressive. A satisfied expression graced Guo Hao's face as he regarded this portable computer, whose power was unmatched in the present day, and it also served as a multifunctional robot. With such an array of capabilities, what more could he desire? He felt thoroughly content. With a mere thought, he commanded the robots to disconnect from their linkage, causing the computer projection to vanish. They swiftly sprouted wings, delicate and nearly transparent, and as they took to the skies, the robots shrank even further in size, becoming nearly invisible to the naked eye. Remarkable. If these were merely ordinary civilian robots, what the military drones from that empire? Could they perhaps be capable of complete stealth? And could they bear formidable quantum bombs? The mere thought was terrifying. Larger entities can be evaded and defended against. Yet these diminutive machines would be far more elusive and challenging to guard against. After a while of engaging with the functionalities of these miniature robots, Guo Hao was pleased to retract them. These tiny devices, after some contemplation, were discreetly concealed in various corners of his clothing. They were entirely inconspicuous, and given their durability, breaking them would be nearly impossible. Once he accomplished this, night had fallen. His mother called him for dinner. After the meal, he returned to his room, finally ready to immerse himself in advanced mathematics. The university-level calculus from Tongji University was, without doubt, quite intriguing. Accustomed to self-study and equipped with an exceptionally high IQ, Guo Hao found that the difficulty of learning mathematics was not insurmountable. However, a high IQ might ease the challenge, but could not transform the inherent monotony of studying. Fortunately, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding. User has studied advanced mathematics for 1 hour, earning 289 points of mathematical experience. The system's prompt brought him considerable satisfaction. The challenge of advanced mathematics surpassed that of high school, and correspondingly, the mathematics experience gained was significantly greater. It was worth noting that in high school, many instances of math study yielded no experience at all, and when they did, it was often only a handful of points. Advanced mathematics, however, was different. Diligent study would yield ample experience. Moreover, Guo Hao felt himself immersed in a grand world, exploring it with zeal. Calculus, linear algebra, complex functions, each new mathematical concept awaited his exploration. Chapter 87. Mastery in Mechanical Engineering. In addition to advanced mathematics, Guo Hao was also laying a foundation in material science. His pursuit of knowledge was for his own benefit, and with his intellect, neglecting to study would be a grave waste. During the summer break, he devoted himself to intense study and self-improvement, which gradually accustomed his parents to his dedication. After all, they could not change Guo Hao. They could only remind him to occasionally step outside, to enjoy the world, and not confine himself within the walls of their home. Guo Hao readily agreed. However, the allure of learning far surpassed that of leisure. After all, studying not only provided him with a sense of intellectual fulfillment, but also, akin to a game, allowed him to earn experience points directly. Accumulating substantial experience would elevate his level, thereby enhancing his intelligence once more. This was an exceedingly rare experience. It felt like leveling up in real life. Such an experience was indeed addictive, more so than internet addiction. At present, Guo Hao's mind was wholly consumed by the pursuit of knowledge, a fervor that persisted until the admissions process concluded. Ding! Host has completed the silver-level reward task. Successfully admitted to Yanjing University of Aerospace. System assesses task completion at 90%. Awarded 10,000 free experience points. Acquisition of blueprint. High-strength carbon fiber production preparation blueprint. A single instance of random draw. The system notification sound ringing in his ears jolted Guo Hao awake. Quite impressive. A flicker of surprise crossed Guo Hao's face as he contemplated the high-strength carbon fiber production blueprint. Given his current knowledge, he did not possess extensive understanding of carbon materials. However, he was undeniably aware of the significance of those keywords, high-strength carbon fiber. The creation of such a material would undoubtedly yield a premier product, applicable in numerous fields. Although he remained uncertain about the precise definition of high strength or the complexity of its preparation, he recognized it as a tremendous avenue for wealth. Indeed, a path to transcendence. Yet, Guo Hao was not naive enough to believe he could directly replicate the material preparation techniques provided by the system for immediate production. After all, many of the necessary production devices likely did not exist on Earth. The processes would certainly require his own specialized modifications. And the final product's quality, compared to the original methods, remained an unknown. Nonetheless, Guo Hao had accumulated considerable experience. He opened his system panel. User, Guo Hao. Intelligence, 230. Stamina, 9. Strength, 8. Speed, 7. Mathematics, LV3521910000. Linguistics, LV2120050000. Informatics, LV331001000. Chemistry, LV298750000. Physics, LV221005000. Biology, LV217985000. Among the four-dimensional attributes, a normal IQ ranges from 90 to 109, while an IQ below 69 denotes intellectual disability. The standard values for other attributes in a typical adult are around 10. Guo Hao had indeed garnered a fair amount of experience, although he had not leveled up. It seemed the low academic standards during high school were insufficient to support an elevation in his subject proficiency. Since embarking on his studies in advanced mathematics, Guo Hao had noticeably accelerated his mathematical experience acquisition. Particularly during focused study sessions, he sensed a significant increase in his experience growth. Now, with an additional 10,000 experience points at his disposal, Guo Hao contemplated enhancing his academic level. He allocated 781 points of free experience to elevate his mathematics level. Ding! User's mathematics experience is now full, successfully advancing to LV4. Ding! Due to the host's mathematics level increase, the brain receives stimulation, resulting in an intelligence boost of 2. The system notification surprised Guo Hao slightly. He had assumed that after strengthening his brain, further enhancements to his intelligence would be arduous. To his astonishment, he had achieved another increase. Excellent. A glimmer of satisfaction shone in Guo Hao's eyes. Yet, he was left with just over 5,000 points of free experience. After a brief moment of hesitation, he directly allocated 900 points to physics. Ding! User's physics level successfully elevated to LV3. Ding! Host gains an intelligence boost of 1. Splendid. Another increase in intelligence. Guo Hao was exceedingly pleased. With over 2,000 experience points remaining, he contemplated dedicating them entirely to biology. The biology experience surged to 117, and perhaps with further self-study, he could elevate his biology proficiency to LV3 as well. Excellent. Guo Hao was indeed content with this outcome. With renewed vigor, he found himself presented with another instance of random draw. Without hesitation, Guo Hao initiated the draw. Ding! User successfully acquired the skill, Mastery of Mechanical Engineering. Momentarily taken aback, Guo Hao quickly brightened. With this skill, he might grasp the preparation techniques for high-strength carbon fiber. Perhaps he could even design equipment to attempt the synthesis of this high-strength carbon fiber himself. Guo Hao was thoroughly satisfied with this draw. In no time, a multitude of knowledge began to flood Guo Hao's mind. The sensation was reminiscent of his initial mastery of hacking. He felt an influx of information being poured into his brain. Naturally, his current cognitive capacity was far superior to before, having undergone multiple rounds of knowledge infusion. Moreover, his brain had been specifically enhanced. The assimilation of knowledge proceeded smoothly, with only a slight dizziness that quickly dissipated. With his eyes closed, he began to absorb and comprehend this new information. Before long, Guo Hao had digested the majority of this knowledge. Only practical application remained. Of course, theory and practice often felt disjointed at first. Guo Hao was pleased. He opened his computer once more, revisiting the blueprint concerning the preparation process for high-strength carbon fiber. However, upon a cursory glance, his brows furrowed. From an engineering perspective, the mechanical devices required for the production of high-strength carbon fiber bore significant differences from those currently utilized on Earth. Redesigning the process would likely necessitate his materials science knowledge to reach a certain level, integrating both materials science and mechanical engineering concepts to effectively reconfigure the entire preparation procedure. The engineering undertaking was indeed substantial. Evidently, nothing in this world is uncomplicated. After absorbing the knowledge of mechanical engineering, Guo Hao noted considerable advancements in both his physics and mathematics experience. This was due to the substantial overlap of mathematical and physical principles within mechanical engineering. Chapter 88, Graduation Banquet. Mastery of mechanical engineering was indeed a commendable skill. It bolstered his mathematical and physical foundations, accelerating his learning process considerably. Of course, the skills provided by the system, whether mastery of mechanical engineering or hacking, appear to be calibrated to the current knowledge standards on Earth. Otherwise, if assessed against the technological prowess suggested by the robot's manual within that so-called technological empire, Guo Hao would be capable of commanding the entire planet by now. Regrettably, the system did not afford him such an advantage. It seemed the system was consciously guiding his learning, offering tools primarily to encourage proactive study and self-improvement, assuming a role akin to that of a civilizational mentor. Guo Hao's expression turned contemplative. Perhaps this was the system's ultimate aim, to guide him beyond the current limits of human technological advancement. If this were the case, the system would not provide him with technology surpassing present capabilities. Nevertheless, he resolved to continue his diligent studies. Guo Hao set aside these thoughts for the moment and resumed solving problems. Whether calculus, linear algebra, or algebraic geometry, all were subjects he needed to master, considering his presently modest knowledge base. In early August, the admission letter arrived. Although his parents, Guofu and Guomu, were not particularly fond of fanfare, the fact that their underachieving son had gained admission to Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics was not something they could allow to pass without acknowledgement. They splurged on a lavish banquet at a hotel in Gansheng, hosting nearly 10 tables filled with friends and relatives. After all, it is said that wealth not returned home is like wearing silk garments in the dark. Guo Hao naturally did not oppose his parents' endeavor. After all, a significant reason for his rebirth was to bring joy to them. Observing his parents smiling with delight amid the festivities, Guo Hao felt a warmth in his heart. "I truly envy you, my friend," Wang Shi remarked to Guo Hao, casting a glance at Guo's beaming parents, Guofu and Guomu, who were basking in the glow of their son's achievements. Guo Hao shot a sidelong glance at Wang Shi, retorting, "When I was diligently studying, I called upon you. Do you recall your response back then? If only you had joined me in my studies, even if you couldn't match my score at 985. I could have guaranteed you a spot in a university. Yet here you are, having completed your college entrance examination, still preoccupied with gaming. Honestly, at that pace, who could keep up?" Wang Shi sighed in resignation. "Just ask them." His gaze shifted to their table, where many were classmates from Class 7, along with a few friends from middle school. Although their interactions had been sparse, Guo Hao had still invited them to his graduation banquet. Wang Lijuan, seated nearby, chimed in. "Exactly. I was taken aback when Guo Hao first decided to study seriously. Having been his desk mate for so long, I had never witnessed him engage in academic pursuits. I initially thought it was just a fleeting interest, yet, astonishingly, he has maintained his commitment." "Indeed, I noticed that too," another classmate from Class 7 added with a laugh. "Moreover, after he began study diligently, he hardly acknowledged any of us, becoming almost reclusive. I was too intimidated to approach him." Others from Class 7 nodded in agreement. "Not at all." Guo Hao chuckled, addressing his classmates. "You've greeted me, and I've responded. Please refrain from spreading rumors about me." "Ha ha, indeed you did respond. But only a tad." They joked, laughter filling the air. As they indulged in their meal, conversations drifted towards school trends, interspersed with dreams and aspirations for their futures in university. Only Wang Shi wore a frown, for he alone had received a notice of admission to a vocational college, while everyone else had secured at least an undergraduate position. "Come on. Is there no humanity among you? I'm the only one going to vocational school," he lamented to his classmates. Laughter erupted around the table. Wang Lijuan teased him. "Wang Shi, who told you to spend your nights gaming? Now you see the benefits of studying, don't you?" The surrounding students erupted in laughter at Wang Lijuan's words. Wang Shi shrugged. "What can I say? I was born with a disinterest in studying." As the evening progressed, and after several rounds of toasts, Guo Hao found himself in a slightly tipsy state. He approached the teacher's table. "I raise a glass to all the esteemed educators. Thank you for your guidance during my time at school." After clinking glasses, mathematics teacher Wang Xiujuan smiled. "Guo Hao, at the beginning of the semester, you told me you would study hard, and I thought you were merely humoring me. Yet, you surprised me with your genuine commitment and diligence. Indeed, Guo Hao was so engrossed in mathematics during my class that I refrained from interrupting him. The Chinese teacher added with a smile. I did reprimand him. The physics teacher interjected, chuckling as he addressed the other teachers and Guo Hao. This kid was so busy solving math problems during my physics class that he scored only in the 40s on his mock exam. It nearly drove me mad. The teachers shared anecdotes, their faces illuminated with smiles, as Guo Hao's remarkable talent and relentless effort left a profound impression on them. He was, without a doubt, one of the fastest progressing students they had encountered in their teaching careers, combining high aptitude with unwavering dedication. Throughout the past 6 months, the teachers had closely observed Guo Hao's progress, effortlessly recalling a myriad of amusing stories related to him. Guo Hao listened with a smile, appreciating this alternate perspective on his own diligence. After conversing with the teachers, he returned to the students' table. They continued eating until it was nearly time to disperse. As classmates began to bid farewell, Wang Shi also had to leave. When Guo Hao was seeing off the departing students, the last to leave, Wang Xiujuan, hesitated slightly before speaking to him. Guo Hao, can we have a private word? Guo Hao hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement. The two made their way to a secluded corner of the restaurant, almost stopping in unison. Chapter 89, A Confession. Wang Lijuan turned to face him, her expression a mixture of hesitation and resolve as she gently bit her lower lip, gazing down at their feet. Observing her demeanor, Guo Hao instinctively understood the weight of her unspoken words. To alleviate the tension, he feigned nonchalance. What's the matter, Wang Lijuan? Is there something you need to discuss in a quiet place? At that moment, it seemed she had steeled herself for what was to come. Suddenly lifting her gaze to meet his, she declared, Guo Hao, I like you. Instantly, she lowered her head, her fair complexion visibly flushing a deep crimson. Indeed, Guo Hao sighed inwardly, realizing that Wang Lijuan had likely intended to express this during the graduation banquet when she had sought him out for a drink. Unfortunately, her limited alcohol tolerance had led her to faint after just half a bottle. After a brief moment of hesitation, Guo Hao looked at Wang Lijuan and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Wang Lijuan, but I already have someone I like. He regarded her with sincere regret. Upon hearing his words, Wang Lijuan raised her head, her complexion paling, her eyes reflecting profound disappointment. Is it Shen Luoyan? She inquired softly. Yes, Guo Hao confirmed with a nod. I understand, Wang Lijuan murmured. I wish you find your happiness. Guo Hao responded, and I wish the same for you. May you and Shen Luoyan find joy together. Wang Lijuan forced a smile. Well, I should take my leave now, she said to Guo Hao. He nodded in response. As she turned to depart, Guo Hao's expression betrayed a hint of concern. After a moment's pause, he called Wang Shi. What is up? Came Wang Shi's irritated voice from the other end. Aren't you at the internet cafe yet? Guo Hao inquired directly. Not yet. What's up? Do you want me to save you a spot? No. Wang Lijuan just confessed to me, and I rejected her. I'm worried she might do something rash. Can you come to the hotel and keep an eye on her? Make sure she gets home safely. What? Wang Lijuan confessed to you, and I wasn't there? What a loss. Damn it. All right, that's settled then. You rascal. You always rely on me to clean up your mess. Guo Hao, uninterested in Wang Shi's complaints, hung up the phone. Their relationship had always been straightforward, devoid of any pretense, having been friends since childhood. After addressing this matter, Guo Hao returned to the banquet area, which was also beginning to wind down. He started assisting his parents in seeing off the guests. Once the guests departed, his parents wore beaming smiles, their hearts swelling with pride at their son's accomplishments. There was nothing that brought them greater joy than this. After settling the bill at the restaurant's front desk, the three of them returned home, radiating happiness. Upon returning home, Wang Shi promptly placed a call to him. Guo Hao answered the phone in his room. I must say, my friend, could you refrain from such narcissism next time? Just because that young lady confessed her feelings to you and met with failure, you don't need to fantasize about her being utterly despondent, Wang Shi remarked, a hint of annoyance evident in his tone. Guo Hao chuckled softly. Well, it's merely a precaution. After all, Wang Lijuan had been drinking, and her emotions were running high. It's not safe for her to return home alone. I suggested you act as her protector, yet you persist in your incessant grumbling. Be careful, or you might find it difficult to find a partner in the future. Damn it, I assist you, and yet you curse me in return? I hold you in contempt. Wang Shi retorted, his irritation palpable. Guo Hao laughed again. All right then, if there is nothing more, I shall hang up. Fine. After ending the call, Guo Hao felt a slight sense of relief. As long as Wang Lijuan was safe, it was all that mattered. Being overly cautious was hardly a flaw. Otherwise, if something were to happen, he would undoubtedly feel guilty. Confirming that Wang Lijuan was indeed fine, Guo Hao resumed his studies, focusing on the advanced mathematics textbook from Tongji University, which he had nearly mastered. Currently, he was engrossed in a course in pure mathematics by G.H. Hardy, a commendable text on mathematical analysis. The summer vacation swiftly passed. Aside from his studies, Guo Hao had invested some spare funds in the stock market, experimenting a bit and reaping considerable profits, enough to cover his tuition and pocket money. He was disinclined to reinvest in Bitcoin, which had been surging dramatically, reaching heights of $100 or $200 per coin at its peak. Investing now seemed futile. Guo Hao had opted for semiconductor stocks, which had yielded some gains. Presently, he possessed over $100,000 in cash from the stock market. He lacked motivation for further investment, especially since he owned over 10,000 Bitcoins, which, if sold next year, could propel his wealth into the hundreds of millions. Furthermore, his craft projects, once in production, promised to generate boundless income annually, rendering financial worries a non-issue. Before long, September arrived, marking the beginning of the academic year at Yenjing Aerospace University. Guo Hao's parents accompanied him to the train station. In this era, high-speed trains had yet to become widespread. While Gancheng was not insignificant, it lacked high-speed rail, offering only regular trains directly to Yenjing. Although there were flights available from Changchun, they were rather cumbersome compared to the convenience of sleeper trains. Guo Hao's parents had already secured a sleeper ticket for him, which was discounted by 30 for students. The journey from Gancheng to Yenjing would take a full 24 hours, necessitating a night's sleep on the train. Don't cause any trouble at school. Yenjing is unfamiliar territory for you. If you encounter issues, don't confront them head-on. There won't be Uncle Li Xing to help you here. Guo Hao's mother expressed her reluctance, gazing at him with concern. Mom, don't worry. Am I the type to stir up trouble? Guo Hao replied with a smile. His father, standing by, appeared somewhat silent. Yet a careful observer could discern the reluctance in his eyes. If you have any needs at school, feel free to reach out to us. Don't remain silent, his father advised. All right, Dad, Guo Hao responded, catching sight of Shun Luoyan nearby, who had arrived at the station with her grandparents. Oh, isn't that Luoyan? Is she on the same train as you? Guo Hao's mother exclaimed upon noticing Shun Luoyan. Guo Hao's father also directed his gaze towards her. Luoyan, Guo Hao's mother called out with a smile. Shun Luoyan, along with her grandparents, noticed Guo Hao. Isn't that the boy who helped you carry your books and called you teacher? Her grandfather recognized Guo Hao instantly. Shun Luoyan nodded. Yes, it's him. Chapter 90, Boarding the Train. At this moment, Guo Hao's parents had approached Shun Luoyan. Both parties wore smiles. Luoyan, these two must be your grandparents. Guo Hao's parents greeted Shun Luoyan's grandparents warmly. The elderly couple seemed somewhat awkward, but returned the greeting with polite nods. We owe a great debt of gratitude to Luoyan for tutoring our Hao Hao. Otherwise, he would never have achieved such impressive scores on his college entrance examination. We are truly thankful. Guo Hao's mother expressed her appreciation to Shun Luoyan and her grandparents. It's really not a big deal, Shun Luoyan replied calmly. Guo Hao's diligence is commendable. Without his hard work, no amount of teaching from me could have yielded those results. Indeed, Shun Luoyan's grandfather added, slightly easing his initial awkwardness. If anyone should be expressing thanks, it is us towards you. Without your family providing Luoyan with this tutoring job, given our modest income, she would have truly struggled. His eyes reflected a sense of gratitude as he spoke to Guo Hao's parents. Money is secondary. Luoyan is a remarkable girl. She is a top student. Furthermore, her commitment to tutoring Guo Hao has been unwavering. Finding such a dedicated tutor is a tremendous blessing for us. After exchanging pleasantries, Guo Hao's mother curiously inquired, by the way, is Luoyan also heading to school? Yes. What a coincidence, my lad is also going to school. And it seems he is attending the same institution as your daughter. Perhaps they are even in the same train compartment. Guo Hao's mother remarked with a smile to Shun Luoyan's grandparents. What a coincidence indeed. Shun Luoyan's grandfather replied, momentarily taken aback. After some small talk, ticket inspection began. During that time, family members were allowed to accompany passengers to the platform. The group made their way to the platform, where Shun Luoyan's grandparents bid her a bittersweet farewell. Guo Hao's mother continued to advise him on various practical matters, her words a steady stream of reminders. Suddenly, the distant rumble of the arriving green train echoed, signaling that it was time to part ways. At school, make sure to eat and drink well. Don't skimp on your meals. If money runs low, reach out to us. Don't be overly frugal, Guo Hao's mother cautioned, her words lingering. Mom, I'm about to board the train, Guo Hao said, feeling a sense of reluctance as the train prepared to depart. All right, then get on. Guo Hao's father assisted him with his belongings as they boarded the train, coincidentally encountering Shun Luoyan, who was also carrying a brand new suitcase. Let me help you, Guo Hao offered, assisting Shun Luoyan with her luggage as they boarded together. They indeed found themselves in the same carriage, though not in adjacent bunks. Being in the same carriage was not unusual. Typically, those traveling on the same train and in sleeper accommodations had a high probability of sharing the same compartment, especially given that they were both heading to the same destination. All right, I'll be heading off now. You two look out for each other, Guo Hao's father said, glancing at Shen Luoyin and Guo Hao. Okay, Dad. Guo Hao nodded. As Guo Hao's father exited the train, Guo Hao took a seat beside his bunk, while Shen Luoyin hesitated briefly before sitting across from him. I can't believe you ended up at the same school as me. Shen Luoyin unexpectedly initiated a conversation after a moment of silence. Guo Hao, taken aback, gazed at her with surprise. He truly did not anticipate that Shen Luoyin would take the initiative to engage him in conversation. Observing Guo Hao's astonished expression, Shen Luoyin felt a twinge of confusion. What is the matter? It's nothing. I'm just quite surprised that you would approach me first. Guo Hao replied with a smile directed at Shen Luoyin. When I tutored you before, wasn't it I who initiated the conversation? What is so remarkable about that? Shen Luoyin furrowed her brow. Is it the same? That was purely business. You were fulfilling your responsibilities as a tutor. There was never any idle chatter initiated by you. Guo Hao chuckled at Shen Luoyin's response. After some contemplation, Shen Luoyin furrowed her brow again. It indeed seemed to be the case, for she had never truly engaged with her classmates unless it was for a specific purpose. Her interactions had always been strictly professional. Rarely did she indulge in casual conversation, particularly in Guo Hao's presence. All right, let us not dwell on it, Guo Hao said with a smile. The reason I chose Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics is twofold. My scores were precisely what qualified me for this tier of institution. Of course, opting for AC9 University ISNT out of the question, but it might require some compromises regarding my major. However, the crux of the matter is that I aspire to study materials engineering, which is ranked third nationally at Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. The first is Shuimu University, and the second is Shanghai Jiaotong University. My scores barely suffice, hence my choice of Yanjing. Guo Hao spread his hands. I see. Shen Luoyin nodded. She found this reasoning quite convincing. Selecting a school based on one's major was logical, and Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics was indeed an excellent choice among the 985 institutions. What about you? At this moment, Guo Hao regarded Shen Luoyin with keen interest, curiosity shining in his eyes. I have a passion for aerospace. My dream is to design aircraft for our Dragon Nation. The aircraft power engineering program here is the best in the country. I had no choice but to select this university. Shen Luoyin fell silent for a moment before addressing Guo Hao. I understand now, Guo Hao replied, realization dawning upon him. He had not expected that someone with Shen Luoyin's seemingly reclusive demeanor harbored a dream related to aerospace. If that were the case, her choice of Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics was hardly surprising, as it was indeed the best place to immerse oneself in the field of aerospace. After this exchange, both fell into a pensive silence, the atmosphere laden with unspoken thoughts. By the way, have you started studying your university courses yet? Guo Hao broke the silence with a light-hearted tone, realizing that prompting Shen Luoyin to find a topic might be somewhat challenging for her. Upon hearing the subject of study, Shen Luoyin's interest was instantly piqued. Yes, I began studying calculus during the summer vacation. It doesn't seem overly difficult. I also self-studied aerodynamics, borrowing some books from the Gansheng library. What about you? Have you started? Shen Luoyin inquired, looking at Guo Hao. Yes, I also self-studied calculus over the summer. I found the difficulty quite manageable. As they delved into the topic of study, it was evident that Shen Luoyin's enthusiasm had surged, leading to an engaging discussion with Guo Hao. They exchanged ideas about their studies, even retrieving their mathematics books to discuss various concepts and challenging problems, continuing until nightfall. Eventually, they returned to their respective beds. With academics serving as a catalyst, Shen Luoyin's willingness to converse had notably increased. Upon rising the next day, after a simple breakfast, they resumed their discussion on mathematics until they disembarked from the train. Guo Hao, carrying a backpack and pulling 2 suitcases, followed the directions provided by the freshman group and soon arrived at the gathering point for new students at Yanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. You must be the new students of Yan'an. A senior volunteer greeted Guo Hao warmly upon his arrival. Yes, we are the new students, Guo Hao replied, smiling at the senior. You brought your admission notices, right? The senior inquired enthusiastically. Yes, we have them. Great. I will take you to the registration area. With that, the senior led them to a nearby registration desk. Both presented their admission notices. After Guo Hao was registered, the senior, upon taking Shen Luoyin's notice, could not help but glance up and gaze at her a few extra moments. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Shen Luoyin asked, while Guo Hao smiled and inquired from the group of seniors. Oh no, It's just that I didn't expect you to be Shen Luoyan. We have heard about the top scorer from Jiangxi province applying to our University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. I can't believe we would run into you." Hearing the senior's words, the other students from the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, including fellow newcomers, turned their attention towards Shen Luoyan. After all, her story had made headlines. The top scorer from Jiangxi province, opting to forego the esteemed offers from Tsinghua and Peking University to attend the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, was unprecedented. Although the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics is indeed a prestigious institution, especially in certain programs that could arguably be deemed the best in the Dragon Nation, its overall ranking does not place it among the C9 universities. Historically, top scorers from the college entrance examination would typically choose from within the C9 institutions. The decision of a top scorer to attend the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics was virtually unheard of, hence it became newsworthy. Though she sensed the curious and probing gazes surrounding her, Shen Luoyan's expression remained unperturbed. "Haha, if that is what you think, does it imply a lack of confidence in our university?" Guo Hao smiled, addressing the senior with a hint of pride. "Our university boasts several programs that are ranked first in the nation, so it's entirely reasonable for a provincial top scorer to choose a program of such caliber." "That's a valid point." The senior at the registration desk chuckled. "Well, your basic information has been recorded. You can board the bus over there. Once you arrive at the university, the student council from your respective colleges will assist you with further registration and enrollment processes." The senior offered a gentle smile to Guo Hao. "Thank you, senior," Guo Hao replied, declining the offer from a nearby senior to assist with carrying their luggage. He took hold of his belongings and guided Shen Luoyan towards the bus. After placing their luggage in the bus's cargo area with the senior's help, they boarded the vehicle, with Shen Luoyan hesitating slightly before choosing a seat beside Guo Hao. "Thank you," she said, ultimately acknowledging the kindness of the gesture, though her long-standing habits made it difficult for her to engage with others. "What is there to thank? After all, you are my teacher." Guo Hao responded with a gentle smile directed at Shen Luoyan. She nodded in silence. Observing Shen Luoyan's demeanor, Guo Hao felt a sense of helplessness regarding her apparent inability to communicate effectively. After a brief pause, he addressed her once more. "Teacher Shen, I shall continue to call you that. Your dedication to your studies in high school and your reluctance to engage with others is something I have no objections to, regardless of its correctness. However, as you transition into university and subsequently into your career, this will need to change." "I understand," Shen Luoyan replied hesitantly, recognizing the validity of his words. Yet, the personality and habits cultivated over many years were not easily altered within a short span of time. In university, both learning and research necessitate communication and interaction with others, which could be manageable if one were solely focused on theoretical studies. However, you have chosen to specialize in aircraft power systems, a field that is not solely theoretical but necessitates collaborative research among many individuals. This brings forth the importance of communication. Much like your current disposition, Guo Hao felt a tinge of helplessness. "What should I do then?" Shen Luoyan was clearly aware of her shortcomings, recognizing the validity of Guo Hao's words. "How about this?" Guo Hao smiled. "Before the college entrance examination, you taught me swiftly, and now that you are facing challenges, I cannot turn a blind eye to your plight. Social interactions and communication are vital skills. You may have a general understanding, but the specifics of how to engage with others may elude you. I can assist you in mastering the art of communication. What do you think?" "Thank you." After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Luoyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Guo Hao was the most suitable person to aid her in learning how to communicate effectively. On the bus, Guo Hao began to instruct Shen Luoyan on how to engage with individuals of varying statuses, discussing what to say and how different people might respond to her words. He emphasized the etiquette to observe in everyday interactions. Having been reborn, Guo Hao had previously been involved in business, where managing interpersonal relationships was paramount. For him, these concepts were second nature, yet for Shen Luoyan, they were far more complex to grasp. Nevertheless, Shen Luoyan approached her learning with great seriousness, displaying a determination reminiscent of Guo Hao's own diligent study in the past. However, their session was short-lived, as the bus soon arrived at 37 Xuan Road, Haidian District, Beijing, which was their campus. Fortunately, both Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao were situated in the same area. Otherwise, it could have posed a bit of a hassle. Upon disembarking, senior students from various colleges warmly guided Guo Hao and others to the registration area. After Guo Hao exchanged his phone number with Shen Luoyan, he followed a senior to the reporting station. Chapter 92. Could she be a Yuri? Junior, was that just now your girlfriend? The senior accompanying Guo Hao could no longer contain his curiosity as they made their way to registration. Not yet, senior. I just gave her my phone number. Guo Hao smiled as he replied. Phew. The senior breathed a sigh of relief and continued. What's her name? Do you know? She is truly stunning. I doubt one could find such a beautiful girl even in the continuing education college's flight service program. The senior expressed with a hint of admiration. She and I attended the same high school. Her name is Shun Luoyin. Guo Hao chuckled softly. Oh, I see. Does she have a boyfriend? The senior's gaze suddenly sparkled with newfound interest as he looked at Guo Hao. As for boyfriend, she doesn't have one, but senior. I advise you to let go of that thought. Guo Hao cautioned. Why? The senior looked puzzled. I've known Shun Luoyin since childhood, and she has always been indifferent to boys. She dismisses any confessions, leaving no room for face saving. What? Is she a Yuri? The senior's eyes widened with disbelief. That is not quite the case. Shun Luoyin simply holds herself to high standards. She is fiercely independent and strong-willed. Not only is she uninterested in boys, but she also lacks friends at school, focusing solely on her studies and research. It's highly unlikely she would be interested in any man unless he were an extraordinary figure, Guo Hao explained to the senior before him. Is that so? The senior's expression turned dejected. Such a beautiful junior is indeed a rare find. Before long, the senior had completed Guo Hao's enrollment procedures. Let us go. I'll show you to your dorm. Although disheartened, the senior quickly regained his composure, maintaining a clear understanding of his own positioning. He was well aware that a girl as beautiful and exceptional as Shun Luoyin likely would not take an interest in him. Thus, he did not dwell on his disappointment. Our college primarily resides in Building 21. Next to it is Qiushi Square, which houses the first canteen, but I wouldn't recommend dining there. The food is mediocre. The best canteens are the third and fifth ones. I can show you around when we have time. The senior was quite enthusiastic, sharing various campus tips and life hacks as he led Guo Hao to the student dormitory. Upon reaching the apartment building, he even kindly helped Guo Hao with his suitcase. Entering the dormitory, Guo Hao found two roommates already arranging their beds. This is your dormitory. I'll take my leave now. The senior smiled at Guo Hao. All right. Senior Zhao Sun. Guo Hao had previously inquired about the senior's name, and they had exchanged QQ contacts. After Zhao Sun departed, Guo Hao located his designated bed, which had been pre-assigned with a name tag. Once he had settled his belongings, he greeted his two roommates with a smile. Hello, I'm Guo Hao. Hello. Ma Xayan. Li Ming. The two roommates, who were busy making their beds, looked up with smiles and greeted Guo Hao in return. From now on, we are all roommates and will be living together for 4 years. If I have any shortcomings, please feel free to point them out. And I hope you'll be understanding, as I have my fair share of flaws, Guo Hao said cheerfully to his new roommates. Look at what you're saying. Ma Xan, a robust young man whose muscular physique was evident even beneath his t-shirt, did not resemble a typical freshman. Who doesn't he have a few flaws? If someone were entirely flawless, would they even be human? We should empathize with one another, offer constructive criticism, and strive for mutual improvement. Exactly. Li Ming Gainding, adjusting his thick black-rimmed glasses, appearing somewhat delicate and fitting the stereotype of a studious high school scholar. The tragic events surrounding the Ma Jiajue incident in 2004 had heightened many people's awareness of the importance of fostering good relationships with roommates. Guo Hao nodded in agreement. You're right. Let's work towards progress together. After saying this, he began to organize his belongings. Their dormitory was a 4-person room with bunk beds and desks underneath. Bright and tidy, which was quite pleasant. As Guo Hao wiped down the desk and wardrobe with an old towel, 2 more individuals entered the room. This is your dormitory. I won't intrude any further. Thank you. One of the newcomers, dressed in a faded green shirt and worn-out sandals, nervously nodded in gratitude towards the senior. After the senior left, the boy cautiously entered the dormitory, struggling to carry a large, tattered backpack and a colorful woven bag. Hello. He greeted Guo Hao and the others timidly. Ma Xin, and you? Ma Xin was the first to extend a greeting, his smile warm and welcoming. I'm Li Wei, the newcomer replied cautiously. Come on in. That's your bed, Guo Hao encouraged, smiling as he moved closer to assist Li Wei in arranging his belongings. Guo Hao, and I'm Li Ming. Li Ming chimed in from his bed, also greeting Li Wei. Please set up your cabinet and bed. I'll go and tidy up mine as well. Guo Hao smiled as he addressed Li Wei. All right. Li Wei quickly nodded in agreement. Guo Hao returned to his position, diligently tidying up the bed and cupboard. His movements were swift and efficient. Before long, the bed was neatly made and everything was in order. Everyone, Guo Hao beamed at his 3 roommates. Now that we've finished this, how about we go out for a meal together? My treat? Absolutely not. It's simply impossible for you to treat us right after arriving at school. Let's go Dutch. Ma Xin in Duzet, stepping forward. Let us enjoy a nice dinner together tonight and strengthen our bonds. Li Wei, standing nearby, appeared somewhat troubled. Li Ming can li noticia li Bei's discomfort. Since Brother Hao is treating, let's heed his invitation. He seems to be quite affluent. With that, Li Ming din signan to ma sin. Ma Xian paused for a moment, instinctively glancing at Li Wei. Upon observing the conflicted expression on Li Wei's face, he quickly regained his composure. Yes. Since Brother Hao is treating, we must give him that courtesy. So tonight's dinner will indeed be on him. Ma Xian said with a smile. At that moment, Li Wei hesitated briefly. You all go ahead, I think I'll pass. His voice dwindled as he spoke. He understood that it would be inappropriate to dampen the mood, yet he was also acutely aware of the obligation that came with accepting a treat. How could he comfortably partake in a meal without contributing? When it was his turn to host, would he even be able to afford it? The answer was certainly no. Thus, it seemed best to simply abstain from the outing altogether. Guo Hao discerned his thoughts. It's perfectly fine, Guo Hao said with a gentle smile towards Li Wei. It's just a meal. It's not a matter of obligation, and besides, I'll certainly have ample opportunities to seek favors from you all in the future. Hearing Guo Hao's words, a flicker of doubt crossed Li Wei's eyes. He could sense that Guo Hao was considerate of his pride. Yet, Li Wei still felt uncertain. Exactly. Ma Xian chimed in, addressing Li Wei with a grin. We'll be living together for 4 years. Throughout that time, who hasn't had their share of troubles? We're all roommates, brothers. It's merely a meal. It would be a shame not to take advantage of such a generous offer. Ma sin isa gotalet decolet. Indeed. And in the future, if this fellow needs a favor, like bringing him a meal or something, that's also a form of assistance, right? We shouldn't fuss over such trivial matters. Li Ming added with a smile. All right then. Li Wei finally relented after a moment's hesitation, nodding his head. He felt touched. These 3 roommates were genuinely good people. They had recognized his predicament and had not shunned him. Rather, they worked hard to preserve his dignity and offered him various justifications. He silently resolved to contribute more in the dormitory in the future. Great. It's settled then. Everyone, let us finish tidying up so we can head out for some food. Guo Hao exclaimed with a smile. Sure thing. Let us treat our benefactor well. Li Ming and Ma Xian replied with laughter. Having completed their tidying, the 4 of them took out the trash from the dormitory and exited the school together. They arrived at a nearby sauerkraut fish restaurant. I heard from the seniors on the forum that this place serves excellent sauerkraut fish. Guo Hao said with a smile to his 3 roommates. As they stepped into the restaurant, Guo Hao spotted a familiar face among a nearby table of 4 girls, Shen Luoyan. Upon noticing Guo Hao, Shen Luoyan looked up. Ma Xian and Li Ming were visibly taken aback by her beauty, while Li Wei kept his head down, too shy to look up. Luoyan, is he your friend? One of Shen Luoyan's companions asked curiously. Yes. Shen Luoyan nodded. We were classmates in high school. Her voice remained cool and composed. Hello. Guo Hao greeted the 3 girls beside Shen Luoyan with a smile. Since he asked your friend, let us share a table. It'll be a good opportunity to get to know each other better. One of the girls, who had a strikingly elegant demeanor, smiled back at Shen Luoyan. Sure. Let us all sit together. Shen Luoyan hesitated slightly, unsure of such social nuances, and instinctively glanced at Guo Hao. Her gaze did not go unnoticed, sparking curiosity among the group. What was the nature of Shen Luoyan's relationship with Guo Hao? That sounds wonderful, Guo Hao replied, looking at Shen Luoyan with enthusiasm. It's a perfect chance for our 2 dorms to mingle, and I'd love to meet all you beautiful ladies. Hearing Guo Hao's words, smiles spread across the faces of the girls. Guo Hao was handsome, and being complimented by a good-looking guy lifted everyone's spirits. Wait staff, please prepare a private room for us. Guo Hao called out to the restaurant staff. Soon, the group of 8 was escorted to a private room. After ordering, Guo Hao stood up first. It's a pleasure to gather together, and it's fate that you're all friends of Shen Luoyan, who is also my friend. Guo Hao. Let us take this opportunity to exchange contacts and get to know each other better. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Sounds good. Gentlemen, how about you introduce yourselves? Guo Hao suggested with a smile to his roommates. Sure, I'll go first. Ma Xian had been eager to speak and quickly stood up, his tall stature drawing everyone's attention. I'm Ma Xian, a materials engineering major, and Guo Hao's roommate. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. He proudly patted his chest. Wow, you look so strong. You'll have to protect us. A petite girl said to Ma Xian. Absolutely. This muscle is all for protecting you. Ma Xian responded, his pride swelling at the compliment. With Ma Xian having set the tone, Li Ming proceeded with his introduction, albeit in a more subdued manner. When it was Li Wei's turn, his visible anxiety was palpable. He stammered for a while, nearly breaking into a sweat. Guo Hao gently patted Li Wei's back. This is our little brother, Li Wei. He is a bit nervous, so please be understanding, ladies. It's all right. Shen Luoyan's friend smiled kindly. Take a seat. Li Wei sat down, casting a grateful glance at Guo Hao. Now that our dorm mates have introduced themselves, how about you ladies do the same? Guo Hao encouraged Shen Luoyan's friends with a smile. I'm Xiao Ping, began the striking girl who had spoken first. I'm a major in aerospace power. I'm Zhao Yu, same as Xiao Jia, chimed in a girl with thick black-rimmed glasses. I'm Wang Biyun, another girl introduced herself. The petite girl conversing with Ma Xian is indeed the most unremarkable among the four young women, yet her voice is remarkably enchanting. After speaking, Wang Biyun shifted her gaze, contemplating Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan with curiosity. I find myself rather intrigued. Guo Hao, what is your relationship with our Luoyan? Are you a couple? Upon her query, the attention of everyone present converged upon Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan. Chapter 94. The King of Control, Guo Hao. Upon hearing Wang Biyun's words, neither Guo Hao nor Shen Luoyan displayed any change in expression. Guo Hao offered a faint smile, turning to Wang Biyun, and replied, One mustn't speak carelessly, Miss Wang. Strictly speaking, Shen Luoyan is my tutor. My academic performance was rather dismal in the past, and to improve, my parents hired her as a tutor. Shen Luoyan boasts exceptional academic prowess. She is the top scorer in our province. Thanks to her assistance, I am now privileged to be in your esteemed company. Viewed from this perspective, Shen Luoyan is indeed my benefactor. The surrounding onlookers gazed at Shen Luoyan with astonishment. It is indeed a rarity for a provincial top scorer to attend Jing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Even many city top scorers typically opt for C9 universities. At that moment, Xiao Ping seemed to recall something. Her eyes widened with surprise as she looked at Shen Luoyan. I remember now, during the summer, I saw it on the news that the top scorer from Gan province applied to our school. I never imagined it would be you, my dear. Shen Luoyan nodded. It's hardly a matter of benefaction. Guo Hao employed me as a tutor and compensated me. My family was in dire need of financial support at that time. If we speak of kindness, then hiring me as a tutor is, in itself, a form of gratitude. Oh my, it sounds like a romantic tale, Wang Biyun exclaimed, her face radiating excitement as she turned to Guo Hao. Guo Hao, did you experience any amusing incidents while Shen Luoyan was tutoring you? Did any sparks of romance ignite? Not at all, Guo Hao chuckled. At that time, my grades were abysmally low. My thoughts were consumed by studying day in and day out. Shen Luoyan and I were solely focused on arduous study sessions. There was hardly any time or inclination to entertain such notions. You cannot fathom. During the 100 days leading up to the college entrance exam, I only scored a little over 300 points. Without my unwavering dedication, how could I have achieved 668 points? Guo Hao smiled gently. Wait, what? Ma Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Guo Hao. Li Ming adjusted his dark glasses, disbelief evident even through the lenses, while Li Wei, who had remained silent until now, lifted his head, astonished by Guo Hao's revelation. The other three girls mirrored their shock. Wow, that's impressive, Wang Biyun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Guo Hao. Guo Hao, you are truly remarkable. Ah, it's nothing, Guo Hao replied with a modest smile. It is all thanks to teacher Shen's excellent instruction. Do not attribute all the credit to me. Shen Luoyan replied calmly. My teaching methods are not significantly different from those of an ordinary tutor. Were it not for your intelligence and diligence, achieving such scores would have been utterly impossible. In fact, I initially believed that scoring over 500 would be commendable. Yet your 668 points completely surpassed my expectations. Just then, the waiter began serving the dishes. Guo Hao assisted the group, pouring beer for the boys while Wang Biyun requested beer, and the other three girls opted for juice. Here, let us toast to commemorate our successful gathering at Jing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Our meeting is a serendipitous bond. Let's raise our glasses in celebration. With that, Guo Hao lifted his glass, prompting everyone to follow suit, smiles adorning their faces. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere among the young people grew increasingly amiable, especially in this unfamiliar environment. They were all freshly graduated academic elites. Except for the more reserved Li Wei and Shen Luoyan, the group quickly bonded and shared delightful conversations. Guo Hao's social skills were exceptional. With just a few words, he could elicit laughter from everyone, occasionally raising his glass and toast. The entire dining experience was deftly orchestrated by him, captivating Wang Biyun, who gazed at him with starry eyes. Guo Hao undoubtedly exuded capability and charm, his slight handsomeness complementing his ability to command attention. He effortlessly cracked jokes that sent ripples of laughter around the table. Such a young man, endowed with talent, humor, and intellect, was naturally appealing to the ladies. The four girls at the table, aside from Shen Luoyan, looked at Guo Hao with admiration in their eyes. The atmosphere at the table was lively. As they chatted and dined, they quickly grew familiar with one another, exchanging QQ numbers. Even Shen Luoyan produced her newly registered QQ account, having just acquired a new phone, gifted by her grandparents following her provincial achievement. She received substantial monetary rewards from the school, county, and local enterprises, totaling over 600,000 in scholarships. It was safe to say that the Shun family was no longer in financial distress. This new phone was purchased for the purpose of staying connected, and registering for QQ was a recent endeavor. Li Wei, however, lacked a phone and QQ account, but no one minded. They simply asked him to remember their QQ numbers until he registered. Thanks to Guo Hao's lively presence, the meal was enjoyable, devoid of any awkwardness. After dining, Guo Hao insisted on paying the bill. Does anyone wish to participate in any activities? He asked with a smile as they stood outside the restaurant. Let's call it a day. I've been on a bus for a whole day and night, and am feeling quite fatigued, Xiao Ping replied, her face reflecting her exhaustion. Yes, I feel a bit tired too, Li Ming added. Everyone agreed they were fatigued. After all, it was the first day of enrollment, and the myriad of activities had been overwhelming. All right, let us gather again another time. Everyone should head back to rest today, Guo Hao remarked with a smile. Observing their weary expressions, once they returned to the school, the two dormitory groups bid farewell and headed to their respective quarters. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ma Xian exclaimed, Wow, Guo Hao, you've already organized a dormitory gathering just after entering school. Impressive, and all with such beautiful girls. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Guo Hao. Guo Hao chuckled. It was merely a coincidence. I never expected to run into Shen Luoyan while dining, nor the gathering of her dorm mates. Even if it was pure coincidence, it was splendid. Besides you, I don't know anyone else at this school. Li Ming added with a grin. Chapter 95. Shen Luoyan. Could you play matchmaker for me? Exactly. Ma Xian laughed. Ternen to Guo Hao. Guo Hao shook his head with a smile. At that moment, Ma Xian looked at him with curiosity. By the way, I forgot to ask, is your relationship with Shen Luoyan truly just that of a tutor and student? Indeed. But I sense that the way you look at her, Guo Hao, seems a little unusual. Beside them, Li Ming interjected with a smile, directing his gaze towards Guo Hao. Guo Hao chuckled lightly. At present, their relationship was undoubtedly that of teacher and student. As for the future, who could predict? Shen Luoyan had always possessed a unique disposition, fully aware of her desires. Compared to matters of affection and other trivialities, her interests leaned more towards academics and research. With a slight shrug, Guo Hao spoke candidly, revealing a hint of infatuation for Shen Luoyan, albeit a rather mild one. After all, Shen Luoyan was unlike any woman he had previously encountered. Conventional methods would be futile in winning her over. Thus, from the outset, Guo Hao had no intention of pursuing her. Such an endeavor seemed pointless. A girl of her caliber could only be attracted through genuine excellence. Perhaps, only through mutual allure could they ever find themselves together. Well then, I wish you the best of luck. Li Ming and Ma Xian chuckled. I think that Xiao Ping is quite beautiful. You might consider pursuing her. Guo Hao smiled in response. All right, brother. The group chatted for a while before heading off to freshen up. After completing their routines, Guo Hao settled into his seat. His roommates, exhausted, had already drifted off to sleep. Guo Hao, however, felt little fatigue. The weariness of travel hardly troubled him. Sitting in his chair, he rubbed his slightly sore forehead. Just as he prepared to open his textbook on advanced algebra, a notification chimed. Ding! User successfully enrolled. Current phase task released. Introduction to scientific research requires a vast foundation of knowledge and an incredibly broad intellectual scope. The user's mind is currently blank. Please select some books to enrich your knowledge. The task required the completion of 100 books on mathematics and physics, with the stipulation that they must meet a difficulty baseline. The reward for completion included 50,000 experience points in mathematics, 50,000 in physics. 2 chances for a random draw, and 1 sample. The system's notification momentarily stunned Guo Hao. The system had issued a task once again. He had almost forgotten about its existence after a summer devoid of any assignments. To think it would reappear just as he began his academic journey. This was indeed fortuitous. His spirits lifted, though he felt overwhelmed by the daunting prospect of tackling 100 books. Not only that, but they also had to meet the system's prescribed difficulty level. Anything less would not suffice. And all of them needed to be completed. How long would that take? Guo Hao sighed, his gaze falling upon the advanced algebra book, which now displayed a series of numbers. 71%, not included in the statistics. He was slightly taken aback. So that was how it worked. He had been pondering how to ascertain whether these books met the difficulty criteria. If that were the case, it would certainly simplify matters. He He resolved to visit the library tomorrow to find 100 physics and mathematics books and focus on his studies. It was high time for him to solidify his knowledge. Though his intellect had surpassed 230, his mind remained a blank slate, with knowledge barely exceeding that of high school. The system was correct. He needed a wealth of knowledge to fill his empty head. 100 books above the baseline, indeed. Guo Hao brimmed with determination. This would be his first challenge in university. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, the pace of their morning routines was decidedly slower than that of the boys. Shen Luoyan was an exception. Having completed her grooming early, she was already seated in her spot. Nearby, Xiaoping finished her own routine and began patting her face dry. Noticing Shen Luoyan engrossed in her book, she recalled Guo Hao, who had dominated the evening's conversation. Curiosity piqued. She leaned towards Shen Luoyan and inquired, "Luoyan, may I ask what your relationship with Guo Hao is?" Shen Luoyan furrowed her brow slightly. In her high school days, she would have dismissed such inquiries as meaningless and would not have entertained a response. However, recalling Guo Hao's previous advice regarding the importance of responding to questions posed by others, provided one does not harbor animosity towards them, she hesitated only briefly before answering. "We have a typical teacher-student relationship, which can also be considered a form of friendship." "No romantico nertones?" Xiaoping asked, her curiosity evident as she scrutinized Shen Luoyan. "None," Shen Luoyan replied directly. "I see." Upon hearing Shen Luoyan's words, Xiaoping felt an inexplicable thrill. She harbored a genuine fondness for the young man named Guo Hao. In fact, she was inherently attracted to mature men, and Guo Hao's demeanor exuded maturity and a sense of propriety. Moreover, he seemed to come from a well-off background and had a handsome appearance. Dating someone like him during university would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Yet, she hesitated regarding Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao's respective statuses. To her surprise, it seemed that Shen Luoyan had no romantic involvement with Guo Hao. Did this imply that she truly had a chance? With this thought, Xiaoping felt a flutter of excitement. "What do you think? Should I pursue Guo Hao? Do you have any advice for me?" She directed her bright gaze towards Shen Luoyan. Caught off guard by Xiaoping's suggestion, Shen Luoyan found herself momentarily stunned. "I'm not sure." After a brief silence, she replied calmly. For some reason, when Xiaoping mentioned wanting to pursue Guo Hao, Shen Luoyan became lost in thought. If you're to end up with Xiaoping, would he still be able to teach her effectively? Shen Luoyan pondered. "Could you assist me?" As Shen Luoyan continued to muse, Xiaoping approached her side. She failed to detect any unusual tone in Shen Luoyan's voice, convinced that Shen Luoyan truly lacked interest in Guo Hao. Perhaps she genuinely had a chance. All she needed was Shen Luoyan's help. "I don't know," Shen Luoyan confessed, feeling perplexed, unsure of her own thoughts. "I'm sorry. I might not be good at this. It's probably best if you don't ask me for help. No worries. I don't need you to do much. Just help me arrange a meeting with him. I'll take care of the rest." Xiaoping was relentless in her pursuit of Shen Luoyan's assistance. Chapter 96, From Calculus to Cohomology. All right then, Shen Luoyan, who struggled with interpersonal relationships, found herself unable to navigate this situation adeptly. Had it been someone else, they might have had numerous ways to decline while preserving the other person's feelings. At present, however, Shen Luoyan clung to Guo Hao's advice from the bus ride. In university, it was vital to cultivate good relationships with roommates, as these connections were of utmost importance. Consequently, having rarely dined out during high school, she acquiesced to her roommate's invitation for a meal together. Despite her intelligence, she could not conceive a graceful way to refuse Xiaoping's proposal, and thus reluctantly agreed to assist. "Wow, Luoyan, you're the best. Thank you. If this works out, I'll definitely treat you to a meal." Upon hearing Shen Luoyan's consent, Xiaoping's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is this about treating to a meal? At that moment, Wang Biyun finished her morning ablutions and stepped out of the bathroom, casting a curious glance toward Xiaoping. "It's nothing," Xiaoping replied with a smile, exchanging a knowing look with Shen Luoyan before returning to her spot. Wang Biyun felt a twinge of confusion, but as they were still strangers, she refrained from pressing further, since Xiaoping seemed reluctant to elaborate. Zhao Yu also emerged from the bathroom, and with a cheerful demeanor, Xiaoping addressed everyone. "Let us all get some rest early tonight after a long day." With that, she retreated to her bed. As the others settled down to sleep, Shen Luoyan remained awake, pulling out a copy of Advanced Mathematics by Tongji University. Like Guo Hao, Shen Luoyan did not relax her academic standards upon entering university. Rather, she dedicated herself even more diligently to her studies, driven by the absence of financial pressures. "Are you not going to sleep, Luoyan?" Zhao Yu inquired, observing Shen Luoyan's focused demeanor. "You all go ahead and rest," Shen Luoyan replied. Turning off the dormitory lights and switching on her desk lamp to continue her studies. She was a person with exceedingly high expectations of herself. Some might even say excessively so. For years, she had forsaken the notion of friendships in favor of her studies, never wavering in her commitment, fueled by her aspirations. The other girls in the dormitory regarded her efforts with a hint of admiration. It was no wonder that Shen Luoyan had achieved the remarkable distinction of being the top student in Jiangxi province despite her modest background. Many privileged individuals struggled to score above 600, let alone attain the level of a provincial champion. One must acknowledge the significant impact of one's environment on academic performance. The following day, Guo Hao rose early at 6:30. After a brief run and a quick breakfast, he made his way to the Yanhang Library, arriving just as it opened at 7. To his surprise, the library was already bustling with people, many of whom seemed to be preparing for postgraduate examinations or pursuing advanced degrees. Guo Hao found a secluded spot to claim his place and headed to the bookshelf. His gaze skimmed over general books without any reaction, but upon encountering titles related to mathematics or physics, a small note would appear: knowledge threshold not met or inappropriate for current user level. After some searching, the first book that met the knowledge threshold caught Guo Hao's eye: Basic Topology by Mark Armstrong. Topology, indeed, had a theoretical foundation within higher mathematics. But this book likely contained a wealth of additional knowledge. Without hesitation, Guo Hao took it down and resumed his quest on the shelves. He found himself puzzled by the system's inclination toward mathematics and physics, given that his major was materials engineering, which theoretically should have closer ties to chemistry. Was this a hint from the system? Guo Hao pondered the conundrum. Currently, material science was mired in a predicament often referred to as the biochemical materials quagmire, a term denoting the challenges that had buried countless talents and investments, leading many countries and institutions to hesitate in their funding. Humanity's materials had not seen significant innovation for far too long. Perhaps the system was suggesting that chemistry was not the path forward for material science, but rather that physics and mathematics might hold the key. These thoughts flitted through Guo Hao's mind, yet he recognized that dwelling on them was futile. It was more prudent to delve into his studies and enrich his knowledge base. Unlike the Gansheng Library, the Yanjinghang University Library was evidently more comprehensive and stocked with a greater variety of books. Soon, he discovered another title that met the knowledge threshold: From Calculus to Cohomology. This book, being fundamentally related to calculus, was a cornerstone concept in higher mathematics and likely offered substantial insights into the subject. He took it without hesitation, along with several other mathematics texts, including linear algebra. This is how to learn it, ordinary differential equations, Lie groups and Lie algebras, and fundamentals of functional analysis. After selecting his mathematics books, Guo Hao proceeded to the physics section and chose titles such as Principles of Physics, Feynman Lectures on Physics, Electromagnetism, Mechanics, Optics, and Thermodynamics. In total, he gathered 12 books to begin his studies. As he returned to his spot with a hefty stack of books, he caught the attention of other students in the library. Though most merely glanced and quickly averted their eyes, perceiving the collection as a mere assortment of foundational texts, albeit in somewhat larger quantities. Placing the books down, Guo Hao opened From Calculus to Cohomology and began to read. The material was mostly elementary, as he had previously self-studied higher mathematics and was well acquainted with calculus concepts. Coupled with his impressive IQ of over 230, he absorbed the content at a swift pace, flipping through half the book in no time. By 8:30, Guo Hao noticed a message in his group chat announcing a class meeting at 9 in room 304. He gathered a stack of books and exited the library. At the entrance, he was taken aback to see Shen Luoyan, who was also holding a pile of books. "When did you arrive? Why didn't he notice you?" he remarked. "Surprised. I got here at 7:10, she replied. "Ah, that explains it," Guo Hao smiled. "I'll head back to the dorm to drop off my books. We have a class meeting soon." "Okay." Shen Luoyan nodded. Just as Guo Hao was about to leave, Shen Luoyan bit her lip and called out to him, "Guo Hao, wait a moment." Surprised by her request, Guo Hao turned back to face her. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Well," Shen Luoyan hesitated slightly, looking at him. "It's about Xiao Ping from our dorm." She proceeded to recount the events of the previous night to him. Although Guo Hao maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, he felt a stir of emotions within. It seemed that Shen Luoyan held some regard for him after all. What did he represent in her eyes? Curiosity piqued. Guo Hao asked, "So, what kind of response are you hoping for from me?" "I'm not sure," she replied, pausing for a moment. "It's fine. I won't hold it against you. Just follow what she suggested. It's a trivial matter." Guo Hao offered a gentle smile. But Shen Luoyan hesitated. "Wanted to say more. Is there something else?" Guo Hao prodded with a smile. "No, never mind. I just wanted to say it's nothing," she said, shaking her head. "I'll take my leave now." Guo Hao chuckled softly and turned to leave. Observing Guo Hao's retreating figure, Shen Luoyan's expression was imbued with a complex mix of emotions, tinged with a hint of confusion. In Shen Luoyan's heart, Guo Hao represented her first and only friend. Over the past 6 months, Guo Hao's diligence and academic spirit had won Shen Luoyan's complete admiration. If Guo Hao were truly to become involved with Xiaoping, would she be compelled to relinquish this cherished friendship? This thought cast a shadow of melancholy over Shen Luoyan. Once, she had never experienced such a sense of desolation. What was happening to her? With a sigh, Shen Luoyan made her way back to her dormitory. In stark contrast to Shen Luoyan's tumultuous feelings, Guo Hao's steps were buoyant. Judging by Shen Luoyan's demeanor, it appeared that he held some significance in her eyes, not merely akin to the other students, as he had initially presumed. It was entirely plausible that he occupied a unique niche as her sole friend. Not bad at all. Guo Hao smiled, feeling a lightness in his heart, as if the stack of books he held had become considerably less burdensome. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found that aside from Li Wei, his other 2 roommates had only just risen. What the heck? How go? Have you brought the entire library with you? Ma Xin et Galim, astonished at the mountain of books in Guo Hao's arms. Isn't this just a dozen or so books? How is that excessive? Guo Hao placed the books on his desk. Not too many indeed. Ma Xin eyed Guo Hao with a peculiar expression. How go? We've just managed to get into college. Have you considered taking a break? We've only just started university, and you're already diving into a frenzy of studying. How are we supposed to live like this? You all can study too. The library is free. Just bring your student ID. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Li Ming looked utterly speechless. Hong ye. What we mean is that now that we're in college, shouldn't we take some time to relax? Let's push the hard work to later. Enjoyment is a luxury for the dead. Why slumber in life when boundless opportunities await us? We are still young, and a bright future lies ahead. Guo Hao chuckled lightly. In truth, he understood Li Ming and Ma Xian well. Most individuals experience a period of confusion upon entering college, often spiraling into complacency. This confusion stems from the frantic efforts exerted during high school, where a fixed goal and endpoint rendered all endeavors tangible through a singular score. This score, deemed crucial by both teachers and parents, directly influences future educational paths, thus affecting one's destiny. Such a clear objective allows many to focus solely on their studies. However, in college, such clarity dissipates. After all the arduous effort to secure a spot in a prestigious university, they find themselves in an environment where even many adults lack first-hand experience of university life. Consequently, they are unable to offer effective guidance, at best advising students to study diligently. Having been conditioned to excel academically from a young age, the sudden absence of a concrete academic goal leaves students questioning their purpose. Most will find themselves in a state of confusion until they can establish a new objective, whether it be pursuing further studies or other endeavors, before emerging from this haze. Damn you! Ma Xian, oblivious to Guo Hao's contemplations, shot him a middle finger. Guo Hao chuckled. All right, get up quickly. We have a class meeting at 9 in room 304. Sure thing. The group hastened their preparations. After gathering their things, they set off together and soon located room 304. By the time they arrived, the classroom was already filled with numerous students, prompting Guo Hao and his friends to take seats in the back. As the clock struck 9, the classroom buzzed with anticipation. A young man with black-rimmed glasses entered, stepping up to the podium with a smile. It's wonderful to see everyone here on time. This is a commendable habit, and I hope you maintain it, he said with an encouraging tone. After pausing briefly, he continued, before we delve into today's agenda, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Ming, and I will be your academic advisor. Should you encounter any issues or require assistance during your time here, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. With that, Wang Ming turned to the blackboard, chalk in hand, and wrote down 2 lines of numbers. The top line is my phone number, and the line below it is my QQ number. Feel free to note these down. You can call me or send me a message whenever you need help. After allowing everyone a moment to jot down the information, Wang Ming resumed speaking. You all were top achievers in your respective high schools, the creme de la creme, but here at Yinheng, every one of you is a star. As you embark on your undergraduate journey, I urge you to adjust your mindset and humble yourselves. Here, you're all empty vessels. Your task is to fill yourselves with knowledge as swiftly as possible and seek out opportunities, whether through research or internships. Learning is an endless pursuit, and I hope you can approach your studies with a calm demeanor. The college entrance exam is merely one hurdle in life. Ahead of you lies an expanse of infinite possibilities. Wang Ming's expression turned serious as he surveyed the room full of students. Guo Hao silently commended him, considering him a responsible advisor. Chapter 98 concerned Guo Hao had never attended college in his previous life. This raises a question regarding whether a vocational school qualifies as a college. In any case, during his time in vocational school, he had only encountered his advisor during the initial school year and a few activities. They seldom held class meetings, usually relying on the class monitor for communication. Unlike Wang Ming, who actively engaged in psychological support for newly minted university students, the previous advisor had been far less involved. First and foremost, upon entering the university, you will face military training. Starting next Monday, you will undergo a 14-day military training program, during which you will receive your uniforms. I trust you all have some understanding of what military training entails. Now, let me distribute the semester's class schedule. It details your courses for this term, and an electronic version will also be available in our group chat for your reference. Wang Ming was quite the talkative advisor, sharing a plethora of important information regarding university studies. Then, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, I almost forgot. We need to elect class representatives. After all, I cannot oversee everything, and I typically rely on class representatives to relay important information. As he spoke, Wang Ming chuckled, prompting the class to engage in the election process. Guo Hao had little interest in becoming a class representative. After all, most students pursued such roles for experience, while minority sought personal gain. Guo Hao, possessing both, viewed the position as nothing but a source of hassle. Meanwhile, Ma Xian and Li Ming were eager participants, actively campaigning for class representative roles. As anticipated, Ma Xian, with his robust physique, successfully secured the position of sports representative, while Li Ming, who lacked any distinguishing features, faced the unexpected disappointment of not being elected. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for electing me as the class monitor. I shall endeavor to serve you all diligently. At the podium, the newly appointed class monitor, Ma Tianyu, beamed with a radiant smile as he addressed his classmates. Li Ming, seated in his place, bore an expression of discontent. Guo Hao chuckled softly, opting not to offer any consolation. After all, they were not children. Such matters required personal reflection. All right, Ma Tianyu, you may step down. I have a few matters to discuss, Wang Ming instructed. Understood, Teacher Wang, Ma Tianyu replied before exiting the stage. Wang Ming then took his place at the podium. Additionally, I recall that our class has a few students from underprivileged backgrounds. The school has allocated a special scholarship fund specifically for them, approximately 5,000 yuan. Relevant individuals may approach me directly to apply. Feel free to speak to me privately, though some documentation will be required. I will clarify which materials are necessary when you come see me, Wang Ming concluded. At this point, Guo Hao felt a flicker of concern and glanced at his roommate, Li Wei, whose family circumstances seemed rather modest. He resolved to explore the possibility of assisting him in applying for the scholarship. With that, the class meeting drew to a close, and Wang Ming departed the classroom. Guo Hao noticed Li Wei hesitating, seemingly wanting to follow, but lacking the courage. Li Wei, come with me. Guo Hao cheerfully beckoned. Ma Xian and Li Ming promptly made space for Li Wei. With some trepidation, Li Wei hesitated. Go on. Ma Xian encouraged him with a grin. After a moment of steeling himself, Li Wei followed Guo Hao out of the classroom. Guo Hao quickened his pace in the hallway to catch up with Wang Ming. Teacher Wang, he called out. Who are you? Wang Ming inquired, slightly puzzled as he regarded Guo Hao. I am Guo Hao from Class 1 of Materials. This is my roommate, Li Wei, Guo Hao replied with a smile. Wang Ming nodded. What can I assist you with, Guo Hao? Well, Teacher Wang, may we have a moment to discuss something? Guo Hao requested amicably. Certainly, Wang Ming agreed without hesitation. The trio moved to a secluded corner. At that moment, Guo Hao turned to Wang Ming and said, This is Li Wei, who hails from our dormitory. His family is facing financial difficulties, and I brought him along to inquire about the materials needed for applying for the scholarship, so we can prepare accordingly. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Wang Ming glanced at Li Wei and, without further inquiry, patiently outlined the required documentation. Primarily, you will need 3 items: a poverty certificate stamped by the village committee and township government, a verbal account and signature from neighbor, and if you have a 5 guarantee certificate, a photocopy will suffice. Do you understand? Wang Ming asked, looking at Li Wei. I think I understand, Li Wei replied hesitantly, nodding with some stammering. Well, I shall take my leave now, Wang Ming said, glancing at Guo Hao. You may continue with your tasks, Guo Hao responded promptly. If you need anything, just give me a call, Wang Ming remarked as he turned to leave. Guo Hao then directed his attention to Li Wei. How do you feel? Any difficulties? He inquired. Li Wei looked uncertain. It's just that contacting my parents might be a bit troublesome. We don't have a phone at home. The only way to reach them is through the fixed line at the village convenience store. Then let us call them now. We can figure out how to have your parents send over the documentation via postal service, Guo Hao suggested. I'll read. Li Wei nodded. Using Guo Hao's phone, he made a call that took a while, but eventually he managed to convey the necessary information to his parents. "Thank you," Li Wei expressed with gratitude as he returned the phone to Guo Hao. "It's a minor matter. Now let us go have some lunch," Guo Hao replied. It was already past 11 o'clock. He led Li Wei to the dining hall, where they soon found Ma Xian and Li Ming. "Is everything settled?" Ma Xian inquired of Guo Hao and Li Wei. "Yes, more or less. They posted in the group," Guo Hao affirmed. "Let us eat." After their meal, the four dorm mates returned to their quarters. However, Guo Hao ventured alone to the library. Though he had borrowed several books to take back to the dormitory, he could not deny that the reading environment in the dormitory paled in comparison to that of the library. Selecting a few volumes above the baseline standard, Guo Hao began to peruse them. Mathematics is an exceedingly vast field. Having surveyed its subdivisions, Guo Hao noted that there are nearly 20 distinct areas, including number theory, mathematical analysis, algebra, partial differential equations, functional analysis, topology, and geometry. At present, Guo Hao had not yet determined his specific area of interest, but according to some previous research, he was primarily focused on mathematical analysis, functional analysis, and topology. Chapter 99. Computational Materials Science. These two domains are intricately intertwined with materials science. Functional analysis, a branch of mathematics formed in the 1930s, evolved from the study of variational problems, integral equations, and theoretical physics. This discipline integrates aspects of functional theory, geometry, and modern mathematical perspectives to examine functionals, operators, and limit theories in infinite-dimensional vector spaces. It may be viewed as the analytic geometry and mathematical analysis of infinite-dimensional spaces. Functional analysis finds applications across various fields, including mathematical physics, probability theory, and computational mathematics, serving as a mathematical tool for studying physical systems with infinite degrees of freedom. It adeptly addresses and resolves issues pertaining to limits within materials. Guo Hao held a favorable view of the field of computational materials science. This book, recently published this year, was one he discovered in the library, and it piqued his interest considerably. Currently, he was engrossed in its pages. However, it must be noted that the text was somewhat profound, and Guo Hao found himself lacking in certain knowledge areas. Strangely, he was astonished to see that it was indicated on the system's baseline, which added to his surprise. Moreover, the book spanned a substantial 460 pages, classifying it as a significant tome. At present, computational materials science primarily employs two methodologies. The first is computational simulation, which begins with experimental data and utilizes mathematical models and numerical calculations to simulate actual processes. The second is the computer-aided design of materials, which directly predicts or designs material structures and properties through theoretical models and computations. This involves numerous mathematical models and methods, as well as relevant physics concepts, including classical thermodynamics and molecular-related content. To comprehend this book fully, Guo Hao found himself compelled to seek out related materials and texts. Nonetheless, he was indeed gaining valuable insights from his reading. Given his intelligence, he was not entirely lost in any particular aspect. There were merely knowledge gaps, which were relatively easy to rectify. Whenever he encountered something he did not understand, Guo Hao would simply retrieve related books from the library shelves, many of which also resided on the baseline. They complemented each other well. Gradually, Guo Hao became immersed in his studies. The notebook beside him soon filled with dense lines of equations, as he occasionally furrowed his brow in concentration or appeared deep in thought. He was entirely oblivious to the fact that, at that moment, his system page was experiencing a dramatic surge in mathematical and physical experience. User Mathematical Experience, 126. User Mathematical Experience, 223. User Mathematical Experience, 102. At that moment, he was wholly unconcerned with these developments. His brain was racing, inundated with a torrent of mathematical and physical knowledge. With an IQ exceeding 230, he was now completely unleashed. He paid no heed to external changes, and within the library, it was unlikely anyone would disturb his studies. Certainly, a towering stack of books lay before Guo Hao, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Their curiosity piqued as they glimpsed the intricate mathematical formulas and symbols he was diligently inscribing. Soon, any doubt in their eyes vanished, replaced by admiration. They gazed at Guo Hao with reverence. A mathematical genius. How impressive. Those passing by mused silently to themselves. Yet, this admiration held little significance for Guo Hao. After all, classes would not commence until tomorrow, and with the semester just beginning, there were no scheduled courses today. Thus, he resolved to remain ensconced in the library for the entire afternoon, studying until the clock struck 6. The fatigue from relentless study, coupled with the gnawing hunger in his stomach, ultimately disrupted Guo Hao's scholarly focus. He let out a long sigh of relief. Casting a glance at the 20 pages of material science he had managed to cover, a flicker of sentiment crossed his eyes. This discipline was indeed vast and profound. As he delved into it, he encountered numerous knowledge gaps that necessitated the consultation of various reference texts, which slowed his pace considerably. However, Guo Hao felt he had gained immensely. With his studies momentarily paused, Guo Hao took the opportunity to open his system interface. Mathematics experience, 1598. Physics experience, 948. Quite commendable. He observed these two figures with satisfaction, recognizing the substantial growth in experience across both subjects from a single afternoon of study. Is this the weight of experience points that comes from engaging with advanced knowledge? Such a feat would have been inconceivable in high school. An afternoon filled with abundant knowledge and significant academic experience. Content. Guo Hao rose from his seat and returned the books to the shelf, having already borrowed over a dozen and thus exhausted his borrowing privileges. Upon exiting the library, he checked his phone and noted a missed call from Ma Xin. Puzzled, he chose not to return the call and instead headed straight back to his dormitory. Upon arriving, Guo Hao encountered Ma Xin and the others, who were preparing to head out, along with a new stack of books on their table. Hu Ye, you finally returned. Where have you been this afternoon? Ma Xin exclaimed with feigned exasperation upon spotting Guo Hao. Who helped me retrieve the books? Guo Hao inquired with a smile. I did, Li Wei replied hesitantly. Thank you. Guo Hao expressed his gratitude. Oh, no need for that. Li Wei quickly countered. You've helped me so much. Helping you with a book is nothing. If that's the case, then when I help you in the future, you shouldn't thank me either. Guo Hao chuckled. Li Wei's expression turned flustered at Guo Hao's words, as he struggled to formulate a response. All right, we are all brothers in the same dorm. Nothing more to say. Let's go eat. Guo Hao declared cheerfully to the group. Exactly. Let's go eat. Ma Xin echoed with a smile. The four of them made their way to the cafeteria. After collecting their meals, they searched for a place to sit, but at 6 o'clock, the cafeteria was bustling with students, and they struggled to find an available spot. Just then, a voice called out to them, Over here, is that Wang Biyin? Ma Xin recognized the person waving at them, recalling that she was from the dormitory of Shen Luoyan, with whom they had dined the previous day. Shall we go over? Ma Xin asked Guo Hao, his excitement barely contained. Yes, Guo Hao nodded in agreement. The four of them approached Wang Biyun. Hello. She greeted them with a smile. Are you here alone? Guo Hao inquired playfully. No. Xiao Ping and the others are still ordering. I came over first to save a spot. Then we'll gladly take advantage of your kindness today. As we couldn't find a seat, Guo Hao replied with a grin. No problem. Just sit wherever you like. Wang Biyun said, still smiling. Hey, you little girl. Aren't you saving us a seat? You're not being very honest. At that moment, a voice chimed in. Chapter 100. Do you like our Luoyan? Xiao Ping arrived with Shen Luoyan and Zhao Yu, teasingly glancing at Wang Biyun. What's this? Have you forgotten us in the presence of handsome guys? Wang Biyun's face flushed crimson. Guo Hao chuckled. Let's all eat together. This spot is perfect. Haha, just kidding. We're all friends here. Xiao Ping laughed. With that, the 8 of them settled down to share a meal, chatting about the amusing anecdotes of their first days at university. Guo Hao initiated the conversation, while Xiao Ping subtly steered the dialogue toward him. Guo Hao skillfully sidestepped some of her probing questions with his social acumen. It was nearly impossible for a girl like Xiao Ping to catch him off guard. On Monday, during military training, you girls better prepare some sunscreen. Guo Hao remarked with a smile, addressing Zhao Yu and the others. What are you talking about? Of course we have sunscreen. Wang Biyun replied matter-of-factly. Then you must teach Shen Luoyan well, as she doesn't have any sunscreen. It's a basic necessity that you should guide her on, Guo Hao suggested with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the girls exchanged surprised glances at Shen Luoyan, but quickly remembered her previous mention of coming from a modest background and not using sunscreen. Don't worry. We'll definitely teach Luoyan well. After all, with such fair skin, it would be a shame if she got tanned. Zhao Yu assured Guo Hao. Then I can rest easy. He replied with a slight smile. Otherwise, if such a beauty were to get sunburned, I would surely feel distressed. At Guo Hao's comment, Xiao Ping slightly furrowed her brow. Zhao Yu, unaware of Xiao Ping's expression, playfully draped her arm around Shen Luoyan's shoulders, grinning mischievously. Do you like her, Luoyan? Be honest. How far has your relationship progressed with her? Upon Zhao Yu's inquiry, Ma Xin and Li Ming began to tease, and all eyes turned toward Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao. Shen Luoyan felt quite uncomfortable in such a spotlight, but Guo Hao was unfazed by the situation. His composure was solid. He smiled and addressed the group. Who doesn't love a beautiful woman, especially one as stunning as Shen Luoyan? Alas, she has lofty aspirations, and wouldn't he take notice of someone like me? Guo Hao chuckled lightly. Zhao Yu tightened her grip around Shen Luoyan's shoulders and asked playfully, Luoyan, what do you think? Our talented Guo is confessing to you. I'm not interested in such matters for now. I've just entered university and want to focus on my studies, Shen Luoyan replied coolly, her brow slightly furrowed. Did you hear that? Our Luoyan isn't interested in you. Zhao Yu laughed, directing her tease at Guo Hao. What a pity. Guo Hao responded, half-seriously lamenting. Xiaoping, who had been anxiously awaiting a response, felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Shen Luoyan's answer. Indeed, Shen Luoyan had no interest in men. That meant she still had a chance. Competing with someone as beautiful as Shen Luoyan would leave her with little hope. Xiaoping believed in her judgment. A man like Guo Hao, with such admirable qualities, would hardly be tempted to pursue her in the wider world. However, this was school. As long as she could secure Guo Hao's attention, she felt certain that she could live a life of privilege. With that thought, Xiaoping felt a rush of excitement. Amidst Guo Hao's seemingly casual conversation, she discreetly expressed her concern for Shen Luoyan. As the meal concluded, they all prepared to leave. Guo Hao departed with his tray, and the crowd gradually dispersed. As he made his way out of the cafeteria, Ma Exine, who was beside him, hesitated slightly. He turned to Guo Hao and inquired, Brother Hao, why do I have the impression that the beautiful girl named Xiaoping from Shen Luoyan's dormitory seems to have a bit of an interest in you? Ma Exine expressed his uncertainty. Oh, what makes you feel that way? Guo Hao asked with keen interest as he regarded Ma Exine. I sensed that her gaze towards you in the cafeteria was rather peculiar, and the tone she used while speaking to you was somewhat different, Ma Exine replied, still unsure. Not bad, Brother Exine, Guo Hao exclaimed, surprised by Ma Exine's perceptiveness, as he had not anticipated this burly fitness enthusiast to be so astute. With your keen insight, you must be dating dozens of girls in college. Ma Exine scratched his head awkwardly. I was just taking a wild guess. Ha ha ha. For matters like this, it's probably better to focus on oneself. Guo Hao chuckled. All right, you all head back to the dorm. What? Aren't you coming back with us? Li Ming, standing nearby, asked Guo Hao in disbelief. I'm off to the library. Are you out of your mind? It's almost dark. Ma Exine looked at Guo Hao incredulously. Don't worry. I'll be back to the dorm before lights out. With that, Guo Hao left his roommates and returned to the library. Ma Exine and Li Ming exchanged glances, both bewildered. They began to question their own perceptions. Was this the true essence of a prestigious 985 university? Did geniuses dive into fervent study upon their arrival? Was this a common phenomenon, and were they merely exceptions? Ma Exine and Li Ming fell into a state of confusion. Brother Hao is truly diligent. I must learn from him. Li Wei, nearby, gazed at Guo Hao's retreating figure with admiration. His previously stuttered speech now flowed more smoothly. I'll head to the library too. Brother Exine, Brother Ming, you go back to the dorm. With that, Li Wei hurried after Guo Hao. Watching Li Wei's back, Ma Exine and Li Ming lapsed into silence once more. What on earth is going on? Ma Xin et Golim. Brother Exine, are we still going back to the dorm? Of course not. Maxine Rarelli uterd a course. Let's go to the library. With a resigned expression, he realized that his plan to hit the gym that evening had been dashed. Why was his college life so vastly different from that of others? How had he ended up sharing a dorm with someone as driven as Guo Hao? A hint of bewilderment flickered in Ma Exine's eyes. Thus, the four of them made their way to the library together. Upon arrival, they each sought out books and claimed seats. Guo Hao was swift in his search. As he recalled where he had placed the books he had looked at earlier in the afternoon. Soon, he returned to his spot with a pile of books, continuing his reading from where he had left off. Before long, the other three roommates also returned with their books. Ma Exine's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the numerous volumes before Guo Hao. Wow! Chapter 101, The Diary of a Study King. Ma Exine's voice startled those around him, drawing disapproving glances. Realizing his blunder, he quickly lowered his voice. Brother Hao is truly remarkable. He is already delving into such material? Ma Exine whispered to his companions. We haven't even started classes yet. Indeed, Brother Hao is impressive. Li Wei nodded in agreement. Earlier this afternoon, I stole a glance at the books Brother Hao borrowed from the library, either mathematics or physics texts. I couldn't even comprehend their titles, let alone their contents. A hint of melancholy crossed Li Wei's face. In their county, Li Wei had always been among the top few students. He scored over 640 points in the college entrance examination, ranking in the top 3 in the county. Despite his family's poverty, this was a source of pride for him. He had thought that upon entering university, even if he couldn't maintain his prior advantages, he could still carve out a place for himself at Yanqing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics through hard work. Little did he know, even before classes had commenced, he was being given a harsh lesson. His roommate, Brother Hao, not only possessed far superior talent, but had also transformed from scoring merely over 300 points 100 days before the examination, on par with the idle students from their county high school, into achieving an impressive 668 points in just a short span of 100 days. In contrast, Li Wei had worked diligently from a young age, striving until the very last day of the examination, only to achieve a score of over 640 points. The disparity in talent was glaringly apparent and beyond mere description. While the difference in talent was one aspect, Li Wei believed that effort often played a more crucial role. However, how could he compete with Brother Hao's dedication? His gaze fell upon the stack of books in front of Guo Hao, his expression growing increasingly bitter. The sheer tenacity with which Brother Hao approached his studies made Li Wei feel utterly overwhelmed. Looking at Guo Hao, he felt as if he was gazing upon an insurmountable mountain, one that loomed high before him, impossible to surpass. With a sigh, he took out a copy of a calculus book and began to study in a manner akin to Guo Hao. Meanwhile, Ma Xian and Li Ming observed Guo Hao and Li Wei with a sense of bewilderment. This was not at all what they had envisioned for their collegiate experience. They had imagined a life filled with camaraderie, late-night barbecues, engaging conversations about girls, and sweating it out on the basketball court, eagerly awaiting the cheers of admiration. Who would want to study after all the effort they had put in during high school? Did they really need to continue studying in university? With a sense of resignation, Ma Xian and Li Ming glanced at the novels in their hands, hesitated for a moment, and quietly returned them, opting instead for their professional textbooks. They settled opposite Guo Hao and Li Wei, observing their actions and beginning to delve into their own academic materials. Though the professional texts were complex and challenging, with the aid of supplementary materials, the difficulty was not as daunting as they had anticipated. Gradually, they became engrossed in their studies. Unbeknownst to Guo Hao, the psychological shifts of Li Wei and the others unfolded around him. The advancement of computational material science has greatly transformed traditional methods of material research, both theoretically and experimentally. It liberates theoretical research from the constraints of analytical derivation and fundamentally reforms experimental methodologies, establishing them on a more objective foundation, thereby facilitating the revelation of objective laws from experimental phenomena and validating those laws. Thus, computational material science serves as a bridge between theoretical and experimental research in the field of material studies, not only providing new avenues for theoretical exploration, but also ushering experimental research into a new phase. The complexity of the research system manifests in various ways, transitioning from low-dimensional systems to multidimensional systems, from scalar to vector and tensor systems, and from linear to nonlinear system studies, all of which diminish the efficacy of analytical methods. Hence, employing computers for calculations and simulations has become the singular viable approach. The foundation of computational materials science lies in the establishment of mathematical models. By utilizing various parameters, dynamic or static models, or even multidimensional models, can be constructed for targeted objects. What Guo Hao needs to learn is how to create models through parameters and subsequently alter the entire model state by making certain modifications to these parameters, all while conducting extensive computations based on the models. Currently, Guo Hao is engrossed in the foundational chapters of the book on computational material science, which primarily introduces the fundamental concepts and principles employed in the modeling and simulation of materials. This tome, published in 2002, contains knowledge so profound that it has occupied Guo Hao for an extended duration, well into the late hours. At around 10 in the evening, his companion Ma Xian nudged Guo Hao. Only then did Guo Hao, slightly dazed, lift his gaze to Ma Xian. "Brother Hao, the library is about to close." "Ma si nuitspa." "All right," Guo Hao nodded. The four of them tidied their books and departed the library together. As they stepped outside, Guo Hao continued pondering certain questions. It was Ma Xian who first broke the silence, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he inquired, "Brother Hao, how come you are so diligent in your studies right from the start of university? You are delving into such specialized texts. Just glancing at your book on algorithmic models made my head spin. We have only just entered university. After all, isn't learning supposed to come naturally?" Guo Hao smiled slightly, adopting a somewhat pretentious tone as he replied, "Well, you know." "Damn." Both Li Ming and Ma Xian rolled their eyes at him. "What show off?" Guo Hao chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Li Wei hesitated before posing a calculus question to Guo Hao, who effortlessly provided a solution, earning him a look of admiration from Li Wei. "Let us head back to the dormitory," Guo Hao urged, and they soon returned. After freshening up, the three were ready to retire for the night. Yet Guo Hao remained awake. He settled back in his chair, pulling out a mathematics book to continue his reading. "Come on, Brother Hao, take a break. Can't you ease up a bit? We can't handle this level of intensity." Ma Xian, just about to climb into bed, exclaimed in exasperation. "What kind of studying is this? You're my roommate, for crying out loud. Chapter 102. Even more sci-fi, it's fine. You all sleep? Guo Hao said with a smile. Sing ma sin. Ma Xian wore a grimace, his expression tinged with helplessness as he remarked, Brother Hao, do you not realize the immense pressure your diligence places upon us, mere observers? It's truly overwhelming. You could just close your eyes and sleep. Guo Hao replied with a slight grin. The more than 100 days leading up to the college entrance examination had not only enhanced Guo Hao's academic performance, but also instilled enduring habits. With the clock barely striking 10, he had no intention of retiring this early. His usual bedtime hovered around midnight. Without the aid of energy supplements, he typically awakened around 6 or 7 in the morning. Seriously, Ma Xian rolled his eyes at Guo Hao. Please, just go to sleep. I'm not accustomed to hitting the hay this early. Guo Hao earnestly responded to Ma Xian. Exchanging glances, Ma Xian and Li Ming shared a moment of mutual resignation. They yearned to continue studying, yet fatigue and mental exhaustion rendered them reluctant to rise. Thus, they found themselves caught in a state of profound conflict. Ultimately, exhaustion triumphed over their internal struggle, and amid their indecision, the pull of sleep soon overtook them. As all three roommates succumbed to slumber, the dormitory remained illuminated only by a solitary desk lamp, under which Guo Hao continued to peruse his book. Occasionally, he would jot down notes or perform calculations. At that moment, Guo Hao resembled a parched sponge, fervently absorbing nourishment from the vast ocean of knowledge. He read until midnight, at which point he yawned, closed his book, and stretched. Only then did he notice the sounds emanating from his sleeping roommates. Li Wei mumbling incoherently, Li Ming grinding his teeth, and Ma Xian snoring audibly. After listening for a short while, Guo Hao smiled faintly, switched off his desk lamp, and carefully climbed into bed, shedding his clothing as he lay down. He did not rush to sleep. Instead, he activated his system interface. User, Guo Hao, Intelligence, 233, Stamina, 9 Strength, 8 Speed, 7 Mathematics. LV410-519-50000, Linguistics, LV215005000, Informatics, LV339001000, Chemistry, LV219875000, Physics, LV363701000, Biology, LV245175000, among the four-dimensional attributes. The standard IQ for a normal individual ranges from 90 to 109. Below 69 indicates intellectual disability, while the standard values for other attributes in normal adults are around 10. Guo Hao had significantly increased his experience in mathematics and physics over the past couple of days, particularly in mathematics. His mastery of mechanical engineering had provided him with a wealth of mathematical and physical experience. Nonetheless, today's extensive study had further contributed a substantial amount of experience points. Higher knowledge levels naturally yield more experience points. Thus, the accumulation of knowledge translates into a corresponding enhancement of the mind. Ultimately, during the leveling process, his brain underwent fortification, or perhaps evolution, leading to an increase in intelligence, as this endeavor fundamentally equates to brain development. Contemplating this, Guo Hao fell into a thoughtful silence. After a moment, he deactivated the system interface and closed his eyes, swiftly drifting into slumber. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Guo Hao awoke feeling slightly disoriented. Clearly, he needed to devise a means of procuring some energy supplements. The ones he had previously acquired had nearly all been consumed during the exam period, and their effects were undeniably beneficial, enhancing both concentration and memory while providing a quick route to sleep once their effects wore off. After reminiscing about the energy supplements, Guo Hao extended his hand. As if responding to his thoughts, 10 miniature robots, roughly the size of flies, landed on his palm. These devices were remarkably convenient. According to their specifications, these microbots drew their energy entirely from their internal ultra-compact metal hydrogen batteries, capable of functioning continuously for over a month on a single charge. The material composing their exteriors was of a type that humanity currently struggles to comprehend, allowing them to absorb heat from their surroundings to store electrical energy. Guo Hao gazed at the 10 robots before him, his eyes brimming with curiosity. When he had first acquired these robots during the summer, he had found them to be fantastical and extraordinary, without delving deeply into their mechanics, as his understanding of material science was rudimentary at the time. However, now that he had absorbed a considerable amount of knowledge in material science and mathematics, his perspective on current human technology had evolved. Looking back at these devices now, they appeared even more surreal. Based on my current foundational knowledge of material science, I find the prospect of analyzing the materials utilized in these micro-robots to be exceedingly daunting. The intricacies of such an analysis elude me, let alone the modeling of data. With a sigh, Guo Hao contemplated this predicament. Brother Hao. At that moment, a voice startled Guo Hao from his reverie. He looked up to see Li Wei, who had apparently awoken at some point unbeknownst to him, sitting on the opposite bunk. You're awake too? Guo Hao inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his tone. The 10 micro-robots that had been beside him had silently vanished without a trace. Yes, I just woke up, Li Wei replied, deliberately lowering his voice, mindful of the still sleeping Ma Exine and Li Ming. Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, Li Wei turned to him and expressed, Brother Hao, thank you. Guo Hao understood the sentiment behind Li Wei's gratitude and smiled in response. It's nothing. We are roommates after all. It's only natural to help each other. Besides, my assistance now may one day be reciprocated by you. There's no need for formality. Li Wei nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. By the way, Brother Hao, how do you manage it? What do you mean? Guo Hao asked, slightly puzzled as he regarded Li Wei. Even in university, you're so conscientious and dedicated. The way you immerse yourself in your studies is truly remarkable. You appear to be lost in the ocean of knowledge, while I find it excruciatingly difficult to dive in. I constantly struggle to memorize concepts from textbooks, feeling exhausted, yet the knowledge seems perpetually out of reach. I cannot fully immerse myself, Li Wei confessed, a hint of agony etching his features. Upsharbing Li Wei's distras, Guo Hao azitata. He was uncertain how to convey his own circumstances without appearing boastful. He couldn't simply disclose that he possessed an IQ of 233, along with a system that enabled him to assimilate knowledge and acquire skills effortlessly. Reflecting on his educational journey compared to others, he realized his starting point was significantly higher. How to articulate this without discouraging Li Wei, yet still offering encouragement? Guo Hao pondered a suitable approach when Li Wei suddenly muttered to himself, Indeed, Brother Hao possesses exceptional talent, far surpassing mine. His intelligence must be considerably higher as well. Having elevated his score from 300 to nearly 700 in just 100 days before the college entrance examination. Such a gift is virtually unheard of. Li Wei's gaze drifted, revealing a flicker of confusion. I was perhaps overly ambitious. Do not think like that, Guo Hao interjected, noticing the self-deprecating tone in Li Wei's voice, which was laced with insecurity. Brother Wei, please don't view it that way. Calling me Brother Wei is too much for me to bear. Just call me Wei instead. I cannot handle the weight of that title. Li Wei hastily replied, his demeanor earnest. Guo Hao sighed inwardly at the sight of Li Wei's inherent self-doubt, recognizing that it was deeply ingrained and would be challenging to rectify. Regardless of whether you prefer Brother Wei or Wei, I have something serious to discuss with you. As he spoke, Guo Hao's expression grew increasingly grave. Please, go on, Li Wei urged, adopting a more serious demeanor himself. Shantai, you are no less than anyone else. Guo Hao fixed Li Wei with a serious gaze. Regardless of how others perceive you, you must always hold yourself in high regard. If you cannot value yourself, how can you expect others to do so? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Li Wei shuddered slightly, his eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. First, you must learn to respect yourself. We cannot alter others' perceptions, nor do they matter. Ultimately, it is imperative that you regard yourself with dignity, Guo Hao stated solemnly. Li Wei remained silent for a considerable moment before finally responding. I understand, Brother Hao. I will earnestly contemplate your words. Gaining admission to Yanqing Aerospace University is no feat for the foolish, especially not for someone like Li Wei, who had ascended from humble beginnings to become an academic star. His self-doubt perhaps stemmed from a habitual, deeply rooted perspective regarding self-worth. Guo Hao paused before continuing, regarding academics. You must acknowledge that while I may possess certain aptitudes, I am not representative of the typical student experience. Do not assume that my seemingly effortless study habits reflect the norm for all university students. Before he could elaborate further, a loud voice interrupted. Hey, you realize you're a freak, right? Exactly. Whether through innate talent or sheer effort. Who can compete with you? Just study. The sudden exclamations from Li Ming and Ma Exine startled both Guo Hao and Li Wei, causing them to turn and look. What did you two wake up? Guo Hao asked, astonished. Ma Exine chuckled, just when you were preaching self-respect to Brother Wei. Me too. Your voices were rising, making it impossible not to listen. Li Ming added, grinning. Well, you might as well listen. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at the two. Come on, Brother Hao. Please enlighten us about just how gifted you are, Ma Exine teased, his tone laced with mockery. It was evident that he bore a hint of resentment due to Guo Hao's relentless dedication. Last night, Guo Hao had gone to the library alone, leaving his companions waiting to return to their dorm. It was absurd to expect them to return while he remained engrossed in his studies. They had endured a long night beside him, when they could have been playing on their phones instead. To make matters worse, they thought they would finally get some rest after returning to the dorm, only to find Guo Hao still studying downstairs, preventing them from sleeping soundly. Ma Xin felt a wave of indignation wash over him. Who wants to hang out with you now? Li Ming echoed, casting an exasperated glance at Guo Hao. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Guo Hao apologized. I'm sorry. Next time, I'll study a bit further away from you guys. Ma Xin and Li Ming fell silent, unsure whether to believe Guo Hao's apparent naivete or if he was simply pretending. However, their observations over the past few days suggested he was likely aware of his own tendencies. Forget it, Brother Hao. Just keep studying. A person like you, so dedicated, is bound to leave us behind. Ma Xin sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. After witnessing Guo Hao's relentless pursuit of knowledge in the library, he regarded him as almost otherworldly, while they remained mere mortals, unable to compete with such a celestial being. Huh, Guo Hao chuckled. All right, no more jokes. Guo Hao's expression grew, slightly more serious. University is not like high school. There is no clear objective set for everyone. Nor does anyone come to inform you of a goal. No one will manage you as they did in high school. Pausing for a moment, Guo Hao continued, therefore, you must learn to establish your own objectives. Life does not present a definitive answer, and this applies to university as well. Whether you intend to graduate and enter the workforce or pursue further studies and engage in research, these are merely different pathways, devoid of any inherent superiority or inferiority. I cannot definitively tell you what is good. That is something you must explore on your own. My advice is to spend a few weeks thoughtfully identifying your goals. Chapter 104. How unusual. Shun Luoyin invited me to dinner. I have my own path, which may be entirely different from yours. Likewise for you. I frequent the library because I aspire to engage in research. My future path may not be confined to materials engineering. I've already envisioned my direction, which is why I'm studying fervently. If your sole aim is to merely pass exams or attain ranks among the top 3 or 10 in your major, or to secure a scholarship or two, there's no need to study as intensively as I do. Take some time to contemplate the path you wish to pursue. Guo Hao spoke sincerely. This was not merely his perspective in this lifetime. In fact, he had held similar thoughts in his previous life as well. He had encountered numerous bewildered university students. Goals are indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Without a goal, there's no motivation. Once a goal is established, a person can undergo a profound transformation. After listening to Guo Hao, Ma Xin and the others fell into silence, visibly moved by his words. He added, until you have determined your own goals, there is no need to mindlessly follow me to the library or to study with me. You are university students and should possess your own opinions and thoughts. Trailing behind me serves no meaningful purpose. Guo Hao shrugged and addressed Ma Xin. Understood, Hou Ye. Ma Xin replied, his tone markedly more earnest than before. All right, I need to get up and wash up. We have classes this morning, regardless of our goals. We must at least avoid failing. With that, Guo Hao rose from his bed and promptly began his morning routine. The others, including Ma Xin, gradually got up and started their own preparations. After freshening up, the 4 of them gathered their books and made their way to the cafeteria. It was only 7:40. After finishing breakfast, they leisurely proceeded to their class at 8, arriving at classroom 304. This was the classroom for the Materials Engineering Class 1, where most small lectures and significant class meetings typically took place. The first class of the day was inorganic chemistry, not the advanced mathematics that Guo Hao had anticipated. His knowledge of chemistry was average, still anchored at the high school level, prompting him to pay close attention during the lecture. Most students were similarly engaged, as they had all been top performers in high school. Academic high achievers often carry a sense of pride, especially those who have maintained such status throughout their educational journey. They naturally believe that they should continue to excel in university. Consequently, they all listened intently. Inorganic chemistry, which studies inorganic compounds, is a crucial branch of chemistry. Generally, inorganic compounds are those that do not contain carbon-hydrogen bonds, and their significance is self-evident for students in our materials engineering program. The instructor at the podium demonstrated an impressive command of the subject. The content was presented in an accessible manner, seamlessly connecting with the chemistry knowledge acquired in high school. As Guo Hao listened to the lecture, he also flipped through his inorganic chemistry textbook. With his intelligence, he absorbed the material at a rapid pace. 1.5 hours later, the class concluded. The instructor assigned no homework, but recommended a few books before departing from the classroom. After a brief respite, the second class, Advanced Mathematics, commenced. There was little to elaborate on regarding this subject. Guo Hao had already studied calculus during the summer, so he found himself pondering various problems. He contemplated the relationship between calculus and cohomology. Cohomology is a natural transformation acting on cohomology groups, serving as an essential tool in algebraic topology. In cohomology theory, it refers to the process of defining a sequence of abelian groups on a cochain complex. In other words, cohomology represents an abstract exploration of cochains, duality, and coboundaries. It can be perceived as a method of attributing algebraic invariance to topological spaces, though its algebraic structure is more refined than that of homology. Cohomology arises from the algebraic duality of the construction process in homology. In layman's terms, the fundamental significance of cochains is to endow homology chains with certain quantities. The concept of integrating differential forms holds paramount importance in differential topology, geometry, and physics, providing the most significant example of cohomology, namely de Rham cohomology. Roughly speaking, de Rham cohomology measures the extent to which the fundamental theorem of calculus fails in higher dimensions and general manifolds. Although Guo Hao's speed of contemplation was relatively swift, grappling with these concepts still required ample time. A class period passed quickly amidst his musings. After class, they had lunch, followed by afternoon lessons. Thus, 3 days of classes unfolded in tranquility. Aside from attending classes during the day, Guo Hao devoted nearly every evening to the library. Upon returning, he would continue studying in his dormitory for an additional 2 hours. His days were marked by a serene, yet fulfilling routine. In 3 days, Guo Hao successfully completed 3 books, advancing his ambitious goal of reading 100 books to 3% completion. At this pace, he might finish this systematic task in just 100 days. Guo Hao felt quite satisfied with this speed. The only source of his dissatisfaction was the book on computational material science. Even with his intelligence, his progress in this book was not swift. It contained a wealth of knowledge spanning mathematics, physics, and chemistry. In 3 days, he had only managed to study over 50 pages, which could be deemed quite slow. On the weekend, Guo Hao sat in the library, his notebook calculating a particular mathematical model, his brow slightly furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Frowning slightly, Guo Hao picked up the call. Shun Luoyan? He was somewhat surprised to see the name on the screen. After a brief hesitation, he stepped aside to answer the call. Hello, what is up? Guo Hao inquired curiously. Guo Hao, may I invite you to dinner? Shun Luoyan asked. How unusual. The sun must be rising in the west. Shun Luoyan was inviting him to dinner? Where? Guo Hao chuckled. Come to the cafeteria. I'm in the small dining hall of the third cafeteria. Just head over. Shun Luoyan's tone was slightly hesitant. All right, I'll come over directly. After hanging up, Guo Hao glanced at the time, 11:30. It was indeed time for a meal. One could easily deduce that this was not Shun Luoyan's idea. It was undoubtedly Xiao Ping who had suggested she invite him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Guo Hao smiled to himself, placed his book away, and headed straight to the third cafeteria. Hi, everyone. Upon entering the small dining hall of the third cafeteria, Guo Hao indeed spotted Shun Luoyan and Xiao Ping. Chapter 105. 2 academic overachievers give rise to a bunch of elementary school scholars. Guo Hao. Xiao Ping called out to Guo Hao. Guo Hao smiled, greeted Xiao Ping, and then took a seat next to Shun Luoyan. What is this? Why did Teacher Shun suddenly invite me to dinner today? Such occurrences are quite rare. Observing Guo Hao's demeanor towards her and his familiarity with Shun Luoyan, Xiao Ping felt a pang of discomfort. After all, it was she who had extended the invitation and bore the expense. Yet, Guo Hao merely acknowledged her with a casual greeting before engaging warmly with Shun Luoyan. Xiao Ping couldn't help but feel that she had been shortchanged for her generosity. However, she reassured herself that a girl like Shun Luoyan would never end up with Guo Hao. Shun Luoyan did not harbor feelings for him. This thought offered Xiao Ping some solace. They were, after all, acquaintances, and such intimacy was to be expected. Shun Luoyan, not particularly adept at fabricating lies, stated somewhat awkwardly, I simply invited you to dinner, given that you have helped me immensely. Ha! Guo Hao chuckled, choosing not to expose Shun Luoyan and Xiao Ping's subtle exchange. After all, I am now your teacher, and you ought to show me some proper respect. He smiled gently at Shun Luoyan. Hearing Guo Hao's words, Xiao Ping's eyes widened in surprise. Luoyan, what is going on? Weren't you Guo Hao's tutor? How has he suddenly become your teacher? Just as Shun Luoyan was about to clarify, Guo Hao interjected with a smile directed at Xiao Ping. Indeed, Luoyan was my tutor, but when we came to school together, I advised her that she couldn't remain as withdrawn in university as she was in high school. After all, sciences cannot be developed in isolation. They require extensive collaboration. Therefore, in university, she must learn to communicate with others. Quite right. Xiao Ping nodded. I then told Shun Luoyan that I would be her social skills instructor in gratitude for her assistance in helping me achieve high scores. She agreed, hence, I am also her teacher now. Guo Hao smiled slightly, addressing Xiaoping. I see. Xiaoping acknowledged. What would you like to eat? Shen Luoyan interjected, directly posing the question to Guo Hao. Guo Hao chuckled and ordered his meal. Soon, the dishes arrived. Shen Luoyan quietly ate, showing no inclination to speak. Her decision to invite Guo Hao was solely prompted by Xiaoping's suggestion. Truthfully, she felt an inexplicable discomfort within her. What made you think of inviting me to dinner today? Guo Hao inquired with a smile. Shen Luoyan raised her head, about to respond when Xiaoping, wearing a smile, chimed in. Isn't it to express gratitude for that meal you treated us to on the first day of school? Luoyan, and I wanted to thank you. Since today isn't the weekend, we specially invited you out for dinner. Upon hearing Xiaoping's words, Guo Hao smiled and turned his gaze towards Shen Luoyan, who hesitantly nodded in agreement. And I shall not be polite. It's only fair. Guo Hao laughed as he ate, engaging in light-hearted banter with Xiaoping. Don't be so reserved. Generally, when you see others conversing, it's best to actively join in. Even if you can't contribute to every sentence, occasionally chiming in is beneficial. Noticing Shen Luoyan quietly consuming her meal, Guo Hao took on his role as a mentor, addressing her. I'm unsure of what to say. Shen Luoyan admitted after a moment of silence. Guo Hao spent some time imparting communication skills to her, with Xiaoping occasionally interjecting. After finishing their meal and chatting for a while longer, Guo Hao remarked, Is there anything else? If not, I'm off to the library. Xiaoping, feeling a bit anxious, proposed, How about we take a stroll outside and chat a bit? It would be a nice way to digest. Sounds good. Guo Hao smiled. What do you think, Luoyan? Xiaoping glanced at Shen Luoyan, her eyes reflecting a hint of urgency. I'm fine with that. After a moment's silence, Shen Luoyan nodded. The trio left the cafeteria, walking through the Yanhang campus. Xiaoping subtly probed Guo Hao with various questions, while Guo Hao adeptly deflected the topics, leaving her feeling somewhat frustrated. After chatting for a while, Guo Hao declared, That's enough. I've digested enough. I must head to the library to study. Take care. Goodbye. Shen Luoyan calmly replied to Guo Hao as he departed. Xiaoping, watching Guo Hao's retreating figure, felt a surge of frustration. Luoyan, what do you think Guo Hao is thinking? No matter what I say, he barely responds, and it seems he is avoiding me, leaving me at a loss. Xiaoping expressed her helplessness. I had already dropped hints, but it's as if he understood, yet didn't he? Am I truly so unappealing? I don't know, Shen Luoyan murmured, gazing at Guo Hao's back. Her expression slightly bewildered. She was astute. She fully grasped the implications of Xiaoping's earlier remarks and recognized Guo Hao's evasive tone. A complex feeling enveloped her, one that was difficult to articulate, a sense that her only friend was on the verge of being taken away from her. Xiaoping, I'm also heading to the library to study. Oh, Xiaoping's eyes brightened at Shen Luoyan's words. The library? Yes, I'll accompany you. A glimmer of excitement crossed Xiaoping's face as she followed Shen Luoyan to the library. They quickly located Guo Hao's spot and, having chosen their books, sat down opposite him. As Xiaoping glanced at the books before Guo Hao, her jaw dropped in astonishment. Were these books? They seem so profound. Aren't we just freshers? How can we not comprehend them? Xiaoping whispered to Shen Luoyan, who was engrossed in her reading. They're all advanced mathematics and physics topics. What he is currently studying should pertain to homology and linear algebra, seemingly related to mathematical modeling. Shen Luoyan casually scanned the titles, confirming Guo Hao's reading material. Xiaoping, stunned, turned to Shen Luoyan. You know about this too? I've encountered some of it, but my understanding isn't very deep. Shen Luoyan replied nonchalantly before returning to her reading. Xiaoping glanced between Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao, feeling an overwhelming sense of speechlessness. In a daze, she perceived the two of them, so diligently engaged in their studies, as an ideal match. Chapter 106. Xiaoping's Existential Doubts. After all, they had only just enrolled. Shouldn't first-year university students be familiarizing themselves with their surroundings first? Learning should merely involve the initial stages of advanced mathematics, yet their reading material was incomprehensible to her. She had just begun to grapple with calculus, but what was this homology? What even is linear algebra? Xiaoping found herself questioning her own capabilities. What on earth are these subjects? She looked at Guo Hao, fully absorbed in his studies, and then at Shen Luoyan, equally engrossed. Their dedication was palpable, making it clear they were genuinely invested in their work. Xiaoping fell silent. This was the essence of true academic excellence. A sense of defeat washed over her. During high school, she had been labeled a top student by many, considered among the elite. But in the presence of Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao, could she still rightfully claim that title? Doubts filled Xiaoping's mind. Beside them, Guo Hao was acutely aware of Shen Luoyan and Xiaoping seated in front of him. Yet he lacked both the time and inclination to engage with them. His studies were evidently of paramount importance. Both Guo Hao and Shun Luoyin diligently focused on their books, using paper and pen to reason through and verify certain problems with utmost seriousness. After a moment of astonishment, Xiaoping gradually found herself growing bored. Guo Hao's intense demeanor, while initially striking, soon became monotonous with prolonged observation. Xiaoping resorted to reading a novel for a while, but ultimately could no longer endure the situation. When faced with peers whose academic prowess far surpassed her own, most individuals experience a twinge of guilt, particularly when they witness such earnest dedication in their presence. She could glance at them, yet only for a fleeting moment. Eventually, Xiaoping could no longer withstand the pressure. Feeling as though she was suffocating, she turned to Shin Luoyin and whispered, "Luoyin, I'm heading back to the dorm. I have some matters to attend to." "All right," Shin Luoyin nodded in response. With that, Xiaoping made a hasty exit from the library. Once outside, Xiaoping exhaled a sigh of relief. She had overestimated her own resilience. Under the dual pressure of two academically gifted individuals, she had thought she could fend off the discomfort by reading a novel. Yet the inner reproach and guilt she felt nearly overwhelmed her. This powerful sense of guilt left her feeling utterly helpless. She resolved to avoid the library in the future, especially in the company of Shun Luoyin or Guo Hao. Xiaoping mused to herself. With this thought, she sighed again. It seemed that her attempts to engage Guo Hao had been a complete failure. Next time, she should choose a different venue and method. Neither the cafeteria nor the library seemed suitable. In the library, Shun Luoyin and Guo Hao sat facing each other, both engrossed in their books with remarkable focus. After approximately an hour and a half of studying, Shun Luoyin stretched and rubbed her tired eyes. At that moment, she glanced over at Guo Hao, who was still deeply immersed in his reading. His earnestness exuded a captivating allure. During high school, Guo Hao's dedicated approach to studying had been a significant factor in Shun Luoyin's admiration for him. However, back then, there had been a noticeable gap between them. Now, in university, the meager disparity in their knowledge had largely vanished due to Guo Hao's diligent summer study. In fact, it seemed that Guo Hao's knowledge had surpassed her own considerably. What level had he reached now? Shun Luoyin found herself lost in thought, gazing at Guo Hao. She was uncertain of her feelings towards him, so complex and multifaceted. When her roommate Xiaoping had expressed her affection for Guo Hao, Shun Luoyin's emotions had become even more convoluted, as an inexplicable sentiment lingered in her heart. What should this be called? Shun Luoyin felt somewhat bewildered. She understood the concept of love, yet when it came to romantic feelings, she was utterly oblivious, having never been informed about such matters. Was it friendship? It didn't quite feel like that either. After pondering for nearly half an hour, Shun Luoyin gradually returned her focus to her studies. In truth, studying together was rather pleasant. Shun Luoyin calmed her wandering thoughts and resumed her diligent academic pursuit. The two maintained a comfortable silence for quite some time, studying uninterrupted throughout the afternoon. At 6 o'clock, Guo Hao stretched, stood up, and looked at Shun Luoyin, who was still engrossed in her book. He smiled gently. "Shall we head for dinner?" "It's 6 o'clock," he said softly. Shun Luoyin nodded in agreement, and they both tidied their books before exiting the library together. Once outside, they noted that dusk was approaching. Guo Hao took a deep breath, and unable to contain her curiosity, Shun Luoyin asked, "Have you reached the level of homology yet? How's your study of Lie groups and Lie algebras going?" "Not too bad. At present, my mathematical studies are primarily centered around mathematical modeling," Guo Hao replied with a smile, glancing at Shun Luoyin. "Recently, I came across a book in the library titled Computational Material Science. The content is quite profound, but I believe it suits me perfectly, particularly the concepts presented. Our current research methods regarding materials may have some shortcomings. I feel that computational material science holds the key to our future. If we can find a suitable mathematical tool to establish the best mathematical model connecting material science and mathematics, coupled with supercomputers as support, I believe we could potentially rely on mathematical conjectures to directly model and compute various properties of new materials." Guo Hao spoke with increasing enthusiasm about computational material science. Mathematics played a crucial role in this endeavor. He was exhilarated, as his recent exploration into mathematics had revealed its profound allure, echoing the sentiment of a renowned mathematician who claimed it to be the language of God, or, from a certain perspective, it could be seen as God itself. With sufficient information, one could theoretically compute and establish models for the entire universe and any phenomenon, albeit an incredibly daunting task. Yet mathematics possesses that potential. Guo Hao marveled at the subject. Through this period of study, his sensitivity to knowledge had sharpened considerably, and his horizons had been thoroughly broadened. Chapter 107, An Unexpected Intruder. During this time, Guo Hao had delved into topics related to computational material science, linear algebra, topology, and mathematical modeling. These explorations had profoundly expanded his understanding of mathematics, drawing him entirely into its realm. It was far more intriguing than he had ever imagined, and as a result, he had become utterly engrossed in his studies. Shen Luoyin posed a couple of questions to Guo Hao, which he answered effortlessly. As they discussed mathematics, they gradually strolled toward the cafeteria. In conversations centered around academia, Shen Luoyin was anything but reticent. In fact, in many respects, she was even more talkative than Guo Hao. They chatted for quite some time. Upon reaching the cafeteria and ordering their meals, the discussion continued. After finishing their food, they left the cafeteria and walked by the university lake, continuing their mathematical dialogue. After about an hour of conversation, they gradually brought their discussion to a close. We really resemble a couple, Guo Hao remarked, glancing at the lake with a smile before turning to Shen Luoyin. Shen Luoyin fell silent. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. She hesitated before saying to Guo Hao, What do you mean? Guo Hao looked at her, slightly taken aback. About Xiaoping. I must have caused you some trouble. Shen Luoyin said earnestly. It's nothing really. Guo Hao chuckled. All right then, I'm heading back to the library to study. Would you like to join me? Guo Hao felt an unshakable sense that Shen Luoyin's attitude toward him had subtly shifted, though he could not quite discern the nature or extent of this change. Nevertheless, it felt encouraging. The companionship of someone while studying was undoubtedly more enjoyable than studying alone. Together, they returned to the library. Having procured the books, they resumed their study. The evening's scholarly pursuits varied somewhat from those of the afternoon. While the afternoon was more individualized, the evening saw the two engage in quiet discussions after a brief period of reading. Shen Luoyin, a remarkably intelligent young woman, exhibited a sensitivity to knowledge that rivaled Guo Haoxuan's. At times, her perspective on issues and knowledge left Guo in awe. They learned from one another through their discourse. The hours slipped by swiftly, and by 10 o'clock, the library was closing. Together, they departed, and after a brief exchange, Guo Haoxuan refrained from suggesting he accompany Shen Luoyin back to her dormitory. After bidding farewell, he watched her receding figure with a faint smile before returning to his own dormitory. Haoga, you actually returned 5 minutes later than yesterday. Ma xin zima? Puzzled as he looked at Guo Haoxuan. Guo shot him a glare, exasperated. What nonsense is that? The library's closing time is fixed. I could have simply taken 5 minutes longer on the way. You're fooling us. Haoga, you meticulously manage your meal times. Someone so devoted to studying could hardly take longer on the road. Li Ming Guo was momentarily speechless. How had they discerned his habits so quickly? Just days into the semester? Enough, it's just 5 minutes. Time to sleep. He retorted, eliciting smiles from the trio. After a brief personal refresh, Guo returned to find a message from Shen Luoyin awaiting him. Have you arrived at the dorm? He paused, slightly taken aback. This was the first message he had received from her. The Ice Princess had shown concern for him, and even taken the initiative. Could it be that he had truly melted her icy exterior? We found it hard to believe. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Yes, I have. All right, then sleep early. You too, he responded, preparing to turn off his phone when suddenly, a long-forgotten avatar on his QQ friend list began to flash. It was the Vulture S icon. The renowned hacker who had assisted Guo in dealing with Wang Su and Kai Qinggong had provided critical information. Without the Vulture S insights, Guo would have found it nearly impossible to confront such a high-level official. Thus, he harbored a sense of gratitude towards the Vulture. However, the hacker's enigmatic identity and profound understanding of Guo's own persona bred a strong sense of insecurity within him. Consequently, he had seldom initiated conversations with the Vulture. To his surprise, after a significant duration, the Vulture had reached out to him. Are you there? The Vulture sent, with a single word. What is it? Guo inquired. Their S in operation. The reward is 20 bitcoins. Participation is voluntary. Is it illegal? Guo felt a stir of intrigue. Given the current market, Bitcoin had surged to over $50 each, making the potential reward exceed $1,000, a sum equivalent to many people's 2-month salary. Not illegal. At least, not under Longguo's laws. You can join the internal chat group to review the task details before deciding whether to participate. After relaying that information, the Vulture's icon dimmed. Guo stared at the screen, momentarily bemused. Who was this Vulture? Why had he suddenly approached Guo with a task? Since it was not mandatory, what was the motivation? After pondering for a bit without arriving at a conclusion, Guo decided to visit an internet cafe the following day to examine the task details. It was also high time he acquired a personal computer. A hacker without a computer faced considerable inconvenience. Setting those thoughts aside, He turned off his phone and returned to his studies. The next day, at 7:30, Guo arrived at the library and spotted Shen Luoyan once more. They seamlessly resumed their previous positions and continued their reading. Around mid-morning, Guo paused. "I need to step out for a moment," he informed Shen Luoyan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Leaving the campus, Guo soon found himself in a secluded corner of an internet cafe, skillfully accessing the computer's backend and altering the IP address. He then established a connection to the dark web, specifically the internal chat group mentioned by the Vulture. Before long, he discovered the details of the task: conduct a large-scale DDoS attack on Boeing. Ensure your IP remains concealed. Guo was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a complex operation, but it appeared to be a straightforward assault on a corporation. Who could be the benefactor behind such an endeavor? While the reward of 20 bitcoins was not exorbitant, the compensation for 2 hours of attack time was indeed substantial. It likely wasn't state-sponsored. Guo quickly dismissed that possibility. A governmental entity would not resort to such petty measures against a single corporation. If it were not an official operation, it was likely a private one. Curiosity piqued. Guo pondered the true nature of the organization behind the Vulture. Were they red hackers? They seemed unlike any altruistic organization, which typically refrains from offensive actions. Although targeting a foreign corporation, the fact that they were being compensated altered the nature of the task entirely, hinting at a mission-oriented association. After some contemplation, Guo decided to accept the task. He had never attempted a hacker attack before, and this would be an opportune moment to test his skills against a foreign enterprise. Upon accepting the task, he promptly masked his IP and concealed his data before embarking on what would be his first collective hacker attack. It was a novel experience. In this operation, he was not the sole leader. Rather, all hackers involved were equally significant. As the 2-hour DDoS attack concluded, Guo swiftly transferred his IP and obscured his data. After completing these tasks, he contemplated sending a message to the Vulture. What exactly is this organization? What do you think a typical hacker organization should be like? The Vulture's response was even swifter than Guo had anticipated, leaving him momentarily stunned. This enigmatic figure had always been shrouded in mystery, especially after providing critical evidence to Guo. Yet now, he claimed to be part of a mere, ordinary hacker organization. "We are just a regular hacker group, primarily accepting contracts for attacks against foreign targets. You could consider us a patriotically inclined hacker organization." "And what about that evidence?" Guo inquired, still perplexed. "The evidence regarding Wang Su? Those were merely my own collected materials. As for how I gathered them, that is of no concern to you, and I shall refrain from elaborating." "Very well." Upon observing the messages disseminated by the Vulture, Guo Hao found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had presumed it to be an exceptionally prestigious organization, yet it turned out to be merely an ordinary hacker group. "Your remuneration has been transferred to your wallet. Please check it." After uttering these words, the Vulture's avatar vanished into darkness. Following this exchange, Guo Hao sensed the Vulture's stature plummeting. He had originally believed it to be a state-owned enterprise, a legitimate force, but it was merely a casual gig worker. Such a stark contrast left Guo Hao chuckling wryly to himself. What a waste of time. He had harbored intentions of gleaning high-level information, but given the current circumstances, it seemed futile. Better to invest those hours in study. Oh well, consider it an extracurricular endeavor. After all, 20 bitcoins could potentially be worth several 100,000 renminbi by next year or the year after. Regardless, upon confirming the receipt of his earnings and transferring the bitcoins to his wallet, Guo Hao logged off. After erasing all traces from the computer, he finally exited the internet cafe. When he returned to the library, it was already 11 o'clock. Shen Luoyan was still engrossed in her reading, and the pile of books he had left behind remained untouched. Guo Hao returned to his seat. "Thank you," he said with a smile, softly expressing his gratitude to Shen Luoyan, who was still reading beside him. She looked up, her brow slightly furrowed, and inquired, "Where have you been?" "Just doing a part-time job," Guo Hao replied casually as he opened a book. Shen Luoyan nodded, not pressing further, given her personality. Her asking even that much was quite rare. The two spent some time reading together. At noon, they shared a meal, and afterward, they returned to the library in harmonious silence to continue their studies. It must be said that they exhibited a remarkable rapport in this regard, and their companionship naturally drew the attention of others in the library. After all, Shen Luoyan was quite beautiful, and Guo Hao was not lacking in appeal either. Coupled with their diligent demeanor, someone captured a photograph of Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao from a particular angle and posted it on the Yanqing Aerospace Forum with the title, "A celestial couple from our school. Let's ship them. Which department are they from?" Responses flooded in swiftly. "Wow, a beauty. Who is this girl? She's truly stunning. I saw this girl in the library too. She's unbelievably beautiful. Unlike you all, I noticed that guy. Every time I see him, He has a stack of professional books, and when he studies, he dedicates an entire day to it. I watched him study all morning without a break. Impressive. On the forum, students from Yanqing engaged in animated discussions. It was inevitable that Guo Hao and Shun Lian's simultaneous presence would attract attention. Soon, someone chimed in, "I know that girl. She's a freshman." I welcomed her when the semester started. "She's from our Department of Aircraft and Power Engineering." Wow, just a freshman. The campus beauty of Yanqing. Wait a minute. Freshman? She's reading advanced calculus? If I'm not mistaken, that's typically a second-year subject. And look at the books that guy is reading. Computational materials science. I'm in my third year of material science, and our professor hasn't even assigned us that book. He only suggested we look at it for supplementary study. Is this guy also a freshman? When did freshmen get so impressive? As more seniors joined the discussion, the forum buzzed with excitement. In this era, forums were thriving, especially campus forums where students frequently engaged in gossip about various happenings. Meanwhile, in Shun Luoyan's dormitory, wow, you all must see the forum. Luoyan insists she and Guo Hao are not a couple, but judging by the photos of them studying together in the library, they seem incredibly well matched. Chapter 109, Military Training Task, All Attributes Level 3. Zhao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly on the verge of becoming obsessed with the couple. Where is it? Where is it? Wang Biyun inquired anxiously. Xiao Ping, who had been playing on her phone, felt an unease creeping in. The forum. Everyone is discussing it now. There are even inquiries about what major Luoyan is in, and questions about Guo Hao's major. Zhao Yu responded with a grin. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, Wang Biyun immediately opened the forum. Xiao Ping hesitated for a moment, but also opened the forum. Soon, she came across the beautiful, candid photo of Guo Hao and Shun Luoyan studying together. However, Xiao Ping found it somewhat blinding, especially as she scrolled down to read the comments from the Yanqing students. Jealousy flooded her heart. Whether praising Shun Luoyan or complimenting Guo Hao, each comment left Xiao Ping feeling increasingly unsettled. It was evident. Shun Luoyan had claimed she had no feelings for Guo Hao. Yet why were they studying together in the library? Why did they seem so well suited? Though she was reluctant to admit it, Xiao Ping could not deny that Guo Hao and Shun Luoyan truly appeared to be a match made in heaven. But the more compatible they seemed, the more jealousy simmered within her. At 10 o'clock that night, when Shun Luoyan returned to her dormitory, Xiao Ping had spent the entire evening browsing the forum. "Luoyan, come out for a moment," Xiao Ping said, her expression calm and unreadable. Shun Luoyan was slightly taken aback. Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun, nearby, turned their curious gazes toward her. Why was Xiao Ping suddenly asking Shun Luoyan to step outside? Was there something amiss? The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity, yet they had no intention of following, as they valued their privacy. Stepping out of the dormitory, they found a secluded corridor. "What is up, Xiao Ping?" Shun Luoyan asked, puzzled. At that moment, Xiao Ping looked at Shun Luoyan with a complex expression. "Luoyan, do you truly not have feelings for Guo Hao?" Shun Luoyan was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Why do you ask that all of a sudden? You saw us studying together in the library today, didn't you?" "Yes, together in the library," Shun Luoyan reiterated, her confusion deepening. "You've seen it before? So what exactly do you want to say?" Hearing Shun Luoyan's words, Xiao Ping opened her mouth to respond, but the words caught in her throat, leaving her at a loss. Should she admit that she felt jealous after seeing the comments on the forum, witnessing the image of Shun Luoyan and Guo Hao together? Or should she express that she felt envious of their apparent compatibility? Such admissions seemed rather peculiar. After all, she had not orchestrated any interactions between Guo Hao and Shun Luoyan. They had been friends long before, and Guo Hao was even Shun Luoyan's current teacher. Anything she said would sound odd. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ping hesitated and finally mumbled, "It's nothing, perhaps I'm just overthinking it." She was not one to create unnecessary drama. Though she felt uncomfortable, she accepted the situation for what it was. Disrupting the peace was not her forte. Shun Luoyan regarded Xiao Ping with a hint of confusion, sensing that her roommate was acting rather strangely, just as she had upon returning that evening. "I will head back to rest now." Xiao Ping nodded. Shun Luoyan returned to the dormitory. "Luoyan, what did Xiao Ping say to you?" "Yeah, she seemed a bit strange tonight." "What did she tell you?" Wang Biyun and Zhao Yu inquired as they saw Shun Luoyan enter the dormitory alone, with Xiao Ping still absent. "Nothing much. She didn't say anything to me," Shun Luoyan replied, shaking her head. "I see." Both Wang Biyun and Zhao Yu appeared puzzled. But at that moment, Zhao Yu suddenly recalled something and excitedly asked Shun Luoyan, "Luoyan, are you dating Guo Hao? You two are such a perfect match." "No, not at all," Shun Luoyan responded, somewhat bewildered, looking at Zhao Yu with confusion. "What do you mean?" Zhao Yu hastily picked up her phone to show Shen Luoyan a post from an online forum. After glancing at the information, Shen Luoyan began to understand what Xiao Ping had intended to convey earlier. I'm not in a relationship with him. We merely study together. As for that photo, I'm not sure about its context, she said after a moment of silence. Oh, I see. But you two are incredibly well suited for each other. And you both share a passion for learning. Just imagine the scene of you studying together. I can hardly wait to see it. Zhao Yu exclaimed excitedly to Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan silently shook her head. She found it difficult to articulate her feelings toward Guo Hao. Studying with him brought her a sense of comfort. The group of girls in the dormitory continued their conversation. She glanced at her book, but this time her mindset was not as tranquil as before. The usually diligent student found herself somewhat distracted. After the weekend ended, the new week commenced with the distribution of military training uniforms to all freshman students. The 2-week military training commenced on Monday afternoon. To be honest, Guo Hao was not particularly fond of military training. He found it rather time-consuming. A notification chimed in his ears. Physical fitness is the foundation and prerequisite for learning. Possessing good physical health is essential for conducting research. The system has issued a task. During military training, the host must enhance 3 aspects of physical fitness by at least 1 point and secure a championship in a competition. Task reward. All attributes 3, excluding intelligence, 1 free experience point, and 1 bronze-level reward task card. The sudden system notification brightened Guo Hao's spirits amidst his complaints about military training. Wow, I didn't expect the system to issue a task at this moment. The presence of a system was not particularly prominent, but this reward, all attributes 3, was quite appealing for improving his physical fitness. The system was indeed correct. Physical health is the basis of all endeavors. If one's physical condition is poor, conducting research becomes inconvenient. All right then, I shall dedicate these 14 days to rigorous training. Guo Hao thought. However, he had previously heard that military training in college primarily involved standing at attention. How does that contribute to physical fitness? He pondered, a hint of curiosity arising within him. Could it be that Yin Hang's military training is different? After a moment's contemplation, it made sense. Yin Hang was one of the 7 national defense universities. It was only natural that their military training would differ from other institutions. Chapter 110. Guo Hao, do you like me? At this point, Guo Hao found himself somewhat anticipating the military training life that awaited him over the next 10 days. In the afternoon, they lined up. You all are the pillars of the future of our nation. Because of this, your physical health is incredibly important. For the next few days of military training, I will not show you any leniency. I will hold you to the highest standards. The instructor shouted sternly at Guo Hao and the others. The military training was rigorous, and for over 10 days, Guo Hao pushed himself to the limit. It was clear that the military training at Yanjing Aerospace University was significantly stricter than at regular schools, with opportunities to handle firearms included. In his previous life, Guo Hao had experienced a rather lackluster military training at his vocational college, where it was merely a formality with no one taking it seriously. A week consisted mainly of standing in formation, with no one paying attention to the matter. However, at Yinhang, military training was obviously elevated to a much higher status. Students were allowed to handle firearms and were required to undergo a series of military knowledge studies, along with simplified combat simulation training, which was a stark contrast to merely standing at attention. During this time, Guo Hao truly engaged in rigorous self-training. Additionally, he woke up early each morning to practice further. Over the course of 14 days, Guo Hao successfully completed the tasks assigned by the system, achieving an increase of 1 in all attributes. He also secured the championship in a subsequent military skills competition. Ding! User has successfully completed the task, receiving all attributes 3, excluding intelligence. Gained 5,000 free experience points and 1 bronze-level reward task card. The system notification brought a sigh of relief to Guo Hao. After 14 days of hard work, he had achieved commendable results. Upon receiving the 5,000 free experience points, Guo Hao opened his personal attribute panel. User, Guo Hao. Intelligence, 233. Stamina, 13. Strength, 12. Speed, 11. Mathematics, LV4108195000. Linguistics, LV2150050000. Informatics, LV3400010000. Chemistry, LV219875000. Physics, LV36770100000. Biology, LV245175000. Among the 4-dimensional attributes, the average intelligence of a normal person falls between 90 to 109, while below 69 indicates cognitive impairment. The standard values for other attributes in a healthy adult are around 10. According to the system's previous analysis, a healthy adult, male, should have all attributes above 10, which is already quite exceptional. Most individuals possess strengths in one or two areas, while the rest show some deficiencies. However, Guo Hao had managed to elevate all his attributes above 10, which was quite impressive. Satisfied, he decided to allocate 3,230 points of the 5,000 free experience directly to physics. Ding! User's physics skill has successfully risen to LV4. The system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! User's intelligence has increased by 2. Indeed, Guo Hao felt a surge of excitement. Subjects like physics and mathematics were known to be the most effective in enhancing intelligence. He then allocated 483 points of the remaining experience to biology. Ding! User's biology skill has successfully risen to LV3. The increase in biology level did not elevate Guo Hao's intelligence once again, which did not come as a surprise to him. After all, based on past experiences, higher knowledge levels yield more efficient experience acquisition, while the higher the intelligence, the greater the amount of knowledge required for further enhancement. The development of intelligence follows its own rules. He then assigned the remaining 1287 experience points entirely to mathematics. From Guo Hao's perspective, mathematics and physics were the most effective in stimulating intelligence, and these two subjects were also those he prioritized the most. After handling these allocations, Guo Hao glanced at the bronze-level reward task card. Opening it, he examined the details. Bronze-level selectable task. Task 1. Publish a paper in a journal ranked above the 3rd tier, conveying your voice to the world. Time limit, none. Task rewards, 0 experience. Experience type, determined by the published paper. Random draw 1. Task 2. Participate in a national-level competition and achieve a ranking of at least a bronze medal. With no time limit. Task reward, free experience points, and a random lottery draw. Upon facing the two available tasks, Guo Hao paused momentarily, a glimmer of curiosity evident in his eyes. The optional task for the bronze-level reward seemed rather unremarkable, albeit the absence of time constraint was appealing. However, both rewards appeared quite similar. How should he decide? Guo Hao pondered for a moment before ultimately selecting Task 1. After all, while the challenges of SCI Area 3 were formidable, they were not insurmountable and offered a degree of freedom. Conversely, earning a bronze medal at a national event was considerably more daunting. Participants in such competitions were no ordinary contenders. Although he had self-studied extensively, standing out among them would prove difficult. As for the paper, it was fortuitous that he intended to write one anyway. Submitting it to SCI Area 4 would be akin to not submitting at all. He was determined to aim for Areas 3 or higher. More importantly, he possessed 2 papers obtained from the system. Although presenting them in his current state would be challenging, perhaps he could extract the algorithmic components to examine them. Who knows? He might even manage to compile a paper suitable for Area 2. Just as Guo Hao was contemplating how to piece together his paper, his phone rang unexpectedly. Hello. He answered casually. It's me. The voice of Shen Luoyan sounded slightly fatigued. What's wrong? Guo Hao immediately sensed her distress. Can you accompany me for a walk? Shen Luoyan's tone wavered slightly. Of course. Guo Hao readily agreed. Soon, he met Shen Luoyan by the lakeside. Clad in a pale yellow outfit, she appeared strikingly elegant. However, a hint of worry shadowed her features. What troubles you? Guo Hao inquired with a smile. Looking at him, Shen Luoyan felt exhausted. Guo Hao, I need to ask you something, and you must answer me truthfully. What is it? Guo Hao was taken aback. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at her. Do you like me? Shen Luoyan asked earnestly. Chapter 111. The beginning of affection lies in appearance, culminating in character. Guo Hao was momentarily stunned. This was indeed a direct approach. Was she really this forthright? However, upon reflection, it aligned perfectly with Shen Luoyan's character. Throughout the military training of the past 10 days, Guo Hao had maintained his habit of visiting the library, primarily in the evenings, and Shen Luoyan had accompanied him each time. Their synchronized schedules had fostered a burgeoning camaraderie. Nightly study sessions had become routine, and Guo Hao sensed that Shen Luoyan harbored a unique affection for him, though neither had spoken of it. To be honest, Guo Hao found this silent understanding quite agreeable. Yet, he never anticipated that, following the military training, while he was still processing his experiences, Shen Luoyan would summon him to the lakeside, her very first question being this. It left him momentarily speechless. On the other hand, after posing her question, Shen Luoyan fell silent. The reason she had approached Guo Hao today was rooted in her own confusion. Over the past 10 days, Xiaoping had frequently broached the subject, questioning whether Shen Luoyan liked Guo Hao. Rather than retorting as she usually would, she remained silent, unsure of why. Matters of the heart were foreign to her, existing far beyond her realm of understanding. What truly constituted liking someone? Shen Luoyan was lost. So much so that she had recently delved into books on intimate relationships during her library visits. Yet, the more she read, the more perplexed she became. According to the literature, the subjective experience of intimacy in relationships could encompass emotional and cognitive closeness, including feelings of love, mutual understanding, and a sense of specialness towards one another. While Shen Luoyan recognized that Guo Hao was indeed special, she was uncertain about the cognitive aspect of intimacy. Thus, her direct inquiry today. She was unsure if Guo Hao shared her confusion, but it was evident he understood relationships far better than she did. Observing Shen Luoyan's bewilderment, Guo Hao smiled. Of course, with your beauty and amiable personality, how could I not like you? He replied earnestly. So, you like me for my looks? Shen Luoyan gazed at him. That is merely one of the reasons, Guo Hao responded calmly. To like someone generally stems from multiple dimensions, with the first being physical appearance. If one dislikes another's looks, the notion of affection is moot. It begins with appearance, then personality, and ultimately culminates in a holistic appreciation for the individual. Hearing Guo Hao's words, Shen Luoyan felt a flutter of confusion. So what are your true feelings? Guo Hao looked intently at her. I don't know. Shen Luoyan stammered, her gaze flitting about nervously. Take your time to think and express your thoughts, Guo Hao reassured her. This was the first time he had witnessed Shen Luoyan in such a state. She was typically composed, adept at navigating challenges with unwavering calmness. Yet now, all semblance of her usual serenity had vanished. With Guo Hao's soothing words, Shen Luoyan gradually regained some composure. Guo Hao smiled and continued to engage her. Reflect on every impression you've had of me, every experience. Do you like or dislike my face, my character? And then extend that to encompass my entire being. What is your true sentiment? Listening to him, Shen Luoyan slowly lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. I don't know what it means to like someone, but I find you quite special. I often think of you inexplicably, and I can lose myself in thoughts of you. Is that what liking someone feels like? Perhaps, Guo Hao chuckled softly, looking at her. But maintaining our current relationship is also quite wonderful, isn't it? Maybe you shouldn't overthink whether we should be together. Does it truly matter if we genuinely like each other? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Shen Luoyan remained silent for a while, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. But what about Xiaoping? Rest assured, I have no interest in her, and I will make that clear. I won't allow her to disturb you. Guo Hao smiled gently, feeling a sense of gratitude toward Xiaoping. Without her prompting, Shen Luoyan would not have confronted her own feelings, and their candidness would not have emerged so swiftly. Now that they had reached this point in their conversation, it felt as though, in a certain sense, they were already together. All right. Shen Luoyan hesitated slightly before nodding. After exchanging words, the two walked in silence along the lakeside. Being with Guo Hao enveloped Shen Luoyan in an unprecedented sense of security as they strolled in quietude for a considerable while. Shall we head to the library? Shen Luoyan suddenly suggested. Sure. Guo Hao nodded in agreement. They arrived at the library and seated themselves in their usual spots, exchanging a glance. Shen Luoyan felt a gentle flutter within her heart. Perhaps this was what it meant to have feelings for someone. She mused silently. The two of them found their favorite books to read, yet Guo Hao was deeply engrossed in contemplation regarding the subject of his first paper. What should he choose as a topic? After a prolonged period of reflection, he concluded that, given his current knowledge structure, his understanding of material science was rather average. His true strengths lay in mathematics and physics. Particularly in mathematics, Guo Hao felt a surge of confidence in mathematical modeling, believing he had already reached a level comparable to that of a typical sophomore mathematics major. After all, with his nearly 240 IQ and diligent study habits, even a mere 10 days of effort had yielded results far surpassing those of an ordinary second-year student. A mathematics paper, however, Guo Hao furrowed his brow slightly. What topic should he select? The challenge of writing a mathematics paper was formidable in itself. Upon further contemplation, he realized that the task was indeed more complex than he had initially anticipated, even for a relatively straightforward paper in a third-tier journal with minimal requirements. Nonetheless, as it was still a paper, he could not afford to choose a frivolous topic. It must possess at least a modicum of research value. Of course, for a third-tier publication, one could always spend a bit of money to secure a chance, but Guo Hao was unwilling to take that route. He cherished this opportunity for growth and experience, especially for his inaugural paper. He knew that he would have many more opportunities to write papers in the future, and managing this one, well, would greatly benefit him down the line. At that moment, Guo Hao suddenly recalled 2 papers he had previously obtained from the system. Perhaps he could draw some inspiration from them. Chapter 112. Brother Hao, you truly are a weirdo. It was not until the library was about to close for the night that Guo Hao and Shen Luoyin stepped outside together. They walked in silence for a while. All right, I need to head back to the dormitory, he said as he prepared to leave. Wait a moment. At that moment, Shen Luoyin called out to Guo Hao, hesitating slightly before turning to him and asking, "Could you walk me back to the dorm?" Upon finishing her question, she lowered her gaze, feeling her heart race. She had seen similar scenes in dramas where the male lead would escort the female lead back to her dormitory, and she suddenly wished to experience that feeling herself. Of course, Guo Hao replied with a smile, eager to oblige what was hardly even a request. As they made their way back to the dormitory, Shen Luoyin's heart raced. She occasionally stole glances at Guo Hao, and an indescribable feeling of joy washed over her. At one fleeting moment, she even wished time would freeze at that instant. However, time passed swiftly, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the female dormitory. "I'll head in first," Shen Luoyin said hesitantly, turning to Guo Hao. Guo Hao smiled. "Get some rest." "Yes, you too." After saying this, she walked away, and as Guo Hao watched her lively figure retreat, a subtle smile graced his face. He had noticed Shen Luoyin stealing glances at him throughout their walk. He was also aware of the shift in her demeanor. Although Shen Luoyin had always kept her heart closed off and appeared quite awkward in social interactions, bordering on indifference, this did not mean she was entirely devoid of warmth. Deep down, she was still a naive girl. In many instances, her apparent aloofness was merely a reflection of her fear of the world, stemming from certain childhood traumas. However, if one could pry open even a small corner of her heart, they would discover a sweet and innocent girl residing within. Perhaps Guo Hao had begun to unlock her heart. With a gentle smile and soft gaze, he reveled in witnessing this feminine side of Shen Luoyin for the first time. It felt lovely. After sharing a smile, Guo Hao departed from the female dormitory. Upon returning to his own dorm, he found several roommates already in bed, looking utterly exhausted. "Hey, what is going on, guys?" Guo Hao asked with a slight smile directed at Ma Xian and the others. "We're worn out. Aren't you tired?" Ma Xin Ziplit, fatigue evident in his voice. "This 14 days of military training has completely drained me. Right? I feel more exhausted than I would after working on the farm for 10 days. Li Wei chimed in, propped up against his blanket, his face a mask of weariness. At this moment, Li Ming lifted his head slightly and, looking at the vibrantly energetic Guo Hao, inquired, "Brother Hao, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Guo Hao responded, "How do you manage to appear so invigorated every day while spending all that time in the library? Our coach is so demanding, and yet you still practice daily. Just a few days ago, you looked completely drained, but now your face shows no signs of fatigue. Is this what it means to be the top of the military training class?" Li Ming gazed at Guo Hao in confusion. Guo Hao smiled slightly at Li Ming's words. "Oh, it's simple. Just let the system grant you full attributes, and no matter how tired you are, you'll feel perfectly rejuvenated." Of course, Guo Hao could not divulge this to Li Ming. "I'm doing all right. It's nothing major. I just have good stamina." "Damn it," Li Ming responded, giving Guo Hao a playful middle finger. "Brother Hao, you're amazing," Li Wei added, giving Guo Hao a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Ma Xian, in a rather lethargic tone, remarked, "Brother Hao, I previously called you a delicate scholar, and I must admit that I was mistaken. I feel like even if I exercise daily, I wouldn't match your energy. I truly admire it. You're too kind." Guo Hao smiled modestly, settling into his seat to continue reading. Regarding the paper, he had previously saved it on his computer and planned to buy a laptop the next day. Purchasing a computer was an inevitability. Not only would it help him retrieve those 2 papers he had hidden away, but more importantly, he could not realistically write a paper by hand in this day and age. Moreover, submitting papers required a computer, and while he could find one outside, it was highly inconvenient. Owning his own laptop would make everything easier, whether researching or drafting papers. Frankly, as a hacker, not having a portable computer seemed somewhat inadequate. Of course, he did possess a computer, a mini-computer formed by linking 10 micro-robots together. This device was indeed quite impressive. However, it was cumbersome to use, primarily due to its inability to connect to the internet and acquire an IP address. He could not apply for a separate commercial IP like a business could. This computer lacked a network access permit and was easily detectable. Coupled with its relative inconvenience, Guo Hao had never utilized it, despite its superior performance compared to contemporary computers. After reading until midnight, Guo Hao finally lay down to sleep. The next day, he did not rush to buy a computer, but instead arranged to meet Xiao Ping early in the morning. "What is up? I never expected you, a busy person, to take the initiative to invite me out. What a rare treat." Xiaoping greeted him with a radiant smile as she approached. Originally, Xiaoping had been feeling rather despondent due to the closeness between Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan during the recent military training. To her surprise, Guo Hao suddenly invited her out that morning, which instantly lifted her spirits and even brought a glimmer of excitement to her face. However, before Xiaoping could approach him, Guo Hao quickly interjected, Wait. He addressed the alluring Xiaoping directly. Her expression faltered slightly, and the joy she had felt evaporated in an instant. Guo Hao, what do you mean? Xiaoping furrowed her brows, gazing at him with curiosity. I actually invited you out this morning for a singular purpose, to convey that I harbor no interest in you. My affections lie with Shen Luoyan, and henceforth, there is no need for you to use her as a means to get closer to me, Guo Hao stated plainly, eschewing any roundaboutness. In truth, Guo Hao's previous actions had already made it abundantly clear to Xiaoping that he was not interested in her, yet she had consistently overlooked his subtle hints. Today, however, he resolved to be forthright. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoping's countenance darkened significantly. You are beautiful, but you're simply not my type. You will find someone better. I apologize. After uttering this, Guo Hao chose not to linger, turning on his heel and leaving without hesitation. Xiaoping opened her mouth, wanting to voice something, but no sound emerged, and despair clouded her eyes. Perhaps she should never have involved herself in this matter. Perhaps she should have anticipated that Guo Hao's heart belonged to Shen Luoyan, who was indeed his perfect match. Countless thoughts swirled in her mind as she silently turned away, her steps heavy as she made her way back to the dormitory. Guo Hao, indifferent to Xiaoping's thoughts, merely sought to clarify his stance. Having accomplished this, he sent a message to Shen Luoyan on QQ. I have made things clear with Xiaoping. She should no longer bother you or insist on meeting me. Also, I have some matters to attend to this morning, so I want to be going to the library. Not long after, Shen Luoyan replied, Okay. A smile graced Guo Hao's face upon reading the message. To be honest, back when he was still in his hometown, he had contemplated the possibility of being with Shen Luoyan during their university years, but he never imagined it would unfold so effortlessly. The intervention of external factors had led to a significant evolution in his relationship with Shen Luoyan in just over half a month, something he had not foreseen. It could be considered an unexpected delight. After leaving the school, Guo Hao hailed a cab and made his way to Zhongguancun. This area was notorious for overcharging customers. Yet, Guo Hao was well-versed in such dealings and found it relatively easy to navigate. Besides, with money in hand, he felt confident that no issues would arise. Upon arriving at Zhongguancun, most of the shops were open, though foot traffic was relatively sparse. Over the years, the area had gained a poor reputation due to numerous scams, causing many to abandon purchasing electronics from there. The rise of online shopping had broadened consumer options, and in fact, Zhongguancun had begun to decline since last year. It could only be said that its glory days were fading. Sir, looking to buy a computer? Sir, our prices are very low. Come take a look. Sir, need help with computers? As Guo Hao stepped into Zhongguancun, a throng of eager salespeople surrounded him, vying for his attention and almost reaching out to pull him away. Enough. Don't crowd me. Guo Hao frowned, his voice firm as he issued a warning to the encroaching crowd. He was already well informed about computers and had no need for their assistance. However, the salespeople seemed unwilling to relent, still attempting to engage him. Guo Hao, with a wave of his hand, pushed them aside, feeling as if they were akin to persistent pests. With a newfound strength, he easily cleared a path through the throng. The salespeople exchanged glances, astonished that this seemingly unassuming individual possessed such power. After being pushed aside, they hesitated to pursue him further. Guo Hao wandered through Zhongguancun until he discovered a computer store that appeared reasonably reputable and well-decorated. Upon entering, a salesperson promptly approached him. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? I'll like a laptop. Despite some initial complications in purchasing a computer, Guo Hao was well acquainted with pricing, leaving no room for the salesperson to take advantage. Ultimately, he acquired a hazy Jingdun K590C7D1 for 600 yuan. This computer was quite satisfactory under the current circumstances, reasonably priced and perfectly functional for everyday use. After utilizing a micro-robot to verify that the vendor had not tampered with the device, Guo Hao felt assured enough to complete the transaction and departed with his new laptop. Upon returning to the university, Guo Hao bypassed the dormitory and made his way to the library. He settled across from Shen Luoyan, who looked surprised upon noticing the computer in his possession. Did you buy a computer? She inquired softly, astonished. Yes, Guo Hao nodded. It's convenient for research, and I need a laptop for writing papers. You're planning to write a paper? Shen Luoyan exclaimed, incredulous. They had only been in university for a little over half a month. with actual classes totaling just 3 or 4 days amid military training. Yet Guo Hao was already preparing to write a paper. Well, it's nothing too serious. I just want to give it a try and see how challenging the writing process is, as well as familiarize myself with the submission procedures, Guo Hao explained. Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyan's expression softened slightly. That sounds good. Since you haven't attended many classes yet, what subject are you planning to write about? Mathematics, I believe. At present, I feel most confident in that area. Shen Luoyan fell silent for a moment. Then I wish you success. Thanks. Guo Hao nodded. He powered on his laptop and quickly set up the system to his liking, revealing his hidden files. He had a paper on a particular type of polymer compound. Previously, when he had attempted to comprehend this paper, it was filled with unfamiliar terms and concepts that had baffled him. However, now, after self-studying various subjects, he found that, while the paper still posed a challenge, it was no longer incomprehensible. As he delved into the paper's algorithms, Guo Hao was captivated by the research model and framework, realizing its significant research value. If he could extract its essence, achieving a high score in a top-tier journal was not out of reach. With renewed determination, he began to analyze the algorithms presented in the paper, becoming increasingly engrossed in his work. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Shen Luoyan was observing him intently, captivated by his earnest demeanor. The soft glow emanating from the computer illuminated Guo Hao's face. For reasons inexplicable, Shen Luoyan felt an undeniable allure emanating from this visage before her. In a fleeting moment, she found herself momentarily entranced. Guo Hao had captured her attention while perusing a reference book. With a gentle smile, he turned to Shen Luoyan and inquired, "Is it pleasing to the eye?" "Huh?" Shen Luoyan startled back to reality, her cheeks flushing. "It is indeed beautiful." Having never experienced romance, and with little exposure to such matters, Shen Luoyan could not feign, her honesty exuding a charming innocence. Guo Hao regarded her with a tender gaze and teased, "Though I may possess good looks, we are currently in a library, where diligence and study must prevail." Okay, Shen Luoyan responded, akin to a startled little rabbit, her eyes flitting nervously back to her book. Observing the scene, Guo Hao smiled subtly. He gathered his books and laptop, settling beside Shen Luoyan. Noticing her flustered demeanor, he gently took her hand in his. In that instant, Shen Luoyan blushed fiercely, akin to a shrimp freshly boiled. "Let's focus on our studies," Guo Hao said softly. Shen Luoyan replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Guo Hao withdrew his hand and resumed his work on the computer. The laptop's keyboard, though relatively quiet, still produced sounds when pressed firmly, prompting Guo Hao to be cautious, lest he attract unwanted attention. At that moment, he was engrossed in a paper concerning polymer compounds. The core of this study was also rooted in mathematical modeling, albeit featuring models and algorithms that were unfamiliar to him. He began to explore CNKI and various academic search engines, only to find no similar algorithms or mathematical models. Perhaps, he mused, he could refine this algorithm and mathematical model, ultimately restructuring it into a paper of his own. The thought excited him. Without hesitation, he delved into learning the core algorithm detailed in the paper. As Guo Hao immersed himself in study, Shen Luoyan glanced at his earnest profile, her emotions gradually stabilizing, her expression returning to its prior seriousness. She opened her book once more, focusing on the mechanics text published last year by Yin University, authored by Xu Yusheng. For students specializing in aircraft power engineering, mathematics was undeniably important. However, the greater emphasis lay in physics, particularly in the realm of mechanics. After all, mastering the forces at play was paramount for aircraft operation. Shen Luoyan's aptitude was commendable, although she could not quite match Guo Hao's extraordinary intellect, which had soared to an IQ of 240. She had nonetheless excelled as a top scorer in the college entrance examination, demonstrating remarkable learning capabilities. Soon, she dismissed her earlier distractions and returned to her studies with exceptional focus. Guo Hao dedicated over an hour to extracting the algorithms from the paper, finally determining the direction for his own writing. The algorithms within the paper involved various methods, including cellular automata and ab initio calculations. Rather than directly utilizing the data for the established mathematical models, he began recalibrating a new model based on this mathematical framework. This process required substantial computations, compelling Guo Hao to reference numerous books and papers. The entire afternoon and night were consumed in preparatory work. While escorting Shen Luoyan back to her dormitory that evening, they engaged in a conversation about mathematics. Curiously, Shen Luoyan asked Guo Hao, "Since you bought your computer this morning, you've been flipping through books. How is your paper coming along?" "It is still in the preparatory stage, but I have clarified my topic. I require some additional time," Guo Hao replied after a moment of contemplation. "Keep it up." Shen Luoyan encouraged earnestly. Thank you. You too. Make sure to rest early. Good night. Good night, she nodded, casting a lingering glance at Guo Hao before turning to head back to her dormitory. Watching her enter the building, Guo Hao smiled faintly and departed. Inside the dormitory, after Shen Luoyan witnessed Guo Hao's silhouette fade into the light, she ascended the stairs. Upon entering, she found her roommates present. Wang Biyun and Zhao Yu were chatting while applying face masks, while Xiao Ping sat alone, her eyes vacant. When Shen Luoyan walked in, Xiao Ping merely lifted her head to glance at her, remaining silent. In contrast, Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun exclaimed, Luoyan, you truly are impressive. With daily military training, you still find time to visit the library. Are you made of iron? Just accustomed to it. Shen Luoyan replied calmly. At that moment, Wang Biyun's eyes sparkled as she smiled and teased. Luoyan, you must have gone to the library with Guo Hao again, right? Is that so? Zhao Yu, already fervently shipping the couple, perked up, her eyes brimming with excitement as she turned eagerly to Shen Luoyan. Even Xiao Ping, who had been listless, slowly raised her gaze toward Shen Luoyan. Faced with this scene, Shen Luoyan hesitated slightly before nodding. Xiao Ping scrutinized Shen Luoyan, her gaze seemingly questioning why she spent so much time with Guo Hao if she professed not to like him. However, Xiao Ping remained silent, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. After all, they were merely studying together at the library, not engaging in anything inappropriate. She was not even Guo Hao's girlfriend, and he had explicitly stated earlier that he did not harbor feelings for her, urging her not to pursue him. This realization left Xiao Ping disheartened, as the first boy she liked in college seemed to conclude their interaction in such a manner, despite considering herself quite exceptional and confident in her appearance. She could not fathom why Guo Hao gravitated toward Shen Luoyan, whose demeanor was as frigid as an iceberg. Wow! Zhao Yu's voice jolted Xiao Ping from her thoughts. With excitement, Zhao Yu turned to Shen Luoyan and asked, You and Guo Hao have been studying together in the library every day. Are you two together now? I don't know, Shen Luoyan replied after a long pause, her inability to lie evident. Wow, it seems there is something going on, Zhao Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable, while Wang Biyun's curiosity piqued as she gazed at Shen Luoyan. Xiao Ping abruptly lifted her head to scrutinize Shen Luoyan, her fists clenched tightly before relaxing again. What could she possibly say? She could only endure in silence. Noticing the eager glances from Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun, Shen Luoyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Actually, I'm not sure. In my time with Guo Hao, I feel he's quite unique, so I asked him a question. Do you like me? Wow! You went straight for it, Zhao Yu exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she tore off her face mask. Moving her chair closer to Shen Luoyan, Wang Biyun quickly followed suit, positioning her chair beside Shen Luoyan. Come on, tell us everything. Zhao Yu, naturally inclined to relish gossip, eagerly turned to Shen Luoyan and inquired. Although Xiao Ping did not join them, she leaned in attentively to listen. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Luoyan recounted her experiences with Guo Hao. Wow, you are truly remarkable. So brave, Zhao Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, you both seem incredibly sweet together. Wang Biyun chimed in with a smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Ping, absorbing Shen Luoyan's words, felt her fingers turn pale from anxiety, yet she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. What could she possibly say? Should she blame Shen Luoyan? However, Shen Luoyan had only mentioned her disinterest in Guo Hao at that time, never promising that she would not be with him or that her feelings would remain unchanged in the future. When confronted with this reality, it became clear that the fault lay with herself. Contemplating this, Xiao Ping's expression grew increasingly troubled. Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun, oblivious to Xiao Ping's distress, continued to engage Shen Luoyan with questions and offered their unprofessional opinions. On the other side, Guo Hao was engrossed in researching various papers, many of which pertained to algorithm modeling and were not readily available in textbooks. Some even referenced the latest mathematical publications. Since this was his first paper, Guo Hao was determined not to take it lightly. Oh, is the sun rising in the west today? Zima Ma Xin, lounging on his bed and observing Guo Hao at his computer, a smile spreading across his face. Our brother Hao is actually foregoing books today for the screen. Now that's more like it. This is what being a university student is all about. With that, Ma Xin comfortably leaned back against his pillow, engrossed in his phone, feeling significantly more relaxed than usual. Li Ming also glanced at Guo Hao's computer and smiled slightly. Brother Hao just bought a computer. He ought to make the most of it. Otherwise, what's the point of buying it? However, Li Wei, who occupied the bed opposite Guo Hao, sensed something amiss. He scrutinized the content on Guo Hao's screen for a moment, Brother Hao is delving into papers on ab initio methods? Hearing Li Wei's observation, the three dorm mates, including Guo Hao, were taken aback. Guo Hao turned his gaze towards Li Wei, while Ma Xian and Li Ming simultaneously looked at Guo Hao, then at Li Wei. Wei has also studied ab initio methods? Guo Hao asked, curiosity piqued. Li Wei, slightly bashful, replied, I came across some related books at the library, primarily to familiarize myself with the Hartree-Fock equations. When I glanced at your screen, it seemed similar to the equations I had encountered, albeit more complex. Indeed, I was just reviewing a paper related to ab initio methods that mentioned the Hartree-Fock equations. Well done, Wei. Guo Hao remarca, observing Li Wei. There was something distinct about his gaze. Unlike others, he was born in a rural area and had never had the opportunity to engage with such topics before. Furthermore, Li Wei's study time could not compare to Guo Hao's. Yet his sensitivity indicated a strong capacity for learning. Despite having only read a few books, he could discern nuances. You are quite impressive, Guo Hao acknowledged with a nod towards Li Wei. At that moment, Li Ming and Ma Xian were left utterly astonished. So, Brother Hao, you bought a computer just to read papers? Ma Xian stared incredulously at Guo Hao. What kind of world is this, with someone so driven as my roommate? Oh, Madudan, Li Ming lamented, originally believing that tonight, Brother Hao would finally relax, only to find him even more diligent. Previously, he was reading books, and now he has evolved to perusing academic papers. My goodness, how could someone like Brother Hao exist? It's only been a little over 10 days since the semester began. Moreover, we've just endured 14 days of military training, during which Brother Hao was utterly committed, training by day and studying at the library by night, even achieving the top score in military skills. Is he even human? From reading books to now diving into academic papers, could it be that before the semester concludes, Brother Hao will be pursuing graduate studies? Goodness, give yourself a break. If my parents were to discover how remarkable my roommate is, I would be utterly finished. Contemplating this possibility, Li Ming felt as though he might explode. All right, Guo Hao said, rolling his eyes at the antics of his two roommates, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Didn't I mention before that in university, the most important thing isn't merely studying, but having a clear goal? It's about what you aspire to learn. Once you choose the right direction, the effort will follow naturally. Emulating me or feeling overwhelmed by my diligence is meaningless. Just look at Li Wei. He has clearly found his direction and is diligently pursuing it without any anxieties. Now compare that to you two. Guo Hao directed a pointed look at Ma Xian and Li Ming. Li Bei chocolat cha bichli. Brother Hao, you flatter me. I haven't quite found my goal yet. I'm just focused on studying for now. Besides, I feel that Brother Hao shouldn't be the benchmark for us. Achieving a score increase of over 300 points on the college entrance examination in just 100 days is a talent that ordinary people cannot compare to. I'm just one of those ordinary people. Guo Hao was momentarily speechless. So that is how it is. Indeed, Brother Hao is not someone we can measure ourselves against. Ma Xian seemed to have come to terms with this realization. Yes, someone as exceptional as Brother Hao is rare to find in the entire country. Let us just pretend he doesn't exist. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Chapter 116. Is it reasonable for a freshman to write papers? Observing Ma Xian and Li Ming's expressions, Guo Hao rolled his eyes, feeling quite helpless. These two were truly off the mark. All right, you two should get some rest. I need to continue working on my paper. Guo Hao was unwilling to engage in further idle chatter. Li Wei was fine, but it was evident that Ma Xian and Li Ming were intent on slacking off. Their lack of ambition all too apparent. Though he considered himself somewhat of a slacker, Guo Hao sincerely believed that what he had shared with Ma Xian and Li Ming at the beginning of the semester was heartfelt. In university, the key isn't solely about relentless studying. Success comes in many forms, and the evaluation system has undergone significant changes, differing vastly from high school. In university, determining one's goals is of utmost importance. Perhaps these two will come to understand this eventually. Guo Hao shook his head and returned to his papers. Such discussions need only occur once. Repeating them serves no purpose other than to irritate. As military training concluded, the freshmen gradually adapted to campus life, slowly discovering their interests and areas to strive towards. Over a month had passed since the semester began, and more than 10 days since military training ended. During this time, the bond between Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan deepened, their unspoken understanding growing more robust. Of course, while their relationship intensified, it remained distinct from that of typical couples. Both were adept at restraining their emotions. Often, they could be found together in the library, engrossed in their studies, while occasionally strolling by the lake, discussing mathematical and physical problems, with Shen Luoyan frequently posing questions to Guo Hao. Only on rare occasions would they take a moment to unwind, hand in hand, meandering along the lakeside. During this period, Guo Hao diligently delved into a plethora of materials and immersed himself in an extensive array of academic papers. He finally embarked on the preparation of his inaugural paper. "How is your paper coming along?" Shun Luoyan inquired suddenly as they strolled by the lakeside. "Not bad," Guo Hao replied with a smile. "I have completed most of the preliminary preparations and am about to put pen to paper. Once you finish, let me take a look," Shun Luoyan remarked, gazing at Guo Hao. "Absolutely." Guo Hao nodded in agreement. "Let us return to the library." "Indeed," Guo Hao affirmed, leading Shun Luoyan back to the library. Upon opening his computer, Guo Hao pondered for a brief moment before swiftly typing a title: Prospects of a Special Algorithmic Model in Material Science. The abstract read, "Based on cellular automata, first principles methods and topology, a novel algorithmic model is established as a fundamental approach for distributed computing in material science." After completing the title and abstract, Guo Hao commenced his calculations. Taking a specific nanomaterial as an example, the known data is as follows. Due to the thorough preparations he had undertaken previously, the process of writing the paper turned out to be considerably less challenging than Guo Hao had anticipated. After dedicating 2 to 3 days of effort, Guo Hao finally completed the entirety of his manuscript. While the word count was not excessively high, being primarily a pure engineering paper with a mathematical focus, the computations involved were exceedingly intricate, requiring Guo Hao considerable time for validation and calculation. "Here we go. The paper is finished," Guo Hao announced with a smile directed at Shun Luoyan. As he spoke, he pushed the computer towards her. Adjusting her glasses, Shun Luoyan began to peruse Guo Hao's work. Her grasp of advanced mathematics was commendable, and she did not lag far behind Guo Hao. She spent over an hour verifying the calculations presented in his paper using scratch paper. Looking up, Shun Luoyan said, "I have roughly checked the calculations, and everything appears to be in order. Are you ready to submit it?" "Not in a rush," Guo Hao chuckled. "Our mathematics professor is quite amiable. I have inquired about him previously, and his character is indeed commendable. I intend to show it to him first, and once I receive his approval, proceed with the submission." "That sounds prudent," Shun Luoyan nodded, understanding the significance Guo Hao placed on this paper. After all, it was his first attempt at writing an academic paper, and he was still quite unfamiliar with the process. At this juncture, having a professional's oversight would undoubtedly be beneficial. "Shall I take my leave now?" "Yes," Shun Luoyan nodded affirmatively. After Guo Hao departed from the library and printed his paper, he made his way directly to their mathematics professor's office. Regarding discrete models, we ultimately solve for. Inside the office, the professor appeared to be engaged in a lecture. Guo Hao hesitated briefly before knocking on the door. "Come in," came the response. As he entered, Professor Huang stood beside the whiteboard with 4 or 5 students, either masters or doctoral candidates, seated before him. Guo Hao walked into the office, nodded to the senior students, and then turned to face Professor Huang. "Who are you?" Professor Huang inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded the unfamiliar face before him. "Professor, I am Guo Hao, a freshman in materials engineering." "Materials engineering?" Professor Huang's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Guo Hao's words. "Is there something concerning your class?" he asked, somewhat puzzled. "No, professor. I have come to seek your assistance with something." "Speak," he prompted. "I have written a paper recently and would like to ask for your feedback," Guo Hao said, a hint of shyness in his voice. "Is it a materials science paper?" "No, professor, it is a mathematics paper." Upon hearing this, the senior students exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions revealing profound surprise. A paper from a freshman in materials engineering, and it's a mathematics paper? Are we hearing things? The masters and doctoral candidates were clearly perplexed. Professor Huang paused and then regarded Guo Hao with newfound interest. "Your name is Guo Hao, correct?" "Yes, professor," Guo Hao nodded. "You are the first freshman to approach me for a paper review, and it's a mathematics paper at that. I will remember you." Professor Huang smiled at him. Regardless of the paper's quality, he appreciated students like Guo Hao. "All right, let me see the paper," he said. Guo Hao handed the manuscript to Professor Huang, while the surrounding senior students looked on with curiosity, all eager to discover the merits of this paper. Chapter 117. Why not submit directly to mathematical innovations? As Professor Huang took the paper from Guo Hao, he glanced at the title and was taken aback, looking up at Guo Hao with surprise. Computational materials science? Upon hearing Professor Huang's words, the nearby masters and doctoral students turned their astonished gazes towards Guo Hao. Initially, they had presumed that Guo Hao merely made minor modifications to some algorithm, perhaps optimizing an existing one. Such papers were common in mathematics. as there were not many significant problems to tackle, and truly conjecture-level challenges were far beyond the capabilities of an undergraduate student. However, they were astonished to learn it was a paper on computational materials science. This was an emerging and cutting-edge interdisciplinary field, founded on the advancements in computer science and intertwining physics, chemistry, and mathematics. How could a freshman in materials engineering venture into such a field? Professor Huang, having set aside his casual demeanor, adopted a more serious expression. As he opened the paper, he began to scrutinize the content. The more he read, the graver his expression became. Eventually, he seated himself and donned his glasses, taking notes and performing calculations on a sheet of scrap paper. The doctoral and master's students nearby gazed on, filled with curiosity. They were well aware of Professor Huang's expertise and had expected him to glance through the paper and provide some general feedback, as had been the case with previous undergraduates seeking his input. This was the first time, however, that Professor Huang sat down to review a paper for over half an hour, even taking the time to perform calculations on scrap paper, especially for a freshman submission. Merely achieving this level of attention from Professor Huang was a remarkable feat for any freshman, provided it was indeed Guo Hao's original work. However, in mathematics, one cannot easily conceal the truth. Any attempt at fabrication would be swiftly uncovered. At this moment, Professor Huang finished reviewing the paper and lifted his gaze to Guo Hao. "This paper, did you truly write it?" he asked directly. "Yes, it is my work," Guo Hao replied without hesitation. "Could you provide me with a brief explanation of cellular automata?" Professor Huang pondered for a moment before addressing Guo Hao. The construction of cellular automata lacks a fixed mathematical formula. Its composition is intricate, with numerous variants and complex behaviors. Consequently, the classification of cellular automata presents a significant challenge. Since the inception of cellular automata, research into their classification has emerged as a pivotal area of study and a core theoretical aspect. Depending on different starting points, cellular automata can be classified in various ways. Among these, the most influential is undoubtedly Stephen Wolfram's classification based on dynamical behavior, established in the early 1980s. The classification based on dimensions is also one of the simplest and most commonly employed divisions. Guo Hao responded without hesitation, stating that this is the most straightforward explanation regarding cellular automata. A brief inquiry had seemingly clarified certain matters. Professor Huang's serious demeanor gradually softened, a smile gracing his face as he looked appreciatively at Guo Hao. "Guo Hao, would you be interested in joining our mathematics department? Given your caliber, pursuing an undergraduate degree may be unnecessary. You could directly enter my graduate program and join my research group." What? At Professor Huang's words, the surrounding graduate and doctoral students were left speechless, their expressions filled with incredulity as they gazed at Guo Hao. "What? This first-year undergraduate is remarkably impressive." As he spoke, Professor Huang's eyes revealed a hint of admiration as he regarded Guo Hao. "Your talent is exceptional. Unfortunately, our Yanheng University is not renowned for its mathematics department. In fact, one could argue it is relatively weak in mathematics." Otherwise, Professor Huang seemed poised to express more, but hesitated. Upon hearing Professor Huang's words, Guo Hao smiled slightly. "Professor, it's all right. I do not wish to transfer to the mathematics department. I believe the materials engineering program is quite commendable. I have always felt that while the importance of mathematics is undeniably immense, the true challenge for humanity lies in harnessing mathematics to its fullest potential, using it to genuinely transform our technological landscape." Indeed, Professor Huang regarded Guo Hao with approval. Pure mathematics is certainly important. However, its application is equally vital. Your perspective is commendable. After a brief pause, Professor Huang continued with a smile. "This is quite good. Your paper is impressive and ready for submission. Which journal would you like to target?" After pondering for a moment, Guo Hao responded, "I am considering submitting to Applied Mathematical Modeling. I am uncertain the journal in question is an esteemed foreign publication, recognized as a solid choice within the second tier of mathematics journals, boasting an impact factor around 5, making it quite relevant. The algorithmic innovation I have developed is fundamentally rooted in computational materials science and mathematical modeling, making it a fitting choice. This journal is acceptable." Professor Huang remarked thoughtfully, "But I believe your paper could be submitted to Mathematical Inventions." Guo Hao was momentarily taken aback. Not only, but also the surrounding doctoral and master's students were left astounded. The Mathematical Inventions Journal is a world-class publication in pure mathematics and is categorized among the top tier in the Dragon Kingdom's Academy of Sciences. What? This is indeed a pure mathematics top-tier journal. Many pure mathematics PhD candidates struggle throughout their studies, often graduating with only a single second-tier publication, which is already a significant achievement that may not even bear their name. It is well known that publishing in mathematics journals is notoriously difficult. The master's and doctoral students around them were captivated by the prospect. Mathematical inventions? Guo Hao felt a tinge of hesitation. Your paper, concerning model algorithms, is quite novel. Although certain aspects are still somewhat immature, the uniqueness of your algorithm will surely attract the editor's attention. After all, in mathematics, many have merely recycled old ideas over the years. Your algorithmic model is innovative, which is something that editors highly favor. Chapter 118. Such a rare genius. Professor Huang spoke patiently to Guo Hao, a smile on his face. He felt a sense of pride in nurturing such a talented protege. The mathematics department at Yanjing Aerospace University is rather ordinary, and, within the 985 universities, could even be deemed inferior, save for the Hua Luogang class, a collaborative educational initiative with the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences. The caliber of this class is relatively commendable among all 985 institutions. In contrast, the average mathematics department here is nearly at the bottom tier among the 985 universities. Reflecting on this, Professor Huang sighed inwardly. Such a gifted individual must not be squandered. In that case, I shall give it a try. Guo Hao nodded affirmatively to Professor Huang. Your paper is in Chinese. How is your English? Would you like me to assist you with translating and revising it? Professor Huang inquired with a gentle smile. No need, Professor, Guo Hao replied with a smile. My English is adequate, and I wish to attempt this myself. This is my first paper, and I would like to handle everything independently. Once I have it translated into English, I shall return it to you for your review. Very well. This is a commendable approach. You certainly need to gain experience in such matters, as you will encounter similar situations frequently in the future. Professor Huang nodded and handed the paper back to Guo Hao. Thank you for your guidance, Professor. Guo Hao spoke respectfully to Professor Huang. At this moment, Professor Huang felt a hint of nostalgia as he regarded Guo Hao. Given your qualifications, attending a school like Yin University to study pure mathematics would be the most suitable path for you. Your mathematical talent is the highest I have ever encountered. However, since you have your own aspirations, that is also a positive thing. Guo Hao chuckled. Professor, everyone has their own ambitions, do they not? Moreover, I intend to pursue topics related to computational material science. I could never abandon mathematics. Professor Huang smiled and shook his head, remaining silent. Then, Professor, I shall take my leave, Guo Hao said with a slight smile, addressing Professor Huang. Go ahead. Should you have any questions in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Certainly, Professor. With that, Guo Hao nodded cheerfully at his senior colleagues before turning to exit the office. As soon as Guo Hao departed, the office erupted in astonishment among his senior peers. Professor, that freshman named Guo Hao is merely a first-year undergraduate, and he is a materials engineering major? A nearby master's student asked incredulously. Indeed, a first-year undergraduate. Professor Huang nodded affirmatively. How can a first-year student already be considering a submission to mathematical inventions? While I was in my first year, I was still grappling with calculus. And here he is, preparing to publish in an SCI journal. Not just any journal, but a top-tier pure mathematics one. I still have not even managed a second-tier publication. The surrounding doctoral and master's students expressed their disbelief. Enough. Professor Huang addressed his students with a hint of exasperation. Mathematics is a field that heavily relies on talent. Guo Hao possesses remarkable aptitude, but more importantly, he demonstrates exceptional diligence. What are most first-year students engaged in at this moment? How many are genuinely dedicated to their studies? How many are capable of self-directed learning, let alone those who contemplate writing and publishing papers? His initiative and self-learning abilities already set him apart as a rare gem. Coupled with Guo Hao's talent, it is unlikely that any first-year student in this cohort could rival him. Upon hearing Professor Huang's words, his students fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the sheer capability of such action is indeed formidable, unmatched by many. Now, let us return to the subject at hand. Professor Huang did not linger on this topic. He proceeded to the whiteboard to continue with the lesson previously underway. After leaving the professor's office, Guo Hao returned to the library. Back already? What did the professor say? As Guo Hao had yet to take a seat, Shen Luoyan, who was nearby, inquired with curiosity glimmering in her eyes. The professor has high hopes for my paper. Guo Hao replied after a brief moment of contemplation. That's wonderful. Shen Luoyan's face lit up with a smile. He suggested I submit to the journal Inventions Mathematici. Inventions Mathematici? Shen Luoyan's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Guo Hao's words. Yes. Guo Hao nodded with a smile. That journal is a top-tier publication in the pure mathematics field. Shen Luoyan gazed at Guo Hao, her astonishment evident. Having researched journals alongside Guo Hao, she was well aware of the significance of such a publication. She understood what it meant for a journal to be classified as SCI Zone 1, which indicates a high citation count and an impact factor ranking within the top 5% of its category. Generally, papers accepted by such journals are of extraordinary academic value, particularly in pure mathematics, where the submission process is notoriously challenging and journals are comparatively scarce. It is not uncommon for many pure mathematics PhDs to lack even a single SCI Zone 1 publication. Indeed, we were initially discussing a journal on applied mathematical models, but Professor Huang advised me to aim for Inventions Mathematica directly. Guo Hao said, his excitement palpable. Congratulations! Shen Luoyan shared in Guo Hao's joy. Now, I must translate my paper into English. Since Inventions Mathematica is an English journal, I naturally need to submit it in that language, adhering to their formatting requirements as well. Shen Luoyan nodded in acknowledgement and returned to her studies. Guo Hao began translating his paper, his proficiency in English quite commendable. Even when translating a mathematical paper, he found it manageable, although he occasionally relied on a Chinese-English dictionary for specialized terminology. The time required for the translation proved to be slower than Guo Hao had anticipated. He spent the entire day primarily focused on translating his paper. Chapter 119. Brother Hao, please stop showing off. It was not until the library closed that Guo Hao escorted Shen Luoyan back to her dormitory. Upon returning to his own dorm, he continued translating his paper. This evening, his 3 roommates were not inclined to retire early. Li Wei was still engrossed in his studies, while Li Ming and Ma Xian were engaged in gaming together. They had recently acquired a computer and spent much of their time playing games. Having come to terms with Guo Hao's extraordinary abilities, the two had somewhat relaxed their attitudes, and their dedication to their studies had improved slightly. Back, Brother Hao. Li Ming greeted Guo Hao as he entered the dormitory. Yes, Guo Hao nodded, placing his belongings on his desk before approaching Li Ming and Ma Xian with curiosity. What game are you playing? Diablo 3, just released this year. Ma Xian replied casually while continuing to play. Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. He had never played Blizzard games, though he had heard of them. In his past life, he primarily engaged in PvP games like CS and LOL, which were more competitive. After graduating from college, he had no time for gaming at all. After watching Ma Xian play for a while, Guo Hao quietly returned to his own spot to continue translating his paper. There was not much left to translate, but as it was his first time writing a paper entirely in English, he had many considerations, needing to refine and edit the content as well. This required a considerable amount of time. Guo Hao took his task seriously, finding that concentrating was a rather pleasant experience. Although he could faintly hear the sounds of his roommates chatting and moving about, he did not turn to look. Soon, footsteps stopped beside him. Brother Hao, are you writing a paper? Li Wei asked hesitantly. Instantly, the entire dormitory fell silent. Guo Hao paused, glancing at Li Wei. Yes, Guo Hao smiled. What the heck? Li Ming and Ma Xian exchanged incredulous glances and quickly approached Guo Hao. They peered at the English text on his screen. Is that an English paper? Brother Hao, are you submitting it to a journal? Yes, I've already completed the Chinese version of the paper, and now I'm translating it for submission. Guo Hao replied candidly, seeing no reason to conceal the matter. That's impressive. Ma Xian and Li Ming looked at Guo Hao with envy and admiration. Brother Hao, I'm genuinely in awe. While I knew you were exceptional, I never expected someone could produce a paper so soon after entering university, and you're preparing to submit it. Ma Xin Sai. Addressing Guo Hao shook his head with a smile. It's just a paper. I don't see why you're all so excited. It hasn't even been submitted yet. And who knows if it will pass the review. By the way, Brother Hao, is your paper on material science? What journal are you aiming for? Seeing you translate it into English, it must be for a Zone 3 journal at least, right? Otherwise, you could just submit it to a Chinese journal directly. Li Ming adjusted his glasses. His curiosity piqued as he queried Guo Hao. Actually, this is a pure mathematics paper, inspired by my studies in computational material science, focusing on a method for establishing mathematical models and computational techniques. What? Pure mathematics. Oh my gosh, you're truly exceptional. Ma Xian and Li Ming gasped in astonishment, their perception of Guo Hao elevating him to a nearly mythical status in their eyes. How can anyone be this extraordinary? It seems impossible for such a remarkable individual to exist in this world. So, which journal do you plan to submit to? Li Ming, possessing some knowledge of journals, cautiously asked Guo Hao. One in Zone 2. I initially intended to submit to the journal on applied mathematical models, which is a Zone 2 publication and seemed quite fitting for my paper. However, this morning, I consulted with Professor Huang, who teaches us advanced calculus. He believes my paper possesses innovative qualities and offers significant advancements in algorithmic modeling. Thus, he advised me to submit directly to Inventions Mathematica. Ma Xian and Li Ming fell silent, utterly speechless. Their minds were racing, not from being overwhelmed, but from a profound realization of their own limitations. They began to question why they were even engaging in conversation with someone of Guo Hao's caliber, as knowing more only deepened their existential doubts. Inventions Mathematica, one of the premier journals in the realm of pure mathematics. Aside from the four major journals, the Journal of Mathematical Innovations undoubtedly ranks among the top 10. It is unequivocally a first-tier journal, wielding immense influence in the realm of pure mathematics. In the Dragon Country, for a paper of such caliber to be successfully published in the Journal of Mathematical Innovations is a significant achievement, providing considerable assistance in the evaluations of numerous professors. Most doctoral candidates in the field of pure mathematics have yet to publish in journals of such high standing. Li Ming and Ma Xian possess a certain understanding of academic publications, and they are well aware of the Journal of Mathematical Innovations. Well then, Hao Ji, you are bound for greatness. We mere mortals can only gaze up at you in admiration. Ma Xian looked at Guo Hao with a mixture of resignation. Once you achieve success, remember to take care of us, your friends. Li Ming gazed at Guo Hao with eager anticipation. Certainly, certainly. Guo Hao chuckled. All right, you all go back to your own endeavors. I still need to finalize this paper. Indeed, the three roommates nodded in agreement before turning to leave. Guo Hao then redirected his attention to the computer, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as his fingers danced across the keyboard. It was not until after 11 that night that the English version of the paper was finally organized. Guo Hao stretched lazily and glanced at his phone. Shen Luoyan had sent him a good-night message, and after replying, he proceeded to wash up and retire to bed. The following morning, Guo Hao returned to the office. Unlike the previous day, only one student remained, tidying up. Good morning, senior. Guo Hao greeted the student politely, recalling that yesterday, this senior was among the 4 or 5 upperclassmen attending the lecture. To his surprise, the senior appeared flustered. Guo Shun, please don't call me senior. Just refer to me as Tian Xingmin. I'm in my second year of graduate studies, but compared to your level, I still fall woefully short. Guo Hao smiled wryly. Where's Professor Huang? Without dwelling on the formalities, Guo Hao inquired of Tian Xingmin. The professor stepped out for a moment. He should be back shortly. Just then, the office door swung open, and Professor Huang entered. Chapter 120. Just look at Guo Hao. Guo Hao has arrived. Have you completed the translation of your paper? Or have you encountered any issues? Professor Huang asked with a gentle smile, directed at Guo Hao. The translation is complete. Excellent. Let me take a look. Professor Huang was somewhat taken aback by Guo Hao's speed. He had initially thought that for a first-time translation of such an academic paper, Guo Hao would require at least 3 to 5 days, perhaps even facing some challenges that would necessitate consulting him. After all, even with a good command of English, academic English differs significantly from everyday English. It is inevitable to encounter difficulties. To his astonishment, Guo Hao had managed to finalize the paper in just one night. Upon receiving the English version from Guo Hao, Professor Huang skimmed through it briefly. Soon, a look of surprise flickered in his eyes as he regarded Guo Hao. Remarkable. While there are still some inaccuracies in word choice and grammatical issues, overall, the translation of this paper is nearly flawless. It is quite impressive. Even more commendable is that you managed to accomplish this in a single day. A look of approval adorned Professor Huang's face as he regarded Guo Hao. This is a commendable first effort. Thank you for your kind words, Professor. Guo Hao smiled slightly, bowing respectfully to Professor Huang. Very well, leave the paper here. I will assist you with some final refinements. Thank you, Professor. Guo Hao quickly responded to Professor Huang. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, an unusual look crossed Professor Huang's face. Are you not concerned that I might take your paper elsewhere? I have complete faith in your integrity, Professor. If I did not trust your character, I would not have presented my paper to you in the first place. Guo Hao replied earnestly. Ha ha ha. Professor Huang laughed heartily. All right, you may attend your class. Come back the day after tomorrow to collect the manuscript. It should be ready by then. After sharing a laugh, Professor Huang addressed Guo Hao. Very well, Professor, I will take my leave. Off you go. With that, Guo Hao exited Professor Huang's office. What a bold character. No wonder he is a genius. To entrust such a first-tier paper so readily. If it were me, I would feel uneasy even leaving it with my parents. Tian Xingmin remarked with a hint of admiration. Hearing the words of his student, Professor Huang retorted sharply. You, my dear fellow, are not making any effort yourself, yet you aspire to publish in a first-tier journal. How have you progressed with the project I assigned you? The presentation is scheduled for next week. Tian Xingmin slightly recoiled, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Professor, I am indeed working on the project. The progress is satisfactory. That is acceptable. Just put in a bit more effort. Don't merely coast along. Look at Guo Hao. His talent is extraordinary, and his diligence is equally impressive. He translated yesterday's paper by today. As he spoke, Professor Huang's gaze reflected a sense of nostalgia. Look at you all. When I ask you to accomplish something, you dawdle endlessly, and I cannot fathom when you will complete it. The very fact that Guo Hao is so decisive is a lesson for all of you. Professor Huang lamented. Tian Xingmin fell silent, recognizing the truth in the professor's words. At that moment, Professor Huang settled down at the computer, donned his glasses, and began making some modifications to Guo Hao's English paper. After all, Guo Hao had never written an English paper before, despite his extensive reading. This particular paper still bore several grammatical flaws. As an experienced professor, Huang had published 3 or 4 first-tier papers himself, and he was quite familiar with the requirements regarding paper formatting. Thus, the editing process was not overly cumbersome. Guo Hao arrived at the classroom for his specialized course. A new week had commenced, and classes were in session. The materials engineering program encompassed a plethora of knowledge related to chemical engineering, which represented a knowledge gap for Guo Hao. Although his grasp of chemistry was decent, in comparison to mathematics and physics, his chemistry skills were quite ordinary. Therefore, he remained committed to diligently attending chemistry classes. Over the next 2 days, Guo Hao resumed his routine of attending classes and frequenting the library. It was not until the 3rd day that Professor Huang called him. Guo Hao hurried to Professor Huang's office. At that moment, besides Professor Huang, there was also a senior sister present. Guo Hao smiled and nodded at her as a greeting before approaching Professor Huang. Your English is quite commendable. Professor Huang praised Guo Hao. Thus, my revisions were effortless. I also checked some papers and recalculated a few data points. It should be ready for submission now. Thank you. Professor, Guo Hao responded earnestly. Professor Huang handed a USB drive to Guo Hao, smiling as he said, You need not credit me on the paper. Simply include your own name. How can that be? You have contributed your labor as well. Guo Hao momentarily faltered, as he had been contemplating whether to list Professor Huang as a co-author or a second author. After all, Professor Huang had indeed assisted him in revising the paper, which warranted some acknowledgement. Even if his contribution did not merit co-authorship, he should at least be the second author, right? Such trivialities are unnecessary. Professor Huang waved his hand dismissively, looking at Guo Hao. I merely assisted you with some revisions. The core and structure of the paper are entirely your own work. This minor detail does not require acknowledgement. Moreover, if I were to be credited, others might assume that I authored the paper, overshadowing your position as the first author. There is no need for that. Professor Huang smiled gently. Guo Hao's eyes revealed a flicker of hesitation. Thank you, Professor, he expressed earnestly to Professor Huang. All right, your diligent studies are the greatest gratitude you can offer me. Now off you go. Sure, Guo Hao nodded. Upon returning to the library, he found Shen Luoyan engrossed in her reading. Noticing Guo Hao's arrival, she looked up and inquired, Did Professor Huang finish revising your paper? Yes. Guo Hao nodded, his heart brimming with excitement. He could finally submit his work. Indeed, although Shen Luoyan's expression remained unchanged, curiosity and excitement welled up within her. Sitting beside Guo Hao, he opened the submission page for the Journal of Mathematical Innovations, registered his email, linked his account, and completed a myriad of tasks. Finally, he reached the last step and clicked to upload his paper. Soon, the status displayed submitted to editorial office, indicating that the manuscript had been sent to the editorial office. Now, it was a protracted wait for some reviewing editor to glance at the work of this unknown author. Chapter 121. He resembles a hero. The submission was complete, but I just checked, and I've heard that the review period for mathematical innovations is quite lengthy. Shen Luoyan glanced at the submission status, pondered for a moment, and remarked to Guo Hao, It doesn't matter. If it takes long, so be it. We can wait, Guo Hao shrugged. With Professor Huang's unwavering confidence in his paper, Guo Hao felt a surge of assurance himself. Unlike Guo Hao's inexperience with submitting mathematical papers, Professor Huang had authored numerous articles in prestigious SCI journals. He was indeed a seasoned professor, possessing considerable insight into the submission process. If Professor Huang didn't believe Guo Hao's paper had a high chance of acceptance, he would never have suggested submitting it to the Journal of Mathematical Innovations. That's true, Shen Luoyan nodded. After completing these tasks, Guo Hao was about to shut down his computer when, unexpectedly, the web page refreshed on its own, and the status changed. Under review. The appearance of this status signified that the manuscript was currently under review. So soon? Guo Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Given the journal's specialized nature, the editors themselves were not of the caliber of giants in the field. Typically, upon receiving a paper, they would first glance at it to ascertain its style and select suitable reviewers. Only after the reviewers had agreed to evaluate the submission would the status change to under review. Generally, this process took at least a day or two, as editors deal with numerous manuscripts daily, and reviewers may not have the time to review immediately. It was not uncommon for this process to stretch over 3 or 4 days. Could it be that the system had expedited the process? Guo Hao felt a flicker of anticipation, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. Shen Luoyan, who was reading beside him, sensed something was amiss. "Why did you stop closing the computer?" she asked, frowning. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the computer screen. "Under review? So fast?" Shen Luoyan's eyes displayed surprise. This was indeed a remarkably swift pace. After all, neither the editor nor the reviewers were machines. Such speed could only imply that the editor was also one of the reviewers, allowing for an expeditious evaluation of Guo Hao's manuscript. "It seems like it should progress quite quickly," Shen Luoyan remarked to Guo Hao. "Yes." Guo Hao nodded. He stared at the computer screen for a while longer, but the review status remained unchanged. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of good fortune. He closed the webpage and powered down his computer. "Let's read some more." Guo Hao smiled, turning to Shen Luoyan. She nodded in agreement. The two continued their reading, a shared activity they both cherished. During this time, Shen Luoyan discovered that she gradually fell in love with the sensation of studying and discussing problems alongside Guo Hao. The feeling of mutual progress and development brought her a profound sense of tranquility. For Shen Luoyan, Guo Hao had become an indispensable part of her life and studies. After lunch, Guo Hao had classes, while Shen Luoyan remained in the library. Without Guo Hao, she felt somewhat out of place. After a while of reading, her focus began to drift. Realizing she could no longer concentrate, she abandoned her book and stared blankly at Guo Hao's vacant seat. Over the past few days, she had found herself increasingly accustomed to Guo Hao's presence. In truth, this transformation had not merely occurred recently. For years, she had resisted the outside world, employing extreme measures like avoiding friendships entirely. Before the college entrance examination, when she became Guo Hao's tutor, their interactions multiplied. Initially, Shen Luoyan had clearly delineated the boundaries, treating tutoring as merely a job. However, as time passed, those boundaries began to blur. Yet, with her formidable willpower, Shen Luoyan had steadfastly maintained this fragile sense of distance. Upon entering university, perhaps it was during their conversations on the train or the bus that Guo Hao's words dismantled the barrier she had erected, leaving her vulnerable at the onset of her university life. Reflecting on this, Shen Luoyan suddenly chuckled softly. "You rascal." Her cheeks flushed slightly. Although she labeled Guo Hao a rascal, her gaze softened. She remembered all the kindness he had shown her over the past year. Back in school, despite her academic prowess affording her some protection, the bullies like Zhao Ying dared not confront her overtly. Yet, they incessantly tormented her with loud, intentional remarks, a form of psychological bullying that persisted daily. Shen Luoyan did not dwell on these attacks, not because she was indifferent, but out of concern that once she exploded in anger, the little thugs might retaliate against her grandparents. Thus, she maintained a restrained attitude as long as they refrained from physical aggression. Verbal attacks could inflict harm just as deeply. It wasn't until Guo Hao's arrival that everything changed. He was the sole person who stood up to Zhao Ying when she was subjected to verbal bullying. While others assumed she was too aloof to care or feared the thugs behind Zhao Ying, Guo Hao disregarded any potential consequences and boldly confronted Zhao Ying when she insulted her, embodying the essence of a heroic figure. Shen Luoyan's gaze grew distant as she reminisced about the first time Guo Hao had challenged Zhao Ying in high school. Perhaps that moment marked the inception of her fondness for him. Subsequently, a series of events unfolded surrounding Zhao Ying, during which Guo Hao went to great lengths to assist her. As she reflected, Shen Luoyan's expression softened. Immersed in memories for a while, the sparkle in her eyes gradually dimmed. Guo Hao, who once seemed inferior to her, was now progressing at an astonishing rate. As his own counterpart, one must not lag too far behind. With this thought in mind, Shen Luoyan composed her expression, her gaze becoming markedly more serious as she resumed her studies and problem-solving. Chapter 122. Manuscript Accepted. The review process is notoriously protracted. That evening, while Guo Hao was in the library, he refreshed the page, but it remained under review. It seemed this process demanded considerable time. The fact that his status had changed to under review so swiftly appeared to be mere coincidence, rather than a system malfunction. With a sigh, Guo Hao reflected that even with the system in place, many matters could not be manipulated at will. When Shen Luoyin glanced up from her studies, she noticed Guo Hao once more accessing the submission page, and she chuckled softly. Surely you do not expect them to complete the review in just one day. Such a prestigious journal in the core SCI Zone 1, particularly one focused on pure mathematics, typically has an average review time measured in months. She remarked with a smile. Guo Hao shrugged. What can I say? This is my first submission, an article in the core Zone 1 of pure mathematics, so naturally, I feel a bit anxious. Then perhaps it's time to clear your mind. Stop looking at it. You should at least allow for a month of review time. Help me tackle this problem instead. Shen Luoyin suggested with a slight smile as she handed him paper and pen. Turbulence problem? Guo Hao glanced at the question, surprised, and turned to Shen Luoyin. The turbulence problem is one of the most classic issues in fluid mechanics, encompassing a quintessential concept in physics, primarily calculated using partial differential equations. Establishing a turbulence model is inherently challenging, involving exceedingly complex computations. However, the turbulence problem Shen Luoyin presented was not exceedingly intricate. Guo Hao had a solid grasp of partial differential equations and possessed commendable skills in mathematical modeling. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a potential solution. We can represent these two values. Guo Hao outlined his thoughts to Shen Luoyin. She furrowed her brow, articulating her points of confusion and her own ideas to him. Guo Hao pondered her insights, and the pair engaged in a hushed discussion in the library's corner. Ultimately, they arrived at a solution. In the ensuing days, Ma Xian and Li Ming gradually adapted to university life. These two were particularly adept at socializing, and with various clubs recruiting new members, they seamlessly integrated into the activities. Ma Xian, with his robust physique, quickly gained popularity, while Li Ming, a science student with a surprising fondness for classical poetry, joined the literature club, reveling in romantic pursuits. As for Li Wei, he refrained from joining any club. A few days prior, his scholarship had arrived, and he treated several dorm mates to a meal. Initially, they were hesitant to attend, but Li Wei insisted it was not only his wish, but also his mother's. 2 weeks later, on an ordinary afternoon, Guo Hao instinctively opened the submission page for mathematical inventions. After refreshing the page, the status, which had persistently indicated under review, astonishingly shifted. Accepted. This signified that the Mathematical Inventions Journal had decided to accept his manuscript. Furthermore, no revisions were required. Professor Huang indeed wielded considerable influence. Gazing at the status of his submission, Guo Hao's eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. He had anticipated a more arduous process, perhaps necessitating revisions, but to his astonishment, the manuscript was accepted so effortlessly. He was profoundly grateful for Professor Huang's assistance. Next came the proofing stage, confirming author information, signing the copyright transfer agreement, and finally, paying the publication fee. Guo Hao had familiarized himself with these steps in advance and had prepared accordingly. Thus, he encountered no significant issues, swiftly resolving each matter. Once completed, he received a message from the editorial team of Mathematical Inventions, indicating that his paper would likely be published in an upcoming issue within a month. A subtle smile graced Guo Hao's face. Could this signify a substantial and pivotal step along his research journey? However, this paper, strictly speaking, was not entirely his own creation, as it was derived from an algorithm extracted from the manuscript provided by the system. The original manuscript, featuring materials of a high-strength nature, would likely not be published anytime soon, as Guo Hao was reluctant to disclose the specific synthesis methods. Having accomplished all of this, Guo Hao exhaled deeply. Settling comfortably in his seat, his spirits lifted. After a while, Shen Luoyin emerged from class and entered the library. Noticing Guo Hao reclining in his chair without reading, she looked at him with a hint of surprise and curiosity. What is the matter today? Why aren't you studying? Luoyin, my manuscript was accepted, Guo Hao exclaimed. Shen Luoyin, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the significance of his statement. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she regarded him. Your submission to Mathematical Inventions has been accepted? Indeed, Guo Hao replied, beaming with joy. This is cause for celebration. I would like to treat you to dinner tonight, off campus. What do you think? Shen Luoyin nodded enthusiastically. Sound great. Let us make it happen. However, you ought to inform Professor Huang, considering how much he has assisted you. Shen Luoyin suggested after a brief pause. Absolutely. I almost forgot. Guo Hao recalled. It was indeed important to share this news with Professor Huang. He understood the significance of maintaining decorum. Stay here. I'll be back shortly, Guo Hao said, brimming with enthusiasm. All right. Shen Luoyin smiled and nodded. Guo Hao hurriedly made his way to Professor Huang's office. Upon arrival, he heard voices within and hesitated briefly before knocking on the door. Guomin. Upon hearing Professor Huang's invitation, Guo Hao pushed the door open and entered. Unlike usual, the office was devoid of students. Occupied instead by a refined middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses seated opposite Professor Huang. Upon Guo Hao's entrance, the man appraised him before returning his gaze. "Ah, Guo, what brings you here?" Professor Huang inquired with a gentle smile. "Professor Huang, my paper has been accepted," Guo Hao replied, his excitement palpable. "The one for mathematical inventions?" Professor Huang's face lit up with a smile as he asked. At this, the middle-aged man straightened in his chair, turning his astonished gaze towards Guo Hao. "Yes." Guo Hao nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 123. Why not come to Yin University? Directly for graduate school. Excellent, excellent. Professor Huang nodded, smiling. Just as he prepared to offer Guo Hao some words of encouragement, the refined middle-aged man interjected. "Old Huang, is this young man one of your doctoral students? He appears rather youthful." "Principal Tian, he is not my student. He is a freshman in materials engineering, one of the classes I teach," Professor Huang replied with a smile, proceeding to introduce Guo Hao to the distinguished middle-aged man. "This is Principal Tian, the head of the Department of Mathematics at Yin University, and also the vice president of Yin University." "Greetings, Principal Tian," Guo Hao said, nodding towards him. At that moment, Principal Tian's face was a canvas of astonishment. "Materials engineering. Freshman?" "Indeed," Guo Hao nodded affirmatively. Principal Tian's eyes brimmed with incredulity. "The academic year has only just commenced, and you have already published a mathematical innovation. Guo Hao, why not consider joining our Department of Mathematics at Yin University? Forget about your undergraduate studies. You could transition directly to graduate studies. I would recommend you to esteemed professors, and you could select your own mentor." Principal Tian asserted directly to Guo Hao. Hey. Are you trying to poach your students right in front of me, you old codger? Isn't that a bit too much?" Professor Huang interjected with a hint of annoyance towards Principal Tian. Principal Tian smiled, casting a glance at Professor Huang. "Old Huang, we are all in the business of nurturing talent for the nation. What does it matter whose students they are? A student who can publish a top-tier paper as a freshman is a treasure for our Dragon Kingdom." Principal Tian continued, pausing for emphasis. "The mathematics department at Yinhang does lag behind ours. We cannot allow some narrow-mindedness to hinder a promising talent." Principal Tian's expression turned serious. At this point, Professor Huang, still smiling, responded to Principal Tian. "While it's true that Yinhang's mathematics department cannot compete with Yin University, what about Yinhang's materials engineering program?" "What do you mean?" Principal Tian blinked, momentarily bewildered, looking at Professor Huang with confusion. Ha. Professor Huang chuckled as he addressed Principal Tian. "Guo Hao is not keen on joining the mathematics department." "What?" Principal Tian paused, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Professor Huang. "Such a promising talent, and he doesn't wish to join the mathematics department?" "Indeed, you can ask him yourself," Professor Huang replied with a smile. At this moment, Principal Tian's gaze shifted immediately to Guo Hao. "Guo Hao, what do you think of my proposal? Joining Yin University would grant you access to the finest mathematical education in the Dragon Kingdom, which would greatly assist your future development. I appreciate your mentorship and recognition, Principal Tian, but I must respectfully decline. I have always believed that pure mathematics is merely one facet of mathematical study. While mathematics is undoubtedly important, for me, it serves primarily as a tool for problem solving. I have heard it said that mathematics is the language of God. Perhaps there is truth in this statement, but it further supports my view that mathematics is fundamentally a tool for deciphering the true nature of the world. At present, my interests lie firmly within the field of materials engineering. Mathematics is simply a means to explore specific subjects." Guo Hao responded with a gentle smile directed at Principal Tian. "Thus, I must apologize, Principal Tian. I will remain at Yinjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics to continue my studies in materials engineering." Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Principal Tian's expression morphed into one of incredulity. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. "What now, old Tian? Have you surrendered?" Professor Huang remarked playfully, looking at Principal Tian. Principal Tian's eyes reflected resignation. "Guo Hao, the news has been conveyed. The faculty are pleased for you. You may return now," Professor Huang said with a smile to Guo Hao. "Very well, Professor." With that, Guo Hao bid farewell to Principal Tian and Professor Huang before departing the office. As the office door closed, Principal Tian could no longer contain his myriad of questions and turned to Professor Huang with a barrage of inquiries. "What on earth is going on? Old Huang, is this student truly a freshman? Is he really in the materials engineering program? Principal Tian asked eagerly. What, do you think I would deceive you? Professor Huang replied, furrowing his brow in irritation. What about that paper on mathematical invention? Did you assist him in any way? Principal Tian inquired with curiosity. Absolutely not. Guo Hao's paper was entirely his own work. Some time ago, he approached me to review his paper, and I rigorously assessed him. He is indeed a mathematical prodigy. Then why didn't you encourage him to join the mathematics department for further studies? Although Yanhan's mathematics department is average, the Hualuogin class is quite respectable. Even enrolling him in that class would be beneficial. Principal Tian expressed his confusion while looking at Professor Huang. Why do you think I didn't mention it? Professor Huang shot a glance at Principal Tian and responded curtly. I had already advised him, suggesting that with his capabilities, he could commence direct graduate studies in pure mathematics. However, this young man is not interested in pure mathematics. He stated that for him, mathematics is merely a tool. What he truly desires is to master this tool thoroughly and employ it for tangible purposes. Master it thoroughly? Principal Tian paused. This young man is rather audacious. The vastness of mathematics is such that achieving notable success in any direction can consume a lifetime of effort from many geniuses. Principal Tian shook his head. What a pity for such a talent. A mathematical invention, you say? I shall keep an eye on this. I am eager to see the caliber of his papers. Principal Tian remarked, looking at Professor Huang. What, are you still not giving up? Do you still intend to recruit him? Professor Huang chuckled softly, gazing at Principal Tian. Perhaps. He is only a freshman, still quite young. If he truly is a prodigious talent, I will certainly find ways to bring him to the Department of Mathematics at Yan University. Principal Tian asserted decisively to Professor Huang. Professor Huang merely chuckled and shook his head in silence. At that moment, Principal Tian's thoughts drifted far and wide. The Department of Mathematics at Yan University is indeed formidable, arguably the finest in the Dragon Kingdom. However, its international influence remains somewhat limited. Why, you may ask? Because Yan University has yet to cultivate any true genius. Those who can attain the level of a Fields medalist. A freshman, freshly enrolled, managing to publish a mathematical invention and have it accepted. When it comes to talent, that is undeniably exceptional. Chapter 124. The publication of the paper. If this student were willing to join the Department of Mathematics at Yan University, choosing a direction and committing fully to his development, with his kind of talent, it is conceivable that Yan University could produce a Fields Medal laureate, thereby significantly enhancing the department's international standing. Such an opportunity is not one that Principal Tian could overlook, especially considering its implications for the entire university. If all of this is true, then Guo Hao's mathematical talent is indeed the most remarkable he has ever encountered. Professor Huang glanced at Principal Tian's expression and immediately discerned the thoughts swirling within his old friend's mind. However, he chose to remain silent. In truth, he too pondered that if Guo Hao were willing to pursue pure mathematics, it would undoubtedly be a positive development. Yet, regrettably, the mathematics program at Yanhang is mediocre. And perhaps attending Yan University would also be beneficial. After discussing this matter with Professor Huang, Guo Hao returned to the library. So how did it go? Shen Luoyan asked him. I spoke with Professor Huang. He was quite pleased. However, a vice president from Yan University was also in Professor Huang's office. Upon learning that I had published a mathematical invention, he pulled me aside for an extensive conversation and even suggested that I join the Department of Mathematics at Yan University for graduate studies. Guo Hao replied with a smile. And how did you respond? Shen Luoyan inquired, her curiosity piqued. I have no intention of going. Attending Yan University holds little significance for me. I can self-study mathematics adequately. If I encounter difficulties, I can always consult with Professor Huang and the others. Whether or not I go to Yan University does not significantly impact my path. However, the field of materials engineering is quite distinct. The program at Yanda is not as distinguished as here. During my time at Yanhang, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge. And unlike mathematics, materials engineering incorporates a significant amount of practical coursework and various aspects of process design. Such knowledge cannot be self-taught, or rather, it is not easily self-taught. Hence, there is no necessity for me to attend Yanda. Guo Hao smiled and remarked to Shen Luoyan. Indeed, Shen Luoyan nodded in agreement. The two engaged in casual conversation for a brief moment before resuming their studies, engrossed in their books until 5:30 in the evening. Let's go. It is time for dinner. Guo Hao beamed at Shen Luoyan. Let us celebrate my paper's acceptance in mathematical invention. Sounds great. Shen Luoyan nodded enthusiastically. They tidied up their books and exited the library together. Once outside the school, they quickly arrived at a nearby hot pot restaurant. You must have never tried hot pot before. Allow me to introduce you to it today, Guo Hao said with a smile as he led Shen Luoyan into the establishment. Although it was Shen Luoyan's first visit to a hot pot restaurant, she exhibited none of the awkwardness typical of a rural youth. If it had been Li Wei, he would have felt somewhat uneasy in such an environment. The restaurant's decor was quite exquisite. Of course, Shen Luoyan remained somewhat inexperienced in social etiquette. The ordering and summoning of the waitstaff were predominantly managed by Guo Hao, while she sat quietly beside him, observing him place the order. Guo Hao, mindful of her presence, occasionally inquired whether she had any dietary restrictions. Before long, the broth and ingredients were ordered. After they finished dining, Guo Hao accompanied Shen Luoyan back to the library to continue their studies. In the ensuing days, Guo Hao maintained his usual routine, aside from attending classes. He would study alongside Shen Luoyan in the library. Both of them possessed strong self-learning abilities and did not disturb one another. During this period, Guo Hao advanced his main task to 30% completion. He had already delved into nearly a third of the extensive 420-page tome on computational material science. Amidst this routine, the latest issue of Mathematical Invention was quietly published. At Yanda's library, Old Li, didn't you ask me to keep an eye on the latest issue of Mathematical Invention a few days ago? It has just arrived. Would you like it? The librarian, Old Zhao, inquired of Li Su, the assistant to the principal, who had come to borrow books. The latest issue of Mathematical Invention is out. Bring it to me. Li Su deeply, easily. Old Zhao extracted the journal from a stack of newly arrived mathematics publications and handed it to Li Su. Observing Li Su hastily take the journal, Old Zhao's curiosity piqued. Although Mathematical Invention is a reputable journal in the field of mathematics, it is not one of the top 4. Why is Principal Tian suddenly so interested in this publication? Why did he ask me to keep an eye on it? Old Zhao pondered, addressing Li Su. At this moment, Li Su had already opened the journal's table of contents and was scanning it while casually speaking to Old Zhao. I heard from Principal Tian that during his recent visit to Yinheng, he learned that a freshman in the materials engineering program had just published a paper accepted by Mathematical Invention. A freshman? Mathematical Invention? Accepted? Old Zhao, though not an expert in academic matters, understood the significance of what Li Su was saying. As a librarian, he had graduated with a degree in library management and had spent many years in the academic sanctuary of Yanda. He certainly grasped the implications of freshmen just starting their studies, producing such impressive work. It seems the younger generation is remarkably gifted to publish in a top-tier mathematics journal right after entering university. Indeed, otherwise, why would Principal Tian place such emphasis on it? At that moment, Li Su found Guo Hao's name in the journal. There he is. Great. I found it. Old Zhao, I must take my leave. By the way, what is the name of that freshman? Old Zhao inquired. His name is Guo Hao. I must be off, Li Su said, hurrying away with the journal. As Li Su's figure faded from sight, Old Zhao, driven by curiosity, pulled out another copy of Mathematical Invention from the stack and searched through it until he found Guo Hao's name. Indeed, he was there. Old Zhao turned to the page containing Guo Hao's paper and glanced at the author introduction. Guo Hao, a freshman in materials engineering at Yenjing Aerospace University, aged 18. Upon reading the introduction, Old Zhao was taken aback. A freshman in materials engineering with such mathematical talent, and he chose to attend Yenang. Old Zhao felt a twinge of regret. However, after a moment's consideration, he speculated that Principal Tian would likely arrange for Guo Hao to come to Yanda for graduate studies. With this thought, Old Zhao felt a sense of anticipation for such a gifted young individual. Li Su arrived at the vice principal's office with the journal. Knocking on the door, "Come in," came Principal Tian's voice from within. Li Su entered the office, where Vice Principal Tian was engrossed in work. Principal Tian, the latest issue of Mathematical Invention has been published. It indeed features a paper by student Guo Hao. Chapter 125. The public opinion begins to stir. Upon hearing Li Su's words, Principal Tian, who had been deeply focused on his work, suddenly lifted his head. "Bring it to me, let me see." Principal Tian was quite eager to read Guo Hao's paper. Although he had requested Professor Huang to provide it, no records remained with him, and he felt awkward directly asking Guo Hao for it. Thus, he had to wait for the publication of Mathematical Invention, which had finally arrived today. Before long, Principal Tian quickly located the page containing Guo Hao's paper. He swiftly skimmed through Guo Hao's personal introduction and then the title. As he delved into the content, Principal Tian's expression gradually turned serious. Although he was a political work leader, he was also a distinguished mathematician in his own right, with a global reputation. After only a brief glance, Principal Tian understood why this paper was worthy of publication in Mathematical Invention. After spending over half an hour, Principal Tian finished reading the paper. "A commendable piece of work," he remarked, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Is it good? Li Su inquired, his curiosity piqued as he observed Principal Tian. Indeed. Principal Tian nodded, somewhat reflective. In terms of mathematical depth, it may not be entirely sufficient, but the reasoning is sound, if not novel. The perspective is clear, presenting an algorithm for establishing material models that is quite innovative, an idea befitting a young mind. Principal Tian sighed, acknowledging Guo Hao's exceptional talent, especially for someone just entering university. Principal, should we recruit him? Perhaps we could directly arrange for him to pursue graduate studies under a certain academician? Li Su suggested to Principal Tian. If only he would agree, Principal Tian replied with a wry smile. I personally tried to recruit him from Yinhang, but he declined. He is intent on studying material science. With a hint of helplessness, Principal Tian continued, perhaps we could approach it differently. At this moment, Li Su's eyes lit up with an idea as he looked at Principal Tian. What is it? Principal Tian, who had been troubled, inquired curiously. Li Su smiled, gazing at Principal Tian as he articulated his thought. Today's youth are quite sensitive to their public image. Why not amplify this situation? A freshman publishing in a top-tier SCI journal is indeed newsworthy. We can create a buzz around this mathematical prodigy, and during your television interview, you could casually mention the disadvantages of the mathematics department at Yinhang while inviting Guo Hao to come to Yanda for graduate studies. The young man has been put on the spot, and perhaps there is no turning back. He readily agreed. Li Su smiled as he addressed Principal Tian. Do you believe this idea will be effective? Principal Tian still exhibited a hint of hesitation. Li Su continued with a smile. Both Yin University and Yin Aviation are superior institutions. I trust that Guo Hao's family and friends are well aware of this. If this matter escalates, they will surely assist us in persuading him. Shall we get a try? Principal Tian pondered for a moment, realizing he currently possessed no better alternatives. After all, he had already faced rejection in private once. Seeking another invitation was likely to end in the same fate. Directly extending an invitation seemed implausible, with little chance of success. Utilizing Yin Aviation as official channels was even less feasible, as they would only respect Guo Hao's own choices. Perhaps, influencing Guo Hao's external friends and family to sway him could be a viable path. I shall call the editor-in-chief of Yin Jing Daily, Principal Tian resolved. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Li Su before making his call. Li Su nodded in agreement, and, at that moment, Principal Tian picked up the desk phone and dialed number. Soon, the call connected. Old Tian, what brings you to call me? A hearty laugh resonated from the other end. It was Editor Wang from Yin Jing Daily. The two shared a friendship, although Principal Tian held a significantly higher status. I have come across a piece of news. I thought of you because it is quite remarkable. Would you care to hear it? Principal Tian smiled slightly as he spoke to Editor Wang. Oh, you consider it a major story? I am all ears. Editor Wang responded with a hint of surprise. I know a student from Yinjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, majoring in materials engineering, who is a freshman this year. He has just published a paper in mathematical inventions. Principal Tian's words took Editor Wang aback. In a top-tier SCI journal? A pure mathematics paper? Indeed. This very paper is right beside me. I have just finished reviewing it. Principal Tian affirmed. That is indeed big news. Editor Wang's voice carried a twinge of excitement. I have decided to offer Guo Hao a guaranteed spot for graduate studies of the mathematics department of Yinjing University. Excellent, excellent. I will promptly arrange for the editorial team to meet with you. Without hesitation, Editor Wang responded. Before long, a reporter from Yinjing Daily arrived at Yinjing University to interview Principal Tian. He praised Guo Hao's paper and then publicly invited him through television. This news aired during the noon segment on Yinjing Satellite TV, creating considerable waves both online and offline. The internet is the swiftest medium of dissemination. Numerous media outlets immediately shared the news, causing its popularity to soar on Weibo. The headlines read, "The president of Yin University has extended an invitation. A freshman has astonishingly published a top-tier mathematics paper. What does SCI Tier 1 mean?" Each of these phrases climbed the trending charts. Wow, incredible. Is this for real? A freshman? SCI Tier 1? Is this another case of idle creation? I feel a bit uneasy about this. It certainly appeared strange that a newly enrolled freshman had published a paper in the pure mathematics field of SCI Tier 1. It felt quite peculiar indeed. Brothers, what does SCI Tier 1 mean? Can someone explain this to us? SCI tiers are categorized based on the impact factor of journals and their rankings within their respective fields. Generally, Tier 1 journals possess a high impact factor, signifying considerable authority in their disciplines, typically representing the top 5% of the field. To publish a paper in a Tier 1 journal indicates a significant achievement within that domain. Wow, incredible. Such a clear explanation. So, this Guo Hao, having just entered university, is already a revered authority in mathematics? Is this idle creation? I too found it a bit implausible. Given the review process of mathematical inventions can take months along with revisions. Publishing a paper could easily take half a year. Guo Hao is a freshman who likely has not even been enrolled for 6 months. Chapter 126. The current state of academic fraud is so brazen? I too sense some suspicion. In this era of blatant academic fraud and idle creation, it warranted investigation. I felt compelled to uncover whether Guo Hao had connections to some academic power. Hey, we shouldn't speak so lightly. Just because you have not encountered a genius does not mean they do not exist. I firmly believe Guo Hao is indeed a prodigy. Exactly. This is a Tier 1 paper, and it's purely mathematics. Which academic power would be so foolish? Mathematics is the easiest subject to verify. If Guo Hao lacks genuine talent, they should have chosen another discipline and perhaps placed him as a secondary author. This independent authorship seems overly ostentatious. Who would be that foolish? I too believe that if an academic power were nurturing a successor, they certainly wouldn't allow him to be the sole author of the paper. That would be too obvious. Moreover, it is well known that such pure mathematics papers can be easily scrutinized. This occurrence is far too common. Idle creation has become a norm. If it weren't for Vice Principal Tian from Yen University publicly inviting Guo Hao for graduate studies, who would have known? In a few years, when Guo Hao's credentials are released, no one will dare to question them. Indeed, just a couple of years ago, I saw a master's student with dozens of SCI papers. Truly impressive. Were they not all artificially constructed? Given the current trajectory, in a few years, Guo Hao might also publish dozens of papers. Online discussions were fervent. Some expressed admiration, while others criticized and cast doubt. Many speculated about Guo Hao's family background. At that moment, at Yen Aviation, what on earth is happening with that Guo Hao? President Huai inquired of the Dean of the Materials Science and Engineering College beside him. I am uncertain. Dean Wang responded, his expression reflecting confusion. I just reviewed the list, and indeed there is a student named Guo Hao in the Materials Engineering program. But he is merely a freshman, so I do not have much information. Dean Wang appeared somewhat helpless. President Huai nodded, and, just as he was about to speak, Dean Wang suddenly had a thought. He turned to President Huai and said, by the way, why don't we call Professor Huang Ximin? He is the advanced mathematics instructor for Class 1 of Materials Engineering. If Guo Hao is indeed a mathematical genius, Professor Huang should be in the know. Very well. President Huai agreed, picking up the office phone to call Professor Huang. Before long, Professor Huang arrived at the principal's office. Good day, Dean Wang, President Huai. He greeted the two leaders. Professor Huang, please have a seat. President Huai smiled as he gestured for him to sit. As soon as Professor Huang was seated, President Huai eagerly inquired, you are aware of Guo Hao, correct? What can you tell us about his paper? Certainly. I even helped him revise it. Professor Huang replied to the two leaders before him. Upon hearing Professor Huang's words, President Huai and Dean Wang exchanged glances. Dean Wang quickly pressed on. Why is your name not on the paper? Not even as a corresponding author. Not necessary. Professor Huang chuckled lightly. I have reviewed the paper, and it is fundamentally devoid of any issues. The main framework, the core algorithm, and the pivotal creative elements are all the work of Mr. Guo Hao alone. My contribution was primarily to assist him in refining the English version of his thesis by making some modifications to the terminology. Thus, I do not deserve any authorship. Upon hearing Professor Huang's words, Dean Wang and Principal Huai exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting surprise, which soon transformed into concern. Despite Mr. Guo Hao's exceptional talents, it was alarming that Tian Jun from Yen University publicly extended an invitation to him on television to join their Department of Mathematics, offering a direct path to graduate studies under favorable conditions. We might not be able to retain Mr. Guo Hao. Dean Wang expressed his apprehension. This is the nature of academia. We yearn for prodigious students while simultaneously fearing we cannot hold on to them. Moreover, the mathematics program at Yanhang is rather mediocre. This should alleviate your concerns, the two esteemed leaders. Upon hearing Dean Wang's words, Professor Huang chuckled. Principal Tian from Yen University is an old acquaintance of mine. On the day Mr. Guo Hao's paper was accepted, he came to share the good news. Coincidentally, Principal Tian was visiting me at that time. Upon learning that Mr. Guo Hao had authored a paper in the realm of pure mathematics published in a prestigious SCI journal, he immediately extended an invitation, which Mr. Guo Hao graciously declined, expressing his desire to remain in the materials engineering program at Yanhang. The expressions of surprise on the faces of Principal Huai and Dean Wang were palpable. With such a high aptitude for mathematics, why would he not wish to join the mathematics department? Principal Huai inquired curiously, gazing at Professor Huang. I cannot say. Professor Huang shrugged. In that case, Principal Huai mused for a moment. The advisor for the first-year materials engineering class is named Wang Ming, correct? I will give him a call and ask him to bring Mr. Guo Hao to my office so we can have a thorough discussion about his aspirations and future plans. We can converse about various matters. For such a prodigy, we could even devise a tailored training program, adapting to his needs. Of course, if he suddenly wishes to attend Yin University, we would be willing to let him go, even providing him with a diploma, if necessary. The doors of Yin Hang will always remain open for him. Principal Huai, a man of conviction, quickly formulated a plan that respected Mr. Guo Hao's wishes. That sounds like an excellent approach, Principal Huai. Professor Huang nodded in agreement. Principal Huai then placed a call to Wang Ming. In the library. At last. I have found you, Wang Ming said, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness as he gazed at Mr. Guo Hao. What's the matter, Teacher Wang? Mr. Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan both raised their heads, looking at Wang Ming with confusion. Wang Ming smiled faintly upon noticing Shen Luoyan beside him. Girlfriend? He asked Mr. Guo Hao. Not quite yet, Mr. Guo Hao chuckled. All right, Principal Huai wishes to see you. Will you accompany me? Wang Ming inquired. He was aware of Principal Huai's wish to meet Mr. Guo Hao, having seen the news at noon. He truly did not expect Mr. Guo Hao to be a genius. Such occurrences are quite rare at Yin Hang, and even rarer is the fact that Mr. Guo Hao, who enrolled in the materials engineering program, is a mathematical prodigy. An SCI publication in a prestigious journal. Wang Ming felt a pang of envy. If only he could also publish an SCI paper in such a journal. It would significantly ease his path to becoming a professor. Chapter 127. A fortune spent on a bone, especially with a solo authorship on a pure mathematics SCI paper. That is indeed exceedingly rare. With this thought, Wang Ming looked at Mr. Guo Hao with a tinge of envy. All right, I will go ahead for now. Mr. Guo Hao's last remark was directed at Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan nodded. Mr. Guo Hao followed Wang Ming and soon arrived at the principal's office. Principal Huai, Mr. Guo Hao has arrived, Wang Ming announced to Principal Huai. Mr. Guo Hao. Principal Huai rose from his seat, and Dean Wang stood as well. The two leaders approached Mr. Guo Hao together. Good day, Principal Huai, Dean Wang. Mr. Guo Hao greeted the two esteemed leaders before them. Please, come and take a seat. With that, everyone moved to the lounge area of the principal's office and sat down. As soon as they were seated, Principal Huai, beaming, addressed Mr. Guo Hao. Congratulations, Mr. Guo Hao. You have published an SCI paper in a prestigious journal within such a short span since entering your first year. Congratulations. Mr. Guo Hao smiled modestly. I must continue to strive to live up to the school's nurturing. Upon hearing Mr. Guo Hao's words, Principal Huai's smile broadened. You've seen the news on television. Haven't you? News? Mr. Guo Hao was momentarily taken aback, as he was indeed unaware. Principal Huai appeared slightly taken aback as well. He pulled out his phone and quickly searched for the new news, handing it to Mr. Guo Hao. After reading the news, Mr. Guo Hao returned the phone to Principal Huai. What are your thoughts after reading the news? Principal Huai inquired with a smile. Principal, I have no intention of going to Yin University. Mr. Guo Hao was about to express himself further. There is no rush to decide. Principal Tian's interest in you is a positive sign. As for your final choice, you have ample time. I am here today, primarily to discuss a few matters with you. Principal Huai paused for a moment. If you ultimately wish to remain at Yin Hang, I believe we need to formulate a new training plan for you. Professor Huang mentioned that you have a passion for the materials engineering program. That is perfectly acceptable, but your remarkable mathematical talent should not be overlooked. I just discussed this with Dean Wang and Professor Huang, and we all agreed that your exceptional aptitude for mathematics should be nurtured. Otherwise, the citizens of Longguo might hold us accountable. Principal Huai and Dean Wang shared a laugh. Please share your thoughts on how to cultivate this talent. Mr. Guo Hao maintained a composed demeanor, simply looking at Principal Huai and inquiring. Dean Wang and Principal Huai exchanged glances. At this point, Dean Wang paused and addressed Mr. Guo Hao. Here's the thing. I just conferred with Professor Huang and Principal Huai, and we have decided that you cannot be cultivated under standard student criteria. In addition to your desired study in materials engineering, we have resolved to allow you to simultaneously pursue a degree in mathematics, enrolling in the Hua Luogan class. You will engage in regular studies and graduate as usual. As for attending classes, that will be entirely at your discretion. Furthermore, regarding the field of materials science, we have decided to have Academician Jiang Lei personally mentor you. Academician Jiang is a true authority in the domains of nanomaterials and inorganic chemistry. We will reach out to Academician Jiang, and you will need to undergo an interview with him. Dean Wang smiled slightly as he spoke to Mr. Guo Hao. Excellent. Mr. Guo Hao nodded. Please take your time to consider these matters and provide us with your response by the end of this week. Understood, Mr. Guo Hao did not rush to say anything, merely nodding in acknowledgement. At this moment, Principal Huai gazed at Mr. Guo Hao with a sense of admiration. You truly are a remarkable young talent. To publish an SCI paper, especially in a prestigious journal, within your first year is unprecedented. Students like you are virtually unheard of. I have never encountered anyone quite like you in my years of experience. It was merely a moment of inspiration while reading, Mr. Guo Hao replied with a smile. The leaders engaged in conversation with Mr. Guo Hao, who responded with poise and perfect timing. After some time, Mr. Guo Hao took his leave from the principal's office. As he watched the door close, Principal Huai expressed his sentiments. Old Wang, what are your thoughts? He turned to Dean Wang, who also bore a look of appreciation. Remarkable. A mere freshman. I initially presumed he would be like most top students, merely a bookworm, but Mr. Guo Hao truly exceeds expectations. The manner in which he spoke and acted was almost flawless, exhibiting none of the traits typically associated with a freshman. He was astute and remarkably perceptive. Indeed, Principal Huai nodded in agreement. One can only hope that such a student won't be lured away by that fellow Tianjun. Principal Huai lamented, shaking his head slightly. Rest assured, our Yanhang has its own strengths. That student Guo Hao is not the type who is resolutely set on pursuing pure mathematics. His thoughts are quite versatile, which is advantageous for us. After all, when it comes to material science, Guo Hao would find it challenging to locate the same level of advantage at Yin University. Dean Wang remarked with a smile. Quite so. Principal Huai nodded, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Counselor Wang Ming and Professor Huang beside him. I must thank Counselor Wang Ming and Professor Huang for uncovering this extraordinary talent and for contributing to our institution. It is our duty. Both Counselor Wang and Professor Huang promptly responded to Principal Huai. After bidding farewell to Counselor Wang and Professor Huang, Dean Wang paused for a moment, contemplating, and then turned to Principal Huai. Now that the training program has been finalized, should we not discuss some specific matters? Are you referring to the research award? Principal Huai inquired, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he looked at Dean Wang. Indeed, this is the practical aspect we must consider. One does not simply acquire a prize horse without a hefty price. Guo Hao is no ordinary horse, but rather a true steed of exceptional caliber. Although he has not mentioned the award, we must take it into account, Dean Wang stated earnestly. Ah, you make a valid point. Principal Huai nodded in agreement. Regarding the publication in a top-tier mathematics journal, our faculty has not contributed many papers to this particular journal. What criteria should we apply when assessing it? Principal Huai pondered aloud, glancing at Dean Wang. While this journal is indeed top-tier, it cannot be compared to prestigious publications like Nature or Science. However, it remains a significant independent publication in pure mathematics, especially considering it was authored by an undergraduate freshman. I believe he should be awarded a sum of 100,000. Dean Wang suggested thoughtfully. 100,000? Dean Wang paused for a moment, contemplating. Wouldn't that be a bit excessive? Typically, awards for standard top-tier papers are around 350,000. Suddenly offering 100,000 seems quite generous. One must invest significantly to acquire excellence. Principal Huai chuckled as he addressed Dean Wang. Chapter 128, Substantial Scholarship. Guo Hao returned to the library. What's going on? Shun Luoyan inquired curiously. My paper has been published and covered by the media. The principal summoned me to discuss the training program. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Oh, Shun Luoyan nodded. All right, let's get back to studying. However, that afternoon, Guo Hao found it impossible to concentrate on his studies. Barely 10 minutes after sitting down, he received a call from his mother. Great, Guo Hao sighed, exchanging a quick farewell with Shun Luoyan before stepping out of the library to answer his mother's call. Hello, Mom. How? I saw the news at noon. I heard you published a paper in some SCI journal, and that the principal wants to specially recruit you for a direct graduate program at Yin University. Is it you? His mother asked, her curiosity piqued. There was no avoiding it. Although the news reported that Guo Hao was a freshman in the materials engineering department at Yanhang, the situation seemed almost too surreal. Only just entering university, and now one of the nation's top universities, Yin University, wanted to recruit him for graduate studies. The rapidity of it all was astonishing. Guo's mother could hardly believe it was her son they were referring to. Yes, it is me, Guo Hao replied, slightly exasperated. So son, doesn't that mean you're practically graduating from university? You be going straight into graduate studies? His mother exclaimed in delight. Theoretically, yes. If I were to attend Yin University, Guo Hao mused, feeling a bit of resignation. But I do not plan to go to Yin University. Why not? His mother questioned, puzzled. ISNT Yin University, one of the best in the Dragon Kingdom? Going there is a tremendous opportunity, and starting as a graduate student, That is a monumental advantage. Why would you turn it down? His mother's confusion was palpable, as she could not comprehend her son's reluctance to attend Yin University. Yin Hang is also offering me a brand new training mechanism. Primarily, I believe that the mathematics major can be mastered through self-study. The assistance from teachers is not as critical for me. However, the materials engineering field requires a more systematic approach to learning. Thus, whether I go to Yin University or not, it would not significantly benefit me. Conversely, the support I might receive at Yin Hang could be even more advantageous. Guo Hao explained patiently to his mother. All right then, his mother conceded. Both she and his father had always respected Guo Hao's choices. Although they fervently hoped he would attend Yin University and pursue graduate studies there, as it seemed a path laden with promise. After all, it was Yin University. In the eyes of many in the Dragon Kingdom, Yin University and Shuemu University were regarded as the pinnacle of educational institutions, far surpassing others. Such matters can only be suggested. While your father and I sincerely wish for you to attend Yin University, ultimately, it is your decision to make. His mother spoke with a hint of regret in her tone. Don't worry, Mom. I know what to do. Guo Hao assured her with a smile. His mother nodded. How have you been lately? Are you eating well at school? The weather has turned colder. She began to ramble about everyday matters, and Guo Hao responded gently to each of her concerns. After hanging up the phone, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Well, there goes my study time. Guo Hao sighed, returning to the library to take Shan Luoyan out for dinner. Meanwhile, the online discourse surrounding Guo Hao continued to escalate. His achievements sparked vigorous debate among students online. I know Guo Hao. He is in my class. Absolutely a top-tier genius. Indeed, Guo Hao was notorious for his poor grades in the first 2 years of high school. He barely scored 300 points. Then, just 100 days before the college entrance examination, he suddenly started to work hard. In that short span of time, he skyrocketed from 300 points to a staggering 668. Unbelievable. How could someone go from not even scoring 300 to over 600? This isn't a science fiction novel, is it? No. I verified the transcripts with the local education bureau. His past scores are well documented, and it appears that Guo Hao is indeed an exceptional talent. I've never seen such a remarkable genius. I studied for 2 years and couldn't even reach 400 points, while he improved nearly 400 points in just 100 days. This is surreal. The online chatter continued to intensify, fueled by the release of high school report cards. Initially, skeptical commentators began to waver, gradually accepting the reality of Guo Hao's accomplishments. With the emergence of his SCI paper and the revelation of his grades, Guo Hao garnered significant attention. Some even uncovered the incident surrounding his perfect essay during the second mock exam in Jiangxi province. So it was him. Impressive. I remember reading that essay. It was indeed well written, showcasing both talent and experience. No wonder the name sounded familiar. He's a local celebrity. The online uproar was nothing short of significant. However, due to the absence of any involvement in the deification movement or issues related to falsification, the fervor did not continue to escalate. Instead, discussion surrounding genius lingered. Yet the trending topic on Weibo had already slipped beyond the top 10. Guo Hao paid little heed to the opinions circulating online. After dining with Shan Luoyan, he received a call from Vice President Tian Zhen. Guo Hao, is that you? Guo Hao was momentarily taken aback, hesitantly inquiring. It's Tian Zhen. We met earlier in Professor Huang Xinmin's office. Oh, it's President Tian. Guo Hao suddenly realized. Regarding that matter, come directly to Yanda. Pursue your graduate studies. Choose your preferred area of mathematics. You may select an academician-level mentor at your discretion. I assure you that within 3 years, you will achieve significant results. Tian Zhen held great expectations for Guo Hao. He had scrutinized Guo Hao's paper repeatedly, finding its reasoning and validation process exceptionally impressive. Such an outstanding student was not one Tian Zhen wished to let slip away. President Tian, Guo Hao was about to decline. I will grant you a scholarship of 200,000, along with an additional 300,000 as a special scholarship. Moreover, you can retain your student status at Yanhang, and I will take care of all your living arrangements aside from your studies. How'd that sound? Chapter 129, The Future Fields Medalist. Such high regard for me. Guo Hao was taken aback by the array of privileges proposed by Vice President Tian. It was only 2012, and here he was, being offered over 500,000 in scholarships, a substantial sum indeed. It was even enough to purchase a modest apartment in Beijing, albeit in a less desirable area. More importantly, the final remark from Vice President Tian implied assistance with all living expenses, suggesting even the possibility of resolving his household registration in Beijing. This was a grand gesture. There was even a chance of being allocated housing, a privilege well within the rights of the Vice President of Yanda. Even if Guo Hao did not require such provisions, It was hard not to feel astonished. Professor Tian holds me in such esteem? Guo Hao could not help but ask. I have read your paper 3 times. Your reasoning is truly commendable, exuding a sense of remarkable talent. Given your aptitude, I believe it is entirely possible for you to secure a Fields Medal before the age of 30, provided you dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to the study of mathematics. Tian Jun stated earnestly. If it were not for the recognition of Guo Hao's youth, talent, and potential, how could he, as the dean and vice president of the Yanda School of Mathematics, repeatedly seek to recruit a single student? Yanda's mathematics department is indeed among the top in the nation, yet on the international stage, it struggles to be regarded as a premier mathematics program, primarily due to the lack of truly exceptional figures. Young scholars such as Zhang Wei, Su Qinyang, and Yun Zhuwei, nurtured by Yanda, are beginning to gain influence internationally. Yet they still fall short of achieving groundbreaking results that would astonish the world. For Yanda to truly gain formidable influence in the global arena, the most effective strategy would be to cultivate a top-tier scholar who could win prestigious academic awards such as the Fields Medal, thereby elevating the institution's reputation and impact. Tian Jun was highly optimistic about Guo Hao, seeing in him nearly limitless potential through his paper. Allow me to contemplate your offer for a moment, Guo Hao replied, hesitating slightly. He sensed the sincerity in Tian Jun's tone and refrained from outright refusal. Very well, Guo Hao, please consider it thoroughly. The doors of Yanda will always be open for you, Dean Tian said with a hearty tone before hanging up the phone. It must be said that the people from Yanda are indeed sincere. The conditions they offered are among the most prestigious in all of Longguo, something few institutions possess the audacity to provide. Am I becoming a hot commodity? Guo Hao chuckled, shaking his head as he temporarily set these thoughts aside. He returned to the library to continue studying with Shun Luoyan. After all, he had little time to indulge in distractions. He had yet to complete the first task assigned by the system since the semester began, though he was notified in the afternoon that the paper submission task was complete. Guo Hao planned to check the rewards later that night. At 10 o'clock that evening, after escorting Shen Luoyan back to her dormitory, Guo Hao returned to his own. As he stepped into the dormitory, the gazes of his 3 roommates converged upon him in unison. What's going on? Guo Hao was taken aback, puzzled as he addressed his 3 roommates. Oh yeah, you actually submitted an SCI paper without telling us. Ma sin et golim. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Guo Hao. Exactly. It's in the top tier of pure mathematics. Unbelievable, Li Ming added, anguish evident in his expression. How am I supposed to explain this to my mom when I go home? Li Wei remained silent, simply observing Guo Hao, hearing his 2 roommates. Guo Hao offered an awkward smile. So you've seen the news. I thought you didn't follow it. What news? The internet has been buzzing about your paper. Many people think you're being deified, a freshman publishing in a top-tier SCI journal. It's almost absurd. Ma sin et lai. We've had numerous arguments online today in your defense. They suspect you of academic dishonesty. Honestly, if we hadn't interacted with you, we might have thought the same. Is that so? Guo Hao's expression shifted slightly as he absorbed the information. Thank you, everyone. He conveyed a sense of gratitude tinged with apology. By the way, how go? When did you start writing papers? Li Wei asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I've never really hidden it from you guys. The reason I bought a computer was not just to read papers, but also to write them. You all have already teased me about it before. Guo Hao chuckled. I was in the midst of writing. I just wasn't too sure if it would be accepted, so I refrained from boasting. After it was accepted, I feared I might get beaten up if I brought it up in the dorm. Come on, you know that. Ma Xian and Li Ming chided in jest. After some light banter, Ma Xian, with a hint of reluctance, turned to Guo Hao and asked, how go? We saw the trending topic. I heard that Dean Tianjun from Yanda wants you to go there for direct graduate admission. Are you really considering Yanda? Upon hearing this, the 3 roommates gazed at Guo Hao with expressions of concern. Though they had only spent a couple of months together, their bond had grown amicably, and it was a shared consensus that Hao Ge was a great person. In both academic and daily life, they had each received Guo Hao's assistance in various ways, and he had never held grudges over the small favors he offered, often helping discreetly while being considerate of others' feelings. Seeing their reluctant expressions, Guo Hao smiled. I don't think so. I probably want to go to Yanda. Why not? Ma Xian and Li Ming looked at Guo Hao, puzzled by his response. Oh yeah. With your remarkable mathematical talent, wouldn't it be a great opportunity to go to Yanda? The mathematics department there is the best in Longguo. Ma Xin Pu Dao turned to Guo Hao and said, indeed, while we are reluctant to part with you, Brother Hao, for the sake of your future, you should consider going to Yen University. It offers superior resources, Li Ming caimed impromptu. Chapter 130, Another Lottery. Rest assured, Guo Hao replied with a smile at his roommates. I have my own opinions on this matter. I will contemplate it thoroughly as it pertains to my future. All right, as long as Brother Hao has his own views. We shall refrain from further discussion. Ma Xian and Li Ming nodded in agreement. To them, Guo Hao had always been a person of strong opinions, and they wouldn't press him further. Instead, they began to inquire why he suddenly decided to write a paper and what challenges he faced during the submission process. Guo Hao answered each question in turn. Afterward, Ma Xian looked at Guo Hao with envy. Brother Hao, you've truly made it this time. A paper published in a top-tier mathematics journal. I've heard that many mathematics professors have yet to achieve even one such paper. This means you already possess qualifications that will ease your path, whether in job hunting or other endeavors. Look at you being so petty. Li Ming interjecta, adjusting his glasses and casting a disapproving glance at Ma Xian. Does Brother Hao even need to worry about these things? Job hunting? How mundane. With talent like his, he is destined to be a scientist. Every institution will vie for him, and he will likely remain at the university upon graduation, potentially becoming the youngest professor in the entire Dragon Country. As he spoke, Li Ming gazed at Guo Hao with a hint of envy. Brother Hao, if you're a professor when I'm still a student, please take me on as your graduate student. I want to be in your orbit. Guo Hao could only shake his head helplessly. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I still don't know where I'll develop in the future. True. Li Ming nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while, the group retired to wash up and then returned to their beds to sleep. Guo Hao sat at his desk and turned on his desk lamp. Brother Hao, I now understand why you were able to publish in a top-tier journal. Ma Xian remarked from his bed, his eyes filled with admiration as he observed Guo Hao's actions. After publishing a paper and achieving both fame and fortune, one would expect anyone else to be too excited to study. Yet here you are, as composed as ever. It's merely a trivial matter. Guo Hao replied with a smile. To be honest, this was his genuine sentiment. For him, with the aid of the system, publishing a paper in a top-tier journal was indeed just a minor accomplishment. As the lights in the dormitory dimmed, Guo Hao read for 2 hours before getting up to wash and then lying down in bed. Closing his eyes, he activated the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of publishing a paper in a journal ranked above Tier 3, thereby conveying your voice to the world. No time limit. Since the paper pertains to mathematics, you have gained 20,000 points of mathematical experience. You have also received 1 random lottery chance. 2 system notifications echoed in his ears. With a thought, Guo Hao opened his attribute panel. User, Guo Hao, Intelligence, 236, Physical Strength, 13, Power, 12, Speed, 11, Mathematics. LV44581950000, Linguistics, LV219005000, Informatics. LV350001000, Chemistry. LV249875000, Physics. LV41677050000, Biology. LV351710000, in the realm of attributes. A normal individual's IQ ranges from 90 to 109, while a score below 69 indicates intellectual disability. Standard values for other attributes in normal adults are 10. During this time, Guo Hao diligently studied, perusing numerous papers and acquiring substantial knowledge in physics and mathematics. Presently, with the addition of these 20,000 mathematical experience points, his mathematics level was on the verge of reaching level 5. Guo Hao had a premonition that upon reaching this level, significant changes might occur. A few more days of study could hasten this process. However, as his experience increased, he noticed that the rate of experience acquisition from reading had slowed considerably compared to his initial progress. The notion of rapidly acquiring experience seemed increasingly implausible. With 1 random lottery chance remaining, Guo Hao pondered briefly. Deciding against saving it, he proceeded to draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn a vitality potion, quantity 30. Upon hearing the notification, Guo Hao was pleasantly surprised. Not bad. This will greatly assist me. With this, I can rise an hour earlier in the morning. Time saved. Moreover, consuming the potion in the evening would significantly enhance his learning efficiency for 2 hours. Quite satisfactory. Guo Hao felt content with this acquisition. Better to have 1 bird in hand than 10 in the bush. What he needed now was growth, continuous growth, shortening the time required for his development. After claiming his rewards, Guo Hao settled in for the night. The following day, Guo Hao maintained his usual routine, waking, washing up, and heading to the library to study. At 8 o'clock, he attended his early class punctually. Guo Hao, the media wants to interview you. Wang Ming rushed over during the second class. Just decline. "Counselor, please help me out." Guo Hao was disinterested in handling media interviews, primarily due to their lack of significance. "Isn't it just a paper in a top-tier journal? I still need ample time for my studies. Wasting time on media engagements serves no purpose. Once I start producing results, the media will come flooding in, and I want to be able to keep up." Guo Hao was well aware of the media's nature. "Very well," Wang Ming replied, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He had initially hoped Guo Hao could also promote Yin University through the interview, but it appeared Guo Hao was adamantly refusing to participate. President Huai had advised Wang Ming to follow Guo Hao's wishes, so he had no choice but to respect his decision. "Then I'll help you decline." With that, Wang Ming departed, leaving Guo Hao to resume his tranquil daily life. During this time, Principal Tianjun called again, yet Guo Hao tactfully declined his invitation. For the next period, Guo Hao continued his studies in peace, and the online discourse gradually subsided. After all, Guo Hao had not made any public appearances, and according to Principal Tianjun's interview, Guo Hao had indeed rejected the proposal to pursue graduate studies at Yin University, which stirred some discussion but ultimately quieted down swiftly. On Principal Huai's end, the plan for a dual degree program was also finalized, but the graduate program was postponed until next year. Consequently, Guo Hao's studies proceeded at his own pace during this time, as Principal Huai had granted him significant autonomy in his learning, allowing him to choose his courses freely. Chapter 131, Mathematics Level 5, A Monumental Transformation. During this period, Guo Hao was diligent and busy in his studies, as was Shun Luoyan. The two of them spent almost all their time in the library, aside from attending classes, eating, and sleeping. The book on computational materials science became increasingly comprehensible as they delved deeper into the subject. A month passed quietly. Ding! The host has diligently studied mathematics for an entire afternoon, gaining 789 points of mathematical experience. The sudden system notification prompted Guo Hao to slowly lift his head. Ding! The host's mathematical experience is now full, successfully breaking through to level 5. Ding! The host has achieved a breakthrough in mathematics, gaining 4 points of intelligence. The series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Guo Hao felt a slight dizziness envelop him. An overwhelming sensation, exponentially more intense than before, began to surge into his mind, a potent stimulus that caused a faint prickling pain in his head. "What is wrong, Guo Hao?" Inquisitively, Shun Luoyan, who was engrossed in her reading, noticed his discomfort and hurriedly inquired, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. "It's nothing, just a sudden headache. I should be fine shortly," Guo Hao quickly reassured her. With a concerned gaze, Shun Luoyan observed Guo Hao. No one understood better than she the extent of his dedication and diligence in his studies. Such relentless effort was something she often felt she could not match. It was safe to say that his vitality was remarkably abundant. Guo Hao pressed his head for a while, then exhaled deeply. "I'm all right now." He smiled at Shun Luoyan. "Shall we consider visiting a hospital?" Shun Luoyan suggested, still worried. "No need to fret. I assure you, I'm fine." Guo Hao replied with a smile. "Should anything arise, inform me immediately," Shun Luoyan said earnestly, to which Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, upon opening his eyes, Guo Hao was astonished to discover innumerable numbers dancing within his vision. He gazed at the book beside him, and all the data and values on its pages appeared extraordinarily vivid. His attention was drawn to a mathematics textbook, specifically one on topology, which fortuitously opened to a section regarding abelian groups. An abelian group, also known as a commutative group or additive group, is defined as a set G equipped with a binary operation. In addition to fulfilling the general axioms of a group, such as the associative property, the existence of an identity element, and the presence of inverses for every element in G, it also adheres to the commutative property. The operations of an abelian group are characterized by their independence from the order of multiplication. The concept of abelian groups is one of the fundamental notions in abstract algebra, with its primary focus on modules and vector spaces. Guo Hao merely glanced at the material. However, he swiftly developed a conceptual understanding of the properties and intricacies of abelian groups, even witnessing the emergence of related derivative concepts within his thoughts. This acute sensation startled him. It seemed that although the system did not impart knowledge directly, it bestowed something even more vital, an intuition, a mathematical instinct and capability. This enhancement, when his mathematical level was low, was not particularly perceptible, but after advancing, the improvement became exceedingly pronounced. Guo Hao felt a sense of satisfaction in this. After all, if knowledge were simply handed to him in the form of papers, it would imply he was merely a puppet of the system. Yet, if his abilities were being enhanced, perhaps there would come a day when he could transcend the confines of systematized knowledge. After a while of studying, Guo Hao felt he had gained substantial insight. The theory of abelian groups was significantly simpler than that of non-abelian groups. Finite abelian groups had been thoroughly explored, while the theory surrounding infinite abelian groups remained an active area of research. Guo Hao had perused the relevant content on finite abelian groups. In the case of infinite abelian groups, all elements of order P, for a fixed prime P, in G form a subgroup Gn, referred to as the P primary component of G, which is subject to the following primary decomposition theorem. If G is an abelian group, then its maximal periodic subgroup T is the direct sum of all primary components of G. Guo Hao's pace in grasping mathematical concepts had accelerated remarkably, and he found himself more easily immersed in his studies. Once Shen Luoyin noticed that Guo Hao had returned to his earnest learning without any further signs of distress. She finally felt a sense of relief and resumed her reading. During dinner that evening, Guo Hao and Shen Luoyin encountered Xiaoping. Xiaoping cast a calm glance at both of them as she passed by, uttering not a single word. Is Xiaoping like this with you in the dormitory as well? Guo Hao inquired of Shen Luoyin. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Ever since you spoke with her last time, she has hardly acknowledged me in the dorm. I'm not particularly good at chatting, so I haven't said anything to her either. That's fine, Guo Hao chuckled. It's better not to converse. If she ever bullies you, be sure to let me know. All right. Shen Luoyin nodded. As the two were about to order their meals, Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun approached them. Wow, ISNT that our superstar? Guo Hao, exclaimed Zhao Yu, her excitement palpable. Hello, let us eat together. Guo Hao responded with a smile. The four of them found a place in the cafeteria to sit. Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun eagerly bombarded Guo Hao with questions. By the way, Guo Hao, are you and Shen Luoyin an item? Zhao Yu asked excitedly. Every time I ask Luoyin about it, she dodges the question. It's so frustrating. Guo Hao smiled and replied, Well, it's not quite a yes or a no. Zhao Yu pouted. She adored shipping couples. Although the fact that Guo Hao and Shen Luoyin frequented the library together was quite favorable for shipping, the reality was that aside from their library trips, they had not engaged in any other activities together, which left Zhao Yu, a devoted shipper, feeling anxious. Shen Luoyin appeared slightly embarrassed. Yet deep within her gaze flitted a trace of disappointment. However, Guo Hao remained oblivious to her feelings. Isn't it nice the way we are? Guo Hao grinned at Zhao Yu. By the way, you two have been at this school for almost half a year now, with a semester gone by. Have either of you started dating? Not yet. Zhao Yu shrugged. After encountering such an outstanding guy like you, I've lost interest in the boys here. Then I must thank you for the compliment, Zhao Yu. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Suddenly, Zhao Yu turned to Shen Luoyin and said, Luoyin, Guo Hao is a potential catch. You'd better hold on tight. Otherwise, one day, he might be whisked away by some vixen. And then you'll be the one crying. Huh? That one tea happened, Shen Luoyin exclaimed, startled, as she raised her head like a frightened little rabbit. As long as the topic of love was avoided, Shen Luoyin was quite astute. However, when it came to matters of the heart, she would instantaneously become flustered. Despite having read extensively on intimate relationships, she remained entirely at a loss regarding such dynamics. Zhao Yu, observing Shen Luoyin's reaction, was momentarily speechless, though she found her adorably charming. Look at how cute Luoyin is. If you dare let another vixen take you away, we won't let you off easy. Zhao Yu playfully warned Guo Hao. Rest assured, I wouldn't dream of it. Luoyin is just too adorable. Guo Hao replied with a gentle smile, his gaze fixed on Zhao Yu. You have good taste, Zhao Yu said with an air of pride. Meanwhile, Shen Luoyin appeared slightly flustered. Her cheeks tinted with a faint blush. Such playful banter regarding potential pairings might have elicited laughter from others, but for Shen Luoyin, it was a different story. She could only passively endure the teasing from others. Guo Hao, perceptive to Shen Luoyin's discomfort, subtly redirected the conversation. It's about time you two considered finding boyfriends. There are so many excellent guys at Yinhang. With your youthful beauty, it shouldn't be difficult to find someone. With a smile, Guo Hao addressed Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun before him. One cannot speak so lightly. Indeed, Yinhang boasts its fair share of handsome men. Yet few possess the charm of good looks alongside the ability to publish in SCI Zone 1. Zhao Yu scoffed. Ha ha ha. One cannot compare in such a manner. How else should we compare? Zhao Yu continued. By the way, how go? Why didn't you attend university? I read in the news that the vice president personally invited you to pursue your master's in the School of Mathematics, yet you chose not to go. Zhao Yu looked at Guo Hao with curiosity. It was unnecessary, Guo Hao shrugged. Yin University has its advantages, and Yinhang has its own merits. Had I been resolute about pure mathematics back then, I would have surely gone to Nankai, as my grades would have sufficed for either Nankai or Jinduan. Since I did not choose pure mathematics at the outset, I certainly would not make such a choice now. Is that so? Zhao Yu's eyes revealed a glimmer of disappointment. I thought perhaps it was because you couldn't bear to part with my family, S. Luoyan. Shen Luoyan lowered her head, pushing her food around, her ears already flushed. To this, Guo Hao unexpectedly nodded in agreement. That is indeed part of the reason. Wow, Biyun, did you hear that? It's true, Zhao Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Wang Biyun. A hint of surprise flickered in Wang Biyun's gaze. I had assumed that someone of Guo Hao's caliber would not forsake an opportunity at Yin University for a mere woman, but I stand corrected. Huh, what's so strange about that? Guo Hao chuckled, teasing the two girls before him. After finishing their meal, Guo Hao took Shen Luoyan and left the library. On their way, Shen Luoyan could no longer contain her curiosity. She lifted her head, her gaze hesitant, and asked Guo Hao, "Did you truly mean it when you said you didn't go to Yin University because of me?" Shen Luoyan regarded Guo Hao, her expression slightly serious. "It is not entirely true, yet not wholly false either," Guo Hao replied with a smile, looking into Shen Luoyan's eyes as she prepared to speak. "All right, fret not. The primary reason is certainly not this, but..." Guo Hao paused, fixing his gaze upon Shen Luoyan. "I cannot conceal my true feelings. This is undeniably one of the reasons." At his words, Shen Luoyan's complexion visibly flushed a vibrant red, akin to a freshly boiled shrimp. And soon the hue spread to her neck, reaching the roots of her ears. She hastily lowered her head. "All right, let's return to the library and continue our studies." Observing Shen Luoyan's flustered demeanor, Guo Hao's spirits lifted, and he strode towards the library with purpose. Shen Luoyan quickly followed suit. Upon returning to the library, Guo Hao slipped into a state of focus rapidly. Shen Luoyan, initially distracted, occasionally stole glances at Guo Hao. However, witnessing his earnest dedication to studying gradually allowed her to cast aside the distractions in her mind and immerse herself in her studies. She was currently engrossed in engineering thermodynamics, a mandatory course for the aeronautical engineering program. This subject encompasses the macroscopic theories of thermal phenomena, utilizing the foundational principles derived from countless facts that comprise the first, second, and third laws of thermodynamics. It studies macroscopic phenomena and thermal processes through parameters such as pressure, temperature, and specific volume, along with the overall behaviors of heating, cooling, expansion, and contraction, all of which are directly related to aircraft propulsion and engine manufacturing. Later that evening, while escorting Shen Luoyan back to her dormitory, she seemingly gathered her resolve and said to Guo Hao, "Can we take a stroll by the lake before heading back?" As they approached the base of the girls' dormitory, Guo Hao smiled and responded, "Of course." They made their way to the lakeside of Yanhang. Although referred to as a lake, it was merely a lotus pond. Yet, in a place as densely populated as Yanjing, the value of such a pond could easily rival that of a lake. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. By the pond, few people remained. Only a couple of pairs of lovers ambled about, their gestures intimate. Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan, however, walked apart, not holding hands, their demeanor still somewhat reserved. As they strolled by the water's edge, neither spoke. They simply relished the tranquil ambience of the lake and the unspoken intimacy between them. "All right, it's time to take you back." The pair had wandered until after 11 o'clock. "If we linger any longer, the dormitory matron will close the doors," Guo Hao remarked with a gentle smile, glancing at Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan nodded in agreement. After escorting her back to the dormitory, Guo Hao returned to the boys' dormitory alone, feeling a growing sense of emotional reliance from Shen Luoyan, which uplifted his mood. Upon his return, the three roommates were already settled in their beds. "How go? You actually returned so late. I thought you had gone to a hotel." Ma Xin et Gleam, lifting his head to address Guo Hao. "Get out of here. Luoyan and I aren't even together," Guo Hao retorted, mildly exasperated with Ma Xian. "What? Oh yeah. Did I hear you correctly? You and Shen Luoyan spend every day studying in the library, and half the school knows about it. Yet you two aren't an item?" Li Ming, propped up on his bed, looked at Guo Hao incredulously. "Is that so hard to understand?" Guo Hao shrugged, addressing Li Ming and Ma Xian. "What are you two doing? Are you just library buddies? That shouldn't be the case. Even if you are, who goes out for a late-night stroll together?" Ma Xian looked at Guo Hao puzzled. "It's the ambiguous phase, don't you get it?" Guo Hao rolled his eyes at them. All right, the ambiguous phase." Ma Xian replied with mock annoyance. "Of course." Guo Hao chuckled. Afterward, the lights in the dormitory were turned off. "Wow, is it really already 11:30? Of course." When Hao Gu returned, it was already past 11:20, and we've been chatting for a while, so it's only natural it's this late. After some discussion, Guo Hao quickly washed up, deciding not to waste his energy on any distractions, and lay down in bed, slipping into a deep slumber. Time flowed like a gentle stream. In the matter of the SCI Zone 1 paper was destined to be a mere footnote. While it stirred a bit of commotion online, its actual impact was limited, simply informing many that a mathematical prodigy had emerged at Yanhang. Nothing more. Glory is often fleeting, while tranquility endures. Ultimately, study is characterized by a predominant sense of calm. The nurturing of Guo Hao by Yanhang was soon put into action. In consultation with Guo Hao, his course schedule was packed to the brim. Aside from the courses related to materials engineering, he also attended classes from the Hua Luogan class, resulting in his days becoming exceedingly busy. Even his time spent in the library dwindled compared to before, with weekends remaining the only exception. Similarly, Shun Luoyan became engrossed in her own studies. Guo Hao and Shun Luoyan resembled two vast, parched sponges, continuously absorbing nourishment from the world around them, diligently acquiring knowledge. As the end of the semester approached, Guo Hao sat in class, observing that most students grew increasingly anxious as finals drew near. The advanced mathematics classroom was filled to capacity. Guo Hao was engrossed in solving problems, ignoring the teacher at the podium. This is a calculus class for materials engineering, and Guo Hao has been absent quite frequently. In order to avoid failing outright due to his absences, he finds himself compelled to sit in the classroom under Wang Ming's admonition. Guo Hao, please come up and explain this problem to us. Just as Guo Hao was comfortably hiding behind his classmates, deeply engrossed in contemplating a mathematical conundrum, a familiar voice interrupted him. The gaze of many students in the classroom suddenly fixed upon Guo Hao, causing him to feel a hint of embarrassment as he stood up. Professor Huang. Guo Hao looked up at Professor Huang at the podium. The intense study over the past 2 months had made him momentarily forget that the professor for materials engineering was indeed Professor Huang. With a slight smile, Professor Huang urged, "Come on, given your numerous absences this semester, if you can't solve this problem, I'll have to assign you a 0 for your participation grade." Professor Huang teased him. With no other option, Guo Hao felt a tinge of helplessness. He had initially intended merely to sit through the class. After all, the calculus covered in the first semester of high school was, to be candid, rather elementary for him. He had merely come to pass the time. Approaching the blackboard, Professor Huang wore a smile as he observed Guo Hao. As Guo Hao glanced at the blackboard, a look of surprise crossed his face as he realized they were tackling the Riemann function. Had they truly progressed to this level already as freshmen? That seemed unlikely. His gaze instinctively shifted to Professor Huang, who discerned the confusion in Guo Hao's eyes. "This is an advanced topic. I was just discussing the Riemann function and presented this problem. I thought it would be fitting to have you explain it, since you're here," Professor Huang said with a grin. "All right then," Guo Hao replied, somewhat resigned to the situation. The Riemann function, introduced by Bernhard Riemann, is a significant function in complex analysis, defined by the convergence of the series. Within that region, the function has an analytic expression, and its analytic continuation over the complex domain reveals deeper properties. The problem at hand was rather intricate. Guo Hao took a moment to ponder in front of the blackboard, and then he began to meticulously work through the analytical process with chalk. Considering the function f, x, x2, let us perform its Fourier expansion. Thus, we can derive, after completing his explanation, Guo Hao turned to Professor Huang and inquired, "This is the method of Fourier transformation. Should I write down other methods as well?" "No need," Professor Huang said with a smile. "Just explain the Riemann function and your thought process to everyone." "Understood." Guo Hao nodded and began to elucidate his approach to the students before him. At that moment, Guo Hao had transformed remarkably compared to 2 months ago when he had just published a mathematical paper. The breakthrough to level 5 in mathematics had profoundly influenced him, enhancing his mathematical intuition and doubling his efficiency while studying math texts, an astonishing improvement. His inspiration when faced with mathematical challenges had also increased significantly. Professor Huang looked at Guo Hao with admiration. This student was maturing at an extraordinary pace. His future promised to transcend the confines of Yanhang University, and even the prestigious Yin University, where his old friends resided, seemed inadequate to contain this budding talent. In Professor Huang's eyes, Guo Hao surpassed the 4 previous geniuses from Yin University who had failed to retain their own top talents. However, he had heard that Su Qinyang had recently returned to the country to teach at Yin University, a rather pleasant piece of news. As Professor Huang became lost in thought, the students below were left bewildered by Guo Hao's lecture. Who am I? Where am I? What am I listening to? Is this Guo Hao really from the same cohort as us? Professor, I've finished, Guo Hao reminded Professor Huang. Oh, right. Professor Huang snapped back to attention. Did everyone understand? He asked the students with a smile. Chapter 134. The question from academician Jiang. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, as no one spoke. Professor Huang had anticipated this reaction and continued to smile at the students. It's normal not to comprehend. The Riemann function is typically introduced to mathematics majors in their second or even third year, and it's quite challenging. You don't need to master it now. Just familiarize yourselves with the concept as an extension of your learning. A collective sigh of relief swept through the classroom. Thankfully, it was only supplementary knowledge. If they were required to learn this material, it would truly pose a problem, especially since many were still grappling with calculus. Professor, may I return to my seat now? Guo Hao hesitated before addressing Professor Huang. Of course. You may go. Just wait for me after class, Professor Huang replied with a smile. All right. Guo Hao nodded as the calculus class concluded. Students began to leave in small groups, casting complex glances at Guo Hao as they exited. Why is he so impressive? Being a freshman like us? Guo Hao followed Professor Huang to his office. Professor Huang, is something wrong? Guo Hao inquired, curious about the professor's demeanor. Are you planning to participate in the 2013 Xiao Chengdong mathematics competition? Professor Huang asked with a slight smile. ISNT that only open to students above the sophomore level? Guo Hao was taken aback. Do you believe there is any undergraduate in our university whose mathematical abilities surpass yours? Professor Huang countered. Indeed, it seems there are none. Guo Hao conceded, not wanting to dwell on the matter. Then, you may no longer need to attend my classes. I will speak to Wang Ming about it. At your current level, attending my class would simply be a waste of your time, Professor Huang continued. Not really. Guo Hao felt a bit embarrassed at this comment, as he had indeed thought the same, but felt awkward admitting it now. Given your proficiency, it is indeed somewhat beneath you to attend such fundamental mathematics classes. As for the final exam, you will still need to take it as it is a university regulation that I cannot alter, Professor Huang explained to Guo Hao. Understood. Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. That will be all, Professor Huang said with a smile. Thank you, Professor Huang, Guo Hao replied, nodding as he exited the office. Just as he was reflecting on Professor Huang's open-mindedness, he was approached by his advisor, Wang Ming, who appeared somewhat anxious. What is the matter, advisor? Guo Hao asked, puzzled by Wang Ming's urgency. President wants to see you. Come, follow me. Wang Ming led Guo Hao hastily to the president's office. Wang Ming gently knocked on the door. Guo Ming, came the president's voice from within. Guo Hao and Wang Ming entered the office together. President, Guo Hao has arrived. At this moment, Guo Hao finally took in the office's surroundings. President Huai was sitting with a middle-aged man, who looked somewhat familiar to Guo Hao. Curiously, he studied the middle-aged man, who returned the gaze, both assessing each other for a moment. Guo Hao, please come forward. Mr. Wang Ming, if you have no pressing matters, you may step out and close the door behind you, Principal Huai remarked to Wang Ming. Certainly, Principal. Once Wang Ming had departed, Guo Hao approached the principal and the middle-aged gentleman. This is Academician Jiang Lei. Principal Huai introduced the two. Greetings, Academician Jiang. Guo Hao promptly greeted the esteemed scholar. Guo Hao, I have long heard of your remarkable talent. Academician Jiang Lei smiled warmly at Guo Hao. It is merely the kind words of others, Guo Hao humbly replied. Please take a seat, both of you. Principal Huai beckoned them to sit. As they settled, Principal Huai turned to Guo Hao and continued. Academician Jiang has recently returned from an overseas research project, and we had previously agreed to have you learn under him for a while. In the future, you may apply for his graduate program and experience firsthand the intricacies of material science in his laboratory. Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement of the principal's words. I have heard that you possess extraordinary mathematical talent, Guo Hao, but I did not anticipate your interest in material science. I am eager to see if you excel in this field as well. Academician Jiang inquired with a smile. Please, share your perspective on material science, he encouraged. Academician Jiang. I believe in the potential of computational material science. I have always felt that the future of this field may very well be established through exceptionally precise algorithmic models. My diligent study of mathematics is aimed at enabling the accurate computation of materials. Guo Hao articulated his thoughts. An admirable perspective, Academician Jiang responded with a slight smile. Indeed, many within the material science community consider computational materials science to be the future. However, this school of thought has not thrived, and there are few renowned figures or seminal papers in the field. Do you know why that is? Academician Jiang inquired calmly. I do not, Guo Hao replied, slightly taken aback. Because of precision, Academician Jiang stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Guo Hao. Confused, Guo Hao looked at Academician Jiang as he elaborated. Material science is fundamentally a discipline that must be grounded in practical application. Regardless of how well your data is constructed, how excellent your models are, or how precise your mathematical figures may be, the actual synthesis process invariably presents numerous challenges. Excessively precise constructs can lead to complications in reality. The establishment of mathematical models in computational material science is often influenced by a plethora of mathematical and physical dilemmas. Thus, while this discipline paints a splendid picture of the future, such a future hinges upon the advancement of mathematical tools and a collective progression in mathematics itself. Adjusting his glasses, academician Jiang smiled and asked, having heard me speak at length, "Do you still intend to pursue computational material science?" "Absolutely," Guo Hao replied without hesitation. From the paper provided by the system, Guo Hao gleaned much insight. The issues raised by academician Jiang only reinforced his belief in the advantages of computational material science. Chapter 135. Joining the academician's research group from the paper extracted by the system, Guo Hao recognized that it entailed far more than merely a type of polymer compound. The crux of the matter was that this polymer compound, reliant on direct experimental methods, posed significant challenges. Merely designing the experiments was already a considerable undertaking. Moreover, researching materials necessitates the combination of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of different substances. Each material can exist in various states at different temperatures, and in conjunction with other materials, potentially yielding new transformations. This complexity renders the endeavor an extraordinarily intricate engineering challenge. Humanity's current understanding of these state changes is superficial. While there is awareness of certain material properties, the interplay between various compounds is often shrouded in ambiguity. Consequently, theoretical research constitutes only a small fraction of material science, particularly at the forefront of new materials research. In practice, most material scientists find themselves in the lowest tier of research laborers, engaged in an endless cycle of experimentation, seeking innovative ideas, directions, and every conceivable material. They employ every imaginable method: high temperatures, high pressures, vacuum conditions, extreme cold, centrifugation, and myriad other techniques to induce reactions among various materials. Subsequently, they analyze the myriad byproducts that arise from these reactions. While this may sound intriguing, in reality, such research is confined to high-end laboratories. Lower-tier research institutions often lack the necessary resources. Even within prestigious research centers, scientists frequently engage in what are essentially rudimentary repetitive tasks. And this is true for most experiments. However, the frequency of repetition in material science is particularly daunting, with few signs of resolution. In contemporary times, many material combinations have already been explored, and nearly every conceivable idea has been tested in laboratories. Researchers are increasingly compelled to delve into the properties of materials at the microscopic level, which has led to the burgeoning interest in carbon nanomaterials. The study of microscopic materials has gained significant traction, yet those pursuing material science face an unending cycle of toil, repetition upon repetition. This endeavor demands the dedication of countless individuals, consuming vast resources, yet the outcomes often fail to translate into viable industries. Many discoveries remain confined to the laboratory. Material science is, in essence, a legitimate domain of research labors, where talent is secondary to the necessity of repetitive experimentation to generate data for academic papers. This process is inescapable, without producing exceptional results. How can one hope to write an outstanding paper in material science? Without such papers, one is destined to remain a laborer in research indefinitely. Guo Hao, of course, could not envision such a bleak future. He believed that only computational material science could truly fulfill his aspirations. Are you that resolute? Academician Jiang, unaware of Guo Hao's inner thoughts, observed his unwavering demeanor with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Soon, a smile spread across his face. Indeed, Guo Hao affirmed with a nod. Excellent. It is commendable that a young person possesses such conviction, and your mathematical foundation is impressive. Your paper on mathematics exhibited strong fundamentals, and you indeed have your own ideas within the realm of mathematical modeling. Academician Jiang remarked with a slight smile, gazing at Guo Hao. Coincidentally, my research group is in need of a student proficient in mathematical modeling. Would you care to join my team? What is the focus of your current research group? Academician Jiang? Guo Hao inquired, hesitating momentarily. My group is primarily investigating the environmental performance of nanomaterials. We are currently attempting to integrate biomimetic micro-nano composite structures with responsive molecular designs to achieve reversible changes in material surface wettability under single or multiple external field controls. Academician Jiang explained briefly. I would be honored to join your research group. After a moment of contemplation, Guo Hao readily accepted the offer. The study of the wettability of nanomaterials appears to be a promising direction, and being part of an academician's research team would undoubtedly afford him ample opportunities for learning and growth. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, academician Jiang Lei smiled faintly. Then, I extend a warm welcome to you, Guo Hao. Thank you for your guidance, Professor Jiang. Guo Hao promptly replied. Very well. You shall join my research group. As it happens, I have some time today. I will take you to the laboratory to familiarize you with the personnel. Afterward, feel free to visit the lab whenever you can. Academician Jiang stated as he addressed Guo Hao. Great. With that, the two rose and exchanged greetings with Principal Huai before departing the office. As they walked, Academician Jiang inquired about Guo Hao's knowledge in material science and chemistry, to which Guo Hao provided some answers. Professor, do you think my proficiency in chemistry and material science is somewhat lacking? Guo Hao said, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Not at all. Zhang Lei chuckled. Your understanding of these subjects is already on par with that of a second-year materials engineering student, which surprises me. I had presumed you were merely at a freshman level, given the limitations of one's capacity for focus. You have only been at Yinhang for less than half a year and have already published a paper in pure mathematics. Your mathematical prowess is commendable. If your chemistry and material science skills were to surpass that of a senior, I would have to question whether you are some sort of prodigy. Academician Jiang, still under 50, spoke with the humor characteristic of middle age. Guo Hao smiled in response. Traversing several buildings, they soon arrived at Building 5. My laboratory is located in this building, which has restricted access. I will arrange for an access card for you later, Jiang Lei remarked, already swiping his card to enter the building with Guo Hao in tow. Understood, Professor. Academician Jiang. Academician Jiang. A few individuals nearby, uncertain whether they were professors or students, greeted Jiang Lei, who responded to each in turn. Their gazes then fell upon Guo Hao. Who is that young man next to Academician Jiang? Don't you recognize him? He's the mathematical genius from Yinhang, who has been circulating on the internet recently. Oh, how did this mathematical prodigy end up standing alongside Academician Jiang? I have no idea. The murmurs of passers-by reached Guo Hao's ears. You seem to be quite well known, Jiang Lei remarked with amusement, having clearly overheard the conversation. A mere paper in a top-tier journal has stirred up such a fuss, Guo Hao said with a wry smile. I'm not quite sure who leaked that paper to the media, but Guo Hao expressed a hint of helplessness. At this stage, he felt that he did not require such extensive exposure. In fact, the greater the exposure, the more detrimental it could be to him. Currently, Guo Hao was in a state of constant learning, and for him, acquiring knowledge was paramount. The unwarranted attention resulting from a single top-tier paper was not advantageous for him. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Academician Jiang burst into laughter, his gaze filled with appreciation for Guo Hao. With your perspective on that paper, if you were to share it with those masters and doctoral students, they might very well want to throttle you. They toil endlessly for such publications, particularly in the realm of pure mathematics, which is exceedingly rare. Humility and modesty are qualities that most professors cherish, and Academician Jiang was no exception. On their way to the laboratory, they encountered numerous individuals, most of whom recognized Academician Jiang, and several also identified Guo Hao. This revelation astonished Guo Hao. He had not anticipated gaining any notoriety among his senior peers at Yinhang, remaining blissfully unaware of his own standing. However, upon reflection, it made sense. He spent nearly every day in the library, and, aside from that, he attended various classes, whether in the Hua logging class or specialized courses in materials engineering. Apart from that, he was mostly in his dormitory. He realized he had been rather oblivious to external affairs. As Guo Hao pondered this, Jiang Lei's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Here we are. They stood before a laboratory door, which swung open. Professor, Professor. Inside the laboratory, several senior students donned in white lab coats, both male and female, greeted him. Jiang Lei led Guo Hao into the lab, casually picking up 2 white lab coats from a nearby rack. After donning one himself, he tossed the other to Guo Hao. How did the results of experiment 789 turn out? Jiang Lei inquired of the students nearby. The results weren't particularly favorable. After introducing chromium, the wettability of the biomimetic nanomaterials on the surface was suboptimal. We are currently attempting to introduce other metals or inorganic materials. One researcher, adjusting his thick black-rimmed glasses, responded to Academician Jiang. That's all right. Let's continue experimenting with other materials. Please send me the processes and results from this round of experiments, Jiang Lei instructed the researcher. Understood. Professor, the researcher nodded. Everyone. At this point, Jiang Lei smiled at the surrounding researchers. Our school's mathematical genius, Guo Hao, is about to join our research group. Although he is merely a freshman, his mathematical abilities are exceptional, and I encourage you all to learn from one another. As Jiang Lei's words sank in, the gazes of the 4 or 5 senior students in the lab fell squarely upon Guo Hao. They had all heard murmurs about him, yet curiosity filled their expressions. Why had this mathematical prodigy not joined the Hualuoging class, but instead come to their school? No one dared to voice their questions at that moment. Zhao Yang, why don't you take a moment to introduce our junior to everyone? Jiang Lei said, addressing the researcher who had initially spoken. Turning back to Guo Hao, he added, this is Zhao Yang, my doctoral student in his 3rd year. He is expected to graduate next year, and is the most capable student in my lab, excelling in both experiments and theory. You can learn a lot from him. Certainly, Professor, Guo Hao nodded. This is Wang Jian, a 3rd-year master's student. This is Yin Yuting, a 2nd-year master's student. And this is Zhou Sun, a 1st-year doctoral student. Zhao Yang briefly introduced Guo Hao to his senior peers, to which Guo Hao acknowledged each one in turn. Just as Zhao Yang was about to say something further, Jiang Lei interjected, all right, enough pleasantries. We have a new experiment to commence. Let's get to work. True to his name, academician Zhang's approach was characterized by decisiveness and efficiency. As he addressed the students around him, understood, Professor. The expressions of the senior students shifted from curiosity to seriousness as they prepared for the task ahead. Pay close attention and learn well, Jiang Lei instructed Guo Hao. Observe their techniques, note all the precautions, and familiarize yourself with the operation of the instruments. Understood, Professor. Soon, the entire laboratory became a hive of activity. Under Jiang Lei's direction, the various instruments began to fulfill their functions. This was Guo Hao's first glimpse of a laboratory workflow. He marveled at the automated pipettes, conductivity meters, UV spectrophotometers, magnetic stirrers, and low-speed centrifuges. Each instrument was a first for him, both in this life and the last. At that moment, Guo Hao felt he had stepped into an entirely new realm, where many of the instruments had only existed in the pages of textbooks. Excitement coursed through him, for with these tools, he could unlock the doors to an entirely new world. Following Professor Jiang Lei, he adeptly directed the students in their experimental endeavors, while casually elucidating the significance of each step and the underlying chemical principles to Guo Hao. Many professors who have attained the esteemed status of academicians seldom engage in hands-on experimentation. However, Professor Jiang still closely supervises the experiments, which Guo Hao greatly admires, indicating the professor's profound sense of responsibility. After more than an hour, the laboratory successfully completed a procedural phase. Zhao Yang retrieved the byproduct of this experiment from the low-speed centrifuge and prepared to analyze it using the Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. Professor Jiang reset Zhao Yang. Proceed with the analysis. Yes, Professor. Zhao Yang nodded in agreement. The Fourier transform infrared spectrometer primarily comprises a Michelson interferometer and a computer. The interferometer's principal function is to split the light emitted from the source into 2 beams, creating a specific optical path difference, before recombining them to generate interference. The resulting interference function encompasses all frequency and intensity information of the light source. By employing a computer to perform a Fourier transform on the interference function, one can ascertain the intensity distribution of the original light source by frequency. Soon, the results emerged. Professor, the situation is not promising. Zhao Yang's expression bore no trace of disappointment, as they had encountered numerous similar scenarios before. Then we shall. Professor Jiang was not taken aback, and was about to articulate something further. Professor, may I see the results? Chapter 137. The data is incorrect. There's an issue. Guo Hao, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected to Professor Jiang. The professor was momentarily taken aback, intrigued by Guo Hao's sudden input. Very well. If you're interested, I shall compile all the research findings from this period for you tonight. Thank you, Professor. Guo Hao nodded appreciatively. With that, he slowly approached the Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, which he surmised was one of the most expensive instruments he had ever encountered in both his past and present lives. After a brief glance at the apparatus, Guo Hao's gaze shifted to the data displayed on the electronic screen. He could comprehend the Fourier transform function graph. After a cursory examination of the output data and spectral chart, he swiftly discerned the results. How is it? Can you understand it? Zhao Yang inquired with a slight smile. Guo Hao summarized his findings succinctly. Not bad. Zhao Yang regarded Guo Hao with a hint of surprise. Truly a mathematical genius. It seems the professor has stumbled upon a treasure. Of course, did you not notice my elation today? Professor Jiang remarked with a smile directed at Zhao Yang. All right, let us commence the second experiment. He continued. Engaging in experiments can be rather monotonous. After conducting 2 trials, they transitioned into a group discussion. In Professor Zhang's research group, Everyone had a voice and the opportunity to contribute. They deliberated on potential methods and the possible outcomes they could yield. Guo Hao sat quietly to the side, listening intently. Professor Jiang was also attentive, but he would not hesitate to dismiss any impractical ideas, using the opportunity to impart lessons to the group. The atmosphere of research was commendable, fostering a familial sense of camaraderie. Guo Hao felt fortunate to have joined Professor Jiang's esteemed research group. The morning swiftly passed amidst discussions and experiments. At 11:30, Professor Jiang announced, "All right, that will be all for today. Everyone go have lunch." As everyone dispersed, Jiang and Guo Hao exited the laboratory together. "Once we return, I will send the data from these past few days to your email. See if you can establish a function graph." "Certainly, Professor," Guo Hao nodded. "In the future, feel free to visit the laboratory frequently. You may interact with all the instruments, but be sure to consult with your senior peers. Should you encounter any insurmountable problems, do not hesitate to seek me out." Professor Jiang advised Guo Hao. "Understood, Professor. For now, I will not assign you any tasks, but I will provide you with study assignments and a reading list." "All right, Professor," Guo Hao affirmed with a nod. "That's all for now. Should you have any matters, email me." With that, Professor Jiang departed. Guo Hao watched the professor's retreating figure and exhaled deeply. The experience had truly been enriching. During his visit to the academician's laboratory, he had encountered an array of cutting-edge instruments and witnessed the complete experimental process in material science, with Professor Jiang even delivering a lecture. It was time to organize the day's insights. Guo Hao left the experimental building and made his way to the cafeteria, arriving at the usual spot where he often sat with Shen Luoyan. As expected, she was there. "You're here. What would you like to eat? I'll go place the order," she said, noticing Guo Hao. "Just a potato and beef stew over rice will suffice," Guo Hao replied with a gentle smile. "All right." Shen Luoyan nodded and promptly departed. Guo Hao took a seat beside her. Before long, Shen Luoyan returned with the dish and handed it to Guo Hao. "What classes did you attend this morning?" "Our professor in engine principles informed us that we can visit the engine laboratory tomorrow. I heard they research not only aircraft engines, but also prototypes for spacecraft." Upon mentioning aerospace, Shen Luoyan's excitement was palpable, contrasting sharply with her usual icy demeanor. She genuinely had a passion for aerospace. "That sounds wonderful." Guo Hao smiled. "I was summoned by Principal Huai this morning." "What did he want with you?" Shen Luoyan asked, her curiosity piqued. "Academician Jiang is here and wishes for me to join his research group." "Academician Jiang? He is a titan in materials science. Have you accepted?" Shen Luoyan inquired eagerly. "I have," Guo Hao confirmed with a nod. "I spent the entire morning in Academician Jiang's research group, surrounded by an array of sophisticated instruments. Each one is worth millions." Guo Hao remarked with a grin. "That's fantastic." Shen Luoyan responded, her face alight with joy. After finishing their lunch, the two spent some time in the library. As afternoon classes approached, they hurriedly departed in separate directions. The pursuit of knowledge is inherently a hurried affair. Guo Hao returned to the laboratory in the afternoon, continuing to learn from Zhao Yang and the senior students, assisting them as needed. As the afternoon unfolded, Guo Hao gradually became more familiar with Zhao Yang and the other seniors. He left the laboratory at 5 o'clock. Typically, the lab remains open until 11:30 at night, and it is not uncommon for seniors to stay until 8 or 9 for crucial experiments. However, it was more common for them to leave around 6 or 7. Guo Hao had left a bit early. In the evenings, when there were no classes, he usually spent time in the library with Shen Luoyan, which was their most cherished time of solitude together. Around 7 in the evening, Guo Hao received an email from Academician Jiang, containing a staggering 60 gigabytes of data, leaving him momentarily stunned. Thankfully, it was a full 100 gigabytes. Otherwise, although his 500 gigabyte hard drive could accommodate it, the school library's wireless network might not have managed. After receiving the data, Guo Hao began processing it, establishing function graphs and developing mathematical models. This was his first encounter with such concrete experimental data, so he approached the task with utmost seriousness. He immersed himself in the data, working diligently until past 10 at night, and even continued processing upon returning to his dormitory. After consuming an energy drink, he persevered with his work. Around 11:50 in the evening, as the effects of the energy potion began to wane, Guo Hao meticulously compiled all the data and materials from Academician Jiang Lei's laboratory, establishing a functional model. He gazed at this model for a considerable time, his brow gradually furrowing. Something was amiss, Guo Hao murmured to himself, sensing that several values of the materials appeared slightly off. Just as he was preparing to delve deeper into his calculations, a sharp pain surged through him. The potion's effects had dissipated. Resolving to continue the next day, he shut down his computer, Chapter 138. Once again, Guo Hao surprises us. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, Guo Hao rose punctually. Seated at his computer, he resumed his calculations on the values he had encountered the previous day. He even began to model those potentially problematic values individually, employing his laptop for rudimentary mathematical modeling and numerical analysis. However, this level of precision required substantial data, and Guo Hao's Shenzhou laptop soon began to whir violently, emitting a cacophony of noise. Deeply engrossed in his calculations, he failed to notice the laptop's distress. The incessant buzzing soon roused Li Wei from his slumber. Sleepily lifting his head, he observed Guo Hao diligently working at his desk. Curiosity etched on his face, but no words escaping his lips. Before long, Ma Exin, irritated by the early morning commotion, emerged from his bed, ready to voice his displeasure. Who on earth is making such a racket? Can't a person sleep in peace? Hush, hush, hush. Li Wei anxiously gestured for silence towards Ma Exin. Statan, Ma Xin. Now, somewhat alert, glanced at Li Wei, following his gaze to where Guo Hao was engrossed in calculations. A glimmer of curiosity sparked in his eyes. What on earth is Hao Ge tinkering with this time? Though they were accustomed to seeing Guo Hao immersed in his studies, this level of seriousness was a first for them. Ma Exin found himself intrigued by Guo Hao's current endeavor. At that moment, Li Ming, awakened by the disturbance, tossed aside his blanket and grumbled, "Who is causing such a ruckus at this early hour?" "Hush, hush, hush." Ma Exin, now equally anxious, urged Li Ming to quiet down. "What's going on?" Li Ming shot an annoyed glance at Ma Exin, who quickly pointed towards Guo Hao. Following the direction of Ma Exin's finger, Li Ming soon spotted Guo Hao rapidly computing something on his computer. Observing Guo Hao's intense focus, he lowered his voice and inquired, "What is Hao Ge up to? How can he not hear that loud computer? Beats me." Ma Exin shrugged, hands raised in a gesture of uncertainty. Yet, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Li Ming. "I suspect it's something significant. A groundbreaking paper, perhaps. We might just witness history in the making." Li Ming, having calmed from his earlier irritation, nodded in agreement. After all, Guo Hao had always shown great consideration for his dormitory mates, often sharing any good fortune that came his way. He was known for his kindness, patiently assisting others with academic challenges. Moreover, Guo Hao's potential was evident. Having already published a paper in a prestigious SCI journal during his freshman year, even the president of Yin University had sought him out, only to be graciously declined. The mere thought was impressive, earning Guo Hao considerable respect among his dormitory peers, who were willing to tolerate the noise he created. Had anyone else disturbed their sleep at such an hour, they would have reacted quite differently, likely erupting in anger. However, with Guo Hao, they chose to rise and investigate. With utmost care, they descended from their beds, moving slowly to wash up. After completing their morning routines, they gathered behind Guo Hao, their curiosity piqued by his concentrated efforts. The screen displayed a dense array of values and formulas, leaving the three of them momentarily dazzled. It appeared as if the computer was computing autonomously. As time sped by, they soon noticed it was 8 o'clock. Guo Hao, feeling fatigued, stretched, and momentarily emerged from his intense focus. Upon glancing around, he was startled to find his three roommates surrounding him, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Hao Ge, how can you still be so nonchalant? Your computer has been blaring all morning. Who could possibly sleep through that?" Ma Exin and Li Ming chimed in, half reproaching, half amused. "My apologies, esteemed colleagues. I shall treat you all to dinner tonight as restitution." Guo Hao replied with a sheepish grin. "What exactly are you working on? It looks incredibly complex." Li Wei, brimming with curiosity, inquired. At Li Wei's question, Ma Exin and Li Ming also turned their attention towards Guo Hao, intrigued. "Isn't that a Fourier function graph? What exactly are you calculating?" Ma Exin asked, his interest piqued. As students of materials engineering, they were well acquainted with Fourier functions. It was a fundamental aspect of their studies. "I'm analyzing some experimental data from academician Jiang. Over 700 sets of data to develop a mathematical model," Guo Hao explained, smiling at Ma Exin. "A mathematical model? Are you saying this data was provided by the academician himself?" Ma Exin was momentarily taken aback, disbelief evident in his expression. "Wow, Hao Ge, you must have some connections. The academician shared experimental data with you? That's quite a privilege." Li Ming Guo Li Astunisha. "It's nothing much. President Huai invited me to discuss with academician Jiang yesterday, and he seems quite optimistic about my potential, so he invited me to join his research group. It's only natural to have access to the experimental data as a member," Guo Hao replied, chuckling. Li Ming and Ma Exin exchanged incredulous glances, speechless. Wow, once again, Guo Hao has outdone himself. A position in an academician's research group? Those are coveted spots that every doctoral student dreams of, and he is only a freshman. How is it possible that he is already collaborating with the best and the brightest and receiving experimental data directly from an academician? Li Ming and Ma Xian were baffled. Yet, their admiration for Guo Hao only deepened, filled with envy at his remarkable achievements. Chapter 139, The Algorithmic Model. Is this the advantage of publishing a prestigious SCI paper? Ma Xian and Li Ming gazed at Guo Hao with a mixture of envy and admiration. They understood that while publishing a typical SCI paper might yield some benefits, it certainly wouldn't grant such extraordinary privileges. The primary reason lies in the fact that Guo Hao has published a paper in a pure mathematics field, specifically in a prestigious SCI journal. Publications in the realm of mathematics are inherently challenging to achieve due to their rarity. Furthermore, Guo Hao is merely a freshman, and he is the independent first author. Consequently, the value of Guo Hao's paper is exceptionally high. If a master student were to publish a similar paper, although it would still garner attention, it would be somewhat implausible for an academician to regard it with such esteem and personally recruit the student into their research group. Ma Xian and Li Ming feel a twinge of envy. Observing Guo Hao nearby, Xian exclaims, "Damn it, how good! I knew you would succeed eventually." But this rapid rise is a bit unsettling. An academician's research group? Who would want to join such a prestigious team? Guo Hao chuckles and encourages them. You both should strive harder. Finding your direction and working diligently is more important than anything else. Come on now, Li Ming replies with a hint of resignation. We won't work hard too. Unfortunately, we haven't grasped our major courses yet. Guo Hao smiles but remains silent. During university life, many will gradually diverge from a main group, showcasing superior learning abilities, while most can only manage to barely comprehend their specialized subjects. However, advancing beyond that often seems like a mere pipe dream. Perhaps it is not merely a matter of specialization. Everyone possesses their own talents, albeit differing from one another. Stop it, you. It's easy for you to say. Ma Xian rolls his eyes at Guo Hao. All right. I won't disturb you any longer. We're off to class. By the way, are you attending the ideological and political class this morning? I think I'll skip it. Guo Hao responds to Ma Xian. Ma Xian gazes at Guo Hao with envy. Damn, I'm really envious of you. The instructor has personally mentioned that you can skip these classes. What a privilege to excel in your studies. Guo Hao laughs. After the three roommates finish their conversation, they leave Guo Hao to his calculations and quickly tidy up before departing the dormitory. Soon, Guo Hao finds himself alone in the dormitory once more. He resumes his calculations, which involve a substantial amount of work. However, the key lies not in the volume of calculations, but in the establishment of a mathematical model. Guo Hao contemplates various methods. Common computational techniques in material science include first principles calculations, molecular dynamics, Monte Carlo methods, cellular automata methods, phase field methods, geometric topology models, and finite element analysis, among others. Currently, Guo Hao primarily employs the phase field method and geometric topology model approach. Extracting effective data from the extensive dataset and establishing the mathematical model proves to be quite cumbersome. Guo Hao diligently works until 11 in the morning, at which point he has successfully established a preliminary mathematical model. Indeed, the situation aligns with what Guo Hao observed last night. The experimental data harbors inconsistencies predominantly concentrated in 3 or 4 of the trials. Are there impurities? Or is it something else? Guo Hao gazes at the data model before him, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Theoretically, the laboratory of academician Jiang maintains stringent protocols throughout the experimental process. Generally, issues with experimental data should not arise. After some contemplation, Guo Hao decides to seek clarification. He considers consulting academician Jiang or senior brother Zhaoyang. At worst, they could reassess the situation and redesign the experiment if necessary. With this thought in mind, Guo Hao copies his extensive calculations onto a portable hard drive, shuts down his computer, and exits the dormitory. He swiftly arrives at the laboratory. Are you suggesting that our experimental data is flawed? Zhaoyang furrows his brow as he regards Guo Hao. That's impossible. You've seen our experimental procedures. We meticulously handle all materials involved. Otherwise, why conduct the experiments at all? That was my initial thought as well, but unfortunately, data is data. I obtained your entire experimental dataset from academician Jiang yesterday and worked through the night, continuing at 5 this morning until now. There are several anomalous values that remain unexplained. It could be an issue with the materials themselves or the experiment, Guo Hao explains, noting the doubt and hesitation in Zhao Yang's eyes. Senior brother Zhao, here is my calculation process and results. Guo Hao smiles and produces the portable hard drive, handing it to Zhao Yang. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yang accepts the drive from Guo Hao's hand. He connects it to the laboratory computer, quickly retrieving the data and calculations. Computational materials, science? Zhao Yang gazes at Guo Hao in surprise. Indeed, Guo Hao responds with a smile. Impressive. This algorithm is quite complex. Zhao Yang adjusts his glasses. As a PhD student in material science, he is certainly familiar with computational material science. It is inconceivable for a materials student to lack knowledge of mathematics. However, after only a short while, Zhao Yang's expression grows increasingly serious. Approximately half an hour later, having reviewed Guo Hao's mathematical model and results, Zhao Yang's demeanor remains grave. I've examined your computational model and results, but I must confess I don't fully understand them yet. Let's take a break and grab some lunch. We can discuss it further while we eat. Zhao Yang does not conceal his confusion. Yes, let us go eat. Yin Yuting chimes in eagerly. The group leaves the laboratory. On their way to the cafeteria, Zhao Yang inquires about some aspects of the algorithm and poses questions regarding Guo Hao's mathematical model. Guo Hao addresses each inquiry. Zhao Yang's comprehension is quite good. With just a few words from Guo Hao, he begins to grasp the concepts. By the time they reach the cafeteria and begin their meal, Zhao Yang has largely understood the nuances and challenges inherent in Guo Hao's algorithm. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Zhao Yang admires Guo Hao. I am genuinely impressed. This approach, when applied to materials research, has exceptional practicality. By synthesizing the research process and constructing a big data model, one can sift through to identify optimal materials and the most promising candidates for future materials. It's truly impressive. Chapter 140, a brand new domain, an excited academician Jiang. Honestly, it's not as extraordinary as you might think. It's essentially the same principles of computational material science, with some targeted adjustments made. Rather than directly calculating new materials, I applied it to a substantial dataset of experimental results. Using known experimental data to construct a big data model allows us to infer potential suitable experimental materials, Guo Hao explains with a smile to Zhao Yang. That is impressive in its own right. Previously, whether we were creating graphs or processing data, our primary goal was merely to ascertain the success or failure of the experiment. However, the idea of leveraging a vast amount of experimental data to establish a big data model and optimize algorithms is something I had never considered. Truly remarkable. Zhao Yang expresses his admiration for Guo Hao. Initially, he had not fully grasped the significance of Guo Hao's achievement. Even though he was aware that this freshman had published a paper in a prestigious SCI journal within the field of pure mathematics. As a favored disciple of academician Jiang, Zhao Yang himself has authored at least 6 papers in top-tier journals, with 2 of them being independently credited to him. Given his credentials, he will be offered a professorship right away. Zhao Yang is undoubtedly a prodigy in academia. Although he is curious about Guo Hao's accomplishments, he does not regard them with undue seriousness. However, the current situation is markedly different. The extensive knowledge possessed by this junior, Guo Hao, has left Zhao Yang utterly astounded. In the realm of mathematics, Guo Hao's capabilities surpass even Zhao Yang's own, while Zhao Yang has collaborated with certain doctoral candidates in mathematics. The depth of knowledge exhibited by Guo Hao astonishingly eclipses theirs. More critically, Guo Hao's innovative thinking is even more remarkable than that of those doctoral candidates. Senior Zhao, please refrain from flattering me, Guo Hao chuckled, addressing Zhao Yang. To speak the truth is not mere flattery. Zhao Yang shook his head in response. You two should cease this mutual admiration. Let us finish our meal before returning to the laboratory. Yin Yuting, who had been quietly listening, interjected with a smile. She is a rather reserved girl, and in the realm of inorganic chemistry, female presence is a rarity. Yet, Yin Yuting's ability to thrive in an academician's laboratory signifies her exceptional prowess. Both in theoretical research and practical experimentation, she excels. Indeed, Zhao Yang smilet. Regardless of the mathematical models, we ultimately need to validate them through experimentation. After all, theory remains just that until it is substantiated by practice. Yes, what you say is true. Guo Hao nodded. Although he harbored great confidence in the mathematical model he had constructed, he understood that theory must be validated through empirical evidence. The trio quickly concluded their meal and returned to the laboratory. During their time at the dining table, they had already outlined a new experimental plan. Zhao Yang and Yin Yuting would handle the practical execution, while Guo Hao observed. To be honest, he was quite curious about how to operate the instruments. Zhao Yang, with deftness, performed the experiment while casually explaining the intricacies to Guo Hao, occasionally encouraging him to take a hands-on approach. According to Guo Hao's statistical analysis, it appeared that 3 or 4 of the experiments might have encountered issues. They redesigned the experimental protocols to ensure that the materials were adequately prepared before commencing the experiment anew. As the first experiment concluded, Zhao Yang gazed at the results, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Incredible! The experimental results aligned precisely with the data from your mathematical model. Such precision. Data never lies, Guo Hao smiled. At that moment, Zhao Yang abruptly turned, excitement illuminating his gaze as he said to Guo Hao, if this is indeed the case, does that mean we need not conduct experimental research, but can simply calculate to derive new materials? It's not that simple, Guo Hao shrugged. My big data modeling is fundamentally based on the extensive, repetitive experiments you have conducted hundreds or thousands of times, along with the inherent properties of the materials. Only upon this foundation can my mathematical model make predictions. Otherwise, even the most skilled artisan cannot create without materials. Nonetheless, this is quite impressive, Zhao Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Previously, we amassed a wealth of experimental data, which for us often seemed inconsequential. However, if we could establish such a data model, it would be immensely significant for discovering and developing new materials. Perhaps, Guo Hao chuckled. This big data model was conceived by Guo Hao through a synthesis of insights from both his past life and the vast knowledge he has accumulated in this one. In the future, big data will evolve to an almost unparalleled level, with nearly everyone accurately represented within it. Yet, in our current era, big data remains in its theoretical infancy, lacking the robust empirical experiments necessary for refinement. Long ago, Guo Hao envisioned applying big data algorithms to material science, but the absence of sufficient data had hindered him until he acquired experimental data from academician Jiang Lei, which enabled him to pursue this ambition. The outcome was a resounding success. Subsequently, Zhao Yang and Yin Yiting continued with the remaining 2 experiments. As anticipated, the experiments validated Guo Hao's big data model. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Zhao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is indeed a significant academic achievement. I shall inform the professor. Good. Guo Hao nodded. Zhao Yang promptly called academician Jiang Lei, who soon hurried to the laboratory. Were the results of the experiment? Upon arrival, academician Jiang inquired swiftly. Zhao Yang quickly presented the experimental data, which included Guo Hao's mathematical model. After reviewing the findings for about half an hour, academician Jiang's expression shifted to one of palpable excitement. Remarkable, truly remarkable. His gaze turned toward Guo Hao, filled with admiration. Earlier, in Principal Huai's office, I was lamenting the shortcomings of computational material science. And here you are, providing me with a lesson so swiftly. Impressive indeed. You're too kind, Professor, Guo Hao replied with a smile. What is right is right. What is wrong is wrong. There is no need for pretense. Jiang Lei appeared pleased. I see that your algorithm includes a subsequent component capable of predicting new materials. Well, I haven't fully developed that aspect. My understanding of material science is still lacking, Guo Hao admitted with a hint of helplessness. That's a minor issue. Let's discuss it together, Jiang Lei suggested cheerfully. Everyone has their limitations, myself included. The initial part of your algorithm is sufficient for a publication in a top-tier journal. If it can be refined, it could easily ascend to the realm of natural sciences. That relies heavily on the experimental data you provided me. Without such abundant and comprehensive data, my algorithm would have been impossible to construct, Guo Hao humbly acknowledged, addressing academician Jiang. You are quite modest, Jiang Lei remarked. Smiling at Guo Hao, a young person's humility is commendable, but excessive modesty can be detrimental. This big data algorithm, though complex, is highly innovative within the field of material science, although it may not be sufficient to deduce the precise ratios for new materials. It at least provides us with a direction. In material science, we often advance through trial and error. Your big data algorithm may not directly point the way, but it offers an alternative path that may prove viable amidst the challenges faced by many in the field. This is already a commendable research achievement. The fact that an esteemed academician would describe Guo Hao's accomplishment as commendable left him somewhat astonished, as well as introspective. This time, he had genuinely produced results through his own efforts. The previous paper may have deceived others, but not Guo Hao himself. That algorithm was derived from a systematic paper, merely reworked by him. Although he was thoroughly familiar with that paper, it was not his original work. Yet, this algorithm was entirely his own creation. While inspired and aided by experiences from his past life, the innovations in algorithmic development and the establishment of the mathematical model were solely the fruits of his labor. This was a true scientific achievement belonging to him. Guo Hao found himself momentarily lost in thought. What is it? Jiang Lei, noticing Guo Hao's silence, inquired with curiosity. Oh, nothing. Your praise has made me a bit proud, Guo Hao replied. Ha ha ha. Enough of that. Janolei laughed ertidi. Let's not digress. Let us focus on how we advance to the next phase of our research. As he spoke, Academician Zhang's expression gradually grew serious. Currently, our experimental results indicate that the mathematical model established by Guo Hao indeed reflects the overall condition of the materials and has assisted the research team in identifying several experimental issues. Given this, it is imperative that we alter our previous experimental approach. Henceforth, we shall proceed according to Guo Hao's mathematical model, continuing our deductions and subsequently designing experiments based on the numerical data. That'll be all for now. Everyone, please return to your tasks. Academician Jiang lay assigned duties to the members of the research team, and soon the entire laboratory was abuzz with activity. Guo Hao, utilizing the experimental data derived from the interactions between all materials as well as the data pertaining to the materials themselves, began to further enhance this mathematical model. Through the model, he roughly predicted what materials might meet everyone's requirements. Subsequently, the team began to search for materials that conformed to the values within the mathematical model. And step by step, they designed their experiments. With the experimental data in hand, they resumed their calculations. Numerous materials were employed to design experiments assessing the wettability of biomimetic micronanostructures on material surfaces. Guided by the data, the resulting products became increasingly suitable, and the data improved significantly. Academician Jiang Lei was visibly thrilled. During this period, their exploration of the wettability of biomimetic micronanostructures across various material surfaces was based on the properties of the materials themselves. For them, data merely represented the outcome. Even Academician Jiang did not contemplate seeking unknown knowledge from these known results. While he had some understanding of computational material science, he recognized that this discipline was still in its theoretical infancy, with theories not yet fully developed due to the complexities involved in material reactions. Thus, Academician Jiang was somewhat skeptical about computational material science, a sentiment clearly reflected in his previous conversations with Guo Hao. However, he had not anticipated that Guo Hao would surprise him so profoundly and so swiftly. The results from the experiments designed in the afternoon were progressively better, which delighted Academician Jiang. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the final group of experiments was completed. Excellent, excellent. Academician Jiang exclaimed excitedly to a few students nearby. The results from this afternoon's experiments are quite promising. I believe we are nearing the data we desire. We shall continue with the experiments tonight, but Guo Hao, you need not come back. Please organize the data from this afternoon and reach out if you make any discoveries. Very well, Professor. The surrounding students nodded in agreement. All right then, let's go and have dinner. The group departed from the laboratory. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Zhaoyang inquired, glancing at Guo Hao. No, I have made other plans, Guo Hao replied with a smile. All right then, Zhao Yang nodded. As Guo Hao exited the laboratory, he let out a slight sigh of relief. His big data model was indeed useful. This affirmed that he was on the right path. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Guo Hao's eyes. With this exhilaration, he made his way to the library. You had me wait at the library. What is the matter? Shen Luoyan asked, somewhat puzzled as she looked at Guo Hao. I have arranged to treat my roommates to dinner tonight since I accidentally woke them up with my computer this morning, Guo Hao explained. Your computer? Woke them up? Shen Luoyan paused in surprise. All right, let us walk while I explain. Our 3 roommates are already waiting at the school gate, she added. Okay, Guo Hao nodded. As they walked, Guo Hao recounted the events of the morning to Shen Luoyan. How did your mathematical model validation turn out? Shen Luoyan asked curiously. The results were exceptional. A smile spread across Guo Hao's face as he spoke. Academician Jiang holds my model in high regard, and the results from the laboratory validations are also very promising. That's great. Shen Luoyan then shared her experiences in the aerospace laboratory. Before long, they arrived at the school gate. Sister-in-law, hello. Ma Xin and Li Ming greeted Shen Luoyan with beaming smiles. Hearing them call her sister-in-law, Shen Luoyan's face flushed crimson, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward and at a loss for words. All right, no more of that for now, Guo Hao said with a chuckle to Ma Xin and Li Ming. Let's go eat. With that, the 5 of them headed to a restaurant outside the school. Today is my way of apologizing to everyone. Please don't hold back. Order whatever you like. Guo Hao addressed his roommates. Of course, we wouldn't dare be polite to such a generous host. Ma Xin and Li Ming responded directly, while Li Wei, whose personality was more reserved, refrained from voicing such sentiments. Before long, the dishes arrived at their table. Guo Hao raised his beer glass, standing up to address everyone. I sincerely apologize, everyone, for the inconvenience this morning. I inadvertently disturbed your rest. I offer this toast as an apology, and I will drink to that. You all may enjoy at your leisure. With that, Guo Hao downed a beer in one go. Look at you. Brother Hao, you are too polite. Ma Xian and Li Ming quickly responded. Both of them emptied their glasses as well, while Li Wei followed suit. Indeed, Brother Hao, it was nothing significant. There was no need for such formality. Li Wei earnestly added. Guo Hao nodded. I am aware that none of you are petty individuals and would not hold this against me. However, I simply wish to express my sincerity. Moreover, I promise to treat you to dinner, and I cannot go back on my word, he smiled. Now, let's enjoy our meal. He encouraged everyone to dig in, deftly managing the pace of the gathering. Soon, they finished their meal and returned to the school. Brother Hao, are you not going back to the dorm? Ma Xian asked. I'm heading to the library, Guo Hao replied. Then we shall return to the dorm first. Go ahead. After saying that, Ma Xian waved goodbye to Shun Luoyan. Sister-in-law goodbye. Sister-in-law goodbye. Ma Xian and Li Ming called out to Shun Luoyan before turning to leave. Not waiting for her or Guo Hao to respond. As the three roommates departed, Shun Luoyan's face was still flushed. Guo Hao turned to Shun Luoyan, offering her a gentle smile. Give me your hand. Shun Luoyan hesitated for a moment, but before she could react, Guo Hao had already taken her hand and led her forward. Shun Luoyan's hand was soft and delicate, warm to the touch. Guo Hao smiled subtly as he held Shun Luoyan's hand, guiding her toward the library. In truth, love is sometimes simply a feeling. The so-called confession holds little significance. No matter how many declarations are made or heartfelt sentiments exchanged, they ultimately hold no true meaning. Genuine love emerges in that fleeting moment when minds resonate. When two individuals lock eyes and intuitively grasp each other's thoughts. When Guo Hao held Shun Luoyan's hand, she instinctively tried to pull away, but upon realizing her inability to break free, she gradually relaxed and even began to reciprocate his grip. Upon arriving at the library, they continued their journey together. The two exchanged a fleeting glance, a spark of burgeoning love flickering in their eyes. After sharing a smile, they resumed their respective tasks. A truly profound love is never about being inseparably glued together. Rather, it is about mutual growth and learning. Guo Hao continued to process the experimental data from the afternoon, refining his mathematical model. As the night wore on, time slipped by quietly. When evening arrived, Guo Hao skillfully took Shun Luoyan's hand, strolling along the school path. Before long, they reached the base of her dormitory building. Get to bed early, he advised. Just before she ascended the stairs, Shun Luoyan hesitated momentarily, gazing at Guo Hao. I know you've joined the academician's research group and have a multitude of tasks ahead of you. But remember, tasks are never-ending. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for your health. It was evident that Shun Luoyan had heard from Ma Xian and others about Guo Hao's grueling schedule, working until midnight and rising at 4 or 5 in the morning to tackle data. She looked at Guo Hao with concern. Health is fundamental. Without it, pursuing research becomes exceedingly difficult. Rest assured, Guo Hao replied with a gentle smile, meeting her gaze. I am well aware and will ensure I get adequate sleep. Shun Luoyan nodded in agreement. After a brief moment of hesitation, she turned and walked towards the girls' dormitory. Watching her figure disappear into the building, Guo Hao finally turned away and departed from beneath the dormitory. Soon, Guo Hao returned to his own dormitory. We thought you were going to dote on Shun Luoyan a bit longer. Who would have imagined you'd return so early? Ma Xian remarked, curiosity evident in his eyes. Indeed, Shun Luoyan is stunning. You didn't consider spending more time with her? Li Ming added, looking puzzled at Guo Hao. Enough. Busu. Guo Hao retorted. Do you think that joining the academician's research group means everything is settled? In this environment, even a senior is an elite among elites. The tasks I have ahead are of great importance. He shrugged nonchalantly. Such a cold-hearted man, Ma Xian said with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, Li Ming Guo. At that moment, Li Wei, who had been quietly observing, expressed curiosity. Brother Hao, have you and that Shun Luoyan officially become a couple? Consider it as such. Guo Hao replied with a smile. What do you mean consider it? I see you two together every day. Except for classes and sleeping apart, you're practically inseparable. Isn't that being together? Ma sin et kalim buwi. Exactly. Every time we go to the library, we see you and Shun Luoyan nestled in that corner. It's practically your designated spot. The cafeteria too. Last time I saw you both there, I felt embarrassed to sit down. Li Ming gaimdin, exasperated. Except for not having declared your feelings, you're practically a couple. Well, go ahead and sleep. I have work to do. Guo Hao chuckled. And without waiting for further inquiries from Li Ming and Ma Xian, he settled into his seat, opened his laptop, and resumed processing data, enhancing his big data algorithms. Witnessing this scene, Li Ming and Ma Xian rolled their eyes, but tactfully refrained from further conversation. Guo Hao's big data algorithm was exceedingly intricate, with exceptionally stringent constraints and a narrow scope. His goal was to explore the possibility of simplifying the algorithm, aiming to promote it to a certain extent. However, he was still delving deep into its intricacies. The current calculations regarding the wettability of biomimetic nanomaterials on surfaces were not yet optimal. Chapter 143, Experimental Success. Cheers erupted. Guo Hao consumed an energy potion and continued to work tirelessly. The days of relentless effort were, to be honest, quite enjoyable for him. Optimizing mathematical models and processing experimental data, he found that after taking the energy potion, his focus was sharper than ever. His efforts throughout the night yielded some results. Once the effects wore off, Guo Hao climbed into bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, he returned to the laboratory, and the research resumed. With Guo Hao's assistance, the originally vast array of materials and combinations was narrowed down to a few hundred options. Yet, even this was still exceedingly complex and troublesome. After 3 days, they finally produced materials that met academician Jiang Lei's requirements. First, utilizing an asymmetric wetting interface induction, they achieved precise localization, arrangement, and patterning of organic optoelectronic functional small molecule single crystal nanostructures, adjusting the interface's wettability through chemical modifications. This allowed for control over the liquid's de-wetting process on the template, ultimately directing the growth of the crystals. Thanks to the flexibility of this asymmetric wetting interface induction method, it became possible to fabricate more complex crystal structures, such as quadrilaterals, pentagons, hexagons, and circles, paving the way for practical applications of organic small molecule optoelectronic micronanodevices. Secondly, they developed one-dimensional arrays of organic polymer semiconductors using a highly adhesive three-phase interface. By controlling the process of liquid film contraction and liquid bridge formation at the three-phase interface with micropillar substrates possessing high adhesion points, they created large-area self-assembled nanowire arrays, which are then utilized as field effect transistors. The efficiency of the nanowires produced through this liquid bridge self-assembly method surpassed that of film-based devices by 23 times. Finally, they controlled the three-dimensional de-wetting process using super-wetting micro-nano interfaces to achieve highly oriented one-dimensional single crystal nanowire production. Once the materials and final results were obtained, the entire laboratory erupted in cheers. The outcome exceeded their expectations. Academician Jiang Lei was elated. Excellent. This project appears ready for conclusion. Each one of you is a vital contributor to this endeavor. I would particularly like to commend Guo Hao. Jiang Lei paused, smiling at Guo Hao. When I first brought Guo Hao into our research group, my intention was to nurture him. Yet in such a short time, he has helped us break new ground and accelerated our research process. With that, academician Jiang Lei initiated applause, soon joined by everyone in the lab, acknowledging Guo Hao's contributions. The applause resonated, unwavering. Guo Hao stood up, humbly stating, "I am merely an ordinary undergraduate who has just joined. In terms of knowledge in materials science, chemistry, and physics, I cannot hold a candle to all of you. I have only managed to contribute a bit in mathematics and computational materials science. I owe much of this progress to the extensive experimental data produced by my seniors. Without your invaluable contributions, I would not have achieved anything despite my efforts." Guo Hao humbly acknowledged his peers. Regardless of the situation, humility is always a virtue. "All right, take your seat." Academician Jiang Lei began to praise the other 4 students present one by one. "For this paper, you will all be included as co-first authors alongside me, while I will be the corresponding author. Does anyone object?" Jiang Lei smiled at the students. No. They all vigorously shook their heads, recognizing how rare such an opportunity was from their professor. Generally, for a paper of such academic value, professors would only assign them as second or third authors. Yet this time, he directly offered them co-first authorship. "Very well. By the way," at that moment, academician Jiang Lei suddenly recalled something, turning to Guo Hao. "Guo Hao, regarding your paper on mathematical algorithms, please compile it first and send a draft so that we can reference it later," Jiang Lei said to Guo Hao. "All right." Guo Hao nodded. "Professor, which journal do you think would be most suitable for this paper?" "Submit it to the Siam Review." Jiang Lei pondered for a moment before responding to Guo Hao. "This journal is a premier publication in the field of applied mathematics, and given the nature of your paper, it should be quite fitting, as its primary intent is to serve practical applications. Furthermore, it is indeed groundbreaking, and the journal would likely welcome such a contribution." "Understood." Guo Hao nodded. The Siam Review is the flagship journal of the Society for Industrial and Applied Mathematics, wielding considerable influence in both pure and applied mathematics, categorizing it among the top-tier journals. Although it belongs to the same tier, its impact far surpasses that of the Mathematical Invention Journal, where Guo Hao previously published. All right, everyone, continue with your tasks, organizing data, drafting papers. Guo Hao, please prepare your own paper. Guo Hao looked at Jiang Lei and said, "All right, Professor, I will head back now." "Go ahead." Guo Hao nodded and departed from the laboratory. After leaving the lab, Guo Hao made his way to the library. Shen Luoyin was not there, seemingly attending a class. Guo Hao settled in their usual spot, commencing the organization of his paper. Unlike his first experience in writing a paper, Guo Hao now possessed ample experience, markedly increasing his writing speed. Time passed without him noticing. Eventually, Shen Luoyin arrived at the library and glanced at the computer in front of Guo Hao, her eyes displaying a hint of surprise. She recognized that Guo Hao was once again engrossed in writing, so she refrained from disturbing him, opting instead to find a book and sit beside him to study. In terms of academic progress, while she could never compare to someone as extraordinary as Guo Hao, she was still among the top echelon of their cohort. Undoubtedly a standout student. With normal development, she would certainly graduate at an exceptional level. Guo Hao stretched languidly and noticed Shen Luoyin reading beside him. "When did you arrive?" Guo Hao asked Shen Luoyin, somewhat astonished. "Just now. You were so focused that you didn't even notice me," she replied, with a tinge of curiosity. Shen Luoyin looked at Guo Hao. "Have you completed your experiment? Why have you started writing a paper?" "Yes. The experiments are finished, and the project has concluded. Academician Jiang Lei asked me to organize my previous algorithm and mathematical model to publish a paper." Guo Hao smiled. "Which journal?" "SIM Review." "What?" Shen Luoyin exclaimed in shock, staring at Guo Hao. The SIM Review is one of the world's leading mathematical journals. It possesses an incredibly high degree of specialization. The difficulty level compared to the Mathematical Invention Journal Guo Hao previously published in is several tiers higher. "I can't believe Guo Hao has reached the level to publish in such a journal." "It's just a journal," Guo Hao replied with a smile, observing Shen Luoyin's astonished expression. Shen Luoyin rolled her eyes at Guo Hao. "You make it sound so simple. Just a journal? Is that an ordinary publication?" Aside from the 4 major journals in mathematics, the SIM Review is, in many respects, on par with them. Guo Hao smiled at Shen Luoyin's reaction, feeling a sense of tenderness in his heart. Over the past 6 months, Shen Luoyin had undergone significant changes. If one were to compare her to the cold demeanor she had in high school, where she rarely spoke and her words were often icy, devoid of warmth, one would see the stark contrast to her current self. That was her protective facade, but after being embedded for so long, it had nearly fused with her very being. Altering it was never a matter of mere days. Throughout their time in university, Guo Hao had gradually influenced her, both verbally and emotionally, working to dissolve the ice that had seeped into her bones. Judging by the current situation, Guo Hao's efforts were proving effective. "All right, I will continue organizing the paper, and you should resume your studies." "It's time to stop chatting," Guo Hao said with a smile. "Okay." Shen Luoyin nodded, returning to her studies. Guo Hao resumed his work on the paper, opting to write it in English from the outset, as it would ultimately need to be translated into English for submission. While writing the English paper, Guo Hao often mused, "This endeavor truly vexes me. When will Chinese papers attain the status of being the most esteemed globally, prompting everyone to seek publication in Chinese journals? Is it necessary to master Chinese to engage in serious academic study? Will I ever witness that day?" Guo Hao sighed softly. "Perhaps my efforts are aimed at hastening the arrival of that day." Guo Hao organized the paper from morning to afternoon and into the evening. Finally, around 9 o'clock at night, a pure English mathematical paper emerged from his efforts. This paper pertained to mathematical models of big data, primarily elucidating how to predict or forecast information after inputting a substantial amount of known data. Upon completing the paper, Guo Hao exhaled in relief. "Finished?" Shen Luoyin, noticing his action, inquired. "Take a look." Guo Hao pushed the computer toward Shen Luoyin. Shen Luoyin examined the paper. Given her proficiency in English, she had no trouble reading the English text, although her mathematical understanding fell short of fully grasping Guo Hao's mathematical discourse. After a while, she identified 3 grammatical errors in Guo Hao's work. "I suggest you have Professor Huang or Academician Jiang review it. I can't quite comprehend your paper, and your English level might still need some improvement," Shen Luoyin remarked after a moment of contemplation. "It's better to correct it now than to wait until after submission and receive feedback requiring revisions." "You make a valid point," Guo Hao chuckled, looking at Shen Luoyin. "Thus, I am indeed preparing to send the manuscript to Academician Jiang for his feedback." Shen Luoyin nodded. Guo Hao took one last look at the paper, made the necessary adjustments, and sent it to Academician Jiang's email. After completing this, Guo Hao felt a slight sense of relief. leaning back in his chair. He turned to observe Shen Luoyan, who was engrossed in her reading. Her exquisite profile and earnest expression were captivating. Guo Hao gazed at her for quite some time. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Shen Luoyan turned her head, looking at him with curiosity. What? Is there something on my face? No, you're simply too beautiful. I was momentarily entranced, Guo Hao replied with a gentle smile. Hearing his words, Shen Luoyan's cheeks flushed, and she turned away. You look even more beautiful now. Guo Hao smiled at Shen Luoyan, realizing she truly had no idea how alluring she was. All right, let us call it a day for studying. Let's go out for a stroll. Sitting for too long isn't good for our health. Shen Luoyan nodded slightly. The two quickly packed their books, and upon exiting the library, Guo Hao naturally took Shen Luoyan's hand. She instinctively tugged lightly, but upon realizing she couldn't break free, she blushed and allowed Guo Hao to hold her hand. Hand in hand, the two strolled through the campus. How are your grandparents doing? After walking for a while, Guo Hao suddenly inquired. Shen Luoyan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized he was referring to her grandparents. Yes, they're doing quite well. Since it's not the busy farming season, they've been calling me to say they've gained some weight. A smile graced Shen Luoyan's face as she spoke of her grandparents. Having achieved the top score in the province, she had accumulated various scholarships amounting to an impressive 50 to 60,000 yuan for her family. This substantial reward exceeded her expectations and significantly improved her family's financial situation, elevating them to a comfortable living standard. Her grandparents' lives had also seen considerable improvement, although they still adhered to their frugal ways, habits formed over many years which would not be easily changed. However, they were no longer burdened by the constant worry of financial distress. That's wonderful. Guo Hao smiled gently. By the way, I haven't yet asked about your parents. While everyone knew that Shen Luoyan lived with her grandparents, little was known about her parents. Upon hearing Guo Hao's question, the smile that had adorned Shen Luoyan's face faded. She lowered her head in silence. If you don't wish to discuss it, that is perfectly fine, Guo Hao said in a light-hearted tone. No. Shen Luoyan shook her head. After a prolonged silence, just as Guo Hao assumed she would refrain from answering, Shen Luoyan suddenly spoke. My father used to run a business in Shanghai. It thrived for a time, and that's where he met my mother. However, in 1999, when I was 4 years old, my father's company went bankrupt. He incurred debts exceeding 100 million yuan and, overwhelmed, took his own life by jumping into the river. My mother, distraught, also leapt from a building, leaving me to be sent back to my grandparents. Shen Luoyan conveyed this brief account in a tone that felt almost detached, as if recounting the tale of an entirely unrelated individual. Guo Hao paused momentarily. Chapter 145. Do I need to teach you how to approach girls? He suddenly turned around and enveloped Shen Luoyan in a warm embrace. She stiffened for a moment, trembling slightly. Guo Hao gently patted her back, softly murmuring, It's all in the past. Everything is behind you now. Gradually, as she acclimated to his comforting embrace, or perhaps after so long, she had finally found an outlet for her emotions. Shen Luoyan began to sob quietly, her initially soft weeping growing louder. Guo Hao gazed at her tenderly, continuing to soothe her with gentle pats on her back. Let out. You'll feel better once you cry. He spoke softly. When I was 4 in Shanghai, my mother took me upstairs and said, I'm sorry, my child. You must live well. Then she left me there and jumped. As Shen Luoyan sobbed, she recounted the events of her childhood, piece by piece, to Guo Hao. He listened in silence. The year 1999, a debt of 100 million, a staggering and unfathomable figure. The specifics of what transpired with Shen Luoyan's father remained shrouded in mystery. Through her fragmented recollections, Guo Hao gleaned a rough understanding of the tragedy that unfolded. Ultimately, it was a tale of sorrow. Yet, at that time, Shen Luoyan was merely a child. The enormity of her father's debt and his tragic end were probably conveyed to her by her grandparents later on. What truly transpired back then? It is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps, in the future, if he had the means, he could delve deeper into the events of that time. Guo Hao held Shen Luoyan in his arms, standing on a secluded path within the school for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, Shen Luoyan pulled away, struggling to rise from his embrace. She retrieved a tissue from her pocket to wipe away the tears from her face. Sorry. Shen Luoyan began, feeling a twinge of remorse. At that moment, Guo Hao gently covered her mouth. With me, there is no need for apologies. He looked earnestly into her eyes. Shen Luoyan felt a slight blush creeping into her gaze, but she had improved significantly, no longer shy to the point of not being able to lift her head. She nodded softly. Guo Hao removed his hand from her mouth. All of that is behind you. From now on, you have me. I will take good care of you, just as your parents would have. He smiled warmly at Shen Luoyan. She shyly nodded in response. Let us go. Let us explore the school a bit more. Guo Hao took her hand, leading her down the paths of the campus, casually sharing amusing anecdotes from his childhood. As they exchanged their stories, they felt their hearts drawing closer together. Guo Hao could sense Shen Luoyan's grip on his hand growing tighter. At 11 o'clock that evening, Guo Hao accompanied Shen Luoyan to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. She lingered for a moment, gazing at him with reluctance before finally turning to enter. Watching her figure disappear, Guo Hao smiled and turned away. He never anticipated that returning to his high school years would grant him the experience of love. In his previous life, Guo Hao had dated, but he had never encountered a truly pure and innocent romance. The women he had known would bicker over a handbag or become ecstatic over a gold necklace he gifted, treating him as if he were a king to be adored. Money, money, money. It was evident to Guo Hao that such interactions were far from love. He had never truly experienced affection. But did that matter? Not everyone is deserving of love, and Guo Hao believed that in his past life, he was unworthy of it. However, in this life, everything was different. Guo Hao returned to his dormitory in high spirits. Hey, you seem to be in a good mood. His roommates immediately picked up on his cheerful demeanor as he entered. Yes, I'm all right, Guo Hao replied with a slight smile, addressing Ma Xian. I envy you, a man in love. Ma Xian looked at Guo Hao with admiration. You could also make an effort. It's been over half a year since we entered university. Go find a girl to date. You have plenty of free time. Lying in bed every day is rather dull. I assent to it. Guo Hao set his backpack down on the table. It's easier said than done. Li Ming, lounging on his bed while reading a martial arts novel, chimed in, slightly irritated. We're not like you, Guo Hao. Your girlfriend is someone you brought from your hometown. You've known her since high school, so the odds of you two getting together in college were already quite high. But for us, in university, we barely even share classes, and many subjects are large lectures where we can't even sit together. We hardly speak to our classmates, let alone other girls. It's impossible to even start a conversation. Li Ming appeared somewhat disheartened, realizing that university life was not as he had envisioned, a realm where one finds a partner and shares sweet moments of affection. Observing Li Ming's expression, Guo Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the naivete of university students. Are you serious? Do you really need me to teach you how to approach girls? Guo Hao responded with a hint of exasperation. How do you even approach someone? Exactly. Guo Hao, why don't you give us some tips? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Li Ming closed his novel and leaned over the edge of his bed, his eyes brimming with eager curiosity. Oh, come on. Guo Hao rolled his eyes in disbelief. During university, girls were the most innocent and easily deceived, yet these individuals now find themselves perplexed about how to initiate conversations. Do not be afraid. Do not tremble at the sight of a girl. If you encounter someone you find attractive, approach her directly and strike up a conversation. After a few exchanges, simply ask for her QQ. If the conversation flows well, suggest meeting outside, Guo Hao stated decisively. At this moment, Ma Xian and Li Ming appeared somewhat uneasy. Hesitating briefly, Ma Xian turned to Guo Hao and inquired, but how can I know if a random girl I encounter has a boyfriend? If she does, and I inquire, isn't that presumptuous? Fear not. Guo Hao rolled his eyes. If you're constantly worried about this or that, how can you even think of pursuing a girlfriend? Let me tell you, girls despise timid boys who hesitate at every turn. When faced with a situation, if you shrink back and do not dare to step forward, girls will look down upon you. Just engage in casual conversation, ask for her QQ. If she has a boyfriend or if does not wish to add you, simply act like a gentleman, turn around gracefully, and leave. What do you think you are doing? Confessing your love? Chapter 146, Brother Hao. Do we even deserve to share the same planet as you? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Ma Xian and Li Ming exchanged bewildered glances. Is that really how it is? Guo Hao continued, addressing the two before him. Do not burden yourselves with excessive psychological pressure. You could even tell your target directly, I find you very beautiful. May I have your contact information? It's that straightforward. If she agrees, then you add her. If she declines, simply walk away. Do you really think this is confession? A mere touch of a girl's hand doesn't erase your innocence. It's not a big deal, Guo Hao said, somewhat exasperated, directing his words at Ma Xian and Li Ming. Is that so? Both Ma Xian and Li Ming displayed expressions of confusion, glancing at one another and recognizing the shared uncertainty in each other's eyes. All right, that's enough. If you want to pursue a romance, be a bit bolder. If you encounter someone you like, go ahead and add her on WeChat. Just engage in normal conversation and don't act as if you've never met a girl before. As long as you converse naturally, you will know how to elevate the relationship when the time is right. Guo Hao looked at the two before him. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Xian and Li Ming nodded. Thank you, Brother Hao. Don't mention it. Save your thanks for when you actually find a partner. Guo Hao chuckled as he settled back in his seat. Relaxing, he casually picked up a mathematics book he had yet to finish. Lately, he had been extremely busy, only managing to read 47 out of the 100 books assigned by the system, leaving 53 unread. With December already over 20 days in, only a little more than 20 days remained until finals. Guo Hao hoped to read as many books as possible before the winter break. Otherwise, he would have to buy numerous books to take home, as there was no convenient library at home to borrow from. Li Wei from the opposite bunk observed Guo Hao as he opened a mathematics book, looking quite relaxed. He was mildly surprised. For the past few days, whenever Guo Hao returned to the dormitory, he would usually start up his computer, either writing incomprehensible English or calculating something, always appearing very busy. Why was he suddenly so leisurely today? Brother Hao, are you not calculating anything today? Li Wei curiously asked Guo Hao. Finished. Guo Hao lifted his head, responding to Li Wei. The project in Academician Zhang's lab has concluded. The paper has been organized, but publication will take some time. What? Ma Xin and Li Ming, still preoccupied with their dilemma about pursuing girls, suddenly sat up straight in shock, their eyes wide as they turned to Guo Hao. Brother Hao, does this mean you will have another first-tier paper? Yes. How many authors will you be on this paper? Ma Xin and Li Ming eagerly probed Guo Hao. I'll be the first author. Academician Zhang said that our lab's paper went smoothly and everyone contributed, so we'll just list multiple first authors. Guo Hao replied with a smile. But you've got one thing wrong. It's not one paper, but two. Ma Xin, Li Ming. The two stared blankly at Guo Hao, finding their bewilderment amusing. Guo Hao enjoyed the reactions he elicited from these two. After a moment of silence, Ma Xin finally spoke up. Brother Hao, your boasting is quite awkward. Li Ming hesitated, but was filled with curiosity as he asked Guo Hao what is going on. Brother Hao, haven't you always been assisting Academician Zhang with the project? How can there be two papers? Is it possible to have two papers from one project, both with co-first authors? Exactly, Ma Xin chimed in, his curiosity piqued as he looked at Guo Hao. You spend all your time on that one experiment. How could there be two papers? Didn't I wake you both up the other morning? Guo Hao replied. Yes, what about it? They looked at him in confusion. At that time, I was establishing a big data model based on the experimental data from Academician Zhang's lab. By inputting a vast amount of experimental data and refining the algorithm, I developed this mathematical model, which after certain modifications, can predict the future directions of material experiments, even forecasting some materials. This algorithm was solely my creation. Academician Zhang asked me to publish a paper based on this algorithm. Guo Hao explained to his roommates. Silence enveloped the dormitory. Wow, Brother Hao, you are incredible, Li Wei exclaimed, breaking the quiet, gazing at Guo Hao with admiration. Ma Xin and Li Ming finally snapped out of their shock. Ma Xin sighed. Brother Hao, do we even belong on the same planet as you? Look at what you've accomplished. Come on, we're all friends. Why say such things? It's pointless, Guo Hao replied with a slight smile. Li Ming sighed. I suddenly feel so disheartened. Here we are, contemplating how to find partners, while our dormitory brother is not only in a fulfilling relationship, but is also soaring to the pinnacle of life. And this is just the first half of our freshman year. He holds 3 first-tier SCI papers. 3. And he has the first author on all of them. As he spoke, despair washed over Li Ming's face. I don't want to compete anymore. The more I do, the more I question my life. All right. Don't think like that. Guo Hao chuckled, teasing the two for a while. When the lights went out and everyone went to sleep, Guo Hao continued reading. He would not become complacent over such minor achievements. He understood that his accomplishments were due to the system he possessed. It was entirely normal for him to achieve these results. In fact, he had only made a small dent in his potential. He could not afford to cease his efforts. The next day, while Guo Hao was studying in the library, he received a message from Academician Zhang. I've reviewed your paper. It's mostly fine. I've corrected some phrasing issues for you, so submit it directly. By the way, don't include my name. Just list our lab as the institution. All right, thank you, Professor. After receiving the message, Guo Hao accessed the paper. After a careful review to ensure there were no issues, he promptly submitted it, with the manuscript sent off. At that moment, a sudden system notification echoed in Guo Hao's ears. Chapter 147. Continuation of the lineage? What kind of absurd task is this? Ding. The user has successfully submitted the second paper. Based on the influence of the submitted journal and the user's paper, the system has comprehensively assessed it as an A level. Earned 10,000 mathematics experience points. Received 1 silver level reward task card. The system prompt startled Guo Hao slightly. He never expected that the system would emerge at this juncture. This troublesome system seems to desire him to elevate his academic influence post-haste. Guo Hao pondered. Journal influence, A level. This journal is nearly among the top 4 prestigious mathematics journals. This implies that if his published paper were in the mathematical annual, perhaps his rating would ascend to S level. Consequently, he would gain more experience and higher rewards. After a moment's contemplation, it became evident that this was the system's reward logic. It appeared that he needed to publish more papers henceforth and strive for better journals with greater academic influence, for the more prestigious the journal, the more substantial the system rewards would be. However, 10,000 mathematics experience points felt rather meager. Ever since Guo Hao's mathematics level surged to LV5, his experience bar had skyrocketed to 200,000. 10,000 experience points could only be described as a drop in the bucket. Yet, this system notification did illuminate a mechanism of the system for Guo Hao, or rather, it was not a novel mechanism. Similar occurrences had transpired before. The system rewarded his academic influence endeavors. From this perspective, it was only natural that the system bestowed this reward upon him. Then, when academician Jiang Lei's paper is published, according to the system's tendencies, should he not also receive a wave of chemistry discipline experience? He was simply uncertain if another silver-level reward task card would be forthcoming. Guo Hao now comprehended that the rewards tasks provided by the system were merely designed to cultivate his capabilities. The requirements were not excessively high, yet the rewards were exceptionally generous. With an air of anticipation, Guo Hao clicked on the silver-level reward task card. Aside from the main storyline task, it had been quite some time since he had engaged in system tasks. That main storyline task was utterly vexatious. Since entering university, he had ceaselessly read books. 100 books. This was not fiction. These were rigorously specified academic monographs. Even with Guo Hao's IQ exceeding 240 and his LV5 mathematics and LV4 physics levels, his comprehension speed for these texts, while far surpassing that of the average person, could still not be excessively rapid. At most, it would take him 2 or 3 days per book, and encountering a hefty tome on computational material science would require an even longer duration. As for attempting to speed through, the system would not permit such obvious loopholes. The definition of completion for learning was rigidly enforced by the system, not subject to Guo Hao's discretion. Just as Guo Hao was deep in thought, a pale blue light screen appeared before him. The silver-level optional task card was activated, allowing the host to select one task for completion and reap the rewards. Optional Task 1. The pathway to becoming an academic luminary. To truly become an influential scholar, authoring a work is an indispensable process. Task Content. Publish an academic monograph. Task Reward. Gain discipline rewards corresponding to the content of the academic monograph. Discipline experience rewards are contingent upon the academic influence of the monograph, with a random draw of 2. Optional Task 2. The continuation of humanity lies in its progeny, as does the user's aspirations. Task Content. Continuation of the lineage, bear a human offspring, and nurture them, a continuous task. Subsequent tasks will be activated when the offspring reach a certain age. Task Reward. 60,000 free experience points, random draw of 2. Optional Task 3. A milestone in academic career. Participate in a premier competition and secure more than 3 gold medals. Task Reward. Corresponding discipline rewards? Determined by final results. Random draw of 2. Guo Hao stared in bewilderment at the 3 optional tasks before him, his eyes filled with confusion. Where am I? Who am I? What kind of ludicrous system is this? After a moment of speechlessness, Guo Hao rolled his eyes. The first 2 tasks. While the idea of authoring a monograph was somewhat plausible, could it truly be reliable? He was aware of his own level. While it was not impossible to write a book, he simply felt unqualified at this stage. At least 3 to 5 more years were needed. Otherwise, it would seem excessively strange for a freshman to rush into authoring an academic monograph. His influence was insufficient. As for the second task, it left Guo Hao utterly speechless. Did this ridiculous system detect the burgeoning feelings between him and Shun Luoyan? It even began to assign him tasks related to procreation, under the guise of the continuation of humanity. Damn, come on. He was still a freshman. Not to mention whether Shen Luoyan would be willing to cooperate. Guo Hao himself had no desire to have children at such an early stage. His academic career had only just commenced. Was he to become a father so soon? Ridiculous. Thankfully, the third task was at least reasonable, or Guo Hao would have truly been driven to exasperation. Without a moment's hesitation, Guo Hao chose Task 3. Coincidentally, Professor Huang had invited him to participate in the Qiu Qingdong National College Mathematics competition, which should meet the necessary standards. Upon selection, the system task interface automatically closed. Fortunately, the system provided a task he could select. If all tasks were akin to that of having a child, Guo Hao would have truly been at a loss for words. However, it appeared he genuinely needed to achieve some results in the upcoming Chengdong College mathematics competition. He must secure more than 3 gold medals to complete the task. With that thought, Guo Hao felt a tinge of helplessness. Closing the system light screen, he opened his computer and began searching for information on the Chengdong College mathematics competition. Soon, he found the original problems of the competition. In fact, the Chengdong College mathematics competition had not been established long. It was initiated by Mr. Chengdong in 2010 as a mathematics competition award, aimed at comprehensively testing college students' mathematical knowledge, cultivation, and abilities, while promoting reform in mathematics education in the Dragon Kingdom. The following year, in 2013, would be the 4th edition of the competition. Guo Hao gained a basic understanding of the competition's focus. It primarily assessed students in 5 areas: analysis and differential equations, geometry and topology, algebra, combinatorics and number theory, applied mathematics and computational mathematics, and probability and statistics. After reviewing, Guo Hao felt considerably relieved. Analysis and differential equations were, without doubt, his forte, and applied mathematics and computational mathematics were equally within his realm. As for probability and statistics, he excelled even further. Thus, it could be said that all 5 areas aligned with Guo Hao's key fields of study. Chapter 148. The Chiu competition? I find the difficulty rather average. Securing gold medals in all 5 areas does not seem impossible. Guo Hao felt quite satisfied. Just as he was preparing to open the original problems and ready himself for intensive practice, a surprised voice interrupted him from the side. What are you doing looking at the Chiu competition problems? Guo Hao turned to see Shen Luoyan beside him. No choice. Our advanced mathematics professor wants me to participate in next year's Chiu competition. Guo Hao replied with a hint of helplessness. That makes sense. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Shen Luoyan nodded thoughtfully. Our school hasn't had a single medalist in the Chiu competition for years. If you go next year, there's a high probability you'll win a medal. Even gold one. Professor Huang's decision to send you is quite reasonable. Guo Hao shrugged. I'll go, I suppose. I just thought I'd take a look at the problems first. What about you? Shen Luoyan, filled with curiosity, turned to Guo Hao and inquired, have you begun reading yet? Guo Hao chuckled softly, replying affirmatively. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Luoyan resumed her reading while Guo Hao opened the Olympiad problems. Engrossed in the questions, he scribbled notes in a nearby notebook. After tackling a couple of problems, a spark of intrigue illuminated Guo Hao's eyes. The difficulty of these questions was manageable, differing somewhat from his expectations of competition-level problems. They were quite engaging. As for the level of challenge, it was not particularly daunting for Guo Hao. With an intellect surpassing 240 and a mathematical proficiency at level 5, he possessed an acute sensitivity to numbers and mathematics. Moreover, his breadth of knowledge had vastly expanded since his initial endeavors. In pursuit of the main task, he had thoroughly studied over 40 mathematical and physical treatises, rendering him well-versed in these disciplines. What might appear as intricate problems to others seemed merely a matter of clever reasoning to Guo Hao. After spending more than half an hour, Guo Hao completed a test paper. When he lifted his gaze, Shen Luoyan, noticing his action, also looked up, her curiosity piqued. How would you rate the difficulty? She asked. I find it quite manageable. If the Olympiad merely presents this level of difficulty, achieving full marks should pose no significant challenge. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Impressive, Shen Luoyan remarked, gazing at Guo Hao with admiration. By the way, could you help me with this problem? At this, Shen Luoyan handed her notebook to Guo Hao, a hint of exasperation evident in her expression. This pertains to a question about air turbulence. The theoretical part is fine, but I can't seem to compute the mathematics correctly. Is it my method that's flawed, or is there an issue with the data? Taking the notebook from Shen Luoyan without uttering a word, Guo Hao's gaze fell upon the pages as his mind began to whirl with possibilities. Soon, he began to jot down complex equations, swiftly filling a sheet with intricate formulas. After finishing, he put down his pen and looked at Shen Luoyan. The data is accurate. However, the calculation of turbulence involves an implicit condition that you overlooked. Furthermore, the data model for the turbulence itself is flawed. I've reorganized and clarified it for you. Shen Luoyan took back her notebook, studying it intently as realization dawned in her eyes. I understand now, she nodded. Are there any further questions? Please, feel free to share. Guo Hao inquired. Shen Luoyan posed several mathematical questions, each of which Guo Hao answered. To his surprise, Shen Luoyan's mathematical aptitude was unexpectedly commendable, surpassing that of an average sophomore. It was noteworthy that she lacked the systematic support that Guo Hao had. One impressive young woman, Guo Hao mused inwardly. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? He asked. No, that's all, Shen Luoyin replied thoughtfully. Guo Hao nodded and continued to work through problems. The 3 years' worth of Olympiad questions amounted to quite a substantial volume. Guo Hao found the difficulty to be quite manageable, though it consumed time. He filtered out the straightforward problems that merely required tedious calculations, focusing instead on those that were relatively more complex. Even so, this endeavor took considerable time. By the afternoon, Guo Hao had thoroughly gone through all the Olympiad questions from the past 3 years and provided his objective assessment. It was an excellent set of papers. However, if the difficulty did not escalate, achieving full marks would be unsurprising. With this conclusion, Guo Hao felt a slight sense of relief. If that were the case, he deemed it unnecessary to further intensively study or read additional materials for the competition. Securing a gold medal should pose no significant challenge. With aspirations of earning 5 individual gold medals and 1 individual all-around Xiao Chengtong Gold Award, obtaining all 6 medals would exceed the system's requirement of 3 gold medals. Perhaps the experience points awarded would also double. A delightful prospect indeed. Guo Hao smiled as he resumed his studies. The review process this time took longer than the last. Approximately 20 days later, he received notification from the editor that his manuscript had been accepted without any unexpected complications. The system's previous reactions had already informed Guo Hao of this outcome. Upon receiving the news, he called academician Jiang. Has your paper been sent off? The issue is scheduled for publication on the 1st of next month, right? Good. Jiang Lei responded before hanging up. Returning to the library, Guo Hao found Shen Luoyin engrossed in her reading. With only about a week remaining until the final exam week, he had barely settled when Shen Luoyin curiously asked, "What have you been up to?" "The manuscript review has been approved. The editor just notified me, and I mentioned it to academician Jiang, whose paper is also awaiting publication." Guo Hao replied with a smile. "Oh," Shen Luoyin nodded. "Congratulations. What is there for us to congratulate each other about?" Guo Hao responded with a slight smile. "By the way, Luoyin, have you purchased the train tickets back to Gansheng?" Guo Hao suddenly inquired. "I couldn't get any," Shen Luoyin replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. "The tickets were released yesterday, and as soon as I logged onto the website, it crashed from the influx of users. Fortunately," Guo Hao grinned as he pulled 2 train tickets from his pocket, handing one to Shen Luoyin. "I bought these yesterday. They're for the 16th, from Yanjing to Gansheng, and both are lower berths together. How did you manage to get them? Isn't ticket purchasing supposed to be under real name registration?" Shen Luoyin exclaimed, her expression one of surprise. "Did you hack the website?" Knowing Guo Hao's computer skills, she looked at him with a hint of concern. Engaging in such activities is illegal. Rest assured, Guo Hao chuckled, meeting Shen Luoyin's gaze. "I'm not foolish enough to engage in illegal acts. I acquired these tickets from a scalper. The railway website crashed, and they are essentially the primary offenders. Even if you access the site, it will be difficult to secure tickets, as they have already bought out entire carriages." After a moment's hesitation, Shen Luoyin remarked, "Doesn't that make us complicit in their wrongdoing?" "Technically, yes," Guo Hao admitted candidly. "But there's nothing we can do. This rampant scalping will persist for some time, unless there is a robust real name policy. Scalpers will continue to thrive. As students, if we don't resort to purchasing scalp tickets, we would likely struggle to secure any tickets ourselves. Given that we are approaching the spring festival travel rush, what options do we have?" Guo Hao shrugged, as he had articulated, unless a stringent real name policy was implemented. The existence of scalpers who navigated the gray and black market would inevitably result in a significant portion of tickets being sold off, creating scarcity. While Guo Hao could potentially utilize his hacking skills to secure tickets, that would, as Shen Luoyin pointed out, be illegal. Thus, without a desire to break the law or face ticket shortages, the only recourse left was to purchase scalped tickets. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Shen Luoyin fell silent for a moment. "How much is it?" "I shall pay you," she asserted resolutely. "Enough of this talk about money," Guo Hao interjected, swiftly placing the bill into Shen Luoyin's hands. "Is there any need for us to discuss finances?" Shen Luoyin opened her mouth to respond, but Guo Hao cut her off. "Enough. Let's leave it at that. Any further mention might sour my mood." "All right," she replied, slightly exasperated. "That's more like it. By the way, how is your revision for the finals going?" Guo Hao smiled, deftly shifting the topic. "About that, I feel quite confident. It seems there are no issues," Shen Luoyin replied, her self-assurance evident. Though she was still struggling to keep pace with Guo Hao, among the freshmen, she had undoubtedly distinguished herself. "That's good to hear. On the other hand, find myself in a rather unfortunate situation." A hint of helplessness crossed Guo Hao's face. "What is it?" Shen Luoyin inquired, Her curiosity piqued. Are you also apprehensive about the final exams? She asked, puzzled by Guo Hao's demeanor. I'm not worried about my major or advanced mathematics. But I cannot fathom why a material science student like me is required to take courses in modern history, Marxist theory, and moral philosophy. Guo Hao sighed, his exasperation evident. In the past 6 months, I haven't attended these classes, let alone the advanced math lectures. The professors for those subjects probably haven't even laid eyes on me. Oh. Shen Luoyan paused, taken aback. What will happen to your participation grades for those classes? I have no idea. Guo Hao shrugged. You should speak to Professor Wang Ming about it. After all, you are part of the academic research group, and it should be reasonable for you to have missed those classes. Shen Luoyan suggested hesitantly. Let's hope so. Guo Hao replied with a shrug. Just then, as Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan were engaged in their light-hearted conversation, a notification chimed. Ding! The user has co-authored a materials science paper with others. Based on the journal's academic impact and the user's contribution, it has been rated as A-level, earning 5,000 points in chemistry and 5,000 points in physics. Additionally, the user has received 1 random lottery chance. Guo Hao was slightly taken aback. It seemed that academician Jiang and his team were quite efficient. Having submitted the paper so swiftly, it appeared they must have been well prepared, merely awaiting the publication of Guo Hao's paper. However, with his work yet to be published, how could academician Jiang reference it? Pondering this, Guo Hao decided not to dwell on it too much. As an esteemed academician, Jiang Lei must have his own methods. After all, he was not like Guo Hao. What is up? Shen Luoyan noticed Guo Hao's sudden pause. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she asked. Oh, nothing. Just lost in thought for a moment. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Shen Luoyan nodded, choosing not to press further. Let us get back to studying, Guo Hao suggested, and they both resumed their reading. At that moment, Guo Hao initiated the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, user. You have successfully drawn a disposable human enhancement nano-injection. The system's notification echoed in his ears. Guo Hao blinked in surprise, his eyes lighting up with excitement. A human enhancement nano-injection? That sounds incredibly advanced. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Guo Hao set aside his excitement and focused earnestly on his studies. Later that evening, back in the dormitory, Guo Hao stood in the bathroom, preparing to examine the specifics of this enhancement injection. After all, he reasoned, enhancing his body would likely induce perspiration. It would be rather inconvenient to sweat in bed and soak the sheets, so he might as well do in the bathroom, where he could easily wash it off. As expected, this device was indeed designed to enhance the human body, yet its effects would vary from person to person. According to the system's description, it was exceptionally gentle and would not cause any bodily harm. Frankly, the allure of this enhancement was immense. Very immense. After all, Guo Hao had long contemplated having the system assist him in strengthening his body and mind. While his intellect had indeed been enhanced, he had yet to see any physical improvements. To his astonishment, he now found himself presented with this opportunity. After a moment's hesitation, Guo Hao extracted the enhancement injection from the system and, with a steely resolve, administered it to himself. As for researching this device, who knows when he might have a chance to do so. Besides, could earthly technology even decipher its workings? Guo Hao had serious doubts. Thus, it seemed more prudent to utilize it directly. With the system at his disposal, there would be ample time for research in the future. As the nano-injection coursed through his body, Guo Hao initially felt nothing. Just as he began to question whether the injection was even effective, a sudden, excruciating pain erupted from his tailbone and surged upward to the crown of his head. The intensity of the agony caused Guo Hao to convulse, as if every muscle in his body was simultaneously cramping. The overwhelming sensation made the veins in his forehead bulge, yet he could not cry out. He had to stifle his screams, his eyes wide with agony. His hands clawed at the walls of the bathroom, his body contorted in pain, collapsing to the floor. In such unbearable torment, every second felt like an eternity. 3 minutes felt as though Guo Hao had lived through 2 lifetimes. When the pain finally subsided, he lay completely relaxed on the floor, gasping for breath, soaked in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a well. Though he had anticipated that the enhancement would be painful, the sheer intensity of the suffering was still beyond what he could bear. The agony seemed to radiate from the very marrow of his bones. Let us take stock of the results. Guo Hao, now sprawled on the floor, could hardly perceive the changes in his body. He could only rely on the system to provide insight. Open my attribute panel, he silently commanded. User, Guo Hao, intelligence, 243, stamina, 23, strength, 20 speed, 13 math, LV527819200000, linguistics, LV239005000, informatics, LV380001000. Chemistry, LV3 598710000. Physics, LV4 26770500000. Biology, LV3 1517100000. Among the four-dimensional attributes, the average IQ of a normal individual lies between 90 and 109, with scores below 69 indicating intellectual disability. The standard values for other attributes in a normal adult are around 10. Gazing at his attribute panel, Guo Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such drastic changes. His physical abilities had nearly doubled, while his strength had only increased by 7 points. And his speed had risen by a mere 2. The overall transformation was still astonishing. After all, his physical prowess had already been enhanced previously, surpassing that of the average person. Now, with this additional boost, his foundational values were quite formidable, whether in terms of basal metabolism or muscle density. His physique was far beyond that of an average person, even outclassing many professional athletes. At this moment, Guo Hao felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his physical capabilities. A satisfied expression graced his features. Unfortunately, the system did not display longevity metrics. Had it done so, Guo Hao would have been curious about his lifespan. Nevertheless, he was not concerned. He would eventually delve into biological sciences, and the study of the human body would undoubtedly be a focal point in his research, especially given the rare opportunity of his rebirth and the possession of such an extraordinary academic system, unwilling to merely exist for a mere few decades, which would be utterly unsatisfactory. Guo Hao found himself seated on the bathroom floor, and after a few minutes, he astonishingly felt his strength rapidly returning. A sense of surprise washed over him. He had anticipated that the excruciating pain would require at least half an hour for him to recover from, yet here he was, rejuvenating so swiftly. Was it perhaps due to the sudden surge in his physical constitution? Guo Hao pondered thoughtfully. His body was gradually evolving towards extraordinary traits, and he mused that he might be able to conduct certain experiments with his own physique, potentially marking a significant opportunity for his studies in biology. With this thought, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. After about 5 minutes, Guo Hao sensed a considerable restoration of his strength, and he rose to his feet. He turned on the nearby shower head to cleanse himself of the dirt and sweat that had accumulated. As he washed, he felt his vitality completely restored, even heightened to an invigorating extent. This sensation, exhilarating, Guo Hao was filled with excitement. Upon exiting the bathroom after his shower, he encountered Ma Xian, who was groggily heading to the restroom. Ma Xian blinked sleepily at Guo Hao. "How go, you're still awake? Why are you showering at this hour?" "Just finished reading and thought a shower would help me sleep better," Guo Hao replied with a slight smile, drying his hair with a towel as he spoke. "Oh." Ma Xian nodded, gazing at Guo Hao with a hint of confusion. "How go? Why you seem different today?" He hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "What kind of feeling?" Guo Hao inquired with a soft smile. "Full of life?" "No, that doesn't quite capture it," Ma Xian mused, deep in thought. "All right, you should go to the restroom. I'll read for a bit, and once my hair dries, I'll head to bed too," Guo Hao suggested, returning to his spot. Ma Xian emerged from the restroom, still looking perplexed. "How go? It's late. You should get some rest." Guo Hao nodded as Ma Xian climbed into bed, and soon the sound of his snoring filled the room. Glancing at Ma Xian's bed, Guo Hao shook his head with a smile. Presently, he felt an extraordinary surge of energy. The enhancement of his physical abilities had invigorated his entire cerebral cortex, making sleep impossible. This overwhelming energy began to stir a sense of concern within him. Could it be a result of accelerated metabolism? That would come at the cost of depleting his life potential. He consulted the system, and a prompt response followed swiftly. The agent had comprehensively enhanced the user at the cellular level. While it increased the user's basal metabolism, it simultaneously elevated their vitality. After digesting the system's response, Guo Hao's emotions grew complex. While it was indeed uplifting to have enhanced vitality, the rise in basal metabolism meant that his lifespan had hardly improved. Originally, he had hoped to discover if his lifespan had increased, but now it seemed unnecessary to check. With a gentle sigh, Guo Hao set these tangled thoughts aside and returned to his reading. It was around 2 in the morning when he finally felt a tinge of drowsiness. At this point, his biological clock had kicked in. He climbed into bed and succumbed to sleep. The following day, Guo Hao awoke to find his roommates still fast asleep. Noticing the time, he realized it was 6 in the morning. This meant he had only slept for 4 hours. Yet, he could feel an abundance of energy coursing through him. He jumped out of bed, quickly washed up, dressed, and donned his running shoes before sprinting out of the dormitory. With an hour remaining until the library opened, Guo Hao, who typically spent this time reading in his room, had decided to go for a run. After all, with his body suddenly enhanced so significantly, it would be a shame not to engage in some proper exercise. Arriving at the school's track, he noted the still dim morning light. Winter in Yanhang was particularly frigid, and the lights lining the track were still aglow. To his surprise, he found several others already jogging. Guo Hao was taken aback. He had never been to the track before, and hadn't he expected to see so many sports enthusiasts at a prestigious university like Yanhang. It seemed these individuals were genuinely disciplined. After all, braving the cold at 6 in the morning to run was no small feat. Most people would rather indulge in the warmth of their blankets. Having warmed up beside the track, Guo Hao stepped onto the running path and began to jog. With each breath, his speed gradually intensified. Upon reaching a peak, he settled into a pace of 2 minutes and 30 seconds per lap, slightly above the standard of national-level athletes. Only at this speed could he truly feel the pressure. Like a gust of wind, Guo Hao dashed along the track, hearing only the rush of air and the rhythm of his own breathing. Although Guo Hao had not undergone formal sports training, he had perused several books on athletics and was aware of some running techniques. However, knowing did not equate to proficiency. His ability to maintain a pace of 2 minutes and 30 seconds was purely a testament to his robust physical capabilities. Initially, onlookers at the track were astonished. So fast, who is this newcomer? But as Guo Hao continued to complete lap after lap, their expressions shifted from surprise to sheer astonishment. What the heck? This speed? Running so many laps? Could he be a professional athlete? Gradually, some of the runners halted to watch Guo Hao, with a few even pulling out their phones to time him. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. More and more people paused to observe Guo Hao's impressive run. A group of spectators gathered, murmuring, "Who is this guy? Do you know him? No idea. But he is incredibly fast. A professional athlete, for sure. Of course. He must be a national-level competitor. Unbelievable. I just timed him. Our track is a standard 400-meter track, and he completed a lap in under a minute. His kilometer pace is already down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I just calculated. Excluding the initial laps, he has already run 20 laps, 8,000 meters, and he has maintained that pace the entire time. It's terrifying." Nearby, several sports enthusiasts exchanged astonished glances as they watched Guo Hao. A few athletic girls also paused, their eyes gleaming as they observed Guo Hao still racing around the track, who had by now become the center of attention. Completely oblivious to the reactions around him, Guo Hao continued to count silently in his mind. After approximately 50 laps, he gradually came to a stop, roughly 20 kilometers. He exhaled deeply, feeling the fatigue in his muscles. Despite his enhanced physique, he was still human. Running 20 kilometers at a pace of 2 minutes and 30 seconds was nearly unprecedented in human marathon records. Glancing at the time after running for 50 minutes at a remarkably steady pace, Guo Hao felt a sense of perfection wash over him. As the clock approached 7, the previously dim sky began to brighten. Just as he was dragging his weary body toward the library, a strikingly attractive girl approached him on the playground. "Hello, classmate. Is there something I can assist you with?" Guo Hao inquired, controlling his breathing to regain his strength. "My name is Zhao Yan. May I add you on WeChat?" she asked, her face adorned with a smile. "No, I have some matters to attend to. I must be on my way," Guo Hao replied curtly, dismissing her. He had no time to squander on strangers. With that, he turned and left the playground. Zhao Yan stood frozen, her expression faltering. Whispers erupted among the onlookers, captivated by Guo Hao's astonishing performance, some even capturing it on video. Unbeknownst to him, or perhaps indifferent to it, Guo Hao regarded sports merely as a means of physical exercise. Although he felt confident in his ability to break some world records, such accolades were not what he sought. Upon arriving at the library, just as its doors opened, he found Shen Luoyan already seated. Guo Hao selected several books and sat beside her. "You're late. Did you oversleep?" Shen Luoyan inquired curiously, surprised that Guo Hao, who usually rose earlier than her, had not done so today. "No, I went for a run on the playground. Let me catch my breath," he chuckled, addressing Shen Luoyan. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to him as he sat in the library, which enjoyed a pleasant warmth. After a short while, the perspiration gradually dried, and only then did Guo Hao begin to read. Earlier that morning, a video surfaced on the Yanhang BBS campus forum, showcasing Guo Hao's running. "Wow, how long have I been watching this video? This is incredible. In just 2 minutes, he managed to complete 2 laps around the track. Amazing. What is his pace? It seems he shows no signs of slowing down." "Slow down? I was at the playground this morning. He ran at least 40 laps at that speed without any indication of fatigue. Unbelievable. He could be running a marathon. This is the first time I've encountered someone this impressive." Yanheng truly is a hub of talent. Wait, I think I know him. ISNT, he, that math prodigy who was trending before? I think his name is Guo Hao. Just a freshman. Who would have thought he is also a sporting genius? Now that you mention it, it really is him. Incredible. With skills like that, why isn't he on the national team? He definitely meets the standards of a national-level athlete. The BBS buzzed with excitement, creating quite a stir. Of course, Guo Hao remained blissfully unaware of all this. Even if he were informed, it would hardly matter to him. Such trivialities were inconsequential. At noon, Guo Hao took Shen Luoyan to the cafeteria, only to be met with an unexpected flurry of attention. Guo Shun, you're amazing. Can you share your training secrets with me? Guo Shun, what is your pacing trick? Numerous inquiries bombarded Guo Hao, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What's going on? Shen Luoyan asked, puzzled by the commotion. I suppose they heard about my morning run. I'm quite proficient in sports, Guo Hao shrugged. Oh, Shen Luoyan nodded, choosing not to probe further. After placing their orders and finding a seat, they were soon joined by Wang Biyun and Zhao Yu, who approached with their trays in hand. Finally found you too, Wang Biyun exclaimed. Zhao Yu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Guo Hao. Was it you running in the video on the forum? Is it really you, Hao Ge? Forum? Running? Guo Hao replied, slightly bewildered. Yes. Look, Zhao Yu said, pulling up the video on her phone. After a brief glance, Guo Hao casually confirmed, that's me. It was hardly a secret worth concealing. Wow, that's amazing. Zhao Yu squealed, turning to Shen Luoyan. Luoyan, your man is truly impressive. I envy you. As she handed her phone to Shen Luoyan, the latter overlooked Zhao Yu's remark about your man and curiously watched the video. The footage clearly showcased Guo Hao's remarkable speed, with him continuously running without any hint of slowing down. Why didn't you tell me before that you were so athletic? Why didn't you pursue sports? Shen Luoyan asked, intrigued. I had to focus on the college entrance exams. To be honest, I didn't even realize I had such talent, Guo Hao replied with a smile. Shen Luoyan nodded, accepting his answer without skepticism. You're truly impressive. The forum is buzzing about your running, she remarked. It's trivial, Guo Hao shrugged, entirely uninterested in such matters. For him, it felt like childish play. While others might perceive it as an opportunity for self-aggrandizement, he merely found it bothersome. Unfortunately, he could not escape the spotlight. There was no venue where he could truly run at his own pace, and running too slowly offered little challenge to his almost superhuman physique. With a sigh, Guo Hao pondered this. Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun continued their chatter for a while longer. After finishing their meal, Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan returned to the library, where they were once again interrupted by numerous admirers, much to Guo Hao's annoyance. Fortunately, as exam week approached, the fervor began to wane. Everyone turned their focus to the impending exams, cramming in a last-minute effort to prepare. Prior to the exam week, Guo Hao sought out his academic advisor, Wang Ming. Don't worry, although you missed some classes, Dean Wang has already been informed. Your regular scores are all perfect, so you needn't fret about that. However, you don't need to take the exams. It's just the way it is, you understand? Understood. Guo Hao shrugged. After receiving Wang Ming's assurance, Guo Hao allocated some time to tackle a few problems from his course. To be frank, he did glean some insight. Certain theories intrigued him. In the week that followed, every university student shared a singular purpose, to study for their exams. Even the most lackadaisical students in the dormitory, Ma Xian and Li Ming, began to study diligently. The atmosphere in the dormitory markedly improved. After a week, Guo Hao felt little different, aside from having read some additional materials on his course. Finally, the exams concluded. Phew, thank goodness. That hellish exam week is finally over. Ma Xin lamented. Hey, Li Ming, how did you fare in calculus? Ma Xian asked, his expression tinged with anxiety. I'm not sure. It felt mediocre, Li Ming replied. Li Ming felt a tinge of helplessness. I feel the same. I hope we don't fail. If we do, we might as well forget about enjoying the new year. Wait, you two have been sharing a dorm with Hao Ge for so long. And yet you both are on the verge of failing math, despite Hao Ji's prowess in the subject. Li Beiying Kirat Bujlat. As he turned to Li Ming and Ma Xian. Ma Xian and Li Ming exchanged awkward glances. It's not certain yet. Our grades haven't been released. So we really don't know. Given your daily refusal to crack open a book, it wouldn't surprise me at all if you flunked. Guo Hao shrugged, addressing Ma Xian and Li Ming. Hao Ge, there's a saying, never hit a person's face, nor expose their shortcomings. Ma Xian replied with a wry smile directed at Guo Hao. All right, let us pack up. We're going home, Guo Hao announced with a grin to the three of them. The dormitory began to bustle as they tidied their belongings. The class meeting for materials engineering had long concluded, allowing everyone to depart at any moment, although the dormitory would remain open for another 10 days or so. After all, some students had yet to secure tickets or had only managed to obtain them later than others. Once everything was packed, Guo Hao grabbed his suitcase and made his way to the girls' dormitory. Accompanied by Shan Luoyin, they headed to the train station. Amidst the throngs of people, they boarded the train. After helping Shan Luoyin stow their luggage and settling into the seat next to the bunk, Guo Hao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Getting on this train feels akin to enduring a form of torture, Guo Hao remarked with a rueful smile. Such trains made him yearn for the high-speed rail of the future, with its rapid pace and spaciousness. The coming decade would witness an accelerated expansion of high-speed rail networks reaching numerous counties, truly embodying convenience and efficiency. Shan Luoyin nodded gently. The two engaged in conversation aboard the train, discussing various topics. A day and night passed swiftly, and before long, the train emitted a resounding whistle. "Is that the train you were talking about, dear?" Guo's mother inquired anxiously, standing on the platform and gazing towards the distant train, directing her question at Guo's father. "Yes, I've checked. This is indeed the scheduled stop time for that train," Guo's father responded after a moment of hesitation. Soon, the train came to a halt. Guo Hao, with suitcase in hand, disembarked alongside Shan Luoyin. Just as they exited the station, Guo's parents, their faces alight with excitement, called out, "Hao!" As Guo's father hurried over to assist Guo Hao with his luggage, Guo Hao said, "I'm heading home now." Feeling an inexplicable sense of embarrassment in front of Guo's parents, Shan Luoyin hesitated. "Isn't that Luoyin? Come over to our house for a bit. I must thank you for taking care of my son at school." Guo's mother exclaimed upon noticing Shan Luoyin beside Guo Hao, her enthusiasm palpable. Shan Luoyin felt flustered, unsure how to navigate such complex emotions. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words or actions. "Come on, let us go to my house and relax for a while. I'll take you back later." Guo Hao smiled gently at Shan Luoyin. "You're alone now and have no bicycle. It wouldn't be convenient to head back, would it? All right then." If it were the old Shan Luoyin, she would have been unaffected by Guo's parents. However, the current situation was different. Her relationship with Guo Hao had evolved beyond mere ambiguity into something more defined. In this context, encountering Guo's parents stripped her of her previous nonchalance. Exchanging knowing glances, Guo's parents recognized the unmistakable signs of a budding romance. They ushered Guo Hao and Shan Luoyin away from the station entrance and towards the adjacent parking lot. "Dad, did you buy a car?" Guo Hao asked, astonished as he beheld the new vehicle before him. Guo's father chuckled. "Well, you mentioned that Bitcoin had been profitable, and since you transfer me 500,000, I thought it was time to get a car for convenience." "That sounds great." Guo Hao nodded in approval, genuinely pleased with his parents' approach to life. Money is meant for enjoyment, and funds merely existing in a bank account are just digits. They should be utilized. After loading the suitcase into the car, Guo's mother intuitively took the passenger seat, leaving Guo Hao and Shan Luoyin in the back. During the drive home, Guo's parents casually inquired about his life at school, with Guo's mother occasionally checking in on Shan Luoyin. However, they refrained from broaching the topic of Guo Hao and Shan Luoyin's relationship, as if choosing to overlook it entirely. Upon arriving home, Guo's mother invited Shan Luoyin to sit on the sofa. "You two sit tight. I'll prepare some tea." "Auntie, there's no need to go to such trouble. I should be heading back." Shan Luoyin attempted to express her intentions. "It's still early. Sit for a while. I'll have your uncle drive you back later." Guo's mother smiled warmly at Shan Luoyin. Hesitation flickered in Shan Luoyin's eyes as she wished to say more. But Guo's mother had already begun preparing the tea. Once seated on the sofa, Guo's father turned to Guo Hao with a smile. How? It seems you've been quite successful at school." "Not too shabby," Guo Hao replied, not one to be modest in front of his father. He had indeed achieved some accomplishments during his first half year in college. "Very good," Guo's father remarked with satisfaction as he gazed at Guo Hao. "Seeing you thrive brings me immense joy." As he uttered these words, Guo's father's face was filled with emotion as he looked at Guo Hao. Over the years, from Guo Hao's childhood through the rapid development of the Dragon Country's power sector, Guo's father had been deeply engrossed in his work, unable to provide Guo Hao with the attention he deserved. Thus, Guo's father felt a sense of indebtedness to his son. Guo Hao had often been left alone at home, leading to his somewhat introverted nature. Even when Guo Hao began school, Guo's father was still busy, only able to offer occasional support during his rare days off. By then, Guo Hao's personality was already shaped. By the time Guo Hao reached high school, he had developed an internet addiction that spiraled out of control. Initially, Guo's father had resigned himself to this reality, understanding that it was beyond their control. However, just 100 days before the college entrance examinations, Guo Hao underwent a remarkable transformation, immersing himself in an intense study regimen and achieving an astounding score of over 660. It was as if he had become a different person, displaying an exceptional dedication to his studies, which continued into university. His remarkable performance even attracted the attention of the vice president of Yin University, who offered him a direct recommendation for graduate studies. Such a feat seemed almost surreal. Having attended a junior college himself, Guo's father understood the significance of academic achievements and was aware of the impressive nature of Guo Hao's accomplishments. Just as Guo's father was about to inquire further, Guo's mother entered with tea, warmly inviting Shen Luoyan to enjoy the snacks on the coffee table. She took a seat beside Shen Luoyan. Luoyan, my Hao Hao has truly benefited from your care, Guo's mother said with a smile directed at Shen Luoyan. Auntie, please don't say that. Guo Hao has taken care of me even more at school, Shen Luoyan replied, although she felt somewhat out of her depth in such social situations. It's all about mutual support. You two are not only fellow villagers, but also classmates. And even more remarkably, you were once her tutor. This is indeed a serendipitous connection bestowed upon you by fate, so cherish it and take good care of it. With a smile gracing her face, Guo's mother addressed Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan felt a tinge of embarrassment, but nodded in acknowledgement. After engaging in light conversation for a while, she finished her tea. Auntie, I truly must take my leave. My grandparents are still waiting for me at home, she announced as she rose from her seat. Very well. Guo, you should accompany Luoyan, Guo's mother suggested. No need, Auntie. Let my father drive you home. Otherwise, you'll have to walk back, won't you? Guo Hao interjected as he looked at Shen Luoyan. All right then. Shen Luoyan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded obediently, as she generally complied with Guo Hao's wishes. Observing the scene, Guo's parents exchanged glances, both recognizing the joy reflected in each other's eyes. Then I must trouble you, uncle, Shen Luoyan said sweetly. Not at all. It's just a small matter. After the family escorted Shen Luoyan to Guo's father's car, they watched as it drove away. At that moment, Guo's mother turned eagerly to Guo Hao and exclaimed, You rascal. Are you and Shen Luoyan together now? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Guo Hao. Well, sort of, Guo Hao replied with a slight smile. You little rascal. Guo's mother's smile was utterly uncontainable. You must treat that girl well. Do you understand? Do not let her down. Luoyan is truly a wonderful girl, and you mustn't be fickle. If you dare to be unfaithful, I'll make sure you regret it. Mom. Guo Hao looked earnestly at his mother. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint her. Chapter 154 Brother Hao. I truly envy you. Upon hearing her son's words, Guo's mother paused, her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at Guo Hao. Indeed, our Hao Hao has grown up. Guo's mother spoke tenderly to him. Hearing his mother's gentle tone brought a sudden lump to Guo Hao's throat. In his rebellious youth, he had caused his parents much worry, but in this life, he had finally alleviated their concerns and even made them proud, rendering his second chance at life worthwhile. All right, Mom, let us head upstairs. It's chilly down here. Okay. The mother and son ascended the stairs. In the corridor, they encountered acquaintances who showered Guo Hao with compliments and praise. Watching his mother animatedly chat with their neighbors filled Guo Hao with a sense of contentment. Once home, Guo's mother eagerly began discussing various aspects of his school life, his interactions with Shen Luoyan, and his relationships with his roommates. Guo Hao responded to each inquiry, as there was little to conceal from his mother aside from the inexplicable matters of reincarnation and the system. After listening to Guo Hao's account, Guo's mother appeared contemplative. It seems you had quite an exciting first year. Hao? Not too shabby, Guo Hao replied with a smile. His first semester had indeed been remarkable, aside from daily studying. He had also published a paper in a prestigious journal and encountered the vice president of Yin University, who had sought him out. Furthermore, he had joined an academic project led by an esteemed academician. By the way, Hao, you mentioned you have another paper to publish? Guo's mother inquired curiously. Strictly speaking, there are two, Guo Hao confirmed, adding, one is a pure mathematics paper that I authored independently, and the other is a collaborative paper with our research group, where academician Jiang granted us co-authorship, so it counts as two. Upon hearing this, Guo's mother looked at him with pride shimmering in her eyes. My Hao is truly making a name for himself. Just as Guo Hao was about to respond, the door swung open, and Guo's father, looking at Guo's mother, asked, What are you talking about, your son? P.S. making a name for himself. By the way, why did you just return? Curiosity flickered in Guo's mother's eyes as she turned to her husband. I nearly didn't make it back for dinner. Guo's father chuckled, glancing at Guo Hao and Guo's mother. The elderly couple I met insisted on treating me to dinner upon learning I'm Hao Hao's father. They were so hospitable that I felt hesitant to refuse. Fortunately, Luoyan helped me escape by saying that Hao Hao had just returned and that I was eager to reunite with my family. Only then did they relent, although I did stay long enough to enjoy a bowl of tea before finally coming back. As he spoke, Guo's father's expression turned reflective. It seems Luoyan has matured significantly over the past 6 months, Previously, with her temperament, she wouldn't have expressed such warmth. But now, her words and actions reflect remarkable improvement. Indeed, just look at who her boyfriend is now, Guo's mother said proudly to her husband. Upon hearing this, Guo's father gazed at Guo Hao, astonishment flickering in his eyes. How? Are you truly with Shen Luoyan? Guo Hao hesitated before nodding. Sort of. I'll tell you. At this moment, Guo's mother, brimming with excitement, began recounting the experiences of Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan at school. The more Guo's father listened, the more astonished he became, ultimately turning his gaze toward Guo Hao. You have indeed made a name for yourself, Guo's father remarked with a hint of awe. And that's not all. Guo's mother excitedly shared the details about Guo Hao's papers with his father. After listening, Guo's father fell silent for a moment, his eyes glowing with enthusiasm. How? I am proud of you. Guo Hao smiled, feeling a wave of happiness wash over him. All right, I'll go prepare dinner for you too. It's about time to eat. The meal was quickly prepared, and the family chatted joyfully over dinner. After eating, Guo Hao settled onto the sofa with his parents when he received a message from Wang Shi. Mom, Dad, I'm stepping out for a bit. Go ahead. Both Guo's father and mother nodded. Guo Hao left the house and made his way to the community entrance, where Wang Shi was already waiting. Scrutinizing Guo Hao from head to toe. What's going on? Guo Hao asked, puzzled by Wang Shi's demeanor. Brother Hao, I've heard so many rumors about you over the past 6 months. They painted you as an omnipotent deity. I must see for myself if you truly possess such abilities. Wang Shi declared earnestly. Get lost. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi. Hee. Wang Shi chuckled. His eyes filled with admiration as he regarded Guo Hao. Brother Hao, I genuinely envy you. Now, you're envious? When I urged you to study hard, what were you doing? Guo Hao shot a sidelong glance at Wang Shi, annoyance creeping into his voice. Well, you told me to study hard when there were only 100 days until the college entrance exam. At that point, even if I had studied diligently, I probably wouldn't have made it into a university anyway. What is the point? Wang Shi replied with a rueful shake of his head. Forget it. I can't be bothered to discuss this with someone like you, who is hopeless. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Shi. How is life at the college? Not too bad. Mainly thanks to your suggestion about investing in Bitcoin. Wang Shi said, a hint of excitement in his eyes as he looked at Guo Hao. I sold some, paid back all my parents' savings, and I still have over 20,000 left. Living at college is fantastic. I even found a girlfriend. Let me tell you, there are plenty of beautiful girls at college. How about it? Should I introduce a few to you? No thanks, I already have a girlfriend. Guo Hao shook his head. What? You didn't even tell me. Do you have a photo? Wang Shi was taken aback. You know her, Shen Luoyan. Huh? Wang Shi stared in astonishment at the figure of Guo Hao before him. You rascal. Have you truly become involved with Shen Luoyan? How impressive. Guo Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Envy is an emotion I cannot escape. Wang Shi regarded Guo Hao with a mixture of admiration and jealousy. Shen Luoyan is a wonderful girl. You must treat her well. Is that even question? The two childhood friends exchanged stories of their school adventures as they strolled downstairs for quite some time, eventually returning to their own homes. That evening, Guo Hao chose not to study. Instead, he remained in the living room, engaging in conversation with his parents until past 10 o'clock. Only after his parents grew weary did they retire to their respective rooms. Chapter 155, The Astonishing Dean Tian. In the room, Guo Hao's suitcase had been meticulously organized by his mother. The numerous books he had brought back from Yanhang were neatly arranged on the bookshelf, all borrowed from the library. Naturally, with his student ID alone, he could not have borrowed such a quantity. He had enlisted the help of Ma Xian and Li Ming, each borrowing 5 volumes for him. Thus, he had a total of 15 books. As for why he did not ask Li Wei for assistance, it was simply because Li Wei had his own reading to attend to, unlike Ma Xian and Li Ming, who had a more leisurely approach. 15 books should suffice for his studies during the winter break. Although Guo Hao was a rapid learner, he believed that, even during winter vacation, one deserved a bit of respite. He casually selected a mathematics book from the shelf, a classic work in the field of topology. Without the aid of any energy-enhancing medications, precious commodities to Guo Hao at this stage, he deemed it unnecessary to squander them at such a moment. Throughout the winter break, Guo Hao dedicated his days to reading and visiting Shen Luoyan. He even traveled to her home to assist her grandparents with farm chores, such as weeding the vegetable patch and applying fertilizer. Despite the winter season, Jiangxi's winter still boasted vibrant greenery, and the garden remained lush. Initially, Shen Luoyan was quite awkward, but as Guo Hao's visits became more frequent, she gradually warmed up to him. As for her grandparents, they succumbed to Guo Hao's charm early on, now considering him as their own grandson. Each time they saw him, their faces lit up with smiles. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Guo Hao made a special trip to Shen Luoyan's home to pay his respects to her grandparents, further solidifying the bond between the two families. With the grandparents' acceptance, Shen Luoyin seemed to fully embrace their relationship, often taking Guo Hao's hand naturally as they walked together. During the winter break, both Guo Hao's paper and that of academician Jiang were published in succession. In the office of the Dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences at Yin University, Dean Tian was engrossed in a particularly challenging problem when Li Su, as usual, placed a stack of journals on his desk. Understood, Dean Tian acknowledged, still focused on his calculations without lifting his gaze. Li Su took a seat at the adjacent desk. Phew. Dean Tian furrowed his brow, a hint of frustration evident in his expression. He had been grappling with a mathematical conjecture for an extended period, but had yet to make any headway. Though a commendable mathematician, he found himself stymied by this particular issue. At that moment, his eyes fell upon the latest edition of the Mathematics Journal. Perhaps I should check the latest developments in academia, he mused, letting out a slight sigh. It is not uncommon for mathematicians to struggle with inspiration and pathways. The challenges in mathematics are unlike those in other disciplines, where one can engage in trial and error. With mathematics, if you cannot solve it, you simply cannot. This edition of the Siam Review appears promising, he noted, spotting several intriguing mathematical problems within. He picked up the journal, which was ordered in its original English version. As he glanced at the cover, he initially failed to register its significance. However, his attention was soon captured by a familiar name, Guo Hao. Upon realizing this, Dean Tian was momentarily taken aback. Guo Hao has published another paper, this time in the Society for Industrial and Applied Mathematics. His gaze reflected a mixture of confusion and astonishment. What manner of genius was this Guo Hao, a freshman in materials engineering, capable of producing 2 SCI papers in pure mathematics within his first year? The implications were staggering. Was he a prodigy on par with Gauss? Dean Tian's expression was clouded with uncertainty as he quickly located Guo Hao's paper using the article index. After a brief scan of the abstract and author information, he delved into the main body of the work. As he read, his demeanor grew increasingly serious. After over half an hour, Dean Tian finally set the paper down, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Alas, he lamented, why must such a top-tier genius choose not to attend Yin University? What is the matter, Dean Tian? Li Su inquired, having overheard the dean's exclamation. His curiosity piqued, he approached the desk. What genius are you referring to? Dean Tian handed the journal to his assistant. This Guo Hao has published an SCI paper yet again, this time in pure mathematics, and it is featured prominently in the Siam Review. The significance of this achievement is remarkable, he conveyed, his tone tinged with bitterness. Li Su's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he quickly flipped through the journal to find Guo Hao's paper. Dean, this seems rather implausible. A mere freshman has managed to publish 2 papers in such a short span. It raises suspicions. Could it be another instance of fabricated acclaim? Li Su suggested. But Dean Tian swiftly dismissed the notion. You are not well versed in the intricacies and rarity of mathematics papers. Let me say this. Even I might struggle to produce work of this caliber. For someone at my level to achieve such results is no small feat. Who would bestow such an accomplishment upon a freshman? And do you believe Yin University possesses such talent? Well, Li Su fell silent, realizing the truth of the matter. Dean, what should we do? Should we attempt to recruit Guo Hao? A talent of this caliber could significantly enhance our university's academic standing. Chapter 156. But what if he is unwilling to come? What leverage do we have to entice him? Dean Tian shot back at Li Su, his tone somewhat exasperated. I have already offered every incentive I could think of. What more can I propose to make Guo Hao choose Yin University? Li Su pauset momentia, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. After a brief contemplation, he mused that if direct communication with classmate Guo Hao proved futile, perhaps engaging with the Yin Hang School Committee or even directly reaching out to the relevant ministries might be a viable alternative. At that moment, a spark of excitement illuminated his eyes as he glanced at Dean Tian. Wasn't it the case that the ministry had long desired to establish world-class universities and top-tier programs? Here lay an extraordinary opportunity. The mathematics program at Yin Hang was rather mediocre. Even with a prodigious talent like Guo Hao emerging, it might not significantly enhance their program's influence. However, Yin University presented a different scenario. The prospect of having Guo Hao join Yin University could greatly amplify its international reputation and provide substantial support in building a premier mathematics department. Upon hearing Li Su's words, Dean Tian's expression betrayed a flicker of hesitation. However, even if they managed to persuade the ministry, the ultimate decision rested with classmate Guo Hao. We cannot dictate his choice. Dean Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, that is easily resolved. Li su sumai supli. If we can convince the ministry, we can directly communicate with President Huai of Yinhang. The specifics can be negotiated to arrive at a mutually agreeable solution. I believe that once we reach a consensus, President Huai can persuade him, and it will ultimately work out. We could even establish a joint training program. What do you think? That's an intriguing idea. Dean Tian's eyes brightened at Li Su's suggestion. If they could persuade President Huai to collaborate on a joint training program, it would indeed be a promising avenue. However, he shook his head, cautioning against involving the ministry in such matters. Such issues cannot be resolved through administrative orders. If we mishandle it, Yin University risks losing both face and reputation. This is something I should discreetly discuss with President Huai. Li Su's expression clouded with uncertainty. But Dean, Yinhang would surely resist. After all, Guo Hao's achievements are indisputable. Having such a student could greatly enhance the school's standing, making it unlikely they would easily relinquish him. This would. Enough. Dean Tian interjected, fixing Li Su with a serious gaze. Do not underestimate others' intelligence. Guo Hao symbolizes immense value. You know it, and surely the ministry does as well. While Yin University holds a superior position in the ministry compared to Yinhang, resorting to administrative commands could irreparably tarnish our reputation. Moreover, any administrative decree must ultimately align with Guo Hao's own wishes. If he is unwilling to come, can we force him to join Yin University? Dean Tian's tone was pointed as he regarded Li Su. Li Su fell silent, a tinge of embarrassment coloring his features. He realized he had not fully considered Guo Hao's preferences, fixated instead on the notion of authority prevailing over all. All right, I will call President Huai. Please assist me in finding his number, Dean Tian instructed Li Su. Certainly, Dean. Li Su complied, quickly retrieving President Huai's contact information. Before long, Dean Tian had dialed the number. Hello, old Huai. This is Tian Gang. Yes, I'd like to invite you out for a meal to discuss something. Sound good? Let us finalize it then. After concluding the call, they arranged to meet. That very afternoon, Tian Gang and President Huai settled into a comfortable private dining room at a fine restaurant. Old Tian, what brings you here today? It wouldn't happen to be about Guo Hao again, would it? President Huai inquired, a smile playing on his lips as they took their seats. Nothing escaped your notice. My friend, Dean Tian chuckled. I must clarify that Guo Hao's preference is to pursue materials engineering at Yinhang, and I personally support this. If you still wish for him to join Yin University, I must regrettably decline to assist. Don't be hasty. Dean Tian observed President Huai's demeanor with a touch of exasperation. Allow me to finish my thoughts before you respond. All right? Very well. Go ahead, President Huai nodded. Earlier today, I saw that Guo Hao published a paper in a top-tier SCI journal, specifically in the Siam Review, and it was featured as the lead article for this issue. Another one? President Huai looked at Tian Gang, astonished, as this news was new to him. Indeed, old Huai, you must understand the significance of this, right? As he spoke, Dean Tian's expression grew serious. A first-year undergraduate has managed to publish 2 papers in top-tier SCI journals, one of which is in Siam Review. This level of mathematical talent is truly world-class. With just a bit of nurturing, he could potentially become a Fields Medal-level mathematician, if not more. And then, after a moment of silence, President Huai inquired, "It seems a pity to restrict such talent to merely studying materials engineering. Given his mathematical prowess, I propose we abandon the notion of solely recruiting him for Yin University and instead establish a joint training program," Dean Tian suggested with a slight smile. Guo Hao is indeed keen on materials engineering, and that's perfectly fine. He may continue his studies at Yinhang. However, I must admit, even the Hualuogin class at Yinhang is, in my view, rather average. It may not significantly support Guo Hao's growth. Yin University, on the other hand, can offer him a superior platform and enhanced assistance in mathematics. How does a joint training program sound to you, President Huai? Upon hearing Dean Tian's proposition, President Huai's eyes reflected a flicker of hesitation. Emotionally, he recognized Guo Hao as a valuable asset, and retaining him entirely at Yinhang would undoubtedly elevate the institution's prestige. Yet, rationally, he found merit in Dean Tian's argument. Indeed, even the most brilliant talents require a platform that adequately nurtures their potential before they can truly flourish. From a rational standpoint, I agree with your proposal, old Tian. However, the primary obstacle here is not me. After a brief pause, President Huai continued, I will inquire about Guo Hao's own wishes. If he consents, we can further discuss how to implement the joint training program. Excellent. Hearing President Huai's openness, Dean Tian's spirit soared. Old friend, your willingness to consider this matter is fantastic. A collaboration between Yinhang and Yin University to nurture such an academic genius could indeed become a remarkable story in the future. Let us not celebrate prematurely. President Huai cautioned. Principal Huai cast a fleeting glance at Tiangang. Guo Hao was able to decline your invitation last time. What makes you think you would acquiesce to it now? Upon hearing Principal Huai's words, Tiangang's expression momentarily faltered. Was it the initial intention to recruit him? This time, instead of recruitment, it was a proposal for joint training. Surely he wouldn't refuse that? To be honest, Tiangang himself felt uncertain. After all, Guo Hao had already turned him down twice. They say that bad luck comes in threes. If he faced rejection yet again, even if Tiangang were willing to swallow his pride, it would be rather difficult to approach him again. Observing Tiangang's somewhat vacant demeanor, Principal Huai smiled with a touch of pride. Do you know why Guo Hao is reluctant to attend Yin University? Aside from his genuine passion for materials engineering, there is another reason. What? Tiangang inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. Guo Hao's little girlfriend is at Yinhang, and by the way, she is a provincial top scorer. As he spoke, Principal Huai's eyes sparkled with a sense of unspoken satisfaction. After all, in previous years, the provincial top scorers have been almost exclusively monopolized by Tsinghua and Beida, with only a few schools within the C9 League able to contend through unique advantages or generous offerings. Other institutions had little chance to compete with Yinhang. Although Yinhang was not at the bottom of the 985 universities and was indeed considered a stronghold for traditional engineering disciplines, it had been rather unremarkable in this regard. Thus, Yinhang had seldom attracted top scorers, fully aware of their own limitations. To their surprise, this year, they did not need to compete. A top scorer had applied directly to Yinhang, much to Principal Huai's delight. Even more thrilling was the fact that, initially thought to be a gem of talent, the top scorer came hand in hand with an unassuming student, Guo Hao. The latter had already published 2 papers in the field of pure mathematics in a top-tier journal during his freshman year, a feat unprecedented in the history of Yinhang. He was destined to become a scholar of global renown. Principal Huai brimmed with pride. This is impossible. Tiangang immediately refuted Principal Huai's assertion. If I recall correctly, the top scorers from Longguo over the past 2 years either went to Shuimu University or Yin University. How could there be a top scorer attending Yinhang? Tiangang looked at Principal Huai in bewilderment. You can ask your assistant, Principal Huai said with a grin. At that moment, Li Su, who had been sitting nearby, displayed a hint of embarrassment, appearing somewhat restless. Tiangang, the vice principal, turned his gaze toward Li Su. Li Su, what is going on? Li Su hesitated slightly before offering a wry smile to Tiangang. Principal Tian, it's like this year. The top scorer from Gan Province indeed did not come to Yin University or Shuimu. Our admissions team has visited her family. Their financial situation is quite poor. Yet despite our generous offers, she firmly chose Yinhang. She is pursuing a degree in aircraft propulsion engineering, a field where we cannot compete with Yinhang. Upon hearing Li Su's words, Vice Principal Tiangang was momentarily speechless. So that's how it is. No wonder. After a brief pause, he concluded that bringing Guo Hao to Yin University was nearly impossible. Vice Principal Tiangang understood these matters well. His eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. Losing a top scorer was not an insurmountable setback, but to lose one while gaining another, especially when the latter turned out to be a prodigy, was an irksome situation indeed. Ha ha ha. Even if we had initially invited Guo Hao to Yin University, it would have been an impossibility. Principal Huai chuckled. Guo Hao scored only 668 in the college entrance examination. I checked, and he ranked outside the top 200 in Gan Province. Yin University would not accept a student with such a score. Hearing Principal Huai's words, Vice Principal Tiangang appeared slightly puzzled. He looked at Principal Huai. I must say, there is something I've never quite understood. While I can comprehend that Guo Hao's overall score ISNT remarkable, some students have their strengths and weaknesses, and the college entrance exam can be challenging for those who are heavily skewed to one subject. How could a student with such high mathematical talent have never showcased it throughout his education? Our Yin University consistently monitors various mathematics competitions nationwide. Logically, a student with Guo Hao's mathematical prowess should have excelled in competitions long before now. I've checked all the mathematics competitions, and Guo Hao has never participated in any. What gives? Vice Principal Tiangang was genuinely perplexed. Given Yin University's strong foundational programs and the advantages afforded to students with competition backgrounds, how could such a mathematically gifted student slip through the cracks? This simply made no sense. Huh, old Tian, you clearly haven't taken the time to delve into Guo Hao's background. Principal Huai chuckled, looking at Tiangang. Tiangang was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed an area he had not explored. After Guo Hao began to make waves, I actually looked into his background, and it truly surprised me. Chapter 158. What is there to be happy about? As he spoke, Principal Huai's eyes revealed a hint of sentiment. He is truly a genius among geniuses. How so? Please enlighten me. Tiangong eagerly urged. Before the second semester of his senior year, Guo Hao was consistently a poor student, ranking among the bottom in his hometown's Gancheng No. 1 high school. He had a rather ordinary personality, was quite withdrawn, and apart from a few close friends, hardly socialized at all, spending most of his time playing video games. Huh? How did he score 668 in the college entrance exam then? Upon hearing Principal Huai's account, Tiangong's eyes brimmed with confusion as he turned to Principal Huai. Don't rush. Principal Huai smiled, continuing, it wasn't until 100 days before the college entrance exam that Guo Hao scored just over 330 points in a test, ranking last in his class. Then, something clicked for him. He suddenly decided to put in the effort and began studying diligently day after day, rarely moving from his desk except to use the restroom. He immersed himself in his studies, following his own pace. In those 100 days, Guo Hao's scores began to skyrocket, dramatically increasing almost every month. By the time of the college entrance exam, he scored 668 points. After finishing, Principal Huai expressed a sense of awe. Meanwhile, Tiangong and Li Su fell silent. In the span of just 100 days, Guo Hao had transformed from the lowest-ranking student, scoring barely over 300 points, to achieving a total score of 668 in the college entrance exam. If that isn't genius, what is? If a student's total score were only around 300 points in their senior year, it would suggest they had essentially not studied at all throughout high school. Otherwise, how could they score so low? Thus, the leap from 300 to 668 points was not merely a doubling of scores. In truth, it was a journey that began from zero, propelling him to rank within the top 200 in Gan province. Such a remarkable pace and capability for learning is nothing short of terrifying. If he had started studying in his senior year, perhaps the top scorer in Gan province would have been someone else by now. It's no wonder we missed out on such a precious talent. Vice-Principal Tiangong Yvori abited Ismail. But who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Very well, my old friend. I have said all that needs to be said. As for the joint training program you mentioned, I have no substantial objections. For the mathematics department at Yanhang is indeed rather mediocre. However, I must express that I hold some reservations. Ultimately, I respect Guo Hao's personal perspective. After all, Guo Hao is a person, not an object to be traded as we please. I understand. Tiangong smiled. I came today primarily to seek your opinion first. Once you have no objections, I will then approach Guo Hao for his thoughts. All right. In that case, I have nothing more to say. Principal Huai nodded. In the interlude of their conversation, the dishes were served. Come, let's dine. Of course, Guo Hao was unaware of the discussion between Principal Tian and Principal Huai, as he was busy weeding in the vegetable garden. Grandfather, what do you plan to plant in this vegetable patch? Guo Hao paused to ask his grandfather, Shun Luoyan. Here, we intend to plant spring radishes, his grandfather replied with a kind smile. You must be tired. Let me take over. No, I'm not tired, Guo Hao said, just as his phone began to ring. Who could this be? Guo Hao pondered. Grandfather, I need to take this call. All right, Shin grandfather replied cheerfully. Guo Hao set aside his hoe and answered the phone. Hello, is this Guo Hao? The voice on the other end was quite familiar. Guo Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Principal Tian, is there something you need to discuss with me? Indeed, Guo Hao, I have read your paper published in the Siam Review. It is undoubtedly an exceptional piece of mathematical work, featuring many innovative computational methods. Please get to the point. Guo Hao responded directly to Principal Tian. The thing is, your mathematical talent surpasses my expectations. However, even the greatest talent requires guidance to reach its full potential, does it not? Given your reluctance to attend Yanda, we shall not force you. Therefore, I propose a joint training program with Yanda and Yanhang. You need not come to Yanda. You can continue your studies in materials engineering at Yanhang, and we will not obstruct that. What do you think? Principal Tian expressed with a hint of anticipation. It is no wonder that he had repeatedly sought out Guo Hao. After all, geniuses are exceedingly rare, especially ones of Guo Hao's caliber. Why did the mathematics department at Yanda possess such significant influence? It was precisely because they nurtured students of extraordinary talent, such as the 4 talents of the Mathematics Institute. To elevate the department's influence further, they must cultivate even more formidable mathematical prodigies to enhance their international standing. It is worth noting that Dean Tian's ambition is to transform Yanda's mathematics department into an institution akin to Princeton. This is Dean Tian's dream, and Guo Hao represents an opportunity for him to realize that dream, compelling him to humble himself. I'm sorry, Dean Tian, Guo Hao replied calmly. As of now, I find my studies and life at Yanhang quite satisfactory. A joint training program holds little allure for me, and I see no necessity for the back and forth between the 2 institutions. Please don't be so hasty in your rejection, Dean Tian implored, his mind racing. How about this? We could jointly establish a Chun Jingrun class with Yanheng, sending teachers to Yanheng to co-establish the program. You could then transfer from the Hua Luogang class to the Chun Jingrun class. How does that sound? There would be no need for you to travel back and forth. Guo Hao paused, pondering. Is there really a need for this? He genuinely wanted to inquire if it was worth establishing an entire class for his sake alone. Moreover, would this truly make him a student of Yanda? Even if he were to achieve great success, would Yanda benefit from his reputation? He reflected that perhaps it was not so unreasonable, given how humble they were being. After a moment of hesitation, Guo Hao conceded. In that case, I have no objections. Having reached this point in the conversation, to refuse would seem rather inconsiderate. Guo Hao held no animosity towards Yanda, and if their professors were to teach him at Yanheng, it would indeed be beneficial, considering the abundant resources of mathematics professors at Yanda. Then it is settled. Dean Tian's tone brightened considerably. Guo Hao was somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom what was so joyous about the situation. Chapter 159, An Academic Outcry. I will hang up now. All right. As he heard Dean Tian disconnect the call, Guo Hao lowered his phone from his ear. He had not rejected Dean Tian's proposal, primarily because he found no reason to do so. It was advantageous for him, and he was not required to expend anything beyond his name. This left him quite curious. He had initially presumed that a prestigious institution like Yanda's Mathematics Institute would not lack for top-tier geniuses. After all, with Yanda's standing, they welcomed an abundance of talent each year. Yet, for them to lower their status so significantly for him was unexpected. If his memory served correctly, this was already Dean Tian's third invitation to him. Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage could not compare. It seemed that the situation at Yanda was not as favorable as he had imagined. While there were likely many geniuses, they might all be of a more ordinary caliber. Shaking his head, Guo Hao temporarily cast aside these thoughts. Grandfather, let me help you with the weeding, he said with a smile to Shun grandfather. Yanda's response was swifter than Guo Hao had anticipated. Merely a day after Guo Hao's acquiescence, Yanda and Yanheng issued a joint statement. To strengthen the integration of mathematical theory and practical engineering, and to cultivate more practically oriented theoretical talents, Yanda and Yanheng would jointly establish a Chun Jingrun class. Enrolling students at Yanheng, the diploma would bear the emblem of the Chun Jingrun class jointly cultivated by Yanda and Yanheng. We welcome all applicants. Upon the announcement, the academic community erupted in excitement, with many universities expressing curiosity. Why was it that Yanda's Mathematics Institute had chosen to collaborate with Yanheng? What could be the motivation? It should be noted that Yanheng's mathematics department, in previous academic assessments, had barely managed to attain AB rating, most often landing at AC, positioning it in the lower mid-range among over 3,985 institutions. Conversely, Yanda's Mathematics Institute boasts numerous academic luminaries and has produced many mathematical prodigies, rightfully claiming the top spot in Longguo and securing a respectable position in the global mathematics community. Why would they choose to partner with Yanheng? Moreover, the joint statement suggested that Yanheng was the driving force behind this initiative, with Yanda appearing more as a passive participant, almost as if Yanda were providing technical support to Yanheng. Was this a directive from higher authorities? Yet, that seemed implausible. There had been no prior rumors. Many universities and students were left questioning what had transpired. Why had Yanda and Yanheng, 2 institutions with vastly different focuses, suddenly joined forces? As curiosity spread, a more explosive revelation ignited the academic realm, spilling over into the broader community. The Chun Jingrun class established by Yanda and Yanheng was created for one individual, Guo Hao. Guo Hao. Those who had perused recent news or paid attention to developments in the mathematical community quickly grasped the situation. Now I understand. No wonder Yanda and Yanheng have collaborated on a class, and at Yanheng of all places. How bold of Yanda! What is going on? Do tell. Yin University truly holds Guo Hao in high regard. It is quite unexpected that they have even established a special class for him. Remarkable. Just the other day, I heard that Guo Hao published another paper in an SCI journal, and it's in the top tier. It's said to be in the Siam Review. Absolutely impressive. Within just half a year, he has already produced 2 top-tier SCI papers in pure mathematics. What is even more astonishing is that such a paper in the Siam Review is a feat that even academicians might hesitate to claim they could achieve. Truly extraordinary. It's no wonder that Yin University is eager to show their admiration. If I were in their shoes, I would be rushing to express my reverence as well. A figure of such caliber is likely destined for a tenured professorship at Princeton. Yet who has to say? Perhaps the genius Guo Hao will choose not to go abroad? Do you genuinely believe that? It's hard to say. Just look at those prominent figures in fundamental sciences, how many of them haven't ventured overseas? Frankly speaking, the domestic environment offers little sustenance for fundamental science. Among the top mathematicians, how many lack an international educational background? Aside from legends like Chun Jingrun and Hua Luogang, consider the other leading figures. Indeed, it seems that the foundation of scientific education in our country still lags behind somewhat. Overall, while the scale is decent, there have been scarcely any top-tier figures in fundamental sciences, which is rather lamentable. Not long ago, wasn't he one of Yin University's four prodigies, Su Qinyang, returning to teach? He too is a distinguished figure, a testament to the return of exceptional talents. Su Qinyang is indeed commendable to us ordinary folk. He may seem like a giant, yet in the global mathematical community, he might only be regarded as a minor player, albeit with a respectable standing. The academic discourse is rife with opinions. Moreover, the collaborative class established by Yin University and Yin Heng has stirred some waves in society. However, for most common folk, it's merely a spectacle, as they are largely unaware of the underlying details, although some discussions do arise. The primary discourse remains within the academic circles, where most conversations revolve around Guo Hao. This legendary newcomer in academia has piqued the curiosity of many. Having just entered university, and within a mere 6 months, he has already published 2 top-tier SCI papers. In society, most people are oblivious to what a top-tier SCI paper signifies, yet for those in academia, such achievements are their lifeblood. Generally, it is not until their senior year that ordinary students encounter scholarly papers, primarily their graduation theses, which in most cases are of questionable quality and hardly qualify for publication, even in the lower tiers. Genuine, scholarly writing that can be published typically begins in graduate studies. Yet the majority of graduate students' works are often merely in the 3rd or 4th tiers. It is only under the mentorship of esteemed scholars that one may have the opportunity to engage with papers of the 2nd tier or higher. As for 1st-tier papers, even a doctoral candidate from a top university would hesitate to claim they could publish 1 each year. Let alone, this is a 1st-tier SCI paper in pure mathematics. If any professor from a university declared they could publish 2 such papers in half a year, they would likely face scrutiny. Yet, Guo Hao, a mere freshman, has accomplished this feat. It's almost like something out of a science fiction novel, impossible to ignore. Chapter 160, Shun Luoyan's Confession. After all, he remains the first author and sole contributor of this mathematical paper. Even if one were to attempt to deify him, few would be foolish enough to choose a mathematical paper for such an endeavor. That would be akin to courting disaster, as mathematics is the most easily scrutinized field. From this perspective, Guo Hao is most likely a prodigious talent. A genius of his caliber could be considered among the elite globally. Consequently, many are curious about what the future holds for Guo Hao. Will he continue to soar, solving one world-class problem after another, and become a renowned mathematician? Or will he graduate, take a position at a university, and eventually fade into obscurity? No one knows, but there is certainly a sense of anticipation. The academic discourse, however, did not persist for long. Soon, the spring festival arrived, and everyone was engrossed in their celebrations, preoccupied with their own affairs, while the news faded into the background. During the spring festival, aside from his unwavering study schedule, Guo Hao occasionally sought out Shen Luoyan or chatted with Wang Shi. After the Lantern Festival, it was time for Yin Heng to commence its new term. Guo Hao had naturally prepared his and Shen Luoyan's sleeper tickets well in advance, just like before, opting for 2 lower berths. This time, Shen Luoyan hesitated only briefly before accepting without protest. After bidding farewell to their families, Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan boarded the train. Sitting in their seats, they watched as their parents and grandparents gradually receded into the distance. Shen Luoyan's eyes brimmed with reluctance. It was only when their grandparents were finally out of sight that she slowly withdrew her gaze. "It's all right, we'll see them again soon." Guo Hao smiled gently at Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan let out a soft sigh. She remained silent for a moment before turning to Guo Hao and speaking. "To be honest, my reluctance towards my grandparents stems from my concern for them. When my parents passed away, they bore an immense burden of sorrow. My existence has only compounded the difficulties of their already challenging lives." Shen Luoyan appeared to reminisce about past events, her mood growing somber. "In my youth I was naive. Having grown up in favorable conditions, I was ill-prepared for rural life, akin to a young lady with a low tolerance for hardship. Yet my grandparents showed remarkable patience, guiding me bit by bit and striving to provide me with a better life." Her tone was tinged with melancholy as she recounted her childhood memories, burdens she had carried for over a decade without sharing with anyone. This was her first attempt at confiding, and Guo Hao listened intently to her narrative. Shen Luoyan spoke for quite a while, her tears streaming down her cheeks. My grandparents truly endured so much. Their kindness towards me is immeasurable. Yet I find myself unable to repay them. A sorrowful expression crossed Shen Luoyan's face. Observing her distress, Guo Hao suddenly rose and moved beside Shen Luoyan, gently enveloping her in his arms. At that moment, Shen Luoyan could no longer hold back and buried her face in Guo Hao's embrace, weeping. Listening to her quiet sobs, Guo Hao softly patted her back. In truth, your existence, though a burden to your grandparents, also serves as their motivation to persevere. Your father is a source of pride for them. They often speak of how remarkable he is, sharing tales of his achievements within the village. The incident of your father drowning under the weight of debts might not have impacted the 4-year-old you significantly. Yet for your grandparents, it was as if the sky had fallen. They had only one son, a son of great promise, and to lose him in such a manner was devastating. Without you, they may have completely collapsed under that grief. Your presence embodies their hope. Achieving top marks in the college entrance examination is, in essence, your way of repaying them. They see you as a seed of hope, taking root and blossoming into a towering tree. Guo Hao tenderly comforted Shen Luoyan, and as he did, her sobs gradually subsided. The two continued to reminisce about the past and dream about the future, sharing their thoughts and aspirations. Time has swiftly passed. The train journey from Gansheng to Yanjing merely took 24 hours. After a restful slumber, they arrived at Yanjing Station the following afternoon. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of a new school year with fresh students being greeted, the current scene lacked such festivities. Upon disembarking, Guo Hao did not hesitate to treat himself and Shen Luoyan to a taxi, directly heading to Yan'an. After ensuring Shen Luoyan was safely delivered to her dormitory, Guo Hao returned to his own abode. Inside the dormitory, several roommates were present, among them a rather unexpected figure. The counselor? Guo Hao gazed in surprise at the counselor standing in the room, casually placing his suitcase aside. "You're here," Wang Ming exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he approached Guo Hao. "Is there something amiss?" Guo Hao inquired, puzzled by Wang Ming's demeanor. "Well, President Huai wishes to see you. Since you're new to the school, Wang Ming began, but was cut off. "All right, let us go." Guo Hao nodded, surmising that the meeting was regarding the Chun Jingrun class. He had not anticipated President Huai's urgency. "Great," Wang Ming replied, visibly relieved. Soon, he led Guo Hao to the president's office. After knocking on the door, he announced, "President Huai, student Guo Hao has arrived." "Kumin," came a response. Entering the office, President Huai stood up from his paperwork. "Student Guo Hao, please have a seat." He gestured toward the sofa. "Well then, I'll take my leave," Wang Ming stated. "Go ahead." After Wang Ming departed, President Huai turned his attention to Guo Hao. "I believe you have an inkling as to why I summoned you," he said with a smile, as he began to brew tea. "Is this about the Chun Jingrun class?" Guo Hao pondered aloud. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive." President Huai replied with a slight smile, pouring a cup of tea for Guo Hao. "This tea was procured from the Guobin Hotel. I cannot ascertain its brand, but its flavor is quite pleasant, albeit in limited quantity. I seldom serve to guests." "President, you are wasting such fine tea today. I cannot discern its quality," Guo Hao remarked with a slight smile. "Ha ha ha. No worries. I am no connoisseur either. Merely an amateur at savoring the nuances," President Huai chuckled, encouraging Guo Hao to take a sip. After tasting the tea, both acknowledged its exceptional quality, savoring its lingering aroma. "Indeed, I concur. It is delightful, though regrettably scarce," Guo Hao said appreciatively. "Now, what precisely did you wish to discuss regarding the Chun Jingrun class?" President Huai set his teacup down slowly, reflecting pensively. "It concerns the establishment of the Chun Jingrun class. Although the Yanda Mathematics Department intends to collaborate with us, the reality is somewhat different." He sighed, revealing a trace of frustration. "The so-called collaboration resembles more a direct deployment of professors from Yanda to Yanheng to conduct their courses. According to President Tiangang, the Chun Jingrun class will adopt a high-level teaching model akin to a graduate program, only admitting students who meet specific standards." His expression conveyed a hint of helplessness. "What troubles you?" Guo Hao queried curiously. "However, our mathematics department at Yanheng is somewhat underdeveloped and has not attracted many competitive students. The pool of mathematically gifted candidates from the college entrance examinations is quite limited. Following Yanda's model, we might scarcely find a handful of students eligible for the Chun Jingrun class, and our professors would struggle to teach there," President Huai lamented. When he initially proposed the collaboration, President Huai had not fully contemplated the implications, nor had he articulated the specifics. He had not anticipated such an arrangement. The high-level model suggested that Yanda's so-called joint cultivation would essentially cater to only Guo Hao, something President Huai did not wish to see. If it is a collaborative program, then training only Guo Hao cannot be deemed a partnership. President Huai aspired to leverage Yanda's mathematics department to invigorate Yinhang's offerings, and solely nurturing Guo Hao was certainly not his objective. This urgency to summon Guo Hao stemmed from his desire to hear Guo Hao's perspective. After all, Yanda was primarily focused on him. Students, if Yinhang lacks sufficient numbers, then let us recruit more. Guo Hao suggested directly. President, mathematics is a discipline that greatly relies on innate talent. If we merely assemble a group of students who are indifferent, what can they achieve even if they graduate from the mathematics department? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, President Huai paused momentarily, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Yet, Yinhang's mathematics department does have numerous students. Let them choose a different major if they wish. Give them the option. Those who wish to remain in the mathematics department could do so while establishing a foundational course. Let the current professors guide them, supplemented by Yanda's faculty, Guo Hao proposed. As for the Huagua class, it should remain unchanged. The Chun Jingrun class can begin anew with recruitment from across the nation, conducting examinations. After all, Yinhang possesses the autonomy to enroll students on its own, does it not? Guo Hao smiled at President Huai, who appeared momentarily taken aback, contemplating the feasibility of such an approach. If the president sought to revitalize Yinhang's mathematics department, the most prudent strategy would be to maintain its integrity while preserving 3 classes. A foundational applied mathematics class focused on the integration of theory and practice, utilizing top professors from other departments alongside mathematics professors from Yanda or Longguo University for comprehensive training. The Huagua and Chun Jingrun classes could be elevated as specialized advanced tracks with stricter admission criteria. Students who perform poorly or feel overwhelmed can self-select to switch majors, thus resolving the issue. Guo Hao concluded. After a prolonged silence, President Huai considered Guo Hao's suggestions, his mind racing. Your recommendations hold significant merit. I shall contemplate them seriously, he affirmed earnestly. Indeed, Guo Hao nodded with a smile. At this moment, President Huai, with a smile gracing his face, regarded Guo Hao and remarked, "It seems you have thrived in academician Zhang's laboratory. Your talent in material science is evident. While many praise your mathematical prowess, I must say your aptitude in chemistry and physics is equally commendable." President Huai gazed at Guo Hao with a hint of admiration. The paper was primarily the work of academician Jiang and the senior students. I merely contributed a thought and an algorithm, Guo Hao humbly replied. Such modesty is unwarranted. I have reviewed your algorithm and concepts, and they are indeed meaningful. Their potential impact on the innovation in material science is far more profound than currently perceived. You have already assisted academician Jiang in resolving an issue related to the synthesis of a nanomaterial. Remarkable. Furthermore, I see room for further innovation in your algorithm, which could significantly influence the future of material science. Computational materials science. Principal Huai is undoubtedly a seasoned expert within the industry, one of the earliest and most distinguished scholars in the Dragon Kingdom to delve into the intricacies of computational algorithms. It is no surprise that he could discern the latent potential in Guo Hao's algorithmic model at a glance. Guo Hao smiled faintly. Perhaps. After engaging in conversation with Principal Huai for a while longer, Guo Hao took his leave. Just as he departed, Principal Huai promptly made a phone call. Upon returning to his dormitory, Guo Hao found several of his companions still present. "Hey, what's up?" "Masin inquit gudio si vigading Guo Hao." "The counselor came by our dormitory quite early this afternoon, inquired whether you had arrived yet, and seemed to be waiting. Is there some significant matter at hand?" Li Ming asked, a hint of hesitation in his gaze. "Nothing much. The principal merely wished to discuss a few matters with me." Guo Hao replied with a smile to the 3 before him. "Come on guys, welcome. Let us have dinner together tonight. Dining together sounds good, but let us go Dutch. After all, we're all students, and how G's money doesn't tea grow on trees?" Li Wei interjected, hesitating momentarily before the others could respond. "No worries. Maxine Gaim din cheerfully. How Go is a tycoon who wooed T-Bat and I at purchasing a laptop worth over 6,000. Let us enjoy ourselves. This is the founding principle of our Dragon Kingdom." Ma Xin remarked with a mischievous grin. "Exactly. We should just enjoy Hao Gu's hospitality. Wei, don't overthink it," Li Ming added straightforwardly. But a flicker of uncertainty crossed Li Ming's features. "All right, they are right," Guo Hao chuckled, addressing Li Wei with a grin. "You all call me Hao Gu. What does it matter if I treat you to a meal? Come on, we're all men here. Let us be straightforward." "Fine," Li Wei conceded, a hint of resignation on his face. He had initially intended to express that his parents had taught him the importance of reciprocity in such matters, that one should not always let others treat them. He had considered going Dutch, but since Hao Gu refused, he felt compelled to think of a meaningful gift to present to him. Yet, what could Hao Gu possibly lack? Li Wei pondered, slightly bewildered. Based on the current circumstances, it seemed that Hao Gu had everything one could desire. The prospect of gifting him something felt daunting. All right, it's settled then. With that, Guo Hao began to organize his belongings, neatly placing his clothes into the wardrobe. Once everything was tidied up and his suitcase stowed away, he bid farewell to his roommates and exited the dormitory. What's going on? Shun Luoyan, hurrying down the stairs, looked at Guo Hao with a puzzled expression. Is it wrong to want to see you? I missed you, all right? Guo Hao replied with a gentle smile. You rogue, Shun Luoyan said. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she quietly remarked. All right, let us get serious. Guo Hao's expression shifted to a more serious demeanor. At that moment, Shun Luoyan hesitated. Looking up at Guo Hao, there is no need to mention Wang Biyun and Zhao Yu. But how is your relationship with Xiaoping? Guo Hao inquired earnestly. Upon hearing his question, Shun Luoyan's eyes revealed a trace of wry amusement. Ever since you spoke with her last time, it seems Xiaoping has been quite affected. Subsequently, she hardly converses with us. She attends classes and returns to her dormitory in silence. I intended to apologize to her, but I've never found a right moment, and am unsure of what to say, Shun Luoyan admitted, a hint of helplessness in her voice. She truly felt at a loss regarding how to navigate the situation, feeling a sense of indebtedness towards Xiaoping. All right, I understand. We're having a gathering in our dormitory tonight. You should invite your roommates. Guo Hao smiled. Should we invite Xiaoping as well? Of course. Guo Hao nodded affirmatively. Xiaoping isn't a bad person. She is actually quite nice. However, because of our issues, she has become withdrawn. Ultimately, it's our responsibility to address this. Isn't it? This gathering presents a perfect opportunity to discuss matters. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Shun Luoyan hesitated but then nodded in agreement. I understand. After Guo Hao imparted some advice to Shun Luoyan and informed her of the dinner location, he departed, and Shun Luoyan returned to her dormitory. She relayed to everyone that Guo Hao had invited them for a gathering, offering to treat them to dinner. Shun Luoyan hesitated momentarily before addressing the group. Wow, your guy is really wealthy. Wang Biyun exclaimed, smiling at Shun Luoyan. It seems that even if you don't study hard, marrying him would make you a young lady of leisure. I envy you. Zhao Yu added with admiration towards Shun Luoyan. Meanwhile, Xiaoping appeared to be attentive, but remained silent. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's comment, Shun Luoyan felt her cheeks flush slightly, but refrained from elaborating further. Instead, she approached Xiaoping. Ping ping. Shun Luoyan ventured hesitantly, addressing her. Wang Biyun and Zhao Yu exchanged glances, each wearing different expressions, but neither spoke up. For over half a year, Wang Biyun and Zhao Yu had maintained a strong friendship, but with Xiaoping, things had shifted. For reasons unknown, Xiaoping had suddenly become aloof, leading to a gradual estrangement among them. Initially, they were merely acquaintances, and no one had shown much concern for her feelings. As Xiaoping distanced herself, their interactions evolved into a semblance of strangers. It was no surprise that Shun Luoyan approached Xiaoping. Such was her character, and they were curious about how Xiaoping would respond. What is it? Xiaoping regarded Shun Luoyan with an impassive expression. While she understood that it wasn't Shun Luoyan's fault, it was nearly impossible for her to harbor no grudges. Let us dine together tonight. Shun Luoyan forced a smile as she spoke to Xiaoping. Xiaoping remained silent for a moment. Initially, she had intended to decline, but upon seeing Shun Luoyan before her, she hesitated and eventually nodded. Thank you. Shun Luoyan breathed a sigh of relief, smiling brightly at Xiaoping. After inviting her roommates, the group soon departed the dormitory, arriving at a private dining room that Guo Hao had reserved off campus. Wow, ladies, it's been a while. In the private room, Li Ming and the others were already seated. Upon seeing Shun Luoyan and her companions enter, Ma Xian and Li Ming sprang to their feet, eagerly inviting Wang Biyun and Zhao Yu. It's been a while. Wang Biyun greeted Li Ming and Ma Xian with a polite smile. Their eyes quickly fell upon Guo Hao, lighting up with excitement. Even during winter break, Guo Hao has been quite the sensation. Wang Biyun remarked with a hint of enthusiasm. Haha, it's been all right, Guo Hao replied with a smile. That is an understatement. Yin University actually lowered its standards to collaborate with Yinhang's mathematics department for a program just to attract you. Such a thing is virtually unheard of. It's astounding. Zhao Yu exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she addressed Guo Hao. Indeed, Ma Xian chimed in with pride. This is our outstanding leader, Hao Shun. Do you get it? Upon hearing Ma Xian's words, Guo Hao rolled his eyes. All right, showing off in front of classmates, Xinge, you're truly something. He, ma sin tuka sit pi sin. Alright, everyone take a seat. I've already ordered the dishes, but if you have any additional requests, feel free to add. Guo Hao cheerfully invited everyone to enjoy the meal. Soon, the dishes were served, and the group indulged in the feast with great enthusiasm. Xiaoping remained silent, feeling somewhat out of place amidst the surrounding company. Halfway through the meal, she casually remarked, I need to use the restroom before departing. After a brief wait, Guo Hao also exited the private room and intercepted Xiaoping as she emerged from the lavatory. Shall we find a quiet spot to converse? He suggested with a gentle smile. Xiaoping hesitated for a moment, her gaze fixed on Guo Hao, revealing a hint of confusion, yet she eventually nodded in reluctant agreement. Chapter 163. Brother Hao. You must not fall from grace. The two found a secluded corner. Speak your mind. What is it you wish to say? Xiaoping's expression bore a slight indifference. I hope you can move forward. Luo Yin and the others are truly wonderful individuals. I do not wish for you to isolate the other three in the dormitory due to my issues, Guo Hao said earnestly, locking eyes with her. It's nothing. I merely have my own feelings to contend with, Xiaoping replied nonchalantly. Guo Hao chuckled softly and began to share various anecdotes with her. A few minutes later, they returned to the private room together. What are you two up to? You've been gone for nearly 10 minutes. The food is getting cold. Ma Xian called out to Guo Hao and Xiaoping. Oh, nothing much, Guo Hao replied with a smile. He had just shared a substantial amount with Xiaoping and managed to clear the air. Xiaoping had also agreed to Guo Hao's suggestion of fostering a harmonious relationship with her dorm mates. The meal concluded on a positive note. After dining, the group headed to a KTV, with Guo Hao graciously covering the expenses. During this time, Xiaoping actively engaged with Shen Luoyan, as well as Wang Biyun and Zhao Yu, who were nearby. The three welcomed her back amicably, as there had been no real conflict among them. Observing this scene, Guo Hao couldn't help but smile. His efforts in persuading Xiaoping were aimed at fostering a more harmonious atmosphere among the dormitory residents, ensuring a more comfortable coexistence. Moreover, Xiaoping was not a bad person. In fact, she was quite admirable. She did not blame Luo Yin for their issues, nor did she speak ill of her outside. In truth, she exhibited a commendable kindness, and Guo Hao wished to prevent her from becoming overly entrenched in her own thoughts. Naturally, he seized the opportunity to persuade her. The KTV festivities continued until 10:30, at which point the group returned to Yan'an. After escorting Shen Luoyan and her friends back to the dormitory, they returned to their own quarters. Brother Hao, by the way, what did you and that Xiaoping discuss during dinner? Ma Xian, who had been holding his curiosity, finally blurted out as they arrived at the dormitory. Yes, chimed in Li Ming, unable to contain his concern as he glanced at Guo Hao. Brother Hao, please don't take this the wrong way, but I feel compelled to mention that while Xiaoping is quite attractive, Shen Luoyan is a truly wonderful girl. Not only is she beautiful, but her character is equally commendable. We can see that she genuinely cares for you. Do not take her for granted. Li Ming asarta earnestly. Exactly, Ma Xian nodded in agreement. Concern etched on his face as he addressed Guo Hao. Luo Yin is a good girl. You must not make foolish choices. Ha ha ha. Guo Hao laughed at the anxious expressions of his friends. What are you two thinking? I hold great affection for Shen Luoyan. How could I possibly entertain other notions? And what about Xiaoping? Ma Xian and Li Ming exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions revealing their uncertainty as they looked at Guo Hao. Well, Guo Hao chuckled, briefly recounting the events of the previous year to Ma Xian and Li Ming. So, I took the time to speak with her tonight as a means to counsel her. She is a decent person, and since she is Lian's roommate, I feel a degree of responsibility to address the situation. Moreover, I had already discussed this with Luoyan earlier today, and she fully supported my approach. Oh, I see. That's a relief. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Ma Xian and Li Ming sighed in relief, their expressions relaxing slightly. They had worried that if Guo Hao were to play both sides, they would be at a loss for how to advise him. They genuinely did not wish for a kind-hearted girl like Shen Luoyan to suffer undue harm. They also hoped Guo Hao would not become that kind of person, for they would struggle to reconcile their feelings. Rest assured, do you truly see me as that kind of individual? Guo Hao retorted playfully at Ma Xian and Li Ming. Hey, we're merely concerned you might stray from the right path. Ma xin tuka si pi xin. Enough chatter. Let us wash up and retire for the night. The group began their evening routines. Guo Hao, however, did not rush to wash. Instead, he settled into his spot to read. These days, most of his time was devoted to literature. Given his current physical condition, his need for sleep had significantly diminished compared to before. After a long day, everyone opted for bed, yet Guo Hao remained seated, engrossed in his book. It was not until midnight that he finally retired to his bed. The following morning, Guo Hao resumed his running routine. Much like other academic subjects, physical attributes could also be enhanced through consistent exercise. Although the volume of training required to achieve significant improvements was considerable, making it difficult for him to attain. Nevertheless, with his current fitness level, failing to maintain an exercise routine could lead to regression. According to the system, while his physical capabilities were strong, neglecting exercise could result in a decline in his fitness. After completing 40 laps around the track, Guo Hao returned to the dormitory for a quick wash before heading to the library. Considering his previous experience of trying to read while drenched in sweat, he knew it was best to freshen up first. Feeling considerably more comfortable after a shower, he made his way to the library. Upon arrival, he found Shen Luoyin already there. Casting a glance at Guo Hao, she retrieved several books. Through their time together, Shen Luoyin had come to understand the types of books Guo Hao preferred. Whenever she arrived at the library first, she not only reserved a seat for him, but also helped him locate the books he sought. Guo Hao smiled faintly and began to read alongside her, both of them deeply focused. During the morning, they attended classes together. Meanwhile, an announcement began to circulate on the internet. Yanheng is about to launch a mathematics strong foundation program. The Chun Jingrun class, jointly established by Yanda and Yanheng, would be recruiting students nationwide over the next 3 months. Only students with a certain level of mathematical talent and proficiency would be accepted. The news sent shockwaves across the internet. Recruitment? Nationwide recruitment? How intriguing. But to be honest, it seems a bit odd to start recruitment at this time. I checked the news, and it appears there are no restrictions on whether applicants are university students or even high school students. That's quite unusual. This is the first time I've seen something like this. But honestly, who would go to Yanheng to study mathematics? Well, it's not too bad. Collaborating with Yanda should ensure a certain standard, right? I feel like this class has quite ambitious goals. However, I don't quite understand why Yanda would partner with Yanheng for this program. It baffles me. Chapter 164. The Urgent Invitation from Academician Jiang Lei. Have you not heard of Guo Hao? I've heard that this Chun Jingrun class is specifically created for him. If they're to establish a class, they naturally need students, but it seems that the mathematics department at Yanheng might not suffice. Perhaps that is why they are resorting to nationwide recruitment. Wow, I've heard Guo Hao, but I didn't realize he was so remarkable. Nonsense. Currently, the most gifted student in the country must be Guo Hao. Being only in the first half of his freshman year, he has already published 2 papers in prestigious SCI journals, and he can now be regarded as a mathematician. However, is it really necessary to go through such convoluted processes? Why not directly recruit Guo Hao as a master's student or even as a doctoral candidate? Establishing a separate class seems rather absurd. Haven't you followed the news? Quite some time ago, the dean of the mathematics department at Yin University had attempted to recruit Guo Hao, but he was turned down twice. This time, they are keenly seeking a partnership with Yanheng to establish a joint program, which barely allows them to establish a connection with Guo Hao. Incredible. Truly remarkable. The news regarding the enrollment for the Chun Jingrun class has spread widely across the internet, especially with Yin University as its endorsement. Many people are quite eager about it, and a significant number are drawn by the prospect of receiving a diploma and certificate from the collaborative training between Yin University and Yanheng. Additionally, curiosity about Guo Hao has attracted many as well. Of course, numerous individuals are enticed by the esteemed faculty resources associated with the Chun Jingrun class. Having heard that prominent figures like Su Qinyang and academician Tiangang are among its professors. Consequently, this has drawn a plethora of applicants. Time flies swiftly. In February, Professor Huang mentioned to Guo Hao that he had registered him for the 2013 Xiao Chengtong mathematical competition, to which Guo Hao showed little reaction, having already been aware of the exam details since last year. The preliminary examination will take place on May 7th and 8th. As for the joint program between Yanheng and Yin University, preparations for the examination were nearly complete, beginning around the end of March. However, Guo Hao paid little attention to it. The only aspect that piqued his interest was the professor roster for the Chun Jingrun class, which was far more illustrious than he had anticipated. The list boasted a multitude of academicians, including the esteemed Su Qinyang, alongside many influential professors in the mathematics community, leaving Guo Hao somewhat astounded. The attention Yin University bestowed upon him exceeded his expectations. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside these thoughts and returned to his studies. He had only completed 60% of his main tasks, and still had numerous books to read. In March, another significant event unfolded. Guo Hao, please come with me. The geometric algebra course of the Hualuoging class was taught by Professor Huang, and Guo Hao typically attended. Today, after class, Professor Huang called him over. Guo Hao paused for a moment, gathered his notes, and followed Professor Huang to his office. Is there something you need, Professor? Guo Hao inquired with a hint of confusion. At that moment, Professor Huang suddenly pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to Guo Hao. What is this? Guo Hao asked, momentarily taken aback. His eyes filled with curiosity as he glanced at the card. It's a bank card with 160,000 yuan, a reward for your 2 published SCI papers in top-tier journals. Professor Huang replied with a slight smile. Perhaps sensing Guo Hao's hesitation, he continued, rest assured, this is a bank card open for you at the start of the semester. There are no issues. Just use it directly. The funds are allocated by the university's finances as a reward and also to cover the publication fees for your papers. Thank you, Professor. Guo Hao nodded, accepting the card from Professor Huang, considering it a modest windfall. Are you confident about the Mei Qiu Changtong mathematical competition? Professor Huang asked, smiling as he looked at Guo Hao. I am. Guo Hao replied with a nod, as he had no choice. One of his system tasks required him to secure 3 gold medals. That's excellent. Professor Huang's smile widened. In recent years, even including students from the Hua Luogang class, only 1 or 2 have made it to the finals, but none have won medals. This year, you must bring honor to Yan Heng. He urged Guo Hao. Don't worry. Guo Hao replied with a smile. After saying this, he left Professor Huang's office. After departing from Professor Huang's office, Guo Hao did not return to the library. Instead, he decided to check on the laboratory, something he had yet to do since returning to school. Upon arriving at the lab, he called out, Zhao Yang. Inside, Zhao Yang was busy processing experimental data. Upon seeing Guo Hao, a glimmer of surprise appeared in his eyes. Guo Hao Jr., are you busy? Guo Hao smiled and replied, just a little. Nothing much. Zhao Yang responded with a hint of resignation. The professor doesn't only have our lab. He also oversees a national-level lab. Since our last project concluded, he hasn't initiated a new one. The professor has been quite busy, allowing us only to conduct some experiments and expand our data models. So Zhao Yang Suruget, what is the professor working on? Guo Hao inquired curiously. I heard he's collaborating with a national-level laboratory to validate the functionality of a brand-new nanomaterial. As for the specific experimental content, I'm not privy to that. Zhao Yang replied, slightly exasperated. This is the issue with being under a prominent figure. There are always times of transition between projects. Well, consider a break for yourself, senior, Guo Hao chuckled. All right, I won't keep you with idle chatter. Come see the nanofilm I just produced, and check the data. Zhao Yang said excitedly. Sure. Guo Hao mofed beside Zhao Yang, glancing at the data on the instrument and quickly calculating in his mind. Carbon nanofilm material? Guo Hao looked at Zhao Yang with a hint of surprise. Yes. Zhao Yang replied with a smile, somewhat proud. The data seems acceptable, but if I remember correctly, there has been related data on this carbon nanofilm for quite a while. Hasn't there? Guo Hao asked, intrigued. No worries. I'm just making some improvements to the industrial production of this carbon nanofilm. Let me show you. Zhao Yang began to explain, but just then, Guo Hao's phone rang. He gestured to Zhao Yang to hold on and answer the call. Hello, is this Guo Hao? I'm Zhang Lei. Do you have time? I need you to come to the National Key Materials Laboratory. Can you make it? Chapter 165, Guo Hao's Confusion. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, Guo Hao was momentarily taken aback. I have time, he replied after a brief hesitation. Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. Academician Zhang Lei quickly said. I'm in your laboratory. All right, please wait a moment. Zhang Lei concluded the call. Guo Hao set down his phone, a look of curiosity in his eyes. He probably encountered a difficult problem that requires a mathematician's assistance. Zhao Yang Chuklet, glunging at Guo Hao. There is not just one mathematician, Guo Hao replied somewhat helplessly. Besides, I still can't consider myself one. There's so much more to learn. To be fair, Guo Hao's statement was truthful. Although he had published 2 papers in top-tier SCI journals, the first was derived from a system-generated paper. The second, while stemming from his own inspiration and knowledge, was equally a product of his past life insights into the era of large models, combined with the extensive data from the academician's laboratory and his understanding of computational material science, which led to its creation. In terms of Guo Hao's mathematical prowess, he may indeed surpass certain conventional doctoral candidates, yet his superiority is limited. After all, he has only embarked on the study of advanced mathematics for a mere 6 months. Even though his mathematical aptitude is quite remarkable, his sensitivity to mathematical concepts far exceeds that of many. It remains a fact that the realm of mathematics is vast, brimming with knowledge that must be acquired through diligent study, reading, and reviewing academic papers. His innate talent allows him to significantly condense the time required for this learning process. but it cannot magically transform him into a mathematical prodigy. Ultimately, we inhabit a material world. This is precisely why the system has issued a primary mission for him to read 100 books on mathematics and physics, aiming to enrich his somewhat barren intellect. Currently, Guo Hao has completed more than half of this mission, surpassing the reading volume of many, yet he still feels it insufficient. This is why he does not consider himself a mathematician. Come on, Zhao Yang chuckled as he regarded Guo Hao. Junior, you needn't be so modest. Your talent in computational material science is likely among the top tier globally, and your mathematical capabilities are equally commendable. Besides, you've already published 2 papers in the realm of pure mathematics in prestigious journals. If you claim not to be a mathematician, then there would be scarcely anyone who qualifies for the title. At Zhao Yang's words, Guo Hao felt a touch of helplessness. He found it challenging to articulate further on the matter. All right, since the professor has urgently summoned you, there must be some issue at hand. You should head over now. I suspect the car will be arriving shortly to pick you up. Zhao Yang smiled as he spoke. Guo Hao nodded, just as he prepared to depart. An unfamiliar number flashed on his phone. Taken aback for a moment, he answered the call. Hello, he inquired hesitantly. Good day, may I speak with Mr. Guo Hao? We have been dispatched to escort you. Would you be available to come downstairs? A composed and serious voice responded from the other end. All right, I will head down now. Guo Hao, after a moment's hesitation, replied. Upon hanging up, he turned to Zhao Yang. Senior, I will take my leave now. Go ahead. Zhao Yang smiled gently, encouraging him. Guo Hao then exited the laboratory. Upon reaching the ground floor, Guo Hao spotted a soldier standing at the entrance of the building, alongside a meticulously maintained military vehicle parked at the lab's entrance. The sight of the military vehicle and the soldier momentarily stunned him. What on earth? Academician Jiang arranged for the military to pick me up? Does this mean he's engaged in a military project? Am I about to step into the realm of military endeavors? Guo Hao looked at the soldier with a hint of uncertainty. As he took a few steps forward, the soldier briskly approached him and rendered a military salute, leaving Guo Hao somewhat flustered. Hello, you're Mr. Guo Hao, correct? I have been ordered to escort you. Please, step into the vehicle. Yes. Guo Hao replied awkwardly. The soldier then moved to the rear of the vehicle, opening the door for him. After Guo Hao entered, the soldier closed the door and swiftly proceeded to the driver's seat. Mr. Guo Hao, shall we depart? The soldier inquired. Yes, indeed. Guo Hao nodded. The military vehicle then drove out of the university, traversing the bustling roads of Hadian district, soon arriving at a military compound. As the vehicle entered, the sentries on either side saluted. Guo Hao felt a flutter of anxiety within. This was his first visit to such a place. In his past life, he had only glimpsed the exterior of military complexes from a distance, never having the opportunity to enter. Who could have imagined he would find himself here now? Shortly thereafter, after passing through the seemingly unremarkable front yard of the military compound, the vehicle halted before a laboratory building. The area was heavily guarded, with soldiers standing at the ready. Weapons in hand, Guo Hao felt a wave of apprehension. This was the most secure location he had ever visited in both his lives. The vehicle was stopped, and the driver presented identification, quickly gaining access. The soldier promptly exited the vehicle and opened the door for Guo Hao. Mr. Guo Hao, we have arrived. I will escort you inside. Thank you. May I know your name? Guo Hao asked. You can call me Su Yuan, the soldier replied with a slight smile. Guo Hao nodded, and Su Yuan led him into the laboratory building. Contrary to Guo Hao's expectations, the laboratory was quite similar to the Yanhang lab, adorned in pure white decor. A considerable number of personnel moved about, though the proportion of those in military attire was low. Guo Hao could not recognize the faces around him, but he dared not stare. Military laboratories typically deal with classified information, and he certainly did not wish to be mistaken for a spy attempting to steal state secrets. Before long, Su Yuan brought Guo Hao to a laboratory on the 8th floor. Academician Jiang, Academician Liu, and General Wang, I have brought Guo Hao, Su Yuan announced to the 3 individuals present. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Guo Hao's eyes widened in surprise. What sort of project is this? 2 academicians and a general? It seems to be quite a significant undertaking. Such matters generally pertain to the highest state secrets. Is it appropriate for me to be involved? Guo Hao pondered, a sense of confusion washing over him. Chapter 166, a national-level project. Is he truly capable? Academician Liu scrutinized Guo Hao with a hint of skepticism and turned to Academician Jiang. Did you not read his paper? You praised it profusely. Academician Jiang retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone, but he is still so young. This is a national-level project. Academician Liu hesitated slightly. What? Are we to discriminate by age in national-level projects? Moreover, did I not mention he just turned 18? You had no objections then. Upon hearing Academician Zhang's remark, a hint of embarrassment crossed Academician Lu's face. Well, I'd yet to see him. Never mind, since you recommended him and his paper is indeed commendable. I shall give him a chance. Come here, Guo Hao, Academician Zhang said with a smile, beckoning him forward. Guo Hao hesitated before stepping up to stand before the two academicians and the general. General Wang regarded Guo Hao with a smile, remaining silent. At that moment, Academician Zhang introduced Guo Hao. Allow me to introduce you. This is General Wang from the Equipment Department. Hello, General Wang. Guo Hao quickly extended his hand, and General Wang reciprocated with a smile. Mr. Guo Hao, you truly are a prodigy, General Wang remarked warmly. You're too kind, Guo Hao replied hastily. At your age, simply being here is testament to your excellence. Do not be overly modest, General Wang encouraged with a grin. Guo Hao scratched his head, a sheepish smile crossing his face as he lowered his hand. And this is Academician Lu from the Equipment Department, one of the foremost authorities in the field. Academician Zhang continued his introduction. Guo Hao quickly extended his hand towards Academician Lu, who shook it in return. I, Lu, am rather forthright and cannot hold back my thoughts. I did indeed question your age earlier. Please forgive me, Guo Hao, Academician Lu said with a smile. Academician Lu, you flatter me. I am but a young novice, lacking in both experience and capability. I am a loss as to why esteemed figures such as yourselves have summoned me. If the task at hand is of great significance, I would prefer you not to entrust it to me. My skills still leave much to be desired. Guo Hao exclaimed hurriedly. Deep down, he was reluctant to engage in a project of national secrecy at this moment, as it imposed numerous restrictions and offered scant benefits for his current situation. More critically, it felt akin to dancing with shackles. Crafting a prescribed narrative was no simple feat. Guo Hao genuinely believed that his abilities were insufficient. He would rather contribute to the nation when he was adequately prepared, as now did not seem the appropriate time. Rest assured, Academician Zhang replied with a hint of exasperation. We have no monumental burdens to place upon you. Even I am not privy to the entirety of this national secret project. Today, we primarily wish to discuss an issue regarding the nanoscale film coating. We need to apply a specialized nano coating to a particular military-grade alloy. Yet the nanoscale films we have produced thus far seem unsuitable for this alloy. They tend to flake off or disintegrate under high temperatures. Our objective is to discover a specific process or a unique nano coating that can effectively adhere to this military-grade alloy. We have conducted numerous experiments, yet we have yet to identify a suitable method or a distinctive nano coating. As he spoke, Zhang Lei's eyes revealed a flicker of fatigue. It was evident that he had labored long and hard over this matter. Professor, does your summoning of me pertain to the nano coating issue? Guo Hao inquired after a moment's hesitation, looking towards Zhang Lei. Indeed, it concerns the nano coating. Earlier today, while perusing some materials, I came across your mathematical paper and reviewed it again. I shared it with Academician Lu, and we both concurred that your approach employing big data modeling could perhaps provide us with a breakthrough. We are in dire need of such a breakthrough. The coding process has undergone numerous optimizations, but it appears that the issue still lies within the nanoscale film itself. We require you to continue refining the algorithm or to apply this algorithm to the material calculations of the nanoscale film, Zhang Lei articulated in one breath. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, Guo Hao felt a slight relief wash over him. As expected, Academician Zhang would not mislead him. If this were the case, he might indeed be able to contribute. However, this also meant he would have to access a wealth of confidential experimental data. With a hint of trepidation, he glanced towards General Wang, who smiled reassuringly. Mr. Guo Hao, rest easy. Your credentials were thoroughly reviewed this morning, and there are no issues with your political assessment. Naturally, you must not disclose any of the confidential experimental data. As for the final report concerning this sensitive data, it too must remain undisclosed. However, based on your contributions to the project, you will be compensated with a bonus, and we will discuss the specific confidentiality clauses later, General Wang informed Guo Hao. After hearing General Wang's reassurances, Guo Hao felt a wave of relief. If the only stipulations were those mentioned, he had no qualms. He was, however, surprised by the swiftness of their political review. Was this what they called special treatment? In that case, I have no objections. I cannot guarantee what impact I will have, but I will certainly do my utmost. With his concerns addressed, Guo Hao decisively turned to Academicians Lu and Zhang and proclaimed, By the way, I have one more question. Guo Hao suddenly recalled something. What about my courses at Yinhang? And will I still have internet access? Rest assured, we have already communicated the situation to Principal Huai. You will have internet access, although within this base, you will only be able to connect to our network. Please note that all of your online activity and data transmissions will be monitored, General Wang replied. It seemed they had anticipated all his concerns, both foreseen and unforeseen. Very well, I have no further issues. Let us commence the work. Academician Jiang smiled. Resolving this issue swiftly would greatly benefit both our nation and its people. Indeed, Guo Hao nodded in agreement. Chapter 167. Can it be resolved in 3 days? I doubt it. Before long, Guo Hao was escorted to an isolated computer lab. The data is all on the computer. We require your expertise, Guo Hao. Academician Liu stated gravely. This endeavor is beneficial for the nation and its citizens. Guo Hao affirmed earnestly with a nod. Once Academician Liu departed, Guo Hao sighed softly. He had initially expected to lend a modest hand. Yet now he found himself deeply involved. It was a helpless situation. However, he bore no ill will towards Academician Jiang. For Guo Hao, this was an excellent opportunity to refine his theoretical work. If he could identify the material for the nanoscale film through computational modeling, it would significantly validate the superiority of his computational model. Furthermore, successfully completing this task would elevate his talent in the eyes of the higher-ups, dramatically enhancing his standing in the Long Kingdom and making many future endeavors considerably simpler. Thus, Guo Hao recognized this as a remarkable opportunity. With that thought, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Shun Luoyan. I have some matters to attend over the next few days and won't be at school. Make sure to eat well and study hard. Be good. Shun Luoyan replied. What are you up to? I'm assisting Academician Jiang with a project. So I won TB in Yanjing. Got it, she responded, and a smile crept onto Guo Hao's face. Regaining his composure, Guo Hao turned his attention to the computer before him. The machine appeared to utilize components not from Intel or other foreign manufacturers, but rather from domestic sources. The operating system, too, felt somewhat unfamiliar. Nevertheless, Guo Hao's hacking skills were quite adept, and he was not daunted by these challenges. After a brief investigation, he discovered that this computer, aside from a slightly slower operational speed, was unremarkable. China's semiconductor development had been commendable in the 1980s, yet it had lagged behind the world significantly by the early 2000s, with the domestic chip market largely dominated by foreign purchases. Only in certain classified and confidential units were domestically sourced CPUs still utilized for the sake of security. Following 2016, the domestic semiconductor industry would experience a surge, albeit not through proactive measures, but rather as a reactive surge. These thoughts flitted through Guo Hao's mind, and he shook his head, temporarily casting them aside. His focus shifted to the experimental data on the computer. Unlike the data he had previously viewed in Academician Jiang's lab, the volume of information here was markedly greater. However, Guo Hao's level 5 proficiency in mathematics rendered him exceptionally attuned to numbers. He could almost instantaneously memorize and compute any numerical information that crossed his vision. With swift efficiency, Guo Hao scanned through the experimental data, meticulously observing each data point within the experimental process. In his mind, he began to connect the experimental data, which was extraordinarily vast. The results from tens of thousands of experiments generated enough data to fill a 1 terabyte hard drive. Guo Hao swiftly scanned through the data. An entire afternoon slipped by unnoticed. In the evening, Su Yuan came to call him down for dinner. Upon arriving at the cafeteria in the military compound, he found Academician Liu and Academician Jiang had just arrived. General Wang invited the three of them to sit down. Soon, the dishes were served. How is it? Quite an abundance of data. I assenti it? Academician Jiang Lei remarked with a weary smile, directed at Guo Hao. Guo Hao nodded. This is the first time I've seen so much experimental data. He felt a twinge of helplessness and a slight pang of anxiety. To process all this data would take at least 3 days. There's no rush. Take your time. Academician Liu sighed lightly, addressing Guo Hao beside him. We spent half a year in the lab generating this data. We had no choice but to call in nanofilm expert Academician Jiang, and it took us over a month thereafter. The progress is still. Liu sighed again. How long do you think it will take you to process this data? We need to arrange the experimental workflow, Jiang Lei inquired after a moment's contemplation. About 3 to 4 days, I believe. If I push myself, I should be able to resolve it in that time frame. Puffed. As soon as Guo Hao finished speaking, Academician Liu, who had just taken a mouthful of food, spluttered it all out. Cough, cough, cough. His face turned crimson. Are you all right, Academician Liu? General Wang quickly exclaimed, concerned for Liu's well-being. Mifine. Liu choked out, pinching his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Guo Hao. We've spent over half a year on this data. Such a colossal volume. And you think you can process it all in 3 to 4 days? Alone? Indeed, Guo Hao saw no issue with his statement. You young people, so brash. Such a vast quantity of data could fill an entire hard drive. To conduct big data algorithms, one must possess a profound understanding of the data. What if a single data point is incorrect? The foundational logic of the algorithm would collapse. You think you can resolve this in 3 to 4 days? Academician Lu regarded Guo Hao skeptically. He had perused Guo Hao's paper and understood well that enormous data processing was requisite, requiring comprehensive knowledge of the entirety of data to develop his big data algorithms. Given the scale of this experiment, Lu was prepared for Guo Hao to take over a month. He even suspected it might take 2 months for such a significant undertaking. Yet, here was Guo Hao claiming he could finish it in 3 to 4 days? Absolutely implausible. Casually browsing through the data was not a task that could be completed in 3 to 4 days. Without familiarity with the data, how could one establish a big data algorithm model? Academician Jiang, however, remained silent, aware of Guo Hao's speed in processing data, having witnessed it firsthand. Though he had not seen Guo Hao's maximum potential. Yes, 3 to 4 days, why? Is there a problem? Guo Hao looked at Academician Lu, slightly puzzled. Lu was momentarily a loss for words. This is the military. One cannot speak falsely. Do you realize the impact of such deceit? But I genuinely can resolve it in 3 to 4 days. Guo Hao insisted. Of course, establishing the model might require an additional day. So perhaps 5 days in total. He shrugged. Chapter 168. Trusting the youth, Academician Lu fell silent for a moment, turning his gaze towards Jiang. Old Jiang, this is your student. Perhaps you could say a few words? Lu felt somewhat exasperated. He held no ill will towards Guo Hao, but still suspected he was boasting. Nonetheless, being young and talented, it was not entirely unreasonable for him to have a tendency to exaggerate. What should I say? Academician Jiang chuckled lightly, his expression turning serious as he regarded Guo Hao. Guo Hao, are you certain you can process this data and establish a rough mathematical model within 5 days? Yes, absolutely, Guo Hao affirmed with a nod. This is no laughing matter. This is a national project. Every moment counts, and if you claim 5 days and fail to deliver, it could significantly impact subsequent projects. Jiang's expression grew stern. In truth, 5 days is a generous estimate. I could likely finish in about 3.5 days. The 5 days just account for any potential difficulties that may arise requiring some contemplation. Guo Hao admitted, slightly exasperated. Why does no one believe in me? This isn't a monumental task. All right, I believe you, Jiang conceded, nodding. Old Jiang, are you out of your mind? Lu's eyes widened in astonishment at Jiang's words, his tone rising with agitation. Trust the youth. He'll process the data while we continue with our experiments. If he doesn't team manage it, it won't affect any major outcomes, will it? Jiang smiled, looking at Lu. Very well, Lu sighed, his discontent with Guo Hao intensifying. Young man, I hope you can live up to your words. I have no patience for liars who refuse to admit their faults. Lu said sternly. Guo Hao merely smiled, refraining from further discussion. Some matters are better demonstrated than discussed. Now, speaking more was futile. Academician Lu, please don't be too harsh. He's just a young man. General Wang interjected, attempting to smooth over the tension. It's natural for the youth to be ambitious, and this is a scientific endeavor. Even if he doesn't succeed, it's not a significant issue. We must give the young people some room. Wang's words were tactful and diplomatic. Lu's expression remained sour. He suppressed his discontent with Guo Hao. He clearly understood the magnitude of the data involved in this experiment. His knowledge made him acutely aware that for an ordinary person, completing the data processing within 2 months would be considered diligent. 3 days to finish? A fantastical notion. Unless he possessed some extraordinary ability to merely glance at the data and retain it, coupled with an exceptional memory, could he possibly complete it in 3 days? To Lu, this was mere fantasy, and he held no belief in it. However, given that General Wang and Jiang were both attempting to mediate, it was inappropriate for him to criticize a junior further. He merely cast a deep glance at Guo Hao and fell silent. Naturally, his opinion of Guo Hao had taken a negative turn. Originally, he had felt some fondness for the young man, recognizing his talent and having read his excellent paper. Who wouldn't he appreciate a gifted youth? Unfortunately, he seemed prone to exaggeration. Lu sighed inwardly, resolving to wait 5 days. Should Guo Hao fail to complete the task, he would then take the opportunity to admonish him directly, hoping this young man might find his way back to reality. Throughout the meal, Lu did not utter another word, while General Wang worked to lighten the atmosphere at the table. After dining, Academician Lu rose and departed without delay. Observing the scene, Academician Jiang felt a tinge of awkwardness. He turned to Guo Hao and remarked, Guo Hao, Lu, Academician's temperament is simply like that. There's no need for you to take it too personally. Just focus on your data. You need not be overly rigid with the timeline. Inform me whenever you finish. And do not bear too much pressure. Jiang reassured Guo Hao with a few comforting words. Rest assured, Professor, I have it under control. Academician Liu is quite amiable. Guo Hao replied with a faint smile. That's splendid to hear, Academician Jiang said, returning Guo Hao's smile. Well then, I must take my leave. There remains a plethora of work awaiting me in the laboratory. Jiang sighed slightly, expressing a sense of helplessness. Such is the nature of national key projects. The work seems never-ending. Understood. Guo Hao nodded in agreement. As Jiang departed, Guo Hao prepared to leave as well. Just a moment, Guo Hao called out General Wang, who was nearby. What is it, General Wang? Guo Hao inquired, slightly taken aback. Well, I forgot to mention earlier, due to the confidential nature of the data, you need to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Would you prefer to sign it now or later? General Wang smiled as he looked at Guo Hao. Let us do it now. Guo Hao responded. Indeed, signing a non-disclosure agreement was necessary. However, he had been eager to review the data, and General Wang had not dampened his enthusiasm, allowing him to access the information first. Strictly speaking, this was somewhat irregular. Before long, General Wang had someone bring over the non-disclosure agreement. Guo Hao swiftly glanced over it, confirming that the terms were satisfactory before signing his name. Of course, there was little need to scrutinize it. Such agreements are typically standardized, and the state would never deceive a scientist, so the likelihood of issues arising was exceedingly low. Thank you for your cooperation, General Wang said with a smile. You're welcome. Now, may I return to processing the data? Guo Hao asked, looking at General Wang. Please do, General Wang replied. As Guo Hao left, he felt that General Wang was genuinely courteous. Despite being a high-ranking general, he treated a young man like himself with such kindness, truly a rarity. Upon returning to the data room, Guo Hao resumed his data processing. The volume of data was indeed substantial, but with his level 5 proficiency in mathematics, he was more than capable. While tackling some challenging problems could pose difficulties, perhaps due to insufficient knowledge or inspiration, faced with this experimental data, his intellect exceeding 240, coupled with his mathematical acumen, made the task remarkably manageable. Chapter 169 What? Resolved? In the following 3 days, Guo Hao devoted himself wholly to data processing. Throughout this period, he continued to dine with Academician Liu and his team. Yet, Academician Liu remained indifferent toward Guo Hao, almost treating him as invisible, which left Academician Jiang feeling somewhat helpless. On the evening of the 3rd day, Academician Liu finished dinner first and departed, while General Wang had other matters to attend to and left early as well, leaving only Academician Jiang and Guo Hao in the private room. Guo Hao, how is your data processing coming along? Academician Jiang inquired with a hint of curiosity. It's completed. I am currently attempting to establish a mathematical model, Guo Hao replied after a moment of contemplation. In truth, he had finished processing the data that morning and had spent the entire afternoon working on the mathematical model, which was no simple task. The involvement of numerous variable parameters rendered the model's establishment exceedingly complex. What? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Academician Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded him. You finished it? Although Academician Jiang was aware of Guo Hao's rapid data processing abilities, the sheer volume of data had led him to believe it would take longer than 3 days. Indeed, after all, dedicating 3 days to a single task, which isn't overly complicated, makes completion quite reasonable, Guo Hao replied nonchalantly. Academician Jiang gazed at Guo Hao at a loss for words. Reasonable? I dare say you are the one who is truly extraordinary. Initially, Academician Jiang had anticipated Guo Hao's exaggeration and underestimated the complexity of the data processing. He had estimated that it would likely take around 15 days, considering he had witnessed Guo Hao's speed before. He had thought that by the time Guo Hao completed the data in over 10 days, he would take him to apologize to Academician Liu, who would be astonished by Guo Hao's speed and would not hold it against him. It would have been an ideal resolution, avoiding offense on anyone's part, especially since Guo Hao was, after all, his student. However, he had not anticipated that Guo Hao would indeed finish the data in 3 days. The speed of it left Academician Jiang somewhat bewildered as he looked at Guo Hao. All right, Professor, I must continue with the establishment of the mathematical model. This step is rather mentally taxing, and I require some time, Guo Hao said, slightly exasperated as he addressed Academician Jiang. Oh, all right, Academician Jiang replied, still somewhat dazed. It was only when Guo Hao turned to leave that he was jolted back to reality. This is undeniably impressive. Academician Jiang remained incredulous. The enormous volume of data needed to be remembered and processed. Could Guo Hao's mind truly function like a computer? Unbeknownst to Guo Hao, Academician Jiang was lost in such thoughts. Nor did he care. His mind was entirely occupied with the establishment of the mathematical model. Given the colossal data set, Guo Hao envisioned creating an algorithmic model that could be input into a computer for computation. After all, relying solely on manual calculations for such vast amounts of data, even with a data model, would still constitute an extraordinarily daunting workload. Utilizing supercomputing for calculations could potentially yield numerous solutions and materials, significantly reducing the time required and conserving both human and material resources. This is the very essence of a mathematical model. As Guo Hao proceeded to establish the mathematical model based on his previous research paper, he began to devise methods to simplify it or embed the mathematical model within a programming framework, crafting a concise program. This was an intricate process, involving extensive adjustments and validations of the myriad data points. Fortunately, his exceptional memory served him well. Had it been anyone else, they would likely be utterly bewildered, possibly needing to revisit the data. This exemplifies the advantages bestowed by Guo Hao's remarkable numerical sensitivity and memory capabilities. For 2 days, Guo Hao worked tirelessly. During this time, he did not descend to eat. All his meals were delivered upstairs by Su Yuan, as he secluded himself in the data room, contemplating how to construct a more rational and succinct mathematical model. Through mathematical expressions, he aimed to represent material properties and their interactions entirely through mathematics. Hey, that student of yours has locked himself in the data room for 2 days now. Today marks the 5th day. Do you genuinely believe he can manage all that data? Academician Liu inquired of Academician Jiang. Well, Academician Jiang's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. Well then, you should go and persuade your student. It's not a monumental issue. If he cannot manage it, he cannot manage it. In youth, who hasn't boasted a little? After all, he is your student, a promising talent. I shan't truly blame him, as long as he remembers this in the future. Just as Academician Liu was about to continue, the door to the private dining room was abruptly pushed open. A disheveled Guo Hao entered the restaurant's small compartment. The others were momentarily taken aback by Guo Hao's appearance. A nearby young soldier, noticing Guo Hao, quickly approached him and said, "I will get you some rice." With that, the young soldier turned and hurried away. Resolved? Academician Liu asked Guo Hao, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Yes, resolved," Guo Hao replied, finding a seat and casually placing a USB drive on the table. Just then, the young soldier returned with a bowl of rice, which Guo Hao eagerly accepted, devouring it ravenously. "What?" Academician Liu's astonished voice startled the young soldier, who looked at him in confusion. "You really resolved it?" Liu's expression was one of disbelief as he gazed at Guo Hao. How is that possible? Such an enormous volume of data processed, not only in 5 days, but even used as a foundation to establish an algorithmic model. Is he even human? Of course, he could check on the computer. Guo Hao, feeling famished, had been working through the night since the previous evening, finally establishing the model just moments ago. The intense cognitive activity had resulted in a significant energy expenditure. Although he had prepared chocolates earlier, they had been consumed by the morning, and he was at a critical juncture in building his model. During that time, he could not afford to go downstairs for a meal and had to endure. Finally, having completed the model, he descended to eat. "Let us verify the calculations," Academician Liu said gravely to Academician Jiang lay beside him. He glanced at Guo Hao, who was still voraciously eating, hesitating briefly before deciding not to call him back. "All right, let us go." Jiang Lei nodded without hesitation. General Wang also stood up. "Take your time eating, Guo Hao." He then addressed the young soldier nearby. "Go to the kitchen and inform them to prepare a few more dishes for Guo Hao." "Yes, General." The young soldier saluted. With that, the three exited the compartment, while Guo Hao continued to devour his meal. His energy consumption was quite excessive, given that the brain is the most energy-demanding organ in humans, and Guo Hao's intellect was evidently far superior to that of the average individual. Thus, the energy expenditure was even more considerable. Fortunately, his physical constitution had already doubled in resilience. Otherwise, he would have fainted from hunger long ago, unable to endure this long. As Guo Hao was consuming his meal with great fervor, Academician Jiang Lei and Academician Liu arrived at the laboratory upstairs. They inserted the USB drive Guo Hao had provided into the computer. Soon enough, a mathematical model appeared before Liu and Jiang, and their expressions grew serious. In contrast, General Wang stared at the computer screen, somewhat perplexed. Although he managed weaponry and equipment, he was ultimately an outsider, largely unaware of such matters. After a while, General Wang could no longer contain his curiosity. "So, how does this model assist the nanocoding experiment?" he asked, somewhat puzzled. "It does far more than assist," Academician Liu replied, a hint of excitement in his voice as he looked at General Wang. "I believe this paper, along with this data model, will serve as a significant reference for similar research in our country. What is more remarkable is that this algorithm can be directly input into supercomputers for simulation calculations. Lu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Perhaps we will soon discover a method for the coding. So impressive? General Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you think? My student is quite remarkable, isn't he? Academician Jiang, who had remained silent for a moment, smiled slightly at Academician Lu. Suddenly, Lu, filled with excitement, froze momentarily, his face flushing slightly with embarrassment as he turned to Jiang and said, I apologize. I truly did not anticipate that there exists someone capable of processing such data in just 5 days and creating such an intricate mathematical model. Before witnessing it, I found it hard to believe. Lu's eyes were filled with reflection. I judged by appearances. I was somewhat narrow-minded, failing to see the greater picture. I am indeed ignorant when it comes to true genius. Lu's face bore a faint smile of self-deprecation. He truly had not expected matters to develop in this manner. In fact, it had taken less than 3 days. Academician Jiang remained silent for a moment before saying to Lu. Lu, slightly taken aback, looked at Jiang. Guo Hao actually processed that data in less than 3 days. On the 3rd day, he informed me that he had completed the data processing. At that time, I was also somewhat shocked and found it hard to believe. Considering your previous criticisms of him, I did not mention it to you. Jiang spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Hearing the conversation between the two academicians, General Wang felt a stir within, though he did not comprehend some of the academic terminology. However, certain points were clear to him. Guo Hao is extraordinarily talented. In certain respects, he surpasses even the academicians. What should we do next? General Wang inquired curiously of the two academicians. Next, we should input this mathematical model into the supercomputer. With such a vast amount of data, we need to rely on the supercomputer for verification, Academician Jiang stated after a moment's consideration. No problem, I will contact the supercomputing center right away. By the way, we should bring Guo Hao along, as he is the one who constructed this algorithmic model. If any issues arise that require adjustments, we may not possess the ability to do so. Academician Lu interjected suddenly. Indeed, Academician Jiang nodded in agreement. All right, then I will first reach out to the supercomputing center and then go find Guo Hao, General Wang said with a smile. Both academicians nodded in agreement, showing no objections. Let's go. After contacting the supercomputing center, General Wang beckoned the two academicians to follow him downstairs. The trio arrived at the small cafeteria. Are you still eating? Academician Jiang looked incredulously at Guo Hao, who was still voraciously consuming his meal. How much have you eaten? Jiang observed the empty plates scattered across the table. Not much, Guo Hao replied, lifting his head and letting out a satisfied burp. After finishing this bowl, I should be nearly full. Academician Jiang exchanged glances with Academician Lu, both at a loss for words. Ha ha ha. Young people ought to have a good appetite. Eating well and digesting properly is essential for good health. General Wang greatly admired Guo Hao's conduct. After finishing his last bite, Guo Hao turned to Academician Jiang and asked, how did the verification go? How's the verification? Guo Hao inquired cheerfully. At that moment, Academician Lu hesitated briefly, then steeled himself, walking up to Guo Hao and bowing deeply. I apologize, Guo Hao. I am sorry for questioning your actions. As an elder, I have indeed been narrow-minded. Professor Lu, I implore you not to belittle me. Guo Hao hastily rose, bowing respectfully to Academician Lu. A bittersweet smile adorned his face as he addressed Academician Lu, stating, I have never held you accountable. I understand that my words may have been rather shocking. It is entirely natural for you, as an industry insider, to find them incredulous and worthy of scrutiny. Your apology and bow truly humiliate me. I beseech you, do not. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Academician Lu felt a twinge of shame. As an old man, I have wasted all these years. I failed to recognize true brilliance. He lamented. Enough, it is not a significant matter. We should be on our way. Academician Jiang lay interjected with a smile. Chapter 171. The results are out. Indeed. Let us go, Academician Lu replied, still feeling a hint of embarrassment. After all, as a senior, he had been metaphorically slapped in the face by a junior. His face flushed with a burning sensation, yet he harbored no resentment towards Guo Hao. Instead, he felt a profound respect. This student, Guo Hao, was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Guo Hao wiped his mouth and hands with a napkin. Let us depart. The quartet boarded 2 military vehicles, which then set off towards Haimen, approximately 100 kilometers from Yanjing. After about an hour, the vehicles arrived at the National Supercomputing Center in Haimen. As they disembarked, the Center's director came forward to greet them. General Wang, Academician Lu, Academician Jiang. Welcome to Haimen. The supercomputer has been made available for your use. The director smiled warmly, shaking hands with the 3 gentlemen. As he spoke, The director's gaze fell upon Guo Hao, causing him to hesitate momentarily. And this is Guo Hao, my student, but also one of the principal investigators for this experiment, Academician Jiang Lei said with a smile, taking the initiative to introduce Guo Hao. Upon hearing Academician Jiang's words, the director's expression shifted several times. It was not unusual for Academician Jiang to have a student, albeit this one appeared quite youthful. But the latter part of the introduction was rather startling. As the director of the Supercomputing Center, he was privy to some insider knowledge regarding the experiment. Understanding its immense significance, he was astonished to learn that this young man was indeed one of the principal investigators. For experiments of this caliber, even ordinary professors are seldom granted such authority. Typically, the lead investigators are of academician stature. If this young man were not merely here to gain credentials, he could very well become a leading figure in a particular field within the country. Should he indeed be here for the sake of embellishment, it would imply a remarkably powerful backing. Regardless of whether he was here to enhance his resume or to rise as a top-tier figure, it was essential to treat him with utmost caution. Mr. Guo Hao, it is a pleasure to meet you, the director said, his face beaming with a smile as he approached Guo Hao. They shook hands. I am unaware of your name, Guo Hao inquired with a slight smile. My name is Zheng Jian. You may call me Xiao Zheng, the director replied, humbling himself. Certainly not. I shall call you Brother Zheng, Guo Hao quickly retorted. Whatever you prefer. Zheng Jian chuckled. All right, we must proceed inside. Time is of the essence. Academician Liu expressed his urgency to Guo Hao. Nodding in agreement, Guo Hao replied. Understood. With that, the group made their way into the supercomputer room. Upon entering, Guo Hao immediately sensed a significant drop in temperature compared to the outside. Though it was early spring and the northern chill was still palpable. Zheng Jian, Guo Hao observed, due to the power consumption, the supercomputing center generates substantial heat. Thus, the central air conditioning is maintained at a relatively low temperature. This was Guo Hao's first visit to the supercomputing center, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Upon entering, he beheld rows of silver-gray cabinets, adorned with blinking lights of various colors, with intricate and orderly wiring crisscrossing throughout. Below, constant hum enveloped his ears. This area is our mainframe zone, Zheng Jian smiled as he addressed Guo Hao. I believe this is your first visit to our supercomputing center, Mr. Guo? Indeed. Guo Hao nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as he absorbed the surroundings. The group moved forward, navigating past rows of chassis until they arrived at the control area. This is our control zone, Zheng Jian introduced. The wall was dominated by a massive display screen, showcasing rapidly changing data charts, models, and code, evoking a somewhat sci-fi ambience. What about the data? Zheng Jian inquired. Academician Jiang Lei promptly retrieved a USB drive. Zheng Jian took the USB drive and plugged it into the interface, transferring the data into the supercomputer's mainframe. As the enormous screen lit up with lines of numbers, Zheng Jian raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Mathematical models? How is it? Can it compute? General Wang asked eagerly. Let me take a look. Zheng Jian, a senior engineer with professorial status, was an expert in computing and was very familiar with algorithms and mathematical models. He examined the data and mathematical models before commencing operations on the supercomputer. With swift keystrokes, lines of code began to materialize on the control display. Guo Hao glanced at the screen. It was unremarkable, merely a series of task codes that he could have easily written himself. Before long, Zheng Jian paused. The task is nearly processed. We shall now await the calculations. The computational power required for your mathematical modeling is indeed substantial. We shall need to wait a while. Let us focus all computational resources on this. General Wang urged Zheng Jian. Zheng Jian's eyes revealed a hint of exasperation as he addressed General Wang. General Wang, we have already concentrated all computational resources on this mathematical modeling. However, due to the sheer volume of calculations, it will still require some time. Very well. General Wang conceded with a nod. The group settled in for an hour or two. Given the current progress, it seemed they would require more time to see results. Why don't you all dine here at the supercomputing center this evening? Zheng Jian suggested with a smile. Sounds good. General Wang agreed. Once Zheng Jian had made the necessary arrangements, he led the four of them to the dining area. The food at the supercomputing center was quite decent. Perhaps due to Guo Hao's arrival, the variety had increased significantly, featuring many local specialties from Haimen. After dining, several hours passed. By around 8 or 9 in the evening, the supercomputer finally produced the results. Here are the computed results. This 4-terabyte hard drive is nearly full. Zheng Jian handed a massive black hard drive, resembling a brick, to General Wang. Thank you. General Wang replied with a faint smile, addressing the two academicians beside him. Shall we return? Let's go. After a bit more commotion, the group finally returned to the laboratory around 10 o'clock. Everyone should rest. We can review the results tomorrow, General Wang began to suggest. Absolutely not. We must first examine the results. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Academician Lu interjected, visibly excited. Indeed, we must see the results first. Academician Jiang quickly chimed in. You may go rest first. Academician Jiang suggested to General Wang, who appeared somewhat resigned. Then let's all go together. Chapter 172. Please convey my apologies to him. As Lu Academician spoke, he had already opened the data contained within the hard drive. The information was comprised of results generated by supercomputers, yet to be organized. These findings did not require further computation. Rather, it was essential to identify the corresponding materials based on numerical data and the properties of mathematical models, and subsequently conduct experiments with these identified materials. Let us begin the organization. If we do not finish today, we shall continue tomorrow. Lu Academician took a deep breath and addressed Guo Hao and Academician Jiang beside him. All right. In truth, Guo Hao had been up all night, but fortunately, his robust constitution allowed him to cope. By the way, General Wang, is there still food in the kitchen? Guo Hao inquired of General Wang. Yes, I will fetch something for you. General Wang promptly replied. Thank you. If it is not too much trouble, could you also bring some chocolate or other high-calorie snacks? Much appreciated. Guo Hao did not hesitate, knowing that their current endeavors were for the military, and he bore no qualms about asking General Wang to run an errand. Of course. General Wang, who had been feeling somewhat useless standing idle, immediately set off upon hearing Guo Hao's request. After all, he was in charge of logistics for the armaments department. Ensuring the scientists' well-being was indeed part of his responsibilities. Once General Wang departed, the three began to allocate their respective tasks. In the data processing room, they commenced data sharing and began their work. This task primarily involved repetitive labor. Although it required some intellectual effort, at its core, it was still data management. Guo Hao's speed in processing data was astonishing. What had initially been agreed upon as separate tasks gradually transformed into Guo Hao handling the data while the two academicians assisted him. In fact, the pace at which the two academicians aided Guo Hao could not keep up with his rapid processing speed. As time passed, both began to feel numb from the relentless work. Yet, despite their fatigue, they dared not lose focus. With over 10,000 data points, by 2 in the morning, Guo Hao had already processed half. Guo Hao appeared relatively unfazed, but the expressions of Lu Academician and Academician Jiang were increasingly marked by exhaustion, especially given the arduous nature of the day. Upon returning to the experimental building, they had immediately resumed data processing without a moment's rest. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, their age weighed heavily upon them. Perhaps we should call a night, professors. It is already 2 o'clock. Even if we push through to finish the data tonight, we may not be able to conduct experiments tomorrow. Would it not be wiser to continue this tomorrow? Guo Hao suggested to the two academicians. We can complete the data processing in the morning and proceed with the experiments in the afternoon. What do you think? That sound good? Academician Jiang nodded. Let us proceed as you propose. Lu Academician inhaled deeply. He had initially hoped to complete the data processing that night and commence experiments immediately. He was genuinely anxious. This nanocoding project was of immense significance, being a key component of a national military initiative. After nearly a year of delays, the timeline for such projects was incredibly tight. Lu Academician, one of the project's principal leaders, had to bring an Academician Jiang, an expert in nanocoding, a few months ago due to the stalemate. However, after months of effort, progress remained disheartening. With the breakthrough now seemingly within reach, Lu Academician felt a pressing urgency to expedite the process. Of course, he understood that one could not achieve monumental tasks in a single breath. Shall I escort the two of you back to your rooms? Guo Hao inquired. I will take care of that. Guo Hao, you should return to rest. You are the key player in tomorrow's experiment. General Wang, who had been accompanying them, quickly interjected. Very well, Guo Hao nodded, bidding farewell to the two academicians before departing. Lu Academician and Academician Jiang walked slowly behind him, watching Guo Hao's retreating figure. At that moment, Lu Academician sighed deeply. Old Jiang, what troubles you? Academician Jiang, momentarily taken aback, looked at Lu Academician. I feel as though I have grown old. Lu Academician replied with a wry smile. Reflecting on it, just a few days ago, I mocked him, thinking he was boasting. I felt a twinge of jealousy. But in truth, I was simply overwhelmed. This project has been stalled for nearly a year. I am anxious. Do not fret. Guo Hao has already forgiven you. Academician Jiang reassured him. What else could he say? After all, I am his elder, an academician. I am well aware of that. Lu Academician remained silent for a moment. Old Jiang, please apologize to Guo Hao on my behalf. While it may not be significant, it is the right thing to do. I owe him a favor, and should he ever need my assistance, I will not hesitate, Lu Academician earnestly stated. Upon hearing Lu Academician's words, Academician Jiang offered a bittersweet smile, sighing with a hint of resignation as he looked at Lu Academician. Old Lu, why burden yourself so? Yet, seeing your expression, I understand this is your decision. If I do not assist you, you may very well confront Guo Hao yourself. You stubborn old man, with your peculiar temper. Fine, I shall convey your sentiments. Thank you, old Jiang. Lu Academician felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Just then, General Wang returned with 2 soldiers to assist the 2 academicians back to their rooms. The following day, at 7:30 in the morning, Guo Hao rose from his slumber. It was a relatively late start for him, having pulled an all-nighter the previous day. Though his constitution far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, he still felt some fatigue. However, a night of deep sleep had effectively dispelled his weariness. Glancing at the time, Guo Hao exited his room and jogged to the military district's playground. At that moment, a number of soldiers were already engaged in training. Clad in his uniform, Guo Hao stood out on the playground. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind. He jogged slowly, maintaining a pace of 3.5 minutes per kilometer. Stretching his body after days of data processing had left him feeling somewhat rusty. With little opportunity for physical activity lately, he seized this rare moment of free time to loosen his muscles. Naturally, he wished to avoid drawing too much attention on the military playground, so he maintained a moderate pace. 3.5 minutes was quite ordinary in the military context. Chapter 173. You are the greatest contributor to this mission. After a while of running, Guo Hao heard a voice call out, Guo Hao. A figure passed by him and quickly returned. General Wang? Guo Hao recognized the general, who was glistening with sweat and panting heavily. He was momentarily taken aback, recalling that General Wang had gone to rest around the same time as he had the previous night. Why? Guo Hao, why are you not sleeping in a bit longer? It is only 7:30, and today you bear the responsibility for data processing and experiments. General Wang chuckled, addressing Guo Hao. No worries, I am accustomed to this. Today is just a slightly later start for me, Guo Hao replied while continuing to jog. Youth is indeed a blessing. However, I have noticed that your generation tends to stay up late and wake up late. It is rare to see young people rising at 7, let alone running at this hour. General Wang remarked, laughing as he ran alongside Guo Hao. There are still some, as I encountered quite a number of peers on the school playground previously. At this moment, Guo Hao could no longer restrain himself and turned to General Wang, inquiring. As for you, I recall you retired for the night around the same time as I did last evening. Why is it that you appear so alert? In truth, Guo Hao wished to suggest that at such an advanced age, General Wang ought to take more time to rest. Are you implying that I, being of such an age, lack vitality? General Wang perceptibly discerned Guo Hao's underlying thought, smiling as he addressed him. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Guo Hao's face. In fact, it is you young people who require more rest. We, the elderly, require far less. General Wang remarked with a touch of nostalgia. I truly envy your youth. You are brimming with vigor, like the rising sun. Unlike us, aging indeed. After merely running a few laps, I am drenched in sweat. In my youth, I could run 20 or 30 laps without so much as a gasp for breath. You're still quite youthful, Guo Hao complimented. Not at all. General Wang replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. The two continued to run for about 10 more laps. I can't go on. You keep running. Don't mind me, General Wang panted as he stopped, while Guo Hao maintained a steady pace ahead. Observing Guo Hao's retreating figure, General Wang felt a surge of envy. Yet simultaneously, he was comforted by the sight of such a vigorous young scientist. This must surely be a blessing for the Dragon Nation. As the clock approached 8 o'clock, General Wang called Guo Hao to join him for breakfast in the cafeteria. At that moment, academicians Jiang and Lu also arrived, yawning. Did both of you have a restless night? General Wang inquired with concern. Not too bad, academician Lu said while rubbing his eyes. Let us perk up. Time to eat. Then we can return to processing the data. Academician Jiang encouraged. The group quickly finished their meal and returned to the data processing room to continue from where they left off the previous day. By around 11 in the morning, they had made significant progress in their data processing. We have managed to filter out 298 materials from this mathematical model that are most likely to yield success. Based on the properties of these materials and our current processes, we will divide into several teams to commence experiments simultaneously. Each of us will oversee some experimental groups to monitor and optimize the experimental procedures and data, Academician Lu announced to Guo Hao and Academician Jiang. Agreed. Both Guo Hao and Academician Jiang concurred. Without delay, the three began their work, each leading a laboratory. General Wang coordinated the efforts, allocating each a military laboratory along with a dozen military research personnel. The experiments commenced fervently, yielding results at an impressive rate. Prior to this, academician Liu had led several laboratories and conducting over 100,000 various experiments, expending vast amounts of national funding, yet had seen no breakthroughs. Indeed, the end seemed elusive. Now, they finally possessed a target, with academician Liu's focus honed on these hundreds of materials. Though the number was still considerable, it paled in comparison to the sheer volume of experiments conducted over the past year. 3 days passed quietly. In a laboratory overseen by academician Jiang, researchers were intently employing electroplating methods to meticulously affix an imperceptible nanofilm onto a metal plate. With the successful application of the film and molecular bonds established, they proceeded to the next phase, high-temperature baking. The researchers began treating the metal plate with various resistance measures. They had performed this sequence countless times before, yet each instance was fraught with tension. The high-temperature resistance has passed. On to the next step, acid etching. The scientists cautiously submerged the metal plate into fluorochloric acid. Upon immersion in this potent acid, to their astonishment, the metal plate reacted not at all. After a minute, they retrieved it, completely unscathed. The researchers exchanged glances filled with exhilaration. This was the most successful experiment they had conducted thus far. Word of this breakthrough quickly reached Guo Hao and the others. Both academicians and Guo Hao hastily arrived at the laboratory. After several rounds of analysis, the metal plate was placed in a spectrometer and results emerged swiftly, exceeding even their anticipated goals. We've succeeded. After a moment of silence, a military researcher was the first to erupt in joyous exclamation. We did it! The laboratory resonated with jubilant cheers. Academician Liu, too, found himself caught up in the excitement. 1 year. Who can fathom the immense pressure I have endured throughout this time? The path concerning nanofilms had been entirely at his discretion, and he had resolutely dismissed alternative routes proposed by others. Yet for over a year, the avenue of nanocoating had remained obstructed. He had expended an inordinate amount of national resources, although no one had placed blame upon him. He could not escape the weight of self-reproach. At last, a resolution had been found, and it far surpassed their initial expectations. Academician Liu was filled with exhilaration. Guo Hao, too, felt a slight sense of relief. While he did not share the depth of reflection that academician Liu possessed, he was nonetheless glad to have resolved this issue, allowing him to return to his studies. Although he had gleaned much knowledge in the laboratory, he felt that his primary focus had been mired in data processing, leaving him wanting in the realm of true learning. Thank you. Just as Guo Hao pondered how to take his leave, academician Liu, brimming with enthusiasm, approached him, grasping his shoulders firmly. This success, Guo Hao, is largely attributable to you. Academician Liu, you flatter me, Guo Hao replied with a smile. The success of this experiment is a collective achievement. My contributions were merely trifling. In moments such as these, humility is often more commendable. Academician Jiang, smiling gently, remarked to Guo Hao, this experiment's success is undeniably due to your remarkable contributions. Upon hearing academician Jiang's words, many gazes turned toward Guo Hao. He smiled but refrained from further modesty. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Guo Hao is of paramount importance. Yet, let's not forget that every scientist present here is indispensable. The nation will not overlook the contributions of each individual here. General Wang interjected, his face alight with joy, addressing the surrounding researchers. Everyone bore smiles. The experiment had succeeded, yet the journey was far from over. After all, as part of the military industry, the experiment was merely the inception. The goal was to see it through to fruition. In a typical laboratory, this phase would signal completion, with a focus on data organization and paper writing being the priority. However, as a crucial component of the military industry, their task now was to actualize their findings into concrete projects. This endeavor was, in itself, a rather intricate undertaking. Naturally, this did not significantly concern Guo Hao, for he was not omniscient. His accumulation of knowledge paled in comparison to that of his peers. Nevertheless, Guo Hao chose to remain, standing by and absorbing all that he could. A group of elite engineers from the military commenced a discussion regarding the optimal approach for the manufacturing of finished products. Occasionally, academician Liu and academician Jiang would interject with their insights, while Guo Hao patiently absorbed the knowledge being shared, recognizing the rarity of such an occasion. High-level meetings like this provided an invaluable opportunity to glean useful information, particularly pertaining to the implementation of laboratory projects. Guo Hao found himself with his eyes open wide. often unable to contribute to the conversation. After a vigorous debate, the esteemed engineers and the two academicians reached a consensus on a coding plan. Following this agreement, discussions concerning the process flow were also nearing completion. The final topic was the production of the nanofilm. This is the machine we designed for the production of nanofilms. Please take a look and feel free to share any opinions, one engineer stated as he presented a mechanical design blueprint to the assembly. Guo Hao received a copy as well. Mechanical design? Guo Hao rubbed his hands together, realizing he possessed a latent skill in mechanical engineering that had yet to be utilized. Perhaps now was the time to explore it. His gaze fell upon the intricate mechanical engineering design. After a brief examination, he noted the cleverness and high caliber of the design. It appeared that his skills might not come into play after all. Suddenly, while scanning the design blueprint, he spotted a particular component. Does anyone have any questions? The military engineer inquired of the group. Most shook their heads, as many lacked comprehensive knowledge. The complexity of the mechanical engineering design meant that only a few could truly comprehend it, and they had already discussed it extensively. I have a question, Guo Hao said hesitantly, addressing the assembly. Upon hearing his words, all eyes turned toward him. Academician Jiang and Academician Lu exchanged astonished glances, both surprised that Guo Hao could understand mechanical engineering diagrams. Is he so young that he learned this from the womb? Most present were aware of Guo Hao's significant role in the nanocoding process experiment, resulting in a cautious yet respectful attitude towards him. Mr. Guo, please share your concerns, urged a middle-aged military mechanical engineer, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. This component, along with this connection, has design flaws. If powered, it poses a risk of damaging the nanocoding liquid we produce, leading to a high defect rate. Guo Hao articulated the shortcomings of the mechanical design blueprint. The engineer pushed his glasses up, revealing a hint of resignation. Mr. Guo, I assume you have never created mechanical drawings before? He queried. No, Guo Hao replied, momentarily taken aback. In our field, we must consider not only the yield rate, but also production costs and safety measures. We have already deliberated on this design, and it is indeed a compromise, the engineer explained, somewhat beleaguered. The considerations for mechanical design extend beyond efficiency to encompass production costs, safety, and implementation, among other factors. We can resolve this issue without altering the structure. Instead, we could embed an insulating film within the internal cavity, or alternatively, we could apply a special coating. Guo Hao suggested, sketching modifications on the mechanical diagram. After refining the design, he presented it to the engineers nearby. Their eyes quickly shifted to the revised blueprint. Overall, Guo Hao had made minimal changes to the external design while significantly enhancing the internal mechanics. Upon reviewing Guo Hao's modifications, the engineers engaged in fervent discussions. As curiosity mounted, many turned their attention back to Guo Hao, astonished that this young man possessed such understanding of mechanical drafting. Impressive, this student demonstrates remarkable talent. Academician Lu remarked quietly to Academician Jiang. I had no idea, Jiang sighed. He appears wise beyond his years, exhibiting such maturity in his actions. I wonder what environment has shaped his character? Chapter 175, Celebration Banquet. Before long, the mechanical engineers had formulated a general plan. This manufacturing approach, while approximately 30 more costly than the original component design, boasted a remarkable 50 increase in yield rate, surpassing 90. After reviewing the restructured blueprint, Guo Hao nodded in approval. Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan, General Wang declared with a smile, prompting agreement from the assembly. With the plan finalized, there was little left for Guo Hao and his colleagues to contribute. The subsequent tasks fell to seasoned veterans from the military's engineering division. During the midday celebration banquet, Academician Lu, in high spirits, raised his glass and toasted Guo Hao, expressing a multitude of sentiments. Observing Lu's demeanor, Guo Hao's earlier reservations about him dissipated. Lu's stern attitude had stemmed from his intense commitment to the experiment. In truth, he was not a bad person. After the banquet, Guo Hao approached General Wang to bid farewell. General Wang, since this matter has been resolved, I must return to the university to continue my studies, he informed. Having spent over 10 days at the base, and with early April upon them, he had promised Professor Huang that he would participate in the Chengdong University mathematics competition in May. At Guo Hao's words, General Wang appeared momentarily taken aback, chuckling. I almost forgot, Mr. Guo is still an undergraduate. I begun to regard you as a young scholar. Guo Hao smiled, about to speak when General Wang interjected. You know, Mr. Guo, I hold you in high regard. Why not consider staying with us? The weapons and equipment department would greatly benefit from the addition of a young scientist of your caliber. If you agree to remain, we can offer you a senior researcher position, equivalent to that of a full professor, complete with your own laboratory and negotiable annual research funding. General Wang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Guo Hao. Undoubtedly, the terms presented by General Wang were exceptionally generous, offering a freshman the prestigious title of senior researcher along with an independent laboratory and funding for research, an opportunity of remarkable distinction. Even when faced with a doctoral graduate from a world-renowned institution, the qualifications still shine remarkably bright. However, perhaps it is best to refrain. Upon hearing General Wang's words, Guo Hao repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. A wry smile adorned his face as he addressed General Wang, saying, "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I find my abilities insufficient at this moment. I believe I should focus on learning for now. If I were to head a laboratory at this stage, I fear the outcomes would be far from fruitful, as I still lack substantial experience. Once I have accumulated enough knowledge, I shall contemplate the idea of managing a laboratory." Guo Hao gazed at General Wang. To his words, General Wang exhibited no surprise. Through their recent interactions, he had come to understand Guo Hao's character, a modest yet avid learner who possesses a profound awareness of his own shortcomings. He stands in stark contrast to some young individuals who, despite having little knowledge, flail about aimlessly. Guo Hao is a remarkably composed young man. Therefore, General Wang was willing to extend such an enticing offer. Naturally, being declined was also anticipated. Very well, General Wang chuckled as he addressed Guo Hao. "It seems our temple is simply too small for such a grand Buddha as you, my dear classmate. Please don't say that. If you do, I truly cannot bear it." Guo Hao responded with a bitter smile. "Ha ha." General Wang laughed heartily as he regarded Guo Hao. "All right, remember to return often. The doors here will always be open for you." General Wang looked at Guo Hao with admiration. He had not encountered young talent like Guo Hao in quite some time. Over these past days, Guo Hao had demonstrated not only formidable abilities, but also a grounded demeanor, diligently working without any airs, humbly placing himself in a lower position. How long had it been since General Wang had seen such a young individual? He could scarcely recall. "Thank you, General Wang." Guo Hao nodded appreciatively. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, General Wang called out to him. "Wait a moment. What is it, General?" Guo Hao asked, somewhat puzzled as he looked at General Wang. "The card you frequently use is the Agricultural Bank, one ending in 4800XXXX, correct?" General Wang inquired with a smile. "Yes, that's right." Guo Hao nodded. "What about it?" he asked, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "Oh, nothing much. Just keep an eye on your account in the coming days," General Wang said, smiling at Guo Hao. "After all, you have been busy for quite some time, and given your contributions to this endeavor, it would be remiss not to offer you a reward." "Then, thank you, General." Guo Hao nodded. At that moment, a thought struck him. "By the way, General Wang, I have also prepared a paper based on the experimental data and the mathematical model I developed. But it contains sensitive information, so I stored it on my computer and did not take it with me. Is that all right?" "No worries." General Wang replied with a slight smile. "All right, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead," General Wang said, smiling at Guo Hao. After exiting General Wang's office, Guo Hao sought out Academician Jiang Lei. At that moment, Academician Jiang was in his office, drafting some summaries following the conclusion of a national-level project, a task that he, as a seconded scholar, was obliged to undertake. "You've arrived?" Academician Jiang noticed Guo Hao's entrance and smiled as he looked up. "Heading back to school?" "Yes." Guo Hao nodded. "Indeed, I must express my gratitude for your assistance during this project." Academician Jiang remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "It was my duty." Guo Hao replied with a nod. "Professor, I shall take my leave now." "Wait a moment," Academician Jiang said with a gentle smile. "Academician Liu asked me to convey his apologies to you. Being an elder, he finds it somewhat challenging to express certain sentiments directly. But he mentioned that he owes you a significant favor, and you may reach out to him if needed." "Understood." Guo Hao nodded. An academician's goodwill is indeed valuable. It may prove beneficial. Chapter 176, 302. Your Emperor has returned. Before you leave, do find Academician Liu, Academician Jiang advised after a moment's hesitation. "Understood." With that, Guo Hao exited Academician Jiang's office and made his way to Academician Liu's office. Upon seeing Guo Hao, Academician Liu sprang to his feet. Guo Hao, you've come. Please take a seat." Academician Liu greeted warmly. Just as Guo Hao settled onto the sofa in Academician Liu's office, the latter promptly brought forth a cup of tea. "What brings you here, Guo Hao?" Academician Liu inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as Guo Hao accepted the tea. "I'm returning to school and came specifically to bid you farewell," Guo Hao replied with a smile. "I see." Academician Liu contemplated. "It appears you must have declined General Wang's invitation, so I shall refrain from further comment." "How did you know?" Guo Hao asked, surprised. I've worked alongside old Wang for many years. I have some understanding of his character. He simply cannot resist the allure of a young talent like you. So, how are his terms? Quite tempting, I presume? Academician Lu smiled. Indeed, General Wang offered me the position of senior researcher directly, Guo Hao admitted with a wry smile. In truth, it is quite feasible. Although you have just completed your freshman year, with your 2 publications in top-tier journals, you would easily qualify for a senior researcher position anywhere. Academician Lu regarded Guo Hao thoughtfully. However, I must express my sincere apologies for my previous skepticism towards you. I believe it is only appropriate that I extend my apologies directly rather than through a third party, as that would seem insincere. Academician Lu, there is no need for further discussion. I have never harbored any resentment towards you, and all of that is in the past now. I assent to it. Guo Hao responded earnestly, a smile gracing his face. You are correct. All that is behind us. Academician Lu nodded in agreement. Well then, Academician Lu, I shall let you return to your work. I must head back to school. Certainly. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Academician Lu said earnestly. Rest assured, I will not be polite. Guo Hao replied with a smile. With that, Guo Hao departed. Watching Guo Hao's retreating figure, Academician Lu returned to his desk. As others' experiments concluded, yet he still had numerous matters to attend to. As Guo Hao descended the experimental building, Su Yuan awaited him below. Mr. Guo, I have been tasked with escorting you back to Yenjing Aerospace University. Su Yuan saluted. Thank you for your assistance. Guo Hao smiled. You need not mention it. Su Yuan responded, slightly taken aback. With that, he guided Guo Hao into the vehicle. Just as before, the military vehicle slowly exited the military compound. As they passed the gate sentry, the guard rendered a salute to Guo Hao. Once on the street, Guo Hao experienced a surreal sense of disconnection. Although only half a month had passed, he felt as though he had undergone a myriad of experiences during that time. While he had previously exited in a vehicle when visiting the Haimen National Supercomputing Center, his thoughts had been primarily focused on the experiments and mathematical modeling, as well as the feasibility of the supercomputer's operations. The results had surpassed his expectations. Perhaps it was due to Guo Hao's exceptional hacking skills. He understood the language of computers. Then the mathematical model he established was inherently inclined towards computations in this realm, which facilitated a smooth process. For most researchers, participating in such a large-scale experiment over the span of a dozen days is quite commonplace. However, for Guo Hao, it entailed far more than that. As the military vehicle traversed the bustling streets, Guo Hao gazed out at the vibrant scenery, momentarily lost in thought. Soon enough, the military vehicle arrived at Yenhang. Without the need to present identification, it effortlessly entered the campus based solely on its license plate. Mr. Guo Hao, where would you like to go now? Please take me to the base of our dormitory. Guo Hao replied to Su Yuan. Understood. The military vehicle swiftly reached the dormitory, drawing considerable attention. Mr. Guo, we have arrived, General Wang stated. Should you require anything within the capital in the future, feel free to contact me anytime. Su Yuan handed Guo Hao a business card. Here's my number. Thank you for your assistance. Not all. With that, Guo Hao alighted from the vehicle, grabbed his bag, and ascended to the dormitory. Upon reaching the familiar room 302, he exclaimed, 302, your emperor has returned. At the moment he pushed open the door, an unexpected wave of exhilaration washed over him, prompting him to instinctively utter this famous phrase. The 3 occupants, engrossed in their activities, simultaneously turned their gazes towards Guo Hao at the doorway. Wow, Brother Hao? No way. Brother Hao is back. The trio halted their tasks, their eyes wide with astonishment as they regarded Guo Hao. He offered a slight smile and stepped into the room, casually placing his bag on his designated spot. So how have you all been? It's been half a month since we've seen each other. Did you miss me? Guo Hao queried with a hint of amusement. Of course. Ma sin vito playfully. Without you around to keep us in check, I found it quite disorienting. Indeed, the dormitory feels oddly incomplete without you. Li Ming concurred. Brother Hao, where have you been during this time? Li Wei, who had remained silent thus far, finally posed the question that piqued the curiosity of the group. Just conducting experiments. Guo Hao shrugged. I joined Academician Zhang's research team, and he required my assistance on a significant project that took place out of town, so I accompanied him. He deliberately omitted any mention of the national key military project, aware that the less the general public knew about such matters, the better. In this era of rampant espionage, discretion was paramount, not only for his own protection, but for theirs as well. I see. Ma Xian, Li Ming, and Li Wei nodded in understanding. At that moment, Ma Xian gazed at Guo Hao with envy. I truly admire you, Brother Hao. You're only a freshman, yet you're already working alongside academicians on experiments. It feels like I'm witnessing the rise of a future academic luminary. Chapter 177. The sincerity of Yin University is quite overwhelming. Brother Hao, once you take off, don't forget about us, your brothers. Li Ming added with a grin. Rest assured, you're all my roommates. As long as you're willing to call me Dad, I can help you out. A small favor. Guo Hao replied with a mischievous grin directed at Li Ming and Ma Xian. Seriously? Brother Hao, with your impressive stature, you still want to take advantage of us? Ma Xian rolled his eyes at Guo Hao. First come, first served. Dad, Dad. Ma Xian and Li Ming shouted in unison. Guo Hao chuckled. All right, just a jest. How have you three been during this time? He settled into his seat and casually inquired about his friends. He held a genuine fondness for them. Li Wei was steady and diligent, while Ma Xian and Li Ming, though occasionally a bit erratic, were undeniably entertaining. Not much different from before, really, just the usual classes, and, in between, we either play basketball outside or lounge in the dorm playing on our phones, Ma Xian said, a hint of resignation in his tone. Don't even get me started. You drag me into games every day. Last semester, I barely passed. Thankfully, I didn't fail any courses. I can't afford to let that happen again this year. Li Ming shot back at Ma Xian, exasperated. Didn't I promise you today that I'd defocus on studying in class? Ma Xian retorted, rolling his eyes. Observing the playful banter between the two, Guo Hao shook his head with a smile. And you, Wei, how have the past 10 days been for you? Guo Hao turned to Li Wei, never neglecting him. Li Wei's background was the most modest among them, and his demeanor was slightly self-effacing. Guo Hao always made it a point to check in on him, especially when the others were joking around, as Li Wei rarely engaged in their lighthearted teasing. Not bad. Just the same as before. Apart from classes, I've been spending time at the library. Unfortunately, I still feel like I'm quite far behind you, Brother Hao. Li Wei replied, scratching his head shyly. He had always looked up to Guo Hao, a sentiment well known among their dorm mates. Ma Xian and Li Ming observed Li Wei's actions without belittling or mocking him. Take your time. My knowledge wasn't acquired overnight. Guo Hao encouraged him with a warm smile. Li Wei's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Guo Hao. Look at the two of you, and then look at Li Wei, Guo Hao remarked, glancing at the still bickering Ma Xian and Li Ming. You two, with your lack of ambition, are always contemplating how to cling to my coattails. Yet you never consider how to become a pillar yourselves. Ma Xin Chuko, Sly Mbazat, we simply lack that talent. Li Ming added, back in high school, we thought we were book smart, but now in university, just managing to pass all our courses feels like a monumental achievement. His confidence had noticeably grown, as he delivered this without a trace of shame. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at the two. All right, you two take it easy. Now that I'm back, I need to find my counselor. I haven't officially canceled my leave yet. Go on, Brother Hao. When you head upstairs, could you grab some food for me? I'll send you the details on QQ. I'll pay you back when you come back. Ma Xin quickly Zeke. As Guo Hao turned to leave, he flashed Ma Xian a playful gesture. Descending the stairs, Guo Hao made his way directly to the school's administrative building. He first sought out Counselor Wang Ming. Guo Hao, you're back? Here, to cancel your leave? Very well, Wang Ming exclaimed upon seeing him. By the way, Guo Hao, principal who mentioned to me that when you return to school, you should pay him a visit. Indeed, I was just about to do that. Guo Hao responded to Wang Ming. Wang Ming smiled broadly. After their exchange, Guo Hao exited the counselor's office and promptly headed to the principal's office. Gently knocking on the door, Guo Ming, principal whose voice resonated from within. Guo Hao opened the door and stepped inside. Principal who had been engrossed in paperwork, looked up and momentarily paused in surprise upon seeing Guo Hao, but his face soon broke into a wide smile. It's Guo Hao. Come in, please. Principal who exclaimed as he sprang from his seat and approached Guo Hao, inviting him to sit on the sofa in his office. Have you completed the research project with the military district? Principal who casually inquired while simultaneously preparing tea for Guo Hao. Guo Hao nodded, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. Should he respond if Principal who brought up the project? As Guo Hao pondered, Principal who, engrossed in making tea, discerned his uncertainty. Ha. I understand. You're working on a confidential project. General Wang mentioned it to me when he sought my assistance. I have had some involvement with it as well. In fact, I contributed to some aspects. Rest assured, I shall not pry into the specifics of your research. Principal who remarked with a smile directed at Guo Hao. Hearing such a candid response from Principal who made Guo Hao feel somewhat embarrassed. Come, let us enjoy some tea. Principal who gestured invitingly. Guo Hao lifted the cup and savored a sip. As he set down the teacup, Principal who smiled and addressed him regarding the Chunjing Run class. After the discussions with the university committee in Yin University, the examination date has been set for next month. How do you feel about that? Why not simply postpone it to the second half of the year? Wouldn't it be more convenient for enrollment then? Guo Hao queried, slightly perplexed as he regarded Principal Hu. Principal Hu shook his head with a wry smile. I concurred with that sentiment. However, Yin University is impatient. They believe that prolonged waiting leads to missed opportunities. Talents like you, who are exceptionally gifted, must not be deprived of their developmental time. Guo Hao felt somewhat speechless. Although he understood Yin University's eagerness, he did not anticipate their urgency. By the way, Yin University asked me to inquire if you have any opinions regarding the composition of the faculty and the course arrangement for the Qinjingrun class, as there is still time to make adjustments. With that, Principal Hu produced a schedule from nearby. This outlines the professors and courses discussed by Yin University. Should you have any suggestions, feel free to modify the schedule. After glancing at both Principal Hu and the course outline, Guo Hao felt slightly overwhelmed. The sincerity of Yin University seemed rather excessive. Chapter 178. Special circumstances require special measures. After briefly reviewing the schedule and course arrangements, Guo Hao stated, I have no significant objections. However, there's one point I wish to address. Suddenly, he recalled something and adopted a more serious expression as he looked at Principal Hu. Go ahead, Principal Hu replied, his demeanor also turning earnest. He regarded Guo Hao with seriousness, recognizing that the young man before him was far beyond just a first-year student. Guo Hao was not only the pride of academician Zhang Lei, but also held 2 first-tier SCI papers in pure mathematics and a top-tier paper in material science under academician Zhang. Such a person could undoubtedly be regarded as a scholar, well-established both domestically and internationally. I believe the school should grant me a degree of autonomy, such as the freedom to choose whether or not to attend certain classes, including those in the Qinjingrun class, Guo Hao suggested with a slight smile. He had actually contemplated expressing this thought last year, having mentioned it partially, but not entirely. What about the examinations? Principal Hu inquired. I should be able to apply for exemptions from exams like the Mao Zhonggai, shouldn't I? Guo Hao replied, feeling a bit sheepish. Upon hearing his words, Principal Hu regarded him with a knowing glance. So that is your true intention? Guo Hao chuckled in response. All right, I shall arrange this for you. Principal Hu said with a smile. Consider it a special arrangement, for students of your caliber are quite rare at Yinhang. Thank you, Principal Guo Hao said, feeling a bit awkward. The two continued their conversation for a while longer. All right, you must have just returned to school. I shan't keep you any longer. You may attend to your own matters. Principal Hu said with a smile, gesturing towards Guo Hao. Well then, Principal Hu, I shall take my leave. Guo Hao replied as he stood up. Indeed, off you go. Principal Hu also rose. Guo Hao turned to leave, and as he glanced back, Principal Hu shook his head with a smile. Principal Hu was largely aware of Guo Hao's activities in the military laboratory, as he maintained communication with academician Zhang Lei, often conversing with him. Moreover, he had participated in that significant military project and was privy to certain details. Guo Hao's reputation within the system had skyrocketed. The nano-coding project, led by academician Liu, had become a significant challenge within the system, being a crucial element of a major project that had yet to achieve a breakthrough. Despite numerous facilitations, everyone knew that academician Liu was constantly anxious over this project until academician Zhang Lei introduced Guo Hao. Initially, neither academician Liu nor his colleagues held high hopes for Guo Hao's arrival. After all, while Guo Hao's algorithmic model had indeed assisted academician Zhang Lei in resolving a nano issue, the circumstances were entirely different. Academician Zhang's experiment had encountered problems, and the algorithmic model identified the errors, subsequently recalibrating a pathway to discover new materials by processing all known data through various complex methods. The eventual identification of new materials could only be attributed to significant assistance, but that was due to the limited and erroneous data from academician Zhang's experiments. In contrast, academician Liu and his team had amassed hundreds of thousands of data sets, the volume of which was extraordinarily vast, even after compression, still exceeding 10 terabytes. With such a colossal data set, combined with the fact that academician Liu's laboratory gathered some of the most brilliant minds from the military, experimental errors were highly improbable. How could it be possible to discover the pathway for nanocoding through a mathematical model? While this news remained largely unknown to the outside world, it had stirred a significant uproar within the system. A certain department had recently approached Principal Hu to discreetly enhance Guo Hao's security measures. This indicated that Guo Hao had become a research seedling of considerable importance to higher authorities. Reflecting on this, Principal Hu felt a sense of nostalgia. He suddenly recalled Guo Hao's word from the previous year when discussing computational material science as the true future of material science. At that time, both Principal Hu and academician Zhang had not taken this matter seriously, as computational material science had not been thriving. This discipline had emerged alongside the development of computers in the 1970s and 1980s, enjoying a period of growth. Yet, Even into the early 21st century, it remained largely theoretical with few practical successes. Most regarded it merely as a theoretical guiding course, with scant individuals daring to apply it in laboratory settings or relying on data for experimentation. The reasons were simple. Precision was lacking. The emergence of new materials in material science often represented a chaotic process, one that data could not readily compute, and often left researchers bewildered as to why such changes occurred. Yet, changes did manifest. In such cases, how could data be employed for calculations? Moreover, the precision in reality and that in the mathematical realm might not align, as real-world precision could yield non-repeating decimals. In such circumstances, how should mathematics be calculated? This is the fundamental reason why most scientists remain skeptical about computational material science. The overwhelming consensus is that it cannot evolve into a mainstream discipline until a significant breakthrough occurs. Originally, academician Zhang Lei and his colleagues intended to persuade Guo Hao after he encountered a setback. However, to their astonishment, Guo Hao not only avoided such a setback, but also managed to carve out a unique path for himself, leaving many in awe. Guo Hao was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in President Huai's mind. At that moment, he had already arrived at the library, with no classes to attend. Shen Luoyan typically spent her free time in the library, as Guo Hao had noted from her schedule. Indeed, upon his arrival, he found Shen Luoyan seated in their usual spot. Beside her, Guo Hao's mathematics book lay prominently displayed, as she often occupied the seat with books he frequently read. It was heartwarming to see that even in his absence, Shen Luoyan continued this practice. A gentle wave of emotion washed over Guo Hao. Chapter 179. The beginning of the Chengdong University Student Mathematics Competition. He smiled softly and approached Shen Luoyan. "Excuse me, this seat is already taken," she instinctively remarked, sensing someone standing nearby. As she lifted her gaze, her eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing Guo Hao. "When did you return?" "Just now," he replied with a subtle smile. "I didn't tell you to create a surprise." With that, Guo Hao settled beside her. "So, have you missed me during these days?" He teased lightly, a playful banter he often shared with her, to which she usually responded with shyness, lowering her head. He cherished seeing her in that state. Yet, to his surprise, today Shen Luoyan did not shy away. Though her face flushed, she maintained her gaze on Guo Hao. "I have," she whispered, taken aback by her words. Guo Hao felt a momentary daze. "Let's not study today. How about we take a walk?" After a brief pause, he smiled at her. "Sounds good," she nodded. After putting their books away, they left the library and strolled leisurely through the campus, exchanging stories about recent events. Due to a confidentiality agreement, Guo Hao could not discuss his experiences at the military laboratory, so he focused on sharing lighter aspects of his life. Consequently, Shen Luoyan took the lead in the conversation, recounting her progress in studies over the past few weeks, her visit to the dynamics lab, and her improved relationships with her roommates. Previously, Guo Hao had spoken with Xiao Ping, helping to alleviate some of her concerns, which in turn restored normalcy to her interactions with her roommates. Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun had also taken Shen Luoyan and Xiao Ping out several times, exposing Shen Luoyan to a variety of new experiences. The atmosphere in the dormitory had become significantly more harmonious. Guo Hao listened patiently to these trivialities as they walked hand in hand, savoring the tranquility of their surroundings. After a lengthy conversation, they settled onto a bench by the lake, leaning against one another and feeling the rhythm of each other's hearts. Guo Hao's return to school had swiftly passed more than half a month. During this time, the most talked about subject was undoubtedly the Chun-Jingrun class, which had gained national recognition for its mission to cultivate high-caliber mathematical talents. With numerous academicians slated to teach, the program boasted an elevated status. Moreover, successful graduates from the Chun-Jingrun class would receive a prestigious joint diploma from Yen University in Yanhang. This announcement stirred widespread excitement across the country. Even more significantly, Yanhang had leveraged its autonomy in admissions to recruit students solely based on mathematics examinations, allowing first-year students from all universities to apply. This news became the most sensational topic throughout April, attracting countless mathematical prodigies eager to join, either for the reputable joint program or the unique opportunity to interact with esteemed academicians. Applications surged past 100,000 nationwide. Following a series of preliminary, semi-final, and final rounds, only about 30 mathematical geniuses were selected to join the Chun-Jingrun class, which was set to commence in mid-May. Guo Hao vaguely remembered the start date, but paid little attention to the details, as he was still focused on his main task. Furthermore, it had been some time since the system had assigned him a new task. Guo Hao speculated that perhaps only upon completing the main task would he receive further assignments. Hence, during this period, He diligently studied, occasionally attending a few of his favorite classes, and earnestly engaged with chemistry and physics courses in which he sought clarity. Then came May 8th, the commencement of the Qingdong University Student Mathematics Competition. As he had been recommended by Yin Heng, he was exempt from the preliminary round and advanced directly to the finals. Guo Hao entered the venue at Shuimu University alongside a throng of participants. The finals were well attended. He quickly located his name and took a seat. Soon, the questions were distributed. A mere glance at the paper confirmed to Guo Hao that the difficulty was even lower than the 2012 exam he had once encountered. He immediately set to work. His mathematical intuition was keen, allowing him to tackle such problems effortlessly. While other professors might require time to ponder, he did not. After swiftly scanning the questions, he instinctively arrived at the answers. As for the solution process, that was even simpler. Originally, the exam proctors had generously allotted 3 hours for the mathematics examination, anticipating that significant contemplation would be necessary. However, Guo Hao did not squander much time. He spent merely over 40 minutes, primarily on writing out the steps. Having completed both papers, he stood up and submitted them early. At that moment, the entire examination hall fell silent, all eyes turning to Guo Hao, filled with astonishment. Some participants instinctively glanced at the clock. Indeed, only 40 minutes had passed since the start of the exam. This was the finals, 3 hours allotted, and he had finished in just 40 minutes? Which school did this student come from? Had he given up? Most spectators harbored such thoughts, their expressions revealing confusion. The proctor, too, was momentarily taken aback. "Student, what are you doing?" "Submitting my paper," Guo Hao replied succinctly. "You still have time to think." The proctor's brow furrowed slightly. "There's no need. I'm leaving." With that, Guo Hao placed his exam paper in front of the proctor and turned to exit the examination hall. There is no point in wasting time here. Although this examination was linked to a system task, Guo Hao felt confident in his ability to tackle questions of this level. Watching Guo Hao's retreating figure, the proctor unconsciously glanced at the paper in his hands. Originally thought to be blank, to my astonishment, it was entirely filled. The proctor raised an eyebrow in surprise. As he continued to examine the paper, he discovered that it contained diligently answered questions. The proctor's eyes gradually revealed astonishment. How could this be possible? Chapter 180. Would you care to pursue a PhD at Harvard with me? At that moment of astonishment, another proctor on patrol approached, smiling as he inquired, "What is going on here? Take a look at this exam paper." The patrolling proctor glanced at the densely filled paper and was equally taken aback. Guo Hao exited the examination venue at Shuimu University, circumventing the throngs of media awaiting interviews at the front entrance. The Qingdong University math competition wields considerable influence in society, especially after 2 successful years, garnering significant national recognition. Engaging with the media felt like a waste of time, particularly since only 40 minutes had elapsed. Numerous outlets would likely seek to interview him. Thus, after leaving the venue, Guo Hao sought a quiet corner to slip away unnoticed. Wandering the campus of Shuimu University, Guo Hao could not help but admire the stunning environment of one of the most prestigious institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, far surpassing Yanhang. Truly, it was a place of wealth. As he strolled, lost in thought, a voice interrupted his reverie. "Excuse me, I find you somewhat familiar. May I ask your name?" A car had come to a slow stop beside him, and an elderly gentleman leaned out, gazing at Guo Hao. "May I inquire who you are?" Guo Hao replied, recognizing the face as vaguely familiar. "My name is Qingdong," the elder said with a slight smile, regarding Guo Hao. "Ah, it's Mr. Qiu." Guo Hao felt a flicker of surprise. "I'm Guo Hao. Indeed, it is you." Upon hearing Guo Hao's name, Qingdong's eyes lit up with excitement. "I noticed you from afar and had a feeling you looked familiar. I guess you must be Guo Hao. And here you are." That Mr. Qiu would recognize him was indeed an honor. Guo Hao mused internally, wondering if his fame had truly grown to such an extent that even Qingdong was familiar with him. "Ha!" Qingdong smiled gently. "I have read both of your papers. Your talent is evident. I even searched for your photo to verify, so it's no surprise that I recognize you. Is that so?" Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. "Would you accompany me to my office for a discussion?" Qingdong proposed, admiring Guo Hao. "Certainly," Guo Hao agreed, and the two soon found themselves in Qingdong's office. As Qingdong prepared tea for Guo Hao, he casually remarked, "You must be here to participate in the college math competition, correct?" Guo Hao nodded affirmatively. "I saw your name on the finals roster and knew it was you. I had intended to visit the examination room to see you, but you emerged faster than I anticipated. Fortunately, I encountered you on the way." "Mr. Qiu, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Guo Hao inquired curiously, sensing Qingdong's intent. "Haha, not much really. I simply wish to see what the most gifted mathematical genius in the Dragon Kingdom is like. Qiu Qingdong paused for effect, smiling at Guo Hao. Would you be interested in pursuing a PhD at Harvard? I can serve as your advocate, and you may choose your advisor freely. I can assist in any way. Upon hearing this proposition, Guo Hao was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he politely declined Qiu Qingdong's invitation. I appreciate your kind offer, Mr. Qiu, but I currently have no plans to study abroad. Qiu Qingdong's brow furrowed slightly at Guo Hao's response. Have you considered it further? With your exceptional talent in mathematics, you should explore the world. Academic pursuits thrive on external engagement. Harvard is a hub of brilliance, where you can connect with numerous top scholars. It would greatly benefit your growth. I must respectfully decline, Guo Hao said with a smile. Understanding the advantages of studying abroad and the immense benefits it could provide for his future, he was aware that academia should not be insular. The adage, the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with, rings true in scholarly pursuits as well. Thus, he reasoned that true geniuses must immerse themselves in a broader environment to unleash their full potential. Confining oneself to a small pond inevitably limits growth. Consequently, many domestic prodigies, especially those in foundational sciences, choose to study abroad once they reach a certain level. This is an inevitable choice. In institutions like Yin University and Shuimu, many students venture overseas each year, as the development of foundational disciplines domestically still lags behind Western nations. Very well. Qiu Qingdong sighed softly upon hearing Guo Hao's response. He regarded Guo Hao with a hint of regret. Your mathematical prowess is remarkable. And given that Yin Hang focuses primarily on military and aerospace disciplines, it may not be the best fit for you. How about this? Consider transferring to Shuimu University. I would be honored to be your mentor. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Qiu. But I'm already quite content with the Chun Jingrun program established by Yin University in Yinhang, which is dedicated to my development, Guo Hao replied resolutely. Yin University again. Qiu Qingdong's expression darkened slightly upon hearing Guo Hao's words. That lad Tiangang is one of my students. On a global scale, he is merely a second-rate mathematician. I am acutely aware of his capabilities. Guo Hao, you must think carefully. The individuals at Yin University will only hinder your growth. Their assistance is minimal. Their eagerness to bind you is solely due to your talent. It matters not. Guo Hao chuckled, fully aware of this reality. However, mathematics is different for me. While others may seek inspiration from their peers, I only need to enhance my mathematical skills and broaden my knowledge to solve many problems. To a certain extent, I am nearly independent of external influences. Thus, under the current circumstances, Guo Hao was reluctant to study abroad. Unlike most scholars and students of his era, he was a reincarnated individual, having witnessed the myriad flaws of the United States, particularly post-2018. In Guo Hao's perspective, despite the various issues within the Dragon Kingdom, it still surpassed the United States overall. Admittedly, the US currently holds a technological advantage over the Dragon Kingdom, but this edge is rapidly diminishing in favor of the latter. For someone like Guo Hao, who understood this trajectory, the allure of the United States was quite minimal, especially with the support of his system. Thus, Guo Hao had no intention of studying abroad. Although pursuing education overseas might currently seem like a favorable path, perhaps returning after 4 or 5 years adorned with accolades would allow him to thrive more effortlessly in the Dragon Kingdom. The present reality differed from that of the future. In today's Dragon Kingdom, a pervasive trend of admiration for foreign expertise lingered. A native scientist could not easily compete with an expert who had studied abroad. Many held a greater trust and preference for those who had ventured overseas for their education. This mindset persisted even in the later times. As the saying goes, an outsider's monk can chant scriptures. Reflecting on this, Guo Hao felt a tinge of melancholy. Nearby, Qiu Qingdong, upon hearing Guo Hao's response, displayed a hint of helplessness on his face. He genuinely believed in Guo Hao, this prodigious mathematical talent. Qiu had perused Guo Hao's 2 papers. While not of the highest caliber, they showcased remarkable insight and creativity, qualities that many mathematics professors would find challenging to possess, and Guo Hao was merely a freshman. The academic community abroad had even stirred with curiosity regarding Guo Hao, as many esteemed mathematicians found it incredulous that he was just a first-year student. There were countless mathematical prodigies, indeed, and it could even be said that they were abundant. Not to mention that at Guo Hao's tender age of 18, there existed many 16-year-old mathematical geniuses. Most of the elite mathematicians had begun to shine in their youth. Yet many of these exceptional talents had merely secured gold medals in international mathematics competitions. In contrast, Guo Hao had no prior mathematical background, had never participated in any competition, and possessed an unremarkable educational history. Yet, In the first half of his inaugural year at Yen University, he had already published 2 significant mathematical papers, an accomplishment that was nothing short of astonishing. Consequently, many foreign mathematical luminaries were intrigued by Guo Hao. Some even approached Xiao Changdong to inquire about him. It was through these inquiries that Xiao became aware of Guo Hao and subsequently read his papers, which left him equally astounded by Guo Hao's innate talent. This led to the invitation extended today. Whenever you change your mind, feel free to seek me out, Xiao Changdong earnestly remarked to Guo Hao. Thank you, Professor Qiu. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Following this, Xiao Qingdong shook his head with a hint of regret and began discussing the competition problems with Guo Hao. After a while, Xiao chuckled and shook his head. These problems may be a tad too simplistic for you. Guo Hao smiled, but remained silent. The two then delved into more profound topics. Among Xiao Qingdong's current research endeavors was an algorithm employing the merging count of computational random walks to predict the cooperation potential within various group structures. This merging count algorithm bore theoretical similarities to Guo Hao's earlier big data algorithm paper. Naturally, Guo Hao's algorithm had advanced further, yet Xiao Qingdong's was more intricate. Thus, they found common ground for discussion, with each drawing insights from the other. Quite remarkable indeed, Xiao Qingdong mused as he regarded Guo Hao. Your level is sufficient for a professorship in mathematics. Although your foundational knowledge and breadth may still require development, these can be remedied with time. I still have a long way to go, Professor Qiu. Guo Hao chuckled, undeterred by flattery. As a time traveler endowed with a formidable system, he considered these achievements merely fundamental operations. You're being overly modest, Xiao Chengdong countered, though he chose not to press further. The humility exhibited by most individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, especially those of merit, starkly contrasted with the foreign counterparts he encountered. After conversing a while longer and exchanging contact information, Guo Hao smiled at Xiao Qingdong. All right, Professor, I must take my leave. Very well. Do give my proposal some serious thought. One cannot cultivate true dragons in shallow waters. Professor Qiu earnestly advised Guo Hao. Indeed, I will give your proposal due consideration. Although Guo Hao had no intention of going to the United States, he refrained from dismissing Professor Qiu's perspective. The professor's profound knowledge and willingness to return and contribute to the mathematical landscape of the Dragon Kingdom earned Guo Hao's respect, surpassing many who blindly idolized foreign influences. All right, I respect your decision. With a slight sigh, Xiao Qingdong contemplated how a talent like Guo Hao could thrive at elite institutions such as Harvard. Yet he lamented the state of domestic education. In Xiao's view, the mathematical education within the Dragon Kingdom was inadequate, particularly in nurturing top-tier talents. He found it disheartening that institutions like Yen University, under the leadership of figures like Tian Gang, could be deemed the nation's premier mathematics academy. After exchanging farewells, Guo Hao departed from Xiao Qingdong's office without lingering around Shui Mu University. Upon exiting, he hailed a vehicle and returned straight to Yanhang, bypassing the dormitory and heading directly to the library. Weren't you at the competition? Shen Luoyan exclaimed, surprised to see Guo Hao suddenly beside her. I finished. I completed the problems in 40 minutes and just spent over an hour discussing with Professor Qiu before returning. Guo Hao replied. Oh, Shen Luoyan nodded, and the two resumed their studies. Guo Hao gradually relaxed his mind, continuing to delve into his books. The side quest had been accomplished, yet the main storyline still awaited further development. Chapter 182. Task completed. An academic milestone. In the ensuing days, Guo Hao reverted to his usual routine, attending classes and studying diligently. Meanwhile, the Chun Jingrun class was set to commence. A few days prior to its inauguration, Guo Hao received an email from Xiao Qingdong. The results for the student mathematics competition have been released, and you have single-handedly claimed all 6 gold medals. Upon reading Xiao Qingdong's message, Guo Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. The side task had indeed been fulfilled. That evening, the award ceremony for the Chun Jingrun student mathematics competition commenced. Guo Hao made his way to the Shui Mu University Convention Center to collect his accolades. After a lengthy series of formalities and speeches from various dignitaries, Guo Hao finally received his 6 gold medals. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification resonated in his ears. Ding! Host has successfully completed the task. Academic milestone. Participated in a prestigious competition and secured more than 3 gold medals. Host participated in the mathematics competition and ultimately garnered 6 gold medals, earning 20,000 mathematics experience points. Additionally, received 2 random draws. Hearing the system notification, Guo Hao's smile, which had faded due to the protracted award ceremony, returned with vigor. What a win! Although the award ceremony felt somewhat time-consuming, the 20,000 mathematics experience points and 2 random draws were undeniably enticing. Guo Hao's spirits lifted considerably. As the ceremony concluded, without waiting for anyone to process the events, Guo Hao swiftly bid farewell to Professor Qiu and the president of Xuemu University, exiting the venue and evading the media who had come to interview him. Watching Guo Hao's retreating figure, they were left astounded. At that moment, the president of Xuemu University expressed a hint of nostalgia. Mr. Qiu, have you ever considered taking him as a student? The president hesitated briefly, casting a glance at Qiu Qingdong. I have. Qiu Qingdong smiled, though his expression quickly shifted to one of bittersweet reflection. Unfortunately, he does not hold me in high regard. Huh? The president of Xuemu University was visibly taken aback, staring incredulously at Qiu Qingdong. He doesn't even regard you with esteem? Given your esteemed position in the field of mathematics, you are undoubtedly among the elite. His aspirations lie elsewhere, Qiu Qingdong remarked with a wistful shake of his head. On the day the mathematics competition concluded, I encountered this young fellow and engaged him in conversation in my office. This young man possesses genuine brilliance and innate talent. With a mathematical prowess, I envisioned him pursuing a Ph.D. at Harvard, where I would have gladly served as his advocate and recommender, enabling him to choose from among all the esteemed professors there. And then, the president inquired, a flicker of curiosity in his gaze as he regarded Qiu Qingdong. He declined. Qiu Qingdong replied with a rueful smile. He seems quite content with his current situation. With his talents, attending Harvard would undoubtedly allow him to fully unleash his potential. And his future prospects are boundless. Even if he later chooses to return to his homeland, it would not pose any issue. The pursuit of education abroad does not inherently conflict with patriotism. Such a pity. As he spoke, Qiu Qingdong let out a soft sigh. Perhaps he simply has yet to come to terms with it. In time, I believe Guo Hao will come to a realization. Perhaps, Qiu Qingdong acknowledged, shaking his head. That same day, news spread rapidly about Qiu Qingdong's student sweeping all the gold medals in the university mathematics competition. The name Guo Hao became widely recognized. On platforms such as Weibo and Tieba, news of Guo Hao's triumph in claiming all the gold medals soared to the trending charts. I told you, Hao Shun is truly invincible. It appears he has indeed proven himself, and it's not merely a case of idolization. Haha, you are too naive. Perhaps it's just to enhance memory. Fools, that was Qiu Qingdong's university mathematics competition. Do you even understand Mr. Qiu's status? Exactly. If there were any underhanded dealings, Mr. Qiu would be the first to object. What do you think his purpose in organizing this competition was? Debate raged online. Believers would continue to believe, while skeptics would always find countless excuses to support their views. When Guo Hao returned to his dormitory with his gold medals, he found the three roommates gathered around their phones, engrossed in the news. As Guo Hao entered, they simultaneously lifted their heads. What's going on? Guo Hao asked, puzzled by their expressions. How go? You went to collect the award without even informing us, your brothers? Ma Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Guo Hao. Exactly. You didn't even mention participating in such an important competition? Li Ming added, his expression equally displeased. How good, you are incredible. You managed to win all 6 gold medals. Li Wei gazed at Guo Hao in admiration, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Guo Hao felt a bit exasperated as he surveyed his friend's varied reactions. It's not a big deal. I've already published 2 pure mathematics papers in top-tier journals. Each one of those is far more impressive than these medals. Besides, I only spent 40 minutes on the exam before leaving the venue. What's there to know? This was merely a task assigned to me by Professor Huang. Guo Hao shrugged. It's nothing to write home about. Ma Xian and Li Ming fell silent. Hao Gu is truly remarkable. Li Wei's eyes gleamed with admiration as he looked at Guo Hao, his veneration intensifying. Hao Gu, I've noticed your flair for showing off has reached new heights. After a moment of silence, Ma Xian remarked wistfully, Hao Gu, you need not state so plainly that we are not on the same level. Li Ming echoed the sentiment, casting a forlorn gaze at Guo Hao. Guo Hao was a loss for words. All right, take a look at these little trinkets, the medals, go ahead. Guo Hao lifted the 6 gold medals in his hand. The 3 quickly gathered around him, eyes shining as they began to examine the medals. Oh yeah, can I borrow this medal to show off? Ma Xian asked, visibly excited. Later, I still need to show these medals to Luo Yan. If she wants one, I'll have to give it to her, Guo Hao replied with a shrug. Come on, you are putting your romantic interests above your friends. Ma Xian rolled his eyes at Guo Hao. I've been defending you online, praising your achievements. Chapter 183, Substantial Prize Money. What can I say? Guo Hao chuckled lightly. All right, go show it to your girlfriend. Ma Xian retorted, his tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. They didn't envy Guo Hao's accomplishments. After all, they were well aware of how hard he had worked throughout his freshman year. It was only natural for him to reap rewards for his efforts. What truly stirred jealousy among Ma Xian and the others was Shen Luoyan. Her exceptional qualities were evident to anyone with eyes. The crucial factor was that her heart was entirely devoted to Guo Hao. This only intensified their envy. After nearly a year of university, they had yet to find partners, let alone someone as remarkable as Shen Luoyan. Guo Hao smiled at Ma Xian and Li Ming. Let us go. Li Ming and Ma Xian gazed at Guo Hao with envy. You, always flaunting it in front of us. One day, I'll find a girlfriend and parade her in front of you. Ha ha ha. I'll be waiting for that day. Guo Hao laughed as he looked at Ma Xian. With that, Guo Hao grabbed a bag from his seat and casually stuffed the medals inside. Isn't that a bit casual? You were just going to toss those medals in like that? Ma Xian exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. These are high-value honors. Gold medals from the Chiu competition. Or else, should I wear them around my neck while walking outside? That would be absurd. Guo Hao Juko, at the sing ma sin. All right, fellas, I'm off. Go on. Li Ming nudda. Good be, ho ye. Li Wei quickly added. Guo Hao smiled and turned to leave the dormitory. Watching Guo Hao's retreating figure, Ma Xian felt a surge of envy. I really envy him. Hao Ge is effortlessly charming. What? You want to be that charming too? Li Ming shot Maxina glance. Of course. Who would want to be as cool as Hao Ge? He just tosses those Chiu competition medals into his bag without a care. Ma sin zima nvoc li. All right then, let us head to the library. Li Ming declared. Really? Minga Xen Ge? Let us go to the library together. Li Wei chimed in, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Ma Xian hesitated for a moment. Maybe it's best to skip it. I knew you'd say that. Li Ming rolled his eyes at Ma Xian. With that, Li Ming returned to his seat. Li Wei, somewhat disappointed, also returned to his place to continue studying. Ma Xin Su. The admiration that once filled Ma Xian's heart for Guo Hao gradually began to wane. Although he envied Guo Hao's carefree demeanor, the thought of spending every day in the library poring over books, returning to the dormitory only to continue his studies, and waking up each morning to the same routine was, upon reflection, quite terrifying. He would much rather indulge in a game of Diablo. With this thought in mind, Ma Xian hurried back to his seat and opened his computer. Let me show you something. Guo Hao sat down beside Shen Luoyan and opened his backpack. A gold medal? Shen Luoyan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the contents of the backpack, her eyes soon sparkling with delight. Is this from the Chiu Chantong University Mathematics Competition? Indeed. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Do you like it? It's all yours. No, thank you. Shen Luoyan shook her head. While I am genuinely pleased by your achievement, I have no interest in the medal itself. At her words, Guo Hao smiled, ready to respond, when his phone vibrated. I need to take this call, he said to Shen Luoyan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Guo Hao walked into the library's soundproof room and answered the call. Guo Hao, are you busy? General Wang? Guo Hao was slightly taken aback. It's me. General Wang replied with a hearty laugh. I just wanted to remind you to check your bank account. Your prize money has been distributed. It's not a large sum, but it is a token of recognition for your efforts. Do take a look. All right, thank you. Guo Hao nodded. It had been nearly a month since the event, and the prize money had only just arrived. However, this was to be expected. Funds within the system often required extensive bureaucratic processes for approval. For more significant amounts, exceptions might be made, but smaller prizes typically faced more scrutiny. It was not unusual for the bonuses awarded at the beginning of the year to be processed by year's end. I've heard that you've secured all 6 gold medals at the Chiu Chantong University Mathematics Competition. Congratulations. General Wang praised him. Thank you. But it's merely a minor award, not worth mentioning, Guo Hao replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. Indeed, for someone of your caliber, the University Mathematics Competition is merely a small contest. You should be competing against the world's finest young talents. General Wang concurred. Guo Hao was momentarily speechless. Well, if you keep praising me like this, I might just float away. Such compliments are merely the truth. After chatting for a while longer, Guo Hao hung up and glanced at his phone. He indeed found a message from Agricultural Bank. At 3:27 p.m., received 1,000,000 yuan. Guo Hao stared in astonishment at the figure before him. He had expected the bonus to be in the tens of thousands, at most 100,000. Yet here it was, an astonishing 1 million. It was well known that bonuses within the system were generally awarded with caution. Even prestigious national awards like the Hua Logging Prize typically offered only a few tens of thousands. However, reflecting on it, Guo Hao came to understand that this substantial award was likely a form of compensation for his remarkable achievement, which, due to its association with classified data, may never see the light of day. He chuckled to himself, considering it a fortunate outcome. Putting his phone away, Guo Hao returned to Shen Luoyan's side. She merely glanced at him without asking questions, as she was not one to pry. She trusted that Guo Hao would share important matters with her in due time. Given the sensitive nature of the call involving General Wang, Guo Hao chose not to elaborate. At last, with a moment of respite, Guo Hao settled back into his seat, closed his eyes, and initiated a random draw. Chapter 184, Weapon Module. Ding! Congratulations, user, you have successfully drawn Weapon Module. What is this? Guo Hao was taken aback. He quickly opened the system interface and searched for the item in his temporary storage. The system warehouse was merely a temporary holding space. Guo Hao could not store items there permanently. Only items he had drawn from the system shop and had yet to extract were kept in this temporary warehouse, where he could see their descriptions. Before long, Guo Hao located the recently drawn weapon module. Weapon module, a micromodular weapon that can be installed on compatible robots or mechanical constructs, bestowing offensive capabilities upon them. Robots? Mechanical constructs? The description sparked a thought in Guo Hao's mind. Could this weapon module be affixed to his micro-robot? It might indeed be possible, but how much combat capability would a micro-robot possess after such an installation? It was hard to say. Guo Hao shook his head in resignation. While this item could be entertaining, its practical utility was questionable. Closing the system screen, he continued with the random draw, silently wishing for good fortune. Ding! Congratulations, user. You have successfully drawn Stimulant X1. Guo Hao. Well, it seems my luck today is rather poor. A stimulant? This is something abundantly available on Earth. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Guo Hao opened the system warehouse to check the stimulant's description. Stimulant. Duration 12 hours. During this time, the user's brain cell activity will reach 300 of normal levels. After the effect wears off, the user will fall into a state of chaos for 24 hours. This is essentially an enhanced version of an energy potion. Guo Hao gazed at the stimulant's description with mild exasperation. However, the 300 increase in brain cell activity far surpassed that of a regular energy potion. Moreover, the 12-hour duration could prove invaluable in certain special circumstances in the future. It was a decent consolation, he mused. After completing the draw, Guo Hao mentally closed the system page, gathered his thoughts, and resumed his studies. Shen Luoyin cast a glance at Guo Hao, having noticed his earlier moment of stillness. She had grown accustomed to this. Guo Hao often found himself in such reflective states. Online, discussions about Guo Hao's 6th gold medal triumph at the Chiao-Chantong University mathematics competition stirred up considerable attention. Yet in reality, only a handful of students from Yanhang and Yin University seemed particularly invested. Most people remained focused on their own lives, understanding that while the exceptional had their own realms, they too had their own pursuits. After all, even if someone was remarkable, they still wished to enjoy their games. Didn't they? Furthermore, Guo Hao had declined all media interviews. Numerous major outlets had sought to interview him, including top-tier media like the People's Daily. But he had turned them all down. For Guo Hao, the ensuing hype held no significance in the tranquil flow of his daily life. In the Chun Jingrun class, the course has successfully commenced at Yanhang. On the day of the inauguration, leaders from both Yanhang and Yin University were in attendance, underscoring the significance of this collaboration. Following a lengthy series of opening addresses, Guo Hao was appointed as the speaker and ascended the podium. All the leaders from the two institutions turned their attention towards him. A collective gaze fixed upon the prodigious Guo Hao. President Wang of Yin University smiled faintly and turned to Tiangang beside him, inquiring, "Is this indeed him?" It is Tiangang nodded affirmatively. "Your judgment of character is never flawed. I trust you." President Wang responded with a grin. "Though he possesses a somewhat haughty demeanor, despite your persistent efforts, this young man remains steadfast. It is quite remarkable that you have managed to engage him in this manner. I am curious. Do you truly hold him in such high regard?" President Wang gazed inquisitively at Tiangang. "After all, you did not bestow such attention upon Su Qinyang or Zhang Wei, did you? Is he truly that exceptional?" Recently appointed as the president of Yin University, an expert in condensed matter physics, President Wang had mostly occupied himself within the confines of his laboratory during his tenure as vice president. Although he had heard of Guo Hao's renown, he had yet to peruse any of his papers, as Guo Hao's works were predominantly situated within the realm of pure mathematics, a field that most scholars, including himself, tended to overlook in favor of their own disciplines. "He is different." Tiangang shook his head. Looking earnestly at President Wang, he asserted, "I am not jesting when I say that if Guo Hao were willing to join Yin University, it would mark a pivotal opportunity for us to establish a world-class mathematics academy." Such potential? President Wang was taken aback, his expression revealing surprise as he regarded Tiangang. "For what I have observed thus far, it is indeed the case. Tian Gang's eyes glimmered with conviction. The president should certainly review Guo Hao's papers. I believe you will glean valuable insights from them. With a slight smile, Tian Gang added, then I shall make it a point to study them thoroughly. President Wang's demeanor grew considerably serious. Meanwhile, Guo Hao concluded his speech. It must be said his oratory skills proved quite advantageous. Stepping onto the stage without any prepared remarks, he managed to articulate his thoughts eloquently, rendering them as compelling as they were insightful. Quite impressive indeed. Guo Hao felt a sense of satisfaction as he contemplated slipping away. Guo Hao, is it? A sudden voice called out to him. May I inquire who you are? Guo Hao responded, observing a young man in a blue jacket with a somewhat disheveled appearance. I am Su Qinyang. You must have heard of my name, he replied with a slight smile. Ah, Professor Su. What a pleasure, Guo Hao acknowledged with a nod. I have read your paper. It is exceptionally well crafted. Su Qinyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Guo Hao. However, I have a few questions. Could we discuss them briefly? Guo Hao was about to respond when Tian Gang approached with a man whom Guo Hao found unfamiliar. Guo Hao, my young friend, Tian Gang called out. Director Tian. Guo Hao acknowledged, turning towards him. Director Tian, President Wang. At this moment, Su Qinyang noticed the approach of Director Tian and President Wang, and he too greeted them. President Wang? Guo Hao expressed mild surprise, having heard the recent change in leadership at Yin University. He did not expect them to seek him out at this juncture. Guo Hao, President Wang said, a smile gracing his face as he addressed him. Greetings, President Wang. Guo Hao replied respectfully yet firmly. I merely wish to commend you on your recent speech. It was quite remarkable, resonating deeply and elucidating many profound truths. I hadn't anticipated that you were not only a mathematical prodigy, but also possessed such eloquence in the humanities. President Wang regarded Guo Hao with satisfaction. It was merely average. Guo Hao humbly replied. Just as President Wang was about to say more, Guo Hao interjected, President Wang, Director Tian, Professor Su, I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave for now. We shall converse later. With that, Guo Hao swiftly departed, leaving the three men in a state of mutual bewilderment. Truthfully, had the Guo Hao of his former life encountered a figure of such stature as President Wang of Yin University, he would have undoubtedly lingered for further conversation. For engaging with such a prominent individual would be a considerable honor and potentially advantageous. However, the Guo Hao of this life had grown weary of that sensation. The implicit need to curry favor, as if reliant on the light of others. In his previous existence, he was a mere footnote, necessitating the illumination of others. Yet in this life, he no longer required that. Standing alongside such illustrious figures, unless they were familiar acquaintances, Guo Hao would inevitably feel a degree of discomfort. Thus, he chose to make his exit. President Wang gazed in astonishment at Guo Hao's retreating figure, a wry smile creeping across his face as he turned to Tian Gang. This young man, Guo Hao, truly possesses a unique character, President Wang remarked with a hint of amusement. Indeed, Tian Gang replied with a tinge of resignation. Geniuses often exhibit peculiar traits. Meanwhile, Su Qinyang remained silent, feeling a twinge of discontent. He had hoped for a more in-depth discussion with Guo Hao, only for the moment to be interrupted by the arrival of President Wang and Director Tian, prompting Guo Hao's abrupt departure. Gentlemen, I too must take my leave, Su Qinyang said to the two men before turning away. Watching Su Qinyang's retreat, President Wang and Director Tian exchanged a look of shared disbelief. Upon leaving the venue, Guo Hao returned to the library. As he anticipated, Shen Luoyin was absent, for he had checked her class schedule and noted that she was likely engaged in a lecture at this hour. Today was her specialized course, and her schedule was fully booked. Unperturbed, Guo Hao settled into his usual secluded spot. After placing his books down, he did not rush to study. Instead, he slowly opened his palm, and 10 miniature robots, each the size of sesame seed, swiftly flew into his hand, swirling around it. Recently, Guo Hao had tinkered with these tiny machines, integrating a weapon module into each. This module was unlike any conventional weapon he had envisioned. Rather, it resembled a transparent crystal, akin to software, or perhaps a chip. It was somewhat different, yet fundamentally similar. Moreover, the method of integration was astonishingly unconventional, diverging entirely from the depictions in most science fiction narratives. The crystal had melted, and, following a preordained program, the liquid had infused these miniature robots. These crystals appeared to possess memory modules. The 10 miniature robots now, in Guo Hao's grasp, were entirely transformed. They exhibited an extraordinary ability to alter their shape, as their material properties seemed to have fundamentally changed. They could restructure themselves into sharp, needle-like weapons in a matter of moments. Their acceleration could reach 10 times the speed of sound, and due to their diminutive size, they experienced virtually no air resistance, producing no discernible sound. Under such circumstances, these miniature robots could pierce through an adversary's body in an instant. Moreover, following Guo Hao's directives, the miniature robots would deploy biological viruses, corrosive liquids, or anesthetic agents within the enemy's corporeal form, all of which are capabilities inherently integrated into the weapon module. The potency of this weapon module far exceeded Guo Hao's expectations. Initially, the 10 microbots in his possession served merely as reconnaissance tools, aiding him in gathering intelligence or functioning as a computer in urgent circumstances. However, the scenario has drastically transformed. Upon integrating the weapon module, these 10 robots have metamorphosed into Guo Hao's most formidable arsenal, far surpassing his imagination. It even evokes the sensation reminiscent of wielding magical artifacts found in certain novels he had read. Perhaps the culmination of science and metaphysics is intrinsically aligned. Guo Hao pondered thoughtfully. After playing with the microbots for a while, a subtle inclination of his mind caused them to stealthily conceal themselves amidst his hair, rendering them nearly invisible. He resumed his reading. Much later, Shun Luoyan arrived at the library. Upon noticing Guo Hao engrossed in his studies, she refrained from disturbing him and instead settled nearby to read on her own. This young woman epitomized self-discipline, her earnest approach to learning rivaling that of Guo Hao. Notably, she lacked any systematic aids or distractions that might entice Guo Hao to study. Her discipline was pure and exceedingly rigorous. Without such extreme self-discipline, she would have found it impossible to achieve the distinction of being the top student in Jiangxi province. Soon, she too became absorbed in her studies. The library was enveloped in silence, with everyone dedicated to their academic pursuits. With the commencement of the Chonjingrun class, Guo Hao's academic obligations intensified, compelling him to navigate through specialized courses in materials engineering alongside pivotal classes in the Chonjingrun program. Although industrious, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Concurrently, Shun Luoyan became exceedingly occupied as well, having been selected by a professor for an internship in their aircraft propulsion laboratory due to her outstanding academic performance. During these busy days, their paths rarely crossed during daylight hours as they traversed various locations, only to reunite in the library for a brief study session in the evenings. Following the library's closing, Guo Hao would escort Shun Luoyan back to her dormitory. Chapter 186, Shipping CP. Before long, the end of the semester had arrived. In the laboratory of academician Jiang Lei, the atmosphere was bustling. Yes, hold the level properly. Over there, pass me the beaker. Yes, just like that. Zhao Yang observed Guo Hao successfully completing the experimental procedures, a look of satisfaction dawning upon his face. Well done, Junior. Your experimental skills are becoming increasingly proficient. You possess a remarkable talent. Guo Hao chuckled wryly. This task is truly not suited for me. My patience is adequate, yet my hands are somewhat clumsy. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yang patakawes solder reassuringly. What's the big deal? With your theoretical aptitude, you should immerse yourself in theoretical research. If your experimental skills falter, simply enlist someone proficient to handle it. After all, individuals skilled in experimentation are abundant, but theoretical prodigies like you are rare gems. As he spoke, Zhao Yang cast an envious glance at Guo Hao. I wouldn't quite call myself a theoretical prodigy. Guo Hao chuckled, shaking his head in humility. He maintained a clear understanding of his current capabilities, recognizing himself as part of a competent cohort among the more distinguished young talents. However, to label himself as a prodigy would be an overstatement. During this period, aside from diligently studying the main curriculum, Guo Hao also perused acclaimed academic papers in physics and chemistry, particularly those with high citation counts. Upon reading them, he was left in awe. Incredible. The ideas and inspirations seem to descend from the heavens, and the content of the papers is exceptionally intricate. To Guo Hao, that was the true essence of prodigy. His own 2 mathematical papers were commendable, yet merely adequate. Moreover, his first paper had involved a minor act of academic dishonesty, utilizing an algorithm derived from the system's enhancements, thus not representing his own innovation. Hence, Guo Hao retained a clear self-awareness. You are too modest, Zhao Yang remarked, observing Guo Hao with a smile. Not at all. I speak only the truth. By the way, Senior, regarding the metal plate ionization experiment, how? At that moment, academician Jiang Lei happened to enter the laboratory. Professor. The students in the laboratory greeted him in unison. Jiang Lei smiled slightly. All is well. Yes, the experimental progress is on track. Zhao Yang nodded in agreement with a smile. Academician Jiang Lei's gaze shifted towards Guo Hao. Guo Hao, this evening I would like you to join me for a banquet celebrating our recent experimental success. Do ensure to dress formally. Jiang Lei said with a smile to Guo Hao. Upon hearing Jiang Lei's words, Guo Hao's expression transformed, a spark of delight illuminating his eyes as he eagerly inquired. Has it been successfully created? Indeed, it has been successfully created, Jiang Lei affirmed, his face beaming with joy. The other students in the lab, however, appeared perplexed. Professor, what riddle are you playing with the junior? What has been created? Yin Yuting asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Ha ha ha. This I cannot divulge just yet, Zhang Lei responded, his smile infectious, clearly in high spirits. Well, if that is the case, it must be classified. Wang Jian chimed in, shrugging his shoulders in understanding and refraining from further inquiries. Guo Hao felt an exhilarating thrill within. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he turned to academician Jiang Lei. Professor, regarding the banquet, may I bring a guest? Upon hearing Guo Hao's question, the senior students around them fixed their eager gazes on Jiang Lei, who paused for a moment before quickly regaining composure. You wish to bring your little girlfriend? Jiang Lei inquired with a smile, observing Guo Hao's reaction. Guo Hao nodded, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. I hadn't anticipated you had heard about her. Of course. Zhang Lei chuckled. The name Yin Hang's divine couple has reached even my ears. Your companion, while perhaps not at your level, is certainly among the top students of this cohort, talented and diligent. Many of my old colleagues hold her in high regard. Guo Hao was taken aback. He had not realized that Shen Luoyin had garnered such recognition in the academic circles of Yin Hang. As a freshman, she had already achieved such a level of acclaim. It was important to note that unlike him, she lacked any systematic advantages. Everything she had accomplished was through her own relentless effort. Had he been without his system, he might never have been able to keep pace with her. Reflecting on this, Guo Hao felt a pang of sentiment. Bringing a guest would pose no issue, especially since the celebration was not classified, and considering the young lady's status, she was indeed qualified to be involved. Jiang Lei smiled gently at Guo Hao. Very well. Thank you, Professor. Guo Hao nodded, a hint of excitement bubbling within him. Then, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Remember to wear formal attire this evening. Jiang Lei reminded him, smiling. Understood. Guo Hao acknowledged, before departing the laboratory. At this moment, Shen Luoyin was not in the library as she was attending class. However, Guo Hao had his own means. He directly made his way to the classroom where Shen Luoyin was. It was a class on Chinese modern literature, and unlike Guo Hao, Shen Luoyin attended nearly all her classes, diligently completing every assignment and task assigned by her teachers. She was the quintessential model student that educators adored. The class was a large one, and Guo Hao entered through the back door without disturbing anyone. Fortunately, Shen Luoyin was not seated at the front. Guo Hao, what brings you here? Zhao Yu, who was sitting next to Shen Luoyin and engrossed in her phone, looked at Guo Hao in surprise and lowered her voice to ask, Could you make some room for me, beautiful? Guo Hao replied with a slight smile. Oh, sure. Zhao Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of excitement as she observed Guo Hao and Shen Luoyin. Shen Luoyin, who had been attentively listening to the lecture, now turned to Guo Hao with a look of surprise. Guo Hao took a seat beside her. What are you doing here? Shen Luoyin inquired with a hint of curiosity. I'm here to see you. Guo Hao responded with a gentle smile. Wow. Zhao Yu was nearly beside herself with excitement, feeling as if she were watching a romantic drama unfold before her very eyes. Looking for me? Aren't we together every day? Is there something special? Shen Luoyin queried, somewhat perplexed by Guo Hao's presence. Come with me, Guo Hao said with a smile. But I'm still in class. Where are we going? Shen Luoyin asked. Her eyes filled with hesitation as she looked at Guo Hao, puzzled. Wow. Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun were practically swooning over the budding romance, their eyes sparkling as they watched Guo Hao and Shen Luoyin. I'm taking you somewhere to surprise you. Come on. It's just a class on Chinese modern literature. You already know all this stuff. It's not important. Let's go. Guo Hao urged with a smile. Well, Shen Luoyin glanced at the teacher who was still lecturing, then back at Guo Hao. After a moment's hesitation, she finally said, All right, let's go. It was clear that she had mentally prepared herself for this spontaneous decision in a remarkably short time. Guo Hao smiled at her, pleased. Let us go. With that, Guo Hao quietly led Shen Luoyin out through the back door of the classroom. Many students turned their gazes toward them, yet the majority remained engrossed in their own activities. After all, the class was a general one, attended by several different cohorts of students who were mostly unfamiliar with one another. Moreover, during the break, there were quite a few students leaving through the back of the classroom. Only a few recognized Guo Hao, which garnered him a bit more attention. As they exited the classroom, Shen Luoyin still appeared somewhat uncertain. Guo Hao smiled at her. Is this your first time skipping class? Shen Luoyin nodded. What is this all about? Shen Luoyin asked, still perplexed. Of course, it's something important. Let us go. You should also take the afternoon off from your major class. I'll take you shopping later, Guo Hao replied with a grin. Huh, but I have my major class in the afternoon. Relax. It's just one class. With your proficiency, missing one session won't matter. I need you to accompany me to a significant evening banquet later. Today, we'll pick out a dress for the event, Guo Hao said earnestly, looking directly at Shen Luoyan. For the banquet as my girlfriend. Oh. Shen Luoyan's face flushed instantly. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Guo Hao teased as he looked at her. No. Let us go request a leave. Shen Luoyan nodded. Guo Hao led Shen Luoyan to find her academic advisor, Zhou Sun, a master student who had remained at the university. After hearing Guo Hao's request, Zhou Sun readily approved the leave. I've heard that you two are the legendary couple of our university. Seeing you now, it's evident you are indeed a match made in heaven, both in beauty and talent, Zhou Sun remarked, his gaze sweeping over Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan with a smile. Shen Luoyan's cheeks turned crimson. Accompanying Guo Hao to meet the advisor felt akin to meeting the parents. Especially when Zhou Sun made that remark. She felt shy. Guo Hao, on the other hand, wore a broad smile. Your praise is too much. Luoyan is stunning and exceptionally talented. She is a fairy, and I'm merely an ordinary person. It's more fitting to say, she is the seven fairies paired with Dong Yong. Guo Hao chuckled. Zhou Sun laughed heartily at Guo Hao's words. I've heard from Lao Wang that you possess extraordinary talent, but your humility is a bit excessive. Guo Hao smiled and remained silent. All right, you two go on your date. I'll handle the class matters for this afternoon, Zhou Sun said, smiling at them. Thank you, teacher, Guo Hao quickly replied. With that, Guo Hao took Shen Luoyan's hand and left. As they departed, Zhou Sun's smile lingered. Guo Hao's future appeared bright, and Shen Luoyan's prospects were similarly promising. Both of them were destined to become figures of prominence. Given Zhou Sun's understanding of Guo Hao, it was even possible he could become an academician. Associating with such individuals only brings benefits, never drawbacks. As Guo Hao held Shen Luoyan's hand, they strolled along the paths of Yan'an. They soon hailed a taxi. We've been in Beijing for quite some time, and I haven't taken you out to explore the city properly. Since we're out shopping today, I'll show you around. That is fine, but is it really necessary to rent a taxi? It seems rather expensive. Shen Luoyan frowned slightly, hesitating before looking at Guo Hao. We could take the bus. Before Shen Luoyan could finish her sentence, Guo Hao pulled out his phone and flashed a bank transfer notification of 1 million yuan in front of her. 1 million? What is this? Shen Luoyan exclaimed in astonishment. Not afraid now, are you? Your man is quite adept at making money. Let us go. I'll explain about this money on the way. Guo Hao laughed as he pulled Shen Luoyan into the car. Beijing boasts numerous attractions, and Guo Hao guided Shen Luoyan to visit them one by one. At noon, he took her to see Ji Ming Fu for Peking duck. In the afternoon, they continued to explore the Forbidden City before heading to Wangfujing. Along the way, Guo Hao shared what he could about the origins of the money without breaching any confidential matters. This place is too expensive. Let us find somewhere else, Shen Luoyan said, gazing at the upscale commercial district of Wangfujing with a look of hesitation. It's all right. Money is meant to be spent, Guo Hao replied nonchalantly, unconcerned about the cost. He had amassed a fortune in Bitcoin, now worth over 100 million. At Wangfujing, the two browsed through various shops until Guo Hao finally selected a formal wear store. The moment Shen Luoyan donned the evening gown, Guo Hao was struck with awe. Wow, you look absolutely stunning. How do I look? Is it pretty? Shen Luoyan, feeling bold, posed gracefully for Guo Hao. Beautiful, Guo Hao affirmed, nodding enthusiastically. Although the gown enveloped Shen Luoyan modestly, it accentuated her elegance and grace, enhanced by her scholarly demeanor. Boss, I'll take this one. How much is it? Without a moment's hesitation, Guo Hao addressed the shopkeeper. 180,000. Will you be paying in cash or by card? Card. Please. One moment. At that moment, Shen Luoyan, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the figure. She approached Guo Hao, exclaiming, Isn't that rather exorbitant? Guo Hao, with a tender gaze, replied, Not at all. It's not expensive in the slightest. As long as it suits you, I wouldn't hesitate to spend 180,000. Let alone 18. Chapter 188. Special Commendation? Shen Luoyan still harbored some doubts. By this time, the attendant had already brought over the POS machine, and Guo Hao proceeded to make the payment. Once the transaction was complete, with Shen Luoyan's assistance, he purchased a suit for himself. At 13,000. This was the first time in both his past and present life that Guo Hao had invested in such an expensive suit. Yet, it must be said that a costly suit truly justified its price, fitting exceptionally well. Shen Luoyan meticulously adjusted the collar's details and softly remarked, Isn't this a bit extravagant? Besides, it feels rather ostentatious. Your total bonus is merely 1 million, and we've already spent 30,000 on just 2 pieces of clothing. A twinge of concern crossed her face. Having lived with her grandparents since childhood, Shen Luoyan understood well the value of money and felt somewhat hesitant about Guo Hao's spending habits. Rest assured, I can earn it back. This amount is trivial. You should acclimate to this lifestyle, Guo Hao said with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Luoyan nodded, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. She believed in Guo Hao's capabilities and trusted every word he spoke. After their shopping excursion, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. General Wang had informed Guo Hao earlier that Su Yuan would be in touch to pick him up. Just then, Su Yuan called to inquire about Guo Hao and the others' whereabouts. Guo Hao did not have to wait long. A military jeep soon halted before him and Shen Luoyan. Su Yuan stepped out of the vehicle and saluted Guo Hao, stating, "Mr. Guo, I am here to escort you. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Su." Guo Hao replied with a smile. "Not at all." Su Yuan promptly opened the car door for Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan. They entered the military vehicle, dressed in their formal attire, hand in hand. Passers-by in Wang Fujing cast curious glances at the couple and the military vehicle. Those with discerning eyes noticed something amiss with the Jeep's license plate, whispering to themselves, which wealthy scion is out to impress girls in a military vehicle? However, most people paid little heed, for anything could appear in Wang Fujing. As they drove, Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan soon arrived at a magnificent Sihiyuan, where guards stood at the entrance. The Jeep drove into the courtyard. Upon disembarking, Guo Hao was greeted by Academician Lu, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he called out, "Guo Hao." Approaching Guo Hao, Lu's gaze quickly fell upon the stunning Shen Luoyan, leaving him momentarily awestruck. "And this is?" he inquired curiously. "Shen Luoyan, my girlfriend," Guo Hao replied with a smile. "Hello." Lu greeted Shen Luoyan warmly. "Luoyan, this is the Academician Lu I mentioned to you," Guo Hao added. "Nice to meet you, Academician Lu." They exchanged a brief handshake. At that moment, Lu shifted his gaze back to Guo Hao, his eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. "Guo Hao, a high-ranking official is coming today. I hear they wish to commend you personally." "Really?" Guo Hao expressed mild surprise. While he was not shocked that a high-ranking official would visit, he was astonished that his contributions had reached such heights of recognition. Logically, although he had made some contributions, they were merely a small part of a much larger project. The thought of a high-ranking official honoring him was indeed surprising. "Ha ha ha, you absolutely deserve it," Lu said, his expression filled with admiration as he regarded Guo Hao. "Without you, this experiment could have lingered unresolved for an indefinite period. If we couldn't resolve this matter, the entire project would have been nearly impossible to complete. Our segment is a crucial link in the entire engineering process, and what you've accomplished is paramount to this experiment. Furthermore, considering your youth, it's only natural that the high-ranking official has heard of you. Don't be anxious. They're quite amiable," Lu reassured Guo Hao with a smile. "I'm not anxious," Guo Hao responded, while Shen Luoyan, listening to their conversation, displayed a look of astonishment. Although she had anticipated the event's grandeur, she had not expected the attendance of a high-ranking official. This left her brimming with curiosity about the classified project Guo Hao was involved in. "Let us head inside." At that moment, Academician Jiang Lei approached. Addressing Guo Hao and Lu, the trio made their way into the banquet hall. Inside, numerous attendees had already gathered, dressed in a variety of outfits. Many in military formal wear, with ranks indicating they were mostly colonels or major generals, all of high standing. As Guo Hao and the others entered, they attracted considerable attention, especially Shen Luoyan, whose elegant gown captivated many, creating quite a stir. The youthful appearance of Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan piqued the curiosity of several older professors, who wondered how such young individuals had gained entry to such a prestigious event. General Wang, conversing with another general, noticed Guo Hao's arrival. "They have finally arrived." A smile graced his face. "Excuse me for a moment, old Li," he said to General Li. General Li, having spotted Guo Hao, smiled and remarked to General Wang, "Is that Guo Hao?" "Indeed," General Wang nodded. "Quite young indeed. It is hard to believe that someone so young has achieved such accomplishments," General Li mused. "Make sure to introduce me to Guo Hao later. I would like to meet the finest of our younger generation." General Li smiled slightly at General Wang. "Of course." As he spoke, General Wang approached Guo Hao. "Good to see you again, Guo Hao." General Wang greeted him with a broad smile. "General Wang." Guo Hao responded with a smile of his own. "Is this your partner?" "Quite beautiful." General Wang admired Shen Luoyan. "Yes, she is my partner, Shen Luoyan." A student of Yanhang, Guo Hao nodded, then turned to Shen Luoyan and said, "Luoyan, this is General Wang, who who has been of great assistance to me. Thank you. General Wang. Shen Luoyan extended her hand earnestly. Chapter 189. The Heart of the Banquet. Ha ha ha. General Wang chuckled, shaking her hand lightly. His gaze swept over Shen Luoyan and Guo Hao, glistening with appreciation. Very well. A match made in heaven. Truly an enviable pair. He remarked, looking at Guo Hao. You, young man, are indeed fortunate. Indeed, Guo Hao felt a surge of pride. If there was anything he relished after his rebirth, aside from the system, it was Shen Luoyan. She was truly a treasure. With composure and diligence, she earnestly pursued her aspirations, and more importantly, she truly prioritized her own well-being. Indeed, she had struck gold. You young man, you're quite unassuming when it comes to matters like this. General Wang remarked with a smile. The two engaged in light conversation. The banquet commenced shortly thereafter, and under the guidance of General Wang and Academician Liu, Guo Hao began to greet those around him. Each individual present in the banquet hall held a prestigious position. There were generals, academicians, esteemed professors, and directors of military enterprises. Guo Hao, accompanied by Shen Luoyan, navigated through the crowd. Most attendees were unfamiliar with Guo Hao, but upon the introduction by Academician Liu and General Wang, they were curious enough to converse with him. The banquet unfolded seamlessly, with the finest delicacies and beverages served. Guo Hao could not resist pouring himself and Shen Luoyan 2 glasses of champagne. Its sweet flavor lingered delightfully on the palate. Approximately an hour into the festivities, a red flag vehicle quietly arrived at the courtyard. An elderly gentleman, shielded by several bodyguards, made his entrance into the banquet hall. As he walked in, an immediate hush fell over the room. Please continue. Am I interrupting the atmosphere? The dignitary asked, smiling at the gathered crowd. Not at all. Several academicians quickly responded. The dignitary then addressed the generals and professors present, exclaiming, this time, the new fighter jet has successfully completed its test flight. Everyone here is a paragon of achievement, true heroes of our nation. His face radiated joy as he gazed upon the academicians and generals. After offering further words of encouragement, he inquired, by the way, where's that young man named Guo Hao? Right here, General Wang promptly replied, turning to Guo Hao. Guo Hao exchanged a glance with Shen Luoyan. The dignitary also spotted Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan from a distance. Guo Hao, please bring the young lady beside you over, he said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Guo Hao swiftly took Shen Luoyan's hand and approached the dignitary. Although he was accustomed to privilege, this was his first encounter with someone of such high rank, and he felt a surge of excitement. Greetings, esteemed leader, Guo Hao said, slightly breathless. The dignitary smiled warmly at him. You're Guo Hao, correct? I have heard your name mentioned several times. What an honor this is. Guo Hao quickly responded, the honor is mine. The dignitary continued. A talent like you emerging in our country is indeed a blessing. You are truly commendable. Guo Hao humbly replied, please, you flatter me. Enough with the modesty in my presence. Work hard. The future of our nation rests in the hands of young talents like you. With a touch of nostalgia, the dignitary patted Guo Hao's shoulder. Understood. We will certainly strive for excellence. Guo Hao nodded earnestly. Well, I have somewhat disrupted the festive atmosphere today, so I shall take my leave. Please continue the banquet, the dignitary said, smiling as he addressed the crowd. After his departure, all eyes turned toward Guo Hao, having clearly heard the dignitary's remarks directed at him. As a political figure of such stature, every word he uttered was worthy of contemplation. A favored protege of the leader. Before long, Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan became the center of attention, with numerous individuals approaching to engage him in conversation and exchange business cards. Given the leader's evident regard for Guo Hao, it was clear to all that his future was boundless. The banquet reached its zenith and only began to wane as the celebratory fervor subsided. You young man, impressive indeed. Jiang Lei remarked with a hint of envy as he looked at Guo Hao. Not many youths can elicit such words from the leader, especially in such a setting. It's nothing extraordinary. I never aspired to enter politics. I view the leader's words as mere affirmation. Guo Hao shrugged. You truly lack political acumen, General Wang chimed in. Smiling at Guo Hao. What political acumen? I have little interest in such matters. At present, my focus is solely on research, Guo Hao replied, hands raised in a gesture of indifference. Having lived decades in his previous life, he understood well that politics was a realm best avoided. As long as he dedicated himself to pure academia, he would enjoy an unassailable standing in the country, remaining neutral and solely pursuing scholarly endeavors. The higher his academic standing and achievements, the more substantial his inviolable position would become. Indeed, General Wang's gaze softened as he regarded Guo Hao. Devoting oneself to scholarship is indeed sufficient. Everything else is mere distraction. Guo Hao's words deepened General Wang's admiration for him. Such a young man possessed self-awareness and unwavering goals, remaining undaunted by external circumstances. Well then, everyone, it's getting late. We should return to the university. Guo Hao smiled as he addressed General Wang and academician Jiang. Yes. Go on. Su Yuan's car is waiting for you outside, came the reply. All right. Guo Hao nodded, taking Shen Luoyan's hand as they exited the banquet hall. Su Yuan promptly opened the rear door of the car for them. Where to? He inquired. Please take us back to Yanhang. I appreciate it, Guo Hao replied. And Su Yuan drove them back. Shen Luoyan lifted her long skirt as she ascended to the girls' dormitory, watching her silhouette fade into the building. Guo Hao turned to Su Yuan and said, Please take me back to my dormitory as well. Certainly, Mr. Guo Hao. Chapter 190. Task completed. Physics level 5. Shen Luoyan, clutching her dress, ascended the stairs. Wow. Upon entering the dormitory, Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun immediately noticed the exquisite evening gown adorning Shen Luoyan. You look stunning, Zhao Yu exclaimed, excitement sparkling in her eyes as she called out to Shen Luoyan. Luoyan, that dress is absolutely magnificent, Wang Biyun remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Shen Luoyan. The two girls approached, inspecting the gown with admiration and occasionally expressing their envy. Meanwhile, Xiaoping cast her gaze in their direction. Having known about Guo Hao's visit to Shen Luoyan earlier that day, she was aware of the gown's origin. Yet the more she understood, the more her jealousy swelled. Luoyan, Guo Hao must have spent quite a bit on that dress. How much did it cost? Zhao Yu inquired with a hint of curiosity. 18,000. Shen Luoyan hesitated slightly before responding. Wow. Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun gazed at her in astonishment. I always suspected Guo Hao came from wealth, but I didn't realize he was this affluent. A dress for 18,000. What kind of family is that? A second-generation rich kid, and a top-tier one at that. Beside him, Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun were brimming with excitement and envy as they directed their attention toward Shen Luoyan. In truth, the funds for purchasing clothes did not come from his parents. His family was quite ordinary. The money he used to buy clothes was derived from his own bonuses, earned after successfully conducting experiments alongside academician Jiang Lei. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shen Luoyan addressed the two, refraining from divulging any confidential matters. Wow. Zhao Yu and Wang Biyun's eyes widened in astonishment. That's truly impressive. You're just a freshman, collaborating with an academician and earning such substantial bonuses. You're bound to become part of the affluent elite in the future. Their words pierced through Xiaoping's heart like daggers. At that moment, she recalled the words that Guo Hao had once shared with her. If she had attended high school alongside Guo Hao, would he have developed feelings for her? Xiaoping's gaze grew distant and confused. She was uncertain. Life eventually settled into a tranquil rhythm. In fact, university life was predominantly characterized by such calmness, with most of the time spent in serenity. Even someone like Guo Hao, who was undoubtedly a person of influence, spent the majority of his days in the classroom, library, and dormitory, adhering to a simple routine. Of course, Guo Hao would occasionally visit academician Jiang Lei's laboratory. His aptitude for experiments was not markedly different from that of an ordinary student. After all, experimentation primarily relies on practice, and there are no shortcuts in that regard. Guo Hao's main focus remained on his core assignments. He devoted the vast majority of his time to reading, and, as he delved into more books, the breadth of his knowledge expanded significantly. The pride he once felt for authoring 2 pure mathematics papers had completely evaporated. Compared to the achievements of his predecessors, his current accomplishments seemed utterly trivial, especially considering they had no system. Over time, Guo Hao's mindset became much more grounded. Around mid-June, after a year of relentless effort and countless hours, he finally received a notification. Ding! Congratulations, user! You have successfully completed the stage task. Introduction to Research. Acquiring a wealth of foundational knowledge and an immensely broad understanding. You have completed the study of 100 mathematics and physics books, reaching the difficulty benchmark. Reward, 50,000 mathematics experience, 50,000 physics experience, 2 random draws, and 1 sample. The system's notification brought a profound sense of relief to Guo Hao. At last, this stage task had occupied his entire academic year. 100 books. Moreover, they had to meet the system's difficulty benchmark. While locating these books was not overly challenging, studying them consumed an enormous amount of time, especially with texts like computational material science, which represented the pinnacle of human intellect, amalgamating countless insights. Finally accomplishing this task filled Guo Hao with exhilaration. 50,000 points in mathematics experience and 50,000 in physics experience were no trivial amounts. and the two random draws were quite appealing as well. However, the most significant aspect was the sample. What exactly was this sample? For the first time, Guo Hao had encountered the term sample in the system's rewards. Ding! User's physics experience is now full, successfully leveled up to LV5. Ding! Due to the host's physics level increase, intelligence 2, the system's prompt momentarily left Guo Hao in a daze. He felt as though his mind had become clearer. Drawing from his previous experience of leveling mathematics to LV5, this time, although he sensed intense cerebral activity, it was not uncomfortable. After a brief moment of disorientation, he opened his eyes to perceive the surroundings with enhanced clarity. He felt as though he could see microscopic particles in the air engaged in various activities due to strong interactions. And he sensed the immense gravitational pull exerted by the Earth. Electromagnetic waves traversed the space, and knowledge gleaned from books seemed to materialize before his eyes. Guo Hao could sense the connections between pieces of knowledge. Impressive, he exclaimed, his eyes reflecting awe. Although he had previously experienced the elevation of mathematics to LV5, the sensation of physics advancing to LV5 was equally, if not more, profound. The heightened affinity for knowledge was ineffable, while the increase in intelligence was modest. It was understandable given its already substantial base. Rapid enhancements were not feasible in reality, as this was not a game world, where one could mindlessly boost numerical values. The disparity between geniuses can often be minuscule, and the line between the exceptional and the mediocre is frequently razor-thin. Guo Hao felt that reaching discipline level LV5 was merely the beginning. The next milestone could very well be discipline level LV10, at which point the transformation brought about by discipline level upgrades might usher in a significant qualitative change. He looked forward to it eagerly. Setting aside these thoughts for the moment, Guo Hao turned his gaze to the system, focusing on the sample listed in the task rewards. Chapter 191, Plasma Personal Shield. Guo Hao was immensely curious about what this sample entailed. With a slight mental nudge, he opened the sample description. Ding! Congratulations, user! You have successfully acquired the sample, Plasma Personal Shield. Wow! The system's notification momentarily caught Guo Hao off guard, but soon, a look of delight spread across his face. What a remarkable item! A Plasma Personal Shield? This seems like something for self-preservation. Perhaps I won't need it just yet, as my notoriety is still rather limited. However, as my influence grows, it's likely that those who feel threatened will attempt to eliminate me. While the country will undoubtedly offer protection, the difficulty of safeguarding oneself is not on par with the challenges of assassination. If someone is truly determined to target me, and I lack any means of countering their efforts, I might find myself living in constant fear. After all, having acquired the system, Guo Hao had no intention of meeting an untimely end. That would be far too great a loss. However, possessing something like a personal shield would completely alter the circumstances. Even if I were to indulge a little, I would be relatively safe. At least, surviving shouldn't pose too much of a problem, right? With these thoughts, Guo Hao felt a surge of excitement. He promptly accessed the system warehouse to examine the details of the Plasma Personal Shield. Plasma Personal Shield, a capacitive personal protective device produced by the Empire. In accordance with Imperial law, this personal protective equipment employs a plasma energy defense field with an intelligent response mode, capable of autonomously shielding against all forms of attack from threatening entities. It can withstand energy impacts of up to 100,000 kJ. This personal protective equipment is intended solely for the personal protection of ordinary citizens within the Empire. Violators will be prosecuted. After glancing through the description, Guo Hao gradually regained his composure. This item was quite impressive, as it could withstand energy impacts below 100,000 kJ, making it highly effective. It should be able to completely block the kinetic energy of standard bullets, and even withstand explosions from nearby bombs without harm. After all, the total energy produced by 1 ton of TNT is only around 4 million kJ. That represents the total energy. A capacity of 100,000 kJ is already a significant energy threshold. After considering this, Guo Hao felt quite satisfied. The empire in question piqued Guo Hao's interest. It seemed a familiar designation had previously surfaced. What manner of nation could this be? Was it akin to the interstellar empires depicted in science fiction novels? Guo Hao pondered. Nevertheless, the information regarding this so-called empire remained scant, and the details he possessed suggested a singular notion. This empire may bear a connection to the source of the system. For the moment, he set aside these chaotic thoughts. Extracting a personal plasma shield from the system's repository, Guo Hao summoned a seemingly unremarkable bracelet into his hand. Its silvery hue decidedly inconspicuous. Indeed, it could be worn casually, The design was commendable. Satisfied, Guo Hao adorned his wrist and proceeded to peruse the results of his 2 lottery draws. As he prepared for the lottery, Shen Luoyan arrived at the library after class, naturally taking a seat beside Guo Hao, just as she always did. After a brief moment of hesitation, she turned to him and said, "Guo Hao, I may not be able to return to Gon City with you this summer. What is the matter?" Guo Hao's movements froze at her words, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "Luoyan, you're not going back to Gon City this year?" "No," she replied with a nod. "Professor Huang is taking me and a few senior students to Chengfei for an observational study." A hint of hesitation flickered across Shen Luoyan's face, revealing her inner conflict. "Ha ha ha, that's wonderful news. Chengfei, that name is all too familiar to Guo Hao, echoing perpetually in his past life. Go ahead. I will ensure that your grandparents are well taken care of." A smile graced Guo Hao's face as he spoke to Shen Luoyan. Just as his words reached her, his phone vibrated. "I need to take this call," he said, and Shen Luoyan nodded in acknowledgement. Guo Hao found a quiet spot to answer the phone. "Hello, Professor. Is there something you need?" he asked, curiosity evident in his voice. "Ha ha ha. It's nothing urgent. I merely wanted to check if you have any plans for the summer. I am collaborating with an old friend on a project and thought you might like to join us. There's also a World Chemical Conference in South Korea in August. If you're free, would you like to stay at the school?" "Certainly." After a moment's hesitation, Guo Hao agreed. A collaboration with an academician was bound to foster significant personal growth. Engaging in such projects often accelerated his academic experience, allowing him to learn extensively. "Excellent." Professor Jiang replied with enthusiasm. "My old friend mentioned that our project requires someone proficient in mathematics. I suggested bringing in a math professor, but he specifically requested your involvement. It seems you've gained some influence in the academic community." After hanging up, Guo Hao returned to Shen Luoyan's side. "It appears I won't be able to look after your grandparents after all. I'll have to ask Wang to check in on them more often," he said with a hint of resignation. "What's going on?" Shen Luoyan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Academician Jiang mentioned that he is collaborating on a project related to carbon nanomaterials and needs someone particularly adept in mathematics. "My name was specifically requested," Guo Hao explained. "I see." Shen Luoyan nodded. The two continued their hushed conversation in the library for a while before resuming their studies. During dinner that evening, Guo Hao called Wang Shi. "Hey, what is up?" Wang Shi asked, puzzled, as Guo Hao rarely initiated calls. "I need a favor." "I knew it." Wang Shi rolled his eyes. "What is it?" "I won't be returning this summer. Could you help look after Shen Luoyan's grandparents?" Wang Shi was at a loss for words. "Why should I look after them, just because you're not coming back?" "And wait, Shen Luoyan isn't returning either?" "Yes, she is going to Chengfei for an internship." Guo Hao replied with a smile. "Great. So both of you have plans, and I'm left with nothing to do." Wang Shi lamented. "All right, that is settled." Chapter 192. The electrochemical properties of carbon nanomaterials in lithium battery applications. With that, Guo Hao ended the call and smiled at Shen Luoyan. "Now I need not worry about your grandparents. That fellow Wang Shi may seem unreliable, but he is quite dependable when it counts. He'll take good care of them, and keep us informed of any developments." Shen Luoyan nodded. "Please thank him for me." "Rest assured." Guo Hao chuckled, fully aware that Shen Luoyan's indecision regarding the Chengfei internship stemmed not only from her own concerns, but also from her worries about her grandparents. She was anxious about being away from them during what should be quality time together. Guo Hao's decision to involve Wang Shi was intended to alleviate Shen Luoyan's worries. The following day, as per academician Zhang's instructions, Guo Hao arrived at the laboratory in the afternoon. Upon his arrival, he found several individuals already present. "Guo Hao is here," academician Jiang called out with a smile upon spotting him. Indeed, Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. "Allow me to introduce you," academician Jiang said, leading Guo Hao to a somewhat gaunt, middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. "This is Professor Wu Kai, a luminary in the field of batteries, a recipient of national special allowances, and the chief scientist during the Ning Wang era." "Hello, Professor Wu." Guo Hao quickly extended his hand. Professor Wu shook Guo Hao's hand, a smile illuminating his face as he remarked, "Young man Guo, truly a hero in the making. I have perused several of your papers, and your computational methods are exceptionally innovative. While those papers may be considered merely adequate in the realm of mathematics, they hold profound implications within the field of chemistry. I believe there is still much potential to be unearthed from your work, which is why I have personally invited you to join our research team. Welcome aboard." "Thank you for the kind words," Guo Hao replied with a smile. Though scientists often engage in casual conversation, such exchanges typically occur in more relaxed settings. In the laboratory, the atmosphere was focused. The group settled into their seats in the conference room, where Professor Wu stood beside a whiteboard. Our current project focuses on the electrochemical properties of carbon nanomaterials within lithium batteries. This research is funded by the Ningguang era, which will provide daily compensation for participating researchers. Furthermore, should we make progress, adequate rewards and bonuses will be distributed based on the technology's prospects and application directions. Professor Wu stated with a serious demeanor. Electrochemical reactions primarily occur at the interface, closely linked to the formation of chemical bonds at the solid-fluid interface. Spatially, the sites of electrochemical reactions can be divided into three components: the material phase, the interface, and the electrolyte components. First and foremost, the intrinsic properties of materials predominantly dictate the voltage, which is crucial for understanding charge transfer mechanisms, electronic structures, and the atomic migration from the bulk phase to the surface throughout the electrochemical process, ultimately influencing electrochemical reactivity and overall stability. Furthermore, the solid-liquid interface primarily comprises 2 to 3 heterogeneous interfaces, serving as the region where electrolyte molecular ions interact with the solid electrode surface, and also as the locus for electron transfer. Carbon nanotubes, owing to their exceptional electrical conductivity, thermal conductivity, mechanical properties, and unique structural morphology, theoretically possess the potential to enhance the stability of lithium-ion electrolytes, thereby improving battery performance. Guo Hao reminisced about certain issues related to electrochemical reactions. During this period, he had not only delved into mathematics and physics, but had also taken the time to explore numerous chemistry-related professional texts, gaining a modest understanding of these subjects. The era of Lord Ning was remarkable. In later years, it would be home to colossal enterprises valued in the trillions. Concerns regarding remuneration were negligible. "I have no questions," Guo Hao stated decisively. His motivation for conducting experiments was primarily to learn and grow, while also hoping to gain some experience. He did not expect to shoulder significant responsibilities. After all, many aspects of chemical reactions were extraordinarily complex, particularly in the realm of electrochemical reactions. Guo Hao felt uncertain about his ability to model these phenomena unless sufficient data were available. Even then, he could only attempt a modest endeavor. But the likelihood of success was still slim. The intricacies of chemical reactions involved numerous variables. The reactions inherent to batteries were already fantastical enough. To date, humanity remained oblivious to the growth mechanisms of lithium dendrites, which, once formed, often led to considerable repercussions. Without a clear understanding of the principles, the data itself would be futile. Professor Wu Kai briefly articulated his concepts, while academician Jiang Lei shared his thoughts as well. The two engaged in discussion for a while, during which Guo Hao listened attentively. The theories they proposed were somewhat familiar to him, yet their perspectives were refreshingly novel. Soon, the two had devised a preliminary experimental procedure. Glancing at Guo Hao, who was intently listening, Professor Wu smiled slightly. "Do you have any thoughts, Guo Hao?" he inquired. Guo Hao shook his head. Unlike ordinary single materials, lithium battery electrolytes encompass numerous facets. The nature of the electrochemical interface is continuously evolving. In light of your and academician Zhang's ideas, introducing materials like carbon nanotubes as new variables complicates the endeavor of establishing effective mathematical modeling in such a complex scenario. Guo Hao spoke candidly. "We must reduce variables." After a brief contemplation, he addressed Professor Wu. "The intrinsic properties of materials largely determine the voltage. We could pursue separate studies on the materials themselves. Once we ascertain the data, we can utilize computational modeling to identify an optimal solution. Each segment can undergo individual calculations, which can then be combined, allowing for secondary modeling during the integration process." Guo Hao's explanation was intricate, but given the multitude of variables, optimizing the model was essential. Chapter 193, New System Tasks. It merely involves modeling separately. While this approach will similarly engage numerous variables, it can still provide some assistance. Otherwise, within a single mathematical model, an excess of variables will exponentially increase the computational load, rendering the complexity unmanageable. "That's a sound observation." Professor Wu nodded in agreement. "Let us divide into several groups to conduct experiments simultaneously using various methods. After completing over 100 experiments, we will form a control group to compare efficiencies and decide on the most effective approach." Wu Kai, worthy of his title as chief scientist of the Ning era, quickly devised a practical plan. With the topic and plan established, the next step was to gather literature and discuss the experimental procedures. Although the attendees were all experts and scholars, human limitations remained, and scholars were no exception. In fact, the more expert one was, the greater the need to collect substantial literature at the onset of a project, alongside numerous meetings and discussions to refine experimental processes and methodologies. Sometimes, if a research group lacked sufficient funding, they would need to devise ways to acquire necessary instruments. Fortunately, this research group was financially secure, buoyed by the substantial backing of the Ning era. According to Professor Wu, there was a large laboratory in Yanjing affiliated with the Ning era that they could access at any time, equipped even with high-precision large-scale cryo-electron microscopes. Funding was exceptionally abundant, especially when collaborating with academicians, who typically secure generous research grants from the state. Enterprises seeking to engage scholars of such stature naturally had to offer lucrative conditions, including vast research funding and even equity in research outcomes. It could be said that academicians rarely faced financial hardships, particularly those specializing in the practical application of research. Many of them managed multiple companies. Academician Jiang Lei was no exception. Under his purview were at least 3 companies focused on technology transfer, with even more in terms of equity stakes. This project was, in fact, a collaboration between academician Jiang and the Ning era, aimed at optimizing the performance of lithium batteries. Over the next few days, Guo Hao found himself shuttling between the research group and the library, diligently researching various materials related to battery chemistry. Although he was not the principal investigator, as a vital member of the research team, Guo Hao was exceedingly busy, even missing all of his final exams. Of course, Principal Huai had already informed Guo Hao's subject teachers, rendering such matters relatively unimportant. At present, Guo Hao held a significant standing at Yan'an. Previously, Principal Huai had intended to assign Guo Hao a single doctoral student dormitory, but Guo Hao declined, citing his satisfaction with his current accommodation and reasoning that it was unnecessary to change at this stage, especially since he was only a freshman. After an afternoon of group meetings in the laboratory, Guo Hao felt utterly exhausted. This was his first experience participating in the initiation process of such a large-scale project, particularly one involving a major company's key endeavors. He had not anticipated the complexity involved. The design of an experimental process for the project initiation, along with the accompanying proposal and various inquiries, proved to be quite overwhelming. Although Guo Hao had previously engaged in significant research, such as that with the military, he had joined as a last-minute replacement and, due to the project's confidential and unique nature, had immediate access to substantial data. For him, it had been a matter of processing data and establishing mathematical models, relatively straightforward. However, this project initiation was not confidential. It pertained to a critical research direction for a large enterprise, making the initiation process exceedingly intricate. Even if Guo Hao is as resilient as iron, he has felt somewhat fatigued during this period. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was taken aback by the sight of his roommates packing their belongings. "What's going on here?" Guo Hao exclaimed. "Brother Hao, we're all on break now," Ma Exine said, looking at Guo Hao with a hint of exasperation. "You've been so busy these days. You didn't even notice the holidays. You've skipped classes, and we haven't seen you during exams. It's the project." Guo Hao replied, somewhat helplessly, "A significant collaboration between academician Jiang and King Ning. I've been utterly swamped with research, meetings, and handovers." "How enviable," Ma Exine remarked, gazing enviously at Guo Hao. "So, are you going for it?" Li Ming shot a glance at Ma Exine. "You better think it through. Look at Brother Hao. Someone with his talent is so busy in the academic group that he barely has time to breathe. If it were you, you probably wouldn't last 3 days." "Forget it then," Ma Exine responded, somewhat disgruntled. "It truly sounds like a hassle. You, who can barely survive an 8 a.m. class, would crumble under Brother Hao's workload." Li Ming rolled his eyes at Ma Exine. "I really can't fathom how you build all those muscles. When do I not hit the gym at night? I train very seriously," Ma Exine retorted, defending himself. Observing the playful banter between them, Guo Hao shook his head with a smile. His gaze then turned to Li Wei. "Wei, why aren't you packing your things?" Guo Hao asked, a trace of curiosity in his voice. Li Wei hesitated slightly before responding. "Brother Hao, I'm not going home. Going back to the countryside wouldn't help my parents much. I plan to stay in Yanjing and look for a summer job since the dormitory will remain open during the break." "Oh, that is quite good." Guo Hao smiled. "By the way, Brother Hao, what brings you back to the dorm so early today? You usually return when the lights are about to go out." Ma Xin, who had been engaged in their banter, seemed to remember something and looked at Guo Hao with curiosity. "Indeed, Brother Hao, it's quite unusual. You've been coming back late for over a week, and today you're here in the afternoon? The project kickoff has concluded, and tomorrow we officially begin the experiments. The group has given us a break to rest." Guo Hao shrugged. "Remarkable. A stalwart like you actually taking a break." Just as Guo Hao's friends were inquiring about him, a notification chimed. Ding. The first-year phase of the host has concluded. Now issuing Phase 2 tasks. Chapter 194. 10 papers, You might as well send me to my demise. The system had finally issued a task once more. Nearly 2 weeks had elapsed since the last task completion, and Guo Hao was intrigued by what the next challenge would entail. System task. The host currently possesses the fundamental qualities of an independent scholar and should endeavor to identify some topics for independent inquiry. Task content. Within 1 year. Independently publish 10 academic papers in mainstream journals. Content and discipline are unrestricted. Task rewards. Freedom experience 0. Settled according to task completion. Reward 2. Calculated upon task settlement. What sort of task is this? Guo Hao muttered, somewhat speechless. Previous tasks at least specified various rewards, but this time, the specific rewards weren't even mentioned and would be calculated based on task completion. Guo Hao felt a sense of exasperation towards the system. Regaining his composure, Guo Hao focused on the system's display while his mind raced with thoughts. According to the system's description, this task could still be viewed as a test of his capabilities. The objective was clear: 10 papers requiring publication in mainstream journals to be completed independently. This task was, in fact, rather vague compared to previous requirements. In other words, if he aimed for a swift completion, he could churn out 10 papers in the 4th district which, although somewhat lacking in prestige, still held mainstream recognition. This would meet the system's criteria. However, he surmised that such an approach would likely result in a poor evaluation and reward from the system. Conversely, if he could produce 10 papers of 1st district caliber, the rewards would surely be substantial. After all, producing high-quality papers is no trivial endeavor, especially when accomplished independently. Even theoretical work is an exceedingly challenging task. Achieving publication in a top-tier journal typically requires significant connections. Furthermore, Guo Hao doubted the system would provide him with such an obvious loophole to exploit. Based on its previous tendencies, it would undoubtedly assess the intrinsic value of the papers. If the value were sufficiently high, even a 4th district publication might yield a commendable reward. However, if the papers were merely superficial, even a 1st district core publication might be deemed lacking in actual value. Contemplating this, Guo Hao felt a headache coming on, his expression rife with helplessness. High-value papers are not easily published. A year's time? While it might be feasible to churn out superficial work, producing genuinely valuable research that meets core journal standards is a monumental challenge, even for an academician. With a bitter expression, Guo Hao lamented, "This ridiculous system knows how to push people. 10 high-level papers within a year. What a daunting task. What's the matter?" Brother Hao, Ma Exin, who was packing nearby, caught sight of Guo Hao's troubled demeanor and curiously inquired, "What's troubling you? If you share it, maybe we can help." Ma Exin quickly urged him, "Yeah, Brother Hao, don't keep it bottled up. Speaking out might just lead to some assistance from us." Li Ming also turned to Guo Hao, keenly interested. Meanwhile, Li Wei, though silent, looked at Guo Hao, clearly willing to provide help if needed, though his contributions might be quite minimal. Feeling touched by the concern of his roommates, Guo Hao appreciated their camaraderie. Each of them had a commendable character, which is why he had declined Principal Huai's offer for a single room. After all, being with these delightful roommates was quite enjoyable, allowing him to experience the vibrancy of youth. Wasn't it? It's nothing, just pondering an academic conundrum that feels a bit overwhelming. There are far too many challenges in this world. Guo Hao sighed, contemplating the 10 monumental problems he needed to resolve within a year. Damn this system. Ah, I see. Ma Xin's expression turned troubled upon hearing Guo Hao's words. "In that case, my friends and I might not be able to assist you much, especially with a problem that even you can't solve." Li Ming nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat helpless. "Ha ha ha. It's all good. I'll figure it out myself." Guo Hao quickly smiled at his concerned friends. "I truly appreciate your willingness to help." Guo Hao expressed his gratitude sincerely. At that moment, Ma Xin hesitated and looked at Guo Hao thoughtfully. "Indeed, Hao, do not take offense at my unsolicited remarks. Your current accomplishments are beyond what many could hope to achieve in a lifetime. Do not be overly hard on yourself with such a rigorous routine. It can be excessive at times. I hope you understand that health is the foundation of all endeavors. The prerequisite for achieving great things is maintaining a sound body." Ma Xin gazed earnestly at Guo Hao. "Rest assured," Guo Hao replied with a gentle smile, addressing Ma Xin. "I am well aware of that." "Very well. Then I shan't say much more on the matter. As long as you're mindful of it, that's what matters." Ma Xin Tuka. "Indeed." Guo Hao nodded with a smile. "All right. I have packed my things. My train departs at 7:30 this evening. I shall take my leave now then." Ma Xin said cheerfully to the other three. "I too must depart. I have a flight to catch shortly." Li Ming chimed in, also carrying his belongings. The two quickly exited the dormitory, leaving only Li Wei and Guo Hao behind. "How? What do you think I should do during the summer vacation?" After Li Ming and Ma Xian had left, Li Wei turned to Guo Hao with a hint of confusion. Should I consider working in a factory? However, it seems there aren't many electronics factories in Yanjing. No, absolutely not. Guo Hao interjected firmly. As a student from Yan'an, working in an electronics factory would be a significant underutilization of your talents. Consider tutoring instead. The pay is higher, and it is a respectable occupation. Do you think I can manage that? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Li Wei's eyes. Of course. With your excellent grades, tutoring middle and high school students is perfectly suited for you. But how should I go about finding students? Li Wei still appeared somewhat lost. Guo Hao pondered for a moment. I can keep an eye out for you. Wouldn't that be too much of a waste of your time, considering how precious it is? Li Wei said hesitantly to Guo Hao. Nonsense. It's a trivial matter. We are roommates. Helping each other is only natural. Addressing Li Wei. Thank you, Li Wei said earnestly to Guo Hao. Guo Hao nodded and turned away, resuming his contemplation. This main storyline appears to be a significant trial posed by the system. In fact, if I could extract some resources from the system, perhaps producing 10 papers may not be as daunting as it seems. Suddenly, Guo Hao recalled that he still had 2 lottery chances remaining in the system. The last time he had attempted to draw an item, he was interrupted by Shen Luoyan, and subsequent tasks, including one from academician Zhang Lei, had kept him exceedingly busy. Thus, he had yet to utilize those 2 lottery draws. With this thought, Guo Hao felt a flicker of anticipation. If these 2 draws do not yield anything of significance, I may have to resort to the 2 papers that the system previously provided for me. Additionally, I must resolve some other issues. It is indeed challenging. Guo Hao sighed. Let us commence the lottery. Guo Hao clicked on the lottery page. Soon, a chime echoed. Congratulations. The user has successfully drawn a special item. Inspiration Catalyst 1. Special? Upon hearing the system's prompt, a glimmer of surprise appeared in Guo Hao's eyes. He was aware that the system contained samples and papers. But this special tag was a first. He quickly brought up the entry for review. Inspiration Catalyst. Upon activation, the host's brain will enter an extremely heightened state of excitement, flooding with numerous inspirations that can be utilized for pondering particularly challenging problems, lasting for 1 hour. After reading the entry, Guo Hao felt mildly astonished. A remarkable item, although it does not directly furnish me with papers or samples. This inspiration catalyst holds significant value for me. Excellent, excellent. When I find myself grappling with a crucial issue, this inspiration catalyst may very well prove to be more valuable than I could ever imagine. The greater and more challenging the problem, the more valuable this inspiration catalyst becomes. Guo Hao began to eagerly anticipate his second lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully drawing linguistic proficiency. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Guo Hao momentarily froze. Linguistic proficiency? What use is this? Before long, a torrent of knowledge regarding linguistics began to flood into Guo Hao's mind. The density of information was immense, and he quickly began to assimilate the knowledge surging into his consciousness. This knowledge was extensive. Gradually, Guo Hao began to develop a comprehensive and novel understanding of linguistics. Linguistics is the discipline that studies human language, exploring its nature, functions, structures, applications, historical development, and other related issues. The objects of linguistic research are the objectively existing facts of language. Whether modern or ancient, all languages are objective linguistic phenomena. Despite the subjective and varied meanings conveyed by different expressions, the linguistic information transmitted can be mutually understood by others. Linguistics is broadly defined as a scientific and systematic theoretical study of language. Moreover, language is the most crucial tool for human communication and the direct manifestation of thought. Before long, Guo Hao fully digested the knowledge of linguistic proficiency. Ding! The user has gained 150,000 experience points in linguistics. Ding! The user's linguistic level has successfully risen to level 5. Ding! The language region of the host's brain has been enhanced, resulting in an increase of 2 intelligence points. Remarkable! My proficiency in linguistics has remarkably ascended to level 5. Moreover, I have gained 2 intelligence points. While not as substantial as the boost from physics or mathematics, it is still an unexpected gain. Initially, Guo Hao had not held much expectation for such a discipline, but seems he had underestimated its significance. In these 2 lottery draws, although he did not obtain the items he particularly desired, the outcome was nonetheless satisfactory. Guo Hao opened his personal attribute page. User, Guo Hao. Intelligence, 251. Stamina, 23. Strength, 20. Speed, 13. Mathematics, LV5, 5781, 920, 0000. Linguistics, LV5, 300, LV3-800-020-0000. Informatics, LV3-800-010-000. Chemistry, LV3-898-710-0000. Physics, LV51677-020-0000. Biology, LV3-451-710-0000. The standard IQ range for normal individuals is between 90 and 109, with below 69 indicating intellectual disability. Other attributes for average adults are generally set at 10. The attribute panel has undergone significant changes. 3 subjects have reached level 5, and the level of my chemistry subject is also on the verge of rising to level 4. It appears that my recent review of chemistry papers has substantially increased my chemistry experience. Guo Hao felt quite content. As for the intelligence section, a score of 251 had escaped his notice. Thus, if this intelligence enhancement had only yielded a single point, he would precisely be at 250? Guo Hao found himself somewhat speechless, attributing it to mere luck. Closing the system's attribute page, Guo Hao sat in his seat, taking a moment to rest. He began to outline his research plan for the year. After a brief contemplation, Guo Hao remained convinced that mathematics was the most expedient avenue for publishing papers. As other disciplines often necessitated a substantial amount of data, whether in theoretical research or otherwise, without sufficient data, it proved exceedingly challenging to publish significant papers in fields such as chemistry or physics. Of course, this did not apply to purely theoretical physics, such as string theory, which, in essence, resembled conjecture and was fundamentally a systematic construction of imaginative relationships. It required logical coherence and the ability to formulate a theoretical framework recognized by the academic community based on existing data. This process was inherently complicated, and Guo Hao had yet to reach the stature of a physicist. Contemplating this direction seemed unfeasible. After much deliberation, he concluded that the only reliable path, one that did not require experimental data or practical experimentation, was through mathematical papers. He opened his computer and began to sift through various mathematical problems. Presently, he found himself lacking a clear direction. However, within his familiar domain of partial differential equations, he discerned a potential breakthrough opportunity. After perusing a multitude of papers in this field, a direction began to crystallize: the three-dimensional compressible Euler equations. This area was currently quite popular within the realm of partial differential equations. Chapter 196. Independently completing a paper. Since the goal was to publish, it would be prudent to choose a more popular research direction, thereby slightly alleviating the challenges associated with publication and providing ample reference materials. As long as he could achieve some results, publishing in a top-tier journal would not be insurmountable. Guo Hao had not contemplated publishing 10 exceptional papers, as that was akin to dreaming. Instead, he aimed to produce one solid paper and, if possible, 2 to 3 remarkable outcomes, thus maximizing the systematic rewards. He gathered a collection of academic literature, noting that such mathematical papers did not necessitate elaborate proposal ceremonies or extensive preparations. He could tackle them independently, unlike the complex and cumbersome project he had undertaken with academician Jiang Lei. Throughout one night, Guo Hao primarily focused on collecting relevant papers and reviewing literature. The following day, he arrived at the laboratory brimming with vitality. Today marked the inaugural day of their project kickoff. Wu Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Ningguang era had already transferred all necessary funding into their research group S account. Everyone needed to put forth their utmost effort. If they could successfully address this issue and discover a method to enhance lithium battery efficiency through carbon nanotubes, all involved would receive a substantial bonus. Wu Kai expressed to the group with palpable enthusiasm. Academician Jiang Lei observed the students and researchers before him with a gentle smile as the experiments commenced. At this moment, Guo Hao was not as busy as during the project kickoff. The true bustle was with those conducting the experiments, as the project had only just commenced and the data volume was still minimal. After approximately 3 to 4 days of diligence, Guo Hao received a message from Shen Luoyan. She would be accompanying her advisor to Chengfei. Guo Hao requested a leave of absence from academician Jiang Lei to see her off at the airport. In Chengfei, he advised her to heed Professor Zhao's guidance, to refrain from wandering alone, and to prioritize her safety. While seated in the waiting hall, Guo Hao earnestly shared various precautions about her upcoming journey to Jincheng. Shen Luoyan listened quietly, allowing him to express his concerns without interruption. After a lengthy monologue, Guo Hao lifted his gaze. "Did you hear all that?" he inquired. "I did," Shen Luoyan replied, nodding obediently. "Remember to call me every night once you arrive." She affirmed with a nod. After finishing his admonitions, Guo Hao noticed that the senior students and Professor Zhao were all looking in his direction. Guo Hao, possessing a thick skin, could withstand such scrutiny without discomfort. Professor Zhao, I kindly ask you to take care of Luoyan. Rest assured, Professor Zhao beamed, addressing Guo Hao with a smile. Luoyan is one of my most promising students. I will certainly look after her. During the last banquet, Professor Zhao had been present and witnessed the high-ranking officials meeting with Guo Hao, as well as the words exchanged, which unmistakably underscored Guo Hao's significance. A national-level reserve talent, undoubtedly among the elite. Such individuals typically ascend to become leaders in their respective fields, quintessential candidates for academicians. Professor Zhao aimed to cultivate a rapport with such a prodigy. Although their research directions diverged, Professor Zhao had easily learned that Guo Hao's girlfriend, Shen Luoyan, was a student specializing in aircraft propulsion engineering, aligning perfectly with his own research interests. He quickly integrated Shen Luoyan into his research group, initially intending to mentor her and thereby strengthen his connection with Guo Hao. Although he had modest expectations for a freshman like Shen Luoyan, given the vast knowledge she still needed to acquire, he was pleasantly surprised. Integrating her into the research group turned out to be a fortuitous decision. Her intelligence was remarkable, and her diligence surpassed that of her upperclassmen. This delighted Professor Zhao and significantly heightened his regard for her, ultimately leading to his decision to take her along on the Chengfei research expedition. Thank you for your assistance, Professor Zhao. Guo Hao smiled warmly at him. Attention passengers on flight KC 3421 to Jincheng. Please prepare your boarding passes and passports and get ready to board. Echoed the announcement in the waiting area. Shall I go board now? Shen Luoyan stood, hesitating slightly as she addressed Guo Hao. Go ahead. Guo Hao smiled gently, watching her with fondness. With a hint of reluctance, Shen Luoyan joined her seniors and advisor as they proceeded to the boarding gate. A total of 6 individuals made their way together. As Guo Hao observed Shen Luoyan's silhouette gradually fade from view, he slowly withdrew his gaze and returned to the school. Guo Hao resumed his daytime experiments and evening research, diligently finalizing the topic for his first mathematical paper. Over the span of several days, progress on the carbon nanotube and lithium battery experiments was nearly stagnant. However, his mathematical paper's topic was firmly established: finite time blow-up of compressible Euler equations in outer regions. The subsequent challenge lay in the calculations. While the difficulty was manageable, the resolution proved more complex than anticipated. The ensuing days unfolded with tranquility. During the initial week of summer vacation, Guo Hao leveraged some connections to secure a respectable tutoring position for Li Wei. Meanwhile, he spent his days in the laboratory processing experimental data or personally conducting research, and each evening, he would share a phone call with Shen Luoyan, discussing their respective daily activities. After hanging up, Guo Hao would immerse himself in mathematical calculations. Such is the nature of research. Regardless of how monumental a discovery may be, it rarely arrives with dramatic flair. Rather, it is typically the result of persistent, methodical exploration over the years. Time flowed like a gentle stream. A month passed. Half of the summer vacation had elapsed. While academician Jiang Lei and his team had yet to achieve significant progress, Guo Hao had completed his paper. The real valued functions, Tx and Ut, respectively denote the density and velocity fields of a fluid, with C representing the external region of bounded obstacles in Math Rn for Inject 3. The state equation, Pa, where a 0 and a 1 is a constant, and the smooth functions 0x and u0x signify the constant initial state. With a sigh of relief, Guo Hao gazed at the mathematical paper that had been translated into English before him. This would mark his inaugural paper, entirely accomplished through his own efforts. He had not relied on the system's assistance. He had chosen the topic, translated the content, and crafted the paper independently. Chapter 197, The Hualin Problem. Guo Hao looked at the English paper with a sense of satisfaction. After elevating his linguistic skills to level 5, he had become exceptionally sensitive to various linguistic logics. Having been no stranger to English, and supplemented by extensive readings of pure English literature, his proficiency in academic English had reached an impressive level. He was now a far cry from the naive newcomer who had approached Professor Huang. After a brief smile, he conducted a final review of the paper. Once assured that it was devoid of issues, Guo Hao submitted it to the IHES Mathematical Publications Journal. The IHES, or the Institut de Hautes Études Scientifiques, is a modest research institution focused on pure mathematics and theoretical physics, established in 1958 and located in the suburbs of Paris, specifically in Berre-sur-Yvette. The institute has only a handful of formal researchers, around 7 or 8 in total. It publishes twice a year, yet its international influence is substantial, qualifying it as a reputable international journal. This journal has a particular affinity for differential geometry problems, thereby increasing the likelihood of acceptance for his paper. Though Guo Hao remained cautiously optimistic, after submitting the manuscript, Guo Hao refrained from dwelling on it. The peer review process is lengthy, and his objective was to produce 10 Tier 1 papers. He had no time to squander on any single paper. With the evenings still at his disposal, he began contemplating the direction of his second mathematical paper. Should his work on academician Zhang Lei's project proceed smoothly, he might be able to distill a paper from the experimental data, potentially achieving his goal of 10 papers within a year. Ultimately, if necessary, he could produce 1 or 2 highly significant papers while the others might be less rigorous, albeit still fulfilling the task requirements. Having resolved these thoughts, Guo Hao began to ponder. Although he aspired to pursue computational material science, he realized that mathematics was of paramount importance in this field. Over the past year, he had grown increasingly aware that the essence of computational materials science lies not in the materials themselves, but in the computations. Mathematics serves as the foundation. With a solid mathematical base, studying physics or chemistry proves immensely beneficial in addressing practical problems. Beyond differential geometry, Guo Hao possessed considerable knowledge of number theory. Having perused numerous tomes on mathematics and physics, including several specialized works on number theory. Among these, he was particularly impressed by the esteemed work of Hua Luogang, The Theory of Prime Numbers and Stacks, a book that, despite its early publication, had profoundly impacted him. Hua Luogang systematically summarized, developed, and improved Hardy and Littlewood's circle method, Vinogradov's triangle and estimation methods, along with his own methodologies. Furthermore, one cannot discuss Hua Luogang without mentioning his investigations into the Hua-Lin problem and the generalization of the Goldbach conjecture, which posits, for any positive integer, n, does there exist a number, k, such that every sufficiently large integer can be expressed as the sum of k, prime numbers raised to the n, th power? Guo Hao's pen lingered over this renowned international mathematical problem, his gaze betraying a hint of hesitation. This question was far from trivial. Although humanity had approached a general solution, the Hua-Lin conjecture remained unresolved. Hua Luogang had also explored this problem, yet he too had failed to provide a definitive answer. Could Guo Hao succeed where others had not? His eyes flickered with uncertainty. The statement of the Hua-Lin problem is not overly complex. For every positive integer, k, greater than 1, there exists a positive integer, gk, such that every positive integer can be expressed as the sum of at most gk, k, th powers. Over the years, progress had been made on numerous weaker problems, yet a complete proof of the Hua-Lin conjecture eluded mathematicians. After a moment's contemplation, Guo Hao tentatively classified this problem as a potential avenue for exploration. Tackling a world-class conjecture could significantly enhance the system's evaluation of his tasks. He sifted through various papers and literature, yet by the end of the evening, he had not settled on a definitive research direction. The following day, Guo Hao arrived at the laboratory as usual. Academician Zhang Lei was not present in the Yanhang laboratory due to the division of experimental groups. Guo Hao and Zhao Yang were responsible for the experiments at their location, while academician Zhang and Professor Wu Kai were advancing research in a national key laboratory situated in the Ningguang era. Their work was deemed critical, whereas Guo Hao and his colleagues were in a supportive role. "Are you here?" Zhao Yang called out to Guo Hao with a smile. "How did the battery we worked on yesterday fare?" "I'm not sure yet. The discharge cycle experiment is still ongoing." Zhao Yang shrugged. "Still ongoing?" Guo Hao's expression turned incredulous as he regarded Zhao Yang. If memory serves, that battery sustained over 300 discharges during the day yesterday. By now, the cycle count should have surpassed 600, at least? Yes. Zhao Yang nodded, a faint smile gracing his face. "Perhaps our experiment is yielding progress. Before you arrived, I already contacted the professor." Curiosity piqued, Guo Hao inquired, "Let me see." As they approached the discharge apparatus, Guo Hao observed that it could accommodate over 20 batteries for simultaneous discharge cycle experiments. Many batteries nearby had either ruptured or displayed no signs of life, appearing completely incapacitated. Remarkably, one battery was still undergoing the cycle of charging and discharging, showing no signs of deterioration despite prolonged use. "Impressive," Guo Hao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "What are the formulation details of this battery? May I take a look?" "Here," Zhao Yang replied with a slight smile, a look of admiration in his eyes as he regarded Guo Hao. "I never anticipated that our relatively smaller laboratory would achieve results first." Chapter 198, Destructive Charging and Discharging Experiments. "Do not rush," Guo Hao remarked. focusing intently on the formulation of the battery and some preliminary experimental data. He spoke calmly. This charging and discharging experiment merely demonstrates that our formulated carbon nanotubes have successfully coated the electrochemical surface of this type of battery, validating the experiment. However, the energy storage efficiency remains unenhanced. Guo Hao picked up the experimental records beside him and handed them to Zhao Yang. Not too shabby. Zhao Yang Chuklet. We have conducted destructive charge-discharge experiments without granting the battery any respite and with an exceptionally high charging current. Yet, after over 600 cycles, this battery has not succumbed to metal fatigue. On the contrary, its energy storage capacity still reaches an impressive 98%. Such durability is truly remarkable. As for energy efficiency, I don't believe carbon nanotubes play a significant role. Upon hearing Zhao Yang's remarks, Guo Hao nodded, not dwelling on the matter further. The two resumed their battery experiments. Though they didn't last long. After a little over half an hour, academician Jiang Lei and Professor Wu Kai hurried into the laboratory. What about the battery? Academician Jiang Lei inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he addressed Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang and Guo Hao quickly approached the charge-discharge experimental apparatus, where the number of cycles and the current energy storage efficiency were clearly displayed. Very good, Professor Wu Kai exclaimed, a glimmer of enthusiasm in his gaze. Although the energy efficiency is still average, the current safety and durability are indeed commendable. Indeed, academician Jiang Lei remarked, a smile gracing his face. After all our hard work, we have finally achieved some results. Let us convene a group meeting, he added, directing his cheerful words towards Zhao Yang. Certainly, Minter. Zhao Yang nodded in agreement. Soon, academician Jiang Lei gathered over 20 members of the research team to initiate the meeting, primarily to discuss the forthcoming experimental direction and to designate the prototype battery as KC-1, confirming it as the basis for subsequent development. As Guo Hao attentively listened to the meeting, academician Jiang Lei suddenly called his name. Yes, Professor? Guo Hao turned his gaze toward academician Jiang Lei. This pertains to the experimental data, academician Jiang Lei said, a contemplative look in his eyes. You are responsible for compiling the overall data and identifying any notable aspects to see if we can establish some directions. Understood, Professor. Guo Hao felt a sigh of relief within. After over a month in the laboratory, while he was considered one of the main leaders of the research team, he had felt like an ordinary student, continually learning under Zhao Yang's guidance, unable to direct the primary research progress. Now, he finally had the chance to compile data and identify potential modeling opportunities, aiming to discover the next main direction. The meeting lasted a full 2 hours. The attendees exchanged ideas and discussed the primary objective for the next experiments, assigning tasks accordingly. After the meeting concluded, Guo Hao received a portable hard drive from academician Jiang Lei. Do your best. If it doesn't work out, that's all right, academician Jiang Lei said, his expression slightly weary. This past month has been filled with running around, managing extensive experimental situations and various meetings, leaving me quite fatigued. The data is somewhat chaotic. We didn't adhere to the experimental procedures we outlined at the beginning, as many uncertainties arose during the actual experiments, leading to data that could not be categorized as we anticipated. With that, academician Jiang Lei offered Guo Hao a look of mild apology. All right, I understand, Guo Hao nodded. Also, these data involve commercial secrets, so it's best not to take them out of the laboratory. Suddenly remembering something, academician Jiang Lei added as he looked at Guo Hao. Understood. Guo Hao nodded, well aware of such protocols, having encountered similar restrictions during his previous time at the military district. After speaking, academician Jiang Lei departed. Guo Hao glanced at the hard drive in his hand, filled with determination. It was time to put in some serious effort. Holding the hard drive, Guo Hao made his way to the laboratory's computer room, where 2 computers were available. He connected the portable hard drive and began pre-processing the experimental data. This involved cleaning, transforming, and integrating the data, arranging the complexities of the experiments mathematically. This process was the most tedious, given the vast amount of data and numerous variables involved. The mere summarization of the data was already quite a challenge, making the pre-processing stage all the more critical. Once the data was processed, he aimed to establish models based on their logical and non-logical connections, employing mathematical functions for modeling. Techniques such as naive Bayes, support vector machines, k-nearest neighbors, clustering, principal component analysis, linear regression, and logistic regression were among his tools. After approximately 3 days, Guo Hao had nearly completed the pre-processing of the data. During these 3 days, he also began to solidify his mathematical research direction, the Hualin problem. Ultimately, Guo Hao chose this path, driven not only by his personal interest, but also by the numerous papers he had read on the Hualin problem, including those by the renowned mathematician Hua Luogang. He felt a nascent understanding forming, distinct from other problems he had encountered. Among the myriad mathematical conjectures and issues, only the Hualin problem resonated with him, as if he might be capable of resolving it. Even if he could not, he believed he could still derive significant research contributions from it. Balancing the laboratory work with his own research, Guo Hao's summer was busier than he had anticipated. In early August, academician Jiang Lei announced, "The World Chemical Engineering Conference will be held in Seoul. You, Zhao Yang, and I will attend together to broaden our horizons." In the laboratory, academician Jiang Lei smiled at Guo Hao. "Very well, Professor," Zhao Yang replied, nodding with relief. After over a month of busy work, he could finally enjoy a break. "It's been exhausting," Zhao Yang remarked with a smile towards academician Jiang Lei. "But going to Seoul, ISNT, just for leisure. Prepare well, as we will also present at the conference." Academician Jiang Lei repeated fully to Zhao Yang. "At least we want to be stuck in this laboratory, right?" Zhao Yang shrugged, his expression conveying a touch of exasperation as he looked at academician Jiang Lei. "These days have been incredibly tiring. I feel like I've been running on battery for over a month." "All right, this time in Seoul, I'll allocate a bit more funding for you. We'll also give you a few days off to enjoy yourselves." Academician Jiang Lei smiled at Zhao Yang, recognizing his outstanding contributions to research and considering him an independent scholar. This event would finally allow them to take a well-deserved break. He understood that it was entirely normal for young people to need rest, and he was sympathetic to that. "Wow, Professor, you're the best," Zhao Yang exclaimed, suddenly excited by academician Jiang Lei's words. Just then, academician Jiang Lei remembered something and turned his gaze towards Guo Hao. "What's wrong? Guo Hao, do you not wish to go?" Academician Jiang Lei hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Zhao Yang before inquiring. Guo Hao also paused briefly. In truth, compared to the prospect of studying abroad, he was more inclined to remain in his dormitory, continuing his research on the Hualin issue. Engaging in scholarly pursuits abroad was also a valid endeavor. It seemed that academician Jiang had sensed Guo Hao's thoughts, for he offered a gentle smile and remarked, "If you confine yourself to your dormitory at Yanhang, it will be challenging to find inspiration. Why not venture out? You never know when a spark of creativity might strike you." Moreover, the World Chemical Engineering Conference is, at its core, an academic gathering. Engaging with your peers and attending cutting-edge discussions will undoubtedly foster your growth. "Very well, I shall go," Guo Hao replied, his eyes revealing a hint of hesitation after hearing academician Jiang's words. Indeed, he recognized the validity of Jiang Lei's reasoning. Participating in such a prestigious academic conference would be beneficial for his development. After all, collective wisdom prevails. The attendees of such meetings are invariably among the foremost talents in the field of chemical engineering. Upon hearing Guo Hao's consent, academician Jiang smiled slightly. "Excellent. Pack your belongings. We shall depart in 3 days. We are expected to stay in Seoul for several days." "Understood, Professor," Guo Hao nodded. However, he needed to apply for a passport, which was not a daunting task, as academician Jiang would assist with the process. For Guo Hao, there was no need for him to exert himself. Academic conferences typically provide attendees with every necessary convenience, regardless of the host country. A few days later, aboard the flight to Seoul, academician Jiang advised, "Even though South Korea is relatively safe, do remain vigilant. Various security incidents do occur from time to time. You both are the future of our nation's scientific research, so please be mindful of your safety." "Understood, Professor," Zhao Yang nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I do not worry about myself, but rather about you." At this, Jiang Lei directed a pointed glance at Zhao Yang, his tone slightly admonishing. "Avoid wandering into unsavory places, though such locales are abundant in South Korea. Be wary of potential HIV exposure." "Haha, how could that be?" Zhao Yang replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks at academician Jiang's words. Guo Hao could not help but steal a glance at Zhao Yang, amused. "Do not follow his example. That is out of the question, Professor. I'm already committed to someone." Guo Hao quickly interjected. "Very well then, speaking of South Korea," academician Jiang began to reminisce about his own experiences in the country, an event from years past. Just then, the airplane began its descent into Seoul Airport. Once disembarked, academician Jiang led his 2 students through the terminal, where they were greeted by a group awaiting them. Academician Jiang, a bespectacled middle-aged man, accompanied by several younger individuals, approached eagerly. "Welcome, academician Jiang," the man exclaimed, shaking Jiang Lei's hand warmly. "Professor Jin Yuan, sure. Long time no see," academician Jiang replied with a smile. Turning to Guo Hao and Zhao Yang, academician Jiang introduced, "This is Professor Jin Yuansher, the head of the chemistry department at Seoul University. He previously visited our country for an exchange program and studied in my lab for 6 months. Hello, Professor Jin." "Greetings, Professor Jin." Zhao Yang and Guo Hao both greeted him in unison. "Hello, hello." Professor Jin Yuansher nodded, smiling at the two. "Your Chinese is excellent, Professor Jin." Guo Hao remarked with curiosity. "Ha ha ha. I have long admired your country and began studying Chinese at an early age, especially after my time at Yanhang for the exchange program." Jin Yuansher replied, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Now let's not linger here. The academy has arranged hotel accommodations for you all. Come along." With that, Jin Yuansher led the group to their transportation, and they soon arrived at the Seoul Grand Hotel. The Korean Chemical Society had arranged for all invited scholars to stay at this venue, while the nearby Gwangjin District Convention Center served as the conference's location. On the way, Jin Yuansher and academician Jiang reminisced, their conversation gradually shifting to academic topics. "By the way, academician Jiang, there seems to be a young scholar from your country who has recently emerged as a notable figure. I have read 2 of his papers. Although they are mathematical in nature, they pertain to computational materials science. I believe this young scholar, named Guo Hao, has touched upon a pivotal moment in the development of computational materials science. The mathematical model he established is remarkably sound, and I sense a significant opportunity for the discipline's advancement." Excitement gleamed in Jin Yuansher's eyes as he spoke. Hearing this, academician Jiang and his companions exchanged curious glances, their expressions becoming increasingly peculiar as Zhao Yang and Jiang Lei's gazes shifted to Guo Hao. Even Guo Hao was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his reputation had already spread so swiftly. "Academician Jiang, do you know this young man named Guo Hao?" Jin Yuansher inquired, his expression tinged with anticipation. "You must be Guo Hao. If I am not mistaken, the Guo Hao you speak of must indeed be him," Jiang Lei replied with a smile. "Huh?" Jin Yuansher's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to Guo Hao. At that moment, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the Seoul Grand Hotel. "Let us disembark," Jiang Lei announced to the group. Once outside, Jin Yuansher approached Guo Hao, extending his hand. Apologizing profusely, he exclaimed, "I cannot believe that Mr. Guo Hao was sitting right beside me, and I overlooked him. Truly inexcusable." Guo Hao chuckled, responding, "Professor Jin, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary student." Just as Jin Yuansher was about to continue, academician Jiang interjected, "Let us move inside and register. Standing outside serves no purpose." "Ah, yes, yes," Jin Yuansher quickly agreed. At the entrance of the Seoul Grand Hotel, numerous welcome signs have been set up to greet scientists from around the world. The group entered the hotel and swiftly completed the check-in process with Jin Yuansher's assistance. Once their luggage was settled in their suite, they gathered in the living room. "Mr. Guo Hao, I had my students review your 2 papers. They are exceptionally impressive. Not only are they significant in mathematical terms, but they also hold immense importance in the realms of chemistry and material science." Jin Yuansher exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Our research institute has built upon your ideas and extended your computational model. We have discovered that your mathematical model is even more effective than we initially imagined. This truly represents a promising pathway for the advancement of computational materials science." Jin Yuansher's enthusiasm was infectious. Observing him, academician Jiang appeared contemplative, as he grasped the essence of Jin Yuansher's remarks. Though Jiang Lei's mathematical skills were not particularly strong, he had not delved deeply into the field of computational materials science. Guo Hao's 2 papers were undoubtedly reviewed in their entirety by academician Jiang Lei. While this in itself is unremarkable, it is important to note that academician Jiang's mathematical prowess is rather limited, and his understanding of computational materials science is consequently restricted. Thus, he did not delve deeply into this area. However, from discussions with Professor Jin Yuansher, he likely grasped the substantial value of Guo Hao's technological and theoretical approach, which might indeed pave a promising path in computational materials science. Upon reflection, this seems plausible. Although computational materials science is an interdisciplinary field, its inception can be traced back to the 1960s and 70s, when similar concepts began to emerge. Yet, despite the passage of time, the theoretical framework of computational materials science remains inadequately developed. This niche has yet to yield particularly influential examples, largely due to the chaotic phenomena inherent in materials science. The emergence of a new material often leaves even the scientists who developed it perplexed, unable to articulate the reasons behind their success. Consequently, most individuals do not regard computational materials science with much seriousness. Nevertheless, based on Professor Jin's remarks, It appears that Guo Hao may indeed be forging a path in this domain. How intriguing. A flicker of surprise gleamed in Jiang Lei's eyes as he regarded Guo Hao. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang, beside him, was utterly astonished. What the heck? I knew my junior was impressive, especially considering the weight of 2 papers in pure mathematics. But I never imagined he was this formidable. There are even specialized international teams studying Guo Hao's papers. This transcends merely publishing a couple of papers. Incredible. Guo Hao, however, remained composed. The concept of computational materials science originated from a distinctive polymer materials paper produced by the system itself, following the principle that products of the system are of exceptional quality. This line of thought has likely been validated long ago and is undoubtedly a viable approach. Ultimately, there are indeed many intelligent individuals in this world, and it is only natural that some would recognize its value. It must be acknowledged that this is a relatively effective approach, yet the pursuit of knowledge is boundless. To claim that my perspective is the definitive pathway in computational materials science would be presumptuous, Guo Hao remarked with a smile. Please do not say that. Professor Jin Yuanshi adopted a humble demeanor. Suddenly struck by a thought, he looked at Guo Hao and inquired, "Are you currently a researcher in Academician Zhang's lab, or still pursuing your doctorate? Would you consider teaching at Seoul National University? Given your qualifications, you could be directly appointed as a full professor. We could collaborate on this direction together. How does that sound?" Professor Jin's excitement was palpable as he posed the question. "Not at all. I am merely a freshman at Yinhang, about to enter my sophomore year in the fall," Guo Hao replied. "What?" Jin Yuanshi's expression transformed into one of bewilderment. He turned to Academician Jiang, asking, "Academician Jiang, has your country become so powerful that a genius of this caliber is merely a sophomore?" Jin Yuanshi found it hard to believe. "Ha, not quite." Academician Jiang chuckled. "While our nation has many talented individuals, there are not many of Guo Hao's caliber. His continued status as an undergraduate is primarily a reflection of his personal choice. The school administration suggested he pursue graduate studies long ago, but he feels he still has much to learn and prefers to accumulate knowledge step by step. However, he currently enjoys advanced privileges, as he is already part of my research group." Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanshi let out a sigh of relief. "I thought so. Though our nation is strong, we haven't quite reached that level." At this moment, curiosity sparkled in Jin Yuanshi's eyes as he turned to Guo Hao. "Given your talent and capabilities, why remain an undergraduate, studying such foundational matters? Attending classes must be somewhat of a time waste for you." Jin Yuanshi queried, perplexed. "Knowledge has no bounds, Mr. Jin," Guo Hao replied with a smile. "I do not consider my talents to be extraordinary. I still have much to learn. Balancing research and study is quite beneficial, don't you think?" Chapter 201. This young man truly understands value. "Well, I must admit, I do not fully grasp your perspective," Jin Yuanshi remarked, somewhat regretfully. "If you were willing to come to Seoul National University, I could persuade the administration to grant you a doctoral degree and offer you a position. This promise stands indefinitely." "Thank you very much, Mr. Jin." Guo Hao smiled appreciatively. "I must say, this professor has quite the discerning eye," he thought to himself. After further academic discussions, Professor Jin Yuanshi spent over an hour in the room before sensing he might be intruding on Guo Hao and others' rest. He apologized and departed the suite. As the door closed, Zhao Yang, who had been relatively quiet, could no longer contain his curiosity. "Well, how's he? What is going on? Your 2 papers are that impressive? A promising avenue in computational materials science?" That professor's demeanor just now was astonishing. Zhao Yang exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. "Speak properly. Professor Jin is a professor. Nothing more." Zhao Yang chuckled sheepishly, refraining from further comment. At this moment, Academician Zhang's gaze turned to Guo Hao, his expression tinged with reflection. "I have not engaged much with computational material science, and, I must admit, I underestimated the potential of your 2 papers in this field." "Please do not say that, Professor," Guo Hao quickly responded. Academician Jiang waved his hand dismissively. "A great man once said, one must be pragmatic. The reality is what it is. My lack of understanding in computational materials science is simply that, an absence of knowledge." "You are indeed remarkable," Academician Jiang stated with a hint of admiration. Guo Hao smiled wryly and shook his head. "You overestimate me. The inspiration is merely decent. This mathematical model is not exceptionally refined, as you observed. I have to construct data models on-site each time, which inherently limits their universality. In some respects, they cannot be universally applicable, as they are not meant to be general models. It suffices to say that this approach may indeed be viable. A look of contemplation washed over academician Jiang as he regarded Guo Hao. Surely, you do not believe that identical models exist in this world? He asked with a slight smile. What you've achieved is commendable. Gaining the recognition of a professor in material science is a testament to the potential your model holds for guiding the future direction of computational material science. Enough. I want to ramble on. You both should rest now, academician Jiang said with a smile. All right. The group returned to their respective rooms to rest. Lying on his bed, Guo Hao sent a message to Shun Luoyan. Soon after, she replied, Didn't you already land? Why are you just now at the hotel? Guo Hao briefly recounted the day's events to Shun Luoyan. This professor has quite the discerning eye. Moments later, Shun Luoyan responded again. Guo Hao chuckled. After exchanging a few messages with Shun Luoyan, he also called his parents. After enduring a torrent of admonitions from his mother, Guo Hao finally rose from his bed. Given his constitution, he certainly wouldn't feel fatigue from a single flight. After all, even a half or full marathon would not pose a challenge for him. After performing a few stretches to loosen his body, Guo Hao retrieved his laptop from his bag. Once connected to the hotel's wireless network, he meticulously established a firewall to monitor the data transmission over the network. Satisfied that everything was in order, he resumed his calculations. Guo Hao had invested considerable time grappling with the issues surrounding Hualin, yet his progress remained minimal. During this period, he had been examining various related matters. Such conjectural inquiries not only demanded a reservoir of knowledge, but also the occasional spark of inspiration. Currently, Guo Hao's task was to seek out that very inspiration. The following day, Guo Hao and Zhao Yang spent a significant amount of time wandering through the exhibition hall, greatly enriching their understanding. The venue was opulent, given the presence of numerous industry giants in the chemical sector. The World Chemical Conference was sponsored by many leading titans of the chemical industry, which, to put it bluntly, typically indicates that those involved in this field are quite affluent. Upon entering the exhibition center, they encountered numerous amenities, including self-service fruit and buffet stations. Many of the foremost chemical industry leaders had set up several exhibition booths showcasing cutting-edge chemical products, while others presented their latest research findings in various conference rooms. Guo Hao and Zhao Yang attended several of these sessions, reaping substantial rewards from the experience. After all, those who were privileged to present their papers at the center were primarily esteemed figures in the field. Once academician Jiang Lei arrived at the exhibition center, he ceased to accompany Guo Hao and Zhao Yang, as he had to prepare for his own presentation. The two friends proceeded to another conference room. Hey, isn't that Professor Jean on the podium? The one who praised my paper yesterday? Zhao Yang remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Guo Hao's gaze shifted toward the podium, and indeed, it was him. Guo Hao felt a twinge of curiosity about the professor's level of expertise after his enthusiastic endorsement of Guo Hao's work. As they settled into their seats, the conference hall rapidly filled with attendees. Good afternoon, everyone, Jin Yuanshi addressed the crowded hall, his heart swelling with excitement, though his expression remained composed. Today, I stand before you to introduce a revolutionary concept in chemistry, or rather, the dawn of a new era in material science. The emergence of computational materials science. Taking a deep breath, Jin Yuanshi spoke to the audience. Computational materials science. Zhao Yang exclaimed, glancing incredulously at Guo Hao. It seems like he asked referring to your paper. Let us listen, Guo Hao replied, equally intrigued, observing Jin Yuanshi with keen interest. He was eager to discover how much the professor had gleaned from his two papers. Computational materials science? The audience murmured, a stir of astonishment rippling through the room. This was indeed a rather niche academic branch, and no one expected Jin Yuanshi to herald its revival. The crowd listened attentively, and Jin Yuanshi was visibly pleased with their reaction. To discuss the renaissance of computational materials science, I would like to begin with a mathematical paper, he declared, turning to the whiteboard, where he inscribed the title, The Prospects of a Special Algorithm Model in Material Science. After completing his writing, he beamed at the audience. This paper was published last year in Mathematical Invention. I believe some of you in the chemical field may have encountered it, though many may not be familiar with it. Pausing for effect, he continued with fervor, I do not understand why the author chose to publish this paper in Mathematical Invention. While the mathematical value of this algorithm is undeniably high, its significance in chemistry and material science is what I consider truly monumental. In my view, if this algorithm gains widespread acceptance, it will completely transform our understanding of material science, upending the current status of computational material science. Jin Yuanshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Based on our team's usage and calculations, he launched into an enthusiastic discourse on the merits of the mathematical model. introducing several outcomes achieved by his research group that were rooted in this grand mathematical framework. This professor appears to genuinely admire your work. Zhao Yangremarket. Watching Jin Yuanshir's animated presentation with curiosity. He seems deeply engaged with your paper. Perhaps, but their approach is misguided, Guo Hao replied, observing the equations and data on the blackboard with a hint of skepticism. Really? Zhao Yang asked, slightly taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. How so? It looks quite substantial to me, and they have data to back it up. Indeed, their data is commendable, but their model is flawed, Guo Hao stated firmly. They have largely replicated my model, yet this particular model cannot be generalized. I've attempted it myself, and while their data may appear accurate, it can create a misleading impression of correctness. However, in practical experimental applications, particularly in materials, you will find significant discrepancies in precision, sometimes leading to enormous errors. Zhao Yang pondered Guo Hao's words, nodding slowly. So, Professor Jin hasn't actually utilized this mathematical model for materials? Not necessarily, Guo Hao shrugged. When I refer to precision, I mean in my context, perhaps they find it acceptable in theirs. Guo Hao was about to elaborate further when a voice suddenly interrupted them from the side. It seems, young man, that you possess a profound understanding of Professor Jin's research. Guo Hao and Zhao Yang turned to see a fellow compatriot seated beside them, who appeared to have been listening for some time. Hello, I'm Lu Zixu, an associate professor in the chemistry department at Southeast University. Lu Zixu, a middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of elegance. With a modest smile, he addressed Guo Hao and Zhao Yang. I couldn't help but overhear your discussion in Chinese as I sat down. To my surprise, the author of the paper is right here. My apologies for eavesdropping. It's no trouble at all, Guo Hao replied, shaking his head. Your earlier comments were truly insightful, Lu Zixu continued. I have dabbled in computational materials science myself, and after hearing your thoughts, I'm curious. What do you see as the future direction of computational materials science? Lu Zixu looked at Guo Hao with interest. If you're asking me such a broad question, I'm unsure how to respond. However, I can tell you that for computational materials science to advance, the development of computational power is essential, as is the refinement of algorithmic models. Guo Hao sighed softly, a hint of exasperation in his tone. If the algorithmic models are flawed, then the outcomes will inevitably be erroneous. The field of material science is one where a slight deviation can lead to significant consequences. It is utterly impossible to merely apply a singular algorithmic model, let alone make even the slightest adjustments. In my previous endeavors concerning new materials, I concurrently engaged in the development of innovative models, drawing upon prior experimental data to forge new paradigms. This, I believe, represents the future trajectory of computational materials science, Guo Hao stated calmly. At this juncture, a thought began to brew in Guo Hao's mind. Perhaps this could serve as the genesis of a new paper, one that intertwines mathematical grand models with the development of new materials. Guo Hao's gaze sparkled as his mind raced with ideas. Hearing Guo Hao's words, Lu Zixu's eyes instantly brightened. Mr. Guo, do you have any papers that you could recommend to me? Not just yet, but it should be forthcoming. Guo Hao replied with a smile, addressing Lu Zixu. Then I shall eagerly await your magnum opus. Lu Zixu responded with a smile directed at Guo Hao. On the podium, Jin Yuanzi was animatedly discussing the accomplishments of their team. Yet as he faced the audience in the conference hall, he noticed Guo Hao and others engaged in conversation. Initially furrowing his brow, he intended to intervene, but then he caught sight of Guo Hao's face. Surprise quickly illuminated his expression. Mr. Guo Hao, Jin Yuanzi exclaimed with delight. Calling out to the audience, Guo Hao, who was conversing with Lu Zixu, was momentarily taken aback. Jin Yuanzi had already dashed down from the stage, making his way toward the audience. Scholars, professors, and students surrounding the conference hall turned their curious gazes toward Guo Hao. Mr. Guo, I never anticipated your presence here. I am humbled to be in your company, Jin Yuanzi expressed, demonstrating a commendable command of language, as he even translated a term from the Dragon Kingdom into English, which left Guo Hao with a bemused expression. My senior and I were merely wandering about and happened to see you lecturing, so we thought we would come and observe. Guo Hao replied with a smile. I am truly humbled. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi's gaze swept across the other scholars in the conference hall, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, this is Mr. Guo Hao, the sole author of the two papers I just presented, a distinguished scholar in mathematics and materials science, an innovator in the realm of computational materials science. Jin Yuanzi introduced with fervor. Listening to this introduction, Guo Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment. This praise, it seemed, was perhaps a bit excessive. Chapter 203, A Public Rebuke. All the scholars' gazes converged upon Guo Hao. Their expressions were filled with intrigue. A scholar so youthful, yet regarded as a leading authority? Curiosity permeated the atmosphere. Let us extend a warm round of applause to this eminent scholar from the Dragon Kingdom, Mr. Guo Hao, as he takes the stage to enlighten us. Jin Yuanxi concluded. Initiating the applause, professors and students alike echoed the applause, and a wave of sound filled the conference hall. Guo Hao felt a slight sense of resignation. Mr. Guo, may I request that you share your insights with us? Jin Yuanxi inquired eagerly, gazing at Guo Hao. Very well, Guo Hao replied, albeit with a hint of reluctance. As he rose from his seat, he approached the podium. Jin Yuanxi, smiling, respectfully handed the microphone to Guo Hao. After pausing momentarily, Guo Hao surveyed the assembly of scholars before him and began to speak. Esteemed guests, the majority of you are professors. In terms of knowledge, you are likely to surpass me significantly and could be my mentors. I stand here, a mere novice. Jin Yuanxi smiled at Guo Hao's words. However, Guo Hao continued, shifting his tone. Jin Yuanxi's expression flickered with a hint of confusion. Was there more? I believe that Professor Jin Yuanxi has inadvertently strayed in his analysis of my paper, Guo Hao asserted boldly. A murmur of shock rippled through the conference hall. All eyes turned toward Guo Hao, filled with curiosity. The smile on Jin Yuanxi's face froze. Disbelief etched in his features as he regarded Guo Hao. He had not anticipated such a public rebuke. Despite having shown Guo Hao considerable respect over the past few days, Guo Hao had now openly contradicted him. Yet Guo Hao paid no heed to Jin Yuanxi's discomposure. There was no need. As a scholar, the pursuit of truth and pragmatism is the virtue one must uphold. It is inconceivable to alter one's convictions over trifles. Had Jin Yuanxi not invited him to the stage, Guo Hao would likely have refrained from such a confrontation. Once his paper is published, clarity will naturally ensue. While Jin Yuanxi's research holds merit, it is misaligned. That extensive data model, in itself, possesses limited significance. Its greater value lies merely as a reference. While the algorithm warrants consideration, the overarching model cannot simply be applied universally. As he spoke, Guo Hao approached the whiteboard. With swift strokes, he inscribed a series of mathematical formulas. Computational materials science, in itself, harbors no profound issues. However, diverse materials necessitate not only a substantial model, but also the reconstruction of a suitable tailored model. The adage cutting one's coat according to one's cloth aptly applies here. As we require, Guo Hao continued to write formula after formula. The entire assembly was left in a state of bewilderment. Was he inscribing mathematical formulas? Could it be that he was invoking the naive Bayes theorem and even partial differential equations? Was this truly the conference hall for chemical engineering? Most professors and students in chemistry are typically not well-versed in mathematics. Physics, on the other hand, has considerable overlap with mathematics. In chemistry, however, it is common for a proficient chemist to be less adept at mathematics. This disparity is a primary reason why computational material science has struggled to flourish. Expecting them to excel in computational material science is clearly an overreach. After all, the foundational requirement for computational material science is a profound understanding of mathematics, even surpassing that of the average mathematician, to leverage mathematics in materials computation. It was evident that the audience lacked sufficient mathematical comprehension. After only a brief exposition, Guo Hao found that many in attendance felt as though they were listening to a foreign tongue. Soon, he had filled an entire board with mathematical formulas. From various perspectives, I have elucidated the reasons why this mathematical modeling cannot be universally applied. Although this mathematical model may appear to be a universal template, in reality, such a notion is unattainable. Guo Hao then elaborated on several issues from a chemical standpoint. Jin Yuanxi, standing nearby, had begun to grasp the essence of Guo Hao's points, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Upon concluding, Guo Hao handed the microphone back to Jin Yuanxi without regard for whether the audience had comprehended his discourse. Thank you, Professor Jin, Guo Hao said with a smile. It is you who deserves gratitude. Had it not been for your earlier clarifications, I might have strayed from the right path. Jin Yuanxi quickly replied. Guo Hao smiled, dismissing Jin Yuanxi's words as he descended from the podium. Shall we? Guo Hao said to Zhao Yang. Indeed, Zhao Yang nodded, rising to follow Guo Hao out of the conference hall. Lu Zishu also promptly stood and accompanied Guo Hao and Zhao Yang as they exited. As the trio departed, a voice remarked, Mr. Guo's recent lecture was profoundly insightful. Regrettably, my mathematical prowess is rather lacking, and though I listened intently to your discourse on mathematics, my understanding was rather superficial. Lu Zixu remarked with a smile directed at Guo Hao. It's quite all right, Guo Hao replied straightforwardly. Computational materials science can merely be regarded as a prospective avenue within the future of materials science. However, the precise outcomes remain uncertain, and it is of little consequence. With systematic papers to guide him, Guo Hao surmised that computational materials science is indeed the future of the discipline. Yet, that future seems exceedingly distant. And when that time arrives, the significance of mathematical modeling and computational power will be nearly indistinguishable. Indeed, even if I were to embark on a doctoral journey in mathematics anew, I fear it would be too late. Lu Zixu said with a wry smile. There is no need to expend such effort. Simply focus on excelling in your current endeavors. The group conversed for a while, after which Lu Zixu exchanged contact information with Guo Hao before taking his leave. Guo Hao and Zhao Yang continued to meander through the conference venue. After quite some time, Academician Jiang Lei finally emerged. Did you glean anything of value? Academician Jiang Lei inquired with a smile toward Zhao Yang and Guo Hao. Tremendous insights. Guo Hao expressed with a hint of emotion. He was not exaggerating. During his time at the exhibition center, he had attended numerous academic presentations, exposing him to some of the foremost research within the chemical engineering domain, which had profoundly broadened his horizons. Yet from this conference, Guo Hao also discerned the essence of his systematic paper, a special polymer material with significant implications. Chapter 204. The prospects of supermodeling and algorithms integrating all material properties in material science. That paper is undoubtedly a groundbreaking type of new material. If I were to publish it, I must conceal certain critical data, or perhaps this paper simply should not be published. It is indeed a genuine high-tech material, profoundly meaningful. Professor, you just missed it. Just now, my junior Guo Hao delivered a resounding rebuttal to Professor Jean from yesterday, leaving him quite flustered. Zhao Yang excitedly relayed to Academician Jiang Lei. What transpired? Academician Jiang Lei appeared momentarily taken aback, his brow slightly furrowing as he turned to Zhao Yang for clarification. Zhao Yang, brimming with a tinge of excitement, recounted the recent events to Academician Jiang Lei. I see. Guo Hao, you performed admirably. Academician Jiang Lei cast an approving glance at Guo Hao. Upholding the truth is indeed the noblest course of action. Guo Hao nodded with a smile. Professor, I just had a spark of inspiration. I wish to return to the hotel for a moment. Guo Hao addressed Academician Jiang Lei. Go ahead. Inspiration is paramount. With that, Guo Hao swiftly departed. While he had been speaking at the podium, his mind had already been brewing many ideas regarding computational materials science, quite intriguing concepts. He had a premonition that once his paper matured, computational materials science itself would reach true fruition. Guo Hao's mind brimmed with relevant notions, and as he pondered, his pace quickened. Observing Guo Hao's retreating figure, Zhao Yang hesitated momentarily before turning to Academician Jiang Lei, saying, Professor, I feel that Guo Hao is quite an anomaly. How so? Academician Jiang Lei inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhao Yang chuckled wryly as he responded, I distinctly do not perceive Guo Hao engaging in traditional studies. Yet I sense that his understanding of chemical theory has begun to surpass my own, and he has even reached his sophomore year. Moreover, he often dedicates most of his time to mathematical inquiries. Truly, does such a genius not require formal study? Does knowledge refresh itself automatically in his mind? Zhao Yang found this perplexing. Ha ha ha. Otherwise, how could one be deemed a genius? Academician Jiang Lei beamed with delight. If there is indeed a viable path in computational material science, it is most likely to be traversed by your junior. Academician Jiang Lei mused with a touch of nostalgia. In truth, Guo Hao's talent in chemistry has left Academician Jiang Lei somewhat astonished. His capacity for learning is astonishingly rapid. This is what true genius looks like. I concur. Zhao Yang did not feel that Academician Jiang Lei was exaggerating. He believed the elder scholar's sentiments to be entirely accurate. Precisely so. Well then, let us explore the exhibition center further. After that, we have a meeting, and I shall take you along. Very well, Professor. Zhao Yang nodded in agreement. At that moment, Guo Hao had already returned to his room. He commenced rapidly calculating on the sheets of paper before him, utilizing geometric topology modeling methods. He began by drafting a preliminary model of the new material's properties, followed by inputting various parameters, alongside the mathematical models and parameters of other materials. He undertook big data modeling concerning the interactions among molecular-level materials. Under the auspices of big data modeling, the emergence of new materials might only require the articulation of a demand. A wildly ambitious idea took shape in Guo Hao's mind. He swiftly computed an array of data. His vision was extraordinarily grand. He envisioned harnessing immense computational power to input all known elemental material properties and their corresponding mathematical attributes into a computer. Through computational analysis, he could potentially model the reactions or mixtures of all elemental materials, significantly expediting the emergence of new materials, and perhaps even uncovering numerous materials yet undiscovered by humanity. This, of course, represents an immensely ambitious undertaking, akin to the Human Genome Project. Should it come to fruition, it would hold profound significance for all of humanity. Once he had established the foundational elements of mathematical modeling, Guo Hao began drafting his paper, titled The Prospects of Supermodeling and Algorithms Integrating All Material Properties in Material Science. He elaborated that should such an endeavor be realized, computational materials science might experience a transformative evolution. Over the ensuing days, Guo Hao remained sequestered in his room, diligently writing his paper until the closing ceremony, at which point he finally emerged. Is the paper completed? Academician Jiang Lei inquired with a smile as he approached Guo Hao. Yes, it is nearly finished. Would you like to take a look? Certainly, I would be delighted. Academician Jiang Lei replied with a grin. After the closing ceremony, upon returning to the hotel, Academician Jiang Lei began reviewing Guo Hao's paper. After a brief perusal, his brow gradually furrowed. The concept is commendable, but is this undertaking perhaps overly ambitious? Moreover, to take a step back, can our current computational capabilities, even with supercomputers, truly meet the demands? Professor Guo Hao chuckled, looking at Academician Jiang Lei. One supercomputer would undoubtedly fall short. However, what if we employed multiple units? If we could realize even a fraction of this vision, material science would achieve a genuine leap forward. Hearing Guo Hao's words, Academician Jiang Lei nodded appreciatively. A sense of admiration flickered in his gaze as he regarded Guo Hao. Is indeed the youth of today, ambitious and visionary. Excellent. I hold great optimism for this paper. At that moment, Academician Jiang Lei paused, suddenly recalling something. Glancing down at the paper in his hands, curiosity sparked in his eyes as he asked Guo Hao, "By the way, I just realized something. Having read through your paper, your English is quite proficient. I couldn't find any issues this time. I remember that your previous papers had some grammatical and technical terminology errors." Academician Jiang Lei regarded Guo Hao with mild curiosity. "Professor, one must allow for progress, don't you think? After all, I have been exposed to so much academic English. It is only natural for me to improve." Guo Hao chuckled. Academician Jiang Lei opened his mouth, intending to voice that while progress is commendable, the speed of this particular advancement was rather extraordinary. However, upon reflecting on the other remarkable achievements of this student, he restrained himself from expressing his thoughts. After all, could there be anything that could truly challenge such a prodigy? Chapter 205, The Astonishment of Terence Tao. The World Chemical Congress concluded successfully. Guo Hao accompanied Academician Jiang Lei, making the rounds, and although it was not without its merits, he was particularly satisfied with the inspiration gleaned from Jin Yuanqi's presentation on stage. After sharing it with Academician Jiang, Guo Hao submitted the paper to JCS the following day. JCS, short for the Journal of the American Chemical Society, is currently the most prestigious and highly regarded journal in the field of chemistry. After submitting the manuscript, Guo Hao and Zhao Yang spent some leisure time in South Korea, purchasing gifts for Shen Luoyan, and then returned to Longguo with Academician Jiang Lei. Upon returning, they resumed their work on laboratory data. Meanwhile, at the JCS editorial office, Editor-in-Chief Chris called out, "Colin, come take a look at this paper." Colin, having just discovered a manuscript in his inbox, looked on with hesitation after perusing its contents. "What do you need me for? If you believe the grammar and format are sound and the work holds value, simply submit it to the relevant experts for review." Chris furrowed his brow slightly as he addressed Colin. "Why don't you take a look?" Colin replied with a wry smile. "What is it?" Chris inquired, moving closer to Colin and taking the paper from his hands. He glanced at the title, The Prospects of Supermodeling and Algorithms Integrating All Material Properties in Material Science. Upon reading the title, his eyes widened with intense surprise. "This sounds quite intriguing. Do continue," Colin encouraged. Chris delved deeper into the manuscript. Aside from some initial theoretical discussions, he was soon confronted with a barrage of mathematical formulas, which rapidly left him feeling overwhelmed. While mathematics is not entirely absent from chemical papers, given that computational materials science, though somewhat niche, does have its share of theoretical researchers, it is rare for someone to present such an extensive array of mathematical content right from the outset. As Chris continued to flip through the pages, his frown deepened. "So, who should we send this paper to, Chief?" Colin asked, still with a nervous smile. "Let us consult Professor Gurren side. a leading figure in computational material science. With so much mathematical content, it requires careful consideration, Chris mused after a moment of contemplation. And let us also reach out to Professor Terence Tao. He has previously explored some chemical topics, and being a top mathematician, his insights would be invaluable. Let us send it to both of them. Professor Tao, but I don't have his contact information, Colin responded, momentarily taken aback. I'll handle it, Chris said with a hint of resignation. Faced with this situation, he had no choice but to step in personally. Please send the paper to my email. Of course, Chief, Colin replied. Afterward, Chris returned to his desk and sent Terence Tao a message via Facebook. Hello, Professor Tao. Do you have a moment? I have a paper. Would you be able to assist with a review? Not long after sending the message, he received a reply from Tao. Editor-in-Chief Chris, you are the head of JCS, correct? Although I have delved into some chemistry, are you certain you want me to review a chemistry paper? This paper is rather special. Once you see it, you'll understand why I sought your expertise. May I ask if you have time? Your words pique my interest. Please send it over. Terence Tao, seated before his computer, gazed with keen curiosity at the message from the JCS editor-in-chief. Special? I'm eager to see what makes it so. Soon, Terence Tao received the email from Chris. Filled with curiosity, he opened it to find the paper titled The Prospects of Supermodeling and Algorithms Integrating All Material Properties in Material Science. Computational Materials Science? This title is quite grand. After reading it, his curiosity intensified. The authors and affiliations were concealed, adhering to a professional blind review process. Terence Tao promptly turned his attention to the main text. Before long, he understood why Chris had chosen him for this review. This is rather extraordinary, Terence Tao exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. Molecular dynamics and naive Bayes. Fascinating. With an extensive knowledge base, Terence Tao, a veritable genius, not only excels in mathematics, but also has ventured into various fields. He began to thoroughly examine the mathematical model presented before him, meticulously verifying calculations. Meanwhile, Professor Guo also received an invitation to review from Chris and was engrossed in Guo Hao's paper. Time flew by as he dedicated an entire morning to the manuscript, with his graduate student, David, bringing him water twice. Excellent. Truly excellent. Professor Guo suddenly exclaimed, startling David, who had been quietly pouring water. Professor, what is the matter? Why the sudden excitement? David inquired, somewhat exasperated. Ha ha ha. This paper on computational materials science is simply outstanding. If this concept can be realized, it will herald a transformative era in the field of materials science. David nodded, intrigued by his professor's enthusiasm. At that moment, Professor Guo quickly composed his review comments and sent them to Editor-in-Chief Chris. On the other side, Terence Tao continued to marvel. A genius. This is true brilliance. I never imagined that molecular dynamics and naive Bayes could be utilized in such a manner. The application of partial differential equations here is astounding. Despite being a prodigy himself, he found this paper to be a stroke of genius. The intricate interplay of mathematics and chemistry was nothing short of exquisite. With a deep sigh of admiration, Terence Tao glanced over the paper once more before crafting his review comments and sending them to Chris. He then promptly opened AR14, a renowned preprint repository where many scholars share their unpublished work. Eager to engage, he logged into his account and hastily posted a message. Before long, you will see an immensely significant paper published in JCS. Stay tuned. Chapter 206, The True Essence of Computational Materials Science. Before long, several scholars and students active on AR14 who followed Terence Tao noticed his update. As one of the few prominent scholars who enjoy being active on AR14, many were keenly interested in Tao's work. Impressive. The excitement exhibited by Professor Tao piqued my curiosity regarding the nature of the paper that had elicited such a reaction. I find myself wondering, Professor Tao, what is the subject of this paper? Although I had not previously heard of Professor Tao engaging in chemical research, his enthusiasm suggests it may pertain to computational materials science. It certainly appears to be the case. I am most intrigued by the content of the paper. Numerous comments have been left by readers. Professor Terence Tao surveyed the remarks with a slight smile, harboring a sense of anticipation regarding the public's reaction upon the paper's release. To be candid, he finds the paper to be exceedingly fascinating. The algorithms presented therein are not excessively complex. However, the precision with which mathematical modeling is approached is remarkable, and a standard has been established within. These elements have genuinely surprised Professor Tao. The paper may not be groundbreaking in a purely mathematical sense, nor is it exceptionally formidable in a chemical context. Its significance lies in the profound integration of mathematics and material science, culminating in a true synthesis of these interdisciplinary fields. Perhaps this is the essence of computational materials science. In Professor Tao's view, the emergence of this paper may signify the genuine inception of a discipline born from the intersection of materials science and mathematics. Should computational materials science experience substantial advancement in the future, this paper will be regarded as foundational. As for the concepts proposed within the paper, Professor Tao harbors reservations regarding their feasibility. The engineering demands are immense, and the computational power required is staggering. He feels that a degree of simplification may be necessary to incorporate many of the formulas and ideas into the realm of computational material science. One might interpret it as merely a vision of possibilities. Meanwhile, progress on the battery experiments has stagnated, which is not unusual as large-scale projects often encounter various obstacles. Even though Guo Hao has prepared all the materials, it is his first endeavor in battery energy storage, and his understanding of batteries is quite limited, rendering him unable to make significant contributions. The performance and efficiency of the battery are influenced by a multitude of materials. In Guo Hao's computational material science has little impact on the overall progress. However, neither Professor Wu Kai nor academician Jiang Lei appear overly disappointed. They had anticipated such a scenario. In mid to late August, Guo Hao received an email from JCS informing him that his paper had been successfully accepted, and he was requested to transfer a publication fee of 4,000 to their account. His paper is set to be featured prominently in the next issue, scheduled for publication in mid-September. Guo Hao was not surprised by this acceptance. As his mathematical model was sound and his ideas in material science were intriguing, such top-tier journals often favor papers of this nature. This achievement can be considered a significant academic milestone. Guo Hao feels quite satisfied. Coupled with the previously published paper in a first-tier mathematics journal, this marks his second publication. Having completed 1/5 of his goal of 10 first-tier papers, this task does not seem overly daunting to him. At least, Guo Hao remains quite content. The year is merely at its outset. Life proceeds serenely. Guo Hao's days are tranquil, oscillating between the laboratory, dormitory, and cafeteria as usual. The dormitory is occupied solely by Guo Hao and Li Wei, yet they seldom cross paths, seeing each other only occasionally in the evenings. This serene existence continues until the commencement of the academic year on September 1st. Both Professor Wu Kai and academician Jiang Lei are preoccupied, and Zhao Yang and others are similarly busy, resulting in a 3-day break for the laboratory. As for Li Wei, he lost his tutoring job shortly before due to the start of the school year. Brothers from room 302. I have returned, Ma Xan exclaimed as he burst through the dormitory door, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Standing behind him was Li Ming, both laden with bags of various belongings. Xin Ye, Ming Ye, exclaimed Li Wei, who was reading nearby, turning to face Ma Xan and Li Ming with an expression of delight. You two are finally back. Indeed. Wow. How go? You're actually in the dormitory? Ma Xan responded, surprised to see Guo Hao still engrossed in his studies. Upon hearing Ma Xan's words, Guo Hao leisurely lifted his gaze. He glanced at Ma Xan and Li Ming. What do you mean? I'm also in the dormitory. Is this no longer my dormitory? Guo Hao retorted, slightly annoyed. Ma Xan chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. We assumed you would still be in the lab, given your important experiments with academician Jiang Lei. Academician Jiang had matters to attend to, so we have a break, Guo Hao replied casually. After Ma Xan and Li Ming entered the dormitory and set down their belongings, Li Ming cheerfully called out, How go away, come eat. My mom sent a lot of delicious treats. My mom did too. She brought some braised beef. It's absolutely delicious. Come and try it. Guo Hao paused his reading, and the group gathered chairs to set up a small table, where Li Ming and Ma Xan laid out a feast. They all enjoyed a meal together. Ma Xan and Li Ming animatedly recounted their summer adventures, sharing their thoughts and reflections. Guo Hao and Li Wei listened attentively. After a while, Ma Xan began to inquire about Guo Hao and Li Wei's summer experiences. I envy you. How go? Going to South Korea on a government-funded trip. I haven't traveled abroad in years, let alone attend such a grand academic conference. Honestly, it was just a chance to meet my advisor and gain some exposure. I wasn't the main attraction. It was merely an opportunity to observe, Guo Hao shrugged. I believe Wei had a more fulfilling summer, Li Ming remarked enviously, glancing at Li Wei. Wei, tutoring must have earned you quite a bit. I heard that tutoring in Yanjing can pay around 200 yuan an hour. I did earn some, all thanks to How Ge, Li Wei said gratefully, looking at Guo Hao, eager to express more. All right, I only help with the introduction. If you hadn't performed well, they wouldn't have hired you. Ultimately, You should be thanking yourself. Guo Hao responded with a smile. Libe nuda prasietibeli. Guo Hao chuckled and shook his head. It seems everyone had an exciting summer. Not too bad. Ma Xian and Li Ming chuckled in agreement. Yanhang is a respectable school. After I returned, I caught up with some old classmates and bragged about your achievements. Ma Xin et Galim et Sitan Li. Me too. I told my parents and friends about Hao Ji's accomplishments. It was quite a spectacle. Li Ming added eagerly. The two looked at Guo Hao with enthusiasm. Guo Hao shrugged. I hope you can strive to achieve success on your own merits, rather than relying on my achievements to impress others. Is that truly satisfying? Guo Hao asked, gazing curiously at Li Ming and Ma Xian. Effort is exhausting. Ma Xian replied with a hint of resignation. Since entering university, I felt my intellect is insufficient. For me, just passing my courses is a victory. Seeking to learn more is exceedingly challenging. Indeed, Li Ming agreed, somewhat exasperated. Guo Hao rolled his eyes at the two of them. Because you both only know how to play on the computer and show no desire to put in any effort, just look at Li Wei. His family background is far less fortunate than yours, yet he managed to rank second in his major. Why don't he take a leaf out of his book? Ma Xian and Li Ming shrugged their shoulders, adopting an innocent demeanor. A few people in the dormitory were chatting away. The next day, Guo Hao hailed a cab to Yanqing Airport. Today marked the return of Shun Luoyan to school. Luoyan. Guo Hao scanned the crowd at the exit and instantly recognized Shun Luoyan. She quickly emerged from the throng, and they embraced tightly amidst the bustling crowd. The sight of such an attractive couple in each other's arms drew the attention of several passengers. Nearby, Professor Zhao and others stood observing the affectionate reunion. Guo Hao held Shun Luoyan closely, overwhelmed by a wave of longing. The expressions of Professor Zhao and the others were filled with smiles as they beheld Guo Hao and Shun Luoyan. After a considerable moment, they finally released each other. Acutely aware of the gazes around them, Shun Luoyan lowered her head, her face flushed crimson. I apologize, Professor Zhao, for causing such a scene. Guo Hao chuckled, addressing the professor beside him. Not at all. I should be the one apologizing for keeping you two apart for so long. It's been nearly 2 months. Professor, Zhao replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Shun Luoyan's blush extended to the nape of her neck. Ha ha ha. Luoyan also needs her own development. Taking her to Chengfei for research and learning is of great significance to her growth. I can't possibly hinder her future just because I miss her, can I? What would that make me? Guo Hao asserted. I firmly believe that a healthy relationship is built on mutual recognition, respect, admiration, and the pursuit of knowledge together. Well said. Professor Zhao remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he regarded Guo Hao. Your views on love are quite profound and healthy, Guo Hao. Guo Hao smiled modestly. Shall we go, Professor? I've arranged transportation for everyone. Let's head back to school. Very well. Professor Zhao nodded. They all boarded the vehicle and returned to Yin University. Each person had their own affairs to attend to and departed accordingly. Guo Hao and Shun Luoyan meandered leisurely around the campus, discussing every trivial matter they had encountered during their time apart, as if pouring forth their unending yearning for one another. After some time, Guo Hao escorted Shun Luoyan to the entrance of her dormitory. You must be exhausted after a long day. Take a good rest today, Guo Hao said with a warm smile. Yes. Shun Luoyan nodded obediently. The following days returned to a semblance of tranquility until the latest issue of JCS was published. Academician Liu, the latest issue of JCS. Just place it there. Academician Liu casually instructed his assistant. He diligently reviews each issue of JCS, as it is essential for a chemist of his standing, particularly one specializing in chemical engineering, to remain abreast of the latest advancements. The influence of this journal cannot be merely gauged by its impact factor. It holds a paramount position in the field of chemistry. Once the assistant left, Academician Liu finally completed the paperwork at hand and picked up the nearby JCS. He glanced at the highlighted paper on the cover. The prospects of supermodeling and algorithms integrating all material properties in material science. This title piqued his interest. Computational materials science? He was surprised to see JCS featuring a paper on computational materials science. Liu Academician's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he looked at the authorship. How what? Guo Hao. His gaze sharpened with realization. He sat up abruptly, astonished to discover that it was indeed Guo Hao's paper. This revelation took him completely by surprise. After a brief moment of contemplation, Liu Academician did not find it entirely unexpected. There are not many renowned experts in the realm of computational material science today. While a few exist, most are chemists proficient in computer science and mathematical modeling. Reflecting on the individuals he knew, it seemed that Guo Hao was the only one capable of authoring such a paper, which had now become the centerpiece of JCS. How intriguing! The boldness of this paper's title was striking. Liu Academician's eyes brimmed with curiosity as he opened JCS and navigated directly to Guo Hao's paper. The morning hours slipped away quietly. Phew! Liu Academician slowly closed the journal, having not perused any other articles. What a grand vision! If this endeavor can truly be realized, it would herald a renaissance in materials science. However, while the concept is ambitious and the algorithms intricate, alas, as an academician closely tied to military affairs, Liu Academician often bears certain administrative responsibilities aside from his research. He possesses a keen instinct for project costs. Just a rough estimate of this grand initiative reveals a staggering financial requirement, whether for standardizing each material model or for the formidable computing power needed for large-scale computer clusters. Merely contemplating it conjures an exceedingly daunting figure. Nevertheless, Liu Academician does not dismiss the significance of this paper. On the contrary, if we dare not entertain such lofty aspirations, humanity cannot hope to progress. Chapter 208. An elder wishes to meet you. Furthermore, beyond the conceptual framework, the intricate mathematical models presented in this paper. Even if Liu Academician's mathematical prowess is not exceptional, he can still discern the elegance of these models. Drawing from Guo Hao's previous mathematical constructs, it is evident that this model bears great significance. Impressive. This young man, Liu Academician, could not help but reminisce about his past collaborations with Guo Hao, his face breaking into a wry smile. He nearly jeopardized his entire legacy. He had a premonition that a scientist of Guo Hao's caliber, with such substantial achievements, would inevitably ascend to a position of prominence in Longguo. In terms of reputation and influence, he would reach unprecedented heights. At that point, Guo Hao's power and impact would be formidable. He is far too young, astonishingly young, Liu Academician mused, feeling a sense of loss. Meanwhile, the influence of a new JCS issue was not confined to Liu Academician alone. It swiftly permeated the global chemistry community. The renowned theoretical chemist Martin Kaplan from the United States was the first to mention Guo Hao's paper on his personal social media. I never imagined that someone could advance computational materials science to such a degree. Perhaps there are aspects of Mr. Guo Hao's theories and ideas that warrant further discussion within the field of chemistry. However, his integration of mathematics and materials science is truly commendable. If his vision and the grand mathematical models can be realized, materials science may very well be on the cusp of a rapid evolution. Perhaps that would be the dawn of a new era. Professor Martin expressed his profound admiration for Guo Hao's paper, believing it could indeed change the world. The 2007 Nobel laureate, Professor Gerhard Ethel, also took note of the publication and shared his thoughts on his Facebook account. If there is any research in 2013 that holds the potential to change the world, it may very well be this paper. When I initially considered the title, I thought to myself that computational material science is such a niche interdisciplinary field. To my astonishment, I found myself featured in a prominent paper published in JCS. It was only after I perused the content that I recognized my own superficiality. This is an exceptionally distinguished paper. Numerous eminent scholars have voiced their opinions, propelling Guo Hao's groundbreaking work on constructing a comprehensive model for materials into the limelight, garnering significant influence. Even scholars from fields beyond chemistry have taken note, seeking it out for their own reading. The online discourse is rife with commentary. The academic realm of the Dragon Kingdom has consistently aligned itself with the international academic community, and many have become aware of this paper through various channels, most having read it at least once. A multitude of individuals has sought out Principal Huai and Academician Jiang Lei to inquire about Guo Hao's work. Within Academician Jiang Lei's laboratory, laughter erupted. Oh. You've made quite the name for yourself this time. Zhao Yang exclaimed, grinning at Guo Hao. Indeed, Junior. The entire academic circle is abuzz with discussions about your paper and you. Your work is on the verge of becoming a sensation. Zhao Yang continued enthusiastically. Everyone is proclaiming that your paper possesses the potential to transform science, even the world. Yin Yuting's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Guo Hao. The other senior students engaged in experiments, though silent, occasionally cast glances in Guo Hao's direction. Guo Hao chuckled softly. In truth, while my paper holds considerable value, it hardly warrants the current fervor. Do you understand why so many heavyweights are suddenly taking notice? At Guo Hao's words, Yin Yuting paused momentarily, while Zhao Yang looked at him with some confusion. Isn't it because your paper has immense academic value? I find it quite impressive. Its significance is extraordinary. Isn't it only natural to discuss it? Zhao Yang queried, perplexed. Precisely. Yin Yuting chimed in. her expression mirroring Zhao Yang's confusion as she regarded Guo Hao. "You're overthinking it," Guo Hao replied with a gentle shake of his head. "The apparent value of my paper seems to lie in a mathematical modeling, but in reality, the greatest worth resides in the concept of integrating all elemental materials and establishing a mathematical model for them. The idea of employing big data models in tandem with formidable computational power to compute new materials is what truly holds value." Guo Hao's tone was laden with significance as he glanced at Zhao Yang and Yin Yuting. The two displayed looks of bewilderment, evidently having not grasped his point. "It's a rather straightforward principle," Guo Hao stated plainly. "No matter how impressive my paper may be, it doesn't present any groundbreaking new materials or concepts. Its profound impact stems from the fact that it provides the means for financial gain." Guo Hao articulated incisively. "Huh?" Zhao Yang blinked in surprise, regarding Guo Hao with curiosity. Meanwhile, Yin Yuting wore a contemplative expression. "How does that translate into profit?" Zhao Yang inquired, puzzled. Observing Zhao Yang, Guo Hao felt a sense of exasperation. Clearly, this individual had spent too long in the academic laboratory, perhaps never having grappled with financial concerns. Though academically proficient, he seemed oblivious to matters of monetary significance. "It's quite simple. It's about creating an enticing vision. My paper has painted a promising picture for all chemists regarding the development of new materials. Although research has been ongoing, the inefficiency has made it challenging for most companies and governments to invest heavily. However, my paper has provided these chemists with a justification, an excuse to seek funding." Guo Hao elucidated with a smile. At that moment, a spark of realization flickered in Zhao Yang's eyes. Applause erupted nearby. "Professor!" Zhao Yang and Yin Yuting turned to see academician Jiang Lei standing at the laboratory entrance, his expression one of admiration as he regarded Guo Hao. "Well said. Your insights surpass my expectations. Your observations are quite astute. Indeed, as you mentioned, it all revolves around profit and research funding, which explains why so many top professors are speaking out. The mathematical modeling of materials can encompass a vast industrial chain, leading to substantial research funding. Professor, do esteemed individuals like Professor Martin, a Nobel laureate, also lack funding?" Zhao Yang queried, still perplexed. "The significance varies," academician Jiang Lei replied with a slight smile. "Guo Hao, please come with me." "All right." Guo Hao followed academician Jiang Lei to a secluded corner of the laboratory. "Professor, what is it?" "An influential figure wishes to meet you." Academician Jiang Lei informed Guo Hao. "A high-ranking official?" Guo Hao blinked, momentarily taken aback as he hesitated to ask. "Indeed," academician Jiang Lei chuckled. "This matter regarding the comprehensive modeling of materials has garnered significant attention, and with your previous work on the nano-coating, they are likely to place additional responsibilities upon you." A smile danced in academician Jiang Lei's eyes as he looked at Guo Hao. "Very well," Guo Hao nodded. "All right, you may go now. The car is waiting for you downstairs." Academician Jiang Lei instructed. "Understood, Professor. I shall head down now." Guo Hao smiled faintly, responding to academician Jiang Lei as he made his way to the elevator. Soon, he arrived downstairs, where a red flag car awaited him. The vehicle appeared unfamiliar, yet the figure standing before it was one he recognized well. "Su Yuan," Guo Hao exclaimed, surprised at the sight of the man. At that moment, Su Yuan was not clad in military attire, but rather donned a suit. "Mr. Guo," Su Yuan greeted with a slight smile as he opened the rear door of the car. Guo Hao approached the vehicle, curiosity evident in his gaze. "Mr. Su, I am quite intrigued. Which system are you affiliated with? Why are you not in uniform today?" "Mr. Guo, I have just transitioned from the military." Su Yuan replied with a smile, observing Guo Hao. "Very well." Guo Hao nodded and entered the car. He surmised that Su Yuan had been assigned by higher authorities. In truth, Guo Hao could sense, or rather his micro-robots detected, that there were occasionally some individuals with unusual gazes among the crowd, seemingly ordinary passers-by. They were likely responsible for his security, given the significance of his research on the nano-coating. His pivotal role in the research had undoubtedly caught the attention of those in power. During the banquet, the high-ranking official had taken a moment to speak with him, seemingly to convey their recognition and perhaps even a desire to cultivate a closer relationship. Reflecting on this, Guo Hao felt a surge of emotion. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary citizen, consumed with thoughts of his small company's survival, fretting over every penny. Yet now, he found himself rising to consider matters of national and global significance. A fervent excitement coursed through Guo Hao's veins. As the red flag car departed from Yanhang, it swiftly navigated through the streets. Soon, the surrounding buildings grew shorter and the environment became increasingly serene. The vehicle arrived at a tranquil courtyard, slowly gliding in. "Mr. Guo, you have arrived," a staff member announced as Guo Hao withdrew his gaze and exited the car. As he contemplated his next steps in the serene courtyard, he was approached by a staff member who guided him to a room. Guo Hao, we meet again. The influential figure greeted with a smile as he looked at Guo Hao. Hello, esteemed leader, Guo Hao responded respectfully. Although it was the second encounter with the esteemed leader, Guo Hao felt a slight twinge of nervousness within him. After all, such an experience is one that most individuals might never encounter in their lifetime. Ha ha ha, young man. Do not be anxious. The leader's gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of one's heart, and he discerned Guo Hao's apprehension at a glance. Offering a gentle smile as he addressed him. Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Come, have a seat. The leader gestured for Guo Hao to take a position beside him. A nearby guard presented tea. I summoned you today for a reason. I trust that, given your intelligence, you might have already surmised it. The leader inquired with a smile. You called me here regarding my paper, didn't you? Guo Hao replied with a grin. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, the leader remarked, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Upon the publication of your paper, I garnered insights from several experts and listened to some professional analyses. Your work is of profound significance, particularly your mathematical modeling, which undoubtedly holds real-world implications. Hence, I would like to seek your opinion. Upon hearing the leader's words, Guo Hao paused for a moment. Concerning the large models in material science, my suggestion would be to refrain from large-scale construction for the time being. We should prioritize theoretical research first, and then gradually advance to establishing the foundational framework. The leader listened quietly. At present, our computational power falls short of what is required for the large model mentioned in my paper. That model is merely my ultimate vision and framework for computational materials science. A significant short-term investment will yield minimal returns, Guo Hao stated candidly. Your perspective is quite grounded, and I shall give your advice due consideration, the leader replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Observing the esteemed leader before him, Guo Hao hesitated momentarily. By the way, I have another suggestion. Please go ahead. Regarding semiconductors, I hope the nation can pursue technological exploration and upgrades within the semiconductor industry, enabling our country's semiconductor sector to attain autonomy and controllability. For in the future, computational power is paramount. The semiconductor industry, or more precisely, the chip supply chain, represents the future of the future, Guo Hao earnestly conveyed to the leader. To Guo Hao's surprise, the leader displayed no signs of shock or dismay upon hearing his words. He simply regarded Guo Hao with a steady gaze. The development of the semiconductor industry is not solely within the purview of the state, the leader sighed softly. Since the 1990s, the ideology of buying rather than building has taken hold in the civilian industrial sector, and the semiconductor industry has languished for far too long. We have managed to preserve a few embers through administrative orders, yet without a sufficient market, how can we cultivate an industry chain? Without an industry chain, how can we speak of technological upgrades and industrial advancement? The leader shook his head, reflecting on past inquiries he had made to relevant academicians about semiconductors. Nodding in understanding, Guo Hao realized that the upper echelons were indeed acutely aware of the deficiencies within the country's industry. However, as the leader stated, without a market, there can be no industry chain, and without an industry chain, how can one discuss industrial upgrades? The state faces significant challenges. While administrative orders may prove effective in many matters, relying solely on such mandates to force interventions is likely to yield counterproductive outcomes. Thus, the ensuing trade wars, which appear to inflict substantial losses on the East, in reality bore substantial gains, a strategic retreat that paved the way for advancement. Following the trade war, the U.S. was, in a manner of speaking, compelled to abandon the vast market of our nation. Yet, as a result, our semiconductor industry, or rather its seeds, began to flourish. In less than a decade, the semiconductor industry of our nation underwent explosive growth, fueled by the immense market potential. With a large market comes substantial profits. And with profits, capital possesses the subjective initiative and motivation to explore every possible avenue for upgrading the industry and capturing the market. Perhaps the timing is simply not yet ripe. Guo Hao pondered. Do you have any further thoughts? The leader inquired of Guo Hao. Nothing beyond that, Guo Hao replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Realizing that while he was aware of certain historical trajectories of the future, altering destiny seemed nearly impossible, especially from the perspective of a leader. His own contributions felt minuscule. With such limited insights, Guo Hao surmised that the leader's think tank likely had already contemplated the very points he raised. Their strategic foresight was formidable. Join me for lunch, the leader suggested with a gentle smile. Certainly, sir, Guo Hao responded promptly. The two engaged in further conversation before proceeding to dine together. a simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup. After their meal, Guo Hao was escorted out by the guards and departed the courtyard in a Hongqi vehicle. This meeting had not only facilitated substantial communication with the leader, but also provided Guo Hao with significant insights into domestic issues, particularly in the realm of technology. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the upper echelons of the nation possessed a keen strategic foresight regarding the U.S., far exceeding his expectations. Moreover, the leader's prophetic remarks left Guo Hao utterly astounded. In the realm of elite individuals, claims of altering history or changing the course of time by time travelers often amounted to little more than empty rhetoric, unless one possessed a system. There existed only the faintest possibility. This revelation brought Guo Hao a sense of relief. There was no need for him to bear the burden of changing history, as it held no significance. His objective in this era was to forge a new history in the progression of technological development. "Mr. Guo Hao, we have arrived at your dormitory." A voice broke through Guo Hao's contemplation, belonging to Su Yuan. Guo Hao smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Su. You are too kind." Stepping out of the Hongqi vehicle, Guo Hao watched as it drove away. At that moment, Ma Exen, unaware of what to do, happened to arrive at the dormitory and witnessed this scene. Approaching Guo Hao, his gaze remained fixed on the receding Hongqi. "Hey, how go? Where did you just come from? Why are you getting out of Hongqi?" Ma Exen inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "I met someone," Guo Hao replied vaguely, uncertain if this constituted confidential information. "Who is it? Someone of considerable stature, I presume?" "Ma xin Guestin, indeed." "How did you know?" Guo Hao was taken aback momentarily. "Come on, you don't know? That Hongqi is not assigned below ministerial level. What do you think?" "Ma xin et Golim." "I see," Guo Hao mused thoughtfully. "All right, let's head upstairs." Noting Guo Hao's reluctance to divulge more, Ma Exin, despite his curiosity, refrained from pressing further. High-ranking officials often entail sensitive matters, and Ma Xin was no fool. If it were permissible to disclose, Guo Hao would likely have done so. The two continued their conversation as they ascended the stairs. "Oh yeah, you've been making quite a splash in the academic world lately," Ma Xin remarked enviously as he gazed at Guo Hao. "It's hardly anything to write home about." Guo Hao shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his eyes as he regarded Ma Xin. "I would consider it more of a minor academic celebrity status." "PSSH, minor celebrity? I've seen numerous forums and news articles stating that many Nobel laureates have endorsed your paper. The entire chemistry community seems to be turning upside down because of you." Maxine exclaimed in astonishment. "It's merely a matter of individual agendas," Guo Hao replied to Ma Xin. "Oh, come now, be humble." Upon returning to the dormitory, Guo Hao glanced at the time. It was 2 p.m. He felt no urgency to return to the laboratory. Seated in his designated spot, Guo Hao resumed his exploration of the Hualin issue. He had downloaded over 100 pivotal papers on the subject and devoted every spare moment to their study. Ma Xin did not linger in the dormitory for long. By 3 p.m, he had to leave for an elective course. Soon, Guo Hao found himself alone in the dormitory. Half an hour later, he returned to the laboratory, where academician Jiang Lei was still present. "How's it going? Just got back?" Jiang inquired, noticing Guo Hao's entrance. "I took a brief respite in the dormitory," Guo Hao replied with a smile, exchanging glances with Jiang. "So, what did you say about the large models in material science?" Jiang asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Guo Hao shrugged. "I spoke candidly. The large model in material science is merely a pie I've put out there. It's nearly impossible to truly partake in it given the current computational capabilities. Those chemists merely wish to hype it up for a flood of research funding, but the output-to-input ratio is rather dismal. For now, we only need to focus on theory. The genuine construction of large models can await advancements in computer technology." Such a pragmatic perspective. Academician Jiang regarded Guo Hao with admiration, while Guo Hao continued his experiments. The discourse of prominent chemists from the international arena began to circulate within the domestic network. On the internal platforms, aside from chemists, many others swiftly turned their attention to Guo Hao's paper, even if they did not fully comprehend its content. However, they recognized the stature of those endorsing it, Nobel laureates, and grasped the essence of their remarks. Before long, news of the substantial recognition and fervent support for Guo Hao's paper by numerous eminent chemists surged to the forefront of various social media platforms. "Wow, it's Guo Hao. The Guo Hao? That God Hao. I can't believe I once questioned him. It seems I owe him an apology for my past remarks. My apologies, God Hao." Incredible. When God Hao published his first mathematical paper, he was ridiculed across the internet, labeled as just another idol. Who would have guessed that less than a year later, he would release his 3rd paper and receive accolade from countless top chemists? Amazing. I don't quite get it. Isn't Guo Hao a mathematician? Why is he publishing a chemistry paper? It's a bit peculiar. Hey, do you not know that God Hao isn't just a mathematician? He is a first-year student majoring in materials science and engineering. And the paper he published is on computational material science. It aligns perfectly with his field. Exactly. On the internet, Guo Hao's reputation soared. Remarkably, there were few dissenting voices. The disparity in status was too vast. After all, he had the backing of Nobel laureates. Chapter 211, Media Interview. Patriots of Long Country felt a sense of pride, believing that a top-tier genius had emerged, exemplifying the superiority of their system. Conversely, some who harbored animosity toward their homeland, enamored with Western culture, could only cynically remark that Long Country was about to overshadow yet another top talent. A true pity. Regardless of the perspective taken, Guo Hao was undoubtedly a prodigy. Numerous media outlets clamored to report on him, nearly deifying Guo Hao amidst the tumult of public opinion. In the president's office, the principal remarked, "So many people have been bothering me lately. Those media personnel call me nearly a dozen times a day. Your fame is becoming rather overwhelming." Slightly embarrassed, Guo Hao replied, "These past few days have been much like usual for me. Aside from occasionally being recognized by classmates for an autograph, my routine consists of visiting the laboratory, library, dormitory, and cafeteria. Just those places. I only attend noteworthy courses when I deem it worthwhile." However, he was somewhat aware of the online fervor. The global chemistry community had been stirred, with many prominent figures from the mathematics realm also weighing in, and foreign media had extensively reported on the matter. As is well known, many domestic media outlets merely serve as conduits for foreign news. The citizens of Long Country often harbor a pent-up frustration stemming from grievances dating back to 1840. Thus, whenever a fellow citizen achieves globally recognized success, it ignites a passionate response among the populace. Guo Hao glanced at the online buzz with gratitude. The fact that he was being shielded so effectively from media intrusion was undoubtedly due to Principal Huai's efforts. The school's security must have been significantly enhanced in recent days. Otherwise, some media outlets would undoubtedly have infiltrated his vicinity for interviews. To his astonishment, he had yet to receive a single harassing phone call. Such a feat necessitated considerable administrative power. It appeared that Principal Huai remembered Guo Hao's earlier declaration of refusing media interviews. However, this situation is somewhat different. If necessary, I could allow 1 or 2 key media outlets to interview me, Guo Hao suggested after a moment's contemplation. Surprised, Principal Huai responded, "You're willing to accept an interview? After all, this discourse has largely been instigated by me." Guo Hao offered a wry smile. "My paper has already stirred considerable public discourse, with so many esteemed chemists voicing their support. Naturally, I must respond to this. Otherwise, the direction of domestic opinion could spiral into uncertainty." He had come to Principal Huai's office precisely because he sensed certain public sentiments were veering dangerously off course. Some detractors had begun to insinuate that he was effectively under house arrest, using the large model in material science to attack the system. At this juncture, Guo Hao had to step forward. "Very well," Principal Huai replied, a smile gracing his face. "Your agreement to an interview will alleviate much of my pressure. Otherwise, those media personnel would truly not relent." "Indeed. Thank you for your hard work these days." Guo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. "Since you're willing to accept an interview, I suggest you only engage with the People's Daily and CCTV for a special feature, or perhaps a joint interview. This would yield significant influence and facilitate better dissemination, resolving the matter in one fell swoop. What do you think?" Principal Huai pondered briefly before addressing Guo Hao. "Agreed," Guo Hao affirmed with a nod. "I'll make the arrangements," Principal Huai said with a smile. The joint interview between Guo Hao, People's Daily, and CCTV would greatly enhance Yanhang's reputation. It would serve the institution well in terms of exposure. Previously, Principal Huai had firmly suppressed numerous media attempts to interview Guo Hao, which had not only displeased the media, but had also garnered some murmurs of discontent among other school leaders at Yanhang. After all, it would be a considerable waste not to utilize such a golden opportunity to enhance the school's visibility. Nevertheless, Principal Huai had held firm against all dissent. A few days later, within a studio at Yanhang, the editors from CCTV and People's Daily prepared the backdrop. Guo Hao, along with the leaders from Yanhang, entered the studio. The leaders greeted him warmly, smiles adorning their faces, to which Guo Hao reciprocated with polite smiles. "Student Guo Hao, you may enter now," a director from CCTV called out, gesturing for him to proceed. Guo Hao nodded and made his way into the studio. Within the confines of the studio, a couch had been arranged, and a female, host clad in a professional skirt, rose promptly upon noticing Guo Hao's entrance. "Guo Hao, greetings," she said, extending her hand for a handshake. Please, take a seat, she added with a subtle smile as Guo Hao settled onto the couch. Under the director's guidance, the host soon commenced her inquiries. Mr. Guo, you're quite difficult to schedule for an interview. Ever since you published your first SCI paper, we have sought to arrange this meeting, but alas, President Huai has consistently intervened on your behalf. She remarked with a chuckle directed at Guo Hao. I must express my gratitude to President Huai. Personally, I am not particularly fond of such interviews. As a scholar, excessive exposure is not necessarily advantageous. Moreover, I feel my academic standing is insufficient. I do not wish to become a celebrity scholar, Guo Hao replied calmly. Do you believe your current level of expertise is sufficient to agree to this interview? Upon hearing the host's words, Guo Hao furrowed his brow. Before he could retort, the host quickly interjected, I apologize. That was merely a jest. What I truly wish to inquire about is why you have chosen to accept our interview this time. Because there has been a flurry of rumors surrounding my recent paper, and I feel it is necessary to clarify the situation, Guo Hao stated with composure. I have never believed that we need to standardize and establish mathematical models for all elemental materials at this moment. It is a grand endeavor. Yet our computational capabilities are currently inadequate, and the cost would be prohibitively high. The urgent priority is not the standardization of mathematical models for elemental materials, but rather the establishment of a comprehensive materials database, which we can gradually accumulate and verify. Guo Hao, possessing both eloquence and expertise, spoke with a conviction that was undeniably persuasive. After dedicating 2 hours to the interview, he departed the studio. That very afternoon, the interview aired on CCTV. Chapter 212. The public outcry following the release of this interview. The previously simmering online discourse erupted once more. Whoa, the god of Hao has given an interview to CCTV. What is going on with Hao? He opposes the establishment of a grand model in materials science? This was clearly a concept proposed in his own paper. What on earth? Indeed, most chemists and mathematicians worldwide believe that the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Yet Hao stands in opposition? Something feels amiss. Could it be that the god of Hao has been coerced? If you've been forced, blink. I knew it. No matter how grand the plans may seem. Once significant financial interests come into play, it always turns out this way. Haha, I've grown accustomed to it. Hao must be under duress to voice such opinions. For some reason, this Guo Hao gives me a sense of déjà vu. He reminds me so much of the venerable Yang Zhening. Yang also publicly opposed the particle collider. It does evoke that sentiment, but if the Dragon Kingdom does not support this, when the foreign nations throw their weight behind it, the Dragon Kingdom risks being left behind in history. At that point, we would truly fall behind. Exactly. Materials cannot be replicated. These formulations are closely guarded secrets. Is this Guo Hao a traitor? What are you all thinking? Have you failed to grasp what the god of Hao is saying? He has articulated his position clearly. He merely opposes the large-scale modeling of material science at this juncture because our computational power is still lacking, and the costs are exorbitant while the returns are minimal. There is simply no necessity. Indeed, moreover, in the latter part of the interview, Hao suggested the nation develop its semiconductor industry. That is the crux of the matter. Otherwise, in advancing computational power, we find ourselves at the mercy of foreign powers. Haha, explanations are mere veils. To truly undertake the grand modeling of material science requires computational power, which inherently aids the development of our domestic semiconductor industry. Without sufficient motivation, how can our semiconductor sector thrive? Online discussions burgeoned regarding Guo Hao's stance. Many speculated that he was intentionally obstructing the advancement of technology in the Dragon Kingdom. In the current online climate, most people believed that foreign opinions were correct, especially those of foreign scientists, whose credibility appeared to far exceed that of the scientific community in the Dragon Kingdom. In this context, a scholar from the Dragon Kingdom daring to question the notions and decisions of foreign authorities was deemed unacceptable by many, indicative of a mindset reflective of the Celestial Empire. Conversely, if a scientist garnered recognition from the international scientific community and returned home, they would instantly receive attention and trust that surpassed their academic merit. Guo Hao's paper had received unanimous acclaim from prominent figures in the foreign chemistry community. Thus, many assumed that the grand mathematical model he proposed was pivotal to the future of technological progress. They did not perceive any issues with Guo Hao's paper, nor with the support it garnered from international authorities. Consequently, Guo Hao's opposition to the grand mathematical model in material science became the focal point of contention. Some believed Guo Hao was coerced into making such statements, while others outright speculated that he had accepted funding from certain foreign foundations to mislead the strategic foresight of the Dragon Kingdom. A plethora of conspiracy theories circulated. Hey Hao, do you want to check Weibo? In the dormitory, Ma Xian hesitated slightly before turning to Guo Hao. What's the matter? Guo Hao, who had been engrossed in a mathematical paper, looked up with a hint of confusion. Just take a look, Ma Xian said, his expression revealing his unease as he gazed at Guo Hao. With curiosity piqued, Guo Hao opened Weibo. He quickly encountered the comments, and his expression soured. He had originally thought that his television appearance would quell some of the conspiracy theories, but to his dismay, it had only invited a barrage of vitriol from unidentifiable entities. Unbelievable. How this? Ma Xian hesitated, observing the subtle shift in Guo Hao's demeanor. It's nothing, Guo Hao replied, his gaze sharpening. He was not one to tolerate such disrespect. He held deep patriotism, and those who engaged in such orchestrated attacks clearly did not grasp the essence of patriotism. Or perhaps they were simply filled with animosity toward the nation. To be subjected to online harassment? In the face of such circumstances, explaining oneself on television held no significance. Guo Hao promptly opened his Weibo account, which he had not accessed for quite some time. He noted that his follower count had surged to 99, indicative of a burgeoning audience. Glancing at the numbers, he realized he had amassed over 100,000 followers, qualifying him as a minor influencer. This was likely a result of the attention he had garnered from confronting another influencer previously. Upon inspecting his account, he found that the post he had made had not been deleted and remained visible. Scanning the comments, he was surprised to find that he had an opportunity to wield his pen as a sword once again. These rumor-mongers, at such a critical juncture, I cannot remain silent. With resolve, he swiftly composed a Weibo post. I hear some are spreading rumors that I am being controlled, and that I am a traitor. With a click, he sent the message. This post endured only a brief period of silence before it was swiftly propelled to the top of the trending topics by Weibo's official account, reigniting the fervor surrounding the issue. Whoa, the God of Hao actually has a Weibo account? Let us see what I've stumbled upon. It appears that the God of Hao indeed has a Weibo. Wasn't he his past already scrutinized? Doubts have arisen regarding his academic integrity, as it has been unearthed that during a mock examination, the illustrious Haoxing achieved a perfect score on his essay, only to be subsequently criticized by a certain social media influencer. Indeed, I too recall this incident. It garnered considerable attention at the time and even ascended to the trending topics on Weibo. Remarkable. Haoxing's response was indeed audacious. One might ponder whether such a bold reaction is somewhat excessive. Ha ha ha. Feeling a twinge of guilt. Are we? Have the netizens struck a nerve? The fact that he opted to respond personally is commendable. Ha ha ha. I can't shake the feeling that Guo Hao is somewhat apprehensive. Haoxing indeed. Why don't you take your leave back to your unremarkable nation? After Guo Hao posted on Weibo, he became disinterested in further debates on the matter, deciding to observe from a distance. I am off to the library. Guo Hao Thai, at dosing ma xin. Shen Luoyan should be finishing her class by now. She is likely heading to the library. I ought to reassure her, so she doesn't worry. Are you really all right? Ma Xian and Li Ming exchanged hesitant glances. Looking at Guo Hao, rest assured, such trivial matters do not concern me. Guo Hao replied with a smile to the two before him. Very well, Ma Xian nodded, albeit with a hint of worry. Let's go. With that, Guo Hao departed the dormitory and made his way to the library. Indeed, Shen Luoyan was already seated there. Upon his arrival, Guo Hao had barely settled in when Shen Luoyan lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with concern as she regarded him. Are you perusing Weibo as well? Guo Hao inquired with a smile, observing her expression. Not exactly. Zhao Yu mentioned it to me. She urged me to look at some comments. Are you all right? Shen Luoyan asked, her eyes fixed on Guo Hao with uncertainty. Fear not. I am unharmed, Guo Hao reassured her with a smile. It's merely a trifling matter. An onslaught from some unknown entities online. Such occurrences will be frequent in the future. All right, Shen Luoyan nodded, though the worry in her eyes clearly indicated that she had not fully set her mind at ease. Typically, she would refrain from contradicting Guo Hao. Observing her expression, Guo Hao felt a twinge of helplessness. Rest assured, Guo Hao said with a wry smile. Did I not venture out of school the day before yesterday? MHM. Shen Luoyan nodded. I had gone to meet with a high-ranking official. Guo Hao chuckled softly, sharing this tidbit with Shen Luoyan in a hushed tone. Shen Luoyan's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Guo Hao. A high-ranking official? Indeed, Guo Hao nodded with a grin. Now, are you feeling more at ease? Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Shen Luoyan nodded, knowing that a high-ranking official had his back surely meant he was safe. Shen Luoyan hardly ever questioned Guo Hao's assertions. You ought to steer clear of the online discourse. Their comments are exceedingly harsh. As she spoke, a flash of anger crossed Shen Luoyan's face. The pout of her lips, though exuding frustration, appeared quite endearing to Guo Hao. He gently tousled her hair, wearing a warm smile. Fear not. I shall not take to heart the words of those online. The dynamics of who attacks whom are yet to be determined. All right, Shen Luoyan nodded. After scrutinizing Guo Hao for a few moments, she resumed her studies. Guo Hao did not rush to delve into his own reading. He had surpassed the novice phase that demanded diligent study. Over the course of a year, he had not only completed the 100 books required by the system, but had also perused numerous papers and an abundance of supplementary literature. His reservoir of knowledge had reached a commendable level. As he quietly observed Shen Luoyan for a while, a fleeting thought crossed Guo Hao's mind. Did he have any impact on her? He was uncertain. However, it was undeniable that Shen Luoyan was an exceptionally diligent individual. Being reborn was his greatest fortune, and the opportunity to be with Shen Luoyan after his rebirth was a close second. After a moment of contemplation regarding Shen Luoyan, Guo Hao gradually refocused his thoughts. Eschewing the internet, he resumed his calculations concerning the Hualin conjecture. Any positive integer can be expressed as the sum of no more than 4 squares, such as 622121214322212, etc. If one augments those with fewer than 4 squares by adding 02, such as 13322220202, then any positive integer can indeed be represented as the sum of 4 squares. Furthermore, any positive integer can be expressed as the sum of the cubes of 9 natural numbers, or the 4th powers of 19 natural numbers, or the 5th powers of 37 natural numbers, where natural numbers include 0. This conjecture can be articulated in a general form. For any positive integer, n, there exists a number Rm such that n can be represented as the sum of our natural numbers raised to the mth power, n equals em. In 1909, Hilbert proved the correctness of the general form, resolving the existence issue of Rm, but the minimum value of Rm remains an enigma. This is the conundrum Guo Hao currently seeks to unravel. Beyond the Hualin conjecture, to this day, due to the heavy reliance of GK on the behavior of positive integers when they are small, a more robust question has been posed. For every sufficiently large positive integer, how many ways can they be decomposed into kth powers, denoted as GK? Progress on this issue has been slow, and as of now, G3 remains indeterminate. This problem is intricately linked to the Hualin conjecture and is among the forefront questions that require resolution in the mathematical community. Guo Hao furrowed his brow as he gazed down at the paper before him, slowly penning a line of calculations. Regarding this conjecture, Guo Hao had indeed experienced some flashes of inspiration, yet when he earnestly endeavored to advance this conjecture, he found himself beset by numerous obstacles. It is understandable, as the Hualin problem has been the subject of scrutiny by many eminent mathematicians. Notably, including the venerable Chun Jingran. Many leading mathematical figures have dabbled in this issue to some extent, achieving various results. However, the question of what the minimum value of M might be remains unanswered. Over the past month, Guo Hao has conducted some research on this problem, yet progress has been sluggish, and he has yet to touch upon its core. He had perused the papers of scholars like Chun Jingran more than once. The esteemed Chun employed the circle method to tackle this issue, but regrettably, he only demonstrated results up to G537. Guo Hao attempted to extend his exploration from Chen's perspective, but from the vantage of the circle method. Reaching G537 was already the limit. Further calculations were not feasible. Is it a matter of methodology? Guo Hao pondered, observing the problem description and the mathematical formulas before him. Strangely, he recalled another more renowned mathematical conjecture within the realm of number theory, the Goldbach conjecture. This conjecture posits that every integer greater than 5 can be expressed as the sum of 3 prime numbers, n5, for even n, npp, for odd n, npp, where p is a prime number. The formulation of the Hualin problem, in a certain regard, possesses a remarkable parallel to the Goldbach conjecture, suggesting a convergence of paths. The esteemed Chun improved the sieve method and applied it to the Goldbach conjecture, proving that for any sufficiently large even number, it can be expressed as the sum of 2 numbers, one of which is prime, and the other may either be prime or the product of 2 primes. A result known as the Chun theorem, which garnered him worldwide acclaim. Chapter 214. The smooth existence of the Cauchy problem for nonlinear hyperbolic equations. The sieve method. Suddenly, Guo Hao had a revelation, retrieving Chen's renowned paper on the Goldbach conjecture from the China National Knowledge Infrastructure. He examined it meticulously. Perhaps the sieve method could indeed be applicable in the study of the Hualin problem. However, under the current methodology, direct integration seems rather implausible. And even improvement is not an easy feat. Guo Hao was deeply engrossed in pondering over methods of enhancement. Enhancing a mathematical technique is inherently challenging. as these methods are the culmination of generations of mathematicians' intellect and ingenuity, continuously refined through their resolutions of various global conundrums. To some extent, the existing mathematical techniques have reached a point where further modification appears almost impossible. Can we truly conceive of ideas that have eluded generations of mathematicians? Despite Guo Hao's exceptional intellect, the world is governed by material realities. While perhaps the leading mathematicians might possess a slight intellectual edge over him, of 2 or 3, it's difficult to ascertain. At the very moment Guo Hao was grappling with these dilemmas, the online discourse had erupted into a cacophony. Following Guo Hao's post on Weibo, not only did it garner attention on that platform, but it also set ablaze other social media in Longguo, with its popularity skyrocketing. How can this so-called scientist, Guo Hao, exhibit such poor conduct? Indeed, we merely speculated, and now it's labeled as slander? Huh. Speculation? The entire internet is in an uproar, and they dare call it speculation? I believe Hao Shun has done nothing wrong. It's the rest of you who are the real purveyors of falsehood. Absolutely. A pack of rumor mongers. And they still have the audacity to cry foul, as if Hao Shun misspoke. It truly amuses me. Hao Shun is remarkable as a scholar. Engaging in a war of words with netizens instead of delving into academic inquiries is quite amusing. Is this what scientists in Longguo has come to? Indeed. Haha. These foolish detractors dare to criticize Hao Shun? If you insult him and fabricate tales about him, do you expect him to remain silent? He merely posted a Weibo update, and it has devolved into a verbal skirmish. How ridiculous. Moreover, Hao Shun has only just entered his 2nd year of university. He is still merely a sophomore. What? Is he forbidden from using the internet? Are scientists not allowed online? What a ludicrous notion. The netizens exchanged barbs, and the public discourse intensified. Nevertheless, this commotion was unlikely to reach the ears of the higher-ups. Wang Xing, the leader of the Ministry of Science and Technology, received a report from his subordinates. He instructed the national security personnel to discern whether any spies were involved. If not, it was merely a verbal tussle. After all, Guo Hao was still young, and it's normal for him to hear such voices. This could even serve as a valuable experience for him. Wang Xing chuckled lightly and addressed his subordinates, who understood his sentiments. Thus, although the uproar was considerable, no one emerged to quell the tumult. Guo Hao was contentedly studying alongside Shen Luoyan in the library. The existence of smooth solutions to the Cauchy problem for nonlinear hyperbolic equations is generally only local. The solutions will exhibit singularity within a finite time. We should. Guo Hao responded to Shen Luoyan beside him. In aerodynamics, the hyperbolic partial differential equations hold significant importance, especially regarding the smooth existence of the Cauchy problem, which is a classic topic of discussion. Due to certain characteristics of fluid mechanics, humanity has yet to resolve the existence and smoothness of solutions to the Navier-Stokes equations. Thus, we can only seek local solutions. Of course, this presents its own challenges, but Shen Luoyan has likely begun to encounter this field. Upon hearing Guo Hao's explanation, Shen Luoyan nodded thoughtfully, signifying her understanding. The field of aerospace engineering inherently deals with turbulence daily. If turbulence could be resolved, it would fundamentally transform the design of human aircraft, a change that could almost be described as revolutionary for humankind. During dinner that evening, Guo Hao casually checked his phone. Private messages, comments, likes, and follower counts had all surged to 99. He glanced at it and smiled. He never anticipated that returning to a life of quiet study would inadvertently make him a social media sensation. Reflecting on his previous life, he remembered how many individuals went to great lengths to achieve internet fame, from sports stars to actors, all striving to capture more online attention. Some ordinary individuals even resorted to live streaming mundane activities, exhausting all means to gain notoriety. Yet here he was, propelled to fame solely by a single academic paper. It seems that, after all, true merit lies in scholarship. With this thought, Guo Hao smiled again. What is it? Shen Luoyan, quietly enjoying her meal, noticed Guo Hao smile and curiously looked up at him. Guo Hao handed his phone to Shen Luoyan. After glancing at his Weibo post, Shen Luoyan looked at Guo Hao in surprise, opening the specific tweet he had made. Did you not say you wouldn't concern yourself with those online comments? She asked earnestly. I meant to say that while I can disregard the online remarks, I cannot simply refrain from responding when provoked. That is not my style. I shall retort when necessary. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, Shen Luoyan nodded, choosing not to dwell further on the issue. As long as Guo Hao remained unharmed, she would refrain from interference. Though they were now a couple, deeply affectionate towards each other, Shen Luoyan maintained a strong sense of personal boundaries, believing that even in a relationship, some degree of freedom should be preserved. After a few moments of scanning the comments on Guo Hao's Weibo, She returned the phone to him. Just don't let it upset you too much. Rest assured. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Shun Luoyan nodded and resumed her meal. Guo Hao observed the comment section. At that moment, his Weibo post had attracted over 100,000 comments, with likes numbering in the 2 to 300,000 range, and shares reaching several tens of thousands, a remarkable level of engagement. Scanning through the comments, he noted a mix of criticism and praise for his actions. After a brief glance, a subtle smile crept onto Guo Hao's lips. Occasionally engaging with detractors could indeed be quite entertaining. Without hesitation, Guo Hao posted another tweet to certain rabid detractors. Cease your howling. My support for a particular cause stems solely from its benefit to the nation and its people. Those who attack me contribute nothing to the country or its citizens. They merely bark aimlessly. He edited and sent the message. Chapter 215, A Sudden Inspiration. The moment Guo Hao's tweet was dispatched, the discourse escalated once more, with many detractors flooding into his comment section to launch vehement insults. They had evidently reached their breaking point. For while lies may not harm, the truth is a sharp blade. Guo Hao's assertion that these critics serve neither the nation nor its people was, in itself, the truth. Individuals who thrive on hatred and negativity online often lead lives far from happy in reality. Conversely, those who admired Guo Hao appreciated his authenticity even more. A fierce battle ensued in Guo Hao's comment section against the detractors. Guo Hao merely glanced at the comments and chuckled, choosing to ignore them. Being criticized is par for the course. In this day and age, which celebrity is spared from such scrutiny? With any rise in visibility comes the inevitable onslaught from certain individuals, some mindlessly opposing the mainstream, others rebelling against authority, and yet others simply exhibiting folly. Such is the nature of the current era. As time progresses, this atmosphere becomes increasingly terrifying. Information circulating online is constantly distorted and misrepresented, with irresponsible editors and self-proclaimed media outlets twisting original messages for the sake of clicks. As a reincarnate, Guo Hao is all too familiar with these phenomena. After dinner, Guo Hao and Shun Luoyan returned to the library. Guo Hao continued his exploration of the Hualin conjecture, while Shun Luoyan immersed herself in her reading. Occasionally, she would pose questions about turbulence to Guo Hao, who diligently provided answers. In the realm of partial differential equations, Guo Hao was indeed quite proficient. The evening passed swiftly in this manner. At 10:30, after the library closed, Guo Hao escorted Shun Luoyan out, and after a leisurely stroll around the campus, they returned to their dormitory. Brother Hao. Upon entering the dorm, Ma Xian's sudden exclamation startled Guo Hao. What is the matter? Guo Hao replied irritably, directing his gaze toward Ma Xian. You're really something. I've been scrolling through Weibo all day. I've been defending you against a multitude of trolls in the comments. Ma Xian exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Thanks, Guo Hao said with a smile. By the way, Brother Hao, why do you even bother with them? Those trolls are unreasonable by nature. Engaging with them is akin to being ensnared in filth. Once you offend them, they will relentlessly target you. Li Ming interjected, adjusting his glasses, a note of hesitation evident in his eyes. It's a trivial matter. I never concern myself with such things. As long as people comprehend my intentions, that suffices. In this day and age, encountering trolls is to be expected. A gentleman remains magnanimous, while a petty person harbors grievances. This has always been the case. Guo Hao stated with calm assurance. Impressive. Ma Xian gave Guo Hao a thumbs up. All right. You two should refrain from engaging in online disputes. That won't assist me. You ought to focus on your studies. We're in our second year now. It's time to contemplate your future seriously. Guo Hao added earnestly, gazing at Ma Xian and Li Ming. They both nodded in agreement. The second-year curriculum was significantly more rigorous than the first. Even Guo Hao, burdened with a dense schedule of specialized courses from 2 departments, found it necessary to forego some foundational classes. In the known range, e.g. 120, we simply need to ascertain whether the current number, e.g. 2, is prime, and then enumerate all numbers starting from the current number, e.g. 220, to multiply it by the current number. Su Qingyang expounded at the podium. Today's lesson focused on number theory. Su Qingyang excelled primarily in algebraic geometry, where he had already made notable achievements. However, he had also delved into number theory. The blackboard was filled with mathematical formulas, and most students listened attentively to Su Qingyang's lecture. Guo Hao, however, was not fully focused. His thoughts wandered as he contemplated the sieve method's undeniable significance in number theory. Could the sieve method truly resolve the Hualin conjecture? A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as his fingers fidgeted unconsciously. Su Qingyang, noticing the perplexity in Guo Hao's gaze, approached him as class ended. Guo Hao, do you have any questions? Would you like to share them so we can explore them together? Su Qingyang inquired with a gentle smile, anticipation evident in his expression. Do you believe the linear sieve method can solve the Hualin conjecture? Guo Hao, snapping back to reality, hesitantly posed the question. Su Qingyang was momentarily taken aback. The Hualin conjecture? Guo Hao, you were researching the Hualin problem? Su Qingyang's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Guo Hao. Yes, Guo Hao affirmed with a nod. Well, I can't offer you much advice, Su Qingyang replied, a wry smile crossing his face. I've heard of the Hualin problem's complexity. I've even looked into it a bit. Guo Hao, why not consider tackling some less challenging problems first instead of diving straight into this level of difficulty? Su Qingyang queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. I think it's manageable, Guo Hao replied without elaborating further. Very well, Su Qingyang responded. His expression tinged with regret as he regarded Guo Hao. In his eyes, Guo Hao appeared somewhat overambitious. In the mathematical community, many geniuses like Guo Hao overestimate their capabilities, launching direct assaults on the 7 unsolved Millennium Prize problems. The result? A lifetime spent without yielding any results, ultimately squandering precious time. Su Qingyang believed Guo Hao was merely slightly more astute than these individuals, yet the Hualin problem was not easily surmountable. This question had been posed for 2 or 3 centuries. How many mathematicians had attempted to grapple with it? And what was the outcome? So many leading experts had failed to resolve it. Su Qingyang doubted that a student who had been studying advanced mathematics for less than 2 years could succeed. It couldn't be that simple. I still recommend you pursue a lower-tier problem. After all, thank you for your kind advice, Teacher Su, Guo Hao interjected with a smile. Wait. At that moment, Guo Hao suddenly spoke up as an idea surged forth in his mind. What is it? Su Qingyang Zipli? His expression reflecting curiosity as he looked at Guo Hao. However, Guo Hao did not respond. Instead, he lowered his head, furiously jotting down calculations as they flowed onto his notebook. Soon, he had filled the pages. Teacher Su, please excuse me from class. I want to be attending for the next few days, Guo Hao hastily declared before grabbing his notebook and swiftly exiting the classroom. Su Qingyang remained momentarily stunned, watching Guo Hao's retreating figure, his mind swirling with uncertainty. Could it be? Chapter 216, A Surge of Inspiration. At this moment, Guo Hao was experiencing a creative breakthrough. He muttered numbers under his breath as he hurried back to the dormitory. Before long, he arrived at his room. Hey, Brother Hao, weren't you in class? Ma Xin, alone in the dorm, asked with a puzzled expression. Don't disturb me, Guo Hao replied curtly, clearing off his desk with urgency. He pulled out sheets of paper and began to rapidly calculate the flashes of inspiration that had just struck him. During his exchange with Su Qingyang, the suggestion to tackle a less daunting problem had ignited a spark of creativity in Guo Hao, who was now in a fervent state of inspiration. Seated at his desk, Guo Hao began to calculate with remarkable speed, his mind overflowing with ideas. Ma Xin, curious but respectful of Guo Hao's focus, refrained from interrupting. He even donned headphones and switched to a quieter membrane keyboard. At 6 in the evening, Li Ming returned and, upon witnessing Guo Hao's fervor, was about to speak. Sure. Ma Xin gesta for silence. Li Ming paused, then quietly approached Ma Xin, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What's going on? It looks like Brother Hao has gone a bit mad. Li Ming whispered. Ma Xin shook his head. When Brother Hao returned just after 2 this afternoon, he was in the same state, seated there, immersed in mathematical problems without a moment's pause. He simply told me not to disturb him. Keep it down. It seems Brother Hao is on to something profound. If we disrupt him, we might all be at fault. Ma Xin witspa but Li Ming nodded in agreement. As Li Wei arrived, he too was cautioned by Ma Xin and Li Ming. The entire dorm grew exceedingly quiet, as everyone refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, Guo Hao was engulfed in a whirlwind of brainstorming, his sheets of paper rapidly filling with calculations. He had an exhilarating sense that the Hualin conjecture was transforming from mere conjecture into theorem, drawing ever closer. It felt as though he was grasping that fleeting white dove. Set the positive integer, g, as a natural number, n, that satisfies the congruence conditions, when g is even and equiv 0 mod 2, when g is odd, ne equiv kim mod 2. In Guo Hao's mind, thoughts of related papers on the Goldbach conjecture began to surface. It must be said that there are a considerable number of analogous issues between the Hualin problem and the Goldbach conjecture. Both the sieve method and the circle method have proven inadequate in providing answers to these conjectures, at least not in a comprehensive manner. It is imperative to innovate beyond these 2 approaches. That is where the opportunity lies. At this moment, Guo Hao was entirely immersed in the vast ocean of mathematics. In the evening, several roommates observed the lamp that Guo Hao had left on, and although doubt flickered in their eyes, none dared to disturb him at that hour. They could only retire to their slumber. The following day, when Ma Exine awoke and went to the restroom, he was rather astonished to find Guo Hao's lamp still aglow, with draft paper strewn about, a testament to his relentless work, alongside a neatly arranged blanket. Had Guo Hao truly not slept a wink throughout the night? Ma Exine gazed at the scene, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He considered approaching Guo Hao to suggest he take a rest, but after a moment's reflection, he sighed inwardly. He knew that interrupting Guo Hao at this crucial time would only provoke his ire. Given Guo Hao's current state, it was evident that his research was of great significance. After completing his morning routine with care, Ma Exine donned his clothes and took his place. Before long, his companions Li Wei and Li Ming also rose and were struck by the sight of Guo Hao. Had Guo Hao truly spent the entire night awake? Li Ming quietly inquired of Ma Exine. Ma Exine offered a wry smile and nodded slightly, whispering, "Most likely, Guo Hao has fallen into a frenzied state. This is rather alarming. Researching mathematics through the night, just look at all those sheets of paper surrounding him. Now I understand why he has achieved such remarkable results at a young age. Ma Xin Sai Sopti." At this level of dedication, it would indeed be strange if he did not yield results. In comparison to Guo Hao's efforts, Li Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had always thought himself diligent, attributing Guo Hao's success to mere talent, but it appeared that it was more than that. Perhaps we should not disturb Guo Hao. Let's step outside the dormitory and close the door for him, Ma Exine suggested to Li Wei and Li Ming. Indeed, they both nodded in agreement. The three exited the dormitory, leaving Guo Hao alone, still fervently scribbling away in his calculations. The volume of computations related to the Hualin conjecture was immense. Moreover, it was not solely a matter of computation. The depth of contemplation required was equally substantial. When the four returned at noon, Guo Hao remained in his previous state. The three exchanged glances, their eyes revealing uncertainty. What on earth had happened to Guo Hao? Yet at this moment, no one dared to inquire. What if their questions disrupted his train of thought? Who would be bold enough to ask? In the afternoon, at the library, Zhao Yu settled beside Shen Luoyin and hesitantly asked, "Why haven't I seen Guo Hao today? Did you two have a quarrel?" "No," Shen Luoyin replied with a nod. "Oh, then where has he gone? Do you know?" Zhao Yu inquired, her brow furrowing. "I don't think I saw him yesterday either." After a brief pause, Shen Luoyin shook her head. "He hasn't messaged me on QQ either. I sent him a message yesterday, and he still hasn't replied." Worry flickered in her eyes. "Shall we ask his roommates? If he isn't in the dormitory, we can consult a teacher," Zhao Yu suggested urgently. "Yes, good idea." Shen Luoyin nodded, and the two left the library, heading directly to Guo Hao's dormitory building, where they fortuitously encountered Ma Exine and the others descending the stairs. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law," Ma Exine called out upon seeing Shen Luoyin. In the past, when Ma Exine and the others addressed her as sister-in-law, Shen Luoyin would typically blush and lower her head. However, at this moment, she was far too anxious to worry about such formalities. Her eyes reflected her urgency as she questioned Ma Exine. "Is Guo Hao in the dormitory? What's wrong with him?" Upon hearing Shen Luoyin's words, Ma Exine was momentarily taken aback. "Did Guo Hao not tell you?" "No, Shen Luoyin replied, her brow furrowing in confusion as she looked at Ma Exine. "What happened?" Chapter 217. Shen Luoyin's concern. "Oh, perhaps I was too hasty." Ma Exine hesitated before continuing. After Guo Hao returned to the dormitory yesterday afternoon, he seemed to have gone mad, as if he had found some inspiration. He has been incessantly writing complicated mathematical formulas. I glanced at some of it and did some research. I couldn't quite grasp it, but it appears to relate to the Hualin conjecture. Indeed, once Guo Hao settled into his work yesterday afternoon, he hardly moved, continuously scribbling equations from then until now. We were all quite worried about his state, but we didn't dare to disturb him. It seems he has entered a particular state of focus. If we were to disrupt it, that would indeed be a grave error. Li Ming chimed in with a wry smile directed at Shen Luoyin. To avoid disturbing him, we even refrained from lingering in the dormitory. Upon hearing that Guo Hao was safe, Shen Luoyin immediately calmed down. As told by Guo Hao's roommates, it appeared that her boyfriend had made significant progress on the Hualin conjecture, perhaps even uncovering a solution to this global conundrum. Shen Luoyin felt a surge of happiness for Guo Hao, yet her worry lingered. After a moment's thought, she turned to Ma Exine and the others, saying, "Could you three please help me take care of Guo Hao? By the way, wait a moment." Suddenly struck by an idea, Shen Luoyin dashed to the small convenience store at the foot of the boys' dormitory. Ma Exine and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of her sudden departure. Zhao Yu, however, had already followed her. What's up, Luoyin? Zhao Yu inquired curiously. Guo Hao will likely need a considerable amount of time to solve this problem. And having already stayed up all night, coupled with not eating for nearly a day, his body must be in a weakened state. I need to buy some supplies to ensure he has the energy and electrolytes he needs. Otherwise, his health might suffer. Shen Luoyin replied calmly. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Yu was momentarily taken aback. You're so thoughtful. She regarded Shen Luoyin with admiration. But why not let Ma Xian and the others call Guo Hao down for something to eat and a rest? He has been working for a day and a night without any food or rest. Surely that can't be good for him. Zhao Yu's expression revealed her concern. Shen Luoyin shook her head. Guo Hao has been researching the Hualin problem for quite some time without finding any viable ideas. Now that he finally has a breakthrough, disturbing him could jeopardize his inspiration. We don't know when the next wave of insight will come, so it's crucial that we do not interrupt him. Shen Luoyin's expression was serious as she spoke to Zhao Yu. All right then, Zhao Yu replied, a hint of resignation in her tone. Shen Luoyin entered the store, purchasing some electrolyte drinks and snacks that Guo Hao typically enjoyed, including chocolate. After gathering a pile of supplies, she exited the store and approached Ma Xian and the others. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Shen Luoyan addressed Maxine, Li Ming, and Li Wei. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? It hasn't been long at all. Shen Luoyin chuckled as she handed a large bag filled with various snacks to Ma Xian. What is this? Ma Xian instinctively accepted it, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he looked at Shen Luoyin. I bought some food for Guo Hao. He hasn't eaten for a day and a night. Given the excessive mental strain he's been under, he is likely to feel weak or even suffer from low blood sugar once he stops. At this time, he requires a significant replenishment of electrolytes and sugars. I bought some food, and you all can have some too. It's inconvenient for me to go to the boys' dormitory, so I'm counting on you to take care of Guo Hao for me, Shen Luoyin said earnestly, looking at Ma Xian and the others. Sister-in-law, you're being too modest. Of course, we will look after Hao Guo. You're making us feel quite guilty. Ma Xin quickly zet ponde. Indeed, sister-in-law, Hao Guo has cared for us so much. It's rather embarrassing for you to say that. Li Ming added promptly. Take these back to share with the girls in your dorm. We'll take good care of Hao Guo. Ma Xian attempted to return the bag to Shen Luoyin. No need, you all keep it. Shen Luoyin insisted hastily. After some back and forth, Ma Xian and the others reluctantly agreed. After Shen Luoyin reiterated her instructions to look after Guo Hao, she finally departed from the boys' dormitory. Watching Shen Luoyin and Zhao Yu's departing figures, a look of envy flickered in Ma Xian's eyes. Hao Guo is not only brilliant academically, but he also has such a wonderful wife. She cares for Hao Guo so much. She is a good woman. Not just that, Li Ming Vimak Contempita Tomasin. Our sister-in-law seems to be the most talented freshman in our aerospace propulsion engineering class. By the second semester of her first year, she was already assisting her advisor in the lab and has even co-authored papers. Wow, incredible. Ma Xian was taken aback, astonishment evident in his expression. Will make sense. If Hao Guo is exceptional, it's only natural that his wife is as well, Ma Xian mused. Let us put the things away, and then we need to head to class. Ma Xian instructed the others. The three of them stowed the items in their dorm, and, after confirming that Guo Hao was fine, they hurried off to class. That evening, Guo Hao's condition remained unchanged. The roommates hesitated, but chose not to disturb him. The following day, still no change. Is Hao Guo really okay? I'm starting to worry, Li Wei said, his eyes filled with concern as he observed Guo Hao's state. It's been 2 days and nights. Hao Guo has pulled 2 all-nighters. Isn't his health at risk? Should we? Just as the three in the dorm were debating whether to wake Guo Hao, his phone rang. The urgent ringtone shattered the silence, pulling Guo Hao from his thoughts. Feeling somewhat weak, he glanced at his phone and answered. Hello, Guo Hao, do you have a moment? Please come to the lab quickly. There has been an issue. Zhao Yang's voice was hurried, though his emotions were hard to discern. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Guo Hao turned to find his 3 roommates surrounding him. What's going on? He asked, slightly puzzled by their intense gazes. Hurry, prepare chocolate and electrolyte drinks. Ma Xian commanded the others, who swiftly gathered the items. Chapter 218, An Incident in a Laboratory. I can manage myself, Guo Hao said with a wry smile as he looked at his roommates who wanted to feed him. He took the electrolyte drink and gulped it down, munching on chocolate to restore his energy. Although his physique was quite robust, the human body reaches its limits after over 48 hours of continuous mental labor without rest. After consuming some electrolyte water and a high-energy snack, Guo Hao felt slightly rejuvenated. Who was on the phone just now? Li Ming inquired curiously. Senor Zhao Yang. He mentioned there is an issue in the lab and asked me to come by. Guo Hao replied. What? Oh yeah. You haven't slept for 2 days and nights. You should really rest first. Ma xin uget? Exactly. No matter how urgent the lab situation is, you need to sleep. You've been exhausted for so long. What if your health deteriorates? That would be a big problem. Li Ming and Li Wei echoed their concerns. Don't worry. I'm fine. Guo Hao reassured them with a smile. I know my body. I can hold on. I'll sleep when I get back later. By the way, Guo Hao raised the electrolyte drink in his hand. Thank you for preparing the food, he said, smiling at his 3 roommates. Oh yeah. You don't need to thank us. This was bought by sister-in-law yesterday. She was worried that you hadn't eaten for a day and a night. So she came downstairs to find us, buying a lot of food and asking us to take good care of you. Ma xin et lai easily. Then I appreciate you all. Over these 2 days, you haven't disturbed me at all, which allowed me to maintain my train of thought. Guo Hao said with a smile to Ma Xian and the others. Everyone has worked hard these past 2 days. It must have been tough for you. Huh? It's nothing. How good treats us so well, we can endure it. They replied in unison. At that moment, Ma Xian looked at Guo Hao with curiosity. Oh yeah. Have you resolved the Hu Lin conjecture? At the mention of Ma Xian's question, Li Ming and Li Wei's eyes lit up with curiosity and anticipation as they turned to Guo Hao. It's not that simple. Guo Hao chuckled and shook his head. This is a world-class problem. My previous insights merely pointed me in the right direction. Over the past 2 days, I've been calculating and am now very close to the final conclusion. If all goes well, just give me 3 more days. Only 3 days. As he spoke, excitement radiated from Guo Hao's eyes. Although the 2 days and nights of contemplation had left him fatigued, it was also exhilarating, a feeling of fully unleashing his cognitive abilities. In the past, when faced with problems, his thoughts would often hit a wall, stalling due to certain challenges. But this time, it felt as though all barriers were broken. Is that so? Ma Xian nodded, envy flickering in his eyes as he gazed at Guo Hao. Once your paper is published, you probably won't be living in the dorm anymore, right? At Ma Xian's remark, Guo Hao's smile dimmed slightly. A hint of hesitation crossing his gaze as he nodded. It won't be convenient. I plan to request a single room in the doctoral dormitory from Principal Y. Doing this conjecture made me realize how inconvenient it is. I need a quiet place. It's somewhat taxing for you all to maintain silence in the dorm. Guo Hao sighed softly. Finding a single room would benefit both Guo Hao and his roommates. The 3 of them exchanged glances filled with reluctance as they looked at Guo Hao. All right, seeing the reluctance in your eyes, I'll reassure you, Guo Hao said with a smile. Even though I'm moving out, I'll ask Principal Huai to keep this bed for me. This will always be my dorm. I'll still come back whenever I can. Don't worry. That's great. Ma Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Guo Hao's words, a smile returning to his face as he looked at him. If a newcomer were to move into your bed, brother Hao, none of us would feel accustomed to it. The thought of days without you is quite disheartening. Indeed, brother Hao is the unwavering anchor of our dormitory. Li Ming promptly added, enough with the flattery. Even if you do, I have nothing to offer you. Guo Hao chided the 2 with a playful smile. Once my single accommodation is assigned, you're welcome to visit me there. Now, it's time to prepare to head out. We've rested long enough. Brother Hao, aren't you going to take a break? Ma Xian inquired, gazing at Guo Hao. No, Zhao Yang's tone was somewhat urgent. The matter at hand is likely quite significant. Guo Hao's expression grew more serious. Very well. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, the 3 in the dormitory felt it inappropriate to say more. Guo Hao stood up and departed from the room. After 2 days and nights without sleep, Guo Hao felt his steps slightly lightheaded. After walking for a while and digesting some of the food in his system, he felt his strength returning considerably. Soon, he arrived at the laboratory. Hao, you have finally arrived. The lab was already bustling with people. Upon seeing Guo Hao, Zhao Yang immediately pulled him over. What's going on? Guo Hao asked, somewhat perplexed, looking at Zhao Yang. It's a battery experiment. Our research group has just developed a peculiar material that unexpectedly exhibits remarkable energy storage efficiency, surpassing the original lithium battery by 13%. Zhao Yang said with palpable excitement. That's impressive, but why the urgency to summon me? The storage capacity of lithium batteries is already commendable. A 13% enhancement is a significant leap. Yet, what could Zhao Yang possibly need me for at this moment? Guo Hao pondered, slightly confused. It's because we are unclear about the formula and principles behind that material S mixture. Just as Zhao Yang was about to speak, academician Jiang Lei, standing nearby, wore a look of helplessness as he addressed Guo Hao. What do you mean? Guo Hao asked, slightly taken aback. What purpose do you serve in making experimental records during your experiments? Guo Hao looked at Zhao Yang with curiosity. Of course, we maintain experimental records. Zhao Yang replied with a wry smile. However, during the battery's manufacture, Yin Yuting accidentally introduced a bit of another material, initially believing the experiment had failed. Nevertheless, driven by a spirit of experimentation, they completed the battery, resulting in unexpectedly excellent performance. Yin Yuting is also uncertain about the nature of the material she added. So we now need to deduce what that material is. Chapter 219, Reverse Engineering. Zhao Yang expressed a hint of exasperation. What a coincidence! Guo Hao remarked, astonished. Indeed, in our standard research, incorporating carbon nanotubes into lithium batteries has yielded no notable results. Yet the unknown material inadvertently introduced by Yin Yuting has produced such remarkable outcomes. A 13% boost in energy storage. Zhao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. If we can truly reverse engineer the formula and ascertain the final composition, the benefits contained herein would be immeasurable. Everyone in our research group would reap substantial returns. So why call me back for the reverse engineering? Guo Hao asked, a flicker of confusion evident in his gaze as he looked at Zhao Yang. We require your expertise in mathematical modeling. Academician Jiang Lei's expression turned somewhat serious. We are currently analyzing the elemental composition of this battery using a scanning electron microscope. However, due to numerous interference factors, we need to systematically eliminate these distractions. Simultaneously, we will utilize a Fourier infrared spectrometer to scan the battery. When the data is generated, I will need you to analyze it through mathematical modeling, correlating it with our previous research data to see if we can identify the material. Certainly, Guo Hao nodded. This was inherently his responsibility. The laboratory personnel commenced their flurry of activity. After the battery endured hundreds of cycles of charging and discharging tests, confirming its performance was sound, they began scanning and remapping the battery. By analyzing the materials added to the battery and eliminating all the common substances, what remained would be the materials inadvertently introduced by Yin Yuting. Guo Hao commenced modeling these materials on the computer, comparing and analyzing. This process was not overly complex. Given the previous experimental data, Guo Hao had already established the mathematical model long ago. Once the experimental model for the new battery was developed, he merely needed to incorporate it into the new framework for comparison. After a full day of diligent work, around 7 or 8 in the evening, Guo Hao, adhering to the mathematical model, roughly analyzed the mathematical spectrum of the materials. He refitted the discrete Fourier function for comparison. With Guo Hao's assistance, and in conjunction with the Fourier infrared spectrometer, the components of the new material were swiftly identified. Some unclean residues of carbon nanotubes, when fused with the lithium battery, surprisingly triggered an entirely new chemical reaction. Guo Hao gazed in astonishment at the Fourier function graph before him, having just conducted extensive comparisons. According to the previously established mathematical model, this situation was utterly inexplicable. What could be the cause? Guo Hao's eyes were filled with curiosity. The field of materials science truly is unpredictable. Upon analyzing the residues of the carbon nanotubes, it became evident that their molecular stacking had undergone some alterations. Analysis and modeling ensued. Soon, the results of the analysis emerged. Surprisingly, those restructured carbon nanotubes exhibited poor performance, even to the extent of being deemed subpar. However, when incorporated in small quantities into the lithium battery, they unexpectedly produced some miraculous synergistic effects. This led to a 13% enhancement in the lithium battery's energy storage ratio. Gazing at the results before him, Guo Hao felt somewhat dazed. The findings diverged significantly from his expectations. The materials themselves could not be distinctly categorized as good or bad, especially when utilized in an additive form. These carbon nanotubes, which were typically discarded as waste due to their poor performance, surprisingly yielded delightful results when inadvertently added to the lithium battery. It seemed his mathematical model was not comprehensive enough. Guo Hao pondered. Based on his mathematical model, he could calculate the potential theoretical performance of the new material. However, it proved nearly useless for this particular scenario. Who could have anticipated that the additive for the new battery would merely be a simple reconfiguration of carbon nanotubes? How is it coming along? Just as Guo Hao was lost in thought, academician Jiang Lei's voice interrupted his contemplation. It's done. According to our current Fourier function, the optimal performance of the lithium battery is achieved when the additive is at 1.7%, reaching a maximum of 14%. This should represent the limit of this stacking method for carbon nanotubes. Transfer all the experimental data, graphs, and your analysis onto a portable hard drive. A look of excitement illuminated academician Jiang Lei's face as he addressed Guo Hao. Understood. Guo Hao swiftly copied the data onto the hard drive and handed it to academician Jiang Lei. After receiving the hard drive, academician Jiang Lei patted Guo Hao on the shoulder. You have done exceptionally well. Your contributions to this achievement are considerable. It was nothing. Guo Hao smiled. Make sure to get some rest soon. Certainly, Professor. With that, academician Jiang Lei hurriedly departed. He would be exceedingly busy moving forward. The laboratory had yielded results. A collaboration with Ning Wang Era, and the subsequent steps would involve commercial operations, including replicating the findings at the Ning Wang Era laboratory. Furthermore, matters concerning industrial-scale production and the division of profits according to contractual terms need not trouble Guo Hao. He merely has to await his bonus. As one of the key members of the research group, Guo Hao felt confident that he would receive a substantial reward this time. Rising from his seat before the computer, a slight dizziness overcame him. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 8 in the evening. Another day spent toiling away. Guo Hao could only sigh in resignation. Time to return to sleep. Exiting the laboratory, Guo Hao swiftly made his way back to his dormitory. Oh my goodness. Brother Hao, please tell me you haven't spent the entire day in the lab again. Ma Xian exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld Guo Hao's entrance. The other two roommates shared equally incredulous expressions. Yes, Guo Hao nodded in affirmation. Are you trying to kill yourself? Ma Xian gazed at Guo Hao in disbelief. Well, the work in the lab is quite significant, Guo Hao replied, shrugging off the concern. All right, I want to keep you all. I'm heading to bed now. Okay. Sleep well. Ma Xian dared not say more. By this time, Guo Hao's head was already feeling heavy, without hesitation. He kicked off his shoes and collapsed on his bed, succumbing to sleep almost instantly. At this point, he had gone nearly 60 hours without rest. The three roommates exchanged glances, silently observing Guo Hao sprawled on the bed, too astonished to utter a word. The following day, when Guo Hao awoke, the dormitory was empty. Checking his phone, he noted it was 3 in the afternoon. They must have all gone to rest, but today, coincidentally, Shen Luoyan was not attending classes and was likely in the library. Chapter 220, The New Apartment. With this thought, Guo Hao couldn't help but smile. It was a perfect opportunity to seek out Shen Luoyan, as he had not spoken to her in nearly 3 days. Rising from his bed, he noticed that his manuscript papers had been neatly organized and stacked on his desk. A warm feeling spread through his heart. Leaving the dormitory, Guo Hao quickly arrived at the library. As anticipated, Shen Luoyan was seated there, engrossed in her reading. He approached her and sat down beside her. How have you been? Shen Luoyan looked up upon sensing his presence, her expression tinged with concern. I slept from 8 last night until now, and I feel quite refreshed. Guo Hao replied with a gentle smile. Good, Shen Luoyan nodded. But you should be more cautious. This kind of behavior is detrimental to your health. Don't worry. Guo Hao reassured her with a slight grin. At that moment, Shen Luoyan seemed to recall something, hesitating slightly before speaking. By the way, why don't you consider moving into an independent graduate apartment? Didn't T President Hu mention he had one assigned to you that you turned down? If you stay in a separate graduate apartment, I could check on you during times like this. Moreover, your research work would be more suitable there. It might disturb your roommates otherwise. Absolutely. I was just about to speak with President Hu about it. Guo Hao laughed. It's true that staying in the dormitory is less than ideal. It's rather inconvenient for my roommates. Besides, when I am in such a creative state, they wouldn't dare disturb me, which must be quite nerve-wracking for them. Indeed, Shen Luoyan agreed. I'll go speak to President Hu now. Go ahead. After placing his belongings down, Guo Hao left the library. Soon, he arrived at the president's office and gently knocked on the door. Please come in. Upon entering, he found President Hu looking surprised at his arrival, quickly replaced by a warm smile. Guo Hao, I heard that academician Jiang Lei achieved significant results yesterday, and I imagine you played a considerable role. President Hu remarked as they settled into the office as sofa. It's nothing much. I merely assisted with the experimental data. The findings were largely unexpected results from their experiments. Not much to do with me. Guo Hao chuckled. After exchanging pleasantries, President Hu got straight to the point. Did you come to see me today for a specific reason? Yes, it's about the dormitory situation, Guo Hao smiled. I had a breakthrough while working on a mathematical problem a few days ago and stayed up for 2 days and nights without sleep. I find it rather inconvenient to conduct my research in a dormitory, as it might disturb my roommates, and I isn't quite suitable. Understood. I will arrange for you to have an independent graduate apartment immediately, President Hu replied without hesitation. However, he paused, his expression growing serious. Guo Hao, while pursuing research is commendable, going without sleep for 2 days and nights is concerning. Disturbing your roommates is minor, but compromising your health is paramount. Your health is the foundation of your endeavors. You're still young. Take good care of yourself. President Hu advised earnestly. I understand, President. Thank you for your concern. Guo Hao smiled back. After a few more exchanges of pleasantries, President Hu called in the head of the logistics department handing Guo Hao a key. It was for a fully furnished apartment in the school's finest student dormitory, boasting over 50 square meters and top-notch decor, a single room. The logistics supervisor guided Guo Hao to inspect the apartment, which he found most satisfactory. After arranging the apartment, both President Hu and Supervisor Zhang took their leave. Guo Hao returned to the library and called for Shen Luoyan, leading her to the dormitory entrance. "Wait for me a moment," he said before heading upstairs. Inside the dormitory, his roommates were back from class and gathered in the living area. "Brother Hao, we were just wondering where you had gone," they exclaimed, curiosity evident in their eyes. Guo Hao smiled without directly answering their questions. "I'm preparing to move." "Huh?" The three roommates were momentarily taken aback, their expressions revealing reluctance as they gazed at him. "But don't worry, I'll want to be taking my bedding and such. I'll still come back occasionally. Please remember to air out my blankets." Guo Hao laughed, looking at the trio. "Sure thing, Brother Hao. Ma sin imeditan zet ponde. We'll help you move your things." "All right." Guo Hao nodded. With the help of his roommates, despite having quite a bit to move, the process went swiftly. Together, they carried Guo Hao's belongings downstairs. "Thank you all for your hard work." Shen Luoyan expressed her gratitude to the roommates. "Hey, compared to what Brother Hao has done, this is nothing," one of them replied. "We're just lending a hand. It's the least we can do." With everyone's assistance, Guo Hao led them to the apartment. "Wow." Stepping into the apartment, Li Ming's face registered shock. Ma Xin's eyes widened in awe as well. "Wow, Brother Hao, you've really hit the jackpot." Ma Xin gazed at Guo Hao enviously. "This is a brand new apartment. Professors usually can't even get one like this. The school must hold you in high regard." Of course, with how Yanda has been trying to recruit Brother Hao, and him turning them down, the school must value him immensely. Now, Brother Hao is the pride of Yinhang. I wouldn't be surprised if they offered him 2 apartments if he wanted, Li Ming added, admiration evident in his tone as he looked at Guo Hao. All right, Guo Hao chuckled, waving them off. Guo Hao, with an air of irritation, addressed the 2 individuals. "Please assist me in tidying up this room. In the future, everyone can come here to have fun." Hooray! The group quickly helped Guo Hao, and soon the room was in order. After the cleanup, Ma Xian and Li Wei swiftly departed, leaving only Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan within the confines of the room. "Why didn't you bring your comforter?" Shen Luoyan inquired, glancing at the bare bed. "I intend to keep the bed at the dormitory as well. I need to purchase new bedding for this place," Guo Hao replied. "All right." Shen Luoyan nodded. "Let me accompany you to buy a new set of bedding." As she spoke, she prepared to leave, but Guo Hao suddenly grasped her hand. "What is it?" Shen Luoyan paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes as she gazed at Guo Hao. "There's no rush." Guo Hao pulled her into an embrace, their eyes locking in a moment of shared silence. Shen Luoyan felt a tinge of shyness. "What are you doing?" She stammered, her cheeks flushing. "What do you think?" Guo Hao smirked, leaning closer. The atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension as their gazes remained locked. Guo Hao gently pressed his lips against hers. "Do you like this bedsheet?" Guo Hao lifted a nearby bedsheet, inquiring of Shen Luoyan. Shen Luoyan scrutinized it carefully. "I find it too vibrant. Perhaps we should opt for something more subdued." Upon hearing her words, the shopkeeper interjected eagerly. "We indeed have plain-colored bedsheets." He promptly produced a variety of options. Shen Luoyan selected the one with the most understated elegance. "This one will do," she declared, looking at Guo Hao. "Very well. Shopkeeper, I'll take this set of 4 pieces in this color, along with a silk quilt and a mattress. How much will that be in total?" Guo Hao cheerfully asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper beamed at Guo Hao's inquiry. "A lucrative sale indeed. The total comes to 6,718 yuan. I'll round it down for you. Just 6,700 will suffice." As Guo Hao prepared to make the payment, Shen Luoyan suddenly called out, "Wait." Guo Hao paused, looking at her with mild surprise. She appeared to have steeled herself for what was to come. "Shopkeeper, 6,700 is a bit steep." Guo Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Shen Luoyan would engage in haggling at this moment. "Young lady, this is genuine silk. Feel it for yourself. The quality of these covers is exceptional. This price is quite reasonable. 6,000 yuan is too high. If it doesn't work, we'll explore other options," Shen Luoyan countered, her negotiating skills somewhat awkward, revealing her inexperience with bargaining, reminiscent of her previous encounters while selling vegetables in Gong City. Guo Hao regarded her with gentle eyes as she negotiated. After a series of exchanges, Shen Luoyan successfully reduced the total from 6,700 to 6,300 yuan. Once the price was settled, she moved to make the payment. "Let me handle it." Guo Hao chuckled, halting her. He handed over 6,300 yuan to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, with a wry smile, remarked, "This young lady is quite the negotiator. I might not earn anything from this sale." "Ha ha ha. If you truly weren't making a profit, You wouldn't be selling. Guo Hao retorted playfully. Let us go. He turned to Shen Luoyan, leading her away, following their shopping spree for various items and decorations. They hailed a cab and returned to the university. They began to arrange the room, and with Shen Luoyan's assistance, the apartment soon looked immaculate, the floors spotless. From now on, this will be our little home. Guo Hao smiled at the pristine room. Shen Luoyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully chided him. I want to be sleeping here. I'll still stay in the dormitory, but will come by occasionally to help you tidy up. Ha 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 ha. Guo Hao laughed. It doesn't matter. After all, this is your home, and you're welcome anytime. He then produced a key from his pocket and handed it to her. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Luoyan accepted the key from his hand. Let us go. It's getting late. Let us grab a bite, Guo Hao said with a smile, leading Shen Luoyan out of the apartment. After finishing their meal in the cafeteria, that evening, both Guo Hao and Shen Luoyan returned to the apartment to study. The desk in the apartment was spacious enough to accommodate two people studying simultaneously. They exchanged glances and shared a smile before lowering their heads to their books, diving into their studies with earnestness. Guo Hao set aside his scattered thoughts. It was not merely Zhao Yang who disrupted his train of thought yesterday. He had been stuck on the final step of the Hu Lin conjecture since noon. As he grappled with the complex problem, Guo Hao's brow furrowed, and he instinctively thought of the system's tools for inspiration. Should he utilize them? After some contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. The Hu Lin problem had been approached solely with his knowledge, intellect, and inspiration. He was merely one step away from resolution. Guo Hao was determined not to seek assistance from the system at this juncture. Though the system had been immensely helpful, he understood the importance of self-reliance. Without the system, he would still be nothing but an unremarkable individual. He resolved to rely entirely on his intelligence and abilities to conquer this challenge. Having dismissed the idea of seeking help, Guo Hao endeavored to break through this final barrier using his own capabilities. At 11 o'clock that evening, Shen Luoyan glanced at the time, uncertainty flickering in her gaze. The dormitory would soon close. However, she hesitated as she observed Guo Hao, deeply engrossed in thought. Are you not going to rest for the night? She asked as she prepared to leave. Are you not staying here tonight? Guo Hao suddenly lifted his head and addressed her. Startled, Shen Luoyan felt warmth rise in her cheeks. Aren't you working on the Hu Lin problem? Yes, but I'm still lacking some inspiration. Guo Hao replied with a smile. Well then, I'll take my leave. The dormitory is closing. Remember to get some rest tonight, Shen Luoyan advised him. Understood. Guo Hao nodded with a grin. After she departed, he refocused on solving the problems at hand. Though he was reluctant to depend on external inspiration, he had one last resort, a stimulant. While it had come from the system, it hardly constituted an unfair advantage. After consuming the stimulant in one go, he discarded the empty bottle into the trash. Instantly, Guo Hao felt a surge of clarity in his thoughts. His mind raced as he continued to tackle the problems before him. The following day, Shen Luoyan, having classes in the morning, brought back 2 packed meals from the cafeteria to Guo Hao's apartment at noon. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of scattered drafts strewn across the floor. I've solved it, Guo Hao exclaimed excitedly as she stepped into the room. Chapter 222, Life a Masterpiece. Shen Luoyan assisted Guo Hao in collecting the scattered papers and approached his side. The Hualin conjecture, have you solved it? Shen Luoyan's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she gazed at Guo Hao. Indeed, I've solved it. Guo Hao's face radiated excitement, brimming with enthusiasm. After a night of relentless effort, his mind remained remarkably alert, having contemplated numerous approaches. It was only when Shen Luoyan entered the room that he finally conceived a viable path. Wait for me, Guo Hao exclaimed excitedly, then swiftly began to feverishly jot down his thoughts on the paper. Observing Guo Hao in such fervor, Shen Luoyan smiled and crouched down to assist in gathering the scattered sheets on the floor. Approximately 10 minutes later, Guo Hao completed his line of reasoning. From the equations 1 and 2, it can be deduced that for every positive integer k greater than 1, there exists a positive integer gk, such that every positive integer can be expressed as a sum of at most gk kth powers, i.e., positive integers raised to the kth power. Thus, the Hualin conjecture holds true. As the final sentence was penned, Guo Hao let out a long sigh of relief, his eyes shimmering with a smile. This Hualin conjecture had impeded him for nearly 3 to 4 months. Although he was a key figure in the laboratory, primarily engaged in mathematical work, the core focus remained on experimental battery work, with material calculations relegated to a supporting role. The intricacies of battery dynamics had rendered his mathematical modeling less effective. Therefore, from June until now, encompassing the entirety of summer and the subsequent month of school, The bulk of Guo Hao's attention and research had been devoted to the Hualin conjecture. At last, it was resolved. He envisioned several significant research outcomes, aiming to produce at least 3 or 4. Now, he had finally achieved one. A gentle smile graced Guo Hao's face. He had, at long last, produced a result. Resolving a mathematical conjecture certainly constituted a monumental achievement. "Are you done?" Shen Luoyan inquired, watching Guo Hao put down his pen with curiosity. "Yes, it's finished." Guo Hao exhaled, visibly relieved. "Congratulations." Shen Luoyan beamed at him. Guo Hao smiled, poised to express something, when Shen Luoyan shifted her tone. However, she regarded Guo Hao with earnest eyes. "What did I say to you last night? You didn't sleep at all, did you?" Guo Hao's smile faltered slightly. He sheepishly replied, "It was an unexpected situation." "You always have excuses." Shen Luoyan sighed softly, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Oh yeah, I'm not unreasonable. You know your research is undeniably important, especially with a significant issue like the Hualin conjecture. I can understand your sleepless nights, but your health is paramount." Her eyes reflected genuine concern as she looked at Guo Hao. "Health is the foundation of all endeavors. You can't keep burning the candle at both ends. You just pulled a couple of all-nighters a few days ago, and now you're at it again." Her tone was filled with compassion. "I understand," Guo Hao replied gently. A sheepish grin directed at Shen Luoyan. "I'll be more careful from now on. I promise to take better care of myself. As long as you're aware." Shen Luoyan refrained from pressing the matter further. A wise woman knows the value of moderation in conversation. Reiterating points can often lose their significance. "Let us eat. The food I brought will get cold if you don't hurry," Shen Luoyan remarked, glancing at him. "All right," Guo Hao nodded. They opened the takeout containers and dined together. After the meal, Shen Luoyan collected the containers and departed. Guo Hao resumed his position, beginning to organize his paper. Although the Hualin conjecture had been resolved, the current state was evidently not suitable for publication. He needed to refine his thoughts and arrange the content pinned on paper before uploading it to his computer. Furthermore, it required translation into English. Unfortunately, in the realm of fundamental sciences, foreign journals held an undeniable advantage. Chinese publications wielded little influence on the global stage in the present era. This paper certainly could not be submitted to a Chinese journal. Guo Hao contemplated while sorting his work. Before long, Shen Luoyan returned, silently sitting beside Guo Hao to assist him in organizing the manuscript. While she wasn't particularly adept at mathematics, she could manage to comprehend a fair amount and at least sequence the documents correctly before handing them to Guo Hao. Together, they worked diligently until around 8 or 9 in the evening, finally completing the manuscript and translating it into English. Phew! Guo Hao looked at the paper before him, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. This paper was the pinnacle of his rebirth thus far. An important conjecture in the mathematical domain. Once published, it would secure his place within the global mathematical community. "Thank you for your help, Luoyan." Guo Hao smiled at her. "Don't mention it," Shen Luoyan retorted playfully. Observing the myriad of expressions on her face, Guo Hao felt a wave of nostalgia. Since their relationship had been established, he had noticed a marked increase in the richness of her expressions compared to their high school days. It was hard to imagine that the Shen Luoyan of those times could ever exhibit such emotions now. "What's on your mind?" Shen Luoyan noticed Guo Hao's gaze lingering on her. She blinked in surprise, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Nothing. I just think you seem much more cheerful than you did in high school," Guo Hao replied with a smile. Shen Luoyan fell silent. "What is wrong?" Guo Hao promptly inquired, noticing her quietude. "Did I say something to upset you?" "No," she shook her head. "I was just wondering what my life would be like if I had never met you." Shen Luoyan lifted her head, her expression slightly dazed. Seeing her in such a contemplative state, Guo Hao felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He gently embraced her, holding her close. "Don't dwell on such thoughts. You have me now, so why bother?" MHM, Chapter 223, The Goal, Mathematical Annals. Shen Luoyan nodded gently. The two lingered in their warmth for a moment before Guo Hao returned to his computer. "How go? Which journal do you plan to submit to?" Shen Luoyan asked with mild curiosity. "Perhaps the Mathematical Annals," Guo Hao pondered briefly before responding. "One of the 4 major journals in mathematics?" "Exactly," Guo Hao chuckled. "I've never submitted to such a prestigious journal before. This paper is quite fitting." "Sounds good." Shen Luoyan nodded. Guo Hao opened the submission page for the Mathematical Annals and submitted his paper. Completing this task, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Make sure to get some rest tonight. You pulled an all-nighter yesterday and spent the whole day organizing your paper. Even the strongest among us can't endure that," Shen Luoyan advised. "Yes," Guo Hao acknowledged, feeling the weight of fatigue settling in. The effects of the stimulant were waning, and it was becoming evident that the substance was taxing his body. Once Shen Luoyan left, Guo Hao washed up and promptly lay down on his bed, quickly drifting into slumber. Just as he fell asleep, in the editorial office of the Mathematics Annual, contrary to common belief, the premier journals receive far fewer submissions than one might expect. Oftentimes, editors can dismiss the majority of manuscripts merely by glancing at their titles. Among the remaining submissions, a staggering 90% exhibit flaws that are readily apparent to the on-duty editors, leading to their swift rejection. Consequently, the editors of such prestigious journals do not find themselves particularly overburdened with work. Frank, one of the editors, leisurely settled into his chair, poured himself a cup of coffee, and opened his email to commence his daily task of sifting through submissions. His eyes scanned the array of papers, most of which were rather mundane. The notion that any of these could possibly be considered for the Mathematics Annual was entirely implausible. The journal exclusively features groundbreaking results. Suddenly, amidst his casual perusal, Frank's attention was captured by a title that gleamed with promise, a proof of the Hualin conjecture. The title was succinct, yet the implications it bore were anything but simple. The Hualin conjecture stands as a significant proposition within the realm of number theory. Should it indeed be proven, it would be an exciting development. Upon glancing at the author's name and affiliation, Haoguo, an unfamiliar name from the Dragon Country, Frank's initial excitement waned considerably. The work of an obscure mathematician did not inspire much confidence. Based on his experience, it was likely to be of little merit. Despite his disappointment, Frank adhered to his professional standards and opened the manuscript to begin his review. After perusing the first 2 pages, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This paper was anything but trivial. While Frank was uncertain whether this individual named Guo Hao had truly resolved the Hualin conjecture, the content within those initial pages was sufficient to suggest that Guo Hao was indeed a highly capable mathematician, one whose arguments eluded Frank's immediate comprehension. As he continued to read, Frank's expression grew increasingly grave. This warranted the attention of the chief editor. He printed the manuscript and hastened to the office of Professor Deline, the editor-in-chief of this year's Mathematics Annual, who was presently engrossed in a research project. "Professor Deline, I have a paper that requires your attention," Frank announced, his eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. Upon hearing Frank's words, Deline paused his work, adjusted his glasses, and inquired, "What is it?" "A proof regarding the Hualin conjecture," Frank replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Such a paper being under his review would be a matter of great pride for him. "Let us see it," Deline responded, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Although he was a leading figure in algebraic geometry, he possessed a measure of familiarity with number theory and was aware of the Hualin conjecture's prominence within the mathematical community. Frank promptly placed the manuscript before Deline, who immediately delved into the text, beginning with the main body. As Deline read, his expression grew more somber. "This paper should be sent to Professor Wiles. He is the most suitable reviewer for this work," he stated after a thorough examination of roughly half the manuscript. "Also, Professor Faltings should be informed. I believe this paper will pique his interest as well." "Absolutely, Chief Editor," Frank replied, his heart swelling with excitement as he recognized the implications of Deline's response. It was highly probable that this paper had indeed resolved the Hualin conjecture, which would signify another monumental breakthrough in the realm of mathematical conjectures under his purview. Such an achievement would undoubtedly bolster his professional trajectory. With this thought in mind, Frank returned to his office, exhilarated, and proceeded to extend review invitations to Professors Andrew Wiles and Faltings, attaching the necessary documentation regarding the proof of the Hualin conjecture. Before long, Professors Wiles and Faltings accepted the invitations and received the manuscript. How intriguing! A proof of the Hualin conjecture. Wiles mused, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he regarded the review invitation from the Mathematics Annual, now lodged in his inbox. He instructed one of his students to print the paper, as he preferred reviewing physical copies over digital ones due to the cumbersome nature of extensive mathematical text on screens. As Wiles began to slowly leaf through the printed pages, he initially skimmed through quickly, completing the read in 2 to 3 hours. Upon finishing, his eyes gleamed with fascination. How fascinating! The Hualin conjecture has been addressed in this manner. He resumed his examination, starting from the first page, immersing himself deeply in the work. After a lengthy period of contemplation, he exhaled impressive, a remarkably clever approach. It is not entirely linear sieve theory, yet it seems to remain within the realm of sieve methods. Truly remarkable. Wiles, a mathematician who had previously tackled the Hualin conjecture, recognized the formidable nature of this proposition, which had withstood the test of nearly 3 centuries, further testifying to its complexity. Chapter 224. The awe of Professor Wiles had previously resolved Fermat's last theorem, transforming it into a celebrated mathematical truth. This conjecture once stood as one of the most esteemed challenges in mathematics, a significant proposition within number theory. Yet now, confronted with the resolution of the Hualin conjecture, Wiles found himself utterly astonished. The ingenuity of humanity. A masterpiece, a true masterpiece. It is astounding to witness someone achieve such a feat while seemingly constrained. Truly remarkable. Wiles extolled the paper with unbridled admiration. Professor, why are you in such high spirits? At that moment, his doctoral student David entered the office, observing Wiles' excitement with curiosity. A proof of the Hualin conjecture, Wiles replied with a slight smile, addressing David. The author's reasoning is exceptionally commendable. One might even say it is extraordinary. Although there are areas that could be more comprehensive, the paper is exceptionally well crafted. Did he prove the Hualin conjecture then? David inquired with intrigue. Without a doubt. It should now be referred to as the Hualin theorem. Wiles smiled subtly. From his manuscript, I even discern glimpses of potential progress towards the Goldbach conjecture. Are you considering tackling the Goldbach conjecture? David asked, his eyes wide with excitement. Once I conclude my current project, should the Goldbach conjecture remain unresolved, I shall certainly give it a try, Wiles replied with a smile. Once you set your sights on a problem, there is no challenge too great. David complimented Wiles. Do not overly flatter me, Wiles chuckled lightly. There are many problems beyond my grasp, such as the Riemann hypothesis. With that, a contemplative expression crossed Wiles' face as he reflected on the formidable challenges that still lay ahead. After resolving Fermat's last theorem, he faced a prolonged period of skepticism regarding his findings. In his youthful exuberance, he had attempted to delve into the Riemann hypothesis, yet progress remained elusive. David, observing this, chuckled softly and poured a cup of coffee for Professor Wiles. At that moment, Professor Wiles hesitated briefly before commencing his review comments. 3 days later, the review comments from both Professor Faltings and Professor Wiles were submitted. Frank visited Professor Deline's office, his eyes alight with excitement as he addressed the esteemed mathematician. After perusing the reviews from the two professors, Deline nodded in agreement, just as he had conjectured. Both professors found no fault in the paper and unanimously affirmed that it had successfully proven the Hualin conjecture. Indeed, Professor Deline shared this sentiment. As a leading figure in the realm of mathematics, he could discern the validity of the paper. Notably, Guo Hao's solution did not employ any novel methods, unlike Wiles, who had developed entirely original mathematical tools and techniques to solve Fermat's last theorem. Consequently, many had struggled to comprehend Wiles' approach, leading some to unjustly claim that he had fabricated his proof. Compounding the controversy, a few mathematicians identified a critical error in Wiles' paper, resulting in significant debate and ultimately, a retraction of the manuscript. It took Wiles over a year to amend his work before it finally garnered acceptance within the mathematical community, ultimately being published in 1995 in the Annals of Mathematics. In stark contrast, Guo Hao's paper, while addressing the Hualin conjecture, did not introduce innovative methodologies, but rather integrated additional concepts into the existing framework of the linear sieve method. His paper was comparatively succinct, spanning just over 40 pages. A stark reduction from the more than 100 pages dedicated to Fermat's last theorem, reflecting the relative simplicity of the Hualin conjecture. Let us arrange a special issue dedicated to the Hualin conjecture, Professor Deline mused, glancing at Frank. Certainly, Professor Deline, Frank replied, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. With that, he hurried back to his office to confirm this arrangement with Guo Hao, who was currently engrossed in reviewing papers. The resolution of the Hualin conjecture marked a significant milestone. Yet for Guo Hao, the journey was far from over. He had committed to publishing 10 papers within the year, but had only managed 2 thus far. And 4 months had already elapsed. Time was slipping away, and he needed to identify a fertile research direction swiftly. In that moment, Guo Hao noticed an alert from his email. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Frank. Dear Mr. Guo Hao, the Annals of Mathematics is pleased to inform you that your paper concerning the proof of the Hualin conjecture has been reviewed by Professors Faltings and Wiles, and has been deemed flawless. Given the substantial impact of this work, the editorial board intends to publish a special issue dedicated solely to your paper, with no publication fees required. If you wish to proceed, please sign this contract. Thank you. Attached was the copyright agreement for the paper. After a brief glance to ensure everything was in order, Guo Hao electronically signed the contract and promptly replied to Frank, expressing his gratitude for the support and the prospect of a fruitful collaboration. Upon receiving the copyright contract, Frank swiftly conveyed to Guo Hao, the process is quite expeditious. Guo Hao smiled and nodded in agreement. It was only natural issues of such significance as the Hallan conjecture were exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one being resolved globally each year. Even esteemed journals like the Annals of Mathematics required numerous high-caliber papers to uphold their standing within the academic community. A premier journal that consistently published subpar works would see its prestige diminish rapidly. Conversely, a lesser journal that featured exceptional papers would naturally experience a rise in its ratings over time. Chapter 225. How fortunate you are to have found such a wonderful husband. Thus, nearly all top-tier journals were in constant need of exceptional submissions, while they were far from lacking in mediocre papers that could drag down their reputation. While top-tier papers were exceptionally scarce, this created a peculiar dynamic. On one hand, they often exhibited arrogance towards the majority of paper submitters, extending review periods to an excruciating length. On the other hand, they displayed an unusual humility and eagerness when faced with a minuscule fraction of elite submitters, striving to compress the review timeline as much as possible to secure their contributions. Even when confronted with new papers from distinguished mathematicians that might bear the slightest hint of being substandard, they would still opt to accept them, eager to win the favor of these leading scholars and ensure that their significant results found their way into their journals. Guo Hao pondered this briefly before shaking his head with a smile. Following this newfound recognition, it seemed likely that his future submissions would encounter less resistance. A welcome development that might facilitate his goal of 10 published papers. Later that afternoon, after class, Shen Luoyan brought lunch back to Guo Hao's apartment. Time to eat, she called out, noticing him still immersed in his papers. Coming, Guo Hao replied, joining her at the newly purchased table and assisting her in unpacking the takeout. My paper has been accepted by the Annals of Mathematics, Guo Hao exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he shared the news. Frank just informed me that they will publish a special issue featuring my paper. Really? So soon? Shen Luoyan's eyes widened in surprise. She understood well the slow review processes of elite journals, where a typical time frame of around 6 months was commonplace. Guo Hao's submission had only been in for 3 or 4 days and was already set to be published as a special feature. This speed was nothing short of astonishing. Congratulations, Shen Luoyan said, her voice tinged with excitement. She was genuinely thrilled for Guo Hao. Such an achievement was one that many would never attain in their lifetimes. Yet here was Guo Hao, just a sophomore, already accomplishing such remarkable feats. Not only had he published a paper in the Annals of Mathematics, but it was also a top-tier result concerning a world-renowned mathematical conjecture, featured in a special issue. Any one of these accomplishments would be sufficient to instill pride in most for a lifetime. Congratulations, Guo Hao replied with a slight smile, looking at Shen Luoyan. I haven't done anything that remarkable. Shen Luoyan was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at Guo Hao, and inquired with a hint of confusion. What do you mean by sharing the joy? Guo Hao chuckled and replied, I mean celebrating the fact that you have found such an exceptional husband. A faint blush crept onto Shen Luoyan's cheeks as she softly retorted, How shameless. Who praises themselves like that? Ha ha, and now you've witnessed it, Guo Hao said, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he affectionately kissed her cheek. Let us dine. After finishing their meal, Guo Hao, carrying his laptop, accompanied Shen Luoyan to the library. Since they had yet to finalize their next research topic, a retreat was unnecessary. The library would facilitate their search for books and materials, and they had grown accustomed to spending extended periods there together. By the time they lingered in the library until 3 in the afternoon, Guo Hao received a call from academician Jiang Lei, requesting his presence in the office. After hanging up, Guo Hao turned to Shen Luoyan and said softly, Luoyan, Academician Jiang has summoned me. Shall we go? She gently nodded in response. Leaving the library, Guo Hao swiftly arrived at Academician Jiang's office. Upon knocking, he was greeted by Zhao Yang, who exclaimed, You're here? Zhao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he addressed Guo Hao. Guo Hao nodded, his gaze drifting into the office, which was populated by several individuals, including students from the research group, Yin Yiting, Professor Wu Kai, Principal Huai, and a few others whom Guo Hao did not recognize but sensed held positions of authority by their demeanor. Entering the office alongside Zhao Yang, Academician Jiang Lei stood up with a smile, calling out, Guo Hao, my dear student. Principal Huai also rose, prompting the others to follow suit. One of the officials in attendance turned to Academician Jiang and inquired, Is this the prodigious talent from Yinhang? Guo Hao? Indeed. I am surprised that Manager Wang is familiar with developments in the academic sphere. Academician Jiang replied, a note of curiosity in his tone. Ha ha ha. After all, being in a tech enterprise, one must keep abreast of academic trends, especially since Guo Hao has been making headlines lately, even appearing on the 7:30 evening news. Manager Wang said, his face beaming with enthusiasm. He is indeed the hope of our nation's future. He added with a light-hearted chuckle. Guo Hao, entering the office, responded to Manager Wang with a smile. I merely stumbled upon a modest achievement. I am hardly worthy of such a grand title. Ha ha ha. At your age, who isn't considered the hope of a nation? Manager Wang quipped, eliciting laughter from everyone in the office. Guo Hao marked Manager Wang as a shrewd businessman, possessing high emotional intelligence and eloquence. Allow me to introduce you. Academician Jiang beckoned Guo Hao closer. This is Vice President Wang from the Ningguang era, primarily responsible for battery development. Hello, Guo Hao said, shaking hands with Vice President Wang. Academician Jiang continued. This is Director Zhao from the Ministry of Energy. Greetings, Director Zhao, Guo Hao said, shaking hands with the smiling director. And this is Director Li from the Yanjing Investment Promotion Bureau. Ayu, Director Li. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Chapter 226. Why do these terms sound so unfamiliar? In the office, the students from the research group, including Yin Yuting, mostly stood, with Zhao Yang also remaining on his feet. Only Guo Hao was seated, which made him feel somewhat awkward. However, he refrained from mentioning it, as his current status warranted such decorum. Insisting on standing would have seemed inconsiderate. Now that everyone is present, Vice President Wang said with a smile, addressing those around him. The mass production experiment for the new battery has proceeded remarkably well, thanks to the high production efficiency of carbon nanotube materials. We can commence small-scale, experimental mass production within a month. His face radiated joy as he led the applause, which resonated throughout the laboratory. Once the applause subsided, Vice President Wang continued. The successful development of the new battery has enhanced the energy storage efficiency of traditional lithium batteries by 14%, marking a significant stride forward in our journey toward renewable energy. His excitement was palpable. This achievement belongs to each one of you. The Ningguang era will not forget your contributions. We have prepared substantial bonuses to commend your hard work. Hearing this, the students from the research group were visibly thrilled, knowing that these funds would not be claimed by the prominent figures like Academician Jiang or Professor Wu, who typically received equity and profit shares instead. Following this, the announcement of the bonus recipients and amounts ensued. Yin Yuting alone received a cash reward of 3 million yuan, while others garnered varying amounts in the tens of thousands, with Zhao Yang receiving 1 million. To Guo Hao's surprise, he was awarded 1.5 million, making him the second highest recipient after Yin Yuting. Her substantial bonus was entirely justified, given that without her unexpected breakthrough, the battery research might have languished indefinitely. Although there had been prior progress, significant advancements in enhancing battery storage efficiency using carbon nanotubes had eluded them until they discovered structural issues with the nanotubes that impeded efficiency gains. Had they relied solely on their own efforts to troubleshoot and experiment, they might have taken a year to uncover such possibilities. Thus, Yin Yuting was unequivocally deserving of her 3 million yuan bonus. As for Guo Hao, he speculated that his recognition was likely tied to his contributions to the inverse materials and the establishment of the mathematical model, positioning him as a significant figure among the students in the research group. The 150,000 yuan bonus was a commendable reward for his efforts. Following the distribution of bonuses, Vice President Wang offered words of encouragement to the students. The conversation then shifted to the leaders discussing industry matters and the future of battery technology, which became somewhat tedious. Director Li from the Yanjing Investment Promotion Bureau sought to persuade Vice President Wang to establish a new battery factory in the Yanjing area, discussing potential policy incentives. Meanwhile, Director Zhao from the Energy Bureau engaged Vice President Wang and others in discourse about the development of renewable energy. After some time, under Vice President Wang's invitation, everyone transitioned outside the university. He had already arranged a venue for a celebratory banquet, marking a genuine celebration for the students of Academician Zhang's laboratory, a promise made by the Ningguang era. After a delightful feast, Vice President Wang suggested a visit to other attractions, but Guo Hao politely declined, opting to return to the university with Principal Huai and Academician Jiang. What have you been researching lately, Guo Hao? I heard you haven't been attending classes much. Principal Huai inquired with a smile during the car ride. I have been working on the Hualin conjecture, Guo Hao casually replied. Oh, what is the Hualin conjecture? Principal Huai asked, intrigued. Principal Huai gazed at Guo Hao with a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Although Principal Huai was not a specialist in mathematics, the Hualin conjecture held considerable prominence within the academic circles of the Dragon Kingdom, especially as it had been the subject of extensive research by the esteemed Professor Hua Luogang. The professor had made significant strides in this area, much like the Goldbach conjecture, which while not entirely obscure in the Dragon Kingdom, had only been known to a select few until Professor Chun Jingrun successfully derived a result that brought it to the forefront of public awareness. Thus, Principal Huai was well aware of the conjecture's significance. Have there been any results? His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he turned to Guo Hao. Academician Jiang Lei, seated nearby, also perked up, eager to listen to the exchange between Principal Huai and Guo Hao. Yes, it has been resolved, Guo Hao responded with a smile. Resolved? Already? Principal Huai nearly leaped from his seat in excitement, while Academician Jiang stared at Guo Hao in disbelief. Although he recognized Guo Hao's exceptional mathematical prowess, the time elapsed, less than 6 months, interspersed with numerous other commitments and nearly daily laboratory work during the summer, seemed far too brief for such an accomplishment. How could one achieve resolution on such a high-level mathematical conjecture amidst such distractions? What level of genius was this? With this kind of talent, why pursue materials engineering at all? Academician Zhang's astonishment was palpable as he regarded Guo Hao with wide eyes. Principal Huai, equally astounded, finally understood why Tiangang had so adamantly insisted on collaborating with Yan Heng to nurture Guo Hao's talents, even at the cost of his own pride. Clearly, Tiangang had an astute eye for recognizing Guo Hao's mathematical gifts early on. Indeed, Tiangang's assertion that Guo Hao's mathematical aptitude overshadowed his talents in material science was becoming increasingly evident. After a prolonged silence, Principal Huai hesitated. Has the paper been submitted? Should we seek assistance to review it? He inquired of Guo Hao. It has been submitted. Just a few days ago, I sent it to the Mathematical Annual. Yesterday, the editor, Frank, informed me that my paper has been accepted for publication in next month's special issue, Guo Hao stated candidly, without exaggeration. Yet, to Principal Huai and Academician Jiang, this news struck like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through their minds. Just a few days ago, the Mathematical Annual? Accepted? Special issue? Why do these terms sound so foreign? Chapter 227, The Public Outcry. Jiang Lei and Principal Huai exchanged bewildered glances, each seeing the same confusion reflected in the other's eyes. They had encountered these terms before, yet hearing them from Guo Hao made them feel utterly unfamiliar. What's wrong? Guo Hao queried, noticing their silence. Oh, it's nothing, Principal Huai replied, a look of resignation crossing his face. Such a proclamation could only be made by a prodigy like Guo Hao, who so nonchalantly discussed an achievement that many mathematicians would regard as a crowning glory. Publishing in the Mathematical Annual was already a monumental feat, one that would bring pride for a lifetime to any mathematician. To have a special issue dedicated to one's work was an honor that only the most elite scholars could hope to attain, especially for solving a problem of the Hualin conjecture's magnitude. As they spoke, the vehicle returned to Yanheng. Upon alighting, Principal Huai exhaled in relief. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Guo Hao. Your paper will be published next month? Yes, Guo Hao nodded. Understood, Principal Huai acknowledged. Well then, Principal Professor, I shall take my leave. Guo Hao smiled at Principal Huai and Academician Jiang. Please, do carry on, Principal Huai urged. In that moment, Principal Huai recognized Guo Hao's status was rapidly ascending. As long as Guo Hao remained at Yanheng, he would be the institution's anchor. A talent of this caliber was rare not just in the Dragon Kingdom, but globally. As Guo Hao's alma mater, Yanheng's reputation would rise in tandem with his future successes. Watching Guo Hao depart, Academician Jiang let out a deep sigh. Guo Hao is maturing too quickly. Indeed, Principal Huai nodded, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. I still remember the first time I met him. Is this what a true genius looks like? Do you regret it? Academician Jiang suddenly smiled, turning to Principal Huai. Taken aback, Principal Huai looked at him quizzically. Regret what? Agreeing to collaborate with Yin University to cultivate Guo Hao. He was supposed to be a student of Yanheng, but now, Academician Jiang replied with a gentle smile. Glancing at Principal Huai, many would assert that Director Tiangang of Yin University had an eye for talent and had aided Guo Hao's growth. Claiming Yin University as his true alma mater, upon hearing Academician Jiang's words, Principal Huai maintained a calm demeanor. What is there to regret? Yin University's assistance has been valuable, but regardless, Yanheng is Guo Hao's true alma mater. Others' opinions are irrelevant. What matters is Guo Hao's own perspective. You truly possess a broad-mindedness, Principal. Academician Jiang chuckled, his gaze following Guo Hao's receding figure, filled with admiration. At the library, as Guo Hao settled beside Shen Luoyan, she looked at him curiously. What did Academician Jiang want with you? After having returned so late, she wondered if he had assigned yet another topic. Oh, it was regarding the battery project. We received a bonus from a vice president from the Ningguang era, and we went out for dinner afterward. Guo Hao replied with a smile. I see. Shen Luoyan nodded. By the way, I have a question. Suddenly remembering something, She handed Guo Hao her notebook. It pertains to the challenging issue regarding the aircraft's engine surface tension in high-altitude conditions. Upon examining the problem, Guo Hao contemplated briefly before articulating a solution. This problem is not overly complex. We first need to calculate the specific impulse of the aerospace engine. Then, Guo Hao outlined his thought process to Shun Luoyan. After some time, she nodded, appearing deep in thought. Returning to his own thoughts, Guo Hao twirled the pen in his hand, reflecting on the brief, yet fruitful exchange with Shun Luoyan that had sparked some inspiration. He jotted down a question regarding the domain of partial differential equations, global solutions for various compressible Navier-Stokes type equations with large initial values. The Navier-Stokes equations stand as a pinnacle in both physics and mathematics, looming prominently at the summit of both fields. While a general solution remains elusive, and its existence and smoothness are still under scrutiny, these equations are already being applied in numerous scientific domains. The query Guo Hao devised pertained to the engines of spacecraft, a relatively modest topic, yet one of some significance. One may give it a try. If it can be resolved within a fortnight to a month, it would indeed be a commendable achievement as one among 10 scholarly papers. Guo Hao deftly twirled his pen, his mind racing with thoughts. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. On an unremarkable day, a special issue of the Mathematics Annual quietly surfaced. Following its release, this edition instantaneously ignited a fervor throughout the mathematical community. The Mathematics Annual, a journal that publishes merely 1 or 2 issues a year, had astonishingly dedicated an entire special issue to a paper concerning the Hualin conjecture. When Terence Tao received the journal, he had yet to peruse it, yet he promptly took to Facebook to post a blog. I glanced at the date. Today is not April Fool's Day. I never anticipated such a delightful surprise from the Mathematics Annual, a proof of the Hualin theorem. I even rubbed my eyes several times in disbelief. Guo Hao, the mathematician, I recall praising him previously regarding the large model in material science. Who would have thought? Well, let me first examine the proof. After the initial shockwaves in the mathematical realm, an eerie silence descended. However, this news swiftly reached the shores of the Dragon Kingdom. Unlike the silence within the mathematical circles, numerous domestic media outlets in the Dragon Kingdom began to disseminate this significant news. The People's Daily, our renowned young mathematician Guo Hao resolves the world-famous Hualin conjecture. The Dragon Kingdom Youth Daily, mathematician Guo Hao solves the Hualin conjecture. This conjecture had previously eluded the attempts of mathematician Hua Luogang. Countless media outlets published articles elucidating the historical significance of the Hualin conjecture. An entire public discourse in the Dragon Kingdom erupted. Various social media platforms surged to the forefront of trending topics. Cheers for the young talents of the Dragon Kingdom. Incredible. Isn't Hao Shun only a sophomore this year? He has already resolved the conjecture. Remarkable. How impressive. Just recently, I was chasing after Hao Shun, barking like a dog. Come out and take a bow. Chapter 228, The Terrifying Heat. Absolutely phenomenal. Hao Shun is entirely justified in confronting the critics. Unbelievable. Who would have thought such a prodigious genius could emerge from the Dragon Kingdom at just a sophomore level, capable of resolving a world-class mathematical conjecture? Astounding. I feel that Hao Shun's intellect rivals that of Gauss. Truly astonishing. It is beyond imagination. To those upstairs, while I can comprehend your admiration for Hao Shun, to compare him to Gauss seems somewhat misguided. Do you even grasp the caliber of mathematician Gauss was? I do. However, Gauss belongs to a bygone era, and his legacy is firmly established. Hao Shun is merely a sophomore. He has already tackled a problem of the Hualin conjecture's magnitude. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to surpass Gauss in the future. Gauss achieved a prodigious amount in his lifetime, with 110 results named after him. The lesser accomplishments are countless, and while Hao Shun is impressive, he is still only 20. Currently, he has but one achievement, the Longguo theorem, named after him. How do you expect him to catch up? Stop being contrarian. Hao Shun is invincible. I firmly believe that in the future, Hao Shun will undoubtedly surpass Gauss. The online debates were plentiful. Many netizens began flooding Guo Hao's social media accounts with comments. Previously disparaging remarks directed at Guo Hao were swiftly countered by an onslaught of supporters. In an instant, Guo Hao's online prominence soared to unprecedented heights. It was inevitable. Guo Hao is a top-tier genius born from the educational framework of the Dragon Kingdom, triumphing over those from the West in their own domains. Much like the late Mr. Chun Jingrun and Mr. Hua Luogang, their initial acclaim was similarly overwhelming. In recent days, Guo Hao found the library increasingly uncomfortable. as his newfound fame attracted numerous classmates seeking his autograph or a photo, along with some seniors and juniors excitedly engaging him in conversation. It resembled a fan meet and greet. He ultimately decided against remaining in the library and returned to his dormitory as Shen Luoyan attended class. "How good! You've truly made a name for yourself," exclaimed Li Ming, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Guo Hao. "Indeed, many classmates have been coming to inquire about us these past few days, asking whether you're still in our dormitory and if you'll be attending classes," Ma Xian added, equally animated. At this point, there was no trace of jealousy left in their sentiments toward Guo Hao. Of course, it was impossible to harbor jealousy. The disparity was too vast, existing in entirely different realms. No one would dare to compare a typical peer to Guo Hao. It would be profoundly unjust. Li Ming and Ma Xian felt an overwhelming sense of pride and exhilaration to have such a remarkable university roommate. "I suppose I should still attend classes in the materials department, albeit not every session," Guo Hao mused momentarily. As for the fame, he sighed, a look of helplessness crossing his face. "For me, it's an immense inconvenience. I never anticipated this matter would escalate to such proportions. The public discourse is overwhelming. Just last night, my parents called to ask me about the Hualin conjecture. Can you imagine how daunting that is?" Guo Hao remarked with a wry smile. While he had anticipated that resolving such a mathematical conjecture would stir some public interest, he had not foreseen the sheer magnitude of the ensuing media frenzy. If he had previously enjoyed a modicum of recognition as a minor internet celebrity, he now found himself in a state of explosive fame. The comparison between his current notoriety and the previous celebrity of the great god was unfounded. After all, the latter's rise to fame stemmed from an unexpected grassroots media interview, while his own ascension was propelled by mainstream news coverage alongside a chorus of national media support, resulting in an overwhelming surge of public interest. The effect was astonishing. "Ha ha, how good! You must be the first person who doesn't crave fame." Ma Xian chuckled as he addressed Guo Hao. "Indeed, you have no idea how enviable your current notoriety is. Many would give anything to bask in such attention. Fame equates to fortune," Li Ming observed, gazing at Guo Hao. "It holds no significance for me." Guo Hao shrugged. "Earning money is effortless. Relying on fame for profit is rather lowbrow." "Come on, that sounds rather pretentious." "Ma sin vito playfully. By the way, how good, we have a specialized class soon. Are you attending?" Suddenly, Li Ming recalled something. "Let us go together," Guo Hao replied. After a brief exchange, the four roommates continued their conversation before heading off to class. On their way, Guo Hao was still recognized by many, with some approaching him for autographs, but he deftly deflected their advances. Before long, they arrived at the classroom. Guo Hao. As soon as he entered, his classmates recognized him, their faces lighting up with excitement as they called out to him. "Everyone, we're all familiar faces here. I'm not gold. No need to crowd around me," Guo Hao said with a hint of exasperation. "Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted from the surrounding students. The class monitor, Ma Tianyu, grinned as he addressed Guo Hao. "Well, you're not too familiar with us, as you seldom attend class. Now that you've finally graced us with your presence, we're all intrigued." "Exactly," echoed the classmates, their smiles widening. "To prevent you from skipping class again in the future, why don't you sign autographs for the entire class today and write a blessing? That way, when we boast about being your classmates, we'll have some proof." At this moment, Ma Tianyu wore a radiant smile as he looked at Guo Hao and remarked, "Well, you haven't spared me either." Guo Hao, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Then you all should bring your books over." "Sure thing." Instantly, the surrounding classmates dispersed, each seeking their books or notebooks to request Guo Hao's autograph. While Guo Hao was signing, Professor Zhou, who taught the material science course, entered the classroom. "What are you all gathered around for?" Professor Zhou inquired, smiling at the students. "Teacher, Guo Hao has come to class. We are asking him for autographs." Matianyu Gaimdin, grinning. "Oh, Guo Hao is actually attending my class. How fortunate. I must also get an autograph from Guo Hao," Professor Zhou said, directing a smile toward Guo Hao, who was busy signing. "You're teasing me too," Guo Hao replied, a look of helplessness in his eyes. "There's no helping it. How could I not tease when one of my students is such a big star? An academic star at that." Professor Zhou jested. As a professor in the materials department at Yanhang, Professor Zhou was indeed a seasoned educator, possessing considerable influence in the field of material science, though not quite at the level of an academician. Nonetheless, he ranked among the elite professors in the discipline. After all, the materials department at Yanhang is one of the top 3 programs in the entirety of Longguo, and professors in such a prestigious department are no ordinary individuals. Guo Hao offered a wry smile as he gazed at Professor Zhou. "Please, no more teasing, Professor. If you keep this up, I might not dare to attend your classes anymore. Ha ha ha. Professor Zhou burst into laughter upon hearing Guo Hao's words. Has everyone finished getting Guo Hao's autograph? He shifted the topic, addressing the other students nearby. All done. The students chorused loudly. All right, then let us return to our seats and commence the lesson. Professor Zhou cheerfully instructed. His expression gradually grew serious. Today's lesson is about the status, practice, and application of ceramic materials in the modern field of material science. Professor Zhou's demeanor shifted slightly as he continued. Additionally, we will delve into the smelting processes of high-strength ceramic materials. At this point, Professor Zhou began to write a line on the blackboard, and the students gradually settled down. After all, they were all top students from Yanhang. And while they were excited by Guo Hao's unexpected presence, they soon redirected their focus to their studies. Having calmed his own excitement, Guo Hao listened attentively to Professor Zhou's lecture, gaining substantial insights. The specialized course lasted for 2 uninterrupted hours, with the entire afternoon dedicated to Professor Zhou's teachings. Toward the end, Professor Zhou began to discuss the principle of first principles. Pausing momentarily, he smiled at the students and remarked, "Our classmate Guo Hao is quite adept in this area. I have reviewed several of his papers, and he has written remarkably well on the principle of first principles. Cool, me. Guo Hao, why don't you come up and share with everyone?" With a smile, Professor Zhou gestured for Guo Hao to take the floor. I knew this would happen, Guo Hao thought, a glimmer of resignation in his eyes, already anticipating that Professor Zhou would seize this opportunity to have him speak. Yet, he felt uncertain about how to decline. Then I shall share my understanding of the principle of first principles with everyone. Guo Hao stood up and approached the podium. Before I discuss the principle of first principles, I must first mention some aspects of computational material science, Guo Hao stated calmly to his fellow students. First principles calculations are based on quantum mechanics, deriving from the fundamental interactions between electrons and atomic nuclei, independent of any empirical parameters, to directly compute the electronic structure, crystal structure, and physical properties of materials. The students listened intently. Guo Hao spoke about various aspects of computational material science and its future, then elaborated on the principle of first principles, discussing its applications and scenarios. As his words concluded, applause erupted. Professor Zhou was the first to applaud, and soon the entire classroom joined in. Well, Professor, I'll step down now, Guo Hao said to Professor Zhou. Go ahead. Professor Zhou replied with a gentle smile. Guo Hao descended from the podium, and Professor Zhou stood there, smiling. Guo Hao's presentation was excellent, though not entirely comprehensive. Allow me to add a few points. After class ended, Guo Hao walked alongside Professor Zhou for a while. They engaged in a brief conversation, with Guo Hao posing some questions to the professor. I thought you were going to give up on material science, Professor Zhou remarked with a smile. You've been quite the sensation lately, especially after resolving the Huailin conjecture. Don't mention it, Professor. I'm overwhelmed. Who knew it would garner such attention? Guo Hao replied, a bittersweet smile on his face as he looked at Professor Zhou. It's quite normal, Professor Zhou said, regarding Guo Hao with understanding. Had you chosen another conjecture, perhaps its impact wouldn't have been as significant. But you opted for the Huailin conjecture, which Professor Hua Luogang had also studied. It already possesses a certain degree of recognition domestically. It's only natural that it has stirred up such a commotion. Guo Hao sighed in helplessness. All right then, if you're concerned about the attention, make sure to stay in school and focus on your studies for a while. Your talent in material science is commendable, and perhaps in the future, you might indeed find a way to completely integrate the fields of materials science and mathematics. Professor Zhou said, a twinkle of encouragement in his eyes as he looked at Guo Hao. Guo Hao shrugged, and after their conversation, he dared not venture to the library. Instead, he returned to his apartment to diligently work on his paper regarding the large initial value global solutions of several types of compressible Navier-Stokes equations. This was the title of his thesis. The paper was not overly complex, and within a few days, Guo Hao had completed nearly half of it. His research primarily focused on 2 aspects. First, the Cauchy problem for one-dimensional and two-dimensional compressible Navier-Stokes, Kucker-Smale-Fokker-Planck equations. Establishing the existence of a classical solution for large initial values that may contain vacuum. Second, the nonlinear stability of composite waves formed by sparse waves and contact discontinuities in one-dimensional compressible Navier-Stokes equations with viscosity coefficients dependent on temperature under large initial perturbations. Guo Hao intended to capitalize on the current heightened interest to finalize this paper. Just as he was engrossed in his writing, the phone rang. Principal Huai? What's the matter? Guo Hao answered, puzzled. Generally, Principal Huai would not call unless there was something important, and considering Guo Hao's current prominence, he wondered what the call could be about. Guo Hao, do you have a moment? Principal Huai asked, smiling. I'm free. Is there something you need? Guo Hao responded. I do have a matter to discuss. If it's convenient for you, please come to my office now. Dean Tiangang from Yin University is also here. All right. Upon hearing President Huai's words, Guo Hao seemed to grasp the essence of the matter. He cast a glance at the half-finished thesis, let out a faint sigh, and tucked it away before departing the room. Soon, he arrived at President Huai's office. He knocked on the door and entered. Seated on the sofa were only Dean Tiangang and President Huai. Upon seeing Guo Hao, both stood up immediately, their faces adorned with smiles as they called out to him. President Huai, Dean Tian, Guo Hao replied with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they all took their respective seats on the sofa. Esteemed leaders, you summoned me today for a particular reason? Before President Huai and Dean Tian could respond, Guo Hao preemptively inquired. Upon hearing his words, President Huai and Dean Tian exchanged glances. President Huai then smiled and addressed Guo Hao. In truth, it is nothing of great concern. Primarily, it pertains to the significant academic achievements you have recently accomplished. Vice President Tian from Yin University, along with several leaders from our institution, have deliberated and devised a reward scheme. Yin Hang will grant you a special scholarship of 1 million, and Yin University will also award you an equivalent sum, acknowledging your monumental contributions to the field of academia. Guo Hao was momentarily taken aback by President Huai's announcement. He looked at President Huai and Dean Tian, pondering whether 2 million in scholarships was somewhat excessive. Unable to contain himself, he queried the two leaders. Isn't that rather too much? Ha ha ha. Dean Tian and President Huai erupted into laughter. Not at all. It is by no means excessive. As a sophomore, you have resolved a globally renowned conjecture, and a prestigious journal has even dedicated a special issue solely to your work. Such an achievement ranks among the highest echelons worldwide. 1 million in rewards is entirely justifiable. Moreover, as you are both a student of Yin University and Yin Hang, it is only fitting that the rewards are doubled. Dean Tian remarked with a smile. To be honest, Dean Tian felt a twinge of disbelief. He had initially thought that while Guo Hao was indeed a prodigious talent, his focus was divided, as he had not devoted his entire attention to mathematics. His primary interest lay in material science. Having spent the entire summer conducting experiments with academician Jiang Lei, Dean Tian did not doubt the importance of academician Jiang's experiments. However, he believed Guo Hao was squandering his potential. With his exceptional intellect, he ought to immerse himself wholly in mathematical studies to maximize his chances of success. Dean Tian felt a pang of disappointment at Guo Hao's choices, but recognized that such matters were ultimately personal. To his astonishment, Guo Hao managed to surprise him greatly by simultaneously conducting research with academician Jiang and resolving a world-class conjecture, the Hualin conjecture. When Dean Tian received this news, he sat in his chair, momentarily stunned. He found himself questioning the very nature of existence. As an academician and a world-renowned mathematician with numerous accomplishments, he had never anticipated the emergence of such a remarkable individual. To resolve a world-class conjecture within mere months while engaging in material science? How astute must one be? Dean Tian found himself doubting his own perceptions. Very well then, I extend my gratitude to both esteemed leaders, Guo Hao replied with a smile. Is there anything else? Indeed. President Huai hesitated slightly before continuing. Recently, your prominence has surged, and various media outlets, including CCTV, have approached the university for interviews with you. Dean Tian and I believe it would be a splendid opportunity to present you with your scholarship in front of the nation, thereby showcasing our commitment to academic excellence. What do you think? If you prefer not to participate, I can decline the interview on your behalf. That sounds acceptable. Guo Hao pondered for a moment before nodding affirmatively. Given the overwhelming media attention, evading such interviews seemed implausible. With so many news outlets clamoring for coverage, it was evident that higher authorities wished to establish him as an academic exemplar. Accepting the interview would likely align with their intentions. Guo Hao surmised that certain departments must have communicated with President Huai. Otherwise, he would not have personally contacted him. Excellent. Upon hearing Guo Hao's response, both Dean Tian and President Huai displayed evident excitement. Indeed, Guo Hao reflected thoughtfully. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Please inform me directly of the interview's time and location once confirmed. With a smile, Guo Hao addressed Dean Tian and President Huai before rising to depart. As he exited the office, President Huai and Dean Tian exchanged glances. This young man is truly remarkable, President Huai remarked with a hint of admiration. I suspect he has already surmised the situation. Indeed, he is a prodigious talent who resolved the Hualin conjecture in just a few months. I can scarcely fathom the extent of his intellect. Dean Tian replied with a rueful smile. Seeing Guo Hao, I feel as though I have squandered much of my life. He added, You're being overly modest, President Huai chuckled. Now, let us contact the station master to discuss a suitable time. Very well. After leaving President Huai's office, Guo Hao received a phone call. Hello, my name is Sun Zhongwen, the Secretary General of the International Mathematical Congress. You must be Mr. Guo Hao? The voice on the other end spoke in a distinctly Japanese-accented English, causing Guo Hao to raise an eyebrow. Yes, Secretary General Sun. How may I assist you? We would like to invite you to deliver a 1-hour presentation at the International Mathematical Congress in Seoul, South Korea, next August regarding your academic report on the Hualin conjecture. Would you be available? Sun Zhongwen spoke with great politeness, embodying the unique demeanor characteristic of his nationality. Despite Guo Hao's reservations about the Japanese, given the historical context, he recognized that engaging in animosity would serve no purpose. I am available. Excellent. I shall proceed to arrange the conference hall for you. Thank you for your support. With that, Guo Hao ended the call. Chapter 231. I aspire to become that benchmark. He had not anticipated that the World Mathematical Congress would take place in South Korea. Much like this year's Chemical Engineering Conference. Was South Korea truly so alluring? Guo Hao felt a tinge of confusion, struggling to comprehend it. Yet it was also convenient, as he would not need to travel far for the conference. From Guo Hao's understanding, presentations at international mathematical conferences typically lasted 30 to 45 minutes, with an hour allotted for renowned mathematicians or groundbreaking research. Surely he qualified as such. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head. Upon returning to his apartment, he found Shun Luoyan immersed in her studies. Since Guo Hao's rise to fame, Shun Luoyan had ceased visiting the library and instead borrowed books to read in Guo Hao's apartment. This space had effectively become their little sanctuary. With Guo Hao unable to frequent the library, Shun Luoyan had begun to feel somewhat out of sorts without him by her side. Guo Hao shared details about the International Mathematical Congress and the CCTV interview with Shun Luoyan, who listened attentively. At the end, she asked, Why did President Huai proactively suggest that you accept the interview? Shun Luoyan gazed curiously at the side of Guo Hao. The last time you participated in an interview with CCTV, it was at your own behest, yet this time. Do you truly believe that this request for an interview came from President Huai and the others? Guo Hao smiled faintly, gazing affectionately at Shun Luoyan as he replied, Isn't it? Shun Luoyan looked at Guo Hao in confusion. After all, she possessed little understanding of the intricacies of social dynamics, and from Guo Hao's narrative, she struggled to comprehend. It is impossible for President Huai to have inquired whether I would be willing to participate in an interview. The fact that he specifically called me today regarding this matter indicates only one possibility. What is it? Shun Luoyan inquired with curiosity. This matter was mandated from above. Guo Hao chuckled as he observed Shun Luoyan. Haven't you noticed an excessive amount of news concerning me lately? Shun Luoyan nodded in agreement. This signifies that those in higher positions are preparing to establish me as a model of positive publicity, hence the multitude of official media outlets collaborating simultaneously, with President Huai merely playing his part in the process. Guo Hao's expression remained serene. He did not perceive any inherent issues with this situation. Were he in a leadership role, particularly in education and public relations, he too would likely employ such a method of idolization to bolster public confidence, a perfectly normal course of action. I see. While Shun Luoyan was not well versed in social affairs, she was intelligent enough to grasp the general idea after listening to Guo Hao's explanation. All right then, it's merely a trivial matter. Let us continue reading. Guo Hao smiled and said to Shun Luoyan, Certainly. Shun Luoyan nodded, and the two resumed their reading. 5 days later, at CCTV's iconic headquarters, the studio was buzzing with anticipation. Hello, Guo Hao greeted the prominent host of CCTV, wearing a bright smile as he shook hands with Guo Hao. Are you feeling nervous about today's live broadcast? Not particularly. There is nothing to be anxious about, Guo Hao replied, his demeanor composed. The host cast an unexpected glance at Guo Hao. You certainly possess a great deal of courage. Guo Hao simply smiled without further comment. Soon, the interview commenced. This was a live talk show that would air from 3 in the afternoon until 6. The format had been discussed with Guo Hao beforehand, and only after his consent was it finalized. Welcome to a special segment of Focus Interview. Today, we have the honor of inviting a recently trending figure, a renowned academic prodigy from Longguo, an outstanding talent from Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and a world-famous mathematician who has just resolved the renowned Hualin conjecture. Please welcome Guo Hao. The applause erupted throughout the studio. The audience primarily consisted of university students from top institutions like Yenjing University, all of whom had eagerly anticipated the opportunity to engage with Guo Hao in person. The CCTV producers had scoured for top-tier talent to participate. The host began by posing some of the pressing questions that had captured the public's attention, to which Guo Hao responded one by one. By the way, there's a question that many online are curious about, and I dare to ask on their behalf. The host remarked with a slight smile, looking at Guo Hao. Go ahead, Guo Hao replied, his expression steady. Many people believe that given your current talent, and considering you are engaged in theoretical mathematics and computational material science, fields that are not particularly advantageous in our country, there is a strong assumption that you would choose to pursue your PhD abroad or perhaps teach overseas. So, do you have plans to conduct research abroad? The host delivered this question with a smile, yet Guo Hao discerned the underlying intent. It seemed likely that some higher authority was attempting to gauge his sentiments, a question perhaps too delicate for them to ask directly. Guo Hao felt a slight exasperation within, but brushed it aside, as he had never contemplated studying abroad. I hold a perspective that diverges from that of the majority regarding overseas studies, Guo Hao stated with a smile, addressing the camera. Perhaps it is my overconfidence, but I believe that studying abroad would provide me with no tangible benefit at this stage. For me, delving into mathematics requires only my own efforts. As for material science, the significance of going abroad is even less apparent. After all, what materials or equipment are unavailable for purchase domestically? Hence, what purpose would studying abroad serve? Merely to embellish my credentials and return home as a so-called return talent. Such a notion is entirely unnecessary. Guo Hao articulated his thoughts candidly, leaving the audience and the host in stunned silence. They had not anticipated such a forthright response. Of course, I am not suggesting that everyone should eschew studying abroad, nor do I equate studying abroad with mere embellishment, Guo Hao continued, maintaining his calm gaze upon the camera as well as the students in the studio. It is undeniable that foreign nations excel in fundamental scientific research, a fact we must acknowledge. Many students who study abroad indeed possess remarkable abilities. Even I, at this juncture, require to submit my work to international journals to validate my findings through their esteemed authority, let alone the majority of students. However, I firmly believe that while the significance of academia lies in communication and learning, the scientific community in Longguo must establish its own benchmarks to truly stand at the pinnacle of global academia. And I aspire to be that benchmark. Chapter 232. The Proud Guo Parents. Upon hearing Guo Hao's words, the host stood momentarily speechless. It was his first time witnessing someone daring enough to utter such sentiments during a live broadcast. To position oneself as a benchmark within the Longguo academic sphere, this left no room for retreat. Had Guo Hao refrained from making such a declaration, his subsequent pursuit of studies abroad might have elicited some murmurs. But in this era, the notion of academic prodigies studying overseas was hardly newsworthy. Everyone understood that, much like celebrities acquiring foreign citizenship, such matters were commonplace. Even discussions surrounding them were minimal, as it was widely accepted that foreign institutions were more advanced and appealing. Moreover, returnees often garnered greater recognition and ascended to higher positions more easily. Although the host had posed the question, he was genuinely taken aback by Guo Hao's response, left in a state of disbelief. He had never encountered anyone who left themselves no avenue of retreat, openly declaring such sentiments before a national audience. Should Guo Hao ever decide to study abroad in the future, he would undoubtedly face ridicule across the internet and nationwide discourse. The host was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, many viewers at home were equally astounded. They had often jested about how exceptional scientists opted to study abroad, while actors and wealthy individuals also frequently made their way overseas. However, they never expected to hear a brilliant young scientist directly address this issue during a CCTV interview, emphatically stating his absolute refusal to study abroad. Such a declaration was nothing short of astonishing. Applause erupted in the studio as the university's students were swept up in fervor, their eyes shimmering with admiration as they looked upon Guo Hao. As students, they were undoubtedly filled with passion, united in the belief that Longguo was the best. This was the sentiment that resonated among all present. However, it is precisely this reality that they encounter. The academic realm abroad is far more formidable than that of the Dragon Kingdom, where more often than not, the local scholarly community does not dominate the mainstream. Most cutting-edge disciplines, particularly foundational ones, necessitate overseas education. The most distinguished professors and scientists typically possess experience studying at top-tier foreign institutions. This stark reality has rendered university students among the most indignant groups. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Yet, at this moment, there emerges an individual a person devoid of any international educational background. A young mind who has resolved one of the world's foremost conjectures. He stands before everyone, proclaiming his ambition to become a benchmark for the academic community of the Dragon Kingdom. He asserts that one can pursue scholarship without studying abroad. This revelation illuminates a glimmer of hope for these university students, akin to a beacon piercing through an endless night. All eyes are fervently fixed upon Guo Hao. Guo Hao perceives the excitement reflected in the eyes of the students in the studio. He smiles gently. However, I must clarify that my words do not serve to dissuade anyone from studying abroad. On the contrary, I wholeheartedly support young scholars venturing beyond our borders. My only desire is that such endeavors are not merely pursued to adorn oneself with a veneer of so-called prestige. I wish for all to approach education, whether in terms of credentials or experiences, with a sense of realism and integrity, for these should be the principles we uphold. We must welcome returning students from abroad. Indeed, we must, yet the privileges they receive should be contingent upon their academic contributions and capabilities, rather than their status as overseas graduates. Likewise, the students from domestic universities should be judged by their abilities and scholarly achievements. Guo Hao spoke earnestly, gazing at the students in the studio and on the screen. I feel it is imperative to note that there seems to be a lack of emblematic young scientists who have risen solely from within our own borders. I do not wish for anyone to believe that only those who graduate from foreign institutions are truly remarkable scientists. I fervently hope to witness a shift away from such perceptions. Guo Hao gazed intently at the screen. Even without any experience in foreign education, I aspire for individuals to attain significant standing within the academic realm. In that moment, Guo Hao transformed the entire interview into a personal oration. He effortlessly invoked a plethora of historical quotations, his words flowing with remarkable eloquence. His proficiency in oratory was unmistakably on display. Even the host appeared somewhat bewildered. At that moment, in Gon City, "Hey, Brother Guo, is that your son on the television?" An employee from the state grid called out to Guo's father after he had just completed a project. Guo's father momentarily froze, following the direction indicated by the employee, and soon beheld Guo Hao articulately speaking on the screen, exuding poise and natural charisma. "That's my son," Guo's father said, a hint of astonishment in his voice. "Wow, it's Haozi," exclaimed several employees accompanying Guo's father, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they turned to him. "Toigi, that's Haozi. Impressive. This is CCTV. It appears to be live." Guo's father, named Guo Tai, was affectionately referred to as Brother Guo or Tai Guo by his subordinates. "My son truly has achieved something remarkable. He surpasses his father by leaps and bounds." Guo Tai's face was alight with smiles as he looked around at his colleagues, filled with pride. As a graduate of a vocational school in the 1980s, Guo Tai studied electrical engineering and had been assigned to the state grid, dedicating 2 to 3 decades to his career. His understanding of mathematics remained rooted in basic arithmetic and simple equations, rendering him largely oblivious to the advanced concepts Guo Hao now explored. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of the significance of a live interview on CCTV. As a minor leader within the bureaucratic structure of the state grid, Guo Tai possessed a certain political awareness. Watching his son speak confidently on the screen, Guo Tai felt an overwhelming sense of gratification. "My child is truly successful. Ha ha ha. Tai Guo must treat us." "Indeed, Tai Guo is treating us," his enthusiastic subordinates chimed in, smiling at Guo Tai. "All right, I'll treat." Guo Tai responded immediately. Meanwhile, Guo's mother had already been encircled by her colleagues. "Inlian, you must treat your colleagues to dinner tonight." "Absolutely. Your son has achieved so much." CCTV, 3 hours of live interview. "I'm so envious of you." The words of her colleagues filled Guo's mother with immense satisfaction. Guo's mother, surnamed Li, was named Li Inlian.